My dear family, who truly understands? I have just emerged from the depths of a sinister abyss, only to be struck by a formidable figure clad in black, wielding a blade aimed directly at my waist. This entrance examination is utterly bewildering. Shunwu was once a mere test subject in the Research Institute, but after escaping, he faced the trials imposed by Jean, withstanding the onslaught and showcasing the abilities of the Silence Fruit. Now, he must engage in combat with Run T, and the developments that lie ahead are nothing short of exhilarating. Let me tell you, I have never felt so utterly speechless in my life. Just moments after being rescued from that dreadful place, still unsteady on my feet, a towering figure, swathed in black, lunged at me without a word, aiming directly for my waist. The force of that blade, I assure you, was enough to leave my face stinging. In that instant, I rolled away clumsily, and while it was indeed a rather embarrassing spectacle, I managed to evade the attack. Astonishingly, he left a gaping wound in the wall. I was utterly bewildered. Who among my kin can comprehend this? This is no mere entrance examination. It is an extreme pressure test, the Pro Max version, with nothing less than elimination at stake. This tale must begin from the moment I first opened my eyes. Upon awakening, the pain was excruciating. My entire body felt as though it had been disassembled, and my mind was a muddled mess. After blinking for what felt like an eternity, I finally discerned the sterile lights above, akin to those found in an operating room. My heart sank. I knew I was trapped in yet another round of experimentation. Let me tell you, my situation was dire. I was but a mere test subject, the kind confined within the dark confines of a government research facility. As I pondered my fate, I overheard voices nearby murmuring about my premature awakening and my heightened resistance to drugs. Their words were indistinct, sending chills down my spine. I longed to escape, but upon exerting myself, I quickly realized I was shackled to the operating table with handcuffs made of sea stone, rendering me utterly immobile. I could only watch helplessly as a throng of individuals clad in white coats approached me, resembling a pack of hyenas drawn to a scent. But guess what? I actually managed to escape. Now, I find myself standing in this interrogation room on the Island of the Damned, facing that very figure who had intended to strike me down moments ago. His presence exuded an overwhelming aura, a palpable menace that bore down upon me. He inquired about my name. Shinwu. I replied with an unwavering composure. After all, I had endured 2 years of human experimentation. This mere intimidation was inconsequential. How old are you? He pressed. I should be 14. Should be? His dissatisfaction with my vague response was evident. I hastened to clarify. I was confined to the Research Institute at the age of 12, and the exact date has long since escaped my memory. I spent approximately 2 years there, so I reckon I am about 14 now. The mention of the Research Institute ignited a deep-seated resentment within me. The imposing figure seemed to grasp my underlying sentiment. Perhaps he too was a man with a story to tell. He queried whether I belonged to any special race. After a moment's hesitation, I confessed I am a night rabbit. Night rabbit? His surprise was palpable, even causing the flames behind him to flicker. It appeared that very few had ever heard of our night rabbit lineage. He continued to question, what abilities do night rabbits possess? This moment left me momentarily speechless. We, the Night Rabbit clan, are, to be frank, exceptionally formidable. We possess the strength to obliterate a spaceship with a single punch, and our regenerative abilities are astonishingly robust. However, if you were to inquire about any unique skills, such as transformations or energy blasts, I must regretfully admit that we have none. Surely, I cannot disclose that our sole weakness lies in our aversion to sunlight. Noticing my silence, he rephrased his question, what are your strengths? Swordsmanship or hand-to-hand combat? Hand-to-hand combat. I have never wielded a weapon. Have you ever taken a life? Indeed, I have. That's good. Just as he finished speaking, the scene I described earlier unfolded, lunged at me with a knife. After evading that strike, he swiftly followed up with a kick. I thought to myself, this kick certainly won't kill me, so why bother dodging? I met a Hedon with my left fist. With a resounding crack, I distinctly heard the sound as my left forearm broke. But guess what? I didn't retreat an inch. I absorbed the force of his kick. Moreover, I retaliated with a punch to his ankle. Good heavens, the sensation was akin to striking a steel plate, sending a jolt through my hand. And then, to my astonishment, he retracted his knife, and the menacing aura dissipated instantly. He even praised me, saying, "Not bad. You dare to strike back. Your courage is commendable." At that moment, my mind was flooded with 1,000 expletives. Was he conducting a pressure test on me? Afterward, he kindly offered, "Come, I'll take you to the infirmary." Upon arriving at the infirmary, the doctor was taken aback at the sight of my arm. After an extensive examination, he proclaimed me a marvel of recovery, asserting that I required no treatment. Ultimately, to avoid appearing inept, he begrudgingly put my arm in a cast and provided me with 2 packets of restorative medicine. Emerging from the infirmary, the imposing figure, whom I later learned was named Jean, led me back to a room adjacent to the interrogation chamber. This room, my friends, was immaculate, practically resembling a model suite. It featured nothing but tatami mats and embraced a minimalist aesthetic. He instructed me to rest there for the night, promising we would discuss matters in the morning, and then departed. I tossed the 2 packets of medicine into the corner and collapsed onto the floor. I was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Yet, lying there, sleep eluded me. My mind was a chaotic whirlwind. Were it not for the pain in my left arm, I might have believed I was dreaming. I truly escaped. Let me tell you, during my 2 years in the research facility, I attempted to break free 37 times, all of which were failures. On numerous occasions, I contemplated whether it would be easier to simply perish or lose my sanity. Yet, fueled by an indomitable spirit, I persevered. Just as I was preparing for my 38th escape, a pirate emperor named Kaido was captured on our island. Remarkably, before the Navy arrived, he awakened and single-handedly razed the research facility. Thus, in gratitude and for vengeance, I aligned myself with Kaido. As I lay in the darkness, a singular thought consumed me. This matter is far from over. I have meticulously noted the debts owed to me by the world government. Mark my words, you scoundrels, there will come a day when I will reclaim every last bit, with interest. After pledging my oath, the fiery turmoil within my heart finally began to subside. Before long, someone brought bedding and change of clothes. I took a shower, crawled into bed, and this time I could no longer resist the moment my head touched the pillow. I was asleep. The following morning, I was jolted awake by a nightmare. Upon opening my eyes and finding myself in an unfamiliar environment, I breathed a sigh of relief. I rose to remove the cast from my arm, and lo and behold, it had healed remarkably well. As I was examining my new clothes, a knock echoed at the door. I hurriedly donned the garments, which were oversized and cumbersome, resembling a robe. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by June, who stood before me like a towering iron sentinel. He cast a glance in my direction, pausing for a moment on my arm, now restored to its former glory, and said, "It seems you're ready. Let's go. I'll introduce you to a few friends." Friends? I was utterly bewildered, but in my tattered slippers from the Research Institute, I followed him. He guided me through a grand hall and into a training facility. As soon as we entered, a thunderous voice boomed, "Brother June." I looked up to see a muscular giant, towering over June, estimated to be nearly 8 meters tall, named Jack. It was then that I learned the name of my savior, Brother June. How embarrassing. Yesterday, I was so preoccupied with my meal that I hadn't even learned the name of his formidable subordinate. While I was still catching up, a melodious voice interrupted. "Hey newcomer, what's your name?" I turned to see a rather charming girl, her face partially obscured by a mask. Behind her stood a rather gloomy-looking younger brother. Before I could respond, the girl grew impatient. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or mute?" Her brother quickly attempted to calm her, but soon they were arguing in front of me, with the sister tugging at her brother's collar and unleashing a torrent of words, while he wore a look of utter despair. I hastily interjected, "I'm called Shinmu. And you?" The brother introduced himself first, in Paijivan, "And this is my sister, Runny." I nodded, committing their names to memory. At that moment, June spoke up, informing me that from today onwards, I would train alongside this brother-sister duo, and inquired whether I had ever consumed a devil fruit. Determined to demonstrate my abilities, I proclaimed, "I am a user of the silence fruit." With a snap of my fingers, a translucent soundproof barrier enveloped the 3 of us instantly. Outside, June and Jack could only see our lips moving, but could hear nothing. I then dispelled my ability and explained, "This technique is called soundproof wall. It can isolate sound." June complimented my ability with a remark of impressive, before giving Runty and Paijivan a few instructions, and then he bombarded Jack with a plethora of directives, mentioning that I was a night rabbit, possessing great strength and rapid recovery, and urged him to train me vigorously before he busied himself elsewhere. Now, only the 4 of us remained in the training facility. Jack, the giant, scrutinized me for some time before finally stating, "You should have a match with Paijivan." Before Paijivan could respond, his sister Runny exploded, "Jack, are you bullying my brother? Then you come." Jack, being a straightforward person, promptly switched out. "Let me tell you, that young lady has quite the temper." No sooner had Jack's words left his lips than she leapt up and aimed a kick directly at my face without uttering a single word. "You're a bit slow." I tilted my head just in time to evade her attack, swiftly seizing her ankle in response. Harnessing her momentum, I executed a whirlwind maneuver, using her like a hammer throw, and with a resounding thud, I sent her crashing to the ground. Her head made intimate contact with the earth, sending fragments of stone scattering. I was contemplating how thick-headed this girl was when, in the next moment, the foot I had grasped suddenly morphed, sprouting scales and claws, effortlessly breaking free from my grip and leaving several gashes across my chest. Goodness, she transformed right before my eyes. She was now half human, half dragon, complete with horns sprouting from her forehead. With a snarl, she bared her teeth at me and said, Roger and the old geezers with white beards were all in the front row, eagerly watching the drama unfold. Carp, the silly one, was caught in the middle of it all and was promptly silenced by Sengoku's thunderous shout, which had me in stitches. The entire world was left in a state of confusion, guessing wildly about what was happening. At that moment, I noticed a user with the ID Lucky Goddess Bacala rapidly posting answers, claiming it was a political conflict that Akiji had lost and that he was leaving. It was somewhat insightful, but lacked depth. Could I tolerate this? My very DNA stirred with indignation. Wasn't this a question crafted for me to ace? I opened my notes and swiftly typed out the precise answer. First, it was a clash of ideals for the sake of justice, and even more so, for the coveted position of the next fleet admiral. Second, Akiji suffered a narrow defeat and even lost a leg. Third, having lost, Akiji announced his resignation from the Navy. I presented my answers, hitting all the right notes. Yet, to my dismay, as soon as I submitted my response, a swarm of individuals behind me began to parrot my words, copy-pasting my answers. It was utterly disheartening to see such a lack of originality. Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters was likely in disarray, with Sengoku convening an emergency meeting. Akainu resembled a mute statue, while Akiji, showing remarkable fortitude, admitted he would refuse to serve under Akainu. Sengoku was nearly driven to a heart attack, suggesting that Kizuru should take over, only for the seasoned veteran to turn pale at the idea, frantically waving his hands, unwilling to accept such a fate, which only served to infuriate Sengoku further. Amidst this chaos, the time for results arrived. The first name to appear on the screen was that of the Lucky Goddess. To my astonishment, she had failed to answer comprehensively and received a diminished reward. I glanced over. It seemed she was having a rough time, nearly undone by her own fortune. Had she exhausted all her luck for the year 2025? A classic case of high risk, high reward. And then, the moment of truth arrived for me. The screen flashed in golden letters. Marine Kyle, all questions answered correctly. Reward, essence of the devil. Upon reading those words, I felt as if I could soar. I had obtained a complete, unadulterated cheat. As for the copycats, the system promptly disqualified them for repeating answers, leaving them with nothing. What a gratifying turn of events. The chat box erupted in excitement, and the system kindly displayed the outcome of the fierce battle between Akainu and Akiji. Akiji, legs severed, exited in despondence. The scene was striking. Doflamingo, like a fly drawn to blood, quickly approached. The Navy was in a frenzy, eager to pay for information. Did I care? Hardly. I left them on read. That evening, I traveled with the caravan to a small town and settled into a shabby inn. After a refreshing bath, I eagerly retrieved the item. It was no small vial. It resembled a keg, filled to the brim with a vibrant red liquid. The system cautioned me of its severe side effects, warning that consumption would incite a frenzied desire for carnage. Fear? I had died twice. I was not intimidated by this. I chugged it down. The moment it touched my tongue, a wave of heat surged through my body, followed by excruciating pain, accompanied by a manic urge to kill and destroy. I fought against it, yet a chilling force erupted from within me, and the entire room instantly froze over. While I was grappling with the side effects, the Desert King Crocodile had already set his sights on me. Apparently, I was an eyesore on his territory, as he sent 2 lackeys to deal with me. Not long after I'd taken a few sips, I heard the 2 bumbling fools whispering outside my door, discussing how capturing me could lead to promotions and meetings with the boss. Such blatant incompetence. I had no patience for their nonsense. I flung open the door, striking with precision, 1 for each neck, dragging them into the room as if they were mere chicks. With a resounding thud, I closed the door behind me. Upon inspection, the male lacked any notable features, resembling a comical character. Yet the female, Oh my, with her long blue ponytail, was quite fetching. Wasn't this the future princess of Alabasta? Vivi? How had she ended up like a little delinquent? It dawned on me that she was one of Crocodile's subordinates from the Baroque works. This princess was surprisingly stubborn. Even captured, she attempted to resist. Attempted to distract me with a dance and some perfume. I will refrain from commenting on her dance skills. The meager drug she offered was hardly worth my time. Noticing my lack of reaction, she flung a few disc-like devices from her fingers, which I effortlessly caught. Amused, I knocked her clumsy accomplice unconscious and approached her with a mischievous grin. Little sister, are you here to trouble me? Attempting to provoke me? Even trying to entice me? How shall I settle this score with you? At my words, her face drained of color, and she stepped back, stammering, Why, you're a Marine. A Marine? I laughed even harder. Who said Marines couldn't engage in mischief? You're quite adorable. Being a princess doesn't exempt you from consequences, does it? Tears welled in her eyes from fear. I leaned down to meet her gaze and said, What do you wish to do? Very well, since you enjoy dancing so much, continue until dawn. And while you're at it, divulge all the sordid secrets of your boss, Crocodile, one by one. I felt a swell of pride. Oh, this was going to be entertaining. I knew well that to make someone fond of you was impossible, but revealing some dark history would ensure they remembered you vividly. That was an attack, not an attempt to seduce you. Princess Vivi's face flushed a deep crimson, her voice rising in pitch. I thought to myself, this princess has quite the attitude. Kyle casually kicked Mr. 9 into the corner and sprawled out on the bed, thoroughly relaxed. All right, little lady from Baroque Works, continue your dance attacks on me. I have no intention of sleeping right now. And you, state your purpose swiftly. Watching Princess Vivi squirm, Kyle smirked, of course. If you wish for me to do something else, this bed is still available. As he spoke, he patted the bed, making her flinch in fear. No, that won't be necessary. Dancing is fine. I'm quite good at it. Princess Vivi quickly asserted. Oh, don't force it. You appear quite reluctant. Kyle feigned ignorance. Not reluctant. I'm very willing. Princess Vivi gritted her teeth. Those who understand would see that this princess wore a smile more sorrowful than tears. An utterly stiff expression. Kyle, enjoying himself, continued to provoke her. I don't want your half-hearted efforts. If you keep this up, I'll have you warming my bed. Smile. Smile beautifully. You're so cute. You ought to smile more. I couldn't help but think that Kyle would have made an exceptional PUA. Princess Vivi must have cursed Kyle 1,000 times in her mind, yet she wore a forced smile on her face. Yes, just like that. Kyle observed her long legs, contemplating how lovely her dance would be if only her movements weren't so stiff. Enough with the smiles. You must also reveal your purpose for being here. Kyle pressed on. Princess Vivi nearly ground her teeth to dust. Since you know we are from Baroque Works, what more do you wish to know? Should you uncover our secrets, a mere Marine, such as yourself, may not survive to leave. Upon hearing this, Kyle chuckled. Oh, threatening me now? If you refuse to speak, I'll just have to keep you here to warm my bed. As she spoke, she waved her hand dismissively at her, evoking an indescribable feeling. As for Keloakidir, he was utterly unperturbed now. In the past, before consuming the devil fruit, he would have been cautious, but now, Upon hearing the phrase, warming the bed, Princess Weiwei instantly wilted, spilling secrets like a bamboo tube pouring out beans, almost exposing Keloakidir's hidden truths. Upon hearing this, Kyr's heart was crystal clear. This sand crocodile was evidently anxious, fearing that his secrets might be unveiled. Princess Weiwei, however, had her own ulterior motives, accusing the Baroque Works of being a criminal organization and claiming they intended to seize Alabasta, insinuating that Keloakidir was the mastermind behind it all. I remarked, Miss Wednesday, your insistence on labeling yourselves as a criminal organization and your ambition to usurp a nation. Are you trying to incite the Navy into action? It feels as though you harbor ill intentions. Kyr bluntly pointed this out. Inside, Princess Weiwei cursed, thinking, who doesn't have ulterior motives? Yet she maintained a facade of righteousness, stating, I merely wish for you to understand the might of Baroque Works and advise you to depart from Alabasta before you meddle further. Oh, is that so? I shall take your words at face value. Now continue dancing. I haven't told you to stop. Tired? Then warm the bed. Kair was utterly indifferent to her trivial thoughts. Princess Weiwei mentally imagined dismembering Kair, yet she had to force a smile and keep dancing. What lay ahead would be even more disheartening for her. The inn's attendant, hearing the commotion, rushed over to investigate. Kair promptly produced several berries, requesting the attendant to fetch an image-transmitting snail. In this day and age, wealth speaks volumes. Once the image-transmitting snail was in hand, Princess Weiwei panicked completely, exclaiming, "What are you planning to do? To capture this delightful moment. You can reminisce about it later. Keep dancing. Otherwise, it's warming the bed. I might record something else." Kair grinned wickedly, teasing her with the prospect of a Baroque Works female agent Miss Wednesday's misfortune. He deliberately paused mid-sentence, leaving Princess Weiwei in suspense. This was Kair's first day back, and he was having far more fun than ever before. At that moment, Princess Weiwei felt an urge to end her own life. Yet the warning to warm the bed loomed over her again, leaving her with no choice but to comply, participating in a veritable dance gala. Throughout the night, the room echoed with various taunts. "Harder. Haven't you eaten? Swing your hips more. With legs that long, stretch them out. Temptation. Do you understand? How can you entice me like this? You need to practice more. What a waste of such a fine figure and a beautiful face. Smile. Be more serious. Swing more. If you truly can't do anything, then warm the bed. Even being a vase while warming the bed is acceptable. I'm recording. Don't stop the movements." I tell you, this was nothing short of Princess Weiwei's nightmare. Amidst Kair's laughter and Princess Weiwei's exhaustion and despair, dawn finally broke. Upon hearing Kair call for a halt, she burst into tears. Subsequently, Kair continued to record her embarrassing moments. This was pure blackmail. The next day, Princess Weiwei appeared before Kair with dark circles under her eyes, her expression akin to that of a girl who had spent an entire night dancing at a club. "What do you intend to do now?" "What do you mean? I haven't figured it out yet. Regardless, I want to let you off easily." Kair casually enjoyed his breakfast while admiring Princess Weiwei's exquisite beauty, contemplating whether to give her a steel pole to play with. Princess Weiwei was furious. Not only was he not letting her off the hook, but he was also denying her food, all while being so brazen about it. Kair began to emphasize, "Understand this. It was you who attacked me in the dead of night. I am a victim here. If you assault the Navy again, I might just throw you in jail. Please, don't. What conditions do you want? I must remind you, our mission has a deadline. If we can't return in time, the punishment squad from Baroque Works will be dispatched. You will find yourself in trouble." Princess Weiwei panicked, hastily invoking Baroque Works to intimidate him. "Punishment squad? We'll see. Conditions? I don't have any for now. I'll let you know when I think of something." Kair dismissed her threats entirely. His lack of demands was more terrifying than any conditions, and Princess Weiwei felt as if she had fallen into a den of wolves. "Aren't you going to take a break? You seem quite exhausted," Kair inquired with feigned concern. "Do you think this is due to whom?" Princess Weiwei thought to herself. Yet she dare not rest. "I don't wish to take a break for now." "Not wishing to rest? Hey, Kair chuckled, observing Princess Weiwei's struggle to maintain her composure. Just as they were exchanging banter, Kair's display screen began to change, revealing a video feed. A splendid performance was about to commence. Not this again." Princess Weiwei's screen also popped up. "Do you know what this is?" she cautiously asked Kair. "Shut your mouth, or it's warming the bed." Kair growled menacingly. Then he focused his attention on the display. Initially, it showed the sea, followed by a quaint town that Kair found somewhat unfamiliar. However, when the scene shifted to a tavern, he immediately recognized it. The four emperors, Shanks, accompanied by his motley crew. This was before Shanks had lost his arm. Not far from him was a little brat. Everything connected. I tell you, it was about to get lively. The chat channel erupted in chaos. The Golden Lion Shiki was the first to jump in, furious. "Damn it. Rox, you dead man." "Shut up." Roger chimed in. "What era are you talking about?" "This is my era now. Hey, this old man is half buried in the ground, yet still dreaming of world domination." Roger, always eager for drama, directly mocked. "Oh, Shiki, you're still alive? I thought you'd long since kicked the bucket. How is your mobility these days?" Rox was bewildered, His former subordinates were now openly confronting him in front of the world. Where could he hide his face? As these three relics of the bygone era bickered, the chat channel fell into silence. Who would dare to interject? That would be courting death. Meanwhile, in the Navy headquarters, the atmosphere in Sengoku's office had plummeted to freezing levels. Sengoku, clutching the phone snail, had veins bulging in his hands as he bellowed into the receiver. Kapu, remember your identity. Even in death, he remains the pirate king. And what did that old rascal Kapu respond with? Nonchalantly, he replied, got it, stop yelling. I'm about to answer questions, and abruptly hung up. Those who understand know that being a marshal like Sengoku is immensely frustrating. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, he had no choice. After all, the Navy had yet to claim any rewards, relying solely on the unreliable Kapu to regain some pride. Just then, the system's cold voice rang out. Alert! 10 participants have completed their answers. Responses are about to be revealed. My heart raced. The main event was about to begin. The first to be announced was the Navy officer named Kai. Correct answer. Reward: initial awakening of Conqueror's haki and a superhuman fruit. As soon as the answer was revealed, the entire world fell silent. The child in the video consuming the fruit was Straw Hat Luffy. This was insignificant, but what mattered was his father, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. His grandfather, the Navy hero, Kapu. Damn Kapu. Your entire family is a bunch of bastards. Sengoku's office erupted with a thunderous roar. I suspect the entire Marine Fort heard it. Now, it was clear the son of a Navy hero was the #1 wanted criminal, and his grandson was a pirate. Was the Kapu family all about rebellion? Now the entire world was aware. The Navy's reputation was utterly tarnished. Beside him, Vice Admiral Tsuru wore a worried expression. This is troublesome. The world government will undoubtedly come looking for trouble. Sengoku, furious, slammed his fist on the table. That bastard doesn't care at all. When he returns, I will flay him alive. By the way, have you found out about that Kaya? How does he know everything? Zhejiang proclaimed. There is news. It appears that a former student of teacher Zifa has been sighted in Alabasta. The intelligence agency of the world government has also taken an interest in him. Urge Zifa to hurry. He must be captured and cannot fall into the hands of the world government. On another front, aboard the Revolutionary Army's ship, Long stood at the bow, the wind gentle and the clouds light. His subordinates were near frantic. Mr. Long, both your identity and your son's have been exposed. Yet, Long remained unfazed, replying nonchalantly, it matters not. We cannot hide forever. As for my son, that is his own choice. It was evident that he excelled as a father, having given life yet not fully embraced the role. On the screen, answers continued to be revealed. A hapless slave, coerced into responding, answered incorrectly and faced the death penalty. His soul obliterated, unable to be reincarnated. The system was indeed merciless. Then there was Carp, Luffy, and Ben Beckman, all three answering correctly, receiving identical rewards, a boost in Conqueror's haki and a devil fruit. I thought to myself, what splendid fortune. This system truly spares no expense. Can Conqueror's haki be distributed wholesale? Luffy, initially a mere 30 million berries pirate, suddenly became the focus of the world. The grandson of a naval hero and the son of the Revolutionary Army's leader. Who would dare to underestimate such a lineage? Just as everyone was digesting this astonishing revelation, the screen lit up once more. Quiz event begins. Question: what is the king of the near sea? Who defeated it after Shanks? Format: buzz in. Only one spot available. Reward: one-tailed beast, the Shoha. My eyes widened at the mention of Shoha. If one were to obtain it, would that not lead to immediate ascension? Kyle, too, was swift, his fingers flying over the buzz-in button. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late, outpaced by a guard from a country called Tanko. The guard, rather foolishly, declared the king of the near sea is a terrifyingly large sea king. It was defeated by the hero Carp. Incorrect answer. In the next moment, the truth was unveiled on screen. The so-called king of the near sea was merely a small sea creature resembling a crocodile, hardly large at all, which was effortlessly dispatched by Luffy with a single punch. Immediately thereafter, The guard who had answered incorrectly let out a horrific scream as he transformed into a king of the near sea within a palace, only to be slain before he could even struggle. At this point, the chat channel erupted. Roger was the first to voice his outrage. "Shanks, come out. Did you lose an arm to this creature? And my straw hat? You gifted it to such a little brat?" Shanks, embarrassed, felt as if he might dig his toes into the ground. "Captain, consider it an investment in the future." Rox interjected. "I told you so-called kings are all worthless." Doflamingo, a heavyweight in the conversation, directly addressed Carp. "Fufufu, your family certainly knows how to have fun. A naval hero, a revolutionary leader, and a grandson aspiring to be the pirate king. Are you all aiming to conquer the world?" Roger joined in. "What is up with that kid, Kyle? How does he know everything?" "Carp, is he your illegitimate son?" Rayleigh chimed in with a sharp remark. "Could be your illegitimate grandson as well." The Navy remained silent. As Sengoku had issued a strict order, no one was permitted to speak. Meanwhile, our reward recipients were each stirring. Carp, aboard the warship, suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of power. Was this Conqueror-S hockey? It was rather difficult to control. A strangely shaped fruit appeared before him, and he reported to Sengoku that he had chosen a candidate for the fruit and would not be handing it over. On Luffy's ship, the scene was even more humorous. A devil fruit fell onto the deck, and Nami's eyes widened as she heard Sanji mention that it could sell for at least 100 million berries. She pounced on it, clutching the fruit tightly, her eyes glowing with the shape of berries. 100 million. Mine. All mine. Returning to Alabasta, Kyle also claimed his reward. Upon confirmation, an uncontrollable surge of Conqueror-S hockey erupted from him, causing Princess Vivi nearby to faint without a moment's notice. Amused that this fellow might have a touch of the oblivious, without a glance, he tossed Vivi onto the bed and then turned his attention to the newly acquired glass-like devil fruit, studying it intently. The next day, Kyle donned local attire and swaggered through the city with two terrified servants, Vivi and Mr. Nine. Vivi, in a panic, whispered, "Are you insane? The Baroque works have eyes everywhere. If we fail our mission, they will soon come after us." Kyle, appearing unconcerned, replied, "Let them come. It will save me the trouble of seeking them out." No sooner had he spoken than I sensed a shift in the air around them. A multitude of eyes, no fewer than 100, were fixed upon them. The onlookers remained patient, trailing them until they reached the desert outside the city. Kyle halted and said with a smile, "Your comrades have arrived." Vivi and Mr. Nine turned pale. Mr. Nine nearly wept. "It's over. It's Mr. 10 and Mr. 11. They have long sought to replace us." Soon, they found themselves surrounded by over 100 individuals. Mr. 11, leading the group and dressed like a clown, brandished a knife and grinned menacingly. "Well, Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine, have you turned traitor? According to the rules, you must die here today." Kyle's gaze did not waver toward him, instead falling upon the knife in his hand, a blade known as Huajo, one of the 50 finest swords. "Do not think we are unaware of your intentions." Mr. Nine attempted to retort, but Mr. 11 licked his lips. "It is good that you know. Once you are dead, we will ascend. Brothers, charge." The surrounding individuals raised their weapons, pointing them at Kyle. "You've come all this way to die. How commendable," Kyle remarked coolly, then turned to Vivi and Mr. Nine. "Do not even think of fleeing. If you do, I shall be the first to eliminate you." In the next instant, his figure vanished. Shave. Vivi and Mr. Nine did not even blink before Kyle reappeared before Mr. 11. Startled, Mr. 11 swung his knife in panic, only for Kyle to seize the blade with a single hand. That is not how one wields a knife. With a flick of his left index finger, a blood hole appeared on Mr. 11's forehead, causing him to collapse lifelessly. The renowned sword Huajo naturally fell into Kyle's grasp. "Kill him." The remaining individuals finally snapped to attention, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Yet the bullets, as if guided by an unseen force, whizzed past Kyle without so much as grazing him. One sword style, Flying Star. With a casual sweep, a fierce slash radiated outward, causing blood to erupt from a dozen individuals, who fell lifelessly to the ground before they could utter a sound. Monster! He is a monster! At this point, the agents were thoroughly demoralized, scattering in terror. Yet it was futile. Before Kyle's shave, they might as well have been moving in slow motion. Minutes later, the desert was littered with corpses, leaving only Kyle, Vivi, and Mr. Nine alive. Kyle contentedly sheathed the blade and strolled over to the two stunned individuals, expressing mock regret. "Ah, you didn't flee. I had hoped to find an excuse to eliminate you as well. What a pity." Vivi and Mr. Nine's legs turned to jelly, nearly causing them to kneel. Having dealt with these mere nuisances, Kyle captured a large lizard as a mount and continued deeper into the desert. Vivi cautiously inquired, "Are we really going to Yuba? The rebel army is there." Kyle, glancing at the system screen without raising his head, replied nonchalantly, "Trouble? That is your trouble, not mine." Just then, a ruined city appeared in the distance. Vivi's expression grew somber as she remarked, "This is Irmur, a place long abandoned due to its persistent drought." Kyle surveyed the ground littered with bones and casually inquired, "What is your purpose in going to Yuba?" Unable to contain her curiosity, Vivi finally asked. Kyle chuckled, "Are you probing for information? A captive should behave like one. However, I suppose I can share. I'm still undecided. Perhaps I will become a righteous ally and eliminate the rebel forces." Vivi was momentarily taken aback, her face expressing disbelief at my seemingly unserious claim of being a righteous partner. Just as I uttered these words, the air screen before us flickered to life, announcing the opening of a new Q&A session. The chat room erupted with excitement, buzzing with energy. I glanced at the screen, my eyes widening in surprise. Figures of great renown filled the chat. The likes of Pirate King Roger and the maritime overlord Rox, even in death, were bickering from the afterlife as if hell itself had become a platform for live commerce. Rox berated Roger for his alliance with the Navy, to which Roger retorted, "You were defeated under my command," casting light on the trivial matters of God Valley. As I became engrossed in their exchanges, the video feed shifted. A blue sky, white clouds, and an island came into view, dominated by a colossal tree. I focused intently, realizing with shock that this was the archaeological sanctum of O'Hara. Trouble was brewing. The scene was chaotic, residents hastily boarding evacuation ships while the Navy attempted to maintain order. However, another group, resembling CP agents, surrounded a group of scholars. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, the elder Sengoku's face turned pale, likely grappling with the realization that the truth could no longer be concealed. Suddenly, 3 critical questions emerged, each more perilous than the last. First, who granted the head of CP9 the golden transponder snail, authorizing the execution order? Second, why was O'Hara destroyed? Third, who ordered the bombing of the evacuation ship filled with civilians? It was evident that this was no mere Q&A. It was a public execution. Correct answers promised the ability to translate historical texts, while wrong answers meant certain doom, with no chance of rebirth. Initially, I believed I could answer, but upon seeing the reward, my interest waned. Translating ancient texts? I had little enthusiasm for archaeology. This reward felt more like a punishment than anything else. I quickly opted to observe the unfolding drama. In my moment of hesitation, the 3 spots were swiftly claimed. Elsewhere, in Alabastus' rainy expanse, Crocodile, also known as Mr. Zero, mockingly questioned his subordinate, a woman named Nico Robin. "Isn't this about your homeland? Why not answer?" Robin maintained her composure, outwardly unperturbed, claiming she was too young to know anything at the time. Yet internally, she was in turmoil, having spotted a familiar name in the chat, Dr. Clover. The spirits of O'Hara began flooding the chat with accusations directed at the world government. Dr. Clover himself made an appearance, stating, "It seems the world government has failed to keep its secrets." With that single utterance, the main players were drawn into the fray. The 5 elders, those 5 ancient figures, personally descended into the dialogue, threatening Dr. Clover, saying, "You, a dead man, should remain quiet. Do not forget, O'Hara still has a survivor." They warned that should he speak out, her 2 decades of peace would be at stake. I was astonished by this audacity. Threatening a corpse to leverage a living hostage was utterly shameless. To protect the survivor, Robin, Dr. Clover indeed fell silent. No sooner had the 5 elders departed than Kaido and Rox, the notorious pirates, erupted into a tirade against the world government, only for the system to silence all dissenting voices. Soon, The answers were revealed. Fleet Admiral Sengoku had secured a spot and cunningly answered the first two questions truthfully, admitting his authorization and acknowledging that O'Hara was destroyed for its historical research. Yet for the third question, he audaciously claimed that the evacuation ship met with misfortune. I scoffed at the blatant falsehood. Consequently, the system promptly revealed video evidence. The first clip featured a youthful Sengoku handing the golden transponder snail to the CP-9 chief. Irrefutable proof. The second clip showed Dr. Clover surrounded, moments away from revealing the name of the ancient kingdom, only to be shot dead on the orders of the five elders. The truth was forcibly suppressed. The most shocking video depicted an evacuation ship, filled with civilians, being bombarded by a Navy vessel moments after leaving O'Hara. The camera panned to the ship where none other than Sakazuki, known later as Akainu, coldly stated, "We must eradicate evil. What if a scholar is among them?" I was infuriated by the blatant disregard for civilian lives in the name of so-called justice. Vivi, beside me, was left dumbfounded, her face ashen. I found the entire situation increasingly absurd. Just as one storm passed, another arose, this time concerning Nico Robin. The questions posed were, first, who did she escape O'Hara from? Second, did she truly single-handedly destroy 6 Navy ships at the age of 8? The reward? An enhancement to her hockey. I was exhilarated, my fingers raced to answer. And fortunately, I secured a spot. This was a question I could easily answer. I swiftly submitted my response. When the results came in, I had answered correctly. Robin also answered accurately, along with an unknown pirate who also managed to guess right. Following this, another video was aired. At that moment, still a Navy Vice Admiral Akiji, also known as Kazan, alongside a giant named Saul, protected young Robin, who was frozen in time as Saul was transformed into an ice sculpture. Before collapsing, Saul encouraged Robin to flee. Later, Kazan found the hidden Robin, torn between duty and compassion, ultimately deciding to let her go by creating an icy pathway for her escape. Though he feigned indifference, insisting, "I am not your ally. I am here to capture you." A pure display of tsundere. As for the 6 Navy ships, the video clearly depicted the world government's treachery, framing an 8-year-old child as the son of the devil. The chat room erupted into chaos as the spirits of O'Hara vehemently condemned the Navy, the world government, and the scholars, creating a tumultuous uproar. Meanwhile, on Redline, the 5 elders were nearing apoplexy, convening an emergency meeting to address the malfunctioning system, fearing their secrets would be laid bare. They resolved to refrain from pursuing Nico Robin to avoid provoking Dr. Clover in the afterlife, yet they declared their intent to capture me with full force. I had transformed from a mere slacker in the Navy to the world government's #1 fugitive. On my end, having just received my reward, I felt my mastery over hockey surge. Its application became remarkably smooth. Just as I reveled in this newfound power, a band of oblivious sand thieves on camels surrounded us, demanding we surrender our belongings and mounts while boasting about their rebellion, claiming they were going to make a grand score in Catalia. I couldn't help but chuckle at their audacity. This ragtag group considered themselves rebels? I patiently inquired about their plans, confirming that their base had shifted from Yuba to Catalia. With this intelligence in hand, I had no desire to engage further. Observing their greedy faces, I calmly stated, "Having made your choice, do not regret it." As soon as the words left my lips, I leapt from my lizard mount, declaring, "Kill them." Upon witnessing my solitary presence, the band of sand bandits immediately opened fire. However, the aftermath was rather brief. With a swift movement, I vanished like a specter amidst the dunes, each appearance marked by a flash of my blade, resulting in several of them clutching their throats before collapsing. The cacophony of screams and pleas for mercy echoed for mere moments before the world fell silent. Standing amidst a sea of corpses, I casually flicked the blood from my blade and turned to the petrified Weiwei and Mr. Nine, calling out, "Hey, stop dawdling and come down to loot the spoils." Once they timidly gathered all the valuables, I changed my mind. No longer bound for Yuba, I decided on a direct course to UD. Weiwei hesitated, cautiously inquiring, "Aren't we heading to Cartlea? Weren't you looking for the rebel army?" I interrupted her, stating my disinterest in them. "Going to Cartlea? That would be retracing my steps. It is unnecessary." I regarded her with a mischievous smile. Who says that righteous companions can only combat rebels? Isn't there an even greater evil awaiting my resolution in UD? After pondering for a while, she tentatively asked, UD is most famous for its casinos. Do you have plans regarding them? Absolutely not. Let me clarify. The thing I despise most in life is gambling, especially the concept of it. It is my lifelong adversary. I, Kair, have an unyielding enmity with gambling and drugs. Ha ha ha. You understand my sentiment, right? I observed her incredulous expression, nearly laughing aloud. She continued to analyze, explaining that gambling was legal in Alabasta and the Navy had no jurisdiction over it. Moreover, that area belonged to Crocodile, advising me against pursuing such a perilous path. The more she spoke, the more I found it amusing. I feigned a headache, shaking my head. Oh dear, just hearing the word legal makes my head throb. She immediately retorted, is it appropriate for a Navy man to say such things? I broke into laughter. What is inappropriate about it? If I wish to speak, I shall do so. The worst that can happen is death. If I am not allowed to express myself, I might as well become a sea king, howling freely in the ocean. Furthermore, legality is subjective. Take, for instance, the legal plundering privileges of the 7 warlords. That is quite legal, isn't it? If one day it were to fall upon you, would you not be obliged to surrender your wealth? I shifted my tone, grinning as I gazed at her. Oh, I nearly forgot. Your Baroque works is precisely engaged in such ventures, isn't it? You just mentioned that your shadowy boss is Crocodile. This revelation rendered her speechless, her complexion paling in alarm as she hastily explained, we primarily target pirates. We don't act recklessly. And the powers of the 7 warlords, aren't they bestowed by your Navy? Indeed, I exclaimed, slapping my thigh, bestowed by the government and Navy, that is legality. But if you assault me, that would be deemed illegal, wouldn't it? I reclined lazily, prolonging my words. Moreover, this so-called legal warlord seems to be the guardian of your Alabasta. Why would you think I am here to confront him? Quite peculiar indeed. I scrutinized her, deliberately escalating my words. Are you so anxious because you worry for your boss? Quite commendable, your loyalty. Shall I simply eliminate you loyal subjects first, to prevent any potential betrayal? No, I haven't. You mustn't say such things. Her defenses crumbled, contemplating the various ways she might meet her demise. Yet dying for Crocodile felt more unbearable than death itself. She would rather choose to end her life on the spot. Loyalty is commendable, I teased. Come, allow me to grant you your tragic sacrifice. When I encounter Crocodile, I shall certainly convey the valor of your demise. She was on the verge of tears, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. No, no. Please let me live. I'm always ready to betray him. Ha! You truly are amusing. Observing her flounder, my spirits lifted. However, I had no desire to revisit the topic of Crocodile, preferring to let her stew in her fears. What a delightful game. I retracted my smile, adopting a serious demeanor. All right, cease your inquiries. Given your charming appearance, I might indulge you with a few words, but do not forget you are currently an assailant against the Navy. Saying this, I suddenly reached out, startling her into retreat. Watching her flinch like a frightened rabbit, I couldn't help but burst into laughter, not genuinely pursuing her. After my amusement subsided, I turned only to find a large, bewildered Mr. Nine lingering nearby, looking utterly confused about our conversation. The more I gazed upon him, the more he became an eyesore. What purpose did he serve? Without a second thought, I approached him, grasped his collar, and as if discarding refuse, hurled him into the vast sea of sand, where he quickly transformed into a distant speck, vanishing from sight. What are you doing? Wei Wei was dumbfounded. Aren't we criminals? You just toss him away? I shrugged nonchalantly. That fellow was useless. My interest in him has waned. Upon hearing this, Wei Wei appeared utterly pitiful, perhaps fervently wishing, please, lose interest in me as well. Toss me away too. Given that height, I probably wouldn't die from a fall. As if hearing her unspoken plea, I abruptly turned to her. Do you wish to join him? Her eyes lit up, about to respond, but I preempted her, stroking my blade and grinning warmly. If you wish to go, I could always slice you in half before casting you down. You are truly a demon. Then I will pass. She immediately wilted, realizing I was merely toying with her. relishing in her panic. What? No longer inclined to leap? I feigned confusion. No, 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 absolutely not. She shook her head fervently. Excellent. Now we have our private moment. Any thoughts? Do you feel elated? Elated indeed, but please do not act recklessly. Her entire demeanor was fraught with anxiety. Who could fathom the predicament she was truly in? This navy was filled with perverts. She felt as if I had known her all along, my gaze akin to that of an acquaintance witnessing her misfortune, imbued with delight. I reveled in her fearful yet immobilized expression, my heart swelling with joy. This was all a result of my devilish nature, which had instilled within me a penchant for sadism. Of course, I was not a creature driven solely by hormones, and I had no intention of truly harming her. We rode upon a great lizard, racing through the sands until, at sunset, we finally approached the sleepless city of Alabasta, UD. As we drew near, a notification chimed in my mind, signaling a new event. The screen illuminated as the chat room erupted in chaos, with discussions of rocks and Roger filling the air. I had no desire to engage. All eyes were fixed upon a newly broadcasted video. The footage revealed a desert, which Weiwei instantly recognized. Is this Alabasta? Indeed, and it is UD. I observed the video, sensing an impending spectacle. Old sand might soon be exposed. The footage rapidly transitioned, honing in on the iconic banana crocodile casino of UD. Inside, Crocodile was seen puffing on a cigar, and while I had anticipated some inquiries regarding him, an ominous feeling crept over me. Beside him, Nico Robin feared the worst. If her identity were to be unveiled, a relentless pursuit would ensue. The video then showcased Crocodile himself, surrounded by his elite Baroque works agents. Mr. One, the muscular bald man, appeared astonished. I can't believe you are our boss. Old Sand, his expression darkened, menacingly retorted, do you dare to dispute this? In an instant, the room fell into an eerie silence. After a while, the blue-haired Ms. dared to speak, her hands gesturing. It is not that we are unconvinced, but you are already one of the 7 warlords. Why then, do you need to create such a company? It was then that Crocodile leisurely began his speech. I am not interested in money. What I desire is military power. He elaborated extensively on his utopian battle plan, aiming to induce the self-destruction of an entire nation, only to take control and establish an ideal state. His words flowed like a poetic stream, captivating even Mr. Two, the flamboyant figure, who listened with rapt excitement. In conclusion, Old Sand declared, this is the final and grandest utopian operation of the Baroque works, and failure is not an option. Just as the words left his lips, the video abruptly halted. Old Sand's face darkened. How could his plan be exposed so prematurely? Although it was not his ultimate intention, the embarrassment was palpable. Questions appeared on the screen. Question, is Crocodile's utopian operation truly his ultimate goal? Question, did Crocodile ultimately succeed in his utopian operation? Correct answer reward, one-tailed beast Shikaku. Upon seeing this reward, my eyes widened in astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, my finger instinctively pressed the buzzer. Perhaps others were hesitant, for I managed to seize the sole available spot. In the chat area, Roger commented, another Navy officer, truly a quiz master. Aren't you afraid of answering incorrectly? Old Sand, drenched in rain, was nearly driven to madness. It was his question, his most assured answer, and yet I had snatched it away. The answers were soon revealed. Navy Officer Kyle answered the first question. The utopian operation is not Crocodile's goal. Answer to the second question. Crocodile ultimately failed. Both questions answered correctly. Reward, one-tailed beast Shikaku. Goodness, I had struck the jackpot. Shikaku was mine. Next to me, Weiwei was utterly stunned, from the beginning of the video until now. She had remained in a state of shock, her anger towards Old Sand's scheme nearly causing her teeth to grind. Before we could catch our breath, the second question emerged. Question, what is Crocodile's true objective? Question, who ultimately defeated Crocodile and thwarted his plans? Correct answer reward, life enhancement. What? Another one? I boldly pressed the buzzer again, successfully claiming another spot. I sensed that this group was rather timid regarding future questions, unwilling to hazard a guess. I directly input my answers. The results came swiftly, and the other two unfortunate souls who had buzzed and answered incorrectly. Navy Officer Kyle answered the first question. Crocodile's objective is to seek the ancient weapon Pluton. Answer to the second question. Crocodile was ultimately defeated by Straw Hat Luffy. Both questions answered correctly. Reward, life enhancement. The Navy, scoundrels. In the rain banquet, Crocodile's roar could probably be heard throughout the casino. His secrets were laid bare. He gained not a single advantage, and his fury was palpable. He turned to Robin and shouted, "Find this Navy officer, and that straw hat brat. No matter whose grandson he is, I will not allow anyone who disrupts my plans to exist." Robin felt a pang of despair. She gazed at the answers on the screen, realizing I was essentially a bug, possessing knowledge of both the past and future. She had made up her mind to flee. Meanwhile, chaos erupted worldwide. The Gorus EI directly ordered the revocation of Crocodile's title as a warlord, dispatching CP9 to apprehend him. The Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon, also began to rally forces to protect Robin in Alabasta. The world was stirred by my two responses. Wei Wei and I found a hotel in the rain, and after claiming my life enhancement reward, I felt as though I could live several more years. At that moment, the screen began to play another video. The image depicted an ancient ruin, where Crocodile, Nico Robin, and Wei Wei's father, King Cobra, stood before a historical stone tablet. Father. Wei Wei's tears nearly spilled as she witnessed her father's plight. I lay on the bed, lazily commenting, "Your boss is quite capable. It seems he has even taken down a king." Feeling heartbroken, as she heard my sardonic words, she could no longer contain herself and looked up to ask, "Do you know my identity? Miss Wednesday's identity, or something else?" I feigned ignorance, pointing at the screen. "Don't get distracted. Look, the person who defeated your boss is about to appear." I had no intention of revealing the truth. How could I continue to tease her otherwise? In the video, just as Old Sand was preparing to unleash his wrath because Robin had not divulged the whereabouts of Pluton, a figure burst forth, none other than that straw hat brat, Luffy, clad in a red vest and flip-flops. He appeared disheveled, yet brimming with ferocity. Old Sand was taken aback. "How many times must I kill you before you relent?" Without uttering a word, Luffy charged forward, delivering a kick that sent Old Sand flying. Old Sand, incredulous, exclaimed, "Impossible! How can you strike me without water?" It was then he realized Luffy was using his own blood as a weapon. The two engaged in a tumultuous battle within the underground ruins. Old Sand revealed his venomous hook, yet Luffy, unaffected by the poison, pressed on defiantly. "I'm going to be the Pirate King," Luffy roared. Those who understand the nuances of shonen protagonist classic bravado know it can utterly dismantle a self-assured antagonist like Old Sand, leaving him vulnerable. In a fit of rage, Old Sand laughed mockingly, deriding Luffy as an ignorant child. However, before he could finish, Luffy shattered his venomous hook with a kick, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches upon him. Old Sand was bewildered. Despite the poison's effects, how could this kid possess such strength? In a desperate attempt, he drew his poisoned sword, shouting, "Do you know who I am?" Luffy's response was equally audacious. "No matter who you are, I will surpass you." With a powerful kick, he sent Old Sand soaring into the sky, inhaled deeply, and spun like a top as he ascended. Goma Goma no Storm. Countless punches rained down like a torrential downpour, shattering Old Sand's sandstorm defense, sending both him and the sand crashing through the temple's ceiling and into the skies above the city. The video abruptly ceased at this point. In the hotel, Wei Wei watched in awe and delight. She was shocked that her father might be in grave danger, but thrilled that the villain Crocodile had finally been sent flying. Meanwhile, in the rain banquet, Old Sand was left speechless with rage. Robin, observing the murderous glint in his eyes, had quietly braced herself for a hasty escape. Just then, the screen lit up once more, and new video began to play. In the frame, Luffy donned a vibrant red kimono, facing none other than the formidable Four Emperor, Kaido, a fearsome dragon of the New World. I tell you, when this image appeared, the entire world erupted. The Navy, the Revolutionary Army, the Four Emperors, the Seven Warlords, everyone was glued to the screen. Just moments before, they had been discussing the first half of the Grand Line, and now, here we were, thrust into the New World, confronting the Four Emperors. That was Kaido. Even through the screen, the overwhelming pressure nearly crushed me. And you won't believe what happened next. As the video began, Luffy, seemingly possessed, relentlessly pursued the hundreds of meters-long dragon, pummeling it with an array of attacks. Unleashing Gear Second and Gear Third techniques as if they were free of cost, battering Kaido like a punching bag, leaving him utterly defenseless. On our ship, Nami and the others were left in stunned amazement, exclaiming, "Is Luffy really going to become this strong in the future? This is utterly outrageous." Luffy, with his hands on his hips, laughed heartily. "Haha, just as I thought. The future me is incredible." Sanji stood nearby, his cigarette nearly extinguished from fright, muttering, "What kind of pirate ship have I boarded?" After battling the 7 warlords, "Captain, are you planning to take on the 4 emperors next? Are you going to single-handedly defeat Lord M?" Zoro, however, was brimming with excitement, his eyes sparkling, finding the thrill of it all invigorating. Usopp, on the other hand, had already begun devising a plan to jump ship without getting his shoes wet, exclaiming, "I've contracted a disease that prevents me from sailing. Is it too late to withdraw from the crew? Who understands this contrast?" Nami, observing the scene, sensed something amiss and remarked, "Look, why is Kaido only receiving blows without retaliating? He seems like a mere puppet." Sanji concurred. "Indeed, he appears less intimidating than the previous hawk-eyed foe." Luffy, upon hearing this, became displeased, asserting, "What is this? You all doubt my future strength." While we were animatedly discussing, the screen suddenly flashed, presenting a quiz with a prize. Question: was the 4 Emperor Kaido defeated by Luffy in this battle? Let me tell you, the rewards and penalties were outrageous. Answer correctly, and you would receive a Zoan-type devil fruit that grants 1 year of resurrection. Answer incorrectly, and you would lose one of your abilities with no chance of reincarnation. Moreover, it was a rapid response quiz with only 3 spots available. Instantly, the entire world went wild. The button was nearly overwhelmed with clicks. In an instant, the 3 slots were filled, and one of them was snagged by none other than Kaido himself. He was in Wano, witnessing the screen showing himself being knocked down. His face darkened with rage. Without a second thought, he bellowed, "What a joke. I would be defeated by this little brat. He is sure to lose." The other 2 who claimed the spots were also from Wano, having witnessed Kaido's power, and they quickly selected Kaido as the victor without a moment's hesitation. Announcement: all 3 have answered. Now to reveal the results. For Emperor Kaido, answered correctly. Wano Bystander A answered correctly. Wano Bystander B answered correctly. Well, it seems the people of Wano have taken all the rewards. Our crew breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that we had prevented Luffy from buzzing in. Otherwise, we might have lost even the gum-gum fruit. Luffy himself appeared disheartened, but only for a moment, as he quickly revived, clenched his fists, and declared, "If I lost, then I lost. Now that I know about the 2nd and 3rd forms, once I train adequately, I will surely send him flying next time." This lad truly possesses a commendable mindset. Then, the video resumed. I tell you, the plot twist came faster than my mother's phone calls. The footage showed Kaido transforming back from his dragon form, standing up from the ground. Luffy charged at him with a flurry of punches, yet Kaido remained nonchalant, his expression suggesting that even if he lost a single drop of blood, it would count as his defeat, until Luffy unleashed his most powerful 4th form, expending all his strength to deliver a massive King Kong gun, his fist resembling a small mountain as it came crashing down. This time, Kaido finally moved. He didn't T-dodge at all, casually lifting his Kanabo to meet the attack. Thunderbagwa. Bang! A colossal sound erupted. In that single moment, let me tell you, with just a casual swing of his weapon, Luffy, who moments ago had been displaying his might against the 4 emperors, was sent flying, his eyes rolling back as he crashed to the ground, unconscious, with the broadcast cutting to black at lightning speed. Over in Alabasta, Crocodile watched this scene unfold, nearly bursting into laughter, feeling immensely vindicated. On our ship, everyone fell silent. Luffy was particularly distraught, jumping around the deck, unable to accept the reality. Why? I unleashed my 4th form and still got taken out in one blow. The final scene of the video showed Kaido approaching the unconscious Luffy. Looking down at him with disdain, and mockingly asking, "What was it you said you wanted to become, little brat?" Such a heart-wrenching insult. Luffy, infuriated, as soon as the video ended, charged into the public chat room, addressing all members, no, directly to the 4 Emperor Kaido, declaring, "I am a man who will become the Pirate King. Just you wait, Kaido." Nami, too late to intervene, turned pale, exclaiming, "You lunatic, withdraw that message. If he sends a subordinate after us, we will be utterly wiped out." And guess what? Kaido actually replied, "For Emperor Kaido, little brat, I'll be waiting for you. I hope you can endure another blow next time." Then, even more explosive events unfolded, with figures like Roger, Garp, and Rox erupting onto the screen. The public chat became a cacophony of arguments. Rox, ever the provocateur, jumped right in, declaring that since Roger was the Pirate King and Luffy aspired to be the Pirate King, that made him Roger's protege. And upon discovering Luffy was Garp's grandson, the connections and lineage nearly fried my CPU. What a chaotic circle. While the chat erupted into chaos, another incident transpired in the rain-soaked streets of Alabasta. Within our hotel room, a towering woman, battle-scarred yet exuding an aura of confidence, suddenly appeared in our room, none other than Nico Robin. Upon entering, her gaze fixed on a man named Kyle in our midst, she cut straight to the chase. "You are the Navy officer, Mr. Kyle, who has been dominating the quiz, correct?" Princess Vivi turned pale, realizing her identity within Baroque works had been compromised. Kyle, however, remained unfazed, calmly asking Robin why she was there. Robin explained, "I just had a falling out with Crocodile, and I suspect you came here due to him or perhaps the underworld." To which Kyle responded, No, I have no interest in those matters. I'm merely passing through, looking to recruit some personnel to establish an organization. I find Baroque works rather appealing. It seems profitable to run my own operation." I was taken aback. He aimed to seize the 7 Warlords' enterprise? He was even bolder than Luffy. Robin was equally taken aback, stating, "That is Crocodile's organization." Kyle shrugged nonchalantly, then let him disappear. "Since you've had a fallout, I'll take care of him, and you can continue managing things for me." His words were delivered with the ease of someone shopping for cabbage. Robin probed further into his intentions, and Kyle, half joking yet half serious, replied, "My goal is to create a utopian world." Upon hearing this, Vivi and Robin exchanged glances, regarding him as if he were a fool. Robin, maintaining her composure, analyzed, "You're currently exposed. The entire world is watching you. Isn't following you more dangerous?" Kyle laughed. "So it all comes down to not trusting my abilities, huh?" As he spoke, a wave of cold swept through the room, the temperature plummeting as ice began to form. An aura so chilling that even Akiji would need a smoke. In an instant, his figure flashed behind Robin, a cold hand resting on her back. Robin, despite sensing the danger with her observation haki, found herself paralyzed with fear, unable to move. At this moment, Robin fully submitted, taking a deep breath and stating, "All right, if you can deal with Crocodile, I will assist you." With Robin on board, Kyle turned his attention to Princess Vivi, smiling as he asked, "So, Princess, if I eliminate Crocodile for you, what do you plan to offer me in return?" Vivi wary asked, "What do you want?" Kyle simply replied with 2 words, "The nation." Vivi's face drained of color, fearing another crocodile was upon her, shaking her head vehemently. Kyle waved his hand dismissively. "I have no interest in your desolate desert. What I mean is, Alabasta must support me unconditionally from now on. If I need money, you provide it. If I need people, you provide them. Even if it leads to conflict with the world government, you must stand by my side." This demand was absurd. Vivi gritted her teeth, stating, "As long as it doesn't affect the country and the people, I can grant you money, but nothing else is negotiable." Kyle smirked. "Are you brushing me off? What if, at that time, everything you mentioned does affect the nation? Wouldn't I be at a loss?" Cornered, Vivi boldly declared, "If you believe I'm dismissing you, then take my life." Upon hearing this, Kyle chuckled. "I have no interest in your life, but your words have reminded me. If you dare to play tricks, I will simply abduct you and leave Alabasta without an heir. How about you becoming my queen when the time comes? And let us bring Alabasta as a dowry." The words, laced with both anger and embarrassment, made Wei Wei's face flush crimson as she shouted, "Impossible." Yet Kyle adopted an authoritative tone, stating, "This is not up to you. Should you ever do something that displeases me, it will not merely result in a little tarnishing of your reputation." After finishing his statement, he grinned widely. Then it settled. At that moment, I couldn't help but pull out my recording device. Wei Wei's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot as she gritted her teeth and asked, "Can you delete that thing?" I chuckled, replying, "Delete? Are you joking? This is our beautiful memory. It has sustained me during my emo phases. Whenever I think of Princess Wei Wei, I will play it back. That enchanting dance is truly my electronic midnight snack. Shall we have another performance?" "Absolutely not." She fumed, unable to counter my antics. How could anyone comprehend this feeling of frustration mixed with an inability to retaliate? She probably realized that defeating Crocodile in the future was a far-off notion. Seeing her in this state, I feigned a lazy slump, resembling a salted fish, and lamented, "What a pity. I initially wanted the princess to boost morale, so I could find the motivation to trouble old sand. Now, I have lost all motivation and shall resign myself to idleness." She pointed at me, speechless for a while. Before conceding, "Just get it done quickly. That's the spirit." After all, I had the dirt on her, and with debts piling high, what was one more dance for the sake of the nation? Robin in the adjacent room must have been utterly flabbergasted, probably questioning my antics. After dinner, I was ready to take action. Wei Wei tried to stop me, saying, "Are you planning to confront him here? The rain-soaked ground is filled with our Alabasta people." I shot her a glare. "Those are your people, not mine. Once you package Alabasta and deliver it to me, then we can discuss this." As I spoke, I had already begun tracking Old Sand's movements. How was I tracking him? I summoned my Shoha, that miniature version resembling a chubby raccoon, which specializes in companionship. The look on Wei Wei's face nearly screamed, "This thing?" She must have been thinking, "Can it truly obliterate a nation?" I couldn't be bothered to explain. Shoha was even less patient than I. It pinpointed Old Sand's location and suddenly exclaimed, "That sand-playing fellow is about to escape. Let me go after him." How thrilling. "All right, wait until he leaves the rain-soaked area, then you can go play." I waved my hand. This Shoha was nothing like the furious character from Hokage. It was adorable, capable of fighting, and could even serve as a power bank, my cherished little treasure. "Ha ha, leave it to me." At that, Shoha transformed into a whirlwind of sand and sped off. Wei Wei was left in shock. "It just left like that? Aren't you going to help?" That's a warlord of the sea. She feared that if Old Sand escaped, Alabasta would truly face ruin. "No worries. I'm just here to watch the show." I pulled her along, taking her to witness the live spectacle, letting her see how the one who nearly destroyed her nation was being thoroughly defeated. Meanwhile, in the desert, Old Sand was on his way when he suddenly felt something was off, increasingly aware of being intensely scrutinized. His vigilance was commendable. He immediately used his powers to scan the surroundings, only to find himself encircled by eyes made of sand. What was this? He retaliated with a sand blade, slicing through several of them. Yet he remained cautious, for there were more where those came from. As he grew increasingly paranoid, a booming laughter echoed from above. "Ah ha ha ha! Boom!" A thunderous sound reverberated, shaking the desert. Shoha transformed back into its full form, crashing down like a mountain. Old Sand reacted swiftly, elementally evading. But being stepped on like this made his face turn green with fury, and as he reformed his body, he began to curse. "What kind of monster are you?" "Monster?" The real show was just beginning. Shoha ignored him entirely and unleashed a wind-based attack. With a resounding boom, the desert was blasted into a massive crater, the storm wreaking havoc for kilometers around. Old Sand was forced to elementalize repeatedly, desperate to evade the onslaught. Shoha continued to unleash a barrage of wind attacks like a machine gun. Wind release, air bullet. Wind release, air bullet. Wind release, air bullet. The blasts were so intense that Old Sand could barely maintain his form. Frustrated, he shouted, "It's useless. In this desert, I am invincible." He unleashed a signature move, the Desert Treasure Blade, striking Shoha. Yet, it left no mark, as if he had merely grazed it. Shoha burst into laughter. Invincible? A mere human. How laughable. A frog at the bottom of a well. Another wind-based attack followed, a storm of sand sweeping down like a hail of bullets. Old Sand was utterly exasperated. No matter what powerful moves he unleashed, they made no impact on Shoha. After a prolonged struggle, Old Sand was nearly out of energy, while Shoha appeared unfazed. Both were lost in thought. Old Sand contemplated escape, while Shoha mused, physical attacks are ineffective. Time to employ sealing techniques. Without hesitation, Shoha's enormous claws reached for Old Sand. He attempted to evade by elementalizing, but soon discovered that Shoha's claws had transformed into sand as well. In the next moment, a colossal pyramid erupted from the desert, sealing Old Sand within. What was happening? Trapped inside, Old Sand was bewildered, realizing he could no longer control the surrounding sand. Shoha laughed triumphantly. I wonder if you need to eat. I can seal you until you perish, no problem. Old Sand struggled in vain. His control over the sand completely stripped away, leaving him to await his doom. After the battle concluded, I leisurely brought Wei Wei to the scene. The site was akin to the desert having been plowed, with pits scattered everywhere. Wei Wei cautiously inquired, "Has Crocodile been killed?" Shoha replied in a deep voice, "That fellow has been sealed. His ability is too unique for me to strike him directly. Now he can only play in my sand until he starves." Well done. I patted Shoha's leg, asserting my dominance as I confirmed Old Sand as predicament. Just then, a familiar notification sound chimed, and a display screen materialized before us. The Q&A system was back in action. This time, the screen featured my old acquaintance, a bespectacled elder with a mechanical arm resembling a mafia boss, Zifa. My heart sank, hoping he wouldn't be too distressed. The eyes of the world were upon us as the question appeared. Question: who killed former Admiral Zifa? Correct answer reward: Supreme Haki. Incorrect answer penalty: loss of Haki, fruit, or life. Goodness, the expression of Fleet Admiral Sengoku darkened instantly. The pirates, eager to witness the Navy's embarrassment, were wide-eyed with anticipation. Zifa himself remained calm, stating that dying in battle was the best end for him. I, however, was far from calm. This was a straightforward question. I quickly typed in the answer. Navy member Kyle answers. Former Admiral Zifa was ultimately killed by the current Admiral Kizaru, Borsellino, and his men. As soon as the answer was submitted, the world erupted in chaos. Even Zifa seemed stunned, likely contemplating my reckless guess. In the chat, the likes of Roger and Rox were watching the unfolding drama, but dared not intervene. Shortly thereafter, the verdict arrived. Correct answer. Reward granted: Supreme Haki. A surge of overwhelming power flooded into my body, exhilarating. Following closely, a certain lucky goddess, Bacala, also answered correctly, revealing that I am not the sole possessor of intellect. Wei Wei, beside me, appeared utterly astonished and whispered, "How do you know about future events?" I turned to her with a smile. Guess. She promptly fell silent. Meanwhile, aboard teacher Zepha's warship, he hung up the call with Sengoku and issued a direct command. Full speed ahead to Alabasta. Do not let that brat escape. At the Marine headquarters, Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru analyzed the situation, suspecting that Zepha would inevitably betray them. Kizaru, ever the jester, suggested he might be acting on your orders, Marshal. Sengoku barked back silence. He then turned to Kizaru with a serious expression, instructing, "Go retrieve Cairo and avoid any conflict." Kizaru accepted the order and vanished in a flash of golden light. Simultaneously, the system began to play a video. In the footage, Teacher Zepha was surrounded by the Marines, with Kizaru at the forefront. He had abandoned his usual carefree demeanor, unleashing his Yada no Kagami technique upon Teacher Zepha without restraint. Borisarino, farewell, Teacher Zepha. A torrent of light bullets rained down, forcing Zepha to stagger back, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet he persevered, standing tall and roaring. "Let me teach you your final lesson." He charged towards the Marines, and the video abruptly ended. Upon the video's conclusion, the chat room erupted once more. I disdainfully shut off the screen, feeling the system was rather stingy, offering only one question. I turned to Wei Wei, who remained in a daze. Approaching her, I cheerfully remarked, "It is not about what I will do, but rather what you will do, my little princess." Me? She pointed at herself, bewildered. "I caught Crocodile for you. Our agreement is settled. Yet your commitment remains unfulfilled. This nation is devoid of rain, and there are rebel forces. What do you intend to do? Perhaps you could plead with me, and I might just relent and assist you." She pondered for a moment, but shook her head. "No need. We will manage the rebels." The little girl was quite stubborn, fearing she might owe me a debt that would lead to her capture as repayment. That would be such a pity. I prodded her a bit, then waved at Shoah, pulling Weiwei back as we headed towards Old Sand's lair, Rain Banquet. After contacting Nico Robin, we boldly took residence there. Robin looked at me, her eyes filled with astonishment. "I did not expect you to actually pull it off." She had secretly followed us, but had kept her distance. I chuckled. "Your speed is quite impressive. You returned much earlier than us." Realizing she had been discovered, Robin swiftly shifted to the main topic. "I will help you handle the Baroque works, but have you thought of names and sources of funding?" She seemed eager to showcase her value, making herself indispensable. I replied nonchalantly, "Sources of funding? They are abundant, just as they were for you before." Next to us, Weiwei tensed at my words. "Are you planning to rob?" "Robbing is a certainty," I stated bluntly. "With so many pirates on the Grand Line, we will blockade the routes, taking one ship after another. If that fails, we can find those underground traffickers for a hefty haul. Money is trivial. The real issue is the lack of trustworthy individuals." Robin was taken aback, surprised that I had already devised a plan. She nodded, not dismissing it, and began contacting personnel, preparing for a grand endeavor. Observing Robin busy herself, Weiwei fidgeted anxiously beside me, hesitating for a long while before finally speaking up. Can I go back for a bit?" Upon hearing this, I chuckled and turned to her. "Go back? We have other matters in our agreement. Do you intend to disregard your previous plan to ambush me as if nothing occurred?" Weiwei's expression fell, her face reflecting defeat. After a moment of contemplation, she squeezed out, "Then what do you want?" I found her submissive demeanor utterly amusing. I scrutinized her, causing her face to flush a deep crimson, likely envisioning various scenarios in her mind. I pushed her into a room and closed the door. 2 hours later, I emerged, holding a freshly created video snail, feeling quite satisfied. The girl followed closely behind, her face as red as a ripe shrimp, stumbling slightly. Dressed in an outfit that you know well, a particularly revealing dancer's attire. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Is this acceptable?" I shook the video snail in my hand, grinning. "I initially thought to refuse, but seeing your petite figure, I fear if we continue, you might just faint from the excitement, which would be rather amusing. Go on. I await your return in tears, begging for my assistance for your great nation." "You are truly a villain," she exclaimed before running off. Just as she departed, Robin arrived, clutching a pile of even more provocative clothing, waving at Weiwei's retreating figure. Weiwei hastened her pace, practically gliding away. Robin approached, smiling. "It seems these will no longer be needed, my new boss. You certainly know how to have fun." I raised the video snail, who says they are unnecessary. "If you do not mind playing the leading lady, I can easily film another scene. I noticed you lurking at the door for quite some time. You must be quite experienced." Robin's smile faltered as she immediately declined. "No, I did not. This is better left for Princess Weiwei." Joking aside, she did not wish to vanish mid-performance. "What a pity," I pouted, fully aware of her intentions. Robin, clever as she was, remained merely a sophisticated tool. There was no thrill in playing with her. It seemed Robin sensed my thoughts, quickly steering the conversation back to Weiwei. "She will soon return, pleading for your help." I have checked. The rebel forces are a chaotic blend, with all sorts involved. Even if their leader wishes to halt, the underlings are already bloodthirsty and cannot stop. Moreover, our people are among them, if necessary. I interrupted. "No, do not entertain such dangerous ideas. Withdraw all those I have placed within the rebel forces and the royal army. Inform them they have been dismissed." Robin paused. "What are you doing?" "We are playing, not crossing lines." I explained that if she became aware of my covert actions against her, it would ruin our future interactions. The enjoyment of the game would be entirely lost. Upon hearing this, Robin wore a skeptical expression, yet remarked, "It seems our new boss is unexpectedly gentle." I possess even gentler qualities. Would you like to experience them? I waved the video snail. She quickly shifted the topic. "Let us set that aside. I will arrange everything now. Heroes always arrive last. Let's hope they can hold out until then." With that, she dashed away quicker than Weiwei. Watching her vanish, I chuckled. I am no hero. At most, I might be considered a just companion. After Robin's departure, I remember my pet. I instructed Shoha, keep an eye on Wei Wei. Do not let her truly get into trouble, for that would be quite dull. To my surprise, this little creature delivered an unexpected revelation. Cairo. Those strange individuals you asked me to monitor have made their move. The world government spies have infiltrated the entire Rain base, both inside and out. With over 100 discovered, they are nearly surrounding the place. Shall we deal with them? I chuckled, impressed by their swift actions. All right, stop the baiting. Let us reel them in quietly and ensure they leave peacefully. The next moment, throughout the Rain base, in countless shadowy corners, those spies engaged in covert communications found the sand beneath them coming to life, ensnaring them like serpents, muffling their cries, and squeezing tightly. With a sickening crunch, distorted corpses materialized, silently dragged into the earth, buried securely. As I was conducting a thorough cleaning on my end, the naval officer Zifa arrived at Alabasta in a flurry. Accompanied by his crew, the old man intended to get in touch with the intelligence agents here, but after a prolonged attempt, he received no response whatsoever. Little did he know that his precious informants had already become organic fertilizer for this desert. Once I had dealt with these nuisances, it was time to meet my new employees. In the lavish dining hall of the Yuyan banquet, all the elite operatives remaining from the Baroque works had gathered, each one more creatively dressed than the last. Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Miss Doublefinger were all present. The individual named Fenculi, Mr. 2, was the first to jump up and bluster. Hey. Nico Robin, what are you playing at? Our boss is not Crocodile. I simply took a seat at the head of the table, crossed my legs, and smiled as I replied, I shall address your query. Ideally, Crocodile will be sitting here, but alas, he has lost and is now my captive. Thus, from this day forth, I take charge of all of you. The room fell silent in an instant. Of course, you may refuse. I am quite democratic, I added. The woman named Bora, Miss Doublefinger, inquired, what do you intend for us to do? You have seen the previous system videos, correct? The utopian plan spoken of by Crocodile piqued my interest as well. I shrugged, stating the plan remains unchanged, albeit with slight modifications. Previously, you battled in a novice village. Now, under my guidance, you shall commence at a hellish difficulty level. How shall I put it? This isn't merely a hostile takeover. It's a vibe shift, you feel me? Fenculi interjected once more. In the end, you are still deceiving us. Your true aim is the ancient weapon, Pluton, isn't it? I regarded him and everyone else, responding slowly. As for Pluton, I do not know where it is located, but I do know where to find the clues. However, that is of little importance. The critical question remains, will you stay and continue working, or will you leave immediately? The atmosphere was thick with silence, and no one dared to move. It seems you have made a wise choice, I stated as I stood up. Robin would communicate the specifics to you. From now on, you will heed her instructions. Oh, and regarding the affairs of Alabasta, whether it be the rebel army or the royal forces, do not interfere. That is all. With that, I departed, leaving a room full of bewildered individuals behind. Meanwhile, as I was finalizing the business acquisition, our Princess Vivi had finally returned to the palace, rolling and tumbling. She reported to her father, tears streaming down her face. Naturally, the part about dancing was omitted from the account. Upon hearing that Crocodile had fallen, her father, Cobra, exclaimed, "This is a tremendous blessing. I will accept all the conditions you promised." The girl, filled with fervor, replied, "Father, now is the time for me to persuade the rebels to return." On the other side, at the rebel headquarters, her childhood friend, Kusha, was taken aback upon hearing that Vivi was coming. He was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to meet her or not. As the news spread, chaos ensued. Many within the ranks, including some planted by Baroque works, became agitated upon learning that the princess was personally arriving. Their greed ignited as they began to incite their comrades with thoughts of capturing the princess to threaten the king for untold riches. Ultimately, the two met outside the city in the desolate sands. The scene was reminiscent of a tragic farewell. Kusha approached with a scowl, attempting to appear aloof. Nefertari Vivi, what do you have to say for yourself? Vivi, her eyes red, implored earnestly, I wish to end the war. Everything that transpired was a misunderstanding, a scheme of crocodile. He has now been defeated. Please believe me, grant me a little time, and the nation will heal. I assure you. Kush's heart wavered at that moment. However, standing behind him were hundreds of thousands of brothers blinded by hatred, leaving him with no choice. He ultimately gritted his teeth and set a deadline. 1 month. I grant you 1 month. If there is no change in Alabasta within that time, then this month shall be our final preparation period. After 1 month, we shall fight to the death. This month serves as your final ultimatum. Vivi, with no other option, nodded in agreement. However, what transpired next? Just as the ink on the agreement was drying, Kusha was ready to lead his men away when suddenly someone in his ranks shouted, "Capture the princess! Kusha has betrayed us." I stood nearby, witnessing everything unfold with clarity. These individuals had clearly plotted this in advance. Their rhythm was akin to a well-rehearsed performance, inciting the already heated rebels with just a few words. One moment, they were shaking hands in peace, and the next, weapons were drawn. A gunshot rang out, aimed directly at Vivi. Bell, the birdman, reacted swiftly, flapping his wings to block the bullet, but the entire situation spiraled out of control. The rebels surged forward like wild beasts, and the royal forces, outnumbered, were quickly overwhelmed. To make matters worse, someone from the crowd took a shot at Kusha from behind. Kusha was left stunned, likely unable to comprehend how his own allies had turned against him. Vivi watched in horror as Kusha fell, tears streaming down her face, her spirit crumbling. This was not the script they had agreed upon. Wasn't it supposed to be resolved peacefully? How had it escalated into a full-blown melee? Bell, seeing the chaos, had no time to waste. He grabbed Vivi and attempted to take flight to safety. However, the rebels, fueled by frenzy, even brought out small cannons, firing at the sky. In that critical moment, Vivi, perhaps completely broken, closed her eyes and began to mutter, "I beg you, whatever the cost, save them." I can assure you, her words seemed to trigger something. In the next instant, a tremendous power erupted from Vivi, one that left even me astounded. The sand on the battlefield seemed to come alive. A whirlwind of yellow sand engulfed the area, transforming into countless sand tendrils that ensnared everyone, whether rebel or royal, mummifying them in place. The scene was akin to quicksand hell descending upon them. All present were paralyzed with fear, some even mistaking it for the return of crocodile. Bell descended with Vivi, equally astonished by this miraculous display. Vivi, regaining her composure, immediately directed the sand to free the royal forces, urging them to rescue others while disarming the rebels. The sand obediently followed her commands, as if it were a loyal pet, intelligently relocating the critically injured Kusha and his closest allies to Vivi's side. Kusha, coughing blood, gazed at Vivi with a bitter smile, acknowledging, "It seems you have emerged victorious." Vivi shook her head, replying, "There are no winners in this matter." Deep down, she understood that the true victor was the one orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, Kai. Just as the situation began to stabilize, I suddenly sensed the air grow heavy. Several figures appeared on the battlefield as if teleporting, led by an elderly gentleman clad in a Navy justice coat, his arms thicker than my thighs. Clearly not one to be trifled with. The Navy. Vivi's heart sank. The old man, none other than Zifa, had a gaze as sharp as a knife and bluntly inquired, "Young lady, I just heard the name crocodile, and what is your connection to this ability to control sand?" Upon hearing this, I realized the gravity of the situation. This old man was astute. The level of skill displayed by Wei Wei is hardly impressive. Stammering, she attempted to deflect the inquiry, yet Zifa easily extracted the truth with just a few words. Her anxious expression almost betrayed her deep connection with him. The purple-haired girl named Ai Un, standing beside Zifa, regarded Wei Wei with an intensity that suggested she could almost detect a rival's presence. Observing Wei Wei's stubbornness, Zifa escalated his approach. "Enough pretense. You know that lad Kyle, don't you? He is in the rainy land, isn't he? He helped you deal with crocodile and is now aiding you in quelling the rebellion, correct?" Upon hearing this, Wei Wei's face drained of color. Zifa noted her reaction, realizing he had hit the mark. He continued, "That boy will bring monumental trouble to your royal family." The only way to salvage the situation is to send him back to the Navy, just as Wei Wei seemed on the verge of collapse. The sand before them suddenly coalesced into a massive eye, coldly scrutinizing the group of Navy personnel. ZFA chuckled. "Kyle intends to greet you with this, does he?" No sooner had he spoken than the sand transformed again, spelling out the words "rainy land" on the ground. The spectacle did not end there. The sand violently tossed 3 individuals, clearly not ordinary rebels, at ZFA's feet, 2 lifeless and 1 severely injured. AI in approached to inspect, exclaiming, "Incredible, these are CP agents." This display was nothing short of audacious. ZFA let out a huff and ceased his torment of Wei Wei, leading his team directly to the rainy land. Once darkness fell, they arrived at the most conspicuous establishment in the area, the Crocodile Casino. As they entered, Nico Robin approached them. ZFA's expression darkened upon seeing her. "That lad has fallen, associating with bounty criminals." His iron arm creaked ominously, poised for action. Robin, feeling the pressure, quickly clarified. "Please do not misunderstand, Navy officer. Our boss mentioned he is preparing to give you a proper welcome." "Preparing?" ZFA sneered, sensing that the reception was far from cordial. He descended to the lower levels, where he found a black-haired youth, bare-chested, stretching his muscles. The youth turned and grinned. "Ah, teacher, you finally made it." "Kyle." ZFA's gaze fell upon the boy's almost unchanged visage, his voice growing somber. Kyle then winked at AI and behind ZFA. "AI, long time no see. You look even more beautiful." AI, with a frozen countenance, retorted, "You should apologize to the teacher first." Kyle, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Oh, you remain as respectful as ever. Is it a case of father complex?" As they reminisced, ZFA interrupted, his expression grave. "What is happening now? Where's Crocodile?" Kyle shrugged. "This is a long story. To put it succinctly, teacher, I have my own ambitions now and cannot return with you. Moreover, I wish to formally depart from your tutelage." As soon as the words left his mouth, he waved his hand, causing the sand in the basement to erupt violently, sealing all exits and transforming the space into a colossal arena of sand. Aside from ZFA, AIN, and the other Navy personnel, even Robin was ensnared by the sand, effectively clearing the area. Only the master and disciple remained. ZFA surveyed the scene, disappointment etched in his gaze. "Is this your answer? You have allied with Crocodile? Do not misconstrue. Old sand is a thing of the past." Kyle shook his head, his expression unusually earnest. "I only wish to persuade you. Teacher, I want you to stay and help me turn this world upside down. Just based on your ability?" ZFA could hardly believe his ears. "Indeed," Kyle smiled. "Luck is also a part of strength, is it not? So let me demonstrate what I am capable of." Before he could finish, the colossal mechanical arm swung towards me. The force was akin to being struck by a small truck. Yet, I did not falter. I activated my hockey and clashed against it with my small fist. The impact sent me staggering back 2 steps, but I managed to leave a dent in the proud iron arm. My hockey has truly become formidable, yet I acknowledge that in a pure strength contest, I might still be lacking. Before I could catch my breath, the old man charged at me again. Despite his taunts of my inadequacy, his movements were swift, and his massive iron arm was as nimble as a fly swatter. We exchanged blows at an astonishing speed, the room filled with our shadows. Yet, experience is a formidable teacher. My attempts at dodging and predicting his moves proved futile. His combat experience was extraordinary, anticipating my every move. In a moment of carelessness, I was sent flying several meters by a sweeping blow. Though I remained uninjured thanks to my hockey, the strike was painful, leaving my arms sore and weary. I realized that maintaining hockey was taxing my stamina, draining my energy rapidly. I shook out my arm, understanding clearly that relying solely on martial prowess would not suffice to convince him today. Seizing the opportunity as I faltered, the old man rushed forward again, his massive iron arm raised, preparing for a devastating blow. "Let me teach you a lesson." Shattering short strike. I realized too late that his iron arm concealed explosives. If that connected, I would surely find myself in dire straits. Just as he was about to unleash the explosion, I swiftly conjured an ice crystal shield. My devil fruit ability was no trifling matter. Not only did it perfectly absorb the blast, but the biting cold spread rapidly along his iron arm. The old man's expression changed as he attempted to retreat, but I was faster, unleashing a burst of cold that froze the ground, his iron arm, and half of his body into a solid ice sculpture. The battle concluded. I stepped closer, observing his wide-eyed expression, and smiled, snapping my fingers. "Hey, teacher, got you now." While my physical skills may have been lacking, with this new ability, I should have earned my graduation, right? The room had transformed into a vast ice chamber, frost clinging to the walls. The old man regarded his mechanical arm, and then me, taking a long moment before uttering. "So, this is the essence of that devil fruit?" Quite reminiscent of Kuzan's abilities. "Indeed, that is what it is." I smiled and waved my hand, dispelling the ice. The old man shifted his stiffened body. While he had certainly suffered frostbite, it was merely a minor inconvenience for someone of his stature. He looked at me with a complex expression, both proud and frustrated, before sighing. "You have successfully graduated. Now, tell me, what is the purpose of this grand display?" I scratched my head, initially hoping to build up to my point, but his straightforwardness left me momentarily at a loss for words. "I have all the time in the world," he stated, unfazed. "Very well," I conceded, stepping forward to meet his gaze. I spoke deliberately. "Teacher, I find this world exceedingly dull. The world government, the Navy, each one is rotten to the core. I wish to change them, and now I seek your alliance." The old man blinked in disbelief, taken aback. "Is that it? You call this persuasion? Are you jesting?" "I am not jesting." I launched into a passionate discourse. "Is more explanation necessary? The celestial dragons are worthless. The 7 warlords are legalized pirates. And the internal corruption within the Navy is evident. You are more aware of these issues than I am. The circumstances surrounding my demise were far from flawless. Did that support fleet truly have no problems? Is this world not already dire enough?" He fell silent, clearly affected by my words. Yet he remained resolute. "Is it not more plausible to instigate change from within? Are you aware of the implications of your choice? You would be opposing the entire world. The notion has long existed, but previously I lacked the means." I shrugged my shoulders, "But now the circumstances have shifted, have they not? As a mere specter, how can I return to the Navy to effectuate change? Is it even feasible?" I observed his lingering indecision and, without hesitation, intensified my rhetoric, revealing a glimpse of his future. "Teacher, there is no need for you to make a decision now. I wager you will inevitably depart from the Navy. Do you recall the images the system displayed earlier? If there are no unforeseen events in your battle with Huang Yuan, you will soon encounter an individual who will sever your arm, and that person will subsequently be recruited by the world government, becoming the new Shichibukai. By that time, your disillusionment with the Navy will be complete, prompting your departure to eradicate all pirates, even preparing to detonate the Dinah Rock in the New World." The mere mention of Dinah Rock rendered the old man utterly unsettled, as he comprehended the gravity of this Navy's utmost secret. He realized I was not fabricating tales. I had conveyed all I needed to say, and I looked at him, assuring him that he need not decide at this moment. Instead, he should observe how I proceed. When I finished speaking, the curse system screen abruptly appeared before us once more. Zifa paused and glanced at me. I shrugged. "It seems another question has arisen." The screen shifted, revealing the world's largest prison, impelled down. Immediately, the question emerged. Question, in a future devoid of the system. Who was the first individual to successfully infiltrate Impel Down? Below was a long list of options, with the reward being immunity to toxins. Was this not an easy question? The answer formed in my mind immediately. Just then, the old man's den mushy buzzed. He glanced at it and answered, "Zephyr. How is it on your end?" It was Sengoku's voice. The old man, being a straightforward individual, looked at me, who was casually watching the unfolding drama, and spoke expressionlessly into the den mushy. "The enemy is stronger than anticipated. I've been defeated." Sengoku on the other end was clearly taken aback. "Defeated? You must be joking." "Indeed, defeated. He has revived and acquired new abilities. We have all been captured, and that brat is right beside me." I nearly burst into laughter at that moment. Who among our kin would not understand? This hardly resembled captivity. It was merely a casual exchange. Sengoku remained silent for a considerable time, likely overwhelmed. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Tell him that if he is willing to return, he will become the next admiral of the Navy. He need not go to the Holy Land and can refuse the commands of the world government." The old man conveyed this message to me. I could not help but laugh, intentionally speaking loudly. Admiral? Is that the position where even celestial dragons must pick up after him? I would prefer the freedom of the Shichibukai. Boring. Sengoku must have been furious, likely his beard bristling, yet he managed to restrain himself. That will suffice. As long as he follows orders, I will also grant him the position of Shichibukai. Goodness. In an effort to win me over, they were truly pulling out all the stops. But how could I possibly return? I spoke directly into the den mushi. No going back. We lack a foundation of mutual trust. How about this? Negotiate payment. You Navy can assign me missions, and I shall assist in capturing pirates, with bounties doubled. As for Crocodile, he is in my possession. If you desire him, it cannot be taken without negotiation. You 1T believe it. After a brief silence, Sengoku surprisingly acquiesced. A tense capture operation had seamlessly transformed into a contractual partnership. After hanging up, the old man regarded me with an even more complex expression. Unbeknownst to me, the contents of this conversation reached the ears of the Gorosei, who, for reasons unknown, misconstrued my request for AI and as a call for a liaison, and promptly designated me with the label of LSP. They ordered a selection of beautiful female agents from the CP organization to secretly assemble and enact a beauty plot in Arabasta for me. This maneuver truly left me at a loss for words, as high-end commercial warfare often employs the most primitive tactics. Of course, those were matters for another time. At present, the system screen displayed the resolution of the first question regarding Impel Down, and indeed, I was the correct responder. The screen began to showcase Luffy's chaos within Impel Down. Shortly thereafter, the second question appeared. Question: with whose assistance did Straw Hat Luffy enter Impel Down? I gazed at the screen and smiled. Was this not another easy question? I selected the pirate Empress Hancock without hesitation. Then I turned to the bewildered teacher beside me and said, "Teacher, do not dawdle. Copy the answers." The answer is Pirate Empress Hancock. As I spoke, I summoned AI in, who had been stationed outside, using the sand from Shohei. Upon seeing me, the girl with blue wavy hair nearly erupted with fury, but upon noticing Zifa beside me, she composed herself and respectfully greeted him. Zifa pointed at the screen and instructed her, "Answer the question. Select Pirate Empress." Upon hearing this, AI initially prepared to comply, but then, upon turning to see Kai Air's smug grin, which resembled someone watching a live show, her anger flared, and her words swiftly changed. "I will follow the teacher's instructions." Kai Air burst into laughter beside her. "You sound just like a child." How could she tolerate that? AI exploded. "You are the child. Look at your face." I must say, Kai Air's remarks were relentless. "If I'm not a child, why don't you prove it?" I have developed quite well. Just as it seemed they were about to clash, the old man Zifa, visibly exasperated, slammed the table. "Enough. If AI has no objections, it is settled. Save the bickering for when I have left." Goodness, the old man must have been thinking, at my age, cannot you spare a thought for this lonely elder? AI quickly lowered her head in apology, while Kair snorted, giving her a semblance of face, pondering how to properly educate the young girl later. In the midst of this brief exchange, the answer on the screen was promptly revealed. Correct answer, Pirate Empress Hancock. Reward for answering correctly, Kinbunshika Haki. Bam! The reward was granted. I tell you, in that instant, those with Haki felt their radar power amplify, while those without it directly awakened. The screen shifted once more, showcasing a naval warship, with the Empress Hancock prominently featured, concealing the Straw Hat Luffy beneath her cloak. This solidified it. The entire world erupted. The scene then shifted to the East Blue, where the Straw Hat crew was present. Sanji transformed into a lemon, vigorously shaking Luffy. Why Luffy? The world's most beautiful woman. I wish I could have such an opportunity. Luffy appeared utterly bewildered. But I don't even know her. Nami, unable to bear it any longer. delivered a punch that knocked Sanji down. What are you talking about? The crucial point is why Luffy would go to a ghastly place like Impelled Down. We might all end up captured. Meanwhile, on Amazon Lily, the Empress was equally flabbergasted. Her diminutive elder was jumping up and down in a panic. Snake Princess. This is troublesome. Our relationship with the Navy will be exposed. The Empress, with her astonishingly long legs crossed, looked at the foolish Luffy on the screen with disdain. How could I possibly know what will happen in the future? And with this kind of person, I would never allow him to touch me. No sooner had she finished speaking than the din mushy rang, a call from the Navy. At this point, there was no way out. Regardless of their chaotic antics, on our side, Kai-Reaper'sQ Kinbunchikahaki had just advanced a level, and the sensation was exhilarating. Zifa and AI were also experiencing rewards for the first time, feeling an extraordinary sense of wonder. This feeling of suddenly becoming stronger was simply remarkable. Just then, a new question arose. Question: in a future devoid of the system, why did Straw Hat Luffy enter Impelled Down? For options, each more explosive than the last. Reasons included attaining fame, saving Grandpa Carp, rescuing his father dragon, and the last one being to save Whitebeard's 2nd Division captain, Fire Fist Ace. A reward for a correct answer. Special APDX 4869. A penalty for a wrong answer. A decade of lifespan. What a reward. This is like a Conan happy pill, isn't it? Seeing the question, Kyer was confident. I've got this. Years of being single had honed his reflexes, and he quickly buzzed in, locking in the 4th option. Ein beside him was nearly frantic. You know this? A wrong answer costs you 10 years. Kyer turned back with a cheeky grin. Don't worry, I won't leave you a widower. Ein rolled his eyes. Who said anything about being a widower? Don't forget, you've already died once. Kyer feigned injury. Ein, you've turned wicked bringing up my scars. Old ZFA ignored their banter and suddenly seemed to recall something, saying to Kyer, by the way, the Navy officer who almost got you killed is dead. Kyer was taken aback. Dead? Yes, he died during a mission. I checked. He deliberately delayed support. As for the pirates who took you down, the Sarah M.O. brothers, the 3rd was killed by you, and the remaining 2 are currently in the New World with Kaido, so they're not easy to move against. Kyer listened, his expression unchanged, as if he were hearing someone else's tale. He was well aware that he harbored more resentment towards the traitor among his own ranks than those pirates. Just then, the answer was revealed. The correct answer was 4, because Whitebeard as 2nd Division commander, Fire Fist Ace, was imprisoned, prompting the attempt to rescue him from Impelled Down. Kyer answered correctly. One other unfortunate soul also guessed right, while the other 2 who buzzed in wrongfully lost 10 years of their lives. The world was thrown into turmoil. Whitebeard's men were captured. Carp's grandson intended to break into prison. The magnitude of this information was overwhelming. In the New World, aboard Whitebeard's ship, all eyes suddenly focused on Ace. Ace, however, took it lightly, scratching his head and laughing heartily. Sorry, looks like I might be a burden to everyone in the future. But now that I know, capturing me won't be so easy. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he pointed at the reward on the screen. Everyone, don't worry about me. Look at that reward. Dad really needs that. Everyone followed his gaze, and the description of APTX 4869 appeared. Taking it will restore youth. Restore youth? Instantly, the entire Whitebeard pirates went wild. Dad, let us move. We must get that pill. Whitebeard, who had previously been as steady as a mountain, trembled at the thought of regaining his peak strength to protect his sons for longer, and he ordered the entire crew to mobilize. As Whitebeard moved, the whole world tensed up. The Navy immediately sounded a first-level alarm, fearing that this old monster might truly regain his youth. Meanwhile, in Alabastus Rain Feast, Kyer held the fabled pill in his hand. Teacher, interested? He grinned, offering it to ZFA. Without hesitation, ZFA declined. I'll pass. You keep it. That thing is invaluable, so handle it carefully. Yet Kyer insisted, but this is useless to me unless I give it to you. As they bantered, a transponder snail rang. ZFA answered, and on the other end, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's urgent voice rang out. ZFA, tell that kid we want the pill, and he can set any conditions. Before ZFA could respond, Kyer snatched the transponder snail, shoving the pill towards ZFA's mouth while shouting into the device. "Oh, Admiral Sengoku, you're too late. My teacher has already swallowed it. If you really want it, you'll have to wait until he has a stomachache." On the other end, Sengoku's beard bristled in anger, but upon hearing that ZFA had consumed it, he calmed down a bit. If that were the case, the Navy would have essentially acquired a general-level combatant for free. He could only urge ZFA to return promptly for a checkup. After hanging up, ZFA looked at the pill before sighing and swallowing it. "You little rascal, once given, there's no turning back." To honor his teacher, there was no room for regret. Kaire's smile was radiant. "I'm telling you, the effects are truly astonishing." ZFA felt a surge of warmth. His body visibly began to shrink, wrinkles vanished, his beard disappeared, and his hair thickened. Within seconds, a robust old man transformed into a handsome youth of 14 or 15. Ein was left dumbfounded, unable to even call out to his teacher. The rejuvenated ZFA assessed his body. "I feel weaker, but my combat experience and hockey remain." Kair nodded. "It's like a reset. Skills and talents are preserved, just need some retraining." As they examined their new bodies, the system activated once again. The screen displayed scenes of Ace's imprisonment and Carp visiting him, confirming the previous intel. Then, the fourth question appeared. Question: in a future without the system, who was responsible for imprisoning Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander, Fire Fist Ace? What a predicament. 10 options lined up densely. Correct answer reward: monster cells. Wrong answer penalty: 10 years of lifespan. The introduction of the monster cells was equally daunting. They could help individuals surpass their limits, but risk monstrous transformation and possible death. It was a high-risk, high-reward gamble. The world's gamblers erupted. This time, Kair had learned his lesson and quietly selected option 1, Blackbeard Teach, encouraging ZFA and Ein to do the same. Guess what happened next? The system seemed to malfunction, revealing all answers only after everyone had responded. Goodness, countless individuals worldwide guessed correctly. The screen was filled with winning notifications. A spectacular sight. Does anyone understand? It seems the system was completely exploited by gamblers all over the world. Kair and others successfully obtained 3 pulsating monster cells. Ein disdainfully tossed the item to Kair, while ZFA advised him to be cautious with it. As they spoke, a new video began to play on the screen. The footage showed Ace confronting the Blackbeard pirates on an island. Blackbeard, missing a front tooth, grinned unpleasantly. "Hey, Captain Ace." Ace replied coldly, "Shut up. I'm not your captain." Blackbeard feigned camaraderie, even trying to lure Ace to join him, claiming they could take down Luffy as a sign of allegiance. Upon hearing Luffy's name, Ace's eyes turned red. "Luffy? He is my brother. It seems I cannot let you go." Before he could finish, Blackbeard's sniper fired. The bullet passed through Ace's body, only to reveal he had elementalized. Ace retaliated with a barrage of fire bullets, wreaking havoc on the opposing crew. One of Blackbeard's hefty subordinates hurled a building at Ace. Unfazed, Ace unleashed a pillar of fire, incinerating the structure. Everyone retreat. Blackbeard finally dropped his pretense. They couldn't win. He admitted to killing his comrade, Sachi, for the Yami Yami no Mi and began boasting about his fearsome powers. "Behold my strength, Ace." Endless darkness surged behind Blackbeard, with a gravitational pull capable of sucking the entire town in, crushing it. "Look at the power I've gained, Ace." Blackbeard continued to flaunt his abilities. But Ace had grown tired of his chatter. He ignited in green flames, coalescing into countless light points. Firefly Fireball. In an instant, the vibrant green flames engulfed Blackbeard's face, causing him to howl in agony while rolling on the ground, an utterly chaotic scene. However, a strange occurrence unfolded. Just as I thought it was over, the flames were absorbed by Blackbeard. Goodness, was he acting as a human vacuum cleaner? Aizu was utterly astonished, questioning the unexpected deviation from the anticipated natural abilities. Blackbeard rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his nose while laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha. I have stated that my Yami Yami no Mi is an anomaly among all fruits. A bug, do you understand? I can absorb everything, the price being double the pain. But as long as I'm not defeated, I can drain you dry." As soon as the words left his lips, he stretched out his hand and shouted on Shui. In that moment, the very fabric of space felt distorted by an overwhelming gravitational force, and Ace was yanked forward as if by an invisible hand. In that instant, Ace realized he could no longer transform into his elemental form. His greatest reliance as a Logia user was utterly rendered useless, and he was forcibly pulled back into his corporeal state. This was disastrous. Blackbeard seized him and sent him flying with a single punch. Ace was bewildered. It had been so long since he had experienced the sting of defeat. Like a madman, Blackbeard unleashed another Enchue, and just as Ace attempted to retaliate, shooting flames at him, the fire was instantly absorbed, followed by another devastating punch that sent Ace hurtling away once more. This was undeniably a one-sided annihilation. No matter how fierce the flames burned, if Blackbeard could withstand them, they would ultimately be consumed by the endless darkness. As the battle progressed, both combatants were nearing exhaustion. Blackbeard began to manipulate Ace psychologically, shouting, "Ace, what a pity! Join me!" Ace spat out blood and struggled to rise, his gaze resolute as a bull. "If I yield to power, what kind of man would I be? My life shall bear no regrets. Do you understand, fool? Very well. How regrettable." Blackbeard, having given up entirely, resolved that if he could not possess Ace, he would destroy him. "Die in darkness," he declared, unleashing a surge of darkness. While Ace wagered everything, conjuring a massive fireball akin to a miniature sun. The Dian Kai. Inti. Which is stronger, the sun or the darkness? There can only be one victor. As Ace proclaimed his intention to make Whitebeard the king, fire and darkness collided with a tremendous roar. The entire island trembled under the weight of this cataclysmic power. The outcome was all too predictable. The flames were extinguished. Then, the most audacious turn of events unfolded. The scene abruptly shifted back to Whitebeard's ship, where at that moment, Blackbeard had not yet betrayed them. He was kneeling before Whitebeard, tears streaming down his face, pleading earnestly, "Father, this video is doctored. It's AI face swapping. I've been on the ship for decades. Do you not trust me?" The crew regarded him with suspicion, especially since the video had clearly outlined his plan to exchange Ace for a position in the Shichibukai. Marco turned to Whitebeard and inquired, "Father, what shall we do?" Whitebeard, a man who valued family and loyalty, though internally conflicted, could not bring himself to harm a son he had known for so many years. Ultimately, he merely stated, "Find a Yami Yami no Mi." The implications of this statement were profound. Was it to be found for Blackbeard or hidden away? No one could decipher his intentions. However, Blackbeard himself breathed a sigh of relief, likely already plotting his escape. He considered whether another few broadcasts could pave the way for a future where he would eliminate Whitebeard. At that point, he could jump into the sea and be exonerated. Amid the uncertainty aboard Whitebeard's ship, the disruptive system reared its head once more, presenting three life-threatening questions in succession. The first query: is Fire Fist Ace the biological brother of Straw Hat Luffy? The penalty for answering incorrectly was severe. Travel to Sabaody Archipelago and strike a celestial dragon. What a terrifying consequence, akin to a luxurious punishment that could obliterate entire families. The world trembled in fear. Who would dare to answer recklessly? The reward for a correct answer, a card for beautiful skin hot springs, paled in comparison to the value of life itself. Yet, our protagonist, Kyle, seemed to possess insight akin to a divine revelation, knowing all the answers. He swiftly enlisted the help of his teacher, Zifa, and Robin, making selections with fervor. Once the answers were revealed, the Navy struck gold with numerous correct responses, while Kyle and his companions easily acquired several cards. With the cards in hand, Kyle began contemplating establishing a hot spring resort on an island, appointing Robin as the CEO. Soon after, the second question emerged. Who is the biological father of Fire Fist Ace? A plethora of options appeared, including Garp, Dragon, Sengoku, and even Zifa. The penalty remained unchanged. Another trip to strike a celestial dragon. Kyle glanced at the options, chuckling. Select 6, Pirate King Roger. Hurry, many are aware of this. Zifa and the others were taken aback. Roger. Nevertheless, they followed suit. Meanwhile, aboard Whitebeard's ship, Ace had also divulged the truth to the crew. On the Navy side, Garp confessed to Sengoku. Sengoku was nearly driven to a heart attack, pointing an accusatory finger at Garp. "You scoundrel! Your family will be the end of the Navy." Subsequently, the answer was revealed. 6. Pirate King Roger. The world erupted in chaos. The bloodline of the Pirate King still thrived? And aboard Whitebeard's ship, if they united, the Navy would stand no chance. The Yonko Shanks, upon receiving the news, expressed a desire to meet Whitebeard. The system even played a high-definition re-edit memory sequence. Roger entrusted his legacy to Garp while Garp held a small infant, alongside Ace's mother, the magnificent woman who endured 20 months of pregnancy, Rouge. Zifa, witnessing the footage, seethed, cursing Garp as a scoundrel. Yet, the system offered no respite for their emotions, presenting the third and most critical question. What was the ultimate fate of Fire Fist Ace after being handed over to the Navy by Blackbeard? The options were sixfold, encompassing various possibilities such as being rescued, killed, and so forth. Without hesitation, Cal selected option 3, public execution by the Navy, followed by a massive pirate assault, yet the rescue fails and Ace dies at Navy headquarters. The reward was a spring water pot, which Kyle deemed a divine artifact in a desert nation like Alabasta, prompting Robin to rally efforts to secure answers. Once the response was revealed, on the Straw Hat ship in the East Blue, Luffy was left in utter shock. Ace is dead? He could not fathom such a reality. Nami hurried to comfort him, insisting that this was the future and it could be altered. However, the system, ever keen for drama, introduced a slow-motion death scene. The footage flashed rapidly before freezing. Akainu, that despicable character, unleashed a magma fist, piercing through Ace's chest. Ace fell before Luffy, sacrificing himself to protect his brother. The image captured Luffy cradling Ace's gradually lifeless body, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. The sound resonated through the screen, shattering hearts. A profound silence enveloped the Straw Hat ship. Luffy was rendered speechless. "Hey, Luffy!" Zoro exclaimed, gripping his straw hat, reminding him that none of this had yet transpired. They needed to hasten their journey to the Grand Line. Luffy suddenly lifted his head, his usual playful demeanor replaced by a fierce determination. "I understand. We must accelerate and enter the Grand Line as swiftly as possible. I will go to see Ace." There was no alternative. They had to heed their captain's command. Thus, they set sail. The Grand Line awaited. Our era had arrived. Yet, I must inform you, this era had yet to commence, as the disruptive system presented a monumental spoiler. The scene abruptly transitioned, plunging us into the live broadcast of the future Marineford War. The opening salvo featured Whitebeard's 1st Division commander, yes, that little Marco, transforming into a blue phoenix, soaring toward Ace's execution platform. The Navy erupted in chaos, shouting for him to be stopped. Yet, the bullets seemed ineffective, merely tickling the phoenix. As Marco approached the platform, I thought, isn't this a rescue? But lo and behold, a shadow darted from the execution platform, striking faster than one could react. It was a punch. The indomitable phoenix was sent crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. I was left in disbelief. Who possessed such might? Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Garp, Ace's own grandfather. Family, who understands this? This old man just knocked down his grandson's savior with a single punch. What does this signify? Is it an embodiment of pure, foolish love? After the altercation, he nonchalantly seated himself in the grand position, his expression so conflicted it could almost wring water from it. The scene shifts to a fellow resembling a barber named Tony, wielding oversized scissors and snipping away on the ground, creating a path for Luffy that leads directly to the execution platform. Our Luffy was utterly exhilarated, shouting, "Ace, I'm coming," and rushed forward. But lo and behold, his grandfather stood before him like a guardian deity. The grandfather and grandson commenced a fierce exchange of shouts. Luffy implored, "Grandpa, step aside," while Carp, with a stern countenance, declared, "I am a Navy man. If you wish to pass, you must tread over my corpse." Carp's acting was nothing short of remarkable. While he spoke of righteousness, his face betrayed a turmoil that seemed to scream, "Oh dear grandson, strike me. I can endure it." Luffy, being an earnest lad, shifted into high gear and threw a punch. The most astonishing part? Carp, just a second before the punch landed on his face. He closed his eyes. Oh my goodness, this is no Navy hero. He is truly an Oscar-worthy actor. The punch landed, and Karp, satisfied, fell into the rubble, likely too embarrassed to face anyone. At last, Luffy ascended the platform, and as he pulled out the key, that old fox Kizaru shot a laser that severed it in two. Immediately, Sengoku transformed into a resplendent golden Buddha, shattering the entire execution platform with a single slap. Fortunately, Luffy and his companions were spared from death. The scene cuts back to the present in the Navy Admiral's office, and let me tell you, the atmosphere was palpably awkward. Akainu bore injuries, clearly a result of sparring with Karp, his face as dark as a pot's bottom. Unable to contain himself, he erupted at Sengoku. Admiral, why do I feel as if your earlier strike was merely a facade? Goodness, Akainu's heart must be heavy. He was likely thinking. Karp held back, Kizaru slacked off. And now even you, Admiral, with your thick brows and deep-set eyes, have turned traitor? Am I the only villain here? The jester is none other than myself. Sengoku's face flushed red. He cleared his throat and attributed the incident to a poor state of affairs, attempting to gloss over it. Akainu was so enraged he nearly erupted into magma, feeling utterly isolated by the Navy's upper echelons. But the matter was not yet resolved. The system chimed in again with a question. During the Marineford War, which devoted son of Whitebeard betrayed him and grievously injured him. Upon seeing the options, Marco and Jozu among them, I knew this was a scheme to sow discord. In an instant, a fellow named Cairo answered correctly. It was the treacherous Squardo. The Whitebeard ship erupted in chaos, each individual clamoring to cleanse their ranks. Yet Whitebeard remained composed, urging everyone to first ascertain what transpired. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, who was cowering in a corner, was sweating profusely, likely fervently chanting, Umibba, not me, not me. The scene soon unfolded on the battlefield, where Squardo, brandishing a long blade, approached Whitebeard from behind. Whitebeard, filled with concern, asked, "Son, are you all right?" Yet this devoted son, while professing his willingness to brave fire for his father, gritted his teeth and plunged the knife into Whitebeard, delivering a chilling blow. In that instant, the world fell silent. The disbelief in Whitebeard's eyes was palpable. Marco was the first to react, leaping to subdue Squardo. Yet, just like those infuriating short videos, the footage cut off at the most crucial moment. I was left exasperated, feeling as though I had been teased mercilessly. Back at Navy headquarters, Karp chuckled at the video, reveling in the misfortune. Raise his son for a lifetime, only to be betrayed by him in the end. Sengoku wished to deliver him a slap for that comment. The system chimed in again, not allowing a moment's respite. Why did this devoted son stab Whitebeard? When the options appeared, Akainu's gaze turned intense, fixating on Sengoku, as one option suggested that Whitebeard and Sengoku had conspired, betraying their subordinates. Sengoku could only deny the possibility, but again, Cairo answered promptly. He was duped by the Navy. Sengoku, upon seeing this outcome, likely felt utterly drained, already contemplating who might succeed him in retirement. He glanced at Akainu and Akiji, then at Kizaru, who was idly picking his toes, and a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps I should raise Kizaru's salary and let him be the admiral. After all, he embodies the spirit of complacency. The footage resumed, revealing Squardo lamenting, declaring that Whitebeard had sold out his sons to save Ace, claiming that this was told to him by Akainu himself. His words stirred doubt among many pirates. Let me assure you, Whitebeard was a true man. He did not rage nor explain. Instead, he embraced this foolish son, proclaiming, "Even if you are foolish, I still love you." He then shattered the surrounding ice with a punch, addressing all those wavering. "Anyone who does not believe in me, leave now." This act instantly restored the morale of his crew. Just as the audience was moved, the system posed another question, even more explosive. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Who did he ultimately fall to? This was hardly a mystery. Cairo answered without delay, revealing, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. This revelation sent shockwaves through Whitebeard's ship. The trembling Blackbeard, who had been cowering in a corner, was dragged out by several captains and forced to kneel. He attempted to defend himself, claiming, "Father, you understand me. I was controlled." performing a heartfelt act. Whitebeard sighed, insisting they watch the video. As the footage played, Blackbeard emerged with a host of notorious criminals, accompanied by massive warships. The Warlord of Destruction and the ominous Shiryu of Arain. Upon seeing Shiryu, Magellan's expression turned green, likely realizing he had imprisoned the real Shiryu. In the video, Sengoku, upon witnessing Blackbeard's formidable assembly, was rendered speechless, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Ask me? What use is that?" Blackbeard, brimming with arrogance, tore off the title of Warlord, declaring it a burden he no longer wished to bear. I tell you, Whitebeard's eyes blazed with fury, old grievances flooding back, despite the gaping wounds in his chest. Still seeping warmth, he embodied the might of the world's strongest. Without hesitation, he activated the Tremor fruit and hurled a punch at his treacherous son, Teach. Teach, aware of his father's wrath, even in his weakened state, recognized the danger. As he evaded, he taunted, "Oh, father, you truly lack compassion." Whitebeard trembled with rage, blood pooling around his feet, pointing accusatorily at Teach. "Only you, Teach. You alone are unworthy of being my son. You have violated the one rule aboard my ship, to kill a comrade, Sachi. Today, I shall personally end you and give Sachi the justice he deserves." With that, the old man brandished his great sword, signaling to his other sons to refrain from intervening. This was his personal vendetta against the traitor. Blackbeard, brimming with confidence, believing he had acquired the powers of the darkness fruit, felt ready to confront his father, especially against a father on the brink of death. He waved his hand, summoning the power of the dark hole. A cloud of black mist surged forth, and he boasted, "Father, taste this. This is the power I gained from killing Sachi, the strongest of the darkness fruit." As he unleashed his abilities, he taunted, "Sachi is dead, Ace is dead, and you are old. Old enough that not even a subordinate can save you." Whitebeard could not endure this provocation. He responded with a tremor-infused punch. But this was Whitebeard. He endured a punch without even flinching. He then continued to utilize his abilities. Yet each attempt was thwarted by the peculiar power of Blackbeard's fruit. Blackbeard, reveling in his triumph, taunted, "Useless, old man." Quite a poor showing, isn't it? Just as Blackbeard believed his victory was assured, Whitebeard demonstrated the essence of true foundation. He made Blackbeard understand what it meant to be the world's strongest. "So your powers are restrained, are they? Very well, I shall not rely on them." With a sudden motion, he seized a hefty blade, striking with the swiftness of lightning, leaving Blackbeard momentarily dazed. This single opening was sufficient. Whitebeard instantly closed the distance, pinning Blackbeard to the ground with a forceful foot, his grip tightening around Blackbeard's throat as he coldly declared, "Arrogance and frivolity. These are your weaknesses." Witnessing the scene, his allies were astounded. Just moments ago, Blackbeard had been brimming with bravado, yet now he was cowering, incoherently pleading for mercy. "Stop. Please, father. Am I truly to be slain?" The rapidity of his transformation and demeanor was astonishing, surpassing even the swift changes seen in Sichuan opera. The world watched, dumbfounded, as the elderly warrior, on the brink of death and with his powers subdued, managed to overpower Blackbeard. It was utterly absurd. Whitebeard disregarded him entirely, gathering a tremendous force of vibration in his hand, poised to deliver a devastating blow to Blackbeard's head. At that critical moment, Blackbeard, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a battered handgun and fired a shot that struck Whitebeard. While the bullet caused minimal damage, it interrupted Whitebeard's assault. Realizing he could not win in a one-on-one confrontation, Blackbeard, disregarding all dignity, shouted to his subordinates, "What are you standing around for? Attack! Bring him down." In an unexpected turn, the supposed father-son duel devolved into a chaotic free-for-all, with Whitebeard standing resolutely amidst a hail of bullets, while Blackbeard cowered and scurried along the ground. Once the video concluded, Whitebeard's ship erupted with fury. Several captains wasted no time in launching Blackbeard several meters away, seizing their weapons with the intent to finish him off. Blackbeard, filled with fear, scrambled to Whitebeard's side, crying out, "Father, save me. I know nothing." Though infuriated, Whitebeard raised a hand to halt his crew. Just as Blackbeard thought he might evade the consequences, a system prompt appeared. Quiz. What was Blackbeard's intention in killing Whitebeard? 4 options were provided, including assertions of preemptive strikes and becoming the new Yonko. In an instant, a certain Kyle answered, revealing the truth. 2. Intending to devour Whitebeard's Gura no Mi and become a dual devil fruit user. I was taken aback. Could one truly consume 2 fruits? This revelation sent shockwaves across the globe. Sengoku, in a panic, contacted Kyle to inquire about the situation. Kyle, unflinching, speculated that either Blackbeard possessed a unique constitution, or his dark fruit was exceptionally powerful, capable of consuming other fruits. Thus, Blackbeard became a coveted target for all, as everyone sought to capture him for research. The video continued, showing Blackbeard and his crew shrouding Whitebeard's lifeless body with a massive black cloth, creating an air of mystery as Blackbeard himself emerged from within it. Moments later, he reappeared, raising his left hand to demonstrate the power of the dark fruit, while with his right hand, he grasped the air, causing it to crack open, revealing the Gura no Mi. He had truly succeeded. From this day forth, I am the strongest. Blackbeard cackled, unleashing both powers, causing the very earth of Marine Ford to tremble, the Navy headquarters crumbling like a house of cards. Everyone was left in utter disbelief. One fruit was already formidable, but the combination of 2 was utterly overwhelming. The system chimed in again with a question. Did Blackbeard successfully sink Marine Ford? This time, it was a binary choice, and the world clamored for the answer, ultimately being snatched by Kyle, with the verdict being failure. The scene unfolded as Blackbeard, just moments earlier proclaiming his intent to obliterate everything, was suddenly confronted by Sengoku, transforming into the Golden Buddha. With a mighty palm, he sent Blackbeard and his crew crashing into the ground, their arrogance crushed. Bloodied yet defiant, Blackbeard rose, launching into a reckless onslaught against Sengoku and Garp. He did not seek victory, but reveled in chaos, utilizing the Gura no Mi to wreak havoc, shattering the very island and summoning towering tsunamis. Amidst this apocalyptic chaos, the system posed an ultimate question: who ultimately succeeded in stopping Blackbeard and concluded this war? A plethora of options appeared, ranging from Sengoku and Garp to Kaido and Luffy. Kyle, with remarkable speed, locked in his answer: 10 the Yonko Shanks. The reward, absorption syringe, was nothing short of miraculous, capable of nullifying the side effects of devil fruits. The most powerful individuals across the globe were envious. The video concluded with Shanks making a grand entrance alongside his crew, standing resolutely as the background music shifted, with a simple request for consideration. He managed to halt both the frenzied Navy and the bloodthirsty Blackbeard, bringing the war at the summit to a close. As the video finished, the system announced a significant update. Quiz concluded, several individuals have attained 10 or more stars and have been promoted to administrators. We hope the administrators will diligently explore the system's capabilities. What? An administrator? This system now had an owner? The announcement sent shockwaves through the world, with everyone speculating who it could be. Shortly after, the chat room was unlocked, and the likes of Roger and Rox began to hurl insults at one another. Rox, in particular, targeted Garp and Roger, exclaiming, Did you not realize you two are father and son? Meanwhile, I was engrossed in my new administrator interface, pondering its features. After some contemplation, I discovered that this so-called authority appeared to be a mere combination of muting and ejecting others. Was that it? Incredible. Was this the legendary cyber silencing technique? Moreover, I was unable to expel anyone, likely to prevent me from abruptly disbanding the chat group. An experience bar appeared alongside, indicating that I needed to level up as an administrator to inherit this system's legacy. Fine, I would embrace my role as a tool. After all, this peculiar system was merely for amusement. When it came to actual battles, I had to rely on myself. I resolved to address the immediate matters at hand. Teacher Zephyr, noticing my distraction, wisely remarked that he needed to depart, likely anticipating that Sengoku's incessant calls would soon wear his ears raw. I must say, Sengoku had not asked a single unnecessary question during the entire exchange. He merely contacted Zephyr to ensure I was available. Such awareness was commendable. I certainly had no intention of divulging the details of my administrator privileges. The more mysterious, the better. Let them speculate, for the unknown is the greatest source of fear. I quickly said, Teacher Zephyr, you're always welcome to join us. There is a position waiting for you. After bidding farewell to the elder, I was left with Ein. Turning to her, I flashed a smile. Little Ein, it seems it is just the two of us now. To my surprise, she turned her head away, her expression sour. Do not give me such a revolting nickname. Her gaze darted sideways, where Robin stood not far off. Her implication was clear. Are you blind? There's another person here. Robin, ever clever, sensed the tension and decided to make her exit, saying, Well, I shall take my leave. No need to be a third wheel. Seeing Robin depart emboldened me, and I approached Ein, saying, Look, it appears we are left alone now. It has been a while. You have truly become increasingly captivating. My gaze unintentionally wandered to her long legs, prompting her immediate annoyance as she shrugged her cloak, concealing the prominent scar on her leg. It seems you have experienced quite a bit in these years, I remarked deliberately. She immediately retorted, No matter how much you have, it's not more than me. One moment you're the son of the devil, and the next you're the desert princess. Your identity switches faster than flipping through a book. You even forgot to count the Navy beauty, I pointed at her. And with that sour tone, who among us doesn't he understand? It's easy to make me think you're jealous. As I spoke, I reached out to inspect the wound on her leg. She instinctively flinched. But when she saw I was genuinely approaching, she stiffened her neck and remained still, feigning indifference. I grinned and placed my hand on her leg. TSK, such a familiar sensation. You truly are as easy to tease as ever. I touched the scar and, with a mischievous intent, pinched it lightly. Watching AI's charming face darken, her hand almost reaching for a weapon, I withdrew my hand as if nothing had happened. How adorable. I had expected her demeanor to be more assertive, perhaps even to strike me, yet she remained the same, blushing from the slightest touch, collapsing like a pure-hearted warrior. Let us go. I haven't properly entertained you yet. Noticing her embarrassment, I hurried to smooth things over. After all, she was here now, and we had plenty of time to communicate slowly. Upon returning to Yuyan, I immediately called Robin over to arrange a place for AI to rest. Then, with a thought, I attempted to summon the Shadow Legion. With a whoosh, a throng of dark-clad ninjas appeared beside me. Although it was somewhat taxing, I could easily manage. I tested the strength of these warriors, and goodness, their combat prowess felt like I could conquer a nation with them. I retrieved a ninja mask and tossed it to Robin. Hold on to this for me, and help me find a king from a country in chaos, preferably nearby. In her hands, the mask would prove far more effective than in mine, as she was a professional in intelligence gathering. Robin's efficiency skyrocketed with the presence of the ninja mask, coupled with the intelligence network and connections left by the Baroque works within days. Information about several nearby countries around Alabasta poured in. Meanwhile, the system seemed to have frozen, remaining silent. Each day, I idly teased AI and life was rather pleasant. However, instead of the system's inquiries, an unexpected guest arrived. Princess Vivi, what a surprise. I thought you wouldn't return. I languidly sat in the main seat, observing Vivi, who had fully transformed into a true princess. She donned an exquisite gown, and her aura was entirely different. As soon as she entered, I noticed AI and S gaze instantly turned hostile, akin to a searchlight. Vivi, not foolish, sensed this, but was here for serious matters and pretended not to notice. Mr. Kyle, I have come specifically to thank you. As she spoke, several large chests were brought in behind her, filled with gold and jewels. I raised an eyebrow. Thank you? Are you offering yourself in return? No sooner had I spoken than I felt multiple piercing gazes fixate on me. Vivi's guards, including a birdman named Bell, had their hands poised on their weapons. Vivi awkwardly brushed her hair back. Mr. Kyle, you still enjoy joking. I'm not joking, I replied earnestly. If you truly offer yourself, it could save me a great deal of trouble, especially if you bring Alabasta as a dowry. I wouldn't mind taking a loss. And our children could carry the name Nefertari. What do you think? I'm all for a matrilocal marriage. Vivi's guards turned pale, clearly on the brink of drawing their blades. Vivi took a deep breath and surprisingly maintained her composure. Let us discuss this later. I am not yet of marrying age. She didn't tee outright refuse. Goodness, this experience with Crocodile has indeed fostered her growth. She has even learned to play it cool. What a pity, I smirked. Mr. Kyle, this is our token of gratitude. Additionally, I hope to engage in a transaction with you. Vivi finally addressed the main topic. They not only presented mountains of riches, but also provided a royal decree, designating the area of UD as my legitimate territory. However, these were merely formalities. Her true aim was to purchase water from me, specifically the infinite water jug that could conjure water from thin air. You have quite the audacious plan. I couldn't help but remark. I occupy this land without needing your acknowledgement. However, having an official document will indeed save me considerable hassle. Seeing my lack of immediate acceptance, Vivi grew anxious. If Mr. Kyle has any conditions, I interrupted her. If I recall correctly, we had an agreement previously. Your nation owes me a favor. This means I can request something from you rather than merely negotiating, correct? Vivi's face turned ashen, but she stubbornly explained, what we discussed was contingent upon not jeopardizing national security. If you require resources, we will certainly provide full support. But please leave us the funds to purchase water resources. Otherwise, our nation will truly perish. Witnessing her near-tears expression, I waved my hand. All right. I have no interest in destroying your country. Just a reminder, do not forget what you promised. Thank you, Mr. Kyle. Regarding the water resources, I agree. How shall we proceed with the transaction? But let me be clear, don't expect me to suffer a loss. I observed her hopeful gaze and made a decisive call. In the end, we agreed that the water jug would not be sold but could be lent to them. Since it produced over 1,000 liters daily, they could use it for as many days as they wished without incurring transportation fees. It was a tremendous boon for them. I was not worried about them defaulting. If it were lost, I would have the perfect excuse to visit their royal palace again and negotiate further, potentially profiting even more. Watching Vivi and her entourage being shown to rest, I felt a sense of satisfaction, a dual role of authority and comfort. Not long after, Robin brought in the news I was truly concerned about. Boss, we found a suitable country. The Kingdom of Magu, a medical powerhouse that is perpetually snowbound. The king is named Wapple, a user of the munch fruit. This fellow is known for his cruel disposition and has enacted a decree to hunt doctors, capturing all physicians in the nation and causing widespread suffering. The entire country is on the brink of collapse. This is it. Prepare, we are setting out. Upon hearing this, I realized it was an opportunity for experience handed to me on a silver platter. I made the decision immediately. Robin promptly began arranging personnel and ships. Just as we were preparing to depart, two uninvited guests edged toward the borders of UD. A tall, voluptuous blonde beauty adjusted her glasses and said to a man beside her with braids, Gabra, be careful. Several agents have gone missing here. These two were none other than CP9's Khalifa and Gabra. Gabra, looking impatient, replied, I know. Just finish the task. I need to return to find my Catherine. When he mentioned Catherine, his rugged face even showed a hint of bashfulness. Khalifa remained expressionless. That is sexual harassment, Gabra. Sexual harassment wouldn't apply to you. Gabra exploded. Catherine is my one true love. You don't even compare to a fraction of her. Khalifa fell silent, remembering the chubby waitress Catherine from Judicial Island. She wisely chose to keep her mouth shut, thinking that this fellow's tastes were clearly abstract. Gabra cursed and found a place to hide, leaving Khalifa to approach me alone. Khalifa changed her attire and directly arrived at Yuyan. She did not hide her intentions, openly revealing her identity as a wanted criminal under the alias Khalifa, claiming she wished to ally with us. What a stroke of luck. It was like a delivery right to my doorstep. Luabin, utilizing the powers of the Hana no Mi and her kin Bunchikahaki, had long since transformed the entire rain banquet into an impregnable fortress. The moment Khalifa stepped inside, she sensed it. To her astonishment, she had walked right into the lair of the infamous death maid, Khalifa. Without hesitation, Robin manifested before her. Khalifa, maintaining her composure, launched into a performance. I have offended a formidable pirate crew and am in need of sanctuary. As long as you guarantee my safety, I am willing to commit any act, no matter how heinous. Observing her, Robin found her intentions transparent, yet chose not to expose them. She perceived a semblance of her former self in this woman and presented the dilemma directly to me. Boss, a woman named Khalifa has arrived. With a bounty of 55 million, her abilities unknown, claiming to seek refuge with us. Robin handed me a photograph. Upon glancing at it, I recognized her instantly. Khalifa? This is none other than Khalifa from CP9. Was the world government extending a warm invitation? I turned to Robin, intrigued by the unfolding situation. Robin analyzed. Her strength is commendable. Excluding the potential for betrayal, she is someone we can utilize. Let us keep her. Without a moment's hesitation, I nodded in agreement. An undercover agent delivered to our doorstep was an opportunity not to be missed. She could serve as a conduit for special messages to the world government. Should she remain undetected, she would serve as our operative. If exposed, she would be a kite in my hands, string firmly held. Khalifa was soon brought before me, likely surprised by the ease with which she accessed our core circle. Upon entering, her gaze drifted to Ayn on the opposite side, her expression flickering with uncertainty at the sight of the naval uniform. I scrutinized her striking figure and spoke directly. Since you are known as the maid, I presume you are adept at domestic tasks? You shall remain by my side to serve. Khalifa feigned shock. You are the mastermind? Where's Crocodile? I smiled slightly. If you wish to stay, heed my words. Do not ask what is not yours to know. If you are unwilling, you may leave now. I was confident she would not depart. Indeed, after a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Robin, take her to change into appropriate attire. A maid must present herself as such. I commanded. Robin understood and led Khalifa away to change. I could sense her internal mockery of my intentions, labeling me a lecher. The outfit she presented was the maid uniform I had previously prepared for Vivi. During dinner that evening, the scene was extraordinary. To my family, the dining table resembled a realm of daughters. On my left sat the Sundra naval officer Ayn, on my right the exiled Princess Vivi, while Robin faced me, with the newly arrived Ice Queen, maid Khalifa, standing beside me, awaiting my needs. Ayn's eyes were rolling skyward, especially after Khalifa emerged in her maid attire. Vivi's gaze was fixed on Khalifa's outfit, recognizing it as the very one she had worn before, nearly causing her to choke on her soup. The new maid, I casually remarked. Vivi quickly shifted the topic. I heard you are leaving tomorrow. Where to? I have matters to attend to. Interested in accompanying me? I inquired, hoping to recruit her onto my ship of thieves. Khalifa perked up at once. Vivi hesitated. I might not be able to leave Alabasta for long. No witties. The round trip won't take more than 20 days. I feigned ignorance to her refusal. Ultimately, Vivi could not withstand the pressure and nodded in agreement. After all, having received so much from me, repaying favors is a most arduous task. The following day, our grand ship set sail, heading straight for the Drum Kingdom. Upon arrival, the frigid landscape was stark and unforgiving. The sight of emaciated commoners collapsing on the roadside with no one to aid them was heart-wrenching. Vivi, witnessing this human tragedy, asked with a tinge of reluctance, Mr. Kyle, are we truly going to overthrow the royal family here? Before I could respond, several royal guards charged at us from the roadside, only to be swiftly subdued by Robin and Khalifa with a mere gesture. I pointed at the fallen guards and said to Vivi, you see, in such a country, under such a king, what necessity is there to preserve them? Vivi fell silent. We ascended to the castle atop the mountain. As I approached, I heard the king, Wapple, wailing like a giant infant, commanding his worthless subordinates to resist. Once I leisurely reached the castle entrance, I turned to Robin and asked, is it done? Robin replied calmly, Boss, the ninja squad has secured the castle. The king was even easier to deal with than anticipated. He has been packed away. Entering the castle, we found it eerily quiet, with all guards and the corpulent king bound and unconscious, offering no resistance whatsoever. To my astonishment, the bound king, Wapple, suddenly awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he began to scream, threatening us with the wrath of the world government, insisting we were a member nation. The incessant noise was grating. To my bewilderment, he recognized Vivi. His arrogance surged tenfold as he pointed a finger at her, demanding to know if Alabasta intended to declare war on them. What a fool! I was puzzled. wondering who this jester was. Kyle, furrowing his brow, seemed to struggle to recall. It was Vivi who quietly mentioned they had met at the World Conference. Oh, Kyle exclaimed. Finally remembering this was the very fool who had slapped Vivi amidst the chaos back then. Unfazed, Wapple continued to bellow, "Whoever you are, release your king at once." Or else, without a flicker of interest, Kyle turned to Khalifa, the maid, and casually remarked, "He is too noisy. Dispose of him." Understood. Khalifa, with an expression of indifference, nodded. I watched as she waved her hand, releasing a flurry of shimmering bubbles that enveloped the rotund king entirely. And then he vanished. To my astonishment, one moment he was howling, and the next he had simply ceased to exist, an epitome of efficiency. Even Robin was taken aback, having prepared to act. Vivi stood beside me, stunned, her face pale, likely concerned about provoking the world government. I thought, silly girl, why worry? Such scum deserve to perish. Kyle, uninterested in explaining, instructed Robin to fetch Dalton, the former captain of the guards, to assume leadership of this nation. The most amusing part? Upon announcing Wapple's demise, the citizens erupted with joy, celebrating as if it were a festival. They filled the streets with cheers, drums, and firecrackers. Vivi's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief as she quietly asked, "Why are they so happy about the king's death?" What could I say? I could only pat her shoulder and say, because some people simply do not deserve to remain in this world. The next 2 days unfolded with astonishing smoothness. We liberated all the doctors imprisoned by Wapple, allowing them to resume their practice. Dalton officially took over the nation. We even met the ancient witch doctor, Kureha, and her talking blue-nosed reindeer, Chopper. The little fellow was quite adorable, yet Kyle hardly spared him a glance, preoccupied with grand plans for world upheaval. As Kyle was devising the next steps within the castle, the mysterious system reappeared. A reward quiz event has begun. This time, it promised to be even more thrilling. A peculiar question and answer space was abruptly established, with Kyer designated as the event's overseer. Before he could fully brief us, darkness enveloped him, and he vanished without a trace. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself seated at the head of a vast, enigmatic white expanse. In an instant, individuals began to drop in like dumplings into boiling water. My mentor, Zifa, the 4 Emperors Kaido, even a corpulent celestial dragon, unmistakably distinguished by the glass dome atop his head, made his presence known. What a lineup! It was sufficient to host a game of werewolf. The celestial dragon, the most incompetent of allies, landed with a loud clamor, exclaiming, "Who dares to capture this saint? You filthy commoners!" Kaido, who had been indulging himself with copious amounts of alcohol, was immediately incensed by this affront and prepared to deal a lethal blow. My mentor, Zifa, rushed to intervene, and I thought to myself, this could end poorly. If that lunatic were to kill the celestial dragon here, the repercussions would be dire. Then, the most remarkable scene unfolded. Kyer, still seated, had not even shifted in his seat when he gently exhaled toward Kaido's direction. In an instant, Kaido, the man hailed as the strongest creature in the world, was encased in a colossal ice sculpture, immobilized from his feet to his neck, leaving only his head free to roar in fury. The atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Ladies and gentlemen, is this the true value of an administrator? It was a game of power. Kaido struggled in vain, realizing the ice was harder than Hailu stone and utterly unyielding, leaving him only able to glare menacingly at me. Kyer then leisurely announced the rules. Everyone must find a seat and no fighting is permitted. Otherwise, they would share Kaido's fate. He gestured toward the icy statue of Kaido, adding that each participant must answer at least one question. Correct answers yield rewards, while incorrect ones lead to demise. No sooner had he spoken than the first question materialized. Question: what are the names of the 3 ancient weapons capable of annihilating the world that have existed since antiquity? I was taken aback. Who could possibly know that? Kyer, however, answered without hesitation. A hapless pirate nearby, presumably guessing blindly, answered incorrectly. We watched in horror as he disintegrated like sand, vanishing into thin air, leaving not a trace behind. The atmosphere turned frigid. Those from the world government and the Navy were astute, coordinating among themselves, and miraculously answered correctly, each receiving their rewards. Soon after, the second question appeared. Question: which ancient weapon still has its design schematics preserved? The pirates were thrown into a panic, faced with a 1 in 3 chance of death. One clever soul attempted to cling to Kyr for answers, but Kyr merely chuckled, stating, "Aren't pirates all about freedom? Here, I grant you the right to choose your own fate. Wager if you dare." It was a cruel twist of fate. But the most absurd moment came when the frozen Kaido, through sheer luck, managed to guess correctly. I witnessed a golden aura emanate from him, his strength surging dramatically, nearly shattering the ice, encasing him. He bellowed at Kyr, "You little brat, I have not been punished. Are you disappointed?" Kyr cast a sidelong glance at him, his expression almost inscribed with the words, "Oh, really?" Ignoring him completely, he turned his attention to the next question. Kaido was incensed, his eyes bulging as if they might pop, and had he not been frozen, I believe he could have performed an act of cannibalism right then and there. Yet he was powerless, reduced to a mere farce, and any further outbursts would simply lead to embarrassment. A grudge had been formed, and the reckoning would come in due time. Kyr, on the other hand, did not regard Kaido as a threat. He had already calculated that this old fool would need to be dealt with eventually, but not at this moment. If Kaido came for him, he could simply unleash me, the esteemed Shohadaren, to contend with him. I mused that I could hold my own for a while. At that tense juncture, the third question came crashing down. Question: where are the schematics for the Pluton, Moonwang, located? The moment this query was posed, the atmosphere within the space solidified. Not only here, but I could only imagine the uproar among those watching the live broadcast. Pluton, it was one of the 3 ancient weapons, capable of obliterating an island with a single shot. If the schematics were to be revealed, the world order would be irrevocably altered. At the Navy headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face darkened ominously. "Get moving. Yellow Monkey, you're to be the first to act," he bellowed at his officers. "If you handle this well, the next Fleet Admiral will be you." Upon hearing this, Akainu's expression soured, his gaze toward Kizaru sharp as a blade. Akiji seemed indifferent. As long as it wasn't Akainu ascending to the position, he was fine. But guess how Kizaru reacted? This old fellow shrugged, hands raised. Fleet Admiral, let us not go there. I have no interest in that position. Dear friends, who understands? This was the coveted seat of the Navy Fleet Admiral, and he treated it like a hot potato. He could afford to slack off, but this was a monumental opportunity. How could he refuse? He claimed the pressure of being Fleet Admiral was too great and preferred a lounge at home instead. Sengoku exploded with fury, slamming the table. "You will take it, whether you want to or not, for the sake of justice." I could see his frustration boiling over at Kizaru's laziness. He was already troubled by the issues posed by Akainu and Akiji, one extreme and the other too complacent. Choosing one would only incite the other. After finally hoping to pass the torch to the mediating Kizaru, he found that Kizaru was completely uninterested. Akainu interjected, unable to contain himself. "Fleet Admiral, I believe Kizaru is unsuitable." Before he could finish, Sengoku unleashed his fury, spitting out words that splattered Akainu's face. "Unsuitable? And you think you are? Or is Akiji more fitting? One worse than the other. I must have drawn the short straw to lead you all." The table splintered under his strike, Akainu's face shifting through shades of anger. Sengoku pointed a finger at him. "Your so-called absolute justice. Who agrees with you besides yourself? If you could soften your stance, would I be in such a predicament?" "And what do you think happened next?" Kizaru, that sly fox, unexpectedly chimed in. "I think Akainu could be quite good." "Shut up," Sengoku roared, and Kizaru immediately retreated, feigning ignorance. As this grand drama of workplace intrigue unfolded among the Navy's upper echelons, Akiji leisurely interjected, "Fleet Admiral, the answer has already emerged." Everyone froze, staring at the screen, which boldly displayed that the world government had buzzed in with the answer. "Water City. Action." "Kizaru, go now," Sengoku commanded, and Kizaru sighed, reluctantly transforming into a beam of light, disappearing with a heavy heart, likely pondering how to shirk effort while still receiving accolades. Meanwhile, in Water City, a bizarre cyborg clad only in underpants, known as Frankie, paled as he clutched the schematics tightly. He swore that anyone who dared to seize it would perish with him. Back in the answering space, Kyer received the news as well. After some thought, he too submitted Water City. However, the system determined that he had only accurately identified the location, deeming it insufficiently precise, and granted him a meager enhancement of 15 to his physical attributes. Better than nothing, but Kyer's ambitions had shifted. He had set his sights on that peculiar shipwright. This individual was a veritable talent, capable of crafting ships. His knowledge of sea trains was nothing short of a construction marvel. He must secure this asset before the world government could lay claim to him. At this moment, the remaining small-time pirates were utterly despondent. "Please, just tell us the answer." One individual sobbed, tears streaming down his face. "I don't want to die. I'll go home and farm. I want to be a pirate anymore." Unfortunately, no one paid them any heed. Even Kaido could only glare helplessly, for he truly had no idea. As time elapsed, the punishment descended, and the air was filled with the sounds of anguished screams. In the end, only one unfortunate soul managed to survive, yet his devil fruit ability was erased, leaving him an ordinary man, weeping more sorrowfully than if he had perished. As the final 3 questions concluded, Kyer rose, waving his hand dismissively as if shooing away flies. "All right, everyone, this experience has come to an end. Until next time." No sooner had he spoken than everyone was teleported away. Kyer was the last to leave, for as the administrator, he enjoyed additional benefits that enhanced his physical prowess by another 30%. I could sense that his physique was now on par with those monstrous vice admirals of the Navy. Upon returning to the kingdom of Zigu, Kyer wasted no time delegating household matters to Robin, taking me and a group of ninjas straight to the Water City. En route, Sengoku called, wishing to trade 2 devil fruits and a trove of supplies for the barely alive old sand. Without a moment's hesitation, Kyer agreed, reasoning that keeping old sand was futile. It was better to extract whatever value remained. We hurried to the Water City, which was in utter chaos. The Navy, agents of the world government, and a horde of pirates, drawn by the scent of opportunity, had turned the entire city upside down. Mayor Albing had been captured for interrogation, but the local strongman, Frankie, had managed to hide. Utilizing our observation hockey in conjunction with a thorough search by the Ninja Legion, we finally located a pervert hiding in a residential area that evening. As Kyer and I entered, a gun was immediately aimed at him. "Stop!" Without even glancing at the gunman, Kyer focused his gaze on the man in the airplane-patterned underwear, who bore visible injuries, revealing mechanical parts beneath. "Hello, Frankie." Frankie recognized Kyer at once. "You are that administrator." "I have come to extend an invitation," Kyer stated bluntly. "Mayor Albing cannot hold out much longer, and the world government will soon find you. Will you come with me?" Frankie wore a skeptical expression. "Go with you? What do you want? The plans for Pluton?" "I am far more intrigued by your technology." Kyer smiled. "For instance, the sea train." Noticing Frankie's lingering wariness, Kyer grew impatient. "Of course, if you prefer to say it is for Pluton, that is acceptable as well." No sooner had he finished speaking than Frankie attempted to pull the trigger, only to suddenly find himself immobile. It was I who had seized control of his entire metallic body with my magnetic powers. To my kin, a cyborg was merely fodder before a master of magnetism. Frankie was momentarily taken aback, experiencing the stark disparities of the world for the first time. "Remaining here will only bring disaster to this city," Kyer stated coolly. "Come with me and work for me for 5 years, assisting in the creation of certain devices. As for the Pluton blueprints, if you wish to provide them, you may. If not, it matters not." Frankie was left without retort, acknowledging his predicament. We had scarcely left when we encountered a familiar face, Admiral Kizaru. He was engaged in a fierce battle with a group of pirates from the New World, effortlessly dispatching them with laser precision while muttering to himself, "Oh dear, how terrifying." Upon spotting Kyer, his eyes sparkled, and he swiftly appeared before us, adopting a teasing tone. "Isn't this Zifa-sensei's student? What a coincidence." He even feigned an apology, claiming that during Kyer's last incident, his subordinates had failed to assist, earning him a scolding from Zifa-sensei. I couldn't help but chuckle. This was no apology, but a blatant provocation. He narrowed his eyes. "Are you looking for trouble?" "Not at all," Kizaru waved his hand, maintaining a lethargic demeanor. I wouldn't engage in such troublesome affairs. Just as he intended to interrogate Frankie, distant cries for help from the Navy reached his ears. Kizaru clicked his tongue, feigning annoyance, and transformed into a beam of light, vanishing. We seized the opportunity to hastily board our ship and escape. From a distance, I saw Kizaru standing at the dock, watching our vessel, muttering to himself, "How swift they are. Oh well, let Admiral Sengoku deal with the headache." This sly one had managed to turn our escape into a clever tactic to evade his duties as an admiral, believing himself to be a genius. At that moment, I sensed that the Navy headquarters would soon be inundated with phone calls. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Kizaru's transponder snail rang, and Sengoku's thunderous roar erupted from the other end. "Kizaru, you scoundrel! Why didn't you stop him? I'll inform you. You are destined to be the next admiral. No vacations for you." Kizaru's expression fell instantly, frantically seeking excuses, claiming that Kair was neither a wanted criminal nor an enemy, but rather a partner and a junior. "Surely I cannot keep him here for a banquet." Sengoku was nearly apoplectic, issuing a strict order to pursue Kair immediately after dealing with the Water City, or else face a demotion to the New World to contend with the four emperors. After hanging up, Kizaru fell into a state of despair, lost in thought, contemplating defection or perhaps joining the Revolutionary Army. This job was becoming untenable. Meanwhile, we returned to the kingdom of Zigu with ease. Frankie was assigned to research the sea train and construct new warships. As for Kair, he was enjoying a leisurely soak in the newly constructed open-air hot springs with Robin, Vivi, and a group of lovely women. Robin, reveling in the relaxation, reported that our hot spring establishment had gained immense fame, thriving in business. With the national treasury flourishing and numerous talented individuals recruited, even the army beginning to form. Kair nodded in approval, entrusting the training of new recruits to Khalifa and Ayn. He leaned closer to Ayn, adopting a particularly earnest expression, prompting her cheeks to flush. The refusal she intended to voice never materialized. Our plans were progressing steadily, and once our personnel were adequately trained, the first step would be to cleanse the myriad of minor pirate scum plaguing the first half of the Grand Line. Yet, just as I was beginning to feel satisfied with this cleansing plan, that wretched system reared its head again. It appeared as if it were a grim reaper, directly presenting a prompt before my eyes. "Quiz activity commencing." Great, here we go again. I was still luxuriating in the hot springs of the kingdom of Zigu, surrounded by beautiful women, when this disruption occurred. I quickly instructed the ladies to enjoy themselves and asked my tailed beast, Shoa, to keep an eye on the situation, especially regarding Robin, to prevent any unwarranted thoughts. I then found a secluded spot to change clothes, only to be teleported away in an instant. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself in a quiz space teeming with people, most of whom were unsavory pirates, alongside a few ordinary individuals clearly designated as cannon fodder. The most striking figure was a balloon man clad in a spacesuit. Indeed, one of those foolish celestial dragons. Let me tell you, this fellow was utterly deranged. Upon entering and seeing us standing instead of kneeling, he immediately brandished a gun, firing wildly while shouting about how any disrespectful individuals who did not kneel before him would die. The surrounding pirates were thrown into chaos, scurrying in all directions. Who among you understands? The moment I entered, witnessing this scene ignited my fury. This was my territory. I unleashed the power of my devil fruit, instantly freezing all bullets in midair, and my imposing aura silenced the entire assembly. You must have heard the rules, especially for first-time participants. I coldly glared at the balloon man. If you dare to act, I will erase you. Understood? And what do you suppose happened next? The celestial dragon continued to bluster. You dare threaten a celestial dragon? We are gods, he shouted while attempting to fire again. I thought to myself, does he truly not consider himself an outsider? Very well, I shall oblige him. Without hesitation, I used my powers to encase him in eyes from head to toe, leaving only his head exposed to enjoy a treatment akin to Kaido's. His mouth continued to spout nonsense. Inferior beings. I will have the Navy Admiral capture you. I could scarcely be bothered to respond. After all, there were no representatives of the world government present in this space, This wretch was as good as doomed. Allowing him to experience the despair of dying slowly was far more entertaining than a swift execution. Having dealt with this troublemaker, I declared the rules. Fighting was prohibited, and one must answer questions. Failure to comply would result in death. Everyone, take your seats. We shall begin. Question: does this world have the existence of sky islands? There were only two options, yes or no. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this a question meant to be answered easily? However, the pirates present, appearing as if they had never seen the world, began to laugh maniacally. Sky islands? How could that be possible? Do you really believe in fairy tales? It's utterly ridiculous. This question was too straightforward. Victory was assured. Out of more than 20 people, 15 didn't even hesitate before choosing no, including that frozen celestial dragon. They looked at me as if I were a fool. I, on the other hand, quietly selected yes. The next moment, the answer was revealed. The entire space erupted. Those who chose incorrectly began to fade away, their bodies turning transparent and dissipating into nothingness. The wailing was unbearable. No, I don't want to die. I have money. How can there really be sky islands? Aren't fairy tales just lies? Bastards. I am a descendant of the gods. Amidst the cries, the 15 individuals, along with the celestial dragon, vanished in an instant. From a gathering of over 20, less than 10 remained. Among those left, a few truly understood the existence of sky islands and silently watched the spectacle, saying nothing. Others had merely guessed. Though they survived, their abilities were stripped away, their faces pale, viewing everyone as adversaries. As for me, my mind buzzed. My Kinbunchika hockey had leveled up. Delightful. The second question followed. What characteristics do the inhabitants of sky islands possess? Options included bird-headed humanoids, the ability to fly, and wings. For those who had visited, this was a mere formality, but for others, it was a gamble for their lives. As expected, a few unfortunate souls guessed wrong and perished on the spot. Once again, my senses buzzed, my Kinbunchiko hockey ascended. The third question was absurd. Where do the ancestors of the Sky Islanders originate? The options were the Moon, Mars, Sky City, and the Ancient Kingdom. Even those knowledgeable about the Sky Islands were left baffled. Who could possibly know? The Moon? Mars? Nonsense. The remaining pirates were in utter disarray, flailing about like headless chickens. I, however, recalled that Enel had always yearned for the moon, and if I remember correctly, those moon inhabitants also had wings. I decided to take a gamble and chose the moon. Just as I finished selecting, a pirate went berserk, rushing toward me with red eyes. What's the answer? Tell me quickly. You're in cahoots with this system, aren't you? I swiftly froze him into an ice sculpture. Answer your questions properly. I had no intention of saving a pirate whose hands were stained with blood. As expected, when time was up, one was erased for attacking me, and the other perished for guessing incorrectly. After this round of questions, only a handful of us remained. I waved my hand dismissively. All right, you may leave now. I hope you enjoy your next game. Upon hearing the word next, those few turned pale and were instantly teleported away. The gains from this encounter were tremendous. My Kinbunchika hockey had undergone a transformation. Now, not only could I predict movements, but I could also sense the goodwill and malice hidden within others' hearts. I must say, this ability is akin to a human lie detector. Upon returning to the Magnet Drum Kingdom, I immediately began testing my newfound abilities. I circled around Califa. Indeed, she harbored some ill intentions. This woman was not to be trusted. Then I approached Robin. Strangely, despite being so close, I sensed no malice whatsoever. Was she simply concealing her true feelings, or did she genuinely have no ulterior motives? She innocently asked me, "Boss, is there something you need?" It left me feeling a bit embarrassed. Lastly, I found on, beneath her expressionless facade, lay nothing but goodwill and affection for me. I couldn't help but smile and teasingly remarked, "Suddenly, you seem more beautiful than ever." She pushed me away with a look of disdain, but I took the opportunity to lift her up. She feebly struggled for a moment, just like before settling down obediently. Just as I was about to take things further, there was a knock at the door. Ayn hurriedly pushed me away, her face as red as an apple. I opened the door to find Princess Vivi standing there. She glanced at the awkward atmosphere in the room and seemed a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry to interrupt. I took the chance to flirt. If you join us, it wouldn't be an interruption at all. The guard behind Vivi Bell instantly turned cold, and I could feel his malice from afar. Vivi ignored my banter and got straight to the point. There's trouble in Alabasta. I must return immediately. All right. I knew this girl only cared about her country. I instructed Robin to arrange personnel and a ship, secretly placing a few ninjas and shadow claws on board to help keep an eye on things. After sending Vivi off, my life began to fall back into a routine. The captured crocodile was handed over to the Navy in exchange for money, and the pirates we seized from our occupied route were all packaged and sent to the Navy for bounties, earning us a tidy profit. However, just a few days later, that old man Sengoku called me, starting with a blunt statement. Someone in the Allied nations is plotting against you. I was puzzled. I hadn't even made a move yet they were already anxious. The reason? Word of your killing of King Walpole of Magnadrum has spread. Sengoku informed me that Kizuru had already been dispatched to my location and hoped I would treat him well. Upon hearing this, I understood they were trying to intimidate me. After hanging up, I chuckled coldly. Who was afraid of whom? The scene shifted to the Navy headquarters, where Sengoku, having decided to step down, had fully embraced a laid-back mode. He spent his days snacking on senbei with Garp, shirking all responsibilities. Even Saru could no longer tolerate it and began lecturing Garp, stating that his grandson Luffy was nearing my territory. If he didn't take action soon, a major incident would surely occur, urging him to capture Luffy for hard labor. Garp was caught off guard by the confrontation and quickly fled, presumably to catch his grandson. Meanwhile, back at my place, Kizuru indeed arrived. Upon meeting, his lewd expression and irritating tone greeted me. Yo, Junior, long time no see, even glancing at Robin beside me. I couldn't be bothered with him and directly told Robin, arrange a 10-day hot spring trip for Admiral Kizuru, all expenses covered. Those who understand will know. To deal with such a slacker, one must use magic to defeat magic. Toss him into the hot spring, and within 3 days, he wouldn't even remember his own name. Watching Kizuru scamper off to the hot spring, Robin returned with a bewildered expression. Is he really an admiral of the Navy? He doesn't seem like one at all. The Navy is full of oddities. That's normal. I waved my hand, still contemplating how to poach some personnel from Zifa-sensei. At that moment, Robin rushed over, her expression serious. Boss, our personnel stationed in front of the shipping route have been defeated. The enemy is the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Prepare the ship. I will personally go see. I left Saru behind to manage the home front and prepared to set sail alone. I wanted to see just how capable this future pirate king really was. You're going to take action yourself? Robin seemed a bit surprised. Previously, even when others caused trouble, I would have those bounty offenders pile up bodies in response. Prepare the vessels. Kyle didn't elaborate further. Robin ceased her inquiries. Meanwhile, Kyle took the opportunity to explain the situation to Owen. Afterward, he swiftly prepared for action. In the hot spring house, the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, was indeed a nuisance. If I don't go, will I be beaten to death by Mr. Garp next time we meet? Yet, it seemed that Admiral Sengoku had sent me here without any mention of protecting that Straw Hat Kid. The third generation of officials is truly troublesome. Sigh. Lounging in the hot spring, Kizaru lazily complained. He had become a useless admiral, completely disinterested in moving. Naturally, that was his thought, but upon sensing that Kyle had already taken action, with ships prepared, he quickly donned his clothing and transformed into a beam of golden light. Setting off. On the ship over the sea, I initially thought you were merely spying on me, but it seems you have been paying attention, Kyer remarked earnestly. Do not misunderstand. I merely happened to see you. I neither followed you nor intruded, Huang Yuan replied, feigning seriousness, though his demeanor remained rather lewd. After spending considerable time in the hot spring, he felt his complexion had lightened and improved. Do you know what I intend to do? Kaya inquired. I am just casually observing. Huang Yuan intended to respond, but upon meeting Kyer's gaze, he opted for silence. The two exchanged little conversation, as they were not particularly familiar, even to the point of being quite estranged. Setting sail, they proceeded along the route. In truth, Luffy and his crew were not far from their location, and the ship they were on had received an accelerator following Frankie's modifications. They could maneuver even against the wind, and their speed with a favorable breeze was astonishing. "Are you truly going to capture that boy?" Huang Yuan could not help but ask during their journey. "Do you wish for me to set him free?" Kaya counted. He is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp and the son of the Revolutionary Army's leader, Huang Yuan claimed, adopting an expression of concern for Kai's well-being. Even if he were ordered to apprehend the boy, he might very well turn a blind eye. However, with Kai taking matters into his own hands, it was hard to believe he harbored no ulterior motives. "Let us meet first and ascertain the situation. Perhaps Vice Admiral Garp wishes to tidy up his affairs but is unable to do so. I might assist him," Kai said with a subtle smile, which caused Huang Yuan to break into a light sweat, feeling as though he had boarded a pirate ship from which he could not disembark. It was unfortunate that he had been summoned here with no chance to escape, unless he could find an opportunity to contact Sengoku and request a return, or simply betray the Navy. "Having asked numerous questions, allow me to pose one to you. I have heard you are a spy for the Revolutionary Army and have recognized Luffy as his second uncle." Kai suddenly recalled an old joke and turned to Huang Yuan, testing the waters. While it appeared humorous, if true, the implications could be significant. Huang Yuan feigned ignorance. "Who told you that?" "A friend of mine, from the Revolutionary Army," Kai replied with a chuckle, maintaining a serious tone. "While I do know them, I wouldn't go so far as to say that." "Are you certain that friend didn't deceive you?" Huang Yuan dismissed Kai's jest, though internally he harbored his own thoughts. "Is the friend you refer to yourself?" "Who knows?" Kai laughed. "Then, if I were to kill him, it should not be a matter of consequence, considering he is merely a pirate with a bounty of 30 million, Kai said, fixing his gaze upon Huang Yuan, as if to gauge his reaction. Capturing him alive would yield a greater reward. Huang Yuan initially intended to brush it off, but he feared that if this man truly meant harm, he would bear the brunt of the fallout. Caution seemed prudent. "How about I enlist a friend to offer you 30 million instead?" Huang Yuan hesitated before speaking. "The friend you mentioned wouldn't happen to be you, would it?" Kai laughed. "Impossible, I have no money." However, it was evident that Luffy's bounty exceeded 30 million. Their banter continued, and amidst it all, Huang Yuan could not refrain from reporting the situation to Sengoku, who, despite being far away, felt a sense of urgency. Is this boy attempting to provoke Garp, or is there some enmity between them? Listening to Huang Yuan, Sengoku was unusually engaged. Based on his analysis of Kai, it seemed more likely that he intended to use Luffy for some ulterior motive. The talk of killing appeared to be mere posturing. Huang Yuan's inquiries seemed to reflect his stance. If necessary, intervene. Do not allow him to kill that Straw Hat Boy before Garp arrives. Soon, Sengoku replied to Huang Yuan and returned to a state of inactivity, determined that as long as the Straw Hat Boy remained alive, Garp could handle the aftermath. Whatever the underlying issues or motivations, Sengoku chose to remain oblivious, confident that the next fleet admiral would shield him from any repercussions. In the meantime, Sengoku debated whether to contact Garp, prompting Garp, stationed on a warship, to accelerate his progress. He also reached out via the transponder snail to scold Zephyr. "You, Zephyr," and promptly hung up. Zephyr, who was diligently gathering intelligence on the Navy and the world government, was left bewildered. He sought to ascertain whether the Navy was still worth his service and was taken aback by the sudden call. "Has there been a breach?" Garp's words even prompted Zephyr to contemplate whether it might be prudent to flee. This old man would not berate him without cause. It must be something of great importance. Zephyr suspected he might have inadvertently touched upon some sensitive information. Chapter 76. Capturing the unwittingly suffering Zephyr felt helpless, yet he resolved to ascertain the situation before taking action. Garp moved swiftly, intent on capturing Luffy before Kai could intervene. The world was on the brink of chaos, and the notion of becoming the Pirate King seemed increasingly absurd. Perhaps it was better to aim for the title of Navy King. A naval vessel sped through the waters, heading towards the first half of the Grand Line. But even at its fastest, it could not match Kai, who was already nearby. Whiskey Peak. "Nami, have we confirmed the next island?" After dispatching the bounty hunters in the area, Luffy and his crew had commenced a celebration, planning to set sail the following day. However, traversing the Grand Line was not as simple as they desired. Shut up. Let me find the bounty here before we talk. These bounty hunters are so wealthy. I wonder how many pirates they have slain, Nami exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with greed. While others fought, she searched for treasure. During the feast, she sought riches. And even as they prepared to depart, her focus remained on the bounty. That's enough. Many of these individuals possess considerable strength, and their backers will not let us go easily, Zoro remarked, sensing impending doom. The bounty hunters here were formidable, unlike those from the Baroque works, who had now vastly improved. Many of these mercenaries had been enticed by Kair, and their motivations were purely financial, indicating their exceptional capabilities. Of course, while they were sufficient as frontline soldiers, they still fell short compared to Zoro and the others. I understand. Once I deal with that fellow from last night. Nami acknowledged Zoro's concerns, surprisingly refraining from arguing. Hey, you lot. There are ships approaching from outside, and they are quite large. Usopp shouted from a higher vantage point. More of them? Zoro took a swig from his bottle. Although he had previously urged them to set sail, he felt that fighting such foes would prove futile, especially since Luffy was eager to depart. If the opportunity presents itself without any prior engagement, he remains indifferent to taking some action. Green Algae Head. Hurry and deal with them. Then come back quickly for dinner, Sanji shouted, his head protruding from his busy preparations. I want more meat, Sanji, Luffy exclaimed excitedly. In an instant, he seized Zoro and was ready to depart, leaving Zoro no chance to voice his thoughts before being dragged away. I will kill you, Luffy, echoed a resonant voice, filled with a sense of despair. The others, witnessing this scene, found it rather amusing and returned to their own tasks. Confident in Luffy and Zoro's capabilities, the opportunity presented itself. As soon as he disembarked from the warship, Kair sensed it. Two figures approached. Kizaru did not even bother to look. You won't make a move, will you, Admiral Kizaru? Kair inquired, aware that capturing Luffy depended more on Kizaru than on the opponent's strength. What exactly are you planning? It can't be to kill him, can it? Since he was already here, he might as well speak freely. One intention was to meet the leader of the Revolutionary Army, while another was to see if he could intimidate Vice Admiral Garp. Are you satisfied with that? Kair asked with a smile, causing Kizaru to break into a slight sweat. Is it really that easy? Despite this, Kizaru chose to remain passive. As long as he survived, it was none of his concern. I'll just watch from here. The enemy. Rubber gun. Kizaru stood aside, merely observing. In the distance, a massive fist was hurtling towards them. With a resounding smack, it struck a solid object, causing Luffy to wince in pain. He felt restrained and, surprisingly, it hurt. Why? Am I not made of rubber? Luffy pondered. Before he could react, he was propelled away by the rubber force. The fist, which should have retracted, was instead caught, and with a forceful tug from Kair, Luffy was sent flying. The disparity in their physical attributes was significant. Zoro was equally astonished, not expecting Luffy to be launched so suddenly. Just moments ago, Zoro had been threatening to kill him, but now he hastily moved to rescue him. Santori, Arashir-gumi. Without even launching his attack, Zoro spotted a slashing strike approaching. He braced himself against the attack, but was forced to retreat repeatedly. Be quiet, Kair said curtly, freezing the Straw Hat Kid in place, leaving only his head visible. Ice Knight. The burst of icy gel formed a knight that charged forward to attack Zoro, already unsettled by the prior strike. Zoro found himself overwhelmed by the Ice Knight's relentless assaults, quickly becoming encased in ice. That should be enough mercy, Kair remarked casually, glancing at the towering figure. He commanded his subordinates to carry the ice sculpture away. Who are you? Luffy exclaimed, wide-eyed, completely taken aback by encountering such an adversary upon his arrival. He is the manager, Zoro recognized, as he was not directionally challenged nor face-blind, and he noted the man's abilities. He also noticed the Navy presence, glancing at Kizaru in the distance. The emblem of justice loomed large. Be quiet, Kair interrupted as Luffy attempted to speak, instructing his men to bind the two with sea stone chains and negate their devil fruit powers. This time, they were here to capture, not to kill. What do you plan to do with the others? Kizaru seemed to sense something and asked. Who knows? Without a bounty, should I just kill them? Kair stated coldly, sending shivers down the spines of the two glaring at him. Kizaru smirked and remained silent, while Luffy and Zoro found themselves unable to voice any objections. In the distance, Usopp observed in panic. This is bad. Luffy and Zoro have been captured. If they've been captured, then let them come back, Sanji said, busy with his cooking. He quickly grasped the situation. Are you saying they were caught? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes, Usopp replied hastily. Nami, pack your things and leave first. Don't worry about anything else. I'm going to rescue them. If I can't, you all should leave. Sanji shouted decisively. Nami had no time to react before Sanji dashed off. Hearing Usopp's words, a pale-faced Nami finally realized the gravity of the situation. They will be fine. Let's find a ship and wait for them. At that moment, Nami was willing to forsake all else in her urgency to escape with them. Once on the ship, she felt a renewed sense of confidence. Chapter 77. A ship ready to depart. Let them go, you scoundrel. Take this. Sanji, clad in a black suit, arrived swiftly. He delivered a flying kick, quickly becoming another captive of Kair's subordinates. Their combat strength was now fully assembled. Staring at the displeased blonde youth before him, Kair ordered his men to toss them aside. Anyone bold enough to handle me should be prepared to be handled in return. If you have a grudge, come at me. It has nothing to do with them. Don't go, it's all my doing. Sanji exclaimed defiantly. Initially dismissive, he began to panic upon witnessing Kair's swift disappearance. They were their remaining comrades. Damn it. Luffy and Zoro seethed with anger. Yet currently, they had no opportunity to say more. Kizaru merely watched from the side, saying nothing, contemplating what would transpire when Vice Admiral Garp arrived. Meanwhile, Nami and Usopp waited by the shore, initially hopeful about seeing Sanji and the others. Yet hope quickly faded into despair. Chilly Star. Explosive Star. Usopp fired several rounds, but before they could reach Kair, he effortlessly evaded them. The speed of those projectiles was entirely negligible. You're accurate, but not fast enough. With a swift motion, Kair closed the distance to the two. Will you come along quietly? Or do you prefer a beating before leaving? His casual words felt like an invitation, yet they sent a chill down the spines of the two. Sir, we're just ordinary people who encounter a bad guy here. What are you planning to do? Please let us go. I will do anything you ask, Nami pleaded, biting her lip and adjusting her clothing. I have no interest in petty thieves. Be compliant. A ship is about to leave in an orderly manner, Kair urged. Casting a glance at Nami, he harbored no malice towards her, but neither did he harbor any affection. To him, she was merely a somewhat attractive woman, not even comparable to Vivi. The rare art of seduction proved utterly ineffective. How infuriating. In the end, it falls upon me, Captain Usopp. Usopp spoke, his legs trembling with anxiety, yet he gathered the courage to voice his thoughts. Mid-sentence, however, he was swiftly struck down by Kair. My patience is finite, and my willingness to converse is merely due to your lack of a bounty, which may hold some utility. You scoundrel, release them. Prepare to taste my wrath. Sanji, clad in an elegant black suit, rushed in with remarkable speed, delivering a swift kick that rendered yet another of Kair's subordinates a captive. The trio of combatants was now complete. Gazing upon the displeasing blonde youth, Kair ordered his men to toss them aside. Those who dare to handle me should be prepared for retaliation. You scoundrel, if you have grievances, direct them towards me. They are not involved. Do not intervene. I am responsible for all of this. Initially, Sanji remained dismissive, yet he felt a twinge of panic as he witnessed Kair's rapid departure. That was their only remaining hope. How vexing. Luffy and Zoro were equally furious, yet the opportunity for further discourse was lost. Meanwhile, Kizaru observed silently from a distance, contemplating the chaos that would ensue upon Admiral Garp's arrival. On the other side, Nami and Usopp awaited by the shore, initially hopeful upon sighting what they believed to be Sanji and the others. Yet, hope proved to be a fleeting illusion, giving way to despair. Chilly Star. Explosion Star. Usopp unleashed a volley of ammunition, only for it to be easily evaded before reaching Kair. Though his aim was true, the speed of his projectiles was woefully inadequate. In an instant, Kair accelerated towards them, standing before the pair. Will you accompany me willingly, or shall I have to teach you a lesson first? His ordinary words felt like an invitation, yet sent shivers down their spines. "Sir, we are mere commoners, having encountered a villain here. What do you intend to do? Spare us, and I shall do anything you ask." Biting her lip, the petite thief Nami adjusted her clothing and pleaded sweetly. "I have no interest in petty thieves. Be compliant, and a ship must depart in an orderly fashion," Kair replied, urging them onward. He bore no ill will towards Nami, yet he did not harbor any affection either. To him, regardless of past or present, she was merely a moderately attractive woman, even less appealing than Vivi. The rare art of seduction proved utterly ineffective. How infuriating! In the end, it falls upon me, Captain Usopp. Usopp spoke, his legs trembling with anxiety. Yet he gathered the courage to voice his thoughts. Mid-sentence, however, he was swiftly struck down by Kair. "My patience is finite, and my willingness to converse is merely due to your lack of a bounty, which may hold some utility." Usopp unleashed a barrage of ammunition, only to have it deftly avoided before reaching Kair. Though his aim was true, the speed of his projectiles was woefully inadequate. In an instant, Kair accelerated towards them, standing before the pair. "Will you accompany me willingly, or shall I have to teach you a lesson first?" His ordinary words felt like an invitation. It sent shivers down their spines. "Sir, we are mere commoners, having encountered a villain here. What do you intend to do? Spare us, and I shall do anything you ask." Biting her lip, the petite thief Nami adjusted her clothing and pleaded sweetly. "I have no interest in petty thieves. Be compliant, and a ship must depart in an orderly fashion," Kair replied, urging them onward. He bore no ill will towards Nami, yet he did not harbor any affection either. To him, regardless of past or present, she was merely a moderately attractive woman, even less appealing than Vivi. Chapter 78. An invitation to Kizaru. Perhaps there are not a few. Kizaru's expression remained largely unchanged. As an elderly marine, witnessing the demise of Pirate King's adversaries, he understood the tumultuous past. The chaos of yore was now compounded by the present turmoil. Many formidable individuals existed then, yet now countless pirates roamed, many of whom might ascend to greatness. Each year, the supernovae in Sabaody Archipelago increase in number. Thus, my disdain is not for all pirates. I merely detest a select few, those with bounties, lacking exceptional value, and clearly problematic, are bound to face consequences eventually. Of course, if they commit no wrongdoing. Even those with bounties do not warrant my concern unless they provoke me. Kair regarded Kizaru while speaking. This dialogue triggered thoughts of Luffy in Kizaru's mind, causing him to furrow his brow. Does that fellow possess any true value? He felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance, wishing he could return to Marine headquarters for some rest. Why was he here? After posing numerous questions, he inquired, "Admiral Kizu, do you harbor intentions of leaving the Navy? I could offer you a lucrative salary." "Qu'est soudaine proposition momentariste de Kizaru. I am not the spy you presume me to be. I have never contemplated leaving the Navy," he replied, recalling Kair's previous claim of being a revolutionary. "What a pity. May I inquire as to why you serve in the Navy?" Kair asked. "Why did you serve in the Navy?" Kizaru countered without a direct answer. "For the sake of so-called justice," Kair responded candidly. Their exchange continued, and Kizaru sensed a hint of jest in Kair's words. Regrettably, he could discern nothing. Today's youth are truly formidable, showing no signs of deception. Kizaru shook his head, feigning a sense of being outwitted. "Because I never lied," Kair remarked, taking a sip of his drink. "Is your current endeavor also for justice?" "Of course. I once aimed to reform the Navy from within to change the world, but that opportunity has passed. As it stands, my motivations remain unchanged, and I am in dire need of allies, particularly someone of your caliber, Admiral Kizaru." Another revolutionary, indeed. To undermine the Navy is certainly against the law, especially when it involves a high-ranking officer. I shall treat this as if I have not heard anything, and our conversation ends here. Huang Yuan presented himself as a languid figure, reclining in his chair with a newspaper atop his head, feigning slumber. He displayed no inclination to explain his reasons for joining the Navy, concerned that revealing such information might be exploited by this individual for attacks. Thus, he deemed it best to conclude the discussion, hoping that upon witnessing the disarray of the Navy, a choice would be made. Kai Er stated directly. Huang Yuan considered retorting, but sensed that the conversation would be interminable and chose to acquiesce instead. As the warship swiftly advanced, they soon approached the vicinity of the Ci Kingdom, having entered the winter season. Before arriving at Ci Island, Kai Er was met by his guest. The previously feigned, slumbering Huang Yuan awakened. Your troubles have arrived. Why not consider them as my allies? Kai Er was certainly not seeking his own demise by attempting to capture the straw hat, Luffy. He retained some semblance of strategy, understanding that as long as he did not eliminate this individual, Carp would refrain from causing unnecessary trouble, regardless of his identity or character, and out of respect for ZFA, he would likely remain subdued for the time being. Moreover, Kai Er now possessed the strength to assert himself somewhat. You do not intend to recruit Vice Admiral Carp, do you? Are the youth of today truly this reckless? Then, ZFA, you must have taken action as well. Huang Yuan pondered whether he should disclose everything to Sengoku, feeling yet another troublesome presence. He could even sense the potential unraveling of the Navy. Of course, perhaps Admiral Sengoku is also on my side, believe it or not, Kai Er said with a smile. Huang Yuan rolled his eyes and gazed at the sky, remaining silent. Kai Er, my boy. A booming voice resonated from afar, followed by a figure swiftly approaching. Before the ship had even arrived, the silhouette had already dashed over, seemingly gliding on air. Ah, Vice Admiral Carp, a pleasure to meet you. I have long admired your reputation, having grown up hearing tales of your exploits. Teacher ZFA often spoke of you, and I held you in great esteem. Kai Er approached with a grin, exuding the demeanor of an eager admirer. Seemingly oblivious to Carp's ire, Huang Yuan, witnessing this, rubbed his forehead, recognizing that this individual was adept at adapting his speech to suit his audience. He had not displayed such behavior when confronting Carp's grandson. You, my boy, ZFA surely did not teach you such things, Carp remarked, his teeth clenched in irritation. As an elder, he was acutely aware that this individual's submissive facade was merely an act. Teacher ZFA instructed me solely in justice and combat prowess, and he certainly advised against becoming a pirate, Kai Er replied with a smile. Are you implying something? Carp initially remained unperturbed by the preceding words, but the latter statement ignited his desire to retaliate. I am not implying anything. I am speaking plainly, Kai Er declared, spreading his arms wide. What I desire, Vice Admiral Carp, is for you to assist me. He spoke candidly, revealing his intentions without any pretense. Some matters must be articulated. Once spoken, they hold potential, whereas silence guarantees no opportunity. You want me to betray the Navy? Boy, you're still too naive. Carp's anger morphed into a sardonic smile. I harbor no such intention. I merely seek your assistance. Besides, how could that be construed as betrayal? It would merely be a resignation, Kai Er interjected suddenly. Ultimately, if you have no intention of departing the Navy, what if the Navy were to act against you? I am a hero of the Navy. Do you truly believe they would dare to act against me? Carp scoffed. Teacher ZFA was a former admiral and the Navy's chief instructor. Yet he was ultimately killed by the Navy and by a multitude of his own disciples at that. As Kai Er spoke, he turned a glance at Huang Yuan, who remained stationed nearby. The mention of that event caused Huang Yuan's expression to twitch slightly. Ahem, that was a matter of the system. It should not be taken seriously. I could never do such a thing to Teacher ZFA, nor would the Navy dare to act against Vice Admiral Carp. Young man, I have no desire to engage in this conversation with you. Hand over Luffy, and I will quickly provide you with 30 million berries. Carp dismissed the topic, intent on locating his grandson. Regardless, he preferred to extricate him from the situation to prevent being delivered to the Navy. He vividly recalled the incident within the system where Ace was handed over to the Navy and subsequently executed. Chapter 79. Leader of the Revolutionary Army, Vice Admiral Carp. I have captured someone for you to freely engage with. Although you have declined my request, I believe I can attract others to collaborate with me. We have numerous common interests, Kai Er said cheerfully. Regardless of whether Carp accepted or rejected, he had no intention of releasing anyone at this moment, especially since his father had yet to arrive. Are you suggesting? Carp's expression shifted. Huang Yuan also displayed a troubled demeanor. Yes, I am referring to your son. It has been quite some time since you last saw him. Would you not like to stay for a while and meet your son? Then, with your heroism as a Navy officer, you could capture the world's most dangerous fugitive or even execute him on the spot. Kaya spoke rapidly. If Karp were to remain, regardless of whether he genuinely intended to work for him or otherwise, he would still possess some utility. Perhaps the Navy or the world government would begin to harbor suspicions. A scheme of discord, while it may not guarantee success. There is little to lose in the attempt. What do you intend to achieve? Do you wish to be like that boy? Karp demanded, clenching his fist and looking down at him. The throne rotates. This year it is my turn. Although I am indifferent to thrones, as a man with aspirations, having been reborn into this world, it is only natural to harbor some small ambitions and goals. Kaya replied with a slight smile. With your strength, it should be effortless to claim a throne. Aren't you already a king? Karp remarked. Huang Yuan suddenly grasped something. You are thinking too small, Vice Admiral Karp. I do not aspire to be a pirate king, a navy king, or even a king. What I seek is to be the king of the world. I intend to transform this world to eradicate pirates, human traffickers, and the so-called celestial dragons. Is this goal satisfactory? The smile on Kaier's face grew ever more radiant. Karp and Huang Yuan, however, appeared rather displeased. Are you truly unconcerned that we might capture you? Openly proclaiming such things? Karp threatened, while Huang Yuan stood ready to act, though internally he remained indifferent, unwilling to intervene. What is there to fear? If you truly wish to initiate this first battle, then bring it on. Though I am not yet fully prepared, I do not fear the confrontation. Right? Leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon? Kai-Er continued, casually greeting the heavens. Rebellious child, come down at once. Kapu and Huang Yuan were acutely aware of a presence in the sky. Soon, a fierce wind swept in, and a man clad in a green cloak, adorned with peculiar markings on his face, materialized on the ship. Without even glancing at Kapu and Huang Yuan, he regarded Kaier with a complex expression. Shall we collaborate? Kaier extended his left hand towards Long, addressing him. Hubid Yuson. Before Long could utter a word, Kapu had already taken action. There was no justification for striking Kaier, but hitting this son was a matter of little hesitation. With a punch infused with the force of a tempest, he struck, but fortunately, Long had anticipated this. Swiftly evading and floating into the sky, we can cooperate in eradicating pirates and human traffickers, but you aspire to be the king of the world. Long began to speak after dodging. We shall see who can change this world more effectively. Kaier smiled broadly, seemingly unperturbed. Life without purpose would indeed be a lamentable waste. Let us decide on this. As for Luffy, I hope you will show him some consideration. I shall not allow him to perish, but the rest will depend on his own choices. Thank you, but this place is unsafe. We will communicate through other means later. Long quickly made his decision and vanished. With the confirmation that Luffy's capture was due to him, and having forged an alliance, it was unnecessary to remain any longer. The audacity of the other party to invite his father to rebel rendered any worry superfluous. Moreover, with Kapu present, Luffy was in no immediate danger. You insufferable fool. You're no better. Seeing Long, Kapu was furious. Had this individual not fled, Luffy would not have encountered the likes of red-haired Shanks. Without Shanks, the notion of becoming the Pirate King would have been utterly preposterous. Now, such worries were non-existent. In due time, their trio of heroes, alongside 3 vice admirals and admirals, would shine brightly, ridding the world of countless pirates. All of them were ungrateful wretches. Observing Kapu's ire, Kaier smiled faintly. I hope Mr. Kapu will consider this seriously. As for Luffy, he shall remain here. I will assist in his upbringing, at least ensuring that his path as a pirate does not foster animosity between you. You merely wish to exploit him to draw me closer while keeping that brat Long in check. Upon hearing this, Kapu spoke up, completely exposing Kaier's intent. If that is your wish, so be it. Kaier did not conceal his motives. Staying here is certainly preferable to becoming a pirate, especially with the tumultuous times ahead, as your conflict with Whitebeard is about to commence. Do you think it wise to allow this individual to wreak havoc and impel down, or the Marine headquarters? Kaier was well aware of the movements of the Marines and the world government. His words rendered Kapu momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to continue, their monitors activated. And soon, both Kapu and Huang Yuan vanished from ship. Not only them, but Luffy, who had been previously bound, also disappeared, still under restrictions. The system was indeed chaotic. Receiving the notification that the QA space had been activated, Kaier felt helpless. These individuals had already been transported. The QA space is now ready. Shall we begin? Be cautious on your return to Mizukuni. Keep an eye on them. If they attempt to flee, eliminate them. Also, inform them that I am seeking their captain. If they do escape, I will deal with their captain. Kaier initially intended to leave directly, but recalled the troubles aboard his ship. With the protagonist's halo potentially causing issues, he opted to issue a warning to those nearby. Furthermore, he arranged for them to go to Mizukuni to find the Guardian, ensuring their safety. Having organized everything, Kaier wasted no time entering the QA space. Eager for the forthcoming rewards and inquiries, he hoped they might influence future events. Chapter 80. The third system space. Kaier remained somewhat cautious regarding those protagonists, as fate and fortune might still hold sway. In this tumultuous world, he was no longer surprised by anything. Upon entering the system space, he was met with the gazes of various individuals. The newcomers seemed to possess greater strength than before. It appears everyone has been awaiting my arrival. I sincerely apologize for the delay. With a disingenuous apology, Kaier settled into the main seat, surveying the assembly. I trust the rules need no reiteration. You have all heard them before. I believe you all have pressing matters, so let us commence. At that moment, Luffy had been freed by Kapu and glared at Kaier, wishing he could leap forward and strike him. Yet, with Kapu restraining him, he had no opportunity. Surrounding them were Huang Yuan and several other Marines, some vaguely familiar while others were not, numbering around 20. Opposite them stood a motley crew of pirates, slaves, and commoners. Several ordinary individuals were tearfully sobbing, resembling lambs bullied by wolves. This QA was a daunting challenge for them, as they were ignorant of everything and lacked any abilities to utilize. For them, the system space felt akin to a death sentence. They had previously gained some understanding of it. In total, there were just over 50 individuals, and this time, no celestial dragons were present. Wait, esteemed administrator, may we withdraw? We do not seek rewards. Even punishment would be acceptable, as long as we can return. I still have to prepare dinner, my child. A woman spoke up, surrounded by several similarly aged civilians, seeking comfort in their shared plight. Their positions were relatively close to the marine side. Silence, cease your weeping. One of the pirates, growing impatient, shouted at her. The sound of crying could indeed sour one's mood, especially for pirates who were not known for their patience. The pirate's outburst effectively silenced the woman. Little pirate, who are you trying to intimidate? You should be the one to quiet down. All of you ought to keep your mouths shut. A marine, emboldened by the presence of the marine hero and admirals, proclaimed loudly. His confidence was palpable. Indeed, under the scrutiny of Kapu and Huang Yuan, the pirates dared not utter a word, even those from the New World. The renowned figures of the Marines stood among them, their might ranking among the world's elite. Even if they could not act within the confines of the space, did they not possess the capability to eliminate them outside? While the debate unfolded, Kaier remained unperturbed. Observing the fearful expressions of the crowd, he finally spoke. Are you ordinary people? I shall make arrangements accordingly. Ordinary individuals, please gather closer and take your seats here. As for the Navy and the pirates, it was evident that the woman who spoke earlier did not anticipate that Kaier would express such sentiments. Thank you, esteemed sir. She addressed Kaier and then bowed slightly to Karp and the others. Subsequently, she hastily approached Kaier, followed by others, fearful of being left behind. Please take your seats and await the questions. Observing those who had come over, Kaier gestured for them to sit down, although they were uncertain about the situation. The sight of Kaier appearing willing to assist them brought a sense of relief. Now, everyone, take your places. I hereby declare the commencement of the quiz. This long table, with its numerous chairs, now seemed to have extended far beyond measure, accommodating all present. Of course, if you prefer to stand, that is permissible, as long as it does not obstruct others. Regardless of the thoughts of the others, Kaier straightforwardly announced the start of the QA session. The system display screen lit up, revealing the first question. A mere glance was sufficient for these ordinary individuals to turn their gazes toward Kair. Question: in a future devoid of systems, how many supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million have gathered at the Sabati archipelago this year? Multiple choice: 1, 3, 2, 0, 3, 5, 4, 11, 5, 7, 6, 9. Correct answer reward: Goblin summoning technique. The stronger the user, the more goblins that can be summoned. Incorrect answer penalty: loss of a certain ability, no ability to erase. The term supernova elicited a smile from Kair as he glanced at Carp. Carp, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Kair's gaze, turned to the bewildered Luffy beside him and delivered punch. If it weren't for this brat, Kair decisively selected 11 as his answer. The goblin summoning technique, while not a grand power, could still be considered an ability. Esteemed manager, the civilian woman who spoke earlier interjected. Kair paid her little mind, and the scene shifted as the display screen revealed the answer. Initially, they were unsure of the situation, but they quickly understood Kair's response. Thank you, esteemed sir. They swiftly began jotting down notes. A pirate, quick of eye in hand, attempted to discern the answer, but found it shrouded in obscurity. Fellow candidates, refrain from whispering and peering at others' answers, unless it is a voluntary exchange of information. Otherwise, the system will not recognize it, and naturally, you will not be able to see it, Kair remarked, smiling at the pirate. This comment darkened the pirate's expression. He pointed a finger toward the civilians, startling them. Initially filled with excitement, they now cautiously regarded Kair, fearful of provoking any issues. Did I not say? Think for yourselves. Kair spread his hands, showing indifference to the pirate's words. This caused the pirates to grow increasingly sullen. They contemplated intimidation, but recalled the earlier incident involving Kaido and promptly abandoned the idea. Meanwhile, the ordinary people were sheltered under Kair's influence, leaving them paralyzed. They exchanged glances. Faced with a choice of 6 options, such a conundrum proved challenging to decipher. Looking toward the Navy, they initially considered leveraging their knowledge to uncover the answer. However, the Navy, too, faced a dilemma. None possessed the answer, not even the admirals or the naval hero. The number of bounties surpassing 100 million was scarce, and it was uncertain whether they had even gathered at the Sabati archipelago. A naval officer swiftly analyzed, 11 individuals should not be so numerous. 0 or 3 seem unlikely as well. The answer must lie among the remaining 3 options, with 9 being the least probable. The highest likelihood rests between 5 and 7. One of the more astute officers posited. The other Navy personnel occasionally chimed in, gradually directing their gaze toward Carp and Huang Yuan. Logically, it should be up to these 2 prominent figures to make a decision. Yet one appeared lost in a daydream, while the other was occupied with an unconventional task, using his grandson to wipe his nose. This situation was utterly unreliable. Chapter 81. The most important thing is to rely on oneself. Carp, Vice Admiral. Huang Yuan, Admiral. Perhaps you could offer your insights? A lieutenant commander within the Navy finally spoke up. In the absence of the prominent figures, he could make a decision or allow others to attempt it, which would be acceptable. However, with such distinguished individuals present, he naturally felt compelled to be prudent. Upon hearing this, Carp turned his head. Huang Yuan, as an admiral, it falls to you to speak. I cannot analyze this. Although I do know who might have the answer, Huang Yuan replied while turning to Kair. Mr. Kair, how about sharing some intelligence? What do you think? Kair smiled, adopting an expression that suggested a playful reluctance to divulge information, which left Huang Yuan feeling helpless. He shrugged, conveying a sense of powerlessness. Kair, I recall you're also a member of the Navy, fighting for justice. The naval lieutenant commander, noticing Kair's apparent disregard, began to speak, but before he could finish, he fell silent. That was in the past. Kair extended a hand, signaling for him to cease. To extort from those already deceased is rather excessive. No one intends to exploit you yet. Let's settle this. There are approximately 20 of you, and I shall require 20 billion. I will share the answer with you. How's that sound? 1 billion per skill, and you will be ensured safety. That is quite favorable, is it not? Kair stated directly. This revelation caused the lieutenant commander's expression to shift. We could answer other questions. He glanced toward the others. A discount, perhaps 10 billion? This skill does not sound particularly remarkable, Huang Yuan interjected, adopting a tone of bargaining, which left those present and those outside feeling as if they had encountered ghosts. The Navy headquarters Sengoku reflected that this individual was a disgrace to the Navy, along with Karp. Were it not for Akainu and Akiji, they would not be acting normally. He would prefer to avoid using him. Although he had already resigned himself to a lack of ambition, gradually becoming like Huang Yuan, he still harbored disdain for him. In a world where only one person could be complacent, that person would be Sengoku. Huang Yuan's codename could be appropriated. Henceforth, he would be known as Huang Fo, allowing Huang Yuan to endure a life filled with various burdens. The thought of Huang Yuan enduring such a life in the future brought a satisfied smile to Sengoku's face. Within the confines of the system space, Huang Yuan suddenly felt a shiver. What? Is someone still targeting me? Is there a plot against me? He surveyed the surrounding individuals with caution. Meanwhile, those observing Huang Yuan's peculiar demeanor found no inclination to speak. I dislike haggling. It is 20 billion. Take it or leave it, Kair remarked with indifference. The pirates, however, had already begun to speak up. Esteemed manager, I am willing to offer 1 billion for the answer. I am prepared to pay 2 billion. I am willing. One by one, the pirates voiced their intentions, for those with power understood the trepidation they faced. The loss of certain abilities is akin to the taking of their very lives. The ability to spend money is paramount. It is best to indulge in expenditure. The ordinary individuals seated beside Kair are all cautious, realizing that their answers hold considerable value. This realization even sparks thoughts of trading their insights. However, such notions remain mere fantasies, as they are acutely aware of their precarious situation. They understand that acting on such thoughts would undoubtedly displease Kair, leading to dire consequences. Moreover, even if Kair were not displeased, how could they possibly acquire funds from the Navy or pirates? As ordinary individuals, they possess a modicum of self-awareness. Their safety is assured solely by this system. As they ponder the future, some even contemplate whether they might seek refuge with Kair, believing that those who acquire skills may rise above mediocrity. Yet, they might also become targets, for the goblin-esque possessions are likely extraordinary. This thought sends a shiver down the spine of the leading woman, prompting her to glance at Kair. I have no interest in you. Answer the questions yourself. Scanning the room, Kair notes that while some possess commendable strength, they are merely at the level of Luffy's bounty of around 100 million. At most nearing 300 million. Although there are pirates from the New World, they are clearly not formidable adversaries, but rather minor players mingling in the New World. We are being discriminated against as pirates. Here, we can do nothing. Are you not afraid that the pirates outside will come for you? One pirate rose, slamming his hand on the table. The table, evidently reinforced, did not shatter, yet the act incited anger among the pirates present and those in the outside world. How could this be? I'm showing you respect. Sons of the sea, courageous pirates of freedom. Why would you need another's answers? One must navigate their own life, facing even death with dignity. Is this not the essence of being a pirate? He gestured towards the gathered pirates, dismissing their threats entirely. If anyone were foolish enough to venture into the Grand Line's first half, let them come. As long as they do not provoke him, he could simply retreat to the sea. What could they do? If they dared to pursue him into the water, he would freeze them into oblivion. He was not Akiji. He had no fear of the sea. Should anyone dare to play in the ocean with him, they would never escape, destined to become icebergs submerged in the depths. The pirates exchanged glances, their expressions shifting between uncertainty and unease. Kair's words left them momentarily speechless. Indeed, many pirates took pride in their freedom and bravery upon the seas. Yet, was this circumstance the same? It is essential to rely on oneself, he reiterated. They too had comrades, after all. Time is of the essence. If you squander it, you seal your fate, Kair reminded them, his tone imbued with kindness. Chapter 82. The reluctant Yellow Ape listened to Karp's words. Even the usually composed Yellow Ape's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly let go of any resistance. Given that Sengoku had been pressuring him to assume the role of fleet admiral, he figured he could take some risks and shoulder the blame this time. After all, if things went awry, he might only face some reprimand. Surely, they would not dismiss him entirely. With this thought, the yellow ape felt no dissatisfaction. Instead, he smiled and spoke. 20 billion berries is no problem. Even 50 billion would not be a concern. Upon uttering these words, not only did Kair feel that the old yellow ape had lost his senses, but others in the vicinity also stared at him in disbelief. Is the pressure weighing too heavily on you lately? Or has Sengoku's insistence driven you to this point? Carp continued with a casual demeanor, having recovered from his initial astonishment. I merely act for the sake of the Navy. I trust Fleet Admiral Sengoku will understand, the yellow ape quickly replied, suppressing his expression. Ah, truly, it is an honor to serve alongside you, Admiral Yellow Ape. The Navy personnel expressed their gratitude, fully aware of the financial burdens often faced within their ranks, especially with such a staggering sum as 20 billion. The mention of 50 billion implied that he had resigned himself to the consequences. Meanwhile, Sengoku at the Navy headquarters quickly discerned that the yellow ape was seeking a way to take on a dangerous task. He decided to assign more notorious pirates to the yellow ape, ensuring he could meet the 20 billion, if not 50 billion. Before he stepped down, he would indeed serve as Fleet Admiral. At that moment, Sengoku had no qualms about giving the Admiral some work to do. If 50 billion was a trivial matter, then let him be kept busy. His aide, Tsuru, nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. Thus, the matter was settled. In the confines of the system space, Kair had initially considered stating 50 billion but opted against it, recalling that he had already mentioned 20 billion. He believed that by announcing 20 billion, he could later negotiate for more, whereas mentioning 50 billion might result in nothing at all. Admiral Yellow Ape is truly admirable. The Navy values its soldiers, and that is genuinely moving. Kair affirmed, I stated 20 billion, and that is the price. No need for 50 billion. Just remember this situation, as it is visible to the outside world. I will rely on Admiral Yellow Ape to liaise with the Navy headquarters to retrieve the funds. Kair deftly shifted the responsibility onto the Yellow Ape, confident that he would handle the connections. Are the younger generations all like this? He mused. I understand. Please share the answers quickly, for time is limited. The Yellow Ape grasped the implication and, prioritizing the responsibility he had taken on, made his choice without hesitation. Upon witnessing the Yellow Ape's agreement, Kair took immediate action. The system presented itself to each naval officer, allowing them to confirm the answers. Is this truly the answer? Somewhat exaggerated. This year has truly left the Navy in astonishment at the 11 answers. While they might have accepted 7 or even 9, 11, a double-digit bounty exceeding 100 million, is simply too much, especially for a new generation of pirates. Regardless, I am merely providing answers for a fee. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you, Kyle stated, disregarding the skeptical gazes directed at him. As long as the answers are accurate, that suffices. Do not dawdle. Make your choices, Carp reminded, choosing not to elaborate further. He even allowed Luffy to make his selection, despite Kyle not having shown him the answers. This old fellow has quite the audacity, Carp thought, feeling it was rather unfair not to have shared the answers with everyone. Furthermore, I must remind you, once this person leaves, he will be handed over to me. Otherwise, I shall take a stand, Kyle said with a smile, adopting an air of intimidation. His so-called taking a stand was merely a means to compel the others to make their choices. As for Luffy, he believed that as long as the others remained honest, they would eventually return. Although he did not agree with Luffy's foolish demeanor or his incessant desire to become king, he did acknowledge the bonds of friendship among comrades. Of course, that was the extent of it, as long as this fellow did not create trouble for him. Kyle would keep things in check before chaos ensued in this world. You brat, I will definitely have ZFA deal with you once we return, Carp thought, initially wanting to say more, but ultimately calming himself down and restraining Luffy from acting out. He produced ZFA's emblem. At this point, Kyle was no longer a member of the Navy, and it appeared that Sengoku and the world government had their own plans. Coupled with previous dealings with Long, he was reluctant to involve himself in any affairs. Primarily, he was not so opposed to handing Luffy over. As long as this fellow refrained from becoming a pirate, he could pursue whatever path he desired. Carp had already abandoned the notion of making this guy a Navy recruit. especially since his son had managed to become a vice admiral and escape. Moreover, considering the present circumstances, Kyle, exuding confidence, stated that he was unafraid. Both parties soon ceased discussing this matter further. However, the sight of the Straw Hat Boy was still prevalent across the globe. They may not have paid much attention before, but now, seeing him beside Carp changed everything. After all, this was the individual who had defeated Crocodile, albeit in the future. This was someone capable of clashing with the four emperors, again, in the future, and had even been dubbed King Luffy after a single blow. Yet, his strength was undeniably formidable. The fact that such a person had now been captured left many contemplating the unpredictability of fate. Indeed, this system had altered many lives. It seemed that King Luffy would likely be no more. "Damn, you lot. Once I am free, I will surely take revenge on you," a pirate seethed, glaring menacingly at those around him. His fierce gaze instilled fear in the ordinary folk. Yet upon seeing Kyle, Carp, and Kizaru, his expression softened slightly. "Do as you wish. But please answer swiftly," Kyle said casually. After waiting a moment and observing the varied expressions on the faces of the individuals present, he paid them no mind. Once the time was up, he announced the next question, disregarding their thoughts. Since they had ceased answering, it was time to move on. Clearly, these individuals had bypassed the questions without any errors. Those who answered correctly each received the ability to summon goblins. This power was indeed intriguing. Before the question was posed, Kyle had sensed its uniqueness. Chapter 83. The Evolution of Summoning Techniques. Question 2. The emergence of this question garnered significant attention. Question. In the future devoid of a system, during the era of the most notorious supernovas, which pirate crew attacked the celestial dragons at Sabati Archipelago? Multiple choice. 1. Kid Pirates. 2. Straw Hat Pirates. 3. Captain of the Bonnie Pirates. 4. Flame Tank Pirates. 5. Captain of the Broadcast Pirates. 6. Hawkins Pirates. 7. Drake Pirates. 8. Heart Pirates. 9. Breaking Monk Pirates. Correct answer reward. Evolution of Goblin Summoning Technique. Those without Goblin Summoning Technique acquire it. Incorrect answer penalty. Loss of a certain ability. No ability erasure. Each name of the pirate crews listed here have been etched into the minds of the world's watchful observers. Remember these individuals. Send vice admirals to intercept them, ensuring they do not reach Sabati Archipelago. At the Navy headquarters, witnessing these individuals attacking the celestial dragons, Sengoku was no longer composed. Regardless of the situation, these individuals possessed supernova potential. On Drake's side, Crane suddenly interjected. She was aware of certain matters regarding this. What worried her most was whether Drake would be exposed. "You must go personally," Sengoku stated after a moment of silence. It was inconceivable that everyone else was attacked while he was not. He ordered Crane to proceed herself, knowing she would handle it appropriately. Crane quickly nodded. This year, it would surely not be easy for these supernovas to reach Sabati Archipelago. Are these the upcoming supernovas? With only 9 pirate crews, it implies that some crews harbor 2 or even more supernovas. The number of newcomers with bounties over 100 million this year is staggering. Besides the discussions among those outside the world, individuals within the system were also engaged in conversation. Pirates pondered whether to seek a crew to join, while the Navy grew increasingly interested in this target, eager to locate them directly. "Sir Administrator, after we leave here, I wish to remain by your side and serve you." The woman who had previously sought Kyle's assistance suddenly spoke during his questioning. To accompany Kyle, she believed one must possess some capability. Now was the opportunity to acquire such abilities. Naturally, it depended on whether Kyle believed in her. "Sir Administrator, we feel the same. We hope you will accept us. Otherwise, we shall find no peace once we depart." Besides the woman, others quickly chimed in as well. "Are you certain?" Kyle, initially intending to leave them alone since they appeared safe, now found them eager to join. "Swearing eternal loyalty to you, all I desire is to ensure my family's safety." The woman was the first to speak. "Swearing eternal loyalty to you." Anyone with a modicum of sense understood that Kyle was a potential asset. If they did not seize this chance now, when would they? "Then you shall join in answering the questions. I hope you do not disappoint me." "Hold on. Let's exchange addresses. Should you deceive me, I will not be merciful." "Deceiving me is not something one can simply walk away from," Kyle stated directly. Although he had previously assisted them, he did not consider himself a virtuous individual. He simply believed that ordinary people should not bear such burdens. Upon returning, he intended to continue his life without expectation of reciprocation. However, should they deceive him now, it would constitute an entirely different matter. To profess unwavering loyalty only to deceive would ultimately necessitate their demise to fulfill their purported honor. Individuals nodded in rapid succession as they answered questions. Yet the sincerity of their responses remained uncertain. Kyle sensed that, at least for the moment, the people here bore no malice toward him. They did not intend to deceive him. Yet, he pondered, once they acquired power, their intentions might shift. Administrator, we can... A pirate approached with a grin, but before he could get too close, Kyle interrupted. The notion of pirates did not pique his interest, and he was acutely aware of the malevolence emanating from the other party, which clearly sought to manipulate him for personal gain. The pirate's expression shifted, but he complied and took a seat. Here, it seemed they could only triumph over the ordinary folk. As for the so-called administrators and navy, they posed no threat, weak and pitiable. In the Navy, similar contemplations arose. Why must they concern themselves with future events? Surely, the subsequent inquiries would follow suit. The 9 pirate crews of the Supernova could indeed engage in such activities, along with the traitor Drake. Vice Admiral Karp, Admiral Kazuru, individuals speculated, ultimately turning their gazes toward Karp and Kizuru, evidently expecting them to make the decisive call. Kizuru seemed to hold the reins here, while Karp feigned ignorance. Upon noticing the Straw Hat Pirates in the mix, he promptly delivered a punch to Luffy's head. Initially, Luffy felt a modicum of pride in being one of the Supernovas. But as he reflected on their current predicament, frustration set in. Cursing the insidious system under his breath, he plotted his escape to rescue Zoro and the others. Kizaru watched Karp, contemplating shifting the blame onto him. Perhaps he should continue to seek Karp out. He considered whether the blame he had should be sufficient for Sengoku to relinquish him from the position of admiral. Unbeknownst to him, Sengoku was already scrutinizing the bounty list, arranging for intelligence gathering, and preparing to orchestrate actions against their adversaries. Kizaru's voice silenced the Navy personnel present, some casting glances at Kyle, while others looked to Kizaru. There seemed little need for concern. After all, this ability did not appear particularly formidable. As Karp pressed his palm against the table, a diminutive, grotesque creature with pointed ears emerged, clad in animal hide, wielding a small stick. Its combat prowess was evidently lacking. Karp regarded the creature with disdain. It was even uglier than himself. Is there truly any necessity for this? He questioned. Although the creature seemed slightly stronger than the average person for the Navy, summoning such beings proved futile. No, I believe it might be worth a try. Once this ability evolves, who knows what powerful entities we might summon. With our numbers. Kizaru began, but faltered as he beheld the goblin trembling under his gaze, particularly under Karp's disapproving stare, which suggested he was being foolish. Are you jesting? It seems Kizaru is madly accumulating blame for himself, seeking trouble that will inevitably earn him a scolding from Sengoku. Unbeknownst to him, Karp had already uncovered the truth. Chapter 84. Roger's wife. How could that be? I do this for the youth. After all, they are the future, and we are old. Kizaru feigned concern for the younger generation, which deeply moved the Navy members. Yet Karp merely perceived this as boastfulness. He remained unconvinced, believing Kizaru was merely trying to shift blame to avoid punishment from Sengoku. Do as you wish. I will leave the decision to you. Karp absent-mindedly picked his nose, uninterested in further discourse. He was well aware of Kizaru's character. As long as this fellow did not trouble his grandson, he was content. Kizaru chuckled, though his grin appeared increasingly lewd. Perhaps we should take a risk. I am willing to sacrifice myself for the sake of experimentation. If I err, you may choose. A Navy officer, moved by Kizaru's demeanor, stepped forward, eager to volunteer for sacrifice. Despite the system's peculiarities, there was still a desire to attempt something new. No, it is unnecessary to engage in such actions. There will be consequences, Kizaru interjected. Fear not, Admiral Kizaru. As a Navy member, I am already prepared for sacrifice. Allow me to be the one to ensure everyone else's safety the officer declared excitedly. I must interrupt. It is rather excessive to cheat right before my eyes. There shall be no attempts at error. Kyle firmly set the boundaries. The notion of trial and error was intolerable. Oh, you may inform others of your intended choices. I can delay the penalties, but if you remain ignorant of the answer, you may each select different responses. Kyle chuckled, now awaiting their decisions. Choosing correctly would yield rewards, while neglecting to choose would leave them as mere spectators. Whether another opportunity would arise remained uncertain. Having spent so much to enter, would they truly leave with nothing more than a summoning technique? That felt exceedingly unfair. Ultimately, Kizaru, having already committed over $2 billion for a mere question, assured himself reimbursement once outside. As they gazed at the answers, eyes widened in astonishment. Some turned to Luffy and Carp, even Carp feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Had this fellow caused such a ruckus? Could we have made an error? Carp pondered aloud. This question seems to be accompanied by video. You shall discover the truth soon enough. Kyle already possessed all the knowledge. The information on this system differed from theirs, allowing him to view others' answering statuses, rules, and question conditions. Carp fell silent, and Luffy lost the urge to engage, planning instead to hand him over to Kyle after they left to prevent further chaos. What exactly are celestial dragons? Luffy inquired, perplexed. Why did he strike the Tenryubito? The Tenryubito are a group of detestable beings, thus one should keep their distance. Carp lazily remarked. However, he soon remembered that this was a live broadcast, and those outside would witness the unfolding situation. He immediately restrained himself and adopted a different demeanor. The Tenryubito are the world's aristocrats. Regardless, one must simply avoid them. While he spoke, he also gave the young lad a slap, asserting that it was this fellow who instigated trouble. Understood, Grandpa. Although displeased, Luffy dared not retort at that moment. Meanwhile, the people outside had already heard the commotion. Laughter erupted as Carp, the naval hero, had boldly declared the Tenryubito to be trash. Indeed, they were all garbage. One could not help but wonder how he could make such statements without fear of repercussions upon leaving. Many listeners were wide-eyed at the news, expressing their astonishment. At the Navy headquarters, the world government received the news almost instantaneously. They would surely deal with this upon Carp's return. Sengoku was now weary of Carp's penchant for creating chaos. Did he not realize this was broadcasted to the entire world? In the past, one could mutter insults in private, but now it was as if he was openly denouncing them. The world government would undoubtedly be displeased, and as for the Tenryubito, had someone not been restraining them, there might have been calls to eliminate Carp. While they might not possess the strength to confront Carp directly, punishment was still warranted. Sengoku had resolved that before his retirement, he would send Carp and Kizaru, those troublesome individuals, to swiftly capture pirates. Is someone insulting me? Carp mused, scratching his nose as he suddenly felt an urge to sneeze, sensing an uncomfortable gaze upon him. Yet, he chose to disregard it. The answer was soon revealed, as individuals began to respond to questions or skip them altogether, with the answers appearing directly before them, accompanied by video footage. Answer: Straw Hat Pirates Bounty. Straw Hat Luffy 300 million berries. Bounty: Pirate Hunter Zoro 120 million berries. 2 supernovas. Ahaha, it appears my future. Luffy laughed, glancing at the bounty notice. His current bounty was merely 30 million. In the future, it would be 300 million. Zoro was also recognized as a supernova. However, before he could finish his thoughts, Carp interrupted him. You won't have a future. Once you leave here, you will be sent to labor reform. Carp spoke without preamble, his tone serious. He had often spoken of dreams and freedom, yet provoking the Tenryubito was far too perilous. That's impossible, Grandpa. I am destined to become the Pirate King. Pirate King, you say? Would you prefer to be known as Roger's woman instead? Speak another word, and I shall shatter your skull. At the mention of this, Carp's anger flared. Each day, Rocks incessantly claimed that Luffy was Roger's wife, sometimes even asserting that Whitebeard and Roger were his sons. While he did not mind most of it, being referred to as Roger's woman was simply unacceptable. Ah, that's not what I meant. I want to become the Pirate King, Luffy shouted, entirely oblivious to the gaze of onlookers, who regarded him with expressions of incredulity, be they Navy or pirate. At that moment, A thought crossed their minds. Could this truly be Carp's grandson, not Roger's? This was undoubtedly a spectacle. Yet, due to Carp's formidable reputation, no one dared to voice their thoughts aloud. They all gazed at the display screen, as if something was affixed to it. Chapter 85. The Straw Hat Pirates as Slaves. Regardless of whether one aspires to be the Pirate King's woman or man, do not entertain such thoughts. Prepare to await labor reform and imprisonment. While his bounty is still minimal, it is best to confine him now. Otherwise, he may find himself beyond redemption in the future. Given his standing, this modest bounty would soon be forgotten. However, typical locations are unsuitable. Impel down is too harsh. So perhaps he should be handed over to Kizaru to see what he intends to do. This was Carp's current line of thinking. Grandpa, if you still consider me your grandson, then be silent. Carp continued to pummel him, leaving Luffy with a black eye, which made him slightly more subdued. Meanwhile, the display screen began showcasing some images. Sabaody Archipelago. Tenryubito, kneel. The Tenryubito, adorned in bubbles, commanded the common populace to kneel along the sides as they paraded through on their slaves. Everything seemed normal until suddenly, a man drinking wine appeared in the path. Zoro, it's Zoro, Luffy exclaimed upon recognizing him. Carp and the Navy personnel sensed an ominous foreboding. Observing Luffy, they felt he was becoming increasingly reckless. What? Do you wish to ask for directions? The directionally challenged Zoro looked around at the kneeling crowd, bewildered, while a short, portly man stood before him, prompting his curious inquiry. You wretch, how dare a powerless peasant stand before me without kneeling? You shall perish. To the Tenryubito, such defiance was an affront, and he drew his pistol, aiming it at Zoro. In that instant, Zoro deftly evaded the bullet, a sinister smile forming as he unleashed a potent aura of killing intent, drawing his sword. The scene abruptly halted. Temporary quiz. Did Pirate Hunter Zoro kill the Tenryubito? Multiple choice. 1. He killed him. 2. He attacked but did not kill him. 3. He missed. 4. He missed and was killed. Quiz reward. 500,000 berries, 100 participants. Quiz penalty. Live a day wearing bubbles in Sabaody Archipelago. Kizaru observed the task that suddenly appeared, initially thinking it to be a fortuitous opportunity. Was this it? A quiz with ordinary rewards and penalties? Moreover, not only could those present answer, but the people outside could participate as well. He opted for choice 3, not overly concerned. He must have struck him. At such close range, Zoro couldn't possibly miss. I believe in him, Luffy shouted. Meanwhile, Carp wore an exasperated expression, hastily attempting to prevent his grandson from making a selection. He was already doubting whether he had mistakenly embraced the wrong grandson. Perhaps a DNA test was in order. Haha, I got it right. Damn, I answered incorrectly. I guess it's bubble time for me. He felt disheartened. Having answered correctly, he discovered that the number of participants had already exceeded 100. The Sabaody Archipelago was filled with individuals who appeared indifferent, swiftly making their selections. Living a day in bubbles was hardly a concern. A reward of 500,000 berries? Only a fool would not choose that. Of course, those who selected correctly would have to rely on luck. On that fateful day, it was destined that many would endure the burden of bubbles for an entire day. Subsequently, their understanding deepened, revealing the absurdity of the Tenryu people, living beneath a bubble. Even breathing became a laborious task, utterly foolish, akin to mental incapacity. How infuriating it was that some dared to lay a hand on me. Even if they had not yet acted, I would seek them out and demand their servitude. I would compel the Navy to intervene. They must locate him swiftly. And that straw hat-wearing lad, I wanted him to be my slave as well. No, I desired the entire pirate crew. I wanted them all. A Tenryu person, resembling the rotund figure from a previous video, bellowed in fervor. At your command, my lord, the helpless guard replied, hastily relaying the message to the Navy. Whatever transpired thereafter was their concern. The blame lay squarely on the Navy and the Tenryu. He, as a mere errand boy, could only tremble in fear. If it were merely the Straw Hat Pirates, it might not have been so dire. But to have the Straw Hat Boy as his slave, he could already envision the Navy's reaction. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku scowled at the screen displaying Luffy, who was incessantly proclaiming his ambition to become the Pirate King. What a troublemaker, he muttered, exasperated. His subordinates shared his sentiments, especially with the threat of attacking a Tenryu. Meanwhile, Admiral Tsuru answered a call from the world government. Her expression soured as she hung up and turned to Sengoku. That Tenryu wishes for the Straw Hat Pirates to serve him, she stated, resigned. Upon receiving this news, she refrained from elaborating, well aware that the opposing side had no authority to alter the situation. Ultimately, it was the Tenryu who held the reins. Sengoku, frustrated with these brainless individuals, reflected on the countless times he had been compelled to clean up after the Tenryu during his tenure as an admiral. As fleet admiral, he felt even less inclined to continue this charade. I will soon step down, let them fend for themselves, he resolved. As for Garp, he would relay the news to him, but he felt utterly powerless. Sengoku had essentially given up. Competing with Garp for his grandson would yield no success. And he understood well that reasoning with the Tenryu was futile. Let it all perish, he thought, resigned to the world's fate. As the Q&A concluded, the video within the system resumed. Zoro's blade had clearly aimed to strike down the Tenryu, only to be thwarted at the last moment by a child, thus sparing the Tenryu's life. In Chapter 86, The Divided Straw Hats, Garp began to entertain the thought that it might be Luffy. Should this incident be exposed, Luffy could very well meet his end. You truly know how to stir up trouble, you little rascal. Although Dragon was deemed the most dangerous individual, he maintained a low profile and possessed sufficient strength to warrant Garp's concern. Yet Luffy was a different matter entirely. Garp hoped to buy some time after leaving and ultimately send Luffy away, or, if necessary, hand him over to Dragon. Above all, Luffy could not continue as a pirate. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Grandfather, let go of me, Luffy protested, struggling against Garp's grip. It was only then that Garp realized his hand completely obscured Luffy's face. He felt a twinge of awkwardness, but quickly shifted his focus as the video displayed Luffy landing a punch squarely on Garp's head. Grandfather, Luffy exclaimed, looking utterly aggrieved. Upon seeing himself on screen, he declared, "That's me." However, before he could finish, Garp seized him by the neck and pinned him to the table. Silence. Behave yourself, Garp bellowed, leaving Luffy unable to utter a word, his fate precariously in Garp's grip. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, chose to ignore it, aware that the Navy had no intention of intervening, though they harbored concerns for Garp. They understood the internal dynamics of the Navy. In such circumstances, Garp's departure would not bode well. The scene shifted to Luffy at an auction house, facing a Tenryu, the same one whom Zoro had nearly slain. Fate had turned. Having evaded Zoro, he was now confronted by Luffy, who bore an expression of displeasure as he brandished a golden handgun, firing directly at Luffy. Yet Luffy's physical prowess rendered him impervious to the bullets. He deftly dodged and retaliated with a powerful punch that sent the Tenryu flying, tumbling through the air. Garp was left speechless, veins bulging on his forehead. He had long wished to strike that Tenryu, but had never found the opportunity. To his astonishment, his grandson had beaten him to it. What a reckless grandson, he thought, concerned whether Luffy had inadvertently caused serious harm. The gathered crowd regarded the foolish Luffy with bemusement, but refrained from comment. The video continued without interruption. In another scene, the father of the previously assaulted Tenryu rose to condemn Luffy, demanding that the Navy admiral apprehend him. However, before he could finish his sentence, a figure descended from above, crashing onto him and rendering him unconscious. The identity of this unexpected savior was Usopp, the most unpredictable member of the Straw Hat Pirates. You truly excel at this, Garp grumbled, his teeth clenched. Not only did you strike down a Tenryu, but you also incapacitated 2 others. While the latter incident appeared coincidental, the determination of the Straw Hat Pirates was not to be underestimated. Thank you, grandfather. I will become the Pirate King, Luffy exclaimed, beaming. Yet just as he began to speak, he was struck down. Before he could finish his thought, he bit his tongue, and, thankfully being made of rubber, he could still speak. Grandfather, why are you hitting me? Do I need a reason to hit you? I strike when I please. You are destined to become a pirate. The man who aspires to be the Pirate King, the woman who aims to reign as the Pirate Queen, with a series of resounding blows. As Garp's fury began to wane, Luffy found himself with a swollen head, his visage resembling that of a pig. I will not yield. I am determined to become the Pirate King, Luffy asserted defiantly. This only incited Carp to escalate his assault, with onlookers too intimidated to intervene. Meanwhile, Kizaru averted his gaze, pretending to be oblivious to the scene unfolding before him. After a considerable duration of punishment, Cal finally spoke up. Admiral Carp, you cannot engage in fighting here. I am not fighting. I am merely disciplining my grandson, Carp retorted. Isn't that correct? Luffy, despite his battered appearance, managed to respond with a nasal tone, still exhibiting his rebellious spirit. Others merely regarded this spectacle with amusement. However, for those outside, the Straw Hat Pirates faced formidable challenges in their quest to set sail, a fact that sent shivers of foreboding through Zoro and Usopp in the Magu Kingdom. It seems we have no choice but to remain here. Now the entire world knows of us, Nami observed calmly. Although they were confined, their conversations remained unhindered. I will become the greatest swordsman. I cannot be deterred here, Zoro declared, his frustration palpable. He understood the difficulties ahead, yet he believed that without dreams, one is no different from salted fish. Mere danger would not impede him. Even if he were to perish, he would do so in pursuit of becoming the world's foremost swordsman. I too aspire to be a valiant warrior of the seas. Usopp chimed in, although his conviction wavered. He was merely beginning his journey, still the timid Usopp of old, stubbornly maintaining his bravado, especially since he had also played a part in the incident involving the so-called celestial dragons. Observing the display on the system screen, he noted the high status of the celestial dragon, prompting many to declare their demise imminent. Luffy's grandfather would undoubtedly seek retribution. If you wish to leave, you will need to start anew. Sanji, reclining on the ground, mused aloud, his own clarity wavering. Having arrived on the Grand Line with dreams in his heart, he found himself captured before he could make any progress, each moment fraught with peril. Dreams, it seemed, were indeed elusive. Each individual harbored differing thoughts, particularly in response to Sanji's remarks. Regardless of your thoughts, I remain resolute. If Luffy fails, I will depart on my own, Zoro asserted with determination. This time, Usopp refrained from interjecting. His earlier confidence had waned, and he was now plagued by doubt. What should he do if Luffy could not set sail? Should he attempt to rescue him, forge his own path, or simply give up? He was no fool with his current abilities. Traversing the Grand Line would be a formidable challenge. This was not the East Blue, where even the weather posed significant threats. Chapter 87. Kizaru captures the supernovas. Aside from Usopp, Nami remained silent, her thoughts consumed by Luffy. He should be all right. His grandfather is there. As for her own dreams, she could consider relinquishing them. However, Luffy was a different matter entirely. She could not forsake him. We should wait for Luffy to return and assess the situation. The captain hasn't spoken yet. So what can we say? No matter his words, she would stand by him. Taking a deep breath, Nami finally spoke. The others acknowledged her sentiment, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Meanwhile, in the system space, Luffy was oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the Straw Hat Pirates. He was firmly held by Carp, though his mind raced with thoughts of escape. After witnessing the interaction between the grandfather and grandson, Kyle resumed the Q&A session. Once the video concluded and the questions were answered, the next inquiry emerged, seemingly shifting the focus to the Navy. Question 3. In a future devoid of the system, during the era of the worst generation with the highest number of supernovas, the Navy dispatched Admiral Kizaru following an assault on the celestial dragons. How many supernovas did Admiral Kizaru ultimately apprehend? Options: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The rewards and penalties remain consistent. Observing the question, some turned to Kizaru, whose imposing figure exuded an aura of indifference, akin to that of a languid fish. How will you respond, Kizaru? Carp inquired, confident that all had been captured. However, it seemed Luffy had managed to slip away to the new world. Had something unexpected occurred? Many thoughts swirled, while Luffy remained resolute in his belief. I will not be captured. I will surely, he declared, only to be interrupted by Carp. Silence. You are already apprehended. Once we leave here, I shall ensure you undergo rigorous training. There will be no escape. Carp's rapid response served as a testament to his resolve. Piracy inevitably leads to dire consequences. Luffy intended to protest, but his words were stifled, his voice rendered powerless. Such a mischievous monkey, Kyle thought, finding himself at a loss for words. He could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Carp. Hastily making a choice, Kyle recalled that Kizaru had indeed let some individuals go, whether by design or negligence remained unclear. It seemed that, including the spies, all had been liberated, perhaps to facilitate the Navy's entry into the New World as pirates. As for Luffy and his crew, it appeared that Kizaru had also allowed them to escape, leading to their eventual rescue. Those who had chosen to follow him had made their decision, with no turning back. Gaining additional abilities was a boon. Each individual was momentarily astonished upon seeing the answer, but soon resumed answering the questions. Regardless, they chose to place their faith in the outcome. If the answer was 0, then so be it. The Navy's failure to capture anyone was indeed a significant oversight. The expressions of the others were grim, especially those pirates who had yet to answer questions. This could very well be their last opportunity. The previous 2 rounds had consisted of only 3 questions each, and now this was the final one. Glancing at the Navy and then at Kyer, it was evident that Kyer had no intention of acknowledging them. Suddenly, one pirate leaned towards the Navy and exclaimed, "I want to surrender. Please give me an answer." He spoke rapidly, but the Navy ignored him, regarding him with expressions of incredulity. As the pirate continued his incessant chatter, someone finally interrupted him. "Did you really think we would believe you? If you want to surrender, you might as well die here." The Navy major, observing Cap and Kongyu silent, chose to speak up. "If I'm not mistaken, your bounty has surpassed 30 million, and you've attacked several villages, killing at least 100 people. What purpose does your existence serve? You wouldn't even last in prison." "Not last in prison?" The pirate retorted furiously, pointing at Cap and Luffy. "I recall that the bounty on the Straw Hat Kid is roughly the same. Why is he allowed to live? Just because he is Cap's grandson and the son of the Revolutionary Army leader? Having a powerful background is quite impressive. Isn't it? A hero of the Navy raised a Revolutionary Army leader and a future pirate king. How remarkable." He almost forgot to mention the attack on the Tenryubito, which had yet to occur, but surely they would not overlook such a matter. He laughed maniacally. "You all are doomed. Misfortune awaits you." The pirate grew increasingly deranged, casting aside any fear. At this moment, it was solely about venting his frustrations. The Navy major stood up, ready to take action. "This is not a place for fighting. If you cause trouble, I want to spare you for the sake of order." As tensions flared between the 2 parties, Kyer interjected. "Pardon my interruption." The Navy major glanced at Kyer and opted for politeness, recognizing that Kyer had not been overly aggressive towards them, particularly in his consideration for ordinary citizens. To the Navy major's eyes, Kyer was a decent person, albeit somewhat greedy. "What kind of decent person are you? Just because we are pirates, does that make us any less? Look at you conspiring with the Navy. It is evident to all. You want to fare any better. Once you lose your value, the Navy will dispose of you, and the pirates won't spare you either. Besides, with the Tenryubito having died here, you will have a miserable end. Ha! Or do you wish to claim that you have a heroic Navy grandfather to protect you?" This pirate was audacious enough to say anything, seemingly mad. Kyer, displeased by his words, chose not to allow him to continue. A cold wave emerged, instantly freezing the pirate in place. "Just stand there and answer the questions. Everyone else should hurry up and make their choices." He wasted no time continuing to moderate the proceedings. However, it was clear that the atmosphere had grown increasingly peculiar. Kyer remained unfazed, but the others could not. Cap, seated nearby, wore a notably grim expression but refrained from retorting. Kongyu also sensed trouble brewing, fully aware of the complications that would follow from such revelations. He hoped that these troubles would not land on his shoulders. In the system space, Kyer was called upon. "Kyer, provide your answer." After some deliberation, the Navy eventually acquiesced. If they didn't know the answer, they would simply resolve it. "Isn't at 20 billion? With a sweeping gesture, Kongyu declared, "I'll take the blame for this." After all, he himself was uncertain of the answer. Observing the smiling countenance of Kongyu, Kyer grinned and submitted his answer. One by one, they turned to Kyer, incredulous. "You must be joking. Admiral Konyu. How could that be possible? One Navy officer lost his composure. 0. Has Admiral Konyu lost his mind? Hey, Kair, we've spent money on this. Konyu was also somewhat vexed. He had put in effort. How could there be not a single one? Did we make a mistake? Kair retorted, reminding them that he would not offer them any leeway. This is your doing, not mine. Konyu gazed at the system, resigned to the reality. Earlier, he had not sensed any jest in Kair's demeanor. You truly are remarkable, Cap remarked, glancing at Konyu. Even if you wish to let my grandson go, you wouldn't let them all escape. I'm not entirely sure how this happened. Perhaps there was some unforeseen circumstance, Konyu mused, still not overly concerned. He had somewhat grasped the other's intentions. However, the likelihood of everyone being released was still slim. He quickly dismissed further thoughts, considering it merely a remnant of the past, having some reference value. With the system now in play, the future was bound to differ. Just like now, Luffy probably wouldn't become an extraordinary supernova. In the New World, Whitebeard faced immense pressure from the Navy and the world government, aiming to eliminate Ace. Many things had already changed since the system revealed such information. Let us proceed with the questions. Ultimately, the Navy accepted the answer. Each individual quietly selected their responses. The Navy and the commoners were untroubled, yet the pirates wore anxious expressions as they answered, each one deeply conflicted, especially since none had answered correctly even once. Kair observed the spectacle from the sidelines. The demise of the pirates bore no consequence for him. His curiosity lay in what revelations would emerge from this process. After verification, the system provided the answer. Answer 0. Upon seeing this option, the pirates erupted in chaos. Impossible. Even if the new recruits are strong, they would withstand an admiral's attack. How could not a single one be captured? This admiral is utterly useless. Konyu, you should resign. You can't even catch 3 pirates. Some pirates seethed with anger, hurling insults at Konyu, leaving him bewildered. Is it a fault not to capture pirates? Why are pirates cursing the Navy for failing to apprehend them? One pirate, driven to madness by his inability to answer correctly, thought to himself while remaining silent, feigning ignorance. He could only sulk in the corner. For those few pirates, this was the end. Only one had the potential to be penalized. The others faced a dead end. Without intelligence, they were left to rely on guesswork. Those outside, witnessing the scene, trembled, hoping never to enter this place. Inside the system space, ordinary individuals couldn't help but withdraw slightly. The Navy cast several glances around, but Cap, indeed, it is quite astonishing. Kapu is also incredulous about this outcome. Could it be that this fellow did not venture forth at all? It is not merely a matter of the system space. Huang Yuan, it is time to retire. The Admiral Huang Yuan, unable to capture even a single pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, is utterly inept. Is a Navy filled with incompetence now? Furthermore, many across the globe mock Huang Yuan, which inevitably tarnishes the Navy's reputation, leaving Sengoku at headquarters speechless. It truly seems unjust to have appointed you as Fleet Admiral. At this moment, Sengoku feels as if he could spit blood. He has already submitted the recommendation quota, and the process is nearly complete. Yet, such an incident occurs. How can a dignified admiral fail to apprehend a few small-time pirates with bounties over 100 million? How can one aspire to the rank of Fleet Admiral under such circumstances? The world is bound to find this laughable. Before long, the office of the Fleet Admiral received a call from a telephone bug regarding the situation involving Huang Yuan. While observing the screen displaying the unfolding events in the system space, the dialogue ensued. The screen opened with Huang Yuan riding a cannonball hurtling toward the Sabeti archipelago. It is unexpected. He certainly has a flair for the dramatic. Kapu remarked upon witnessing Huang Yuan's flamboyant entry, shimmering like a flash of yellow light. Unable to resist a jibe, the thought of Huang Yuan being unable to capture a single pirate crossed his mind, pondering a trial of action next time. Huang Yuan, rendered speechless, noticed the peculiar gazes around him, pondering why he could not simply remain silent. He did not foresee how he ended up executing such audacious maneuvers. Perhaps he should attempt to capture a pirate next time. He paid no heed to the expressions and circumstances of others. Moshi Moshi, hello, this is Huang Yuan. How peculiar. Why am I unable to make contact? Upon arriving at the Sabiti archipelago, Huang Yuan was immediately ambushed by pirates. However, the small-time pirates lacking armed hockey posed no threat to him, as he merely frightened them away, even uprooting a massive tree in the process. May I interrupt? Have any of you seen my assistant? His name is Jean Talmon, and I am currently searching for him. Finding the supernova Hawkins, Huang Yuan approached him with the demeanor of an ordinary person seeking directions, exuding no menace. Meanwhile, Hawkins was preoccupied with manipulating cards to ascertain his odds against Huang Yuan. I do not know him. Perhaps you should inquire elsewhere, Hawkins replied. Well, if I cannot find him, I shall certainly be quite idle, and during such idleness, I cannot simply disregard a bounty target. Huang Yuan declared, a pirate with a bounty of 249 million. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? As he spoke, Huang Yuan swiftly struck Hawkins, sending him flying with a kick, followed by a barrage of lasers. Hawkins barely survived by utilizing his fruit ability to sacrifice 2 of his lives, revealing his capacity to create straw dolls that could absorb fatal blows on his behalf. However, such tactics were far too juvenile before Huang Yuan, who dismissed them effortlessly. If one attempt fails, he would simply make 2. If 2 fail, then 3. Huang Yuan regarded such strength with utter disdain. As Huang Yuan initiated his assault, the peculiar monk appeared, but the circumstances were somewhat different. Following him were the now-pirate Rear Admiral Drake and the hidden supernova Apu, making for a sudden appearance of 4 supernovas. Chapter 89. A kick for each supernova. 4 supernovas stood before Admiral Huang Yuan, who would surely not let them escape. Within the system space, someone had already spoken up. To them, these were merely individuals with bounties exceeding 100 million, wholly incomparable to an admiral. I am curious to see how you will allow them to flee. Kapu glanced at Drake, seemingly recalling something. I know nothing, Huang Yuan replied helplessly, pondering why his future endeavors were consistently exposed. The earlier revelation of him leading a group to kill Zifa had already caused considerable repercussions. Fortunately, many Navy personnel were present at the time. Otherwise, he would likely have been secretly scorned by many within the Navy. Observing the screen now, everything appeared to be in order. Indeed, the visuals corroborated this. I am the most dangerous here, Huang Yuan declared, promptly delivering a kick that sent the peculiar monk flying. With another finger, he unleashed a wave of light that pierced through Drake's dragon transformation. Both the monk and Drake were incapacitated with a single move, unable to withstand the onslaught. Their respective arcs coming to an abrupt conclusion. You lot with bounties exceeding 100 million are truly monstrous. How terrifying, Huang Yuan remarked, not even needing to perform any elaborate display. As he continued, he dispatched them effortlessly, each strike rendering them incapable of further combat. The one who managed to endure a tad longer was Hawkins, who, despite invoking his demon form, found himself unable to see through Huang Yuan's flashing fingers. One finger after another, he attacked, reducing the bounty of over 200 million to that of mere toys. Following the attacks, straw dolls representing their lives appeared. Let us deal with this first. Focused energy. Huang Yuan appeared intent on delivering a lethal blow to Hawkins. Is this the strength of a Navy admiral? Such prowess cannot capture those supernovas? Are you foolish? This Hawkins is himself a supernova, and he is on the brink of demise. How can that be? Is there an issue with the system? No, I suspect that Huang Yuan is an undercover agent, deliberately allowing them to escape. It is plausible. At least there has been no indication of any system malfunction thus far. An undercover agent, Huang Yuan, specifically liberating pirates. Now, that is intriguing. But what about that robot? Is it one of the 7 warlords? It does not appear so. Has a 7 warlord been transformed into a robot? How terrifying. The Navy is indeed not to be trifled with, engaging in such clandestine research. Individuals debated amongst themselves, and the chat room outside was inundated with messages. Even renowned figures like Roger were frantically discussing Sengoku, who was seething with rage. He wished nothing more than to eliminate Huang Yuan. Nevertheless, regardless of the situation, they still required his strength, and they needed him to balance Akainu and Akiji, leaving him indecisive. Moreover, the exposure of the pacifist presented them with unfavorable circumstances. Bang! Before Huang Yuan could make a move, others attacked first. The previously concealed apple launched a long-distance attack, slicing Huang Yuan in two, but in an instant, Huang Yuan was upon him, delivering a kick that rendered yet another supernova incapacitated. In the system space, Kapu observed Huang Yuan with a look of suspicion. It did not seem as though he was slacking off. How could he fail to capture a single individual in the end? Now, these four supernovas had no opportunity to escape. They were all vanquished. Admiral Huang Yuan is formidable. Is it possible that the system made an error? How could it be that no one was captured? The system must be inquiring whether any supernova managed to flee. Thus, 0 individuals must have escaped. The Navy personnel began to speculate eagerly, watching Huang Yuan with admiration, regardless of his usual demeanor. His displayed combat prowess earned their utmost respect. Those gazes directed at Huang Yuan urged him to wave his hand dismissively, embodying a subtlety that suggested there was little worth discussing. The subsequent scene revealed Huang Yuan being located by Zhang Taowan, who then proceeded to assist in eliminating a group led by the pacifist, Luffy. Observing Luffy and his companions, Carp's unwavering gaze fixed on Huang Yuan, causing the latter to feel a sense of discomfort. Was he implying something? Ultimately, Huang Yuan remained silent, his lecherous smile twitching several times. Zoro, you rascal, witnessing this, Luffy could no longer contain himself. The severely injured Zoro lay prostrate on the ground, under the foot of none other than Huang Yuan himself. As Luffy rose, intending to take action, he was swiftly met with a fierce blow from Carp. Silence, Luffy. What time is it now for such impulsiveness? Luffy, filled with fury, glanced at Zoro's plight, Huang Yuan. His anger surged, igniting a desire to confront Huang Yuan. Yet, he was restrained by Carp. Huang Yuan's demeanor suggested he was ready to crush Zoro at any moment. They had all witnessed the extent of his combat capabilities before. Nearby, others wished to intervene, but their attempts proved utterly futile. Why did their attacks yield no effect? It was due to the nature of Huang Yuan's devil fruit, akin to that of the Smoky Man. Pressed down by Carp, Luffy was forced to endure the discomfort. He could only be grateful that this was merely a potential occurrence. Huang Yuan, meanwhile, noticed Luffy's occasional glances directed at him, choosing to ignore them out of respect for Carp. Were all the supernovas defeated, thus not warranting capture? Suddenly, someone within the Navy spoke up. Why has Admiral Huang Yuan been gathering energy for so long? A direct attack should have sufficed. Observing Huang Yuan's reluctance to engage directly, some began to speculate. Perhaps Huang Yuan was a spy, waiting for others to rescue him. Seated nearby, Kai Er, observing Huang Yuan's feigned ignorance, interjected, prompting astonishment from those present. Kai, one must not speak recklessly. You cannot falsely accuse others without evidence. This is a battle, and, as an admiral, I must consider whether to leave a target alive or eliminate them, depending on the circumstances. Huang Yuan maintained a serious demeanor as he discussed naval regulations regarding the capture of pirates, emphasizing the complexities of decision-making. This elicited peculiar expressions from those in the system space. Kai Er chuckled, remarking on the Navy's newfound diversity, recalling a time when such rules were absent. Chapter 90, The Spy. Huang Yuan is no fool. Kai Er could not be easily deceived, as if no one had ever served in the Navy. Kai Er's words left Huang Yuan momentarily speechless. It dawned on him that this individual had once been part of the Navy as well. Nevertheless, Huang Yuan, with his astonishing audacity, remained unfazed, continuing to wear his lewd grin. It seems you truly are a spy. I must inform Zhanghua to keep an eye on you, Carp said with a grin, relishing the predicament of this slothful character. Huang Yuan, exuding a sense of helplessness, questioned how he had become entangled in this situation. Is it truly bullying your grandson? It's not as if I've even done that yet. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the system space. The Dark King, Rayleigh, vice captain of the Pirate King. As they exchanged words, Kai Er chimed in, "Look, your backup has arrived." Pointing at Huang Yuan, he continued, "Your identity as a spy has been exposed. The Navy will no longer tolerate you. You should flee while you still can. The organization still needs you. Remember, you must escape." Huang Yuan responded defiantly, "This has nothing to do with me. I am an admiral of the Navy and will not run." A barrage of comments caused Huang Yuan's cornered smile to twitch, becoming even more lecherous. Initially believing Kai Er was jesting, he was taken aback when genuine figures emerged. Confronting him directly, this could lead to trouble. Surely, the others wouldn't overthink it, would they? He glanced around, noting the attention directed either at him or the video. In the video, the confrontation had already commenced. While Huang Yuan claimed he intended to capture Luffy and his crew, his actions were lethargic, failing to utilize his abilities as he was ensnared by Rayleigh, who then launched a direct attack. It became evident that Admiral Huang Yuan was indeed held back by Rayleigh. I had said that Admiral Huang Yuan could not possibly be incapable of subduing these individuals. With the emergence of Rayleigh, this was understandable. The Navy sought excuses, oblivious to whether their admiral was simply slacking off, appearing distracted. Observers from the outside were equally astonished. The Dark King? Rayleigh? That old fellow? I believe I have seen him before. Wasn't he in the Sabati archipelago? This is monumental news. Many recognized Rayleigh, recalling his previous exploits of selling himself for liquor or gambling, swiftly fleeing after a brief period. Some even included former purchasers of Rayleigh among them. Upon realizing his identity, they felt a mix of astonishment and fear. They had once contemplated revenge for their lives, but with the revelation of Rayleigh's true identity, their intentions shifted. Sabati Archipelago. It seems you've been exposed. You'll never have a chance to leave now. Not only the Navy will be watching you, but also those slave masters. You've run out of options. A voluptuous woman spoke from behind the bar. Nearby sat an elderly man with white hair and glasses. Indeed, the Rayleigh from the video. What a pity. You'll never be able to make money for liquor again. Just stay here obediently. I can take care of an old man like you, she continued. Rayleigh merely shook his head with a bittersweet smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Rayleigh's exposure sent shockwaves across the world, but was quickly suppressed once more. What is this? The true warlord, Kuma? This guy is the real deal. I have witnessed him in action, unlike that earlier fool who only knew how to use lasers. The previous robots were modeled after Kuma, explaining their overwhelming strength. What is the warlord's intention? Why are they deploying their own robots? Are they not allies? Is Kuma opposing these robots? Speculations ran rampant within the system, with some believing that the warlords and the Navy had fallen out. Meanwhile, within the system's space, Luffy observed the individuals appearing before him. Are these my future companions? Nami, Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, he recognized them all. However, the others, including that gigantic deer monster, the peculiar robot, the skeletal figure, and the woman, remained a mystery to him. He had only seen the woman in a video previously. The rest were completely unknown to him. Regardless of the circumstances, witnessing individuals in such a state weighed heavily on his heart. Soren the Shichibukai. As he gazed at the unfolding scenes, Luffy felt a sense of disorientation. He had previously witnessed Soren being effortlessly dismissed by that individual known as the Shichibukai. Subsequently, one by one, his companions, even their own robot, were also taken away. Can I not save even a single person from the future? Watching himself being taken away, Luffy's eyes turned red. He glanced around at the others, sensing an invisible force on the brink of eruption. A terrifying aura loomed, and he thought, "Do not look at me with such eyes. It is not my doing." Kizaru casually remarked from the side, fully aware of the reasons for his failure to capture anyone. After all, he had already attacked a celestial dragon and should have apprehended someone to provide an explanation. It was somewhat surprising to realize that he had caught no one. The outcome of the video was also revealed. None of the supernovas had been captured, leaving Kizaru to settle for apprehending a multitude of ordinary pirates as a means of accountability. This is the path of a pirate. Do not pursue it further. Carp, observing Luffy, who was suppressing his emotions and on the verge of tears, could not help but whisper a caution. No, regardless of whether you continue or not, I shall stop you. Initially intending to persuade, Carp quickly solidified his resolve. It was not mere persuasion, but a genuine attempt to prevent him. Grandfather. Luffy was at a loss for words. At this moment, he could not even express his desire to become the Pirate King. That bear is likely in for some trouble. He had no idea whether the true spy would face disaster. He also wondered what expression Dragon would have. It should be quite the spectacle. Nevertheless, this might not be such a bad outcome. Calling that bear back promptly could spare him from a dire fate. Seated in the main position, Kale contemplated. He was well aware of this individual's identity. As he watched the video conclude and the next topic emerge, he felt a pang of pity for them. The answering session concluded. "May we leave now?" As the video ended, a naval officer stood and spoke. The remaining pirates also rose, prepared to flee. Chapter 91, The Bear's Choice. Leave? The game is not over yet. If you do not wish to participate, you may merely observe, Kale stated, drawing the attention of everyone present. Were there not 3 questions? One naval officer exclaimed. "I'm not certain if it is always 3 questions. That is determined by the system," Kale replied, feigning the demeanor of a mere tool and waving his hand casually. "There are still questions." Although there were more questions, those present had already responded. There was no particular urgency. The previous incident was merely an accident. What other questions are there? Let's commence directly. I am eager to discover what further information lies ahead. One individual spoke up. Kale, without responding, immediately presented the next question. Question 4. Inquiry. What hidden identity does Bartholomew Kuma, one of the warlords of the sea, possess? Multiple choice. 1. Navy. 2. World Government. 3. Revolutionary Army. 4. Celestial Dragon. Correct answer reward. 100 million berries. Incorrect answer penalty. Loss of certain abilities without the ability to erase. As they gazed at the question before them, individuals were left in a state of astonishment. The other identities of the warlord Kuma? Does this bear have a concealed identity? Regardless of the option, it was significant. The only impossible choice was the Celestial Dragon. How could those scum possibly become pirates? The Navy or the world government were plausible options. If he were part of the Revolutionary Army, that would be intriguing. If this individual's identity were to be exposed, he would be in trouble. As they viewed this question, the subtitles began to roll with urgency. Kuma is one of your Navy personnel? The world government immediately contacted Sengoku. This left Sengoku speechless. Is this a ruse or something else? He is not one of ours. Capture him. Do not let him escape. That fellow must be attempting to approach Vegapunk. No wonder he willingly underwent modification. Indeed, Sengoku did not deny it. Upon confirming that this individual was not affiliated with the world government, he had already begun to contemplate the situation. However, capturing him would not be a simple task. They were well aware of Kuma's combat prowess. Hanging up the Den Mushi, Sengoku sighed in resignation. These warlords of the sea are truly troublesome. That crocodile and Kuma, along with the others, are no good either. They must be dealt with. One of the advisors, Tsu, spoke up. The remaining individuals, such as Hancock and Doflamingo, are all undesirable. Jinbei and Mihawk are completely unmanageable. Understood. This is a real headache. Let Akainu take action and try to apprehend that fellow. Sengoku massaged his temples and issued the order. Capturing the warlords of the sea is no easy feat without a vice admiral, especially the tyrant Kuma. Gazing at Kizaru in the video, Sengoku could hardly contain his eagerness for his successor to take over. Previously, he had not paid much attention, but now, as events unfolded and retirement loomed, he had no desire to pass this mess on to someone else. The personnel of the Navy and world government confirmed the information and acted swiftly. Meanwhile, on an unnamed island, Kuma watched the video with an impassive expression. As he observed his actions in the video, he realized he might soon be exposed. He had not anticipated it to be so direct. At that moment, the Den Mushi rang. I'm fine. Mission canceled? It was nearly complete. I had already conversed with him. Are you certain? I do not mind, as long as I cease my resistance and allow them to fully transform me. They should not want to lose such combat power. Someone must step forward. I do not care, as long as it can be accomplished. All right, I understand. Continue executing or cancel. Let me decide. Soon, either the Navy or the world government should send someone. In certain locations I am aware of, you better relocate. I am uncertain, but if necessary, discarding some items is essential. If nothing can be relinquished, then what qualifications do I have to gain anything? You only need to succeed. The tyrant Kuma uttered one phrase after another. Even with his identity on the verge of exposure, he had no intention of fleeing. This left Dragon on the other side feeling helpless. He had initially wanted Kuma to abandon the mission. Be careful. It is best to withdraw. Leaving one final remark. both sides into the call. Shortly thereafter, Kuma was contacted by the Navy. The message was clear. He must comply with their investigation. Naturally, the investigating personnel were Akainu and his team. Kuma straightforwardly informed them of his location, fully prepared. The actions in the outside world remained unknown to those within the system space. However, speculation persists without interruption here. Some individuals have outright chosen to abstain from guessing, as the rewards amount merely to money, which holds little significance, especially for the Navy. One cannot simply purchase answers from Kair to win. Moreover, the currency is printed by the world government, and who knows the origins of this money? Could it not be counterfeit? Meanwhile, the ordinary folk remain rather passive. After Kair responds to the questions, they quickly follow suit in selecting answers, displaying complete obedience. Although they harbor interest in the 100 million Bailey, they retain a modicum of discernment. These matters do not belong to them. Young man, do you know the answers as well? The old man, Kapu, inquired, his curiosity piqued. To him, the likelihood of the world government, Navy, and Tenryubito being involved seemed minimal. The greater probability pointed towards the Revolutionary Army, which included his own troublesome son. In that case, I possess knowledge of the past and the future, including that of Mr. Kapu and the Yellow Ape. Would you like to know? Kair remarked. Akin to a charlatan. Regardless of whether others believed him, he certainly did. The Yellow Ape scrutinized him multiple times, unable to discern any jest in his demeanor. His serious expression suggested that it might indeed be the truth. What a terrifying young lad. Nowadays, the youth can deceive without batting an eye, the Yellow Ape mused. Kair responded with a wink and a smile. I do not believe a single word you say, Kapu declared, digging at his nose with skepticism. Yet internally, he felt differently. I did not miss the previous question, and I will not err this time either. Do you think my words hold any truth? Kair contemplated persuading the old man before him. Yet he understood that such obstinate individuals would not be easily swayed. Both Luffy and Kapu were remarkably stubborn. Such individuals either had something that shattered their steadfastness or would remain indifferent even with a blade at their throat. Chapter 92. This round of Pirate King is preordained. What do you wish to play at? Kapu directed his gaze at Kair. I say you are quite handsome. Do you consider this statement to be true? Kair squinted and smiled, adopting a playful tone. Of course, that statement is true. Who does not know that I am? Kapu chuckled with pride upon hearing this. Meanwhile, the Yellow Ape averted his eyes, feigning ignorance. The other Navy personnel were left speechless, wondering why their hero was like this. Grandfather was so impressive. Luffy turned away, his tone tinged with disbelief. I have always been remarkable. There is much you do not know, Kapu retorted, directly striking out in response to the skepticism. See, this implies that my words must be true, as they have consistently been. At least, I have not erred thus far. Kair casually spread his hands. Kapu, having dug at his nose, then wiped it off on Luffy. Youngster, cease your deceit. Your words are better suited for others and hold no weight with me. What a pity. Observing the unhygienic old man, Kair chose not to continue the conversation. After all, conflict with the world government and Navy was inevitable following this outing. It was merely a matter of how far it would escalate. Answer revealed. 3. Revolutionary Army. Once Kair and the others confirmed or skipped their responses, the answer displayed on the screen emerged. Revolutionary Army. This fellow is indeed part of the Revolutionary Army. Thus, his previous actions were to rescue the Straw Hat crew. Naturally, that person is his father's subordinate. What else could he do? Although previously aware of this, the backing of this Straw Hat boy is indeed formidable, protected by the 4 emperors and the Pirate King, as well as the Revolutionary Army leader and Navy hero Kapu. It seems the world revolves around them. It is indeed the case, considering the complex relationships within Kapu's family. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, is Kapu's biological son. Whitebeard and Roger are his godsons, and the Straw Hat boy is his grandson. With such backing, could they not prevail? It is conceivable that the Navy also possesses considerable support. The earlier leniency exhibited by Admiral Yellow Ape may have been a favor to Kapu. Having connections is advantageous. Even when a Navy admiral intervenes, there are those who come to the rescue. Could this fellow be a candidate for Pirate King? Thus, has this round of Pirate King been predetermined? The chat room descended into chaos as a multitude of individuals debated Lu Fei's identity. Even Roger was dragged into this discourse. Observing the relationship between himself and Kapu, Roger felt as if he might vomit blood. There were even mocking comments from Rox that he chose to ignore. Is this how you care for Ace? Had I known this fellow was unreliable, I would never have entrusted him with such a responsibility. Yet he took advantage of the situation. Even those aboard the Whitebeard ship began to entertain thoughts. Whitebeard was no younger than Kapu. How could he possibly play the role of son? How about this? Ace, you can consider yourself the grandson of the old man. Later, you can teach me how to be a father, and you can call me uncle. I truly have no objection. The immortal Marco suddenly interjected, casting a glance at Ace. I can do that too, Ace. We can be brothers privately, and on the ship, you can refer to me as father. No way, you should call me instead. Then I would be the brother of the Pirate King. I am older. I should take on that role. Ace, call me father. As Marco spoke up, the crew aboard the ship began to act irreverently, leaving Whitebeard speechless. Enough of this nonsense, you foolish sons. Although he felt a desire to agree, he could not ignore Ace's embarrassed expression. Let us each call as we please. Do not concern yourself too much. Kapu is his father. He would certainly not acknowledge that. While claiming brotherhood with Roger may be acceptable, acknowledging Kapu is out of the question. This old fellow, he now seriously suspects that this man is merely trying to take advantage of him. They had no part in the bustling chat room, though some tagged him. Whitebeard chose to ignore them. You may claim what you wish. I shall not heed you. Within the system space, following the announcement of results, they each reaped their rewards. Boxes upon boxes of money appeared, the majority of which flowed to Kair. The ordinary folks dutifully surrendered their portions, primarily because someone had set the precedent, and others recognized that failure to comply would lead to dire consequences. This is your travel fare. Kair accepted without pretense, merely offering them a token amount for their journey. If it proves useful, providing further funds would not be an issue. Should they possess no value whatsoever, those individuals, regardless of their skills, would soon find themselves eliminated. Kapu and his grandson remained oblivious to the external discussions about them, merely staring with wide eyes as Kair collected the money. Young man, the Q&A session should be concluded. Let us depart swiftly. The more we expose ourselves, the more precarious the situation becomes. Even I am beginning to feel the strain. Although that tyrant, Xiong, is not one of his own. However, that would indeed make him the son of that person. Originally, this grandson Luffy had already caused quite a bit of trouble. Now, the situation has escalated. Kair glanced around and confirmed there were indeed only 4 questions remaining. There was no need to prolong the matter further. Those who wished to leave were free to do so. He declared the end of the session. The pirates present hastily made their escape. It was far too perilous for them. Only a handful remained, despite the initial numbers being equal to that of the Navy. In this answering space, they found themselves in the most precarious position. The Navy had intelligence, ordinary people had Kair as protection, but they were utterly exposed and targeted. Outside, Huang Yuan left a remark, casting a glance at Kair and Carp before swiftly departing. The other Navy personnel followed suit, exchanging brief farewells before vanishing. The ordinary citizens cautiously inquired after confirming their locations. Those who could make it should do so. If they failed to find him, he would not be lenient. Having voluntarily sided with the traitor, he would show no mercy. Originally, his free assistance to them, sparing them from life-threatening danger, was already a gesture of kindness. Should they dare to deceive him because of their abilities, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. No, Lord Kaya. Once I return, I will seek you out immediately. My name is AI Lier, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. The woman who had previously exchanged words spoke up. Others began to pledge their allegiance as well, their expressions seemingly sincere. He chose not to prolong the conversation, allowing them to depart. As for how many would reach the Gua kingdom thereafter, that depended on their capabilities. These individuals hailed from various regions of the world. He could facilitate their passage over short distances, but not necessarily over long ones. It would depend on whether he could establish contact. Once everyone had left, he remained alone. Kair wasted no time, opting to depart immediately after claiming his reward. Chapter 93, Golden Goblin, Goblin Summoning upgraded to Goblin King. Goblin King. able to summon goblins from other worlds as subordinates. Goblin subordinates cannot resist orders and can be compelled. Other goblins are also unable to defy commands. It is merely a summoning technique of hierarchy. Moreover, upon feeling it out, it seems these are not the feeble goblins one might expect. Is one individual equivalent to an entire race? Along with those creatures? Kyr assessed this skill, initially believing it to be a weak ability, but unexpectedly, upon evolution, it appeared to become terrifying. He suddenly considered the prospect of the Navy summoning goblins, only for them to be compelled by him. That would be amusing. He contemplated this, but had yet to take action. In Reaper'sQ&A Kingdom, at that moment, Carp wrestled with the decision of whether to take Luffy away. Grandfather, let me go. I must rescue my comrades and defeat that guy called Kyr. I will become the king of pirates. Upon returning, Luffy had immediately thought of escaping, only to be intercepted. Soon after, upon seeing Kyr's silhouette, he seemed to relent, gazing defiantly at Kyr. He was still as stubborn as ever. Vice Admiral Carp, please return my prey. Upon seeing Carp, Kyr spoke directly. He had no intention of allowing Luffy to cause trouble. At the very least, he did not want him to leave as a pirate. Aspiring to be the king of pirates was better kept within the confines of video. After his appearance, it was preferable that there be no king of pirates in this world. Grandfather, Luffy began to speak, but Carp interrupted. Are you trying to steal my prey? Kyr fixed his gaze upon Carp. Huang Yuan stood by, feeling helpless. He longed to return to the Navy headquarters and be idle. I'll leave him to you. I hope you will not disappoint me, Carp said, tossing Luffy over to Kyr. Grandfather, Luffy shouted, but it was in vain. In a swift motion, they began searching for sea stone handcuffs. Soon enough, in Reaper'sQ&A Kingdom, Luffy found himself subdued, his mouth sealed shut, left to ponder his circumstances. Kyr had myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, yet his face remained adorned with a cheerful smile, albeit one that exuded malice. After a moment of indecision, Carp chose not to linger and quickly departed. He contemplated whether he could eliminate Luffy's bounty. If Luffy encounters trouble, I will certainly hold you accountable. I hope your previous words were not mere deceit. Before leaving, Carp imparted these words. Kyr paid no heed to the other's sentiments. As long as they did not trouble him, that was sufficient. After all, the capture of Luffy could be exploited to its fullest extent. Dragon had seen, and Carp had witnessed. However, regarding collaboration, it would depend on the subsequent developments. Luffy was entrusted to Robin for training, ensuring he gained a thorough understanding of pirate history. He was not concerned about Robin running away. As long as she was not foolish, she should realize he was not particularly merciful. Should she attempt to flee even once, she would no longer exist, especially if she were to release someone he intended to capture. What merit was there in becoming the king of pirates? The addiction to power is a disease that requires treatment. Now is the time for Luffy's cure. In a snowy expanse, Huang Yuan summoned a green-skinned creature for amusement. Aside from initial curiosity, he soon grew disdainful of the diminutive being, noting its lack of strength and abilities. It was unexpected that Admiral Huang Yuan still possessed such a childlike heart. Kyr located the slothful Luffy. Surely you haven't forgotten about my money, have you? He chuckled. I was merely testing my abilities. I have already contacted Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and supplies will be delivered soon, Huang Yuan replied casually. In truth, he had been reprimanded earlier, which was far from easy. Moreover, Sengoku was intent on retrieving him to assume the position of admiral. He had no choice but to remain here and not indulge in idleness. As long as you're prepared, that's fine, Kyr remarked, observing the goblin before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of connection. It must be due to his abilities. It resembles you a bit. Don't jest. Let me try again. Huang Yuan glanced at the goblin, then cast a disdainful look at Kyr. He unleashed a surge of greater power, summoning a colossal creature. A gigantic goblin, surpassing 3 meters in height and wielding a massive cleaver, emerged. This one appeared to hold some potential. Huang Yuan inspected it closely. Although it was equally grotesque, its strength was already apparent, far superior to that of soldier. Furthermore, it exhibited obedience. Aside from an initial feral outburst, it quickly settled to one side. Subsequently, Huang Yuan continued a series of trials. He had previously been tasked by Sengoku to evaluate this skill and the so-called goblins. for which he was required to submit a report, leaving him no opportunity for idleness. Not solely Huang Yuan, but Kai'er also engaged in experimentation, albeit voluntarily. In an instant, various goblins materialized. The diminutive goblins, the colossal goblins, goblin warriors, goblin scouts, goblin archers, goblin mages, goblin demolishers, and countless others have emerged across various domains. What is this? I seem unable to summon them. Regardless of whether they are great goblins or any other kind, they predominantly exhibit a green hue. Yet, Kai'er has just summoned a golden goblin. In essence, this equates to the Goblin King. Of course, this so-called king is currently lying there obediently. Adorned with a crown and wielding a scepter, he certainly possesses a certain grandeur. As for his power, he must be a formidable goblin. Let us test his abilities by attacking him. Kai'er glanced at the yellow ape, smiled, and issued a direct command. The yellow ape paid little heed, considering what harm a mere little creature could inflict upon him. Although some of these goblins possess inherent strength upon summoning, they are far inferior to him. With a peculiar incantation, a bolt of lightning coalesced before the golden goblin, swiftly piercing the yellow ape's body, leaving traces of blood in its wake. Initially indifferent, the yellow ape soon sensed something amiss. He injured me. Can lightning inflict harm on light? The yellow ape was uncertain. However, it was unmistakable that within that lightning, a force had indeed caused him damage. Magic? Kai'er speculated internally. A creature of this nature must be a magical being. We should sell it for research. It must hold significant value for study. The yellow ape contemplated his position within the research institute, not forgetting to secure benefits for his own. While this creature only inflicted a minor wound, it evidently posed a certain level of threat. Moreover, he could sense that this creature's physical energy seemed remarkably potent. A unique existence, undoubtedly worthy of investigation. Chapter 94. Thoughts on the launch. I only noticed the notification regarding the launch during the evening update. Trembling with anxiety, I had initially intended to take it easy, but ended up typing until 3 in the morning. The weather has been sweltering, and with a busy work schedule, I am rather exhausted in the evenings. However, since the work is published, I shall treat it as my job. I encourage everyone who is able to support to lend their assistance. Even a small contribution is appreciated. With over 6,000 collections, if the initial subscriptions reach 400, I will strive for daily updates this month. Regardless of the circumstances, I am committed to this promise. If the 400 is not met, I shall evaluate the situation accordingly. It is past 3. I have much to attend to tomorrow. I may just collapse from exhaustion. Chapter 95. The Tale of the Golden Land. Requesting initial subscriptions. In response to the lecherous man's request, Kai'er firmly declined. However, he soon reconsidered that sending it for research could yield benefits. After all, he could control this creature regardless of its destination. Perhaps, should it be dissected, he might gain further advantages. The Golden Goblin, although unaware of Kai'er's thoughts, instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation. It appeared necessary to escape, as this place seemed perilous. The Navy will not let you incur losses, the yellow ape stated. Kai'er, I refuse. I'll contemplate it further. You ought to truly consider it, the yellow ape replied, his expression one of resignation. Yet, he refrained from acting rashly. He could not afford to do so here, and he sensed that he might also possess the ability to summon. Unbeknownst to him, his capabilities differed from Kai'er's. Well, I shall ponder it slowly. Ultimately, Kai'er did not give an immediate affirmative. He simply wished to think it over and respond when ready. Observing Kai'er's nonchalance, the yellow ape found it infuriating yet chose to remain silent. He had come with a mission, but primarily intended to relax rather than offend anyone. Watching as Kai'er led over 100 summoned goblins of various sizes and abilities away, he felt a surge of prosperity. Some could serve as laborers, while others possessed skills in construction and alchemy. The diversity of abilities among the goblins was far beyond his expectations. He had initially considered it a trivial skill, but found it remarkably comprehensive. He resolved to conserve his energy for further summoning. Once those endowed with abilities arrived, he would have an inexhaustible labor force at his disposal. Consequently, he could finally begin to build. Although this ability surely had its limits, Kai'er had yet to perceive any constraints which was a matter of little concern. The construction of the magnetic drum kingdom had never faltered, nor would it cease. He had already arranged for personnel to assist those with abilities who wished to join him. The next destination was the Sky Island. He had previously contemplated its potential as a stronghold and the rich culture of various shellfish. Additionally, there was Enel, a character he could leverage. This individual possessed formidable strength, comparable to Crocodile, but unless faced with someone as unreasonable as Luffy, who disregards everything in pursuit of becoming the Pirate King, he could be considered at least of admiral caliber. Certainly, he might be slightly weaker than seasoned admirals like Akainu or Kizaru, but he was not to be underestimated. What a predicament! Currently, he had indeed gathered a significant number of personnel, yet lacked any experts. If only he had someone capable. He could simply command them to retrieve Enel without all this hassle. Old Zephyr had yet to make any moves, and there were others constantly watching him. Kyer felt quite vexed. He instructed his men to prepare ships. Regardless of the circumstances, they would first visit Sky Island. And it would be splendid if they could bring Enel back. Kyer, where are you headed? As Kyer prepared for departure, a figure swiftly approached him. What? Are you here to spy on me? Some matters are best left unspoken. Yet Kyer bluntly addressed it. He turned to the yellow figure beside him, wearing an annoyed expression. I merely came to take a vacation. I was also curious about your destination. The yellow ape replied slyly, refusing to admit otherwise. How would he believe you? You old rascal, Kyer scoffed. The yellow ape, unabashed, simply smiled, clearly intending to follow along. What nuisance! Ignoring him, Kyer set off. The yellow ape, undeterred, boarded the ship without hesitation. I plan to seek out the celestial dragons and eliminate them. It should be quite amusing in your presence. Moreover, we shall act together. And then Kyer casually remarked as he settled into a chair. Upon hearing this, the yellow ape's expression shifted. You wouldn't dare. If you act recklessly, you will lose everything you have. In that case, even if Admiral Sengoku wishes to spare you, he cannot. Who knows? Kyer replied nonchalantly. The individuals accompanying him on this journey were all elites, be they navigators or others. Nami was brought aboard just in case, for there was little purpose in leaving her on the island. After all, they were bound for the Sky Island. Even if they were to fall, he had confidence. But failing to ascend would be quite embarrassing. On this vessel, Kyle also summoned a few goblins to form a team. However, the previous golden goblins did not appear. They reached their first destination, Gaia Island, following the prepared compass. Although Kyle lacked experience in reaching the Sky Island, he had a general understanding of the situation. Was this peculiar place truly their destination? Kizaru glanced at a house obscured by a wooden board and remarked sarcastically. Meanwhile, Nami inspected the compass. The magnetic field here was strange, consistently directing them upwards. It was not surprising. His destination had always been above. Kyle spoke up, having already sensed the presence of individuals within that house, and there were quite a few, likely observing them. What? Upwards? Are you joking? Nami looked up at the sky. Previously, she had obediently followed after everyone was captured, but now, hearing of a journey to the heavens left her somewhat bewildered. It seems you know quite a bit, Kizaru remarked, aware that as a Navy officer, he possessed a broader knowledge. He certainly knew of the existence of the Sky Island, but the specifics of how to get there were beyond his grasp, partly due to disinterest and partly because such information was not casually shared. They docked directly, stepping onto Gaia Island, only to be met by a group of individuals rushing out. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Despite the absence of a pirate flag on Kyle's ship, they would not welcome anyone, regardless of their identity. Leading the charge was a bare-chested man with golden hair, alongside a creature resembling a monkey. This was Wumbalanku Kulik, the protagonist of the tale of the Great Liar, Nolan, and a descendant of Nolan who had been separated by 4 centuries. He was also the ultimate leader of the Monkey Mountain United Army. The monkey-like figure beside him was the ostensible leader, known as the Salvage King, with a bounty on his head. However, Kyle was not here to capture pirates. Of course, if their behavior was excessively nefarious, that could change. Kizaru, is this your relative? Kyle indicated the Salvage King. I have no relatives, Kizaru replied with an expression of annoyance. Isn't that monkey your relative? He retorted. Admiral Kizaru, and what about that manager? Why are they here? Initially, the group had emerged in anger, but upon recognizing the identities of their visitors, their demeanor softened considerably. Kyle's reputation was formidable, especially since those outside the system space had seen him. Kizaru's reputation was equally significant. As an admiral, he had his own level of renown. Are you here to capture us? Or is it for the gold? Kulik said coldly, displeased. He would not forgive anyone who dared to wreak havoc in his territory. And as for being apprehended, they would not easily surrender. You are overthinking it, Wumbalanka Kulik. I merely intend to visit the Sky Island and wish to utilize your knowledge regarding the upward currents. If you're interested, I could take you along to meet your ancestors' so-called gold. Acknowledging the circumstances surrounding them, Kyle wasted no time in expressing his intentions. Before coming, he had taken the time to familiarize himself with his fellow's name. Upward currents? It seems you know everything. Kulik hesitated, gazing at Kyle. You mean the gold was taken to the Sky Island? I should have considered that possibility sooner. I feel like a fool for diving all this time. Kulik questioned his own life choices while feeling a spark of excitement. If he could find it, if he could prove it, perhaps his ancestors could finally be vindicated. As Kyle observed Kulik on the verge of tears, the system abruptly materialized before everyone present. What was this all about? Kyle felt at a loss. It had not been long since the last incident. However, this time he had misjudged. This was not a matter of the system space, but a global inquiry. The prize question event has begun. Question: is the story of the great liar Nolan and the land of gold true? Correct answer reward: 100 kilograms of gold. Incorrect answer penalty: the loss of a certain ability, the soul of a netherworld creature extinguished, unable to reincarnate. Everyone can answer. The system was evidently intent on wreaking havoc. Upon seeing the question, Kyle could only think of one thing. He could already envision many choosing to believe it was a falsehood. When the time came, those without abilities would be utterly doomed. Although many hints indicated the truth of the matter, such as the system's involvement, the offer of gold suggested significant inflation of currency. Kulik gazed at the system's announcement with growing excitement. Perhaps this time his ancestors could indeed find relief. The system was capable of reaching the entire world. Even if he did nothing, once the system declared the existence of a land of gold, the world would know that his ancestors had not lied. Kyle, this situation is too coincidental, Kizaru muttered, appearing to have seized a weakness in Kyle. He sought to discern whether Kyle would reveal any vulnerability. You already stated it was a coincidence. Did you expect some special reason? Kyle turned to face him. He had no control over this system. It was purely coincidental, although it could be due to administrative authority. Regardless, it mattered little. No one would believe anything he said. What are you looking at? Are you not going to answer the question? I assure you, the land of gold exists. It simply resides in the heavens. Kyle spoke casually, glancing at those around him. 100 kilograms of gold was no trifling matter. The crowd was immediately stirred by his words. Nami's eyes sparkled with greed at the thought of gold. Gold, gold. She joined in, eager to respond. Do not forget your identity, Kyle admonished. If they answered correctly, the gold would belong to him. I am ready to answer, just waiting for the outcome. Nami gazed at Kyle with a sorrowful expression. This was nothing short of a jest. 100 kilograms of gold could fetch an enormous sum. Selling it could cover the expenses of their Straw Hat crew. Would the rewards ultimately go to others? Was this the essence of gaining only to lose? The others listened carefully to Kyle's words, their expressions cautious. Kyle paid them no mind. Cooperation would yield favorable outcomes. Otherwise, he would show no mercy to pirates. What if I offer a split? 70-30? 60-40? 50-50? 46? Nami probed tentatively. I want all. Kyle spoke directly, showing no courtesy simply because she was a petty thief. However, should they successfully ascend to the Sky Island, he might consider offering a reward contingent upon her performance. Observing her disheartened demeanor, he continued, by the way, the ascending current is perilous. If we fail later, we should be fine, but your body will likely be doomed. Forget about money. If you perish, it's futile. Prepare yourself well. One message after another reached Nami. Can I forego the money? I want to go back. She had initially anticipated a simple voyage, believing there would be profit to be made. Instead, she found herself in a perilous situation devoid of monetary gain. Nami felt on the verge of collapse. Was this truly the work of humans? It was utterly inhumane. Can I toss you into the sea to drown? Please, no. I know what to do now. Despite Kyle's jovial demeanor, Nami understood all too well what was required of her. Even if she wouldn't drown, being tossed into the sea was hardly a pleasant prospect. Yet, she lamented, "My goal! What could be more distressing than work that was both hazardous and troublesome? If such a scenario existed, it would be work that was dangerous, troublesome, and devoid of any remuneration, even requiring her to pay out of pocket." He was indeed a demon king. Why had no one come to claim such a fiend? Stop cursing me in your heart, or I might just toss you into the sea to snap you out of it. Observing Nami's clenched teeth and furrowed brow, Kyle was at a loss for words. Could you at least pretend a bit better? Clearly, you're just looking for a reason to provoke me. Okay, I understand. Just don't toss me. A completely different man, so casually threatening to throw her into the sea. Nami yearned to return to the Straw Hat Pirates. With a look of helplessness, she could only survey her surroundings. This was not the Straw Hat crew. She lacked the ability to challenge the three formidable powers of the pirate crew alone. Weak, pitiful, and trembling, she felt utterly helpless. Seeing that she was subdued, Kyle refrained from further remarks. He bore no ill will towards Nami. After all, he was merely a pawn caught between pirates and the Navy. Naturally, he wouldn't hesitate to be ungracious when required. Chapter 96. A kick for each warlord, seeking initial subscription. Meanwhile, Kyle and his companions were murmuring among themselves. Within the system, various individuals had begun to quarrel. East Blue resident. Everyone calls him the great fraud, Nolan. How can this possibly be true? I bet 100 kilograms of gold. If I win, I'll return the stake and keep the rest. North Blue resident. Fellow gambler. I'm in a better position than you. I can continue to gamble after repaying. Ha! Great fraud Nolan. You should be grateful. Victimized resident. In our place. Everyone knows the great fraud Nolan. Ha! I can repay my loan and keep gambling. This time, I will definitely win back. West Blue resident. Shut up, gambler. Just jump into the sea and die. South Blue resident. No face, too afraid to speak. Gambler, jump into the sea and die. Unbeknownst to them, a ruckus had erupted above, not just among ordinary people, but also among prominent figures. Apart from the Navy and the world government, others were reveling in the chaos. Pirate King Roger, the land of gold. I know it exists. It seems to have ascended, and I've seen it with my own eyes, even engraved my name there. See Overlord Rocks, just a few boring places. What is so impressive about gold? God of the sky, Enel. A bunch of trash, incessantly making noise. God of the sky, Enel. Once I descend, I will eliminate all of you. New World Pirate. Who is this fool, so arrogant? Emperor Kaido. Kid, come over and try to defeat me. I dare you to die. Kyle gazed at the display screen, noting how often Enel had appeared. It was certainly the first time he had observed such a spectacle. Would a throng of people vie to confront him? Kyle harbored doubts about whether he would be inundated with challenges after accepting Enel, or if he would have to deal with a multitude seeking him out. This was indeed a possibility, and whether he could even accept the challenge was another headache. Not only was Enel formidable, but Kizaru was also lurking, keeping a close watch on him. Why couldn't he just relax at the Magnetic Drum Kingdom instead of following him around? Truly bothersome. As he glanced at Kizaru, the latter merely wore a lecherous grin. Correct answer announced. The land of gold indeed exists. Correct answer reward. 100 kilograms of gold. Number of correct answers. 33, 544 people. Suddenly, thousands of tons of gold were distributed. Even Kyle found the system to be quite affluent. He worried, however, that this gold might lose its value from inflation. Nonetheless, he felt the system would hold its ground. Simultaneously, across the globe, disbelief reigned. Impossible. Why is this wrong? The land of gold truly exists? Nolan is not a fraud? This cannot be. The king is the real fraud? The tale of that great fraud is actually true? Surely that king had Nolan killed for the gold, then labeled him a liar. Ha! Thankfully I was cautious and did not gamble. Not gambling is the true victory. Nolan. On an island in the North Blue, a multitude of voices erupted. Some crumbled under the pressure, while others reveled in their indifference. Soon, chaos ensued as many shouted in despair. I don't want to die. I can win it back. I don't want to die. I am capable. I'm a wanted criminal, I can. As if struck by a revelation, dozens perished on a single street, transforming the area and sending bystanders into a panic. Meanwhile, caution prevailed as people refrained from gambling or answering the system's questions. Such a scenario unfolded worldwide, across the four seas, the Grand Line, and the New World. Just as Kyle had anticipated, many lives were lost. A storybook that had circulated for 400 years was fraught with uncertainties. Losing a bet meant losing everything. Of course, many had indeed won, acquiring gold, including those with Kyle. Naturally, he knew the answer, so it hardly counted as gambling. Ha ha ha, gold. So much gold I've never seen before. The gathered crowd beheld the glimmering gold illuminating the island. Nami glanced at the heap before her, swallowing hard. Lord Kyle. She turned, looking at him with feigned innocence. I feel you need to clear your head. Observing the coy woman, Kyle pointed towards the sea. You little minx. You're not taking advantage of me. He was a man of unwavering devotion, particularly to blue-haired women. No, I'm already quite clear-headed. Seeing Kyle's response, Nami relinquished her pursuit. This man was simply not manly at all. One can only indulge in a fleeting visual delight. The golden treasure was nearly hers, yet remained just out of reach. Among the gathered crowd, only a handful refrained from answering the questions, such as Huang Yuan and Ku Li Ke, whose focus lingered on the system, eager to discover what lay ahead. The inquiry arose. Why did the king fail to find gold upon arriving in the land of gold? The options presented were, 1. The king had indeed found the gold, but concocted an excuse to eliminate Nolan. 2. The king arrived too late, and the gold had already been taken. 3. Due to Nolan's discovery of the gold, the locals hid it away. 4. The land of gold was swept into the heavens by ocean currents. A correct answer would yield a reward of 100 kilograms of gold, while an incorrect response would lead to the loss of a certain ability. Everyone was permitted to answer, though it was noted that there would be no reward after 10,000 correct responses. Have you grown weary of being exploited by the system? Someone mused. After so many had perished, one would hope fewer would participate this time. Observing the system, Kyra selected option 4. Recalling the Pirate King's mention of the island in the sky. Is there truly a sky island? Nami remarked, her expression tinged with skepticism. Indeed, if there were none, we would plummet to the ground after being swept up by the currents, and you would be shattered, Kyra replied, causing Nami's face to blanch in fear. The responsibility rests upon you. Our lives depend on your skills, Kyra continued, despite Nami's evident fright. He spoke with a tone of earnest reliance. Though their ship had ample navigators well prepared for such journeys, they had already been informed of the Sky Island's existence, and these were individuals of considerable courage. I will do my best, Nami conceded, resigning herself to the unfolding drama. The answering session proceeded swiftly. The Pirate King had previously affirmed that the land of gold had ascended to the heavens, and it was merely a matter of how many would wager on its truth. When the answer was revealed, it became evident that many had indeed placed their bets. The correct answer is 4. The land of gold was swept into the heavens by ocean currents. The reward of 100 kilograms of gold was claimed by 10,000 participants. The number had reached its limit, though many likely perished in the process. Sky Island. Truliagists. Ku Li Ke erupted in laughter, tears of joy streaming down his face. Having searched for the land of gold for countless years, he had always believed it lay submerged beneath the sea, never imagining it had soared to the sky. The rising currents were familiar to him, but lifting an entire island into the heavens had never crossed his mind. He lamented his limited imagination and the time wasted. The system still displayed images. Ku Li Ke witnessed his ancestor, Nolan, discovering the island of Jia and rescuing the Shangdia people afflicted by the tree fever. Forging a profound friendship with the warrior Ka Urgala, he vanquished the serpent deity to save lives and ended the tradition of human sacrifice. This confirmed to Ku Li Ke that his ancestor was no charlatan, and the world recognized Nolan as a true adventurer, not a grand deceiver. Many were at a loss for words upon viewing these scenes, aside from Nolan's interactions with the Shangdia people and the grand spectacle of the ascending currents. All had been revealed. Ku Li Ke knelt in tears, comforted by a figure resembling a gorilla. You seek to visit the Sky Island? Do take me along, he implored. Inspired by his ancestor's connections with Jia, having verified that his ancestor had not lied, he felt fulfilled, yet now, new ambitions stirred within him. The goal mentioned, the golden bell, piqued his curiosity. I merely wish to see it. Gold itself does not entice me. If you agree, I shall cooperate fully, Kalika stated, not foolish enough to hide his intentions now that the existence of a land of gold was common knowledge. Let us embark together to witness the land of gold spoken of by your ancestor. Kair smiled, not overly concerned. While he indeed needed gold to recruit individuals and for various endeavors, it was not an absolute necessity. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kalika expressed, bowing deeply in gratitude. The surrounding pirate crew appeared bewildered. Are we truly ascending to the heavens? What are your intentions? Kalika had no high expectations of his crew, as their bond had initially been forged through shared sentiments. Now, with some feeling conflicted, there was no need for further entanglements. As the system display concluded, the chat area erupted once more with a cacophony of bizarre expressions. Some discussed Roger. Others mentioned the four emperors. Most notably, there was a heated exchange involving Enel, leading many to speculate whether he might descend from the heavens in a fit of rage. Enel was not known for his patience. Observing the argument, Kair quickened his ascent, fearing that if he delayed, Enel might flee, potentially even to the moon. The capabilities of this pirate world were unknown to him, though it seemed only Enel's Arc Maxim could reach such heights. Meanwhile, Kalika urged his crew to depart, instructing the guerrilla captain to take the gold away. As for their own arrangements, they quickly devised a plan. We must harness the wind to assist our ascent. Modifications to our vessel are essential. Let us affix wings to it, Kalika declared with enthusiasm, explaining the situation to the ship's navigators while suggesting the addition of wings for leverage. Kair observed the unfolding spectacle, content as long as they could ascend. Are you truly intent on visiting the Sky Island? What treasures await? Huang Yuan inquired, doubting that Kair would traverse such distances merely for gold, especially at this juncture when time was of the essence. Yes, Kair responded, prompting Huang Yuan to click his tongue in exasperation. We are hardly comrades. Do not speak as if we are familiar, he retorted. With that, Kair chose to refrain from further inquiries, allowing Huang Yuan to accompany them solely based on his strength. The current generation of disciples truly lacks warmth and humanity, Huang Yuan lamented with a sigh of resignation. You possess humanity, and yet when I call you Shige, you refuse to lend a helping hand? Are you contemplating severing ties with the Navy? Kair inquired, casting a glance at Huang Yuan. This old fellow. Spare me if I genuinely abandon the Navy. The world government might very well place a bounty on my head, Huang Yuan exaggeratedly replied. However, Kair remained skeptical. After all, when Akiji departed from the Navy, there were no repercussions whatsoever. Even if a bounty were placed, would you fear it? Once detached from the Navy, you could easily dispatch a Marine Admiral or a Gorsiat, or confront a celestial dragon. How exhilarating that would be. Kair mused about Huang Yuan's potential future. Yet, Huang Yuan, after a brief moment of contemplation, recognized the troublesome nature of such a future. The youth of today are indeed formidable, but please spare me. Focus your efforts on persuading Vice Admiral Karp and teacher ZFA instead. They're still vigorous, whereas I am at my limit. A Marine Admiral. Observing the other's reluctance, Kair chuckled softly, deciding not to press further. After observing him for several days, he had gleaned a rough understanding of this fellow's disposition. A lazy dog indeed. Perhaps having seen through everything, he appeared devoid of worldly desires. His presence here was due to a mission, and that much was true. The lack of action on his part was likely attributed to a sense of guilt from having previously duped Kair, followed by being reprimanded by ZFA, as well as a connection to ZFA. Of course, that last factor was minimal. More so, it was his belief that such behavior posed no significant trouble. After all, he merely needed to keep one eye open and the other shut while fulfilling his mission, with no issues arising thus far. If a significant problem were to emerge, it was likely that he would act when given orders from above. This was Huang Yuan, the Marine Admiral, who still held onto his principles, at least for the time being. Kai Air continued to observe him, harboring no illusions about swiftly persuading him to depart. Perhaps if he demonstrated that he was not a person who neglected his duties, the odds of him remaining would not be negligible. Chapter 97. Arrival at the Sky Island. Are we truly ascending to the heavens? Should we perhaps remain calm? Or, after 2 days of waiting, they finally located the ascending current, while Nami fretted beside them, occasionally casting anxious glances at Kai Air. She looked at the surface of the sea, her excitement palpable. Is this truly the place? Kai Air disregarded the little cat-like figure and turned to Kulik. The latter had invested considerable effort over the past few days to confirm the sea current. At this point, their ship had also undergone modifications, equipped with apparatus resembling wings. At the very least, this treatment was far superior to that experienced by Luffy and his crew. Should this endeavor fail, they would have no choice but to return another time. There's no mistake. I have confirmed it multiple times. This ascending current will undoubtedly propel us upward, Kulik declared, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the clouds above. If all goes well, they would indeed reach the fabled Sky Island. The Sky Island, a place of fantasy for many. However, that was in the past. Now, many believed in its existence. The question remained, how would they ascend? Although the crew aboard Kai Air's ship had largely accepted this possibility, a degree of apprehension lingered. They were acutely aware that leaving was not an option. They could only await the ascending current obediently. Is this what is coming? Such formidable power. At that moment, the surrounding waters began to swirl, the area darkening ominously. Huang Yuan observed his surroundings with caution. It was not that he was overly concerned about the presence of enemies. Rather, he worried about the possibility of plummeting into the sea, which would spell disaster. Look over there, a monster! As Huang Yuan spoke, chaos erupted among those on board. Several dark figures appeared in the sky, resembling humanoid shapes yet vastly larger, adorned with wings. Those are merely the inhabitants of the Sky Island. Pay them no mind, Kai Air remarked as he beheld the mirage-like spectacle, which was undeniably intimidating. The silhouettes descending from the sky dwarfed their vessel by an immeasurable scale. Many aboard were already frightened, some trembling uncontrollably. The current is approaching. Kulik, astonished yet focused, called out, "Everyone pay attention. Those who need to hide, do so. The weaker should retreat to the cabin." Kai Air and his companions were well prepared. Most had already taken refuge inside the ship's cabin, though a few remained outside. The supplies were secured and tied down. They were merely awaiting their ascent. With a warning issued, the remaining individuals sprang into action, moving swiftly. The ship was becoming increasingly unstable. Such immense power. "It's here," as someone shouted. The surrounding waters fell silent for a brief moment. But in the next instant, an explosive surge of water erupted, forming a towering column that propelled the ship upward into the sky, riding the winds and the currents against all odds. Nami struggled to maintain her footing, exclaiming in alarm as she was lifted off the ground. Fortunately, Kai Air was prepared and swiftly caught her. "This is far too dangerous. Today's youth are utterly reckless," Huang Yuan remarked leisurely from the side, observing that no one was in distress. "Steer the ship, hoist the sails, we're taking flight." Nami recalled her responsibilities and instructed the remaining sailors outside to act. They had prepared in advance, with most securely tied, allowing them to maneuver. The only ones not bound were those standing beside Kai Air. "Hoist the sails. Be cautious. There may be creatures within this current. Do not let them approach. There could be sea kings." The ascending current, when viewed solely through video, offered no clear understanding. Only by confronting it directly could one truly grasp its destructive power and overwhelming presence. With a rapid ascent of several thousand meters, the ship plunged into a white ocean, resembling clouds, yet containing water. Huang Yuan himself felt somewhat uneasy within this realm. However, it seemed somewhat different here. Within a few breaths, they swiftly traversed the white sea. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged from the depths of the white ocean as Kai Air's ship appeared atop it. Soaring through the air, it finally descended onto the white sea. "We've succeeded," Nami exclaimed, surveying the surrounding expanse of white ocean. Although her spirit was somewhat scattered, realization dawned upon her. Is this the Sky Island? Kulik was even more exhilarated, scanning the surroundings and hoping to discover the location of the fabled Golden Land, the so-called Golden Bell. Kair, too, was taken aback by the wonders of nature. The white ocean appeared stunningly beautiful. This sensation was unlike anything conveyed through language or video. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one truly appreciate the marvel of the ocean and the sky. We did it. We all arrived. Not just them, but all the other crew members were now gazing at this ethereal white sea. The individuals, filled with excitement, who dared to accompany Kair to sea, were primarily those with dreams of encountering the wonders of the world. Their courage was quite remarkable. Now, as they lay their eyes upon the white sea and find themselves in the heavens, it is indeed an achievement for them. Having just arrived, Kair suggested they search for an island. Although he sensed they might have already been discovered, he preferred to locate others first. Kair, someone has already spotted us, remarked Huang Yuan, lounging lazily on the deck. I don't know from where, but there was definitely someone watching us before they vanished. The feeling of being observed had emerged the moment they entered the White Sea. Initially, he intended to ascertain the identity and location of the observer, but upon finding nothing, he abandoned the thought. Just an arrogant fool. Ignore him, Kair replied succinctly. God? Huang Yuan looked at Kair. Those who dare to bear such a title were exceedingly conceited. Even the celestial dragons merely claimed to be descendants of gods, a more subtle assertion. Consider it as if I never spoke. He will come to find us on his own, Kair explained without elaboration. Although others were left puzzled, now was not the time for inquiries or clarifications. They commenced their search for an island, navigating cautiously, fearful that departing from the White Sea might lead them to plummet from the sky, an event that would likely prove disastrous. Falling from several thousand meters high, without any reaction, could result in dire consequences. Fortunately, their worries were merely figments of imagination. During their journey, they encountered a variety of phenomena. Are these creatures of the White Sea? They appear quite peculiar, Name observed curiously as she captured a fish aboard the ship. Kulike also examined it, noting the stark differences from the marine life below, which had sacrificed many traits for buoyancy. The equivalent weight of these creatures was significantly lighter than that of the ordinary fish beneath. Kair, having cast a few glances, soon lost interest. Meanwhile, on another side, a man with a bare torso, adorned with several drum-like embellishments on his back, donned a white headscarf, his elongated earlobes reaching his chest, bit into an apple while savoring some unknown sensation. So many of them, yet another group from the Qinghai. They seem to harbor some knowledge, disrespectful towards the gods. He mused. You all handle them. I wish not to see their faces, Enelu remarked with a yawn. Before him stood several individuals of varying heights and builds, each oddly peculiar, the priests of this sky island who typically assisted Enelu in managing the White Sea. Indeed, another batch of those doomed from Qinghai. Leave it to us. I can handle it alone. You'll be of no use, one priest asserted as they vied to set off. Enelu, however, was indifferent. The current situation seemed rather troublesome, and his attention remained fixated on Kair and his companions. He dispatched a priest to ascertain their strength, hoping to resolve matters swiftly without wasting his time. As for Kair, although unaware of Enelu's situation, he had his own conjectures and awaited an opportunity that would present itself. They sought a place to dock, not wasting much time since assistance arrived in the form of an elderly man clad in armor, riding a peculiar steed, who introduced himself as the Sky Knight Gonfuer. Thank you, Gonfuer. Without your guidance, we would have wasted considerable time searching for an island. Name expressed her gratitude as she quickly became acquainted with him. Learning about the island's circumstances, it's all minor affairs, and since you have compensated me, there's no need for concern. Your prowess appears formidable. I doubt there's anything here that could threaten you. However, I must advise you to steer clear of the gods and their priests, Gonfuer cautioned calmly, having witnessed some of Kair's crew in action along the way. Gods? Name recalled Kair's previous mention. Indeed, just avoid provoking them and refrain from speaking recklessly, lest the gods take notice. Gonfuer spoke cautiously. As long as you refrain from uttering anything ill, you should be safe. However, persistent mention may lead to trouble. Name nodded silently, recognizing her position as a mere bystander in this unfolding drama, hoping for a pleasant experience before hastily returning. As they reached the white expanse, be it land or structures, everything appeared in shades of white. Yet, a few trees and familiar sights could be observed. Upon arriving at the Sky Island, Name and her companions began to explore, noting the stark differences from below. These fruits are remarkably unique and quite hard. These cloud-like items seem artificially crafted. We could procure some for further study, Duran, Name suggested excitedly. As they moved about, the beach grew lively with their activities, with Ganfuer informing them that the items were crafted from local shells. Shells? What do you mean? Name and a few others inquired. Yes, like these. This is a wind shell. I also possess fire shells, cloud shells, flavor shells, and a variety of combat shells. If interested, you may explore them, Ganfuer explained swiftly, glancing towards Kair, hoping to capture his attention and ascertain their status. Unfortunately, Kair paid him no heed. After exploring for a while, he allowed them to roam freely, even leaving the goblins behind. Only Huang Yuan remained by Kair's side, though not by choice. Why are you still following me? Do you have some peculiar inclination? Kair asked, displaying his disdain for the situation. I'm merely taking a look. I'm not tailing you, Huang Yuan replied lazily, casting his gaze toward the north, where a forest-like area lay. Is there anything worth noting? Just a few insignificant beings, Kair responded, already sensing the presence of approaching entities. The priests were merely of average strength. Do not speak of his current state. Even in his prior strength, before his demise, he could easily subdue these individuals. Indeed, if the divine were similarly inclined. As Huang Yuan spoke, his words were abruptly interrupted by a flash of lightning that descended from the heavens. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift enough to evade the strike. Was this an attack? The distance of the assault caught Huang Yuan off guard. Meanwhile, figures emerged from the forest, for silhouettes dispersing in various directions. The criminals, upon arriving, had been pointing and mocking the esteemed deity, showing utter disdain even towards us, truly unaware of the heights of heaven. A corpulent man, resembling a beggar and wearing spectacles, stood atop a sphere, speaking. Surrounding him were numerous other spheres. Should one merely judge by their attire, he could easily be mistaken for one himself. Shadeli, cease your prattle and apprehend them immediately. Our esteemed deity has already made his move. Exercise caution and do not underestimate them. That individual managed to evade our divine master's attack. Leave that one to me. He whimpered. One by one, the priests appeared, each bearing an odd appearance. The last among them, sporting bizarre spider-like hair, struggled to articulate his words as he licked his lips. It appeared they held you in utter disregard. Kale sensed the encroaching presence around them. Besides the four priests, others had already surrounded Nami and her companions, leading to an ensuing skirmish. You insolent wretches, perish, commanded a priest with a furious shout, interrupting Huang Yuan mid-sentence. A figure wielding a long blade transformed it instantaneously, piercing Huang Yuan's body. Let us eliminate one first, the priest, Om, proclaimed triumphantly. Yet, before he could comprehend the futility of his attack, another figure, resembling a ball, charged toward Kale. However, upon nearing Kale, his speed surpassed expectations as his hand thrust forward, directly impaling the portly figure. The other two, finally sensing the anomaly, attempted to evade but were too late. You're not the only ones with Kinbunchikahaki. A figure erupted, unleashing two ice, spear-like projectiles that pierced the remaining two. Why? They gasped, bewildered. Kale extracted his weapon, causing their blood to flow rapidly, leaving them in a state of confusion even in death. Their hearts had evidently sensed Kale's presence, yet they could not evade. It is not merely about sight, Kale scoffed, casting a glance at the other side. The priest Om was struck with terror, his soul seemingly lost. He attempted to attack Kale with his long blade, but was swiftly obliterated by Huang Yuan's finger. This speed is even more astonishing. Is this what they call a priest? Such disappointment. Huang Yuan had anticipated formidable opposition, eager to gauge Kale's worth. Yet this was the outcome? Whether he felt disappointment or not, it was imperative that he refrain from intervening further. Observing the four lifeless bodies, a sense of trouble loomed. He initially intended to capture them, but having acted without restraint, one lay dead. You mean? Huang Yuan began to speak, but his words trailed off. With a crackle of electricity, a figure emerged before them, a naked man clad only in trousers. Upon surveying the priests, Enel's expression soured. His initial intent to test the waters resulted in the demise of all four priests. While he held little regard for these worthless beings, their demise still irked him. You dare provoke a god, foolish inhabitants of Qinghai? Enel spat, his ire fueled by the audacity of Kale and Huang Yuan. Though he had previously grasped the foolishness of the Qinghai people, their actions now truly incited his wrath. Let me demonstrate the vast chasm between mortals and the divine. Divine retribution shall descend upon you. Having gleaned some knowledge of the Qinghai populace through the system, he yearned to obliterate them. Now, his anger had intensified. 30 million volts. Enel declared, unleashing his power. Kale sensed the impending attack and swiftly dodged, while Huang Yuan remained unperturbed. Without Haki, Enel's assault bore little consequence for him. The strike shattered his form, returning him to a golden hue. What? Enel was taken aback. How could someone, like him, be immune to his attack? Unforgivable. Divine judgment. Enel bellowed in fury, launching a series of strikes at Kale and Huang Yuan. The notion of anyone being able to withstand his onslaught was utterly unacceptable. You dodge my attack, why strike me? Kale retorted, exasperated, as he swiftly evaded divine retribution and closed the distance to Enel. You! Enel sensed Kale's fist approaching and transformed into a flash of lightning to evade. Why does it feel as if you can strike me? Enel pondered, astonished, while Kale remained unfazed. His speed rivaled that of lightning, especially in close quarters. In an instant, he became a blur, catching up to Enel and delivering a devastating kick that sent him crashing into the ground. The impact shattered several of his bones, leaving Enel bewildered. Why? How can you strike me? Having not been hit in ages, he quickly sought to rise and evade, but against Kale, it was futile. With a flash, Kale seemed to predict his movements, anticipating where he would go and waiting there. Time and again, Enel found himself struck, his visage resembling that of a battered swine. A god? The disparity between mortals and the divine? Divine punishment? What else? You wield electricity, reveling in your pretense of divinity? You claim divine retribution, yet subject me to your lightning? You self-proclaimed gods are all deranged. It's either suffering or divine punishment. Do you think you can simply declare yourself a god? I never aspired to such a title. Today, I shall remedy your delusions of divinity. Kale relentlessly pursued the two, obliterating everything in his vicinity, from the beach to the forest. Enel's limited mastery of his fruit and his own physical capabilities were no match for Kale's prowess. He was utterly overwhelmed. Huang Yuan observed from the sidelines, feeling a sense of embarrassment at Enel's plight. Is this fellow merely putting on a show for my benefit? Huang Yuan wondered, sensing that Kale had glanced at him several times, as if to say, what is your problem? I'll take you down too. However, the physical prowess and the commanding presence displayed by the youth far surpassed those of the old man. It is indeed alarming how formidable the younger generation has become, leading him to ponder whether retirement might be the wiser choice. As Huang Yuan observed the unfolding drama, he was not one to cling to his post in defiance of age. If given the opportunity, he would choose to retire immediately and embrace a life of leisure, attended to by others. Yet, he was acutely aware of the improbability of such a scenario. The thought of enjoying a life of servitude likely stemmed from an unfortunate encounter with the warring states, where he would find himself incapacitated and reliant on others for care. Such a ruthless young scoundrel. Huang Yuan remained captivated by the spectacle until he could no longer bear to watch. A user of the Reime fruit was being ruthlessly pummeled by Kyle, unable to evade such close-range assault. In the end, he inadvertently found himself shackled by high stone handcuffs. Observing Kyle carrying those handcuffs, Huang Yuan felt a twinge of unease, fearing an unexpected ambush. It would be quite embarrassing to be overpowered like Enel, who lay defeated and battered, devoid of the strength to struggle, bound by high loose stone. If Enel, in his youthful vigor, was reduced to such a state, Huang Yuan could hardly imagine his own fate. Chapter 99. The successful capture of a deity. A Pokemon had been successfully captured, dragging the already weakened and incapacitated deity Enel before Huang Yuan. Kao was taken aback by how easily he had subdued him. Perhaps Enel had grown complacent after being invincible for so long, or perhaps he was simply not as powerful as believed. I thought you would have killed him outright, Huang Yuan remarked, observing the motionless Raimei fruit user sprawled on the ground. He felt a pang of sympathy. They were all users of Logia-type fruits, inherently powerful and fearsome. Yet here lay one who could not even defend himself. Kyle intended to take him back for training. If useful, he would keep him, otherwise, he would be discarded. He wondered if the Sharingan could exert control over such a being. Huang Yuan remained silent, yet his mind was racing. If the current situation unfolded favorably, it could lead to an additional Raimei fruit user under his command. Cough, 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 release me. I am a deity. Enel gasped, yet before he could finish, Kyle pressed him down again. A fruit user should not indulge in such divine pretensions. You should obediently keep quiet, he admonished, trampling upon the fallen deity to ensure compliance, while also observing others swiftly dispatching their foes. Many of the inhabitants of the Sky Island possessed mediocre combat abilities. With Enel and the priest dealt with, the remaining foes posed no threat. Ganfuer gazed at the imprisoned deity, astonished. It was one thing for the priest to be defeated, but for a deity to be captured was beyond comprehension. Were all those from the Blue Sea such monsters? He pondered, uncertain, as he had encountered many from the Blue Sea before, yet none displayed such prowess. No need to worry. No need to worry. There are plenty of fellows like him out there, Kao remarked casually, gesturing towards Huang Yuan, who had yet to engage in combat. I will not dispute your other statements, but I am not lecherous, thank you, Huang Yuan replied with an air of resignation. It was unclear if Kyle intended to showcase his combat prowess to intimidate him. The thought of potentially battling Kyle or facing a fate similar to Enel's ignited a spark of reluctance within him. What a nuisance. He longed for retirement. Ganfuer observed Huang Yuan, hesitant to speak further or inquire. He resolved to quietly watch the actions of these Blue Sea individuals and their potential impact on the situation. In the midst of tidying the battlefield, a group approached swiftly. The Sandia people were rushing towards them, each individual propelled by devices crafted from shells. Such tools made movement across the sea considerably easier. As Kyle observed their figures, a thought struck him. While it might be perilous, potentially leading to a mishap or an encounter with Sea Kings, short-distance operations and combat would undoubtedly prove effective. The Sandia people were coming for the deity, perhaps believing they had found an opportunity. Ganfuer glanced at the nearby priest and deity, sensing trouble looming. It was time to observe how they would treat the inhabitants of the Sky Island. Sandia people? Nami inquired. They also hail from a Blue Sea and are a group dedicated to opposing the deity. Ganfuer refrained from elaborating further. The main individuals were already upon them, and some were even aiming cannons directly at them. They would simply observe. There was no need for explanations. The Sandia people were equally perplexed. They had rushed to the scene upon hearing of the priest's injuries and the conflict with the Blue Sea inhabitants, intending to eliminate both the priest and the deity before returning home. Yet, the current situation was not what they had anticipated. They had expected a grand battle. But why had the deity been defeated and left prostrate? Be cautious. These Blue Sea people are no ordinary adversaries, warned one woman among the Sandia. The scene before them was entirely unexpected, causing the Sandia to forget their original objectives. Weepa, remain composed, advised one of the leaders, a man with bare torso, tattoos around his left eye, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and wielding a cannon. He was the most fearsome and reckless warrior among the Sandia. I understand, Weeper responded, eyeing Kyle and his group. Initially expecting a fierce confrontation, he now sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Regardless, he would not relinquish the sacred ground. Bring them forth, he commanded. Upon seeing the Sandia, Kyle waved his hand, signaling them to approach without any intention of hostility. The tension that had existed dissipated as he spoke, allowing Weepa and his companions to draw nearer. You are Weepa, the war demon, approached with a grim demeanor, eager to ascertain the nature of those before him and the fate of the priest and deity. Before he could finish his inquiry, a voice interjected. "Kuriku, he should be the one you seek," Kyle replied, gesturing towards the somewhat foolish-looking blond man. Kyle held no ill will towards him. In fact, he regarded him as a commendable individual for his relentless pursuit of the fabled land of gold. Moreover, he had previously assisted in their research of the ascending sea currents, which would benefit their understanding. Additionally, clarifying their identities would lead to mutual advantages. The figure, who appeared menacing yet bore the unmistakable lineage of the Sandia warriors, was indeed a descendant of the legendary warriors of Sandia, as well as a descendant of Nolan for centuries later. Kulike gazed at the winged individual before him, momentarily at a loss for words. They were indeed the inhabitants of Gaia Island from 4 centuries past. He was a descendant of Newland Day, a name that may or may not resonate with you. Kyer spoke directly. Meanwhile, Weepa, who had intended to speak, turned sharply to face the rugged figure who bore little resemblance to Newland Day upon hearing his name. A descendant of Newland Day? Naturally. Weepa was well acquainted with the history and stories of old, passed down through generations, laden with the final regrets of Newland Day and the emotions that accompanied them. Newland Day? His progeny has arrived? Among the Shandia people, many still recognize the name Newland Day, a figure meticulously chronicled, a game-changer in their history. What a jest. How could a descendant of Newland Day possibly find their way here? Weepa's gaze sharpened. He declared aloud his disbelief. It mattered not what you believed. I merely brought this individual along as I sought to claim this place for myself. Kyer observed the evident reluctance and skepticism of the man before him and spoke casually. The Sky Island was a destination he had firmly resolved upon. Another would-be defiler of the sacred land. Go perish. Weepa, as if already aware of the truth, shouted out. The cannon was drawn and aimed directly at Kyer, while the others swiftly prepared for combat. Yet before an attack could be launched, an unsettling chill enveloped their bodies. Do not act rashly. Such impulsiveness can lead to demise, Kyer murmured, observing as the group before him instantaneously transformed into ice sculptures. Others quickly discerned his identity. But what of it? The disparity between the Shandia people and those below was indeed considerable. You ought to explain your identity to them, and, in doing so, learn what you wish to know. After stating this, he instructed them to come see him. Watching the frozen statues, the ice soon began to melt, yet the cold persisted, causing tremors among the group, who were now alarmed. Kyer gestured toward Kulike. Let him handle the matters here. He would return for further dialogue later. This group of Shandia warriors represented a commendable choice. With their inherent capabilities, once they mastered hockey and utilized the Sky Island shell, a formidable fighting force would emerge. Kulike regarded Weepa, who still glared at Kyer with animosity, and nodded in acknowledgement. This was indeed his objective for coming here. And if they were indeed from Gaia Island, he could not allow them to come a harm. Subsequently, if memory serves, you were once the deity of this Sky Island. Were you not? Kyer turned his gaze toward Gonfuer. He had contemplated this before. Now was the time to act. Gonfuer was taken aback. Why had circumstances shifted so dramatically? Moreover, how did the Qinghai people know of him, and that he had once been a god? He had not held the title of deity for many years. Please assist in persuading the people here, Kyer grinned, assigning tasks without a hint of politeness. By the time Gonfuer began to take action, he was still in a state of bewilderment. What is this? A mere tool? Although he had dispatched numerous aides, this felt excessive. Reflecting on Kyer's prowess, Gonfuer ultimately complied and acted with diligence. In Ainalu's palace, it had now transformed into a temporary abode for Kyer and his entourage. After promptly expelling the yellow ape, Kyer ushered Ainalu into a room. It is just us now. Let's discuss matters. This god, do you have dreams? He crouched before the battered Ainalu. Kyer articulated plainly. I wish to eliminate you, you insolent one. How dare you? Ainalu replied weakly. Enough, enough. Judging by your demeanor, you remain unconvinced. Allow me to test just how resolute you truly are. Observing Ainalu, Kyer felt a sense of resignation. knowing this individual would not easily yield. With that utterance, Kaio's eyes began to transform. I manifested an uncanny pattern, initially resembling 3 comma-shaped jewels, later evolving into a unique triangular shape, with the scara shifting to crimson. Chapter 100. The Kaleidoscope of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Since acquiring it, he had scarcely utilized this power, primarily due to the lack of formidable adversaries requiring its deployment. This is the world I have created here. You will pleasantly spend the next 72 hours contemplating how to become my subordinate. Of course, you may choose to continue resisting, and we shall joyfully endure this time together. With a single use of Tsukuyami, he cast Ainalu into the realm of dreams. Various techniques were employed to torment this individual, allowing him to experience the anguish of this world. Although the Tsukuyami of the Mangekyo Sharingan did not possess the same level of control as the other divine techniques, it was certainly more manageable than the eyes of Obito. Once, Ainalu shattered. Twice, Ainalu became utterly broken. Thrice, Ainalu. What a nuisance. This has cost me 3 uses of Tsukuyami. Feeling the pressure in his eyes, causing them to bleed, Kair was quite displeased. Fortunately, it was merely a matter of pressure-induced bleeding. He felt no inclination toward nearsightedness. Unlike Uchiha Itachi, who had become fatigued after a single use of his eyes, his current physical condition surpassed that of ninjas from the ninja world. Observing the incapacitated figure before him, he summoned assistance to ensure Ainalu received proper care. Having successfully subdued him, he could not allow this individual to be so thoroughly ruined. Soon, a medical team arrived to attend to Ainalu, occupying the Magu Kingdom. The medical personnel under his command possessed exceptional skills. They were not only from their nation, but also included individuals from other territories who had come to learn and subsequently remained in the kingdom. All benefits of a well-compensated position. The Sky Island too would be utilized. Kair pondered as he reclined on a couch resembling a grand bed. After the medical team examined Ainalu's condition, they regarded his state with a hint of bewilderment. Subsequently, they glanced at Kair, who appeared as though he had just enjoyed a smoke after the ordeal. None dared to speak or inquire further. Ainalu bore not only physical injuries, but also significant psychological scars. The medical team treated him while reporting their findings, before hastily departing the room in a state of confusion, leaving behind a discarded white glove. I am no devil, Kair mused, reflecting as the room fell silent. Before long, the exploration team returned, a blend of humans and goblins. Lord Kair, we have found the gold, along with that enormous ship. Upon arriving, their first action was naturally to search for valuable items. The gold of the Sky Island. Unique shells, devil fruits, and ships were all discovered. Kair held particular interest in Ainalu's vessel, for it could fly. Moreover, with Ainalu serving as a power source, there was little to worry about. Guard it well. Directly issuing commands to maintain order must not be taken lightly. Understood. As the exploration team departed, the next to arrive was Huang Yuan. This lecherous old man watched individuals enter and exit Kair's chamber, growing increasingly impatient. Do you truly intend to seize control of the Gongdao Kongdao? What alternative is there? To simply depart and allow chaos to ensue here? Kair lay motionless on the bed, contemplating the unfolding events. However, surrender was not an option. You could hand it over to the Navy or the world government. Huang Yuan spoke rapidly. Hand it over to them to extract the gold from the heavens? Or entrust them with the timing of when to plunge the Kongdao, into the Qinghai? Kair firmly rejected the notion. If it were during my tenure with the Navy, it wouldn't pose a problem. But to entrust it to the Navy now would be utterly foolish. It seems you harbor some negative sentiments toward the Navy, Huang Yuan interjected, pausing slightly. I merely possess an abundance of knowledge, which leads to myriad thoughts. My judgments concern actions rather than individuals, Kair replied. I am quite curious about your experiences during the period of your death and resurrection. I too am intrigued, Kair yawned. Who knows what he experienced? Upon dying, he remembered nothing, and then he was resurrected as if nothing had transpired. Huang Yuan, hearing this, assumed Kair simply did not wish to divulge anything. Has General Huang Yuan reported the intelligence? Kair suddenly inquired as Huang Yuan fell silent. Yes. He reported the capture of the Shanghai Guosher, Xiang Leguosher, user and the plans to occupy the Kongdao. Huang Yuan spoke candidly, without concealment. What did Sengoku say? Kai Er turned his body, surprised by the directness of the response. Huang Yuan wore a peculiar expression. He did not elaborate, simply stating that I should prepare to succeed the position of admiral. Ah, you're truly unfortunate. Kai Er initially reacted with surprise, but soon his expression shifted. Why not propose a price? You could directly become my spy. Being an admiral of the Navy holds no future. After all, the world government ultimately calls the shots. I could assist you in toppling the world government, granting you a position as a high-ranking official in the new world government. At that point, you may take vacations at your leisure, increase your salary at will, and pursue romantic interests as you desire. Observing this individual poised for elevation, Kai Er tempted him. You have stirred my interest. Yet what if we fail? Huang Yuan cautiously surveyed his surroundings, noting that Kai Er was not recording anything, and asked, if we fail, we will undoubtedly face death. However, as long as we survive, failure does not exist. And should we meet our demise, would obtaining a coffin be considered failure? Kai Er replied nonchalantly, this is serious. I speak from the heart. The youth of today are indeed formidable, seemingly unafraid of death. Huang Yuan muttered lecherously. So, what shall become of the future admiral? Let us collaborate to overthrow the world government. You may take the lead while I serve as your subordinate. Being an admiral of the Navy is unremarkable. If we are to aspire, let it be to reign as the king of the world. Kai Er smiled enticingly. You could become my subordinate right now. Join the Navy, and we can work together. I will promote you to admiral, and if Sengoku objects, I shall relinquish my position to you. Huang Yuan looked at him with skepticism, expressing disbelief. There is no place for me within the Navy anymore. You must consider this carefully. Once missed, this opportunity shall not return. The two exchanged words, yet in truth, it was uncertain who spoke truthfully and who did not. Huang Yuan, this old rogue, is quite uninteresting. That so-called justice is, in reality, ambiguous at best. Regardless of the circumstances, one can always take a laid-back approach. Capturing pirates as needed. Should a significant crisis arise within the Navy or the world government, he would likely exert minimal effort, especially concerning the world government. He would only contemplate taking action if it approached the brink of destruction. Kai Er pondered Huang Yuan's character, initially considering whether there might be an opportunity to persuade him. However, it seemed the likelihood was indeed slim. Perhaps I should try to sway Akiji instead. That fellow seems to be questioning his existence and appears to have a decent rapport with Zifa. Kai Er thought to himself, what misguided thoughts are you contemplating now? Huang Yuan observed Kai Er, noticing the mischievous glint in his eyes, and curiously inquired, I am considering how to entice Akiji to switch sides. You have seen the system. Akiji has left the Navy and now harbors deep doubts about the Navy's justice. There should be an opportunity, right? Why not assist in persuading him? If you succeed in bringing him over, I will offer you a commission. Kai Er stated directly. As for whether he believes it, that is his concern. Why not recruit Akainu instead? Huang Yuan replied. That fellow is unsuitable, at least not at this moment. Kai Er shook his head. If it were within the Navy, he would indeed be a suitable candidate for collaboration. But outside of it, it is best to abandon that idea. You truly wish to hollow out the Navy, don't you? Recruiting me, Akiji, Zifa, and Vice Admiral Karp, you want to take them all? Why not give Sengoku a try as well? Huang Yuan remarked nonchalantly. If you can recruit them all, I will follow suit. That can work. We can wait until Sengoku retires, and then you can aid me with some flattering words. If successful, I shall grant you a commission. Kai Er said casually, still wearing a smile. Observing Kai Er, Huang Yuan took note of his demeanor. This fellow undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. However, he did not press further. What needed to be said would surface in due time. What remained unspoken would be challenging to uncover. At this moment, the Kongdao, experienced tremendous change. The inhabitants received news of Fu Er's return, as well as reports of the defeat of God Enel and the actions of the Qinghai people. Gathering some former soldiers, they quickly assembled to restore order. Lord God, only a few years have passed since Fu Er's defeat, yet many still recognize him. Under Enel's rule, They have not lived well and eagerly anticipate the return of their former god to bring about change. Has Enel truly been defeated? He really lost? And what those Qing High people, what do they intend to do to us? How about you lead us in resistance? As long as we can drive the Qing High people back, you are our true god. One after another, the summoned guards initially spoke of Enel with caution, fearing to be overheard. Yet, upon confirming the safety of their surroundings, they grew bolder, recounting their thoughts. Some even contemplated reinstating Gan Fu Heir and eliminating Kai Heir and his companions. That is impossible. The individuals who have come possess formidable strength. I intend to assess the situation before proceeding. As for the Kong Dao, they must remain calm. My gathering you all is to ensure that chaos does not arise. Leave the rest to me. The matter of divinity is insignificant. We have endured years without a god. As long as the people live well, that is sufficient. Gan Fu Heir spoke swiftly. In truth, he was somewhat concerned about Kai Heir and his companions' intentions and how they might exploit the Kong Dao. However, if possible, he still preferred to avoid resorting to violence. The predominant feeling is one of helplessness. Chapter 101 reveals that there is a trader near a mountain of gold. The prospect of wealth is intoxicating, with so much gold gleaming before her. Nami's eyes shimmer with the lust for riches. Yet she quickly remembers that this treasure does not belong to her. As she contemplates surreptitiously pocketing a few pieces, she is met with warning glances from her surroundings. The vigilant goblins diligently guard the gold. I'm merely observing. She mutters, heart aching as she places the gold back. Although she is undeniably envious of this vast trove, she understands it is not her rightful claim. She considers the possibility of more gold hidden within, some already fashioned into other objects. Are you certain you're just looking? A sudden voice from behind startles her. Lord Kale, I truly am just looking. I have nothing else on me. Nami quickly responds, turning her head, adopting a posture that suggests he may search her if he doubts her. Had it been Vivi or Ein, Kale might have teased, try searching. Yet with Nami, he dismisses the notion entirely. Focus on your work, whether it be money or gold, it will come to you. However, should you still entertain thoughts of piracy, I shall not be lenient. With a glance at the little thief, Kale leaves her with those words, proceeding with Enel. Nami, upon hearing his words, feels a wave of despondency wash over her. She herself does not particularly care about piracy. In fact, she despises pirates, yet Luffy is her savior, the one who rescued their village, a true messianic figure. To casually abandon this path feels wrong. Isn't that guy the god of the sky? To yield so easily? She ponders as she watches Kale depart, catching sight of a familiar figure behind him, the man without shoes. A figure she recalls being stepped on by Kale from the very beginning. It is truly daunting. Even a god has succumbed. She has witnessed this man wielding lightning, akin to a thunder god, and in such an expansive sky island, it is improbable for anyone to simply stumble upon a deity. Her outlook on the future feels bleak. Luffy, I am at a loss. Initially, she had considered whether there might be an opportunity to save Luffy and the others, but now, Nami truly feels the odds are stacked against her. She even contemplates whether to employ her charm to entice him, but he seems entirely disinterested, unlike what others have said about men being easily swayed by women. Her thoughts about this little thief are complex, but Kale remains oblivious to them. At this moment, he has followed Enel aboard the Ark. Is this vessel operational yet? Kale inspects the peculiar ship, which harnesses electrical energy to fly. This technology is evidently not of the Sky Island, but rather that of the Moon Dwellers. Since their arrival, many Moon Dwellers have forsaken their own technology, opting for this so-called shell technology. It's almost ready. It just needs to be powered. Whenever we need to move, I'll provide the electricity. Enel states, in a semi-hypnotic state, acting on command without hesitation. He can even activate his powers without uttering a word, directly controlling actions. Of course, it remains a possibility that in the future, they may discover something that allows them to control others without such entanglement. To perfect this vessel, communicate what is needed. Kale is significantly intrigued by this flying ark, especially since it can also operate below. The importance of air superiority is evident to anyone with sense. However, it does not imply reckless flying. Indiscriminate soaring would only render one a target for cannon fire. After instructing Enel regarding the ARC-S operational protocols, he has yet to leave when the Shandians arrive, led by Kulik and a fellow named Weepa, accompanied by a woman who appears to be persuading him. Lord Kale, Kulik proclaims, he has now fulfilled his dreams. Not only has he proven that his ancestors were not frauds, but he has also discovered the sky, island, and the gold. Witnessing the Golden Bell, he can be said to have no regrets in life. As for the Shandians, he holds a certain sentimental attachment to them. Despite not knowing them personally, the shared history of their ancestors allows for smooth conversation. Presently, they cannot afford to be combative. It would be futile. After learning the circumstances, the Shandians approach Kale. It appears you have been conversing quite well. Kale observes, glancing at Kulik and then at Weepa. Indeed, we have uncovered some historical details. Kulik smiles, revealing his white teeth. And what is it that you wish to do now? Kale inquires, showing little concern as he turns to the others. Weepa, eyeing Enel beside Kale, introduces himself. I am Weepa, a Shandian. We would like to request that you leave the Golden Bell with us. We beseech you. He bows respectfully, articulating his request. Our generation of Shandians will become your most loyal warriors. Even the god Enel has fallen before them. They too face defeat in an instant. Now, in their desire to retain the Golden Bell, they find themselves in a position of submission. Weepa has received word that the diminutive beings intend to melt it down into gold bars, which hastens his arrival. Submission? Kale raises an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He had anticipated needing to persuade them, yet they have presented themselves willingly. As long as we retain our faith in the Shandians, this generation will be your most steadfast warriors, unafraid of death. Weepa declares decisively, representing the consensus of their generation. This generation? We cannot speak for those who come after us, but as long as you are a benevolent deity, we shall. The woman beside him interjects. According to their thinking, Kale would likely aspire to be a god himself. Do as you wish. As long as you demonstrate your worth, the Golden Bell shall be yours. However, your abilities are still insufficient. You must undergo training. Individuals like yourselves would fare poorly in the lower seas, hardly qualifying as warriors. Kale holds little interest in a mere Golden Bell. It is simply gold, lacking any particular distinction. Its worth pales in comparison to other forms of gold. He is willing to relinquish it should they prove their value. We shall fight for Lord Kale. Weepa, upon hearing of the formidable strength of their opponents, exhibits both excitement and determination. Kale perceives his emotions, but chooses not to comment further. As for the title of God, he finds little desire to elaborate. He instructs them to gather those capable of combat, as well as a reserve team. Everyone must undergo training. The fundamental mastery of Kenbunchika Haki and Busashoka Haki is essential. I truly hope that teacher Zifa arrives soon, Kal pondered. Meanwhile, Zifa found himself entangled in numerous troubles. He had been investigating past events, attracting the attention of many, including various unsavory matters concerning the Navy and the world government. Each discovery and subsequent examination instilled deep skepticism in the elderly gentleman regarding the Navy's justice. For so long, he believed he could instigate change. He refrained from executing pirates, thinking he could guide them back to the righteous path. Yet, after all these years, he felt profoundly mistaken. Zifa, what exactly are you doing? Since your return, you've been quite peculiar. Sengoku surrounded Zifa with a contingent of formidable soldiers. Though not many, they were all elite troops: Garp, Akiji, Admiral Tsuru, and several powerful vice-admirals. Is there nothing? Am I not even permitted to glance at some records? Zifa regarded the gathered individuals without a hint of fear. You may peruse the records without issue, but why have you summoned so many Navy personnel? Surely there is no operation underway? Admiral Tsuru, noticing Sengoku's silence, stepped forward. They were all old acquaintances, and from the outset, they sensed that Zifa harbored significant issues. Is this about that little brat? Enough with the little brat talk. He is a person with his own convictions. Zifa countered immediately upon hearing the remarks. Have you been swayed by him? That fellow has been undermining the Navy, and you are aiding him? Do you realize what your departure signifies? You will only bring him greater trouble. The world government will no longer hesitate to obliterate everything in their path. Sengoku spoke directly. The world government is still eager to comprehend the resurrection of this individual. Even if he possesses certain intentions regarding the relationship with the system, they have dispatched Kizaru. With Kizaru in play, they believe they can manage any potential fallout. However, should Zifa be swayed and take the Navy with him, neither the Navy nor the world government will let this slide. Ha ha ha. That is of no concern to me. Zifa laughed heartily. The thought of that perpetually smug young lad, who may soon face troubles due to him, amused him. I am merely an unremarkable instructor, training those who genuinely aspire to alter this world for the better. Everything else is irrelevant to me. Now that the facade has been shattered, there is no need for pretense. Do you think he embodies justice? Do you still wish to take action against the Navy and the world government? Do you comprehend the implications? Sengoku was infuriated. Even if he wished to take a breather now, it was no longer an option. I do not know if he is justice, but I am aware that the Navy's current path is erroneous. The individuals I train may not follow him. Yet if he performs better than others, he will garner support. This era is one where those seeking to excel find it exceedingly difficult. Zifa proclaimed loudly. As he spoke, his voice resonated, drawing the attention of several figures in the vicinity. You all. Sengoku felt as though he might vomit blood at the sight of these individuals. He had severely underestimated Zifa's influence. It was one thing to have a few captains, but two vice admirals, both unrestrained and without family, were now present. My apologies, Admiral Sengoku. One of the officers quickly approached Zifa's side. Zifa, you have gone too far. It seems the Navy is no longer a place for me. After wielding power for so many years, Sengoku now harbored grave doubts about everyone around him. He cast a glance at the chuckling Garp and the laid-back Akiji, then scrutinized Tsuru and several others. This is merely my delayed, rebellious phase. Sengoku, you might as well observe, ha ha ha. Let time determine whether my rebellious phase is truly misguided. Zifa spoke rapidly. Ha ha ha. That old fellow Zifa knows how to play. It makes me want to join in, Garp interjected with an ill-timed chuckle. Silence, you old fool, Sengoku retorted, delivering a punch to Garp's head, leaving a bump in its wake. Sengoku, you are simply too petty, not allowing anyone to resign, Garp teased. He then glanced at Akiji, who had previously slouched against the wall like a lazy fish. Upon meeting Garp's gaze, Akiji seemed to have made a resolution. Teacher Zifa, let us go. With a single utterance, Akiji unleashed his devil fruit powers, causing an eruption within the room that momentarily encased Sengoku in ice. However, it was swiftly shattered, and in the blink of an eye, many within the room had vanished. Akiji, Garp, this is your doing, Sengoku exclaimed, fuming at the disappearance of Akiji. Years had changed Akiji significantly. This was entirely his choice. Garp chuckled softly, his voice growing quieter as he spoke. When Zifa extended the invitation, he had already sensed the outcome. Akiji had sought him out, yet he refrained from offering direct advice, allowing Akiji to make his own decision. Today, it was abundantly clear he had chosen. Remaining within this Navy, where lax justice thrived, was utterly disgraceful. Very well, Sengoku, this matter has surpassed our control. Notify the entire force to ascertain the number of personnel, determine how many are missing, and also alert the New World to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Once confirmed, let the world government handle it. At this moment, Admiral Tsuru exhibited a rare display of frustration. Such a demeanor was exceedingly uncommon for her. Garp continued to jest. However, upon hearing Tsuru mention issues in the New World, he sensed something amiss. Just shut your mouth. I do not wish to hear news of Navy heroes defecting in the coming days. For now, you will remain at Navy headquarters, and once Sengoku departs, you will oversee the base. Tsuru glanced at Garp, her expression resigned. Like Sengoku, she now felt that trust within the Navy was dwindling rapidly. Retirement thoughts had begun to surface. What does it matter if the Navy cannot withstand the pressure? The mess can be left for the world government to handle. Tsuru commanded decisively. If anyone wishes to leave, do not obstruct them. Allow their departure without causing a ruckus. Sengoku, having given up on remedying the situation, directed his gaze at the fleeing Navy Vice Admiral. The current circumstances were dire. The Navy was on the brink of a fractious civil war. Such a scenario would surely become a greater farce, and victory was not guaranteed. There were simply too many traitors. Chapter 102. A smile on this day. Many Navy personnel were oblivious to what had transpired. Why had so many comrades departed silently? After the final tally, Sengoku's expression darkened, nearly causing him to faint. Quickly, contact Kizaru to return and take command. If not, then Akainu can step in. Hurry and summon them to assume leadership. He was no longer inclined to wait, and Sengoku was solely focused on relinquishing his position. I had warned you against becoming a Navy admiral. You have proven utterly useless and exceedingly troublesome. Garp remarked from the side. Do not merely stand there with your sarcastic remarks. Your grandson's predicament with the celestial dragons remains unresolved. Sengoku bellowed in indignation. As it stands, that fellow is unable to retaliate. Garp, casually digging his nose, seemed indifferent. Let us hope so. Otherwise, you are doomed. Sengoku gritted his teeth. The strategist, Crane, could no longer bear the situation. In the New World, they have already expended considerable resources to deal with Whitebeard. We cannot afford to abandon this now. Contact the world government and inform them of our circumstances. We require additional manpower for support. Sengoku had resigned himself to the futility of the matter. Regardless, it was no longer his concern. As directives were dispatched, the world government, upon receiving the news, unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Sengoku. You have accomplished nothing, merely causing trouble at every turn. They were eager for Sengoku to retire hastily. Additionally, CP0 was dispatched for support, and the former fleet admiral, Kong, was also mobilized. They were determined to eliminate Whitebeard, having invested significant resources in this endeavor. Subsequently, they swiftly contacted Khalifa, who had been tirelessly training under Kale's guidance, nearly inciting her to the brink of fury. They contemplated embedding more spies within their ranks, from CP0 to CP9, to better infiltrate the enemy. They could only hope to establish contact with the opposing side in their system. They even pondered the possibility of ordering Kizaru to take action, but ultimately hesitated, lacking confidence. While they knew a confrontation was feasible, victory was not guaranteed, especially with the Whitebeard situation still unresolved. On Sky Island, Kale remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding. Conversely, Kizaru had just received communication from the Navy and regarded Kale with an expression of perplexity. What exactly have you done? Kale, taken aback by this inquiry, was preoccupied with tallying his acquisitions. The Sandians subdued, gold secured, Enel captured, shells acquired, and Sky Island conquered. These were treasures far surpassing those of the Drum Kingdom. What do you mean? What could I possibly have done here that you, the foolish Kizaru, are unaware of? Are you oblivious to what you have done to the Navy? Kizaru urged, observing Kale's apparent ignorance. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, Instructor Zephyr has left the Navy. Kale broke into a wide grin at this revelation. He had engaged in several discussions with Zephyr and sensed his intentions, yet he did not anticipate such a swift departure. Initially, he had contemplated whether he could exert more effort in this regard. Did you calculate all of this? Kizaru questioned, scrutinizing Kale. Do not make wild claims. That was all voluntary on Instructor Zephyr's part. You know well what I do daily, and there is no guarantee he will seek me out. As Kale spoke, the snail phone rang. Kid, where are you? I'm coming to find you. Having left the Navy, Zephyr seemed considerably more relaxed, his speech imbued with a sense of liberation devoid of burdens. You truly left the Navy? Kale asked, observing Kizaru's expression of disbelief. This is none of your concern. It is my decision. Enough chatter. Where are you? I shall find you in person, Zephyr asserted. I am currently on Sky Island, but I shall return shortly. Perhaps I should head to the Drum Kingdom instead, for the ascent to Sky Island is quite troublesome and damages ships. Sky Island? You truly are having fun. Zephyr did not press further, glancing at the large contingent he commanded, which was indeed unsuitable for frivolous adventures. Return promptly. You will soon find yourself in quite the predicament. And be cautious of Kizaru. He is not to be underestimated. Understood. I will keep an eye on Kizaru. Kale nodded, casting a glance at Kizaru, who wore a peculiar smile that left him feeling exasperated. Who is truly not to be trusted here? Kizaru thought to himself. Having merely wished to remain aloof, while others sought to pull him from Navy. The exchange with Zephyr concluded swiftly, and Kizaru remained silent about his thoughts. So, what do you say? Will you join us? You might as well forego calculations. Consider this. Sengoku will surely retire soon, and you could ascend to Fleet Admiral. With the sheer volume of work, there is little time for leisurely pursuits here. Even if you do not become Fleet Admiral, life under Akiji or Akainu will hardly be pleasant, especially with the dwindling Navy personnel. Kale continued, yet Kizaru waved his hands dismissively. Enough. There is no need to elaborate. What a tempting proposition, Kizaru mused, already contemplating the ensuing complications. Furthermore, a heads up, Akiji is with Instructor Zephyr. Akiji? Truly, Zephyr is a timeless legend. Sengoku must be seething now. What of Carp? Do not dwell on that. Why not suggest luring Fleet Admiral Sengoku away as well? Kale replied nonchalantly. That is not entirely out of the question. Perhaps you could relay a message to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, offering favorable terms for a joint venture? Kale appeared entirely unconcerned, while Kizaru's face twitched momentarily before he fell silent. Ha. Prepare yourselves. We are returning to the Drum Kingdom. Kale wasted no time. Having confirmed Zephyr's significant action and anticipated further developments elsewhere, he resolved to depart, leaving matters in the hands of the elder Gonfu. A portion of the Sandians would remain, with the elite departing alongside them, including Kirik. Prepare individuals with commendable physical capabilities for training as a military force. It will prove beneficial for both guarding Sky Island and future combat, Kale instructed Gonfu before his departure. Subsequently, the group boarded Enel's ship, facilitating smoother travel. Gonfu watched as the departing group took to the sea, aware they would inevitably return. For now, he resolved to adhere to the instructions given. The winds of change swept through the world, rendering the Navy's situation impossible to conceal. The mass exodus of Navy personnel incited Sengoku's fury, prompting him to commence recruitment efforts, offering generous conditions. At this juncture, he felt as though every member of the Navy was a traitor. Many observed the Navy's misfortunes with glee. Meanwhile, Kale and his companions, having returned to the Blue Sea aboard their ark, found their position slightly askew. They lost some time recalibrating their course. Upon arriving at the gambling city of Menglaga, they inadvertently drew the attention of numerous onlookers. The abundance of gold concealed was insufficient, as was the peculiar vessel, attracting the greedy gazes of many. Naturally, they were not so foolish as to attempt outright robbery, yet some gamblers approached, eager to present their rules. Hey there, want to try your luck? In this gambling city, betting is the norm when a wager, and you can gain anything you desire. Come, let us gamble. Several gamblers approached Kale, their eyes glinting with avarice. Despite the presence of peculiarities, the vast ocean is teeming with oddities. Your slaves are quite commendable, especially you, the Vice Admiral, and that Ice Mage Overseer. A gambler spoke rapidly, and before Kair could respond, someone had already revealed his identity. Primarily, it was the unmistakable appearance of Huang Yuan that had given him away. His lewd demeanor was deeply ingrained in people's minds. The Vice Admiral has arrived, ready to take action against this island. Flee, for the gambling city is doomed. Many shouted in panic. Soon, there were few souls remaining. Those still here had been forcibly retained. It seems there is genuine intrigue in this place. Kair showed no remorse in keeping the closest companions with him. Initially, he had no interest in the gambling city, yet now, perhaps it was worth a glance. After all, where there is gambling, there must be money. Perhaps he could also cultivate some talents. A win-win situation. Sir, please spare me. I simply failed to notice you before. They pleaded rapidly, but Kair was indifferent to their cries. Let us proceed to gamble. Wasting no time, he left some behind to guard the area, including Enelu. With so much gold here and the ability to control the ship at any moment, he only took a portion of Shandians and goblins, along with Huang Yuan and Nami. The group walked through the now sparsely populated streets. Are you quite interested? Kair inquired, glancing at Nami, who appeared rather intrigued. I'm solely interested in money. Gambling brings forth wealth, and wealth piques my interest. Nami unabashedly expressed her love for money. To Kair, money was merely a numerical concept. His collection of wealth was merely a necessity, as many endeavors required it. Nami, beside him, wore an expression of disbelief, unwilling to engage further. His disinterest in money stemmed from the ease with which he could acquire it. Should he find himself in need, he would certainly reconsider his stance. She was aware that this man would not be swayed by her charms or attempts at flirtation. It was best not to jest. She merely hoped to see if she could procure some funds. After all, trouble inevitably followed this man wherever he went. Even if he did not provoke it, trouble would come knocking at his door. As they proceeded cheerfully, they attracted quite a crowd, including some desperate gamblers. Armed with guns, they wagered their lives. With heaps of money at stake, the victors claimed it all, while the vanquished were left with nothing. It was a scene of utter madness, quintessentially pirate-like. Are these people insane? Nami observed as one man shot another without even flinching. The sheer craziness left her momentarily stunned. Pirates are all mad, including you, Kair remarked bluntly. This island was thoroughly deranged, especially with the presence of Kair and Huang Yuan. No one dared to provoke them. They soon arrived at the largest casino. Upon entering, Kair spotted someone of interest. He had sought this individual before, but had been unable to locate him. Now, with his endeavors just beginning and lacking any reputation beyond his system affiliations, he had been regarded as inconsequential. This encounter felt fortuitous. As they stepped inside, Kair and his companions drew the attention of many. No one dared to obstruct their path or offer assistance. Following the path, cleared by others, Kair approached a blind man clad in violet robes, leaning on a cane. "Greetings," Kair said. "Do you know me?" The blind man smiled, sensing the formidable power within Kair's presence, which made him wary. "Is this gentleman a vice admiral? Are you part of the Navy?" he inquired tentatively. As a blind man, he paid little heed to the system. Even when others mentioned its existence, he quickly lost interest. Such matters were irrelevant to him. The Navy? That was once true. As for your first question, I do indeed know you, as well as many others. Kair replied. "Sir, would you be interested in joining us?" he asked, intrigued by the blind man. "You jest, sir. I am merely a blind man, incapable of self-sufficiency. Joining you would only bring you trouble." The blind man responded, clearly resistant. Some people may be blind in sight, but possess keen insight, while others may have sight, yet remain utterly oblivious. Blindness is inconsequential. What truly matters is one's intentions. Kair took a seat beside the blind man, vigilant of the casino staff surrounding them, as the crowd continued to swell. On the second floor, numerous malevolent figures lurked, all formidable bounty hunters. Clearly, should Kair harbor any ill intentions towards the casino, they would swiftly converge upon him. "I do not understand," the blind man shook his head, signaling his refusal to engage. "Let us color this world and establish a realm that, while not perfect, at least strives for fairness and equality." Kair leaned forward, his voice low yet audible to many, including Huang Yuan. He was aware that this young man was far from innocent, but he had not anticipated such audacity, especially in such a venue. Once this sentiment circulated, even without further words, the world government would surely take notice. "Your ambitions are lofty," the blind man mused, falling silent momentarily before speaking again. "However, I do not know you at all. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Kair. Would you care to accompany me for a while?" Kair extended his hand, aware that although the man was blind, he could still perceive the gesture. "My apologies. I am occupied until evening and shall take a day off. Tomorrow, I shall update you. Given that there is little else to do, and considering your demeanor, I suspect that if I were to refuse you, you would not allow me to depart unscathed." The blind man felt the offered hand and decided to be straightforward. After all, remaining beside this individual meant he could leave at any time. He was merely curious about someone who had likely researched him and expressed interest. "Perhaps," he replied earnestly. Kair responded with utmost seriousness. "Ha ha ha." This revelation did not anger the blind man. Instead, it elicited laughter. "I did not expect anyone to hold me in such high regard. I must not have made much of an impression. This is all a matter of fate," Kair declared. Indeed, it was fate that had brought him to seek the blind man, despite his initial hesitance due to the man's relatively low status and lack of recognition. Relying solely on luck, it seems fortune has favored us, delivering our adversary directly to our doorstep. Is this not a twist of fate? with a smile. He shook his head, indicating disbelief. What do you intend to do next? Eliminate the scoundrels here and depart. Kyle wasted no time, and with his evidently straightforward declaration, chaos ensued. Bang! Do not presume that the overseers can act with impunity. Perish. What an admiral. Let them all meet their demise. As individuals began to assault, the casino erupted in turmoil. In the next moment, a chilling wave swept through. The vast structure of the casino rapidly succumbed to ice, leaving only a few to leap away in a desperate escape. How terrifying! Do you not fear the innocents among these people? Huang Yuan muttered, observing that aside from their standing area, everything else had been encased in ice, turning people into frozen sculptures. Is this truly what you intended? Yishao expressed his discontent. I can sense the malice emanating from these individuals, and they are not yet deceased. Kyle remarked casually. Within the casino, he could distinctly perceive the ill intentions harbored by each person. Those who refrained from action merely lacked the strength, fearing the consequences. This did not imply they were devoid of thoughts about Kyle and his companions. Naturally, he had no intention of exterminating them outright. They could be dealt with later. The pirates, however, would be eradicated without hesitation. You fools! This is the domain of the Underground King. You are doomed. You will undoubtedly be hunted down by the entire underworld. One individual shouted before hastily escaping. Will you not pursue him? He has already fled, Yishao remarked with surprise, watching as Kyle strolled leisurely towards the exit. I do not act alone. With his words, lightning erupted across the island, targeting the gathered pirates who harbored animosity towards Kyle. As they emerged from the frozen casino, they beheld the magnificent display of lightning outside. Truly formidable. Moreover, this fellow's freezing abilities rival those of Akiji, if not surpassing them. Huang Yuan pondered, assessing the combat prowess of Enel and Kyle with a sense of helplessness. It appears the Navy lacks the manpower to address this individual. They might even be concerned he could be abducted. What then constitutes justice? Huang Yuan mused, uncertain of when he had become so ambivalent about justice, seemingly indifferent to everything. Was it during the apprehension of pirates? After his training? Following his encounter with the world government? Or perhaps while rescuing the celestial dragons? He had lost track of it all. I shall take my leave. You may tidy up here. I will await you on the ship. Kyle decided not to linger, leaving behind what held value in the city while discarding the rest. Naturally, he intended to seize all that belonged to the Underground King. Since it was theirs, he would not hesitate to claim it. Yishao felt a mixture of uncertainty and admiration for Kyle. I merely seek to have them face the judgment of justice. Do I not, Admiral Huang Yuan? Gambling is not a noble pursuit. Vice leads to ruin, causing countless to lose everything. I hold an unwavering disdain for gambling and drugs. Of course, the most critical aspect is that these enterprises belong to the Underground King. Their possessions should not go unclaimed. Kyle had lazily settled into a spot, awaiting their conclusion. Meanwhile, Enel remained vigilant, ready to unleash his thunderous wrath upon anyone who revealed a weakness. Many breathed a sigh of relief upon Kyle's return to the ship, knowing that exposing a weakness would lead to their downfall. Is your concept of justice merely to take everything? Huang Yuan interjected with a hint of sarcasm. What of your vehement opposition to vice? Are you not also closely aligned with it? Furthermore, the notion of claiming all that belongs to the Underground King is not something the Navy would dare to assert. The idea of absolute justice is rather exaggerated. At the very least, I would not seize the belongings of ordinary people. Kyle retorted, are you suggesting there is insufficient? Huang Yuan continued to counter. I merely wish to maintain a modicum of integrity. After all, as a human, one must engage in actions befitting humanity. One cannot simply exist devoid of purpose. Kyle stated. Yishao observed their exchange, using his Kinbunchika haki to gauge the town's state. Many, upon revealing their identities as pirates, would fall victim to the strange man on the ship who would unleash his devastating powers. Such a terrifying manifestation of Kinbunchiku haki. My own pales in comparison. While Huang Yuan and Kyle bickered, Yishao discerned that Enel's Kinbunchika haki extended far beyond his own, even encompassing the entire island. This fellow merely exploits the fruit's characteristics. Do not overthink it, Kyle remarked to Yishao. Enel's heart network ability is rather basic. He lacks proficiency and struggles to harness it under duress. The extensive range is merely a product of fruit capabilities. Can I achieve that as well? Huang Yuan pondered, sensing something amiss. If successful, he could effortlessly send a beam of light to resolve any pirate presence detected at Sabeti Archipelago from the Navy headquarters. That would be quite exhilarating. However, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. The group waited for a considerable time as the individuals within confirmed their identities and transported their belongings. Consuming ample time, upon finalizing their departure, they left behind an island ravaged, as if plundered by pirates, once vibrant, but now desolate. Kyle gazed upon the island, mostly devastated by Enel, and felt a wave of reflection. Ah, you were aware. I had thought you were oblivious, Ishao suddenly interjected. After witnessing Enel's relentless assaults, he had considered intervening. Each strike claimed a life. Such an island serves no purpose. After this ordeal, the ordinary folk would surely refrain from gambling here again. Kyle sensed the sentiment, but chose not to elaborate further. This had always been the territory of the underground organization. Aside from gamblers, no ordinary citizens resided here. Pirates, gangs, human traffickers, and various unsavory characters populated this place, which was precisely why he felt no compunction. With no ordinary residents, he felt no responsibility. If your perspective remains unchanged. I cannot concur, Ishao countered, shaking his head. Initially, he had thought he encountered a like-minded individual, but it appeared he was merely a wielder of power without restraint. He only understood that the individuals he was dealing with were not virtuous, which is why he refrained from intervening. Perfection is an illusion, perhaps with your assistance. We could mold the world into our desired form. Kyer did not elaborate further. As a human being, his actions were inevitably influenced by subjective factors. It is implausible to approach every situation with an objective mindset. Whether it be gambling, human trafficking, or piracy, he would not show mercy. With a smile, he chose to remain silent, merely resting his hand on his staff as he sat aside. At this moment, he was aboard Ainalu's Ark, having already determined their course towards Magnetic Drum Island. He had not forgotten that someone awaited his return. Upon Kyur's departure, the Underground King received news of their gambling island's destruction. This place was not merely the work of one Underground King. It was a collaborative effort, with even notorious pirates holding stake. Those seeking vengeance would track them down and ensure they repaid their losses with interest. The irate king had already begun to demand retribution. Yet, some remained silent, with certain individuals not even answering the conference call, seemingly non-existent. Stussy, do you have nothing to say? Ha, it's just a casino. Leave it to you all to handle. I am quite busy with other matters. Contact me later. She clearly had no intention of engaging further. The others, frustrated by the abrupt end of the call, recognized her formidable nature. Among them were others who did not participate in the meeting at all, treating the news as mere gossip before departing. The most disgruntled was the king of loan sharks, who had been furious moments before. His share in the casino was the largest, and he was the one who had facilitated it. Each year, numerous individuals borrowed money from him to gamble, a venture he considered a surefire profit. Now, however, it was all gone. Regardless of the situation, a bounty on him. That individual was no ordinary foe. The bounty likely attracted little attention. It was left to you to resolve it. If we can lessen our share of the casino, that will suffice. Others seized the opportunity to speak up. The casino and loan sharking were not their primary pursuits. They merely aimed to earn a little extra money through collaboration. As individuals began to vanish, the loan shark king was seething with rage. Ultimately, he contacted someone via a telephone snail. They must perish. Regarding the peculiar meeting of the Underground Kings, Kyer was oblivious. He was merely en route to Magnetic Drum Island, where winter had already settled in the vicinity. The island had transformed significantly. Numerous ships now docked nearby, guarded by patrolling goblins. The population had swelled, comprised mostly of ordinary individuals or unbounty-hunted pirates. While bounty hunters had attempted to invade, many were apprehended before even setting foot on the island, either meeting their end or being kept as laborers. With the increase in population, buildings and houses also flourished, aided by many goblins, some of whom were not even summoned by him. At that moment, Kyer recalled the previous visitors. As the ark approached, it attracted considerable attention, including armed individuals and even those clad in Navy uniforms. Clearly, they had forged a pleasant alliance. After some light-hearted banter, Kyer made his presence known, assuring others to be at ease. They docked directly at the castle atop Magnetic Drum Island, which had become his residence after renovations. Now a far cry from its former dilapidated state. "Kid, you actually returned." Upon receiving news of Kyer's return, ZFA hurried over, having been occupied with training ordinary people. These individuals were not elite Navy personnel, and reckless training could lead to dire consequences. I simply stepped out for a moment, and it feels as if I have committed some grave offense. It seems, compared to me, Teacher ZFA has truly accomplished something remarkable. Have you made up your mind? Kyer greeted ZFA, who appeared to be in high spirits. Indeed, to find people for you, I had to pull many elite Navy members. Sengoku was practically ready to kill me. ZFA was somewhat self-aware, acknowledging that while he had not taken half the personnel, he had at least removed 1/5 of their elite combat strength. With his departure, along with that of Akiji and several elite vice admirals, the loss was significant enough to cause Sengoku considerable distress. Teacher ZFA, the awkward yellow ape, greeted from the side. He had already received word of ZFA's departure and was uncertain of what to say upon seeing him. Ultimately, he simply offered a greeting. Observing the situation, Kyer remarked, "In the future, Admiral Yellow Ape might just be one of us. Him, he is of little use even within the Navy." Upon hearing Kyer's words, ZFA appeared to notice Yellow Ape for the first time, causing Yellow Ape to chuckle. After all, Sengoku had not issued orders to capture anyone, so he could pretend to be unaware. With his ambiguous sense of justice, he would avoid work unless absolutely necessary, preferring to lie down rather than stand, and would not seek trouble unless compelled. Chapter 104. The Four Emperors and the Five Emperors. ZFA's arrival was undoubtedly a boon for Kyer, especially since he had also brought Akiji along, who, despite not greeting anyone, had disappeared somewhere. Kyer did not mind. Having recruited so many individuals, he could now firmly establish himself. Given the current situation, they were no weaker than the Four Emperors. In the New World, aboard a ship resembling a whale, the Whitebeard pirates found themselves in dire straits. "Old man, more and more places are under attack. Even our subordinate pirate crews are facing issues if this continues." Marco expressed his concerns. If Whitebeard did not take action, their reputation would dwindle into obscurity. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, sipping his drink, seemed lost in thought, devoid of any immediate intention to act. The world government and the Navy had indeed become troublesome adversaries. "Do not worry. With the old man here, we will push forward." Can they truly send all their high-ranking officials? In truth, there was little cause for alarm. He had received news that the Navy was also in turmoil, with many individuals departing. Is that true? Who has left? One of the captains, having just received the news, inquired. Within the Navy, they had still managed to position some personnel. This matter had caused quite a stir, and even Whitebeard's crew was now aware of it. Kula-la-la-la. It seems that the warring states are also facing troubles. Where has that fellow ZFA gone? Do you know? Upon hearing this topic, Baihuzi suddenly became intrigued. It is said that he went to see the administrator. The administrator? That little brat named Kyer, right? Kula-la-la-la, sons. Let us drink and celebrate. Baihuzi immediately cheered up, completely disregarding his own physical condition. Marco attempted to intervene, but was unable to restrain him. Although the crew of the Baihu pirate ship still harbored anxiety, they outwardly maintained a jovial demeanor. In the next moment, Baihuzi vanished. What is happening? Old man. Everyone looked around. Initially surprised, they soon witnessed a series of systems appearing. It is this system. The old man is within it. The question and answer session has begun once again. Ace has also disappeared, and so has Teach. That scoundrel has entered as well. Blackbeard Teach ultimately could not leave the pirate ship as he desired, and he remained under Ace's watchful gaze. After learning of the potential circumstances, Ace kept a close eye on him. Additionally, during their voyage, they found the innate fruit, which was promptly consumed by Sachi. This left Teach with no opportunity, and he now felt exceedingly stifled. Apart from the Baihu pirate ship, Many others also began to rapidly disappear. The question and answer space. Figures emerged. Pirates, Navy personnel, world government officials, and ordinary citizens appeared one after another. The most conspicuous was naturally Baihuzi, whose presence overshadowed the others, until high-ranking Navy officers appeared. Ace, the gruff carp, appeared here. Alongside him was Zhangguo. Upon their arrival, the Navy immediately gathered around. Ace instinctively shrank back behind Baihuzi, unsure of how to confront this old man. It was certainly not out of fear of a beating. Kula la la la. Children have their own thoughts. Carp, do not frighten him. Baihuzi chuckled. Thoughts involve becoming a pirate? How am I supposed to maintain my integrity? How can I be a Navy officer? Carp had recently learned to appeal to emotions, gazing at Ace with the most sincere expression. This tactic was learned from he. Initially, Ace felt a bit shy, but soon he saw Carp picking his nose. Can you not disguise yourself so poorly? Baihuzi could not help but comment from the side. He had thought Carp had transformed into an easily bullied old man. Yet, in just a few seconds, he reverted to his original self. Mind your own business, you old fellow. I will eventually toss you into impelled down. As Carp and others entered, the atmosphere became lively. I have no intention of looking after you. Just the thought of you wanting to throw me into impelled down is amusing, for that little place is of no use to me. A place even Golden Lion Shiki could not be confined to. Baihuzi grinned smugly. Meanwhile, Zhangguo observed Carp, who appeared ready to take action, and interjected. Baihuzi, is this how you speak to your father? As Ace's father, do you not wish to address Carp as dad? Uffed. Zhangguo's words nearly caused everyone in the question and answer space to burst out in laughter, yet they managed to suppress it. Even those currently watching this space could feel it. Even Roger felt a hint of this, wondering if this fellow was hinting at him. Rox had been mocking from the sidelines, no longer caring, as he watched Ace within. This was the first time seeing the living Ace, although still a mere image. Yet it felt distinctly different. Zhangguo, you still possess such eloquence. I have heard that your Navy's admirals have fled. Would you like to come aboard my pirate ship as my son? Baihuzi turned to Zhangguo, directly ignoring his previous words. Zhangguo, I think you should give it a try. Carp couldn't help but laugh and remarked. Zhangguo was already displeased. Are you an idiot? He landed a punch on Carp's head, glaring at the old man. Just as he was about to speak again, a figure arrived. Is this the question and answer space? It indeed looks quite interesting. A woman with an alluring figure and exquisite features, adorned in a short skirt, entered the space, her golden hair catching the eye. Upon her arrival, she scanned the surroundings. Some in attendance quickly recognized her identity, the queen of Happy Street, Stussy. Someone approached to greet her, but she merely smiled and seated herself alone, disregarding the others. She felt somewhat conflicted, wondering if her identity would be exposed. During this time, Kair also arrived. Everyone, it seems you're already acquainted. Kair observed the familiar confrontations among those present and greeted them. Little Kair, kid. There were indeed some who recognized him here. Of course, they were not well acquainted. Among those present, aside from Carp and Zhangguo, there were hardly any who had interacted before. Zhangguo had only communicated via Den Mushi. Carp had exchanged a few words. It seems the esteemed administrator has left the Navy. Would you consider joining my pirate crew? Baihuzi extended an invitation to Kair. Baihuzi, do you wish to collect sons upon meeting others? Zhangguo mocked from aside. He did not believe Kair would join the pirate crew. Now, if he even suggested becoming someone's son, it was even more impossible. This does not concern you. However, if you wish to join, I can certainly reserve a spot for you. Baihuzi dismissed Zhangguo's comments, turning to Kair for a response. Mr. Baihuzi, I do not fancy pirates, nor do I have an interest in becoming anyone's son. Such matters are best left unsaid. Kair smiled lightly. Baihuzi's words were merely for show. To have someone come and be his son would only make him feel older. That would indeed be a shame. No, not at all. Please, everyone have a seat. Let us get started and not waste time. We are all quite busy. Kair promptly shifted the conversation to the main topic. The individuals present were somewhat familiar to him, possessing a degree of notoriety. Zhangguo, Carp, Baihuzi, Ace, Teach, and the striking woman sitting alone, Stussy. They could all be considered acquaintances, though for most, it was the first meeting. Baihuzi, you still keep this brat around? Are you not afraid he will bring about your demise? Carp remarked as he sat down, noticing Blackbeard Teach's presence. He could not help but speak up, remembering that this fellow might be responsible for his grandson's demise. By whose he could care less. If he were to die, so be it, but Ace's death was unacceptable. By whose he could die, but Ace, his grandson, must not. Blackbeard Teach, you have no bounty. If you wish to join the Navy, we can support you. Zhang was said with a smile. Blackbeard naturally harbored no interest in the matter. He was a man of rebellious disposition, currently only disgusted by Whitebeard. The old man, Blackbeard Teach, was adept at both yielding and resisting, casting a glance at Whitebeard with an expression akin to that of a victim. While the future remained uncertain to him, he felt competent to judge the present. Whitebeard clearly paid no heed to notions of future or destiny. In fact, he seemed to place his faith in the present, for they had indeed discovered the Yami Yami no Mi. However, he only chose to trust those whom he deemed worthy. As for Teach, it sufficed to keep him under control. There was no necessity to eliminate him. He was, after all, an exceedingly emotional individual. If the revelation of this system's future turned out to be false, he would regret it bitterly, yet he maintained a semblance of control over the situation. It was the first time I realized you were such a vacillating character. Observing you in the video, you even claimed that Teach was unworthy of being your son. Carp remarked. He was almost eager to distance Teach from Ace. Perhaps, Ace, you should consider leaving Whitebeard. This fellow is a danger. That is none of your concern. Ace retorted. He understood Whitebeard's decision and remained vigilant against Blackbeard, ensuring he had no opportunity to stir trouble or escape. If Teach wished to feign brotherhood or sonship, then he might as well commit to it for a lifetime, sparing Whitebeard further distress. You little rascal, have you forgotten who raised you through thick and thin? Carp exclaimed in frustration. I never consumed any of that. Ace shot back, bemused by Carp's words. The scene was chaotic, and Kyle had already discerned the question and answer. The quiz had commenced, and he paid no mind to the commotion around him. The questions were displayed on their system, instantly capturing the attention of those present. You little brat. Carp began to speak, but upon reading the question, he fell silent. In a future without the system, after Whitebeard's death, the 5th Emperor and new 4 Emperors will emerge. Who are? Multiple choice. 1. Blackbeard Teach. 2. Marco the Phoenix. 3. Kaido's subordinate, Orochi. 4. Rebel Vice Admiral, Akiji. 5. Stowhat Luffy, Zex. Warlord Mihawk. 7. Warlord Doflamingo. 8. Warlord Crocodile. 9. Former Roger Pirates crew member, Buggy. 10. Kaido's daughter, Yamato. Correct answer reward, 10 years of vitality. Incorrect answer penalty, deduct 10 years of vitality. 10 years of vitality? What on earth is that? A pirate muttered, eyeing the displayed information. Vitality, akin to lifespan, yet could also enhance strength. Kyle had already received information about this vitality. It was a powerful concept. Although Kyle's physical form was robust, his vitality was quite limited. His previous resurrection and subsequent replenishments had been finite. This 10 years of vitality could extend his life significantly. For Whitebeard and the others present, this was indeed a valuable asset. Lifespan. The crowd was initially filled with excitement, but quickly settled down, aware that penalties loomed in the background. Without securing rewards first, they could easily incur losses. Only Kyle attempted to answer. Surely, I must be correct. If I am wrong, will I perish? I doubt I possess 10 years of vitality at present. With a myriad of thoughts, Kyle selected Blackbeard Teach and Straw Hat Luffy. Although the title of the 5 Emperors was conferred by others, it could still be counted. After submitting his answers, he glanced at the others, who were visibly troubled. Under Kyle's influence, they could not ascertain the answers in advance and were left to guess individually, each trying to cover their bases. Ultimately, some would answer correctly while others would falter. Would there still be such figures as the 4 Emperors and 5 Emperors in the years to come? That would likely be a matter for the future, they murmured cautiously, glancing at Whitebeard. Whitebeard's expression remained inscrutable, while Blackbeard Teach appeared utterly at a loss for words. Did this system hold a grudge against him? It seemed relentless in its torment. Having already caused him considerable trouble, it now returned, as if to suggest he might indeed become one of the 4 Emperors. That possibility seemed plausible, Given the combination of the Gura no Mi and the Yami Yami no Mi, it would be difficult not to ascend to such heights. Whitebeard, it appears your crew harbors formidable talents. Blackbeard Teach is quite capable of succeeding you. Wielding the powers of both the Gura no Mi and the Yami Yami no Mi, along with the notorious criminals extracted from Impel Down. Should he assume the mantle of the four emperors, none would dare to speak against it. Sengoku mused, his eyes gleaming with amusement. This situation escalated beyond previous encounters. Blackbeard despised Sengoku for this very reason. The man seemed intent on his demise. Sengoku, your heart remains as dark as ever, eager to ignite conflict at the slightest opportunity. The individuals present were still uncertain, but the potential for that ice-wielding brat to rise was not unfounded. Rumor had it he had departed from the Navy. Perhaps he could become the next 4 emperor or 5 emperor. Whitebeard was also troubled by the notion of Teach. However, the moment Sachi consumed the Yami Yami no Mi, that chapter had essentially closed. As long as he kept a watchful eye, Teach could not act under his nose. Akiji. The thought of Akiji left Sengoku speechless. That rascal. While he could foresee Zephyr's departure, Akiji was a different matter entirely. All of this was Carp's fault. Watching the man casually pick his nose only heightened Sengoku's irritation. Many matters did not unfold as one might expect. Sengoku directly interjected, casting doubt on whether this could be a Navy scheme. However, whether others would trust him was an entirely different question. Kralalala, enough of this. Kyle, you surely know the answer. Share it with me, and I will offer you 50 billion berries. Whitebeard and his crew had claimed substantial territory in the New World, collecting protection fees. They could hardly be impoverished. The reward of vitality was indeed a boon. Having observed the Q&A space multiple times, he was well aware of Kyle's situation. 50 billion was indeed a substantial amount. Casting a glance at Whitebeard, Kyle murmured softly. A considerable number of ordinary folk had gathered around him, clearly seeking survival. He did not immediately divulge the answer. Not out of reluctance, but due to concern that these individuals might inadvertently leak it. After all, delaying would have no adverse effects on him in the long run. Kyle, do not forget your. Upon hearing this, Sengoku turned his gaze toward Kyle. Originally, the formidable presence of Baiji was already quite challenging to contend with. If the opposing party were to regain their strength now, subsequent battles might lead to unforeseen consequences. Do not speak, Zhangguo Yuan Shuai. At this moment, I am no longer your subordinate, so refrain from addressing me in that accusatory tone. Furthermore, regarding Baiji, I harbor no interest in wealth. It would be better for you to reserve your riches for your beloved son, assuming they have not been pilfered. Kai Air will naturally not offer any assistance to Baiji. There is no necessity for it. It appears you truly harbor a disdain for pirates. The refusal of 50 billion was indeed unexpected for Baiji. Individuals capable of rejecting such an immense sum are a rarity in this world. I possess a considerable number of devil fruits. Additionally, I am willing to lend you my aid once within the next decade. Whether it be against the Marines or pirates, I am prepared to act. Father, Ace anxiously exclaimed from the side. To him, the value of the devil fruits was insignificant. However, the act of intervening was an entirely different matter. Should any troublesome entities emerge, Baiji would find himself in grave peril. This was all worth it. Baiji must not perish just yet. With the advent of this system, many matters have been unveiled. The New World is rife with tumult. He must maintain his intimidating presence for some time longer, allowing his crew to mature further. Baiji, you old rascal, your resolve is truly formidable. Zhangguo observed both parties. Just moments ago, Kai Air had shown no respect, leaving him somewhat displeased. Yet he understood that their current situation held no significant repercussions. Having refused, he had no desire to provoke the other party. After all, it was a matter of a decade's vitality. I desire it for myself. Perhaps you can negotiate with him. Carp casually suggested. While he expressed a desire, his indifference was palpable. I find myself somewhat envious of Zfa. His health has notably improved, and in a few years, he may return to his prime. Zhangguo regarded Carp. Is it appropriate to speak of Zfa at this juncture? Kair, my boy. Yet he was aware of what truly mattered. Undeniably, they were not young anymore. If acquiring vitality could extend their lives by a few years, it is worth some cost. Presently, I have no need for money. You have heard my words. I shall not make things difficult for you. At least 3 of the 10 devil fruits must be of rare variety. There shall be no haggling, of course. You may later attempt to renege or deceive me, but should that occur, your treatment will align with that of pirates. Kai Air surveyed the surroundings. He now had people at his disposal. The devil fruits, indeed, possess the potential to rapidly enhance strength. After ZFA trains a group, they can be distributed as rewards. Additionally, there are the Sandia people. After Wei Pa cultivates Haki, a suitable fruit can be found for him. Given his combat prowess, his future growth will undoubtedly be significant. 10. Zhanghua had intended to say more, but fell silent at the mention of no haggling. Meanwhile, Baiji had already discerned the answer due to the absence of a response. He was acutely aware of Kai Air's stance towards pirates. Esteemed administrator, I recently acquired a Paramecia-type devil fruit. Should you be willing to provide me with the answer, I am prepared to relinquish it, an elderly pirate interjected. Although Baiji had failed, the allure of vitality was too great to forsake. He had no particular fondness for devil fruits, relying instead on his own strength. Initially, he intended to keep it as a treasure or sell it, but now, I have no interest in pirate possessions. What I prefer is to seize them. Observing the old pirate, Kai Air grinned, revealing his teeth. This could certainly be seen as a response to Baiji. Such a bold little wretch. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? Baiji felt that Kai Air was becoming somewhat arrogant upon hearing this. This was tantamount to a declaration of war against pirates. It was possible that some bored pirates might seek him out for trouble. It merely meant he would face animosity from all pirates. If something were to transpire, it would merely indicate that I am no more than that. Kai Air glanced around, noting that both pirates and marines were watching intently. Each individual could sense the seriousness behind his words. This was also due to the arrival of many marines, though they were merely following ZFA. With a smile, he acknowledged that now that he had ascended to a position of prominence, he ought to make a declaration. What should he do, and what was his purpose? Instilling belief in others would unite the crew as one. While challenges were indeed present, given their current strength, there was no need for excessive fear. Unless the 4 emperors of the New World surrounded him, that would be his misfortune. However, such a scenario was unlikely. Should it occur, he could simply flee, striking at their stronghold in the New World and ensuring they gained nothing while stirring up trouble. Ha ha ha, this lad truly lives up to ZFA's choice, Carp mused, recalling that he had previously invited him. He chuckled heartily. To have similar aspirations as Long, to overthrow the world government. Zhang Guo observed in silence and ultimately refrained from further comment. He had never understood why ZFA saw hope for change in such a young individual. Yet now, he indeed sensed the potential troubles this young man might bring. Was he truly prepared to declare war? I hope you possess such strength. Otherwise, your fate will be dire. Baiji refrained from elaborating. Rejected, he could only rely on his conjectures. Blackbeard Teach has acquired the powers of his devil fruit along with the Yami Yami no Mi. Undoubtedly, a formidable combination. As for the other individual, it could very well be Akiji, should he harbor intentions of becoming a pirate. Regarding others, such as the warlords or the Straw Hat Kid, the probabilities are insufficient. Moreover, concerning Marco, reflecting on his strength, he felt it was implausible. Baiji began to contemplate. Meanwhile, Zhang Guo wasted no time and promptly acquiesced to the demand for 10 devil fruits. As the Marine Admiral, he was well aware that the Marines had considerable reserves intended for exceptional personnel. After a lifetime of toil, utilizing some of the reserves to acquire vitality through political maneuvering was not a trivial matter. After all, he would soon retire. Accumulating a few more blemishes or troubles was of little consequence. The subsequent matters would be left to Kizaru to deal with. Given that lazy fellow, he likely wouldn't care. Are you certain this is the answer? After agreeing to the trade, Carp and Zhanghua naturally saw the response provided by Kai Air. This left both of them exchanging glances, visibly shocked and incredulous. Indeed, I am quite certain, Kai Air replied nonchalantly. Without the emergence of this system, this would have been the future scenario. Carp intended to say more, but was swiftly silenced by Zhang Guo. Others in the vicinity were already glancing their way. Just answer the question. We will know the outcome later, Zhang Guo stated directly. Karp did not linger and promptly began answering. He observed the rapidly shifting screen. As Zhang Guo contemplated, he cast a glance at Kai. You wouldn't intentionally lead us astray, causing them to forfeit a decade of their vitality, would you? Given their ages, losing 10 years of life leaves them with precious little time remaining. Having made my choice, why did you not alert me? It was only upon hearing this that Kapu recalled the matter. Forget it. The decision has been made. How could that be? I can only assert that this is my answer. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely your concern, Kai interjected directly. While he acknowledged the merit in the other party's thoughts, he had no intention of allowing these two old fellows to pursue him relentlessly. He had just offended a pirate. If the Navy were to come after him, he would have to flee in haste. Let's hope your choice is the right one, Zhang Guo remarked, feeling somewhat helpless. The answer was already known, and Kapu had made his selection, promptly sharing it with both the Navy and the world government. Many gazes turned toward Kapu, yet silence enveloped the room as they made their choices. It appeared that this answer had taken them by surprise. Whitebeard, observing from the side, probed lightly. He naturally sensed the collective scrutiny directed at Kapu. Is this related to me? You may speculate as you wish, Zhang Guo replied, his expression unreadable. Indeed, Kapu seemed somewhat unsettled upon seeing the choices made, yet he would not grant Whitebeard the satisfaction of confirming his suspicions. Let him remain uncertain and speculate. Only Luffy could provoke such a reaction from that old man. Given Luffy's character, he would never give up. Becoming one of the four emperors was a distinct possibility, especially since there had already been images of Luffy battling Kaido. Ace chimed in, hinting toward Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Zhang Guo maintained his impassive demeanor, betraying nothing. Kapu appeared to be on the verge of movement, but was quickly enveloped by Zhang Guo's formidable power, a golden Buddha that shielded him. Kapu, you must recognize your identity. Although no words were spoken, the piercing gaze conveyed a clear message. I understand. I have said nothing, he replied. The golden Buddha's embrace created an intimate space for the two, allowing them to observe the outside while keeping their own circumstances concealed. Be mindful of your words, Zhang Guo warned. Understood, Kapu replied, growing increasingly exasperated, yet he recognized that his old friend was acting in his best interest. After all, this was a gathering of global significance. If he were to inadvertently reveal any information, it would be impossible to contain the ensuing rumors. Isn't this too perilous? If we err, then, Blackbeard Teach, standing cautiously beside Whitebeard, spoke up. Since arriving, he had kept his head down, not daring to speak much, fully aware that he had little room to maneuver in this environment. However, he felt compelled to voice his thoughts now. Even if I am not punished, I doubt I can endure for long. Whitebeard, well aware of his own physical condition, had previously been indifferent but could no longer afford such luxury. If we are mistaken, you may as well leave and hide. Additionally, let Saki see if he can absorb my powers. Whitebeard made no attempt to conceal his intentions as he addressed Ace. The situation was quite evident. During the time they had held the Yami no Mi, they had researched its capabilities. Theoretically, it was indeed possible to absorb the powers of a devil fruit, although they had yet to conduct any experiments. They had been familiarizing Saki with it, planning to later find someone to test it. The capabilities of the Yami no Mi of the Whitebeard pirates were now laid bare. Although the user of this fruit had changed, many still vividly recalled Blackbeard Teach's previous exploits with it. This revelation stirred envy among many. What a treasure trove of abilities the Whitebeard pirates possessed. The Gura no Mi was arguably the most terrifying paramecia fruit, while the Yami no Mi was considered the most uniquely fearsome Logia fruit, alongside other remarkable fruits like the Tori no Mi, Mara no Mi, and the Juju no Mi. These were indeed coveted assets. Chapter 106, The Lazy Kizuru. Teach and that Straw Hat Kid are the most likely candidates, Whitebeard ultimately concluded. This may have stemmed from Zhang Guo's earlier chaos, yet Kapu's straightforward disposition compelled Whitebeard to place his trust in him. Old man, Ace attempted to interject, but Whitebeard had already commenced his election. A real man should not display such a countenance. I am Whitebeard, and nothing will go awry. With an air of confidence, Whitebeard surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, we are the Whitebeard pirates. I shall entertain my father a little. Ace, through gritted teeth, began his selection. Although still youthful, 10 years of vitality was not something to be cast aside lightly. How many decades does one truly have? The sight of Ace, the dutiful son, was closely observed by Roger, who had yet to be resurrected. That brat has quite the temper. What kind of father calls out repeatedly while never addressing me directly, yet has the audacity to refer to Kapu as Grandpa? Roger, though generally indifferent to many matters, could not fully dismiss his son's actions. Jean-Gua, visibly displeased, shot a glance at the ever-indifferent Kapu before canceling his ability. With the guesses already made, there is little point in prolonging the matter. However, the thought of Whitebeard potentially regaining substantial vitality was unsettling, and he felt an urge to punch Kapu. Others had indeed heard Whitebeard's words, but recognized them as mere speculation, leaving few brave enough to take risks. Apart from the older individuals who might take a gamble, most refrained from making any significant choices. Old man, you truly have no regard for your life, Blackbeard Teach mused, his thoughts quite peculiar. He both hoped for Whitebeard's demise and wished to prevent it. If Whitebeard were to perish, he would have a chance to escape, yet his own death would present numerous complications. At this moment, it was solely due to Whitebeard that no one had dared to act against him. Should Whitebeard disappear, it was uncertain whether others would remain obedient. No one could resist the allure of life, especially those who were nearing death. As individuals began to make their selections, Kai Air promptly shared the answers with the general populace. Each life bore a different value. For instance, Whitebeard might wager billions with ease, while the worth of an ordinary person was far less. Nonetheless, Kai Air had no intention of demanding their riches. Once they were in the back kitchen, they would simply wait patiently for their departure. As for whether they would follow him, he paid little mind to it. Young man, it may be time to announce the results, Whitebeard remarked after making his choice, observing the others who remained inactive before looking toward Kai Air, who had been rather lackadaisical throughout. Since the decisions have been made, let us conclude. Those who did not choose will be considered to have skipped. Kai Air wasted no further time on unnecessary words. Having reached a conclusion, the process would commence. As he spoke, the system panel began to change. The correct answer, for Emperor's Blackbeard Tiki, 5 Emperor's Straw Hat Kid Luffy. Indeed, this fellow, Carp, your grandson, is quite remarkable. While Whitebeard and Ace were exhilarated, Sengoku was exceedingly displeased, filled with profound dissatisfaction. It was fortunate that he was about to abdicate. If this continued, who knew how many times he would have to clean up after Carp? The 5 Emperors have emerged. When he saw the Straw Hat Kid confront Kaido, he sensed something amiss. Surely, your grandson Iasen T planning to take on all 4 Emperors, Sengoku remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Perhaps, maybe Carp felt a slight relief. Thankfully, Luffy was currently at Magnetic Drum Island. Otherwise, they would be in real trouble. Still laughing. Sengoku was exceedingly annoyed and struck the table twice. Outside, a great turmoil had begun. The chat area was flooded with messages. The 4 Emperors, even the 5 Emperors had appeared, yet it seemed neither of them was faring well. Blackbeard Tiki remained closely beside Whitebeard, who certainly wouldn't allow him to act recklessly, while the Straw Hat Kid appeared to have been captured. Not captured, but rather protected, as that Straw Hat Kid's grandfather is a Marine hero, his father the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and his brother the second commander of Whitebeard's crew, seemingly also related to the 4 Emperor Shanks. How could there possibly be issues? It felt as though all the strong were from his family. This fellow wouldn't ultimately become the Pirate King, would he? It is said that he does not wish to become the Pirate King. Rather, he aspires to be the man who becomes the Pirate King. The chat area was exceedingly noisy. In the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, some unwelcome guests had arrived. Zephyr, you must be aware of your actions. And you, Kizaru, I command you to block these individuals immediately. If necessary, do not hesitate to eliminate them. A group clad in suits and wearing white masks arrived on this icy island, intent on abducting the Devil Child Robin and Luffy-esque companions. However, they were currently obstructed by Zephyr and his group. I am no longer a Marine. If you wish to make a move, you may try, you dogs of the celestial dragons." Zephyr looked disdainfully at these individuals. Although Kizuru was not present, it did not imply they lacked strength. Not to mention, he had two formidable Logia-type devil fruit users here, along with the ever-ambiguous Kizuru. "You defy the world government's orders. Do you wish to perish here?" CP0 maintained a calm demeanor while observing Zephyr and his companions, showing no signs of anger. If a fight were to break out, who would perish was still uncertain. It would be wise for you to leave promptly. Those who entered here to capture individuals should not expect to escape. The now youthful Zephyr exuded a remarkable pressure. He was not foolish enough to be unaware of the situation as the other side prolonged their stay here. As if responding to his words, thunder and lightning reverberated, and within the castle, charred corpses began to accumulate. The members of CP0 had barely approached the Straw Hat Kid and his companions before they were already incapacitated. "You, Kizuru, take action. If you do not, your position as Admiral may be at risk." CP0, sensing the situation, issued an enraged command. Truly troublesome. A former Marine, yet formidable. Kizaru lazily moved, delivering a kick to a Marine Major, sending him flying, and his figure vanished without a trace. Though those present could still sense him engaged in combat with the Marine Major, wielding his light sword with a vigorous back-and-forth exchange, appearing quite strenuous. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Quite terrifying indeed. Truly, he is a student of Zephyr Sensei, exceptionally powerful. Concealing such strength is truly frightening. The sarcastic remarks made the Marine Major exceedingly displeased, yet he continued to engage Kizuru in battle. Aside from the initial confusion, he now understood what was occurring. His only task was to stall. "Kizaru," CP0 shouted in a fit of rage. "Enough with the shouting. I shall entertain you. Akiji, take action." Zephyr did not allow him to continue pursuing Kizuru. He was well aware that Kizuru had already made his choice. "If you comply, perhaps you may preserve a small life. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee my mercy." A colossal mechanical hand swung forth. According to Zephyr's plan, if possible, let Cairo decide their fates. If not, they would have to be eliminated. The blame would fall squarely on Cairo's shoulders, as he is the leader here. After all, should any mishap occur, it would be remembered as his doing. Zephyr, CP0 retaliated swiftly. The individuals on site instantly took action, some even utilizing Jeppo in an attempt to encircle Zephyr. CP0, I seem to have yet to engage you. Let us have some fun." Akiji would naturally not allow such a situation to transpire. After spending some time here, he had experienced a degree of confusion. However, after leaving the Marines, his increasingly lazy heart began to stir. He became invigorated, primarily due to Zephyr's influence. Accompanying this teacher, let us give a try. Akiji is a person who had once fallen into despair but found hope again. Should he face disappointment and confusion once more, he might completely abandon everything, perhaps even succumb to darkness. Yet now, it was undoubtedly his finest hour. The Ice Age. It was originally a frozen tundra, and battling in such an environment was undoubtedly Akiji's domain. CP0, as the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, at the very least, possessed the strength of a vice admiral. However, facing Akiji, they felt considerable pressure. Coupled with Zephyr's suppression and the intervention of elite vice admirals, the battle escalated dramatically. When it reached Enel's domain, he too made his move. Upon leaving here, Cairo had imposed restrictions and rules on Enel. Outsiders entering his territory would not be spared. With the lightning fruit activated, CP0 members were captured one by one, mostly sustaining severe injuries or incapacitated, though none perished. Meanwhile, the other intelligence departments fared far worse, primarily due to their lack of strength. Those who fell victim were effectively doomed. All were thrown into the dungeons, in another dungeon, kept away from the Straw Hat Kid. Zephyr spoke directly. He held no reservations. After all, any troubles would be entrusted to Cairo. Has Zephyr Sensei already made a decision? The world government will not let this go easily. After CP0 captured one after another, Kizuru returned here with another somewhat disheveled Marine Major. The preparations to be made are not my responsibility. I am merely someone training new recruits, essentially a hired hand. Zephyr retrieved a cigar from his pocket and spoke slowly. The ones who truly need to prepare are you, along with that lad. Otherwise, why not simply remain here and not return? As Zephyr spoke, he offered a suggestion. Is Zephyr-sensei joking? You don't actually intend to capture me, do you? Observing Zephyr's somewhat probing approach, Kizaru grew cautious. Since we are to play the role, let us do so thoroughly. If you do not intend to stay, then let us engage in some fun together. It will be beneficial for you as well. Zephyr declared outright. In that case, I shall head to the dungeon. Please arrange for a suitable place for me. I hope Admiral Sengoku and the others return promptly. Kizaru's sly expression wrinkled slightly. Feeling overwhelmed and longing for retirement, I sought refuge in a comfortable place, not far from the CP0. They are currently engaged in some urgent matters. As long as no one perishes, that suffices. Huang Yuan appears, as though he has been captured, pressed down in a manner that suggests submission. Teacher Zfa and his companions are undeniably formidable, and I find myself at a loss. Some members of CP0 have regained consciousness, and upon seeing Huang Yuan, he mutters, Teacher Zfa did not assign me to monitor them, did he? The depths of human malice are indeed disheartening. Even Teacher Zfa has succumbed to darkness. Observing the CP0 members fixating on him, Huang Yuan's mind begins to wander. Initially, he dismissed this as mere theatrics, but now he realizes he may have been exploited. However, at this moment, no one is available to clarify anything for him. A natural type ability user has been unceremoniously dispatched to the dungeon, yet the high-loose stone handcuffs are conspicuously absent. Such negligence is quite excessive. Betraying the world government, Huang Yuan, you are doomed. The Navy will suffer from your choices. As for Sengoku and Carp, those two, as CP0 continues its discourse, the physician administering treatment intensifies his efforts, causing their cries to resonate throughout the space. Can't they behave for once? Huang Yuan scoffs. The world is truly descending into chaos. In another dungeon, one expresses surprise at the emergence of the so-called 5 emperors, questioning whether they should flee. The electric fellow has vanished. To prevent Luffy and his crew from running amok, they remain in a state of restraint, Sanji remarks to Luffy. They have not known each other for long. One could say he was entirely coerced onto the ship in pursuit of that elusive sea. Whether or not to abandon the pirate life depends entirely on their captain. Outside, the battle has ceased, and the presence of numerous powerful entities renders escape impossible, Zoro observes. Though they have yet to meet face to face, he feels the terrifying aura of those outside. It surpasses even that of Mihawk, whom they have encountered. I don't care. I must escape and become the Pirate King. I am destined to be the Pirate King, Luffy proclaims, clearly undeterred by the prevailing crisis. I'm utterly spent. These handcuffs are unbearable. Having just declared his grand ambitions, Luffy soon finds himself powerless, lying on the ground with high-loose stone cuffs binding his hands and feet, rendering escape an impossibility. If you lack strength, cease your struggles. They say these are high-loose stones, specifically designed to counter your kind. And what of Nami? She cannot walk on her own now. Can she? Without Nami, how will you navigate? Usopp interjects, lamenting his predicament. Why was Nami able to leave so soon while I am trapped in this cage? Miss Nami. Sanji says, Nami would never abandon us. Luffy counters, lifting his head. Yet, he quickly succumbs to exhaustion. Let us not forget, she has abandoned us once before. Given her current company, it is entirely reasonable for her to forsake us. She lacks the combat prowess to rescue us. Usopp dispenses his pessimism. Chapter 107. Mere 4 Emperors. Artificial de Villefruit. Usopp's words hold merit. Previously, in the East Blue, Nami departed due to matters concerning their village, a fact Usopp remembers well. It cannot be like this. Usopp, Luffy exclaims, I believe in Nami. She is our companion. You may believe, but our present circumstances suggest our voyage may very well conclude here. Your grandfather will not permit you to set sail, nor that terrifying individual. Usopp responds wearily. Sanji remains silent. Zoro has not contributed to their conversation since he first spoke. He is solely focused on leaving to grow stronger and challenge Mihawk. The chatter of his companions seems nothing but noise to him. I shall become the Pirate King. Not even my grandfather can prevent that. Luffy shouts, Meanwhile, two figures silently approach. You certainly are loud. I could hear you from outside, Nico Robin remarks. As you can see, they are currently unable to leave, otherwise the trouble would fall on me. She holds a certain fondness for Luffy of the Straw Hats. Regardless of their past interactions, they would inevitably cross paths. However, at this juncture, she cannot simply release them. I understand. Nami wishes to speak, but hesitates. Casting a resentful glance at Luffy, she initially sought to persuade Robin to release at least one of them. Alone outside, the uncertainty of their future weighs heavily on her. No one has solidified any plans for what lies ahead. Nami, Miss Nami, are you here to be confined? One inquires. Aside from Luffy and Sanji's calm greetings, Usopp's comments are disheartening. What do you mean by confinement? As long as I do not leave this island, I am free to move about. Nami, initially intending to greet them, scoffs at Usopp's remarks. She has indeed accomplished some merit in her previous endeavors. As long as she refrains from causing trouble, Kyle imposes little restriction. How things unfold remains contingent upon the behavior of these individuals. Then what brings you here? Zoro, reclining, inquires directly. He has attentively listened to the exchange between Robin and Nami. I intended to assess your situation to see if I could negotiate your release, but now, due to a certain individual, that is no longer possible, Nami states while glancing at Luffy. Why? Let me out. Luffy struggles momentarily, but soon finds himself drained. Regardless of your thoughts, it is best not to entertain notions of piracy. Should there be a next time, that man will not be merciful. It is entirely possible he could end your lives. With your current strength, resistance is futile, though you may become powerful in the future. Now is not that time, Robin states firmly. If we cease being pirates, can we leave? Usopp questions from his side. Look at that one. Even without being a pirate, he has no intention of holding you captive. Robin contemplates, uncertain of Kyle's intentions regarding their confinement. Then I will cease being a pirate. Please let me out, Usopp implores. Usopp, what are you saying? Luffy exclaims loudly. Despite Usopp's pleading glances, he continues. Sanji looks on in disbelief. Mr. Longnose, your attempts at conveying messages through expressions seem futile. Do not harbor any thoughts of escaping. You could not even elude me, Robin retorts, now significantly stronger than before. She is not only master haki, but has also observed the Navy's training methods. At the very least, dealing with those confined here is not an issue. A weaponless swordsman and a devil fruit user shackled with Hailu stone. All of this is your fault, Luffy. Cease your noise. That woman had no intention of letting you go from the start. Your acting is woefully inadequate. I am indeed the master of deception. How could it be otherwise? Usopp and Zoro remarked. Meanwhile, Sanji had already turned his attention to Robin to greet her, only to be swiftly disregarded. Even Nami had walked away, leaving him in a state of profound gloom. Regardless, I shall not yield. I will become the man who is the Pirate King, in the confines of his prison. Luffy spoke these words slowly after everyone had departed. Those who had previously harbored various thoughts now ceased their musings and turned to him. You will die. Zoro was the first to voice his opinion. He certainly did not believe that the woman from earlier was jesting. Even if it means death, I shall not perish, Luffy stubbornly asserted. This declaration soon rendered the prison silent. In the realm of questions and answers, those who had answered correctly had already received their rewards. Additionally, the system swiftly showcased the circumstances of Blackbeard, Teach, and Luffy. Teach's narrative was simply about the scenes of his battles in the New World after acquiring the Gura Gura no Mi, and he was unceremoniously dubbed one of the Four Emperors. This unremarkable process made Whitebeard grit his teeth in frustration. Your crew is truly remarkable, Whitebeard. Naturally, Sengoku would not let such an opportunity slip by. Blackbeard attacked the remnants of Whitebeard's crew, seizing everything from him. Honor, wealth, territory, essentially everything. One could say that Blackbeard is the true inheritor of all that Whitebeard possessed. I haven't done anything, old man. Teach, seated beside Whitebeard, gazed bitterly at him in ace. Why am I not the one in that video? Why must he be the one here? This detestable system, this damn system. If it weren't for the system, all of this would be mine. A cacophony of grievances surged within him, yet Teach dared not reveal his feelings. He was acutely aware that his survival was solely due to Whitebeard's mercy and his affection for family. All right, Ace, as long as I am alive, I will ensure that such things do not come to fruition, Whitebeard said, looking at Ace. Earlier, while watching the inflated image of Blackbeard in the video, he had wished to strike him down with a single punch, yet he ultimately refrained. Now the Yami Yami no Mi had also fallen into Sachi's hands and had been consumed. This fellow is now under constant surveillance. The future has shifted, and such events cannot transpire. Yes, old man, Ace nodded. Though reluctant, he respected Whitebeard's wishes. He understood Whitebeard's hopes, at the very least, while Whitebeard still drew breath. He would not act recklessly. Until Blackbeard made a move, he would remain watchful, awaiting retribution for his actions in the video. Truly commendable restraint. One could say it is a testament to Whitebeard's character, such as the poignant bond of family, Sengoku remarked from the sidelines. Initially, he had hoped for internal strife among them, but it seemed that was not to be. Whitebeard's restraint was genuine. He had been eliminated, and his crew had descended into chaos, yet he held it all in. Of course, this might be attributed to the influence of the system's projections. Some believe that this system did not dictate the future, hence they refrained from acting recklessly. Whitebeard was evidently among them. Ha, Sengoku, do not think you can dishearten me. The future will change, such events will not occur. Nothing will happen. Anyone who dares to act against us is still too early in their endeavors. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Carp, your grandson is quite the troublemaker, he added, glancing at Carp. The revelations were not limited to his ship. Luffy from Carp's side was also exposed. After entering the New World, he had ventured to Wano country. Although many events were not showcased. Yet, most notably, he escaped from Wano, becoming a world-renowned pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion, and was dubbed one of the 5 Emperors. The title of the 5 Emperors among the great pirates of the New World is not one to be taken lightly. Sengoku, are you not going to take any action? Whitebeard initially intended to utter some harsh words, but, considering Ace, he refrained from going too far. He merely observed the plans of these individuals. Ahem! Carp feigned calmness in response. Luffy will be reformed. There is no way he can be a pirate. I will keep a close watch on him. Your concerns cannot possibly come to fruition. He will never even make it to the New World, should he dare set sail. The Navy will surely apprehend him before he arrives there, Sengoku declared, his stance indicating that he had no intention of directly eliminating Luffy. After all, he had a formidable background, being the grandson of a naval hero, which was only natural. Whitebeard appeared to understand this sentiment well. His vitality had noticeably returned, instilling confidence in him regarding future events. However, that Charlotte Linlin will undoubtedly not let this matter rest, regardless of whether she becomes a pirate or not, he mused. Whitebeard's words seemed to serve as a warning. Previously, when Luffy had confronted Kaido and was knocked unconscious, Kaido may have simply dismissed such a character. Yet now, causing a ruckus in the territory of the 4 Emperors and ultimately damaging it while escaping would surely invite trouble. What does it have to do with me? Let her try to capture him if she can, Carp remarked nonchalantly, his gaze shifting towards Kizaru. Given that fellow's character, it remains uncertain who would end up capturing whom. Moreover, with Zephyr and Akiji present, he felt no apprehension. Initially, he had considered sending Akiji to assist in watching over Luffy. It seems you have everything arranged. Whitebeard scanned his 2 sons beside him. Perhaps he too needed to make some preparations. Among those present, very few dared to speak. Yet, continuing this discussion could lead to an endless cycle. Well, let us not squander time any further. Let us proceed to the next question, Kyle interjected, observing the ongoing bickering. None of them are particularly serious, engaged in a trivial debate. One has been deceived by his son, the other by both his son and grandson. They are quite similar in their predicaments. In a future devoid of the system, facing the 4 Emperor Charlotte Linlin, who declares, I intend to become a crewmate of the future Pirate King. How could I possibly fear a mere 4 Emperor? Who is that person? Multiple choice question. 1. Straw Hat Luffy. 2. Roronoa Zoro. 3. Marco the Phoenix. 4. Rebellious Marine Admiral Akiji. 5. Warlord of the Sea Jinbei. 6. Warlord of the Sea Mihawk. 7. Warlord of the Sea Doflamingo. 8. Warlord of the Sea Crocodile. 9. Former Roger Pirates, crew member Buggy the Clown. 10. Kazuki Odin's Air Kazuki Momonosuke. Correct answer reward. The technology of artificial devil fruits. Incorrect answer penalty. Life. Artificial devil fruit? Such things truly exist? Initially, those captivated by the declaration of fearing the four emperors were drawn in. Subsequently, upon witnessing the technology of artificial devil fruits, they were left utterly astonished. Staring at the presented material, none of them could tear their eyes away. Not only were they captivated, but many from the outside world also took note. Artificial devil fruit. Whether in terms of power or wealth, the path to greatness may lead one to the pinnacle of success, yet it may also swiftly usher one into the realm of the deceased. Who possesses the audacity to utter such statements? Such individuals seem elusive in this world. The atmosphere is once again charged with fervor as numerous eyes fixate upon this phenomenon. Additionally, some individuals with prior knowledge of the artificial devil fruit have begun their research, their countenances displaying unease. Why is it that my research has been so swiftly surpassed? The New World Caesar is momentarily taken aback by the rewards presented. This system appears to provide everything imaginable. He contemplates whether by answering some questions he might eclipse Vegapunk. Yet, such thoughts remain mere musings. The depths of this matter are far too profound for him to navigate, and the prospect of incurring a penalty looms ominously. Moreover, he is ill-suited for exposure. Frustrated, Caesar ultimately refrains from taking further action, well aware that those behind him will surely make their moves. Within the question-and-answer space, the artificial devil fruit is addressed directly. Leave this matter to us. You lack the capacity to manage it, Sengoku states, directing his gaze at Kale. The knowledge of artificial devil fruit technology is invaluable, and the Navy will not relinquish it easily. Regardless of whether they take it back for research or any other purpose, it must be secured. Sengoku's words hold weight. Kale, while taken aback by the gravity of the situation, harbors no intention of yielding. The consequences of selecting the wrong path with the artificial devil fruit could be fatal. Sengoku observes the balance of rewards and penalties, demanding an answer worth 2 billion. He acknowledges that even with their own individual experiments, they can only muster 10 participants. Noticing Kale's apparent reluctance, Sengoku speaks first. This knowledge is undoubtedly priceless. Presently, the opportunity to secure 10 lives, or even 9, is within reach. The numbers on the side of the Navy and the world government are substantial. While the world government may have conducted its own research, they will undoubtedly pursue this technology as well. Even if Kale were to withdraw, the world government would still seek to experiment, likely withholding the findings from the Navy. The distinction between possessing technology and lacking it is stark. The Navy and the world government are not entirely aligned, especially in these turbulent times. Kale, should you venture forth with this knowledge, peace shall elude you, warns Carp, unable to restrain himself. His intent is not to threaten, but rather to express concern over Luffy's safety in such a perilous environment. Although that individual possesses formidable strength, he is also a harbinger of chaos, potentially attracting trouble for various adversaries. While he may withstand many foes, an onslaught from the four emperors or the world government could spell disaster at any moment. Chapter 108. 30 Devil Fruits. What you speak of is truly terrifying. However, for someone like me, peace is an unattainable luxury, Kale remarks, observing their casual discourse. The technology behind the artificial devil fruit is bound to ignite excitement among the populace. Regardless of whether he informs the Navy, the mere knowledge of his possession will draw incessant inquiries from self-important individuals. You possess a modicum of self-awareness, Sengoku retorts. Discontented with Kale, recalling how Zifa took many of his men to Kale's side, inciting his ire. This is not mere self-awareness. It is recognition of certain truths. Kale casually responds. Kale, reveal the answer to me. Should any pirates trouble you in the future, I will assist you in dealing with them. Carr proclaims while digging at his nose. Isn't battling pirates your job? If you claim to resign and work for me instead, I might just agree, Kale replies, glancing at them as he speaks of resigning. That is out of the question. Do not jest, Sengoku interjects, interrupting their musings. Continuing down this path will leave the Navy devoid of personnel. If they do not take Sengoku as well, they will continue to trouble him daily. Whitebeard, observing Sengoku's mounting frustration, chimes in, expressing no hesitation to expose some of the Navy's troubles. Given the magnitude of the situation, concealment is impossible. Moreover, news of the Navy's expansion and recruitment has already begun to circulate. The absence of personnel will inevitably lead to scrutiny of the Navy's condition. I entertain the notion, otherwise, what if after your retirement, you come here to work? Kale chuckles. Even in retirement, I remain a part of the Navy. Abandon such thoughts. As for you, Whitebeard, once you depart from here, your demise awaits. Pirates who perish at sea are the true pirates. All others are not, Sengoku asserts swiftly, establishing his stance. The Navy must not create waves at this juncture. The three admirals may all face issues. Akainu is displeased with the prospect of Kizaru's promotion in the New World. Kizaru, now associated with Kale, has begun to seem unreliable, contemplating a swift return to avoid losing both his men and his reputation. Akiji has simply chosen to flee. You truly are a loyal hound of the world government. Whitebeard remarks bluntly. Carp, keep your son in check. Show some decorum. You should greet your elder when you meet, Sengoku states, his expression unchanging as he turns to Carp. Whitebeard, my son Carp, is about to respond in kind when he is cut off by Whitebeard's interruption. As Kale observes the ruckus unfolding among them, he finds no amusement, only a sense of annoyance. However, he welcomes the diversion of attention away from himself. Just as he contemplates this, he feels Sengoku's gaze shifting back to him. There is no need for such scrutiny. Either provide something of value, or allow them to attempt it themselves, Kale asserts directly. You're no different from a pirate now. The Navy must expend resources even for meals. Admiral Sengoku, he states, rejecting Sengoku's moral high ground. As long as he possesses this knowledge, it will undoubtedly attract considerable interest. Whether he shares it with the Navy is inconsequential. The increase in attention will merely include them. As for the world government, even if he divulges the answer, it is likely they will fixate on him regardless. There has been no mention of any developments thus far. Odd individuals have occasionally been apprehended on Drum Island. While not all of them may belong to the Navy, a significant number certainly do. In the question and answer space, individuals exchange glances. The power of the artificial devil fruit has surpassed the mere words of those who speak of the four emperors. Perhaps many believe that upon acquiring the ability to create devil fruits, they too could utter such declarations. Those outside the system share a similar sentiment, though their urgency is palpable, as some have already made their way to Drum Island. This fellow truly knows how to stir trouble. On Drum Island, Zifa contemplates the questions posed above regarding the artificial devil fruit. If this could truly be realized, the strength of their new army might indeed see a significant enhancement. It is quite terrifying. Some even dare to utter such words about the mere four emperors. The future appears exceedingly daunting. Huang Yuan, feeling somewhat bored, observed the conflicted expression of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The weight of responsibility on the Fleet Admiral is evidently immense. It seems he cannot assume the role of Admiral after all. Perhaps I should just make a run for it, he pondered, completely disregarding the lethal gaze of nearby CP0 agents. The Pirate King is undoubtedly destined to be me. He is surely our ally. In another dungeon, Luffy chuckled triumphantly. Previously, he had felt powerless and lethargic due to the effects of Sea Stone. But now, witnessing the stir caused by the Pirate King ignited his spirits. These fellows are outrageous, claiming to be Roger's man. That was not my intent at all. As if the commotion here wasn't enough, they were also bickering within the system. Even Roger's name was dragged into the fray. Foolishness. Even if you are the Pirate King, do you know who your future comrades will be? Sanji interjected, observing the scene. While he suspected that the absurdity of the situation might stem from this individual, he recognized that he was unfamiliar with most of the people above, with more than half being complete strangers. I have no energy left to complain. Luffy should focus on how to escape this place, Usopp remarked. Otherwise, we might become corpses before we even become the Pirate King. If you keep shouting like that in front of that guy, he might just end you on the spot. Usopp had already developed a psychological shadow from his previous encounter with Kaido. At the same time, he felt exasperated by Luffy's stubborn refusal to feign compliance. If only he would act a bit more subdued, they could devise a plan to escape, continuously declaring his desire to become the Pirate King while arguing in the system. It seemed he feared that others might not recognize him. "I will definitely leave this place," Luffy asserted with an air of mysterious confidence. However, the onlookers regarded him with expressions of incredulity, almost as if they were silently urging him to maintain his distance. If you desire something, just say it plainly. Sengoku ultimately had no intention of sending soldiers to wager their lives. It was not merely for the sake of the Navy's survival, but also for their reputation and honor. He cannot issue such orders here. "What do you desire?" "I doubt there is anything that piques my interest," Kaido paused. The devil fruits were previously claimed. Moreover, the artificial devil fruits significantly diminished his need for them. Perhaps he could even create them outright. However, he was aware that these artificial devil fruits could present considerable issues, and their abilities were generally mediocre, reminiscent of certain peculiar situations from the original narrative. Thus, true devil fruits were preferable. As if casually contemplating, he stated that he would require 20 fruits, with 5 being particularly special, and the Zoan type should not exceed 10. One must be prepared. Perhaps these artificial devil fruits would also necessitate genuine ones. Furthermore, procuring some with unique abilities would indeed be more advantageous than the artificial variants. 20 fruits? Why not just seize them? Upon hearing this, Sengoku exploded with anger. Meanwhile, the CP agents of the world government seemed to receive a subtle signal from someone at the table. They spoke nonchalantly. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we shall provide half." In their view, the technology for artificial devil fruits was far more valuable than 20 ordinary fruits. Even if some items were redundant, they were curious about the offerings from the system. They tacitly agreed, not to mention the human lives at stake. Who would willingly sacrifice themselves here? The likelihood of them receiving any devil fruits from the stockpile was exceedingly low. They wouldn't regret spending resources on this. Conversely, the artificial devil fruits might indeed serve them in the future. "Look," Kaido nudged Sengoku, directing his gaze towards Stussy. He had sensed that she released something to communicate with the CP members earlier, thus he was aware of her identity. Otherwise, he might have missed it entirely. The individuals present, aside from their internal members, were largely oblivious to this. Their original seating arrangement somewhat concealed Stussy, creating an atmosphere of enclosure around her. Of course, now that he knew, Kaido chose not to elaborate further. Perhaps one day, Stussy could present a riddle to guess her identity. "Very well, 20 devil fruits. We shall provide them," Sengoku thought, contemplating his imminent retirement. There was little harm in utilizing the stockpile. After all, the celestial dragons could treat devil fruits as refuse for their slaves. Utilizing more resources posed no significant issue. As for any potential trickery, he harbored no such thoughts at present. This was a statement from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. If he failed to deliver later, he would be held accountable. Kaido flashed a toothy grin. "You, my friend, I will manage it. Along with the previous fruits, not a single one will go missing. If it does, I will sell myself to you," Sengoku retorted firmly, glancing toward the world government. He considered the possibility of being unable to produce the fruits, and he openly stated that if he was deceived, he would have no qualms about fleeing. "That would be splendid. I would prefer to exchange these 30 fruits for your assistance," Kaido proposed. 50 devil fruits? "My worth does not equate to such a high value," Sengoku replied. "Do not underestimate yourself, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Is 30 devil fruits a high value? It certainly is, even you would struggle to procure them. However, to claim that these devil fruits surpass Sengoku is not necessarily true. Even possessing a fruit does not guarantee one could reach Sengoku's level. Moreover, time is of the essence. Currently, what Kaido requires most is time. I have provided you with the answer. How you choose to proceed is your prerogative. Should many become aware, and the world is informed, it is of no concern to me." Kaido shifted the system, allowing Sengoku a glimpse of the answer. Meanwhile, the world government agents had already taken action, and Sengoku did not intervene, maintaining a stoic expression as he presented the answer to them. Both parties exhibited a remarkable understanding, requiring no verbal communication. This was, in essence, Sengoku's voluntary action. Had it not been, the world government agents would not have been able to discern Sengoku's response. The other pirates observed their exchange with expressions of discontent. Ordinary individuals dared not interject. Those who had previously gained advantages felt quite satisfied. The notion of artificial devil fruits was beyond their wildest imaginings. A reckless move could lead to their demise. They possessed at least a modicum of sense. How infuriating! The pirates harbored intense animosity toward Kaido. From their previous encounters, they had witnessed enough. Now, as the situation unfolded before them, they could see the blatant discrimination. Some ill-tempered individuals even contemplated ending him. However, recalling Kaido's previous misfortunes and Whitebeard's caution, they refrained from acting recklessly. Observing the fierce glares directed toward him, Kaido paid little heed. He cast a smile at them, unperturbed by their actions. Should they dare to strike, he would not hesitate to impose punishment. If they persisted, he would eliminate them without a second thought. He truly did not mind maintaining the system while simultaneously ridding the world of certain pirates. Hatred does not resolve anything. Time, however, allows individuals to make their choices. Those who failed to find answers, when Kaido announced that time was up, chose to leap forward one by one. The answer emerged in that very moment. The correct answer was Kuei-hai, the sea hero Jinbei. Jinbei? Mr. Jinbei? The most astonished by the answer were the members of the Whitebeard crew. Why Jinbei? Considering the future, he would undoubtedly provoke Charlotte Linlin. The future indeed seemed bleak. Whitebeard intended to voice his thoughts, but realized they pertained to a future beyond his demise. It was likely due to matters concerning Fishman Island that Jinbei became entangled with that woman. Even the most naive among Whitebeard's crew could surmise certain implications. Whether it was a matter of enmity, rivalry, or allegiance, all possibilities existed. Judging by the context, it seemed more probable that enmity had already been established, even going so far as to confront one of the four emperors, Linlin. This was indeed a grave offense. The Kuei-hai Jinbei. I have often asserted that the Kuei-hai are unreliable. It was not only Whitebeard and his crew who voiced their concerns. Even within the Navy and the world government, discontent simmered. Many were inherently displeased with the Kuei-hai policy. Pirates are pirates. How could they possibly be granted legitimate status? Numerous members of the Navy harbored disdain for the Kuei-hai, and even those within the world government were not exempt. Yet due to their strength and standing, few dared to speak out. You would seize this opportunity to revoke their status outright. The names submitted this time were utterly outrageous. Zephyr's departure was not without reason. Carp whispered quietly to himself, though most present could hear him. Perhaps they simply wished to keep their discussions from reaching outsiders. They had previously studied this matter outside, finding that if one spoke softly close to another, outsiders would remain oblivious. Chapter 109. The Future Pirate King, Black-Haired Carp. And the name of Kuei-hai Jinbei sparked immediate global interest. Even the inhabitants near Fishman Island were privy to this scene. What should we do? Will we be in trouble? Will the four emperors attack us? We still have Whitebeard, so it should be fine. Yet, Whitebeard is currently facing the Navy. Their situation is precarious and has already begun to affect us. Stop thinking about Whitebeard. They are the true menace. Indeed, the son of Roger should simply be abandoned. He has brought nothing but trouble, causing the Whitebeard pirates and our islands to be incessantly attacked. Enough. The ones attacking us are the world government and the pirates. Why must everything be blamed on Whitebeard and his crew? Are you devoid of shame? Do you not remember who has been protecting us all this time? Are you truly willing to become ungrateful, cowardly, and inept? You dare to criticize those who assist us while doing nothing against our real oppressors. What do you mean? Am I wrong? Recently, without Whitebeard, what would they even do? Have you forgotten the times when hordes of pirates and even nobles invaded us? After a few years of peaceful living, have you forgotten all of this? The fishmen are embroiled in conflict everywhere. On Fishman Island, disputes and arguments abound. Even the king cannot completely suppress them. They can only attempt to resolve the troubles as best as they can. Jinbei, King Neptune of Fishman Island, directly contacted Jinbei, who promptly responded, "Do not worry. If anything arises, just leave it all to me. I will not let it affect Fishman Island." Hearing these words, Neptune was at a loss for words. That was not his intention. This was the best option. If more pirates arrive, I will handle it. In the depths of the sea, Jinbei sensed more pirates approaching Fishman Island and was concerned they might be human traffickers, needing to assess the situation. The communication was swift and decisive. Neptune had nothing more to say. As a king, I have failed miserably. Ultimately, only these thoughts resonated within him. Jinbei's news caused quite a stir on Cake Island in the New World. A tall, portly woman adorned with thick lipstick and light purple eyeshadow, wearing a pirate hat and a voluminous pink dress, watched the unfolding events while indulging in sweets. Charlotte Linlin initially showed little interest until she noticed information related to herself, prompting her to pay attention. Jinbei, along with her own image, had appeared in the footage. I am destined to become a crewmate of the future pirate king. How could I fear a mere emperor? Watching Jinbei boldly proclaim his intentions in front of her image ignited her fury. Mother, I will take down Jinbei right now. One of her sons stepped forward, determined to eradicate the one who brought shame to her. Let's first see who this future pirate king is. I hope he does not disappoint me. I have no future pirate kings among my collectibles. Initially furious, Charlotte Linlin became more composed after devouring a considerable amount of sweets. It was merely a glimpse into the future. It was inconsequential. She could always find and eliminate him. Just a fishman. If necessary, destroying Fishman Island would not be beyond her means. The Pirate King. Observing these developments, many faces grew somber. Although the individuals depicted were certainly not the Pirate King, it was rare for someone like Kuei Jinbei to be referred to as such. Not only them, but people worldwide were also becoming aware of this new dilemma. Those engaged in the Q&A space felt a heightened sense of involvement. This system has presented us with a significant challenge, Sengoku mused, casting several peculiar glances at Carp. A sense of foreboding began to settle in. This is not my concern. Carp feigned innocence, appearing utterly bewildered. Carp, could this answer possibly be your grandson? Whitebeard remarked indiscreetly from his side. They had previously discussed artificial devil fruits, and were now faced with new circumstances due to the latest task. Having Carp as a son was already enough trouble. Observing Carp's impending quarrel, Sengoku hastily interjected to prevent further discussion and retorted to Whitebeard. It is best not to speak carelessly here. In this situation, you can only take advantage of it. Whitebeard was displeased with being taken advantage of, but, in his character, could not simply divert the topic. Let's focus on answering the questions. Now appearing on the system. In a future devoid of systems, the former Shichibukai Jinbei has departed from the Yonko Charlotte Linlin to join a pirate crew, which is a matter of speculation. The options presented include 1. Straw Hat Pirates, 2. Blackbeard Pirates, 3. Red Hair Pirates, 4. Whitebeard Pirates. The reward for a correct answer is a decade of vitality, while a wrong answer results in a loss of life. This time, the questions reverted back to multiple choice format, and the allure of vitality was enticing, especially for someone like Kair, who had little of it to spare. He had made his choice, while Sengoku and Whitebeard engaged in a heated debate. Each considered the possibilities surrounding Jinbei's destination. With various scenarios surfacing, Whitebeard regaining some combat strength to welcome Jinbei, or the red-haired pirates offering support to Fishman Island, thus inviting his involvement. The options of Blackbeard and Luffy also lingered in the realm of possibilities, yet the dilemma of selecting just one option stirred uncertainty. Opting for the Straw Hat Boy seemed reasonable, as he might indeed have the power to sway individuals. Within the confines of the system's space, an individual, unremarkable and unnoticed, finally spoke up. He had refrained from answering due to apprehension about potential repercussions, but now resolved to take a chance. Following his lead, others who had previously abstained began to answer as well, with selections ranging from Whitebeard to Blackbeard, and including the red-haired and straw hat pirates. Each was gambling with their lives in pursuit of answers. Given the circumstances, they could only rely on their own conjectures, as seeking answers from Kair was evidently futile, and the Navy's insight was equally unreachable. How about you? Any thoughts? Carp inquired, observing Sengoku navigating through the 4 options. I suspect this is the doing of your reckless boy. Just like you, always stirring trouble, he added. Sengoku fell silent for a moment, contemplating. While he had his theories, he hesitated to commit. The notion of Jinbei aligning with Blackbeard was implausible based on his character, while the red-haired pirates, given their current situation, would likely refrain from meddling in Fishman Island's affairs, diminishing that possibility considerably. This left Whitebeard and the Straw Hat Youth as the remaining contenders. Sengoku pondered Whitebeard's surviving crew's capabilities and the impending troubles from Blackbeard, dismissing the idea of pursuing the title of Pirate King. Ultimately, only the Straw Hat Boy remained viable, with his continuous proclamations of aspiring to become the Pirate King being a source of pride for Jinbei. Sengoku analyzed rapidly but refrained from answering. Carp, upon hearing Sengoku's musings, fell momentarily silent. Well, let's take a guess then. If you're unsure, you might as well continue betting on that kid. After all, the world government's funds are hardly wasted, Carp declared, having seemingly given up on restraint. He had grown wary of the potential antics Luffy might unleash upon setting sail again, feeling compelled to intervene. What? Are you afraid of a little risk? I'm not one for gambling, especially when there are other options available. I don't trust luck in such matters, Sengoku retorted. Given the current situation, not speculating seemed pointless. Having already gained vitality and that artificial devil fruit, this endeavor was already worthwhile. 10 years of vitality could significantly enhance one's combat prowess. Sengoku struggled with his decision, but found himself torn upon hearing a voice. Turning, he was met with Kaire's enticing demeanor, which only deepened his resolve to dismiss the notion of gambling with his life at that moment. He deemed Kaire untrustworthy, fearing that he might deliberately mislead him towards death. The uncertainty of future outcomes heightened his anxiety, leading him to ultimately abstain from choosing. Meanwhile, Carp, in a moment of folly, unexpectedly opted for the Straw Hat Pirates, prompting Sengoku's astonished reaction. What have you done? Are you not afraid of death? Sengoku exclaimed in alarm. Whoops, a slip of the hand, Carp replied nonchalantly, exhibiting no signs of remorse. Is there a way to cancel that choice before the answer is revealed? I could. Sengoku began to articulate a potential advantage, concerned that Carp's choice could lead to embarrassment. No, once selected, there's no turning back, Kaire interjected, showing no regard for the old admiral's plight. Stop with the chatter. Do you see him showing any inclination to retract his decision? Kaire gestured toward Carp, who seemed unfazed and relaxed. Sengoku's frustration mounted as he observed Carp's carefree demeanor. Calm down. Life and death are in fate's hands. Folks like us should perhaps have met our end long ago. Besides, dying is not the end with this system. We could still converse in the afterlife. Perhaps death might even be more entertaining, Carp mused, adopting an outlook that suggested acceptance of mortality. Sengoku was left speechless, unable to form a response. You've certainly adopted a carefree attitude. Whitebeard surveyed the scene without making a selection. He recognized that he could not afford to perish. The Whitebeard pirates still required his support for a while longer. If previously he felt insufficient, he now believed he had enough strength to forego further risks. All right, everyone, it's time to reveal the answer. As Kaire announced, the system began categorizing each participant's responses. Those who had answered correctly were rewarded, with vitality cascading upon Carp and others who had guessed right. Carp's hair darkened, rejuvenated by 20 years of vitality, transforming him back into his youthful vigor. His iron fists seemingly empowered. Well, Carp, it seems your grandson is indeed a troublemaker. I will not hesitate to select him in future endeavors, Whitebeard remarked, enviously eyeing Carp's transformation. I don't want to die. Why me? This must be a mistake. That Straw Hat Kid could never be right. This is a deception, an elaborate conspiracy by the world government and navy to mislead us all. The pirates shouted loudly, filled with an unyielding spirit even in death. Yet, against the might of this system, their struggles and resistance proved utterly futile. They swiftly vanished, as if they had never existed. Soon, the chat area was inundated with the presence of numerous deceased pirates. These individuals, upon meeting their demise, stirred up quite a commotion. Those present, who had either answered the questions or had not participated, breathed a sigh of relief. However, a few remained in trepidation. Consider yourself fortunate, Sengoku lamented, observing the dark-haired individual. Indeed, it seemed he had reverted to the vigor of his youth. Feeling the weight of his white beard and hair, Sengoku felt a tinge of helplessness. Had he taken a gamble earlier, the rewards would have been his as well. With a decade of vitality and a manufactured devil fruit already in his possession, he counseled himself against greed. Unbeknownst to him, Garp remained oblivious to Sengoku's inner thoughts, only sensing a rejuvenation of his physique. Although his body was formidable, the decline in its functions was minimal, yet it still had its effects. After all, this was the nature of human physiology. If one were to remain ageless, their body could not weaken, and that would render them something other than human. The continuous gains had nudged Garp towards this transformation. Chapter 110. System Evolution. Those deserving of rewards received them, while those who merited punishment faced their dues. The Straw Hat Pirates, as proclaimed by Jinbe to be the future pirate king, were merely a source of astonishment. Most would reflect on how this young lad had a knack for attracting trouble, often being the cause of various predicaments. To the inhabitants of this realm, he was merely a minor player, despite possibly possessing good fortune and a formidable backing. In the world of pirates, strength often reigns supreme. Support systems serve only as auxiliary measures. The tales of the Straw Hat lad quickly brought to mind past events, possibly inciting the conflict between the Yonko Charlotte Lin and the Straw Hat crew, which ultimately led to their successful escape. Many held a spectrum of opinions regarding the Straw Hat boy. Conversely, Kao remained largely indifferent. He had gleaned all necessary information and found little merit in further concern. Furthermore, that individual was likely still confined. Well, the rewards should have been distributed. We welcome you all to return next time, Kao declared, signaling the conclusion of the game. Observing that no further inquiries had emerged, he proceeded to announce the end. The emergence of multiple questions had become somewhat precarious, whether due to exposure or rewards. Of course, this precariousness was only relevant to others. For Kyle, the only complications stemmed from the manufactured devil fruit, a matter that others would undoubtedly not relinquish easily. Individuals began to surge forward, and the difficulty of this situation was palpable. Is this it? We haven't even answered the questions yet. Several who had abstained from responding cried out in haste. In contrast, those who had answered felt a sense of relief and liberation upon leaving. Meanwhile, those who had not yet participated began to panic, having anticipated further questions. Regrettably, you must accept the consequences, Kyle stated, dismissing their pleas. Only pirates were afforded the luxury of abstaining from answering. Ordinary individuals were shielded by Kyle, while those in the Navy and world government could negotiate. The pirates could only rely on their own guesses. What are you saying? How dare you? I'll kill you. Let's die together. Individuals rushed at Kyle in a frenzy. Yet, before they could reach him, they were reduced to mere dust. You need not concern yourselves with them. You may leave, Kyle said nonchalantly, turning his gaze to the others, who regarded the scene with trepidation. The silent eradication of individuals from existence was the source of their greatest apprehension regarding this unknown power. Many of them hastily vanished, too fearful to utter another word. Young man, I hope to see you again, Whitebeard remarked with a smirk towards Kyle. Nearby, Blackbeard Teach and Ace merely observed, leaving without awaiting a response. You aren't planning to make any threats, are you? Kyle inquired, eyeing those who remained. If you return to the Navy, I can assure you that nothing will happen to you. Sengoku awaited the departure of most before he too exited. Only members of the world government and Navy remained. He concealed nothing. Should you join the world government, your issues would cease to be issues. I hope you make the right choice. As Sengoku concluded, a member of the world government seemed to receive a command. The Navy and world government stood before each other, although they were ostensibly allies. Their objectives would not align without directives from the highest echelons. If I were to take the lead, I might consider it. Daydreaming. Countless individuals aspire to join the world government, and there are many like you adrift at sea. Are you truly prepared to reject their invitation? A representative from the world government erupted in anger. Not only did they reject the offer, but they also had the audacity to speak of leadership, which was deemed utterly disrespectful. Do you share this sentiment as well? Kyle remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively towards Sengoku and the others. The figures of the world government soon dissipated, not eliminated but rather teleported away. Here, he adhered to the rules. It was not permissible to simply dispose of them. Perhaps in the past, but not now, Sengoku replied. He understood that many circumstances were a matter of fate. In the past, he might not have allowed the other to ascend. Setting aside strength, their determination was entirely another matter. Now, he merely wished to retire, as matters grew increasingly complicated. Various factors compelled him to consider retirement, largely due to this individual. Regardless of the past or present, the possibility seemed slim. Yet in his view, should the other join the Navy and act recklessly, then perhaps it could happen. What a pity. Kyle chose not to elaborate further, simply waving his hand in farewell. With matters settled, their involvement was unnecessary. It was best to send them all away. One by one, they swiftly disappeared. As the final scenes faded, the system began to darken, leaving only the chatter of various individuals in the chat area. Kyle was on the verge of claiming his system rewards when an unexpected message interrupted him. System evolution in progress. Please exit the system, administrator. Evolution unknown. Please ascertain after evolution. Initially eager to see what he had earned, he was instead met with this frustrating notification. Disheartened, he quickly vanished from his location, reappearing in a snow-laden realm where he lamented the system's trickery. Not only had he not received his rewards, but he had also been unceremoniously expelled. Upon arriving in the kingdom of Tsigu, he was swiftly noticed by others and soon learned that the world government was involved. Pondering this revelation, he decided to interrogate some individuals for intelligence about the world government. If they could not provide any useful information, he resolved to eliminate them instead. He wasted no time in solidifying his plan. Since these intruders had arrived, returning was not an option. Concealing his identity, he thought, who could discern who he truly was? It would be simpler to eliminate them, and, even if they were exposed, what of it? Such eventualities were inevitable. He made his decision clear. Zepha, who had originally come to relay information, chose to remain silent after hearing this news, merely offering a reminder before departing to continue his training. The new recruit's training was particularly harsh that day, with each individual wailing in despair, questioning whether it was indeed a day of demons. Upon returning to the castle, Nikolua Bean confronted him, and without hesitation, he expressed his concerns regarding the Straw Hat crew. Regardless of their affiliations or the fortunes that might accompany them, they instilled a sense of wariness within him, especially given that characters like Aini Lu and Zay Fa had been bested by Lu Fei in the original storyline. Whether he could overcome this situation remained uncertain. Persistently proclaiming his aspiration to become the Pirate King, Lu Fei was momentarily distracted by Nikolua Bean's previous plea for mercy. However, she swiftly articulated the gravity of their current predicament, emphasizing the potential embarrassment of failure, which could lead to them being disregarded instead of being abandoned outright. With a rare moment of security, she was resolute in not giving up. "Let us go see this fellow," he commanded, instructing Nikolua Bean to lead the way. The Straw Hats faced significant issues within the dungeon, where CP0 held no privilege allowing them to meet with him. "Damn it, I challenge you to a duel," Lu Fei shouted, his enthusiasm palpable as he prepared to strike. However, he merely struck a nearby iron pillar, leaving no mark, and soon collapsed from exhaustion. Is he truly that foolish? The Straw Hat crew wondered, contemplating why they had chosen such a leader. Such vitality, he thought, deciding to reduce their rations significantly, cutting Lu Fei's share to a mere quarter of what an ordinary person would receive. If one wishes to be a pirate, they must seize their sustenance. If they cannot, they may starve. His decree was resolute. The so-called provisions were not suited for their appetites, but rather for the common populace. The notion of being satiated was utterly non-existent. "Demon! Devil!" Cries erupted from the crew. "Why? I have yet to say anything. I demand food." They clamored. "Let's discuss abandoning the pirate life at a later date." He mused, choosing not to dwell on Lu Fei's plight. His visit was merely a courtesy, and he planned to return only after allowing these individuals to experience hunger for a time. He had been overly lenient before. Now he was ready to test his methods. As long as he did not kill them, he could provide a satisfactory explanation to Kapu, while continuing to draw his interest. This situation was indeed bothersome. Unlike those who relied on their connections to ascend, Kerr found himself at an impasse. You boys should consider your transformations carefully, he advised. Nicolua, having lost interest after a few words, departed swiftly, leaving a remark in her wake. As she vanished from view, Wusopu found himself in a state of resignation. Why? The food is already scarce. This fellow is indeed a devil. When will I be released? Fixing his gaze on the long-nosed Wusopu, thoughts of potential action swirled in his mind. Should he plead for mercy, pretend to surrender, or even genuinely give up? Various ideas echoed within him. Regardless of his intentions, they currently held no power. This was their stark reality. Zolong, possessing some understanding of their circumstances, recalled the monstrous auras they had previously encountered. Even without Kair, escape was not an option. We will have our chance, Lu Fei declared. However, the others remained silent, their faith in his words waning. In the past, they might have believed in his aspirations, but now it felt as though he were a fool, dreaming of becoming the pirate king while imprisoned. As time passed, news from within the system began to surface. Most of it was mundane, yet one piece captured his attention. The infamous Whitebeard had recently endured a series of assaults. The Navy and world government had borne the brunt of Whitebeard's retaliation as he dismantled 5 branches and a member nation. The world's strongest man, his fearsome presence instilled dread, especially as he regained vigor from years past. The unleashed power he exhibited was nearing his prime, resulting in a thrilling confrontation. Though they suffered losses, they reaped greater rewards. The unrest in the New World prompted the other emperors to take action, while the Navy and world government redirected their focus towards that region. On the Grand Line, however, they had not relinquished their pursuits. Is this all? Fleet Admiral Sengoku's apparent lack of sincerity was palpable as he surveyed the 50 devil fruits before him, most of them being quite ordinary. Nevertheless, the mere existence of these fruits was formidable, having cost countless individuals their collections. Even the treasure trove of the Tianlongren has been brought forth in abundance. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Sengoku spoke directly, evidently having prepared beforehand. As for what to request, let's set that aside for now. What about the rare devil fruits? Surely, one would not intend to settle debts with such an abundance of ordinary items. Kair interjected, acknowledging the intrinsic value of devil fruits. Yet, when one can ascertain their powers, particularly potent ones, they become even more uniquely precious. Countless souls across this world tirelessly seek a devil fruit that suits them. While ordinary devil fruits may be elusive, the truly rare varieties, natural types, and special paramecia types, are exceedingly scarce. In this place, such treasures seem virtually absent, leaving only a handful of average paramecia and zoan types. Much to Kair's discontent, no matter how many were presented, they would prove futile. Today, after a long day of house hunting, the day was still far from over. Chapter 111. Tasmi and Kakashi were in the reception room, observing Kair as he boldly made his request. Sengoku, unfazed, displayed no signs of embarrassment. If possible, I would like to exchange these 50 devil fruits. A few ordinary ones could surely substitute for a special fruit, which would undeniably benefit the Navy. Many of the fruits here are quite ordinary, such as the standard mouse fruit or the slippery paramecia type. While devil fruits may not be entirely useless, their side effects often render them less desirable, particularly the mouse type and the slippery one, which might still offer some combat potential for those who are adept. Others squander their talents on such trivial pursuits. These fruits can replace special ones, and I am willing to exchange as many as you desire. I believe your devil fruit could equate to dozens of others, Kair asserted. Among the 50, there were indeed a few gems. Even if some bore negligible abilities, acquiring such a quantity was no small feat to him. I also possess a paramecia-type illusion fruit, which has long been renowned and coveted. Perhaps feeling a tinge of awkwardness, Sengoku continued. After much discussion, Kair managed to secure a considerable haul, including the natural-type cloud fruit, which, if properly developed, could yield remarkable abilities. Conversely, if mismanaged, it could resemble the smoke fruit. Among the other acquisitions were the natural-type storm fruit, the paramecia-type chain fruit, the paramecia-type hardening fruit, and the zoan-type ancient iron scale boar. After tallying the exchange, he relinquished over 30 ordinary, if not worthless, devil fruits. Kair paid little heed to these, intending to distribute them to suitable individuals when the opportunity arose. Aside from the two natural-type fruits, he was eager to part with the rest, as enhancing the combat prowess of his subordinates was the ultimate goal. Sengoku did not linger, concluding the transaction with a promise of future collaboration before taking his leave, reminding Kair that he could always seek assistance from the Navy if needed. Of course, it was certain that Sengoku would not make it easy for him, likely taking his fair share in the process. With Sengoku's departure, Kizaru followed suit. Observing Kizaru's reluctant demeanor, Kair refrained from further conversation and sent them on their way. With both Sengoku and Kizaru gone, it seemed a great conflict was imminent, or perhaps word had already spread of impending hostilities. Kair had begun to contemplate the situation, suspecting a greater likelihood of confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates. After a moment's hesitation regarding the devil fruits, he entrusted the matter to Zephyr. Admittedly, he was somewhat oblivious to the number and identity of his subordinates. The only one he truly relied upon was Enel, the instrument of his designs. He swiftly packaged the devil fruits and sent them forth. With Sengoku and Kizaru departed, the sight of dozens of devil fruits was indeed a spectacle. "I shall train the mightiest soldiers," he declared. "The Sandians you sent possess commendable talents, and should there be no objections, I shall allow them to select from these offerings." Young Zephyr, though somewhat inexperienced, exuded an air of shrewdness. Despite the incongruity of his current form, none dared voice dissent. After briefly examining the devil fruits Kair had sent, he soon lost interest. While these fruits could augment combat abilities, they were not particularly suited for him. "I appreciate the effort you put into training. Use them as you see fit. If they prove insufficient, we can acquire more. If you're interested, the natural-type storm fruit is quite impressive, with some isolation mechanisms. It should not pose any risk with your mechanical arm, and its capabilities might enhance your speed." Observing Zephyr's intrigue, Kair sensed that navigating the realm of devil fruits would pose challenges ahead. However, he remained unperturbed, for even in the absence of natural devil fruits, artificial ones existed. "Ultimately, I have little fondness for these items," Zephyr remarked after a moment of contemplation. After Zephyr declined, the conversation ceased. Currently, he was engaged in training with the Sky Island's beasts and the Navy's 6 styles, instructing individuals of all backgrounds equally, as they were theoretically part of the nation's military. In the 3 days following Sengoku and Kizaru's departure, the system's chat room began to flood with messages. Kair noted the developments with keen interest. The war in the New World had ignited, with the Navy launching a direct assault against Whitebeard and his allies. Whitebeard had significantly regained his strength. While not at his peak, he was far from being winded by mere exertion. The conflict had devastated several islands, resulting in the Navy losing dozens of warships, with 3 or 4 islands reportedly sunk. It remained unclear whether it was the Navy or Whitebeard responsible for the destruction. Meanwhile, Whitebeard's losses were substantial, with only 10 of the original 43 pirate crews remaining. The weaker factions had been annihilated, and the survivors had suffered considerable casualties. Furthermore, many of Whitebeard's sons had perished, primarily those of lower rank and lesser strength. The Navy had indeed invested considerable effort into this operation. And it was not solely the Navy. The world government had also mobilized. As 2 more days passed, Kair came across further news. Whitebeard had been defeated, gravely injured and rescued by Marco, the Phoenix. As for the other commanders, some had perished while others had fled. Ace, the 2nd Division commander, had been captured alive. Was this merely the hand of fate? On Magu Island, upon receiving this news, Kair was taken aback. He had initially believed that, even in defeat, Whitebeard and his crew would manage to escape. Instead, they had retreated in such a disheveled manner. Moreover, those who ought to be apprehended have indeed been caught. The warring states must not be contemplating executing Ace, nor perhaps even selling Luffy to them, testing Carp's loyalty to the Navy. Kair mused with a hint of wicked amusement. It primarily stemmed from Luffy, who persistently declared his ambition to become the Pirate King. This fellow never tires of it. A man aspiring to become another man's possession. How whimsical indeed. Another day has passed. News has emerged from the EC, reporting the disappearance of several islands. However, amidst the whispers of a new world, such news scarcely holds significance. On this very day, the infernal system has completed its evolution. Without delay, Kyer inquired about any changes. Before him appeared a notification. System upgrade successful, sending administrator rewards. Congratulations on acquiring the authority over the QA space. QA space invitation letter. The QA space invitation letter allows the summoning of beings from other worlds to participate in QA sessions, with successful answers yielding rewards. Goodness. This minor upgrade has transformed a single world into a myriad of realms. Observing the state of the system, Kyer couldn't help but jest. Can I participate in the questioning? The QA space administrator is prohibited from answering questions. Upon completing management tasks, system rewards will be granted. May the administrator strive diligently to become the system's master. Have you become sentient? Kyer remarked, noticing the system's seemingly responsive demeanor. This time, however, he received no answer. This contraption, Kaya pondered, recalling his suspicions since the system's initial appearance. Had it traversed dimensions alongside him, only to become ensnared in transit? Perhaps it arrived here due to his demise, unable to locate itself, leading to this peculiar predicament. An unreliable system, akin to a hapless delivery service. Suddenly, he recalled a past incident where a courier had mislaid 2 of his packages, leaving him in a state of perpetual follow-up. Deceptive. The QA space invitation letter. Let us give a try. With this thought, Kyer sent forth the invitation. He remained unaware of its destination, and the fact that he was exempt from answering questions was a relief. Even if these were beings from various worlds, he could not claim omniscience. Following the successful dispatch notification, silence prevailed. Is that all? Kyer found himself somewhat surprised. After a moment's disdain, he refrained from further commentary. In another world, within a grand imperial city that had stood for countless years, a refined young man reclined in an exquisitely decorated room. This was not his home. He was merely a guest discovered on the street. How fortunate he was. Indeed, the denizens of the metropolis exhibited remarkable civility, encountering kind souls upon his arrival. A good beginning necessitates effort, and he resolved to seek opportunities to enlist in the military the following day. While also awaiting the arrival of Sha Yu and EEC, Tasmi envisioned a bright future, filled with splendid aspirations and revenge. He thought fondly of the noble young lady he had met today, so well-mannered and beautiful, her family equally gracious. Someday, he would repay their kindness. As Tasmi lay excitedly awake, he suddenly sensed commotion outside. Soon after, he beheld a radiant light. A meteor? Accompanied by this final thought. A beam of light whisked him away, unnoticed by anyone in the room. In yet another realm, within a forest, 4 figures stood, 1 tall and 3 small. Next, I shall instruct you. A silver-haired man donned a mask intended to educate his students. However, before he could complete his sentence, he felt something plummet from the heavens. What could it be? A meteor? Surely not. What ill fortune. Before the thought could fully form, the group vanished. In the pirate world, the invitation has been successfully dispatched. Someone has received the invitation. Should the administrator invite others? Kyer had initially contemplated addressing other matters when the system promptly alerted him. And it was not merely he across the pirate world. Anyone who activated the system could observe the circumstances within the QA space. Several figures had already appeared. There were others, yet it seemed no QA had commenced. Quite direct this time. ISNT it? What is with the peculiar discourse of those within? Even with the system's translation, they still sound odd. What is this ninja business? A nation? Could they be from the land of Wano? How strange they are. And what is this imperial tool? Imperial tool? It seemed vaguely familiar. The chat room flashed with messages. The administrator has entered. After a cursory glance, Kyer wasted no time and selected to enter. The individuals within had grown vigilant, for being abruptly transported here would only catch a fool unprepared. Among them, Kyer recognized several faces. Tasmi, who once dreamt of wielding a sword across the world, only to perish shortly after leaving his village. Then there was Kakashi from the Naruto world. Alongside his team's 7, Naruto Uzumaki, the prince, and his two princesses, Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. How fortuitous! Stepping into the system space, he noticed Kakashi leaning on a cane, appearing somewhat injured. Within the system space, after initial discussions and a modicum of mutual understanding, Kakashi and Tazmi turned their gazes towards Kair. Ahem, you were brought here by that light, as well? Tazmi inquired, his face radiating a sunny smile. The others regarded Kair with curiosity. Kakashi sensed something amiss. Unlike the confusion and disorientation that had accompanied their arrival, this individual exuded familiarity. Sakura thought Kair was quite handsome, but with Sasuke by her side, she remained modestly silent. Naruto found Kair to be just another boastful character. Sasuke merely wished to ascertain whether this extraordinary place could offer him a chance to grow stronger. For even Kakashi seemed uncertain here. Perhaps there existed an exceptional opportunity. Allow me to introduce myself. You may call me Kair or the Administrator. This space is a Q&A realm, where participation in successful answers yields rewards. Anything from life itself to various enhancements of power. However, wrong answers entail punishments, which could also range widely, including loss of life or strength, or various mischievous repercussions. And you have been summoned here due to an invitation letter. More precisely, you arrived here because of me. I just sent out the invitations, and you happened to receive them. Kair succinctly explained, then turned his gaze towards them. Kakashi and Tazmi were momentarily taken aback, but soon Tazmi spoke up. Are you joking? What invitation letter? I didn't receive anything. He recalled the light. That cannot be considered an invitation. Now, does it qualify as such? It is more akin to a direct abduction. If we are to discuss that beam of light, it should not be deemed an invitation at all. Kakashi, however, is quite forthright in his approach. He speaks openly, revealing the nature of these so-called administrators. The individuals present have already grown wary. They have assessed their circumstances. This place is certainly not a manifestation of illusion. They have also discerned the situation regarding Tazmi. According to the other party's words, this is a unique realm, which should not be part of their shinobi world. Chapter 112. Uchiha Obito indicates that what was presented as an invitation merely brought them here without their consent. Uzumaki Naruto shouts from the side. A fearless individual who disregards all else. Life and death hold little significance for him. He believes in facing challenges head-on. You have a point, but this operation does not concern me. My responsibility is solely to send out the invitations and facilitate your participation in the quiz, nothing more. Naturally, you may refuse, and that is entirely acceptable. Kyle remarks to Kakashi and the others. What happens if we refuse? Can we leave? Tazmi inquires. The others also look on. Without answering the questions, one cannot depart from this place, Kyle states plainly. This system is rather foolish, or perhaps it simply does not care about others. Regardless, it pulls people in indiscriminately. Listening to their conversation and considering the circumstances of this pirate world, he surmises that the individuals here have been willingly brought forth. Indeed, you are. Uzumaki Naruto intended to say more, but was promptly silenced by Kakashi. Having said enough, let's take our seats and begin. Of course, if you are confident in your abilities, feel free to attempt a confrontation, though I cannot guarantee your safety. His task is merely to ensure the quiz progresses smoothly, and to compel compliance through force is the most effective method. As long as others understand that they have no choice, coercion becomes the primary means of persuasion. Thus, many prefer to govern through strength. Had I known we had no choice, I would have acted differently, Tazmi remarks sarcastically. Although internally conflicted, he refrains from taking action, primarily due to a sense of inadequacy. Let us discuss the quiz you mentioned, Kakashi says, directing his gaze towards Kyle, while ensuring the younger ones sit quietly. Please hold on a moment. Let me clarify. I have previously outlined the details, so I shall briefly reiterate. The system will present questions pertaining to individuals from each world, though the number may vary. Answering correctly will yield rewards, while failure will incur penalties. Kyle observes the system. The current questions will not require everyone to guess, but will be based on the individuals present. For instance, only Tazmi can respond on his behalf. In contrast, Kakashi has several individuals to consider. A quiz, a selection? I shall not waste time. Confirm who will go first. Or I shall select one myself, Kyle states, glancing at the options that have emerged within the system. Tazmi and Kakashi exchange glances, yet neither makes a decision. Given the uncertainty, it is prudent to finalize their choice later. If Naruto wishes to be the first, let him come forth, regardless of the question. Kakashi had intended to say something more, but Uzumaki Naruto interjects first. You foolish underachiever, what nonsense are you spouting? Sasuke and Sakura shoot murderous glares at Naruto. This prompts Naruto to awkwardly smile at Kakashi. Since he has spoken, let us proceed. However, before that, I have a question. If one person answers incorrectly, is the punishment for that individual or for everyone? Kakashi glances at Kyle with a hint of exasperation. It will only be one person's punishment, so rest assured. Kyle replies directly. Once you choose, there is no turning back. If the information is beyond my knowledge, I shall leave it to Naruto. Naruto, is that acceptable? Kakashi maintains a steady expression as he looks at Naruto. This is not entirely sincere, but given the other party's reckless demeanor, it may require some adjustment. Naruto has indeed stirred up a considerable amount of trouble with his reckless actions. Sakura adds, gazing dreamily at Kakashi. Uchiha Sasuke, however, remains silent, fixated on Kyle. He has grasped that there may be an opportunity to answer correctly and earn a reward. Each person harbors their own thoughts, including Tazmi, who observes them with his own perspective. The quiz begins. You may view your display panels. With Kyle's words, a panel-like object appears before each individual. This prompts Kakashi and the others to lower their heads. Though surprised by the nature of this device, they quickly become engrossed in the questions presented. Multiple choice. Which identity corresponds to Uzumaki Naruto? 1. Demon Fox. 2. Son of the 4th Hokage. 3. Illegitimate child of the 3rd Hokage. 4. Son of Shimura Danzo. Reward: doubling chakra control ability. Penalty: reducing chakra control ability by 1/3. What does it mean to identify yourself? Sakura inquires of Naruto, her curiosity piqued by the complexity of the options. These choices astonish him. Although she is unfamiliar with Shimura Danzo, she recognizes him as a high-ranking figure in Konoha, albeit rarely seen. Are the questions truly this straightforward? Tazmi quips from the side, finding it quite simple to identify oneself. He is unaware of the identity of the underachiever. He should be asking Kakashi instead. As a jonin in the village, Kakashi should possess some knowledge. Sasuke remarks, his curiosity about Naruto's background evident. Initially lost in the question, Naruto now turns his gaze to Kakashi, pondering. Many in the village have labeled him a demon fox, yet he has never believed it. The other identities seem even more implausible. How could he possibly be the son of the 4th or the 3rd Hokage? If that were the case, why has his life unfolded in such a manner? Reflecting on his past struggles, even Naruto feels a surge of agitation. Who is this Shimura Danzo? Noticing Kakashi's silence, Naruto ventures a guess. Among the individuals present, he is the only one he does not recognize. The Demon Fox identity is also unacceptable to him. He refuses to accept such a designation. I choose option 2, Naruto declares. Kakashi exhales, expressing his resignation. You have chosen option 2, the son of the 4th Hokage? Sakura's eyes widen in disbelief, and Sasuke and Naruto share a similar astonishment. He cannot be. Enough with the discussion, let us proceed. Kakashi interjects, cutting off further speculation. Naruto, make your choice, select option 2. With that, he instructs Naruto firmly. Naruto furrows his brow. Am I truly the son of the 4th Hokage? I choose option 2, the son of the 4th Hokage. It seems he is speaking to himself, yet he quickly affirms, I trust Kakashi-sensei. Upon hearing this, Kakashi is left momentarily speechless. The existence of Schwanwa Mingren is something he is naturally aware of. In the past, apart from a few surveillance missions, he was never permitted to appear before the other party or to take any action. Now that he has been exposed, it can be considered a relief of sorts. I will explain the previous matters to you later. Observing the incredulous expression on Mingren's face, Kakashi felt compelled to add a few more words. If the blow is too great to bear, it could lead to unforeseen consequences, especially if the power of the Nine Tails goes berserk. That is not a trivial matter. Mingren merely nodded in response, while the other 2 members of Team 7 remained silent. Congratulations, Kai'er declared, casting a glance at Mingren. He then announced the reward. Mingren felt a surge of light enter his body, but afterward, he felt nothing at all. Is that it? Has anything changed? It seems like nothing has. Sakura and Mingren exchanged questions and answers. Next question, Kai'er proclaimed without delay. Multiple choice. Who instigated the Nine Tails disturbance? 1. Uchiha Bon. 2. Uchiha Daitu. 3. Uchiha Fuyue. 4. Uchiha. Reward. 1. 3-Tomo Sharingan. Can be directly activated if one possesses the bloodline. Penalty. Randomly deduct a certain ability from the individual. Sharingan. Is this a power from your world? Tazumi could not help but inquire upon seeing the description of the eye. An eye capable of seeing through illusions and copying abilities. This seems rather unfair. Indeed, Kakashi replied hesitantly, glancing over at Tazumi. However, he refrained from elaborating further. Regardless, they are individuals from another world, and it would be prudent to maintain a distance to avoid offense. Future cooperation or confrontation would depend on circumstances. Such information was trivial to him. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of their world. The Nine Tails disturbance was the battle in which the fourth Hokage perished, Sakura whispered. Glancing at Mingren and Zusu, the 4 individuals listed are all from the Uchiha clan. In fact, one of them is his father, Zusu's emotions were evidently unstable as he gazed at the names above, his Sharingan already manifesting. Why do you possess a Sharingan? Is this all a deception? He turned his gaze directly to Kai'er. The Sharingan had transformed into a 2-Tomo variant. If you wish to uncover the truth, answer the question. If you answer correctly, you will receive the reward, and then you will know whether this is a deception or not, Kai'er stated directly. Zusu, remain calm. Kakashi urged as he observed Zusu's demeanor. You must not act foolishly. There are still your comrades involved in this question. He speculated about the answer, surmising that it lay between options 1 and 3. At that time, you had only been born, and you would have only been a few years old. Even if he were a genius, he could not have. Daitu was merely in his teenage years, and he was already deceased at that point. The only remaining options were Uchiha Bon or your father. Uchiha Bon had lived many years ago, and if he had survived to that time, he would have been quite advanced in age, Kakashi analyzed. His words suggested that Uchiha Fuyue was indeed the answer. What do you know? Uchiha Zusu demanded, looking at Kakashi. He had long sensed that something was amiss in his family. The massacre of his clan was undoubtedly abnormal. Yet, he had never had an opportunity to learn the truth. Now, it seemed as if he were on the brink of uncovering some hidden truth. If his father were the one who instigated the Nine Tails disturbance, leading to the fourth's demise and inciting the resentment of the Konoha elite, prompting it to commit murder? No, it must have been the higher-ups of Konoha who acted. It was merely one individual. It must be so. Unbeknownst to him, Zusu had begun to harbor many hopeful thoughts, believing it to be innocent, merely a puppet in this scenario. Zusu, calm down. What we need to do now is ascertain the truth. Kakashi reminded Zusu to regain his composure as he observed the young man's fervent expression. Are you prepared to answer the question? Although he had a strong inclination towards the correct answer, Kakashi intended to give this opportunity to Zusu. If this quiz holds any truth, he could unlock the 3-Tomo Sharingan directly. Even Sakura was filled with anticipation. A Zusu with a 3-Tomo Sharingan would undoubtedly be impressive. I hope this matter has no connection to you, Zusu said coldly, his face impassive as he accepted Kakashi's offer. Amidst Kakashi's resigned expression, he began to answer. I choose 3, Uchiha Fuyue. Though reluctant, Zusu felt that this was likely the truth. He had sensed something was off back then, and he had clashed with family members on more than one occasion, often requiring his father's intervention. I will uncover all of this, with various thoughts swirling in his mind. Uchiha Zusu was soon interrupted. Regrettably, that answer is incorrect, Kai'er announced from his position. Although your analysis was astute, it does not change the fact that your answer is wrong. Wrong? Impossible. Could it be Uchiha Bon? Both Uchiha Zusu and Kakashi were taken aback. Meanwhile, Sakura and Mingren looked at Zusu, feeling a slight sense of relief. If Zusu's father had indeed been responsible for the death of Mingren's father, that would be an unnerving narrative. What is the correct answer? Uchiha Zusu demanded coldly, his demeanor resolute in his quest for the truth. The correct answer is Uchiha Daitu, Kaiur stated, revealing no hesitation in disclosing the answer. Uchiha Daitu, wasn't he dead? Zusu turned to Kakashi. Even Kakashi wore a puzzled expression. Dead? The technique of resurrection is not unheard of among ninjas. Furthermore, who among you has confirmed Uchiha Daitu's demise? Did any of you deliver the fatal blow that took his life? He spread his hands and leaned forward on the table. The system has graciously unveiled the true answer. Uchiha Daitu's name appeared before each of them. No, this is impossible. Daitu was the student of the fourth Hokage, and their relationship was exceptionally close. Even if Kakashi had intended to propose other possibilities, but the words failed to leave his lips. The friend he had believed to be dead was, in fact, alive, having presumably eliminated his own master and mistress. Such a revelation left him at a loss for words. You are indeed spouting nonsense, trying to deceive us. You cannot possibly extract Zusu's abilities. This is unacceptable, Sakura finally realized. The situation had escalated beyond a mere incorrect answer. The ability Mingren had acquired seemed to have undergone no change. If Zusu were to lose something now, it would be utterly intolerable. Perhaps if it were a common ninjutsu, it might be manageable, but if it were the Sharingan, Zusu would surely be unable to bear it. The answer is incorrect. He is not his father. At first, Sasuke felt a sense of relief, but as he contemplated the potential consequences, he began to feel an urge to take action. My esteemed administrator, do you possess any evidence to refute our selection of Uchiha Fugaku as the clan leader? Kakashi interjected rather bluntly. It is essential to understand the circumstances, to shed light on the matter at hand. Even without your input, the situation will become evident. Furthermore, the fact that we can bring you here and impose punishment upon you, does that not constitute evidence? What evidence is needed when the weak are restricted, and yet they remain unaware of whom to trust? Let us dispense with the trivialities and accept the punishment. Observing the silence that enveloped the individuals. As if they were hesitating, Kyle proclaimed decisively. With his words, a radiant aura enveloped Sasuke. You before you could muster any resistance. It felt as though part of your memory had been erased. Sasuke sensed the disappearance of his fire release abilities. The fire release abilities. Kyle noted the punishment inflicted upon him. Do not display such animosity. Even if your fire release has vanished, you can still continue your studies. This is merely a minor inconvenience. How formidable can a genin's fire release truly be? Relearning will not consume much time. We shall discuss this later. Naruto and Sakura stood beside Sasuke, while Kakashi offered a gentle reminder. In this location, even he dared not be careless. Should a serious incident occur, they could all face dire consequences. If anything were to happen to others, it could be managed, but if Naruto were to lose the Nine Tails here, that would be the greatest loss for Konoha. Kakashi resolved that Naruto must not answer questions, even those already confirmed. Has the ability truly been taken away? It appears as though nothing has transpired. Tazmi pondered silently to himself. Given the current circumstances, it was prudent for him to remain silent. You should provide the correct answer now. Although you are immensely powerful, you should at least allow us a modicum of trust, Kakashi remarked, gazing at Kyle. Obito is the one who caused the death of the fourth Hokage. He found it utterly implausible, knowing that their relationship had once been quite harmonious. Moreover, considering Uchiha Obito's character, it was hard to believe. Let us witness the truth, Kyle responded directly. As the image materialized on the system, it piqued the interest of those present and those outside. These were individuals from another world, and should they uncover anything, it might yield unanticipated benefits for them. In Konoha Ninja Village, the initial scene unfolded within a hidden residence. It hurt so much. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina lay pale on the bed, flanked by a woman and medical personnel attending to her, while the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze anxiously observed. With a sudden cry, the tension in the room eased. Let me see the child, Kushina implored, eager to catch a glimpse of her newborn. Minato wished to do the same, but was gently restrained by the woman. Let the mother see first. Be careful, the infant is fragile. An elderly woman swiftly wrapped the baby and brought him to Kushina, while simultaneously chiding Minato, prompting a sheepish smile from him. as he indeed lacked experience in caring for infants. Watching Kushina embrace the child, Minato felt overwhelming emotion. From this day forward, I shall be a father. Tears of joy streamed down his face as he continued to manage the sealing of the Nine Tails. Fourth Hokage? Is this an illusion or a recording? Why is it appearing here? Kakashi scrutinized the unfolding scene, various thoughts swirling in his mind, yet he refrained from voicing them. Is that truly the fourth Hokage? Naruto inquired, captivated by the sight of the individuals and the child within. He felt a profound connection. This man was his teacher and the fourth Hokage of the village. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, neither confirming nor denying, choosing instead to remain silent. He understood Naruto's heritage, but had never witnessed this scenario. The fourth Hokage. Naruto gazed at the golden-haired youth, lost in contemplation. As they pondered the whereabouts of Uchiha Obito, a pair of anguished screams echoed through the air. The woman and medical personnel who were to deliver the infant Naruto were suddenly slain by a figure donning a tiger-striped mask, who swiftly snatched the baby away. Fourth Hokage. If you do not depart from the Jinchuriki, this child's life will be forfeit in mere moments. The assailant acted with astonishing speed. Minato, occupied with his duty to protect Kushina, scarcely had time to react. Damn it, Naruto cursed under his breath. Is that Uchiha Obito? Kakashi turned his gaze toward Kyle, seeking answers. He was somewhat familiar with the chaos surrounding the Nine Tails, recalling the masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. While many insisted it could not be Madara, no one had managed to prove otherwise. After all, this individual was reputed to be immensely powerful, capable of controlling the Nine Tails, a feat only Madara had previously achieved within the Uchiha clan. And Obito? Considering the underperforming Uchiha of their team, it was difficult to believe he could commit such acts, regardless of strength or any other factors. Face the reality. He is your companion, Kyle stated, looking directly at Kakashi. Kakashi fell silent, yearning to uncover a conspiracy, to reveal the truth. Yet, regrettably, he could discern no flaws in the individual before him. Who are you? Minato's eyes reddened at the sight before him. A murderer had appeared and was seizing his son, and Kushina beside him had begun to rise in alarm. Hurry and leave the Jinchuriki. Do you not care what will happen to the child? The masked man produced a kunai, placing it menacingly before the infant, coldly declaring his intentions. Wait, remain calm. Even the fourth Hokage felt a flicker of panic at this juncture. After all, this was his newborn child. You must convince yourself of that. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. I am completely composed at this moment. Make your choice. The masked man continued, tossing the newborn Naruto into the air, leaping after him to launch an attack, clearly intending to strike down the infant. The act of throwing the child into the air was evidently designed to afford Minato an opportunity to save him. The implication was clear. Would he choose the child or the adult? At that moment, Minato faced an excruciating dilemma: to protect the greater or the lesser. In any other circumstance, such a choice might never have arisen. But witnessing the assailant's fierce determination and the kunai now poised before the infant, it was evident this was no jest. Naruto, unable to contain herself, Kushina cried out, distressed at the thought of her newborn being lost so soon after birth. With her piercing scream, Minato made a split-second decision, vanishing from his position and reappearing to catch Naruto, securing him against the wall, thereby rescuing him from the clutches of the masked man. The masked man had no surprises in store. His true objective was not Naruto, but rather Kushina on the other side. Indeed, the golden flash was remarkable. What did he do next? While speaking, he charged toward Kushina, raising two fingers to trigger the explosive tag. Previously, when he had captured Naruto, he had already prepared the explosive tag on him. In an instant, the tag ignited, catching Minato off guard, but he reacted swiftly, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato vanished from his spot and reappeared in a house where he had previously marked the Flying Thunder God seal. Upon his arrival, he immediately unraveled the bindings around Naruto and swiftly exited the house, leaving the explosive tag inside. The moment Minato departed, the explosive tag detonated, obliterating the house. Both Minato and Naruto were hurled through the air, the force of the explosion considerable, causing Minato to sustain minor injuries to his legs. Fortunately, Naruto emerged unscathed, though the shock clearly frightened him. "Do not cry, little Naruto. You are safe now." He removed the debris from his legs and comforted the young boy. His focus was fixed on Kushina. He needed to return quickly. Minato made a quick decision and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to another designated location, placing Naruto down before hastening away. From an earlier commotion, it was evident that the masked man's target had always been Kushina, or rather, the Nine Tails. Just a brief encounter had allowed him to sense the malevolent aura of that evil being. At the outskirts of Konohagakure, near a pile of stones by a lake, the area was cluttered with sealing runes, and Kushina was bound and sealed there, directly facing the masked man. "What do you intend to do?" Kushina inquired, her voice laced with anger. Just moments after giving birth to her son, someone had almost taken his life, and no one could forgive such a villain. The masked man, unfazed, declared his objective. "I will extract the Nine Tails from you and then destroy Konohagakure." As he spoke, he began to act. With the activation of his Sharingan, the already strained binding on the Nine Tails became untenable. The gigantic fox with 9 tails erupted from Kushina's abdomen. The terrifying sight left those in the system's space wide-eyed. This fox, the 9 tails, it could just emerge from her body like that. The knowledge base of Sakura, Sasuke, and others was shaken. Meanwhile, Kakashi felt a pang of discomfort at the scene. Naruto, however, remained transfixed, sensing the presence of the 9 tails. "This is the monster of our world? It seems far more potent than any dangerous species. It could easily crush me with a single swipe. Is this truly something a person can control or stop?" Tazmi observed the scene, his mind swirling with thoughts. Arriving here, he was no longer surprised or curious about the situation. The presence of such monsters made him exceedingly cautious. He witnessed the 9 tails, summoned from the woman's body, with eyes transformed into 3 black Tomo shapes, now under the masked man's command. "Stop!" Even though the 9 tails had been drawn out, Kushina's vitality and willpower remained steadfast. Today, she had given birth to 2 children, and it seemed everything sought to emerge from her. Truly, the Uzumaki clan was remarkable. Even stripped of their tailed beast, they could still survive. "Since you are the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, let it escort you on your final journey." The masked man regarded Kushina with a serious expression, mercilessly issuing commands. As he spoke, he manipulated the 9 tails into action. Under his orders, the frenzied 9 tails slammed a massive paw down on the spot where Kushina had been, unleashing an explosive sound that resonated like an earthquake, shattering rocks around. Should that paw fall, Kushina would surely perish. Yet in that very instant, a miracle occurred. A figure appeared beside Kushina and vanished just as quickly. Minato had arrived, swiftly transporting Kushina to a safe location. True to his title as the Golden Flash, he did not disappoint, but it was already too late. The masked man observed Minato rescuing Kushina with a calm demeanor. However, Minato paid him no mind, leaving behind a fierce glare before disappearing from the scene. It was evident that this usually composed individual was now furious, ignoring the masked man's indifference. He proceeded with his next command and took off, muttering, "Well then, I shall head straight to Konohagakure." Meanwhile, within their home, Minato reassured Kushina, "Do not worry. I will handle things from here. Just stay close to Naruto." Gently placing Kushina beside Naruto, he spoke softly. Below, his fists were clenched tightly, suppressing the anger he felt earlier. Though he longed to remain by their side, the current situation demanded his attention. Without lingering any longer, he donned his Hokage cloak. As the 4th Hokage, Minato made his choice. Konohagakure needed him, and he must answer the call. "Thank you, Minato. Please be careful." Kushina understood Minato's character, not wanting him to worry excessively. Like any ordinary wife, she offered a gentle reminder, "I will return shortly." Minato replied with a brief statement before vanishing from his spot. Teleporting away, bearing the title of 4th Hokage, he could not afford to fail. So cool. Naruto gazed at Minato, feeling an inexplicable sense of admiration and closeness. Meanwhile, within him, the immense fox was distinctly aware of the unfolding events outside. As the situation developed, its chakra began to seep forth. Chapter 114. Uchiha Obito, oh no. The Nine Tails has appeared. Kakashi sensed trouble immediately upon witnessing the scene. I feel so hot. Naruto also felt an uncomfortable sensation, as if flames were igniting on his body. Stay calm. Kakashi intended to act, but soon noticed the red chakra being repressed by the sealing power. It seemed as if something was desperately trying to break free. Naruto clutched his stomach, appearing unwell. Hang in there. Stay calm. Otherwise, you won't want to see what happens next. After checking the seal, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there are no issues. Kakashi-sensei, what is happening with Naruto? Sakura asked, having sensed the overwhelming red chakra that instilled a sense of pressure. Noticing Naruto's change. This is not something you should concern yourselves with right now. Kakashi hesitated before responding, his gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. It was already leading to speculation. Are you suggesting that Naruto is the fox, or that the fox is sealed within him, just like that woman? Uchiha Sasuke stated directly, piecing together the implications. The fox Naruto indeed sensed it as well. However, such matters were never openly discussed with him. Is that not so, Kakashi-sensei? He turned to Kakashi, seeking confirmation. Yet, Kakashi at that moment seemed disinclined to elaborate further, his gaze fixated on the unfolding scene. Just moments ago, the Kyuubi unleashed a tailed beast bomb, hurtling directly towards Hokage Rock, while the fourth Hokage, Minato, swiftly transported that destructive force to the remote mountains behind. This should have brought relief, but the masked man reappeared. In an instant, Minato had already discerned his adversary. Bearing the name of Hokage, he could not allow them to act with impunity. Upon sensing the enemy, Minato deftly thrust a kunai towards him, striking true at the forehead. Yet, to his astonishment, there was no sensation of impact. The kunai, along with his arm, passed right through the opponent's head, leaving Minato momentarily bewildered. Your opponent is me, and is already over, the masked man proclaimed, evading the attack with an air of triumph. In a swift motion, he seized Minato's hand, manipulating their positions with a flicker of reality. In the next instant, a powerful gravitational force emanated from the masked figure, attempting to ensnare Minato. However, Minato, quick to react, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. You fled quickly. But next time, I shall absorb you the moment we make contact, the masked man remarked, his dissatisfaction evident as he remained in place. Preparing to pursue Minato through a space-time ninjutsu. Kakashi, witnessing this, was left in a state of confusion. Has Obito truly taken action against the fourth? Moreover, employing space-time ninjutsu complicates matters significantly. Kakashi glanced at Kai, evidently hoping for some explanation. Isn't it natural for people to grow? Kai responded, his expression one of bemusement, declining to delve deeper. While growth is indeed a natural process, Kakashi found it hard to believe that Obito could contend with Minato, as he perceived an insurmountable gap between them. You should observe for yourself, Kai said, refusing to elucidate further. The questions posed by the system were not his concern. He merely functioned as a paid facilitator. Careless disclosure of information was unacceptable. Kakashi, clearly displeased by the lack of answers, remained composed, his primary concern being Naruto's safety, fearing the consequences of the Kyuubi's rampage. In the scene, after Minato and the masked man had switched positions, Minato speculated, "Are you Uchiha Obito? No, that cannot be. He has long since perished." He quickly dismissed his own conjecture. The name Uchiha Obito surfaced in the thoughts of those within the system space. The masked man then spoke. Well, who can say? It may not be so. He did not deny his identity. At this juncture, who one is no longer matters. What I wish to know is why you are attacking Konoha and your motives. Minato quickly suppressed his thoughts. Regardless of the identity, he would not spare anyone who would destroy Konoha. Motives? If I must say, it is a whim, a long-term strategy. It is for war and perhaps for peace. Perhaps it encompasses both. The masked man replied nonchalantly, treating Konoha's destruction as a trivial matter. His contemptuous demeanor made Minato acutely aware of the masked man's dangerous nature, both in ideology and power. As they conversed, both Minato and the masked man prepared for battle. During this exchange, the masked man produced chains to restrain Minato, ready to seize him in an instant. No matter who you are, You shall remain here, Minato declared as he initiated his own actions. The masked man's thoughts and actions were perilously reckless. Thus, this conflict must be resolved here. You are exceedingly overconfident, the masked man retorted, showing no fear as he again became intangible, passing through Minato's body. Behind him, chains materialized, binding Minato. Yet, Minato's reflexes were sharp, and he swiftly employed the flying thunder god to escape. With battle experience now on his side, Minato analyzed his opponent's abilities. The instant intangibility of the masked man's space technique revealed a weakness during his physical manifestations. The outcome now hinged on whose attack speed was superior. And at that moment of corporeality, Minato charged forth, launching a specially crafted kunai with precision. I have won. The kunai pierced through the masked man's intangible form as his body made contact with Minato, poised to seize him. This was entirely within Minato's expectations. He began to gather chakra for a Rasengan. Upon sensing the masked man's corporeality, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique. This was the second stage of the technique. With a swift motion, Minato changed positions, appearing in midair above the masked man just as he materialized. Rasengan, the attack erupted, crashing into the masked figure and sending him sprawling to the ground, leaving behind the mark of the Flying Thunder God. Was that the kunai from earlier? The masked man thought, recalling the kunai that had pierced his forehead. He had not anticipated such a rapid counter. It was not merely combat awareness, but also the speed of physical response and ninjutsu execution that set Minato apart. The fourth Hokage is truly magnificent, Sakura remarked, her admiration for Minato's prowess igniting her enthusiasm. This was no longer merely about identity. It was his strength and charisma that captivated her. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, can you perform that technique? The flying in that sphere, can you do it? Naruto exclaimed, envious as he observed the display. It felt so fitting for him, especially with the shared golden hair. You, the underachiever, aspire to learn such techniques? Those are at least A or even S rank forbidden jutsu, Sasuke interjected, teasingly provoking Naruto. I can definitely do it, Sasuke. One day, I will use that technique to defeat you, Naruto retorted, his irritation sparked by Sasuke's words. Huh, the aspirations of the underachiever. Sasuke scoffed. Enough, you two. Ninjutsu cannot be learned by just anyone, and it is not suitable for you at present. We can discuss it later, Kakashi interjected, deflecting the conversation. His authority on the matter was not to be questioned. What? Kakashi-sensei probably doesn't even know how to do it, Naruto muttered under his breath. Even Sakura and Sasuke cast doubtful glances at him. This made Kakashi momentarily wish to unleash a Rasengan upon them. Ugh, how repulsive, Sakura exclaimed, gazing at the detached white arm of the masked man with disdain. It appeared sticky and reminiscent of an otherworldly creature, rendering her uncomfortable. We in Konoha do not possess such things, Kakashi stated gravely, his focus intensely fixed on a masked figure. If the individual truly is Uchiha Obito, he must have joined some organization, which would explain his formidable power and that peculiar arm. Why Obito? Why not return, and instead choose to attack Konoha? Reflecting on the tragic transformation of his former ally into a being neither human nor ghostly, Kakashi found himself struggling to cope. In the scene, Obito, missing an arm, exhibited no trace of fear. You have outmaneuvered me. Is this what they call the elusive golden flash? It demands utmost caution. It is indeed terrifying. However, the masked man had initially intended to boast, yet Minato granted him no opportunity. Utilizing the mark left previously, he instantaneously appeared beside him, driving a kunai forcefully into his body, inflicting severe injury. Furthermore, the contract seal was promptly undone, liberating the Kyuubi from his control. Thus, the Kyuubi is no longer your possession. Namake's Minato, such speed, was that the mark from before? Truly, the fourth Hokage. I did not expect you could injure me and separate me from the Kyuubi. This is indeed unexpected. Nevertheless, the Kyuubi will ultimately belong to me. This is merely the beginning. I am destined to unify the world, and I possess ample means to do so. Even severely wounded, the masked man could no longer maintain his facade. He came to Konoha to put on a show, only to lose the Kyuubi sustain an injury, and even lose an arm. This left the masked man with a tinge of regret. At this moment, the injured masked man dared not linger any longer, lest he lose his life. He could only leave behind a harsh remark before hastily departing. As the space twisted and enveloped him, he soon vanished from sight. Is this the conclusion? Kakashi, observing the darkened screen before him, could not help but speak. Where's Obito? I have not seen him at all. Moreover, Kai glanced at the system, clearly discerning that more footage awaited. Just as he spoke, the scene materialized. The visuals depicted the Shinobi World War, showcasing numerous individuals, including glimpses of his mentor and the grown-up Sasuke. Most striking was the peculiar Obito. Why does he appear thus? That hair, that face? Why does Obito possess the Rinnegan? That legendary eye? Gazing at the unique black and white visage, Kakashi struggled to contain his emotions but quickly subdued them. He yearned to declare this as a fabrication, yet deep down, he found himself believing it. There seemed to be no need for deceit. For now, he had not observed any signs of trickery from this individual. They all bore an attitude of believing or disregarding as they pleased. Sasuke, that must be Sasuke, yet those eyes are so strange. And that person, is that not the fourth Hokage? Did he not perish? This chaotic scenario, indeed, must be a deception. Hey, returned Sasuke's fire style. Naruto and Sakura erupted in frustration, directing their ire towards Kai. Meanwhile, the scene unfolded, accompanied by a flying thunder god technique. Namake's Minato's kunai had been stained with considerable blood, and Uchiha Obito's body was cleaved apart. Obito, watching his mentor deliver the final blow to Obito, Kakashi felt a heavy heart, filled with confusion. What transpired here? And what of the monstrous entity beneath Obito? Is this the conspiracy of his organization? In the scene, his mentor, Obito. The sudden strike from Minato, who had flown in, caught him by surprise. Yet, as Obito collapsed, Minato regained his composure, realizing who his adversary was during the Nine Tails rampage years ago. At that moment, clarity dawned upon him, revealing his previous opponent. Moreover, the mark left by the Flying Thunder God technique was unmistakable. So it was you. The mark of the Flying Thunder God will never vanish. I believe I have not mentioned this to you, Obito. So you're still alive. How wonderful it would be if you could become Hokage. Why? Why did you become like this? Observing the fallen Obito, Minato sighed softly. Next, it was merely a matter of sealing that resurrected Uchiha Madara. At the same time, the grown-up Uchiha Sasuke made his appearance. Thus, the war would conclude. On what grounds do you claim the war has ended, my traitorous compatriot? As Sasuke spoke, the bloodied Obito, lying on the ground, suddenly interjected, his tone dripping with sarcasm. With his words, the surroundings began to be consumed and absorbed by his body, including the monstrous entity beneath him, as a terrifying energy converged towards him. At that moment, the scene froze, leaving Kakashi wide-eyed and eager to discern what transpired, utterly bewildered. He glanced at Kai. What is happening? It feels akin to being interrupted while attending to nature's call. Chapter 115, Resurrection. What comes next? Uzumaki Naruto, unfazed by other matters, spoke up. And what of Sasuke's situation? Why did it end here? Haruno Sakura, with a starry-eyed expression, seemed smitten by the earlier appearance of Sasuke, akin to a hunter encountering prey. It has concluded. Their identities are unveiled. In summary, Uchiha Obito is not dead. He has been lurking, plotting to seize your world. With a major antagonist in play, isn't this sufficient? Kai addressed them directly. The major villain has appeared, and it cannot conclude here. Kakashi listened to this statement, unsure how to retort. Initially, they had disbelieved, and now, there was no opportunity to continue observing. Obito. Kakashi fell into silence. Meanwhile, Kai paid them little mind, focusing on the next inquiry. Soon, he sensed that this system bore a resemblance to theirs. What is the reason behind Uchiha Obito's descent into darkness? 1. Due to the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. 2. Because he sought to be a disciple of Uchiha Madara. 3. Due to the death of Noara Rin. 4. Because the fourth Hokage did not save him. Reward: 1 designated resurrection card. Punishment: deduction of a certain ability. Each option appeared. Kai said nothing further, merely releasing it into the open, allowing them to see it all at once. Another question has emerged. What does this mean by descent into darkness? When did it occur? It should refer to his transformation from a good person to one who attacks Konoha and his comrades. Naruto bombarded them with questions akin to a flood of inquiries, while Haruno Sakura attempted to respond, seemingly eager to showcase her intellect. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Kakashi focused on the query at hand. Mangekyo Sharingan. If I am not mistaken, it resembles the eyes of that man. Sasuke pondered. Moreover, now within the Uchiha clan, aside from him and that man, there seemed to be others as well. Furthermore, Uchiha Sasuke was continually haunted by the image of the one previously labeled as a traitor, particularly the notable change in his eyes at that moment. The future. What could be the cause of Kakashi's descent into darkness? Kakashi fixated on the answer before him, subsequently glancing at the rewards. What does this designated resurrection card signify? At that moment, Tazmi made an appearance to assert his presence. Is resurrection truly achievable? Resurrection, as you envision it, is indeed possible. But this designated resurrection card pertains to a specific individual, one that cannot be altered. Only by answering correctly will you discern who is resurrected. Kai observed Tazmi, who now appeared quite intrigued. His gaze, however, remained predominantly on Kakashi and his companions, as they were the ones currently responding to the questions. I shall take on the answering this time, Kakashi stated, looking directly at Naruto and his two companions. Given the present circumstances, it would be prudent for Sakura to answer, as Naruto, being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, could place Konoha in jeopardy if anything were to go awry. As for Uchiha Sasuke, being the last of his clan within Konoha, any incident involving him could lead to unforeseen consequences. Regarding Sakura, she was rather unremarkable. Nevertheless, Kakashi was not inclined to make such a decision. No, regardless of the cost, he was willing to bear it, as long as he could uncover the truth about Obito. Are you serious? Sasuke cast a glance, still shaken by the earlier loss of his fire style technique. Should Kakashi's abilities be taken from him, it would spell disaster for him as a Jonin. Leave it to me. Typically, Kakashi would have offered some encouraging words, but at this moment, he lacked the disposition for such sentiments. As he spoke, Kakashi had already made his choice. I choose the death of Noera Rin. Although he was uncertain about the Mangekyo Sharingan, it was evident that it would not lead to a complete transformation of a person's character into madness. As for Uchiha Madara, if it were a matter of control, he might entertain the notion. The grudge stemming from the fourth Hokage's intervention was also a factor. Kakashi had seen enough to know that Obito sought to acquire the Nine Tails for himself, and dealing with their teacher was merely incidental. The only plausible explanation was the death of Noera Rin. There were undoubtedly other factors he remained unaware of. As Kakashi made his choice, the answer began to materialize. Oh yeah, Kakashi-sensei is amazing, Naruto exclaimed excitedly from his side. Kakashi's correct guess invigorated him. If we answer correctly, we can discover who will be resurrected. Could it possibly be that elder Noera Rin? Sakura cautiously remarked. Her words stirred a sense of excitement within Kakashi. Is it Rin? Upon hearing Sakura's words, Kakashi inexplicably felt a surge of anticipation. Congratulations, rewards are now being distributed. Along with the scene from that time, Kai promptly announced, ensuring no one was left waiting. With Kai's words, a radiant light suddenly appeared before Kakashi, swiftly coalescing into form, revealing a girl who appeared to be merely a teenager. She was indeed Noera Rin. Kakashi gazed at the girl before him, momentarily taken aback. The girl, adorned with face paint, seemed equally bewildered, quickly sensing her surroundings and looking towards Kakashi. Kakashi? Noera Rin cautiously inquired. Although she bore a striking resemblance, this person seemed somewhat older, leaving her uncertain. It is I, Rin. Kakashi spoke slowly, suppressing his emotions. It really is you. Have you also perished? Why have you become like this? I seem to possess a true body. This is exceedingly strange. What has happened to you? And what about our teachers? Noera Rin bombarded him with questions, stepping closer to assess Kakashi's condition, as if examining an injury. I am unharmed. I have not died. This is merely an unexpected occurrence that appears to have allowed your resurrection. I remain uncertain whether you are truly Rin or merely a puppet. As a ninja, Kakashi maintained his professional composure. While explaining, he also elaborated on the current situation, the nature of this system space, and how they had arrived there. Kakashi felt a certain fondness towards this being resembling Noera Rin, yet it remained just a fondness. He would not place himself in jeopardy for someone whose identity was still in question. Noera Rin wore a perplexed expression, but she quickly regained her composure. So it is due to this gentleman? I sincerely thank you. I too am unsure if I'm being controlled. However, this consciousness and these memories appear authentic. Of course, if you perceive me as a threat, you may restrain me. Kakashi. Noera Rin spoke in a relaxed manner. To her, the notion of her resurrection was indeed peculiar, and seeking some form of assurance was entirely reasonable. Although she expressed gratitude towards Kai, there was an unmistakable sense of reluctance in her demeanor. The memories she possessed were those leading up to her death, leaving her entirely unaware of the circumstances. Thus, she naturally leaned towards trusting Kakashi more. I apologize for putting you in this position. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Under the current circumstances, it was evidently wiser to restrain Rin for the time being. At the very least, sealing techniques should be employed for control. As he took action, he glanced towards Kai, and upon seeing that Kai had no intention of intervening, he breathed a sigh of relief. It is truly wonderful to encounter you again. How are the teachers? Have they had children? You appear to have aged significantly. It must have been over a decade, yet you still seem like a child to me. I shall have to address you as Kakashi-senpai, or perhaps Uncle Kakashi. He chuckled softly. Even when restrained, Noera Rin exhibited no signs of impatience, instead continuing to inquire about their teacher's well-being. Kakashi-sensei, is this your former teammate? Sakura interjected, observing the elder who was not much older than them, her familiarity with him prompting her to speak up. Yes, he and Obito were my former teammates. Greetings. I never anticipated that Kakashi would be leading a team now. It is quite surprising. Kakashi has certainly matured a great deal. Obito would be thrilled to know. Noera Rin smiled, glancing at Naruto and the others. Naruto felt a bit bashful under her radiant smile, as it was rare for him to receive such a bright expression from a girl within his social circle. As for Sasuke, he remained aloof, his demeanor unchanged. Greetings, Noera Rin-senpai. Sakura greeted politely, her mind drifting back to their earlier queries regarding their teacher, the fourth Hokage, and the other individual, Uchiha Obito. What delightful girl. Noera Rin greeted with a smile. Kakashi, how are our teachers faring now? According to their current ages, the children should have arrived by now. I long to see them. A flurry of thoughts surged forth. The expressions on the faces of those around her turned slightly peculiar upon hearing her words. If Yuan Lin were to see Uchiha Obito, then their teacher had unexpectedly passed away. Kakashi hesitated before speaking. Teacher, he is undeniably powerful, but what about Jikusenai? Yuan Lin thought of Jikusenai. Given her age and seniority, she naturally could not refer to her as an elder sister. However, since the other party was displeased, she gradually grew accustomed to it. They had encountered trouble together. Kakashi spoke up. Meanwhile, Yuan Lin appeared to be in shock, her vitality dimming. How could this happen? Who did they encounter? Upon hearing this, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. In Yuan Lin's eyes, their teacher could not possibly fall into danger so easily, even when surrounded by a multitude of ninjas. Surely, there must be an underlying issue. The fourth Hokage was killed by that Uchiha Obito sister. Naruto interjected, glancing at Yuan Lin. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke up. Yuan Lin was momentarily taken aback by his words. Initially, she felt a twinge of annoyance, wishing Naruto would refrain from joking. Yet, she soon noticed Kakashi's solemn demeanor. Is this true? Yuan Lin could not comprehend. Why had things turned out this way? Why had such events transpired? Perhaps it is true. I only just learned this news. It could also be that all of this is a fabrication. Kakashi stated plainly, if it were all a lie, then Yuan Lin would be a lie as well. This was something he found difficult to accept. It seems many things have occurred since my death. Obito, teacher Yuan Lin began to grow silent, her expression becoming blank. Having already received her reward, it was time to move on to the next stage. Observing the video that had popped up, Kao spoke up without regard for the deep emotional turmoil displayed by those around him. The next stage? Kakashi and the others were already aware of what was happening. while Yi Yuan-lin remained puzzled. But soon, the visuals unfolded before her. What is this? A very familiar scene, a battlefield surrounded by the hidden mist village. Here, she was, and it was where she had met her demise. Obito? Soon enough, our protagonist Uchiha Obito appeared on screen. In the footage, he exclaimed, "Lin Kakashi, wait for me. I'm coming to save you." Filled with excitement and anxiety, Obito could hardly contain his eagerness to reunite with his comrades, eagerly anticipating the surprise he would bring them. Watching the lively Obito on the screen, both Kakashi and Yi Yuan-lin were rendered speechless. What is this? Though Yi Yuan-lin was aware of the inquiry, the imagery was still novel to her. This depicted the reason behind Obito's attack on Konoha. If all of this were indeed true, Kakashi explained to Yi Yuan-lin. If it is all true, then Obito... In an instant, Yi Yuan-lin understood. Obito might have encountered a problem due to her death. As for her feelings toward Obito, she was no longer a child. She was of an age in Konoha where marriage was possible. Yet, she had never known how to articulate her emotions. I never expected, was it all because of me? No, Obito merely lost his way for a moment. If it is true, I will find him. Kakashi glanced at Yi Yuan-lin, then at Kyle, finally fixing his gaze on the image of Obito. Regardless, we must first attempt to locate him. Losing one's way? If the teacher truly suffered because of him, then he was undoubtedly in the wrong. Yi Yuan-lin was deeply conflicted. To awaken only to encounter such circumstances left her bewildered. What kind of hellish realm was this? Not only had she learned of her teacher's death, but she also discovered that it might have been caused by her dear friend. Moreover, the footage of her own death was still being broadcast. Was this not a public execution? Was this the price of resurrection? Was this the burden of the living? Chapter 116. Even if it were Naruto, it would be impossible within the confines of the system space. When Kakashi mentioned Minato Namikaze, the joy of Yi Yuan-lin's appearance had somewhat diminished. If I could meet Obito, I would try to persuade him. We should see what truly happened. Though it may be due to me, Yi Yuan-lin also pondered. However, it was unlikely that Obito alone could challenge Konoha or their teacher. Kakashi nodded solemnly, watching as Obito raced to find them. At this moment, he was acutely aware of what the other party might witness next. The familiar scene, the well-known battlefield, had surfaced. Kakashi even suspected that the opponent had accessed his memories to recreate this display. Suddenly, Sakura let out a shriek. Glancing at the footage, Naruto and Sasuke were also taken aback. In contrast, Kakashi and Yi Yuan-lin exhibited calmness, having anticipated this. As the scene unfolded upon Obito's arrival, he did not witness Kakashi and Yi Yuan-lin engaged in a fierce battle. Instead, he saw Kakashi piercing Yi Yuan-lin's chest with Chidori, killing his own teammate, which left Sakura and the others astonished. I had the three tails sealed within me at that time. The people of the Hidden Mist intended to utilize me to wreak havoc on the village. Dying at Kakashi's hands was my own choice. Yi Yuan-lin a planet tenderi, preventing Sakura and the others from spiraling into wild speculation. Kakashi, immersed in the scene, had no capacity for further contemplation. Yi Yuan-lin was similarly affected, witnessing her own demise once more. Observing Kakashi's pained expression and the emotions from Obito that she had not felt before, their images ultimately overlapped. Uchiha Obito was swiftly enveloped by a white substance, and as his Sharingan shed tears, a clear transformation overtook the scene. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, their eyes converged. Transitioning from the double Tomo to the kaleidoscope Sharingan formed the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the fabled eye. Kakashi. Uchiha Sasuke was astonished, gazing at Kakashi, who had recently learned that he possessed the three-tomo Sharingan. He was already taken aback. Now, witnessing this legendary eye, which could rival Itachi's, and the eye that contended with the fourth Hokage, it stirred feelings of envy within him. Moreover, why was it that merely losing one woman could grant him the kaleidoscope Sharingan? A family completely annihilated, and he had only unlocked a single tomo? Could it be that he truly was utterly useless? Recalling his own past at the academy and in Konoha, Sasuke was nearly provoked into advancing his Sharingan. Yet, in the end, he restrained himself. Kakashi, your eye is also a kaleidoscope? I am uncertain, but the burden this eye places on me is indeed substantial. Kakashi replied. The gaze remains fixated on Dato within the scene. What place is this? I refuse to acknowledge it. How can I accept such a reality? Enveloped by white, plant-like entities, Dato lets out a heart-wrenching cry. Even his body erupts with branch-like protrusions. Who is this person? Reinforcements? Do not underestimate the Blood Mist Village. The inhabitants of Kirigakure have evidently noticed this individual charging directly towards them. At this moment, Dato fights as if he were an entirely different person, leaving Kakashi somewhat astonished. It is not merely his astonishing physical prowess. He also employs the elusive power he wielded against the four Hokage. Ultimately, he manifests abilities akin to those of wooden plants, relentlessly piercing through the bodies of the Kirigakure ninjas. Retrieve the corpses. We cannot allow him to take them away. The people of Kirigakure desperately attempt to recover the body of Noera Rin, which only angers Dato further. He dashes forward, employing his abilities to pierce through individual after individual, swiftly reaching Noera Rin's side. Those near her are swiftly dispatched, and even the fallen Kirigakure ninjas are mercilessly attacked by Dato, as if he were a frenzied beast. His madness not only instills a sense of oppression in the Kirigakure ninjas, but also evokes a sense of dread in all who witness this scene. Who is this individual? The people of Kirigakure are utterly bewildered, some even contemplating fleeing in terror. When Dato turns to look at them, they instinctively take a step back in fright. In the next moment, a nightmare unfolds as a torrent of wood release erupts from Dato's being, swiftly ensnaring the ninjas of Kirigakure and leaving behind only a trail of shattered corpses. Dato's massacre unleashes a formidable wood release ability, transforming the battlefield into a true hell on earth. So, this is it. I find myself in hell. Blood and bodies litter the ground. The only one still standing is Dato, drenched in the blood of his enemies, indifferent to the number of lives he has claimed. The only bodies lying on the ground are those of Noera Rin and a comatose Kakashi. Is this the transformed Dato? Noera Rin watches as Dato ruthlessly slaughters the ninjas of Kirigakure, ultimately kneeling beside her own corpse. Why does he possess wood release? Is it not the ability of the first Hokage? Has he acquired some new power? And what of that white entity? It appears to be alive. Noera Rin is taken aback and filled with sorrow. Why has it come to this? The people here are equally astonished. The power said to quell chaos has manifested within Dato. At this moment, each individual is utterly confounded. Kakashi now comprehends why he awoke surrounded by corpses. As for Noera Rin, I am uncertain. Kakashi merely wishes to ascertain Dato's whereabouts. Uchiha Dato. The others, Naruto and Sakura, remain silent. But Sasuke fixates on this Uchiha Dato, a fellow clansman who is later branded a traitor. All right, everyone, this question has concluded. Let us proceed to the next one. Kyle observes their stunned expressions, clearly struggling to digest their emotions. After a brief pause, he glances at the next question and begins. The question, whatever the challenge may be. Bring it on. I, Uzumaki Naruto, fear nothing. Upon hearing this, Naruto shouts with fervor. He is increasingly intrigued by the situation within this QA space. Perhaps it can make him stronger or even resurrect his parents. The possibilities are endless. As Kyle reminds them, he resumes his seat, noting the bewildered expression of Tatsumi across the way. This fellow has had little presence since arriving here. Multiple choice. Who will Uchiha Sasuke marry in the future? Resulting in a daughter named Uchiha Sarada. Image 1. Uzumaki Naruto. Image 2. Haruno Sakura. Image 3. Kagaya. Image 4. Hinata Hyuga. Image. Reward. Doubling of ocular power. Penalty. The exposure of a video featuring Uchiha Sasuke kissing Uzumaki Naruto throughout the entire ninja world. Why is this penalty related to me? Naruto protests. Why would a punishment like this concern him? Who has kissed that guy? Do not speak carelessly. Observing the gazes of Noera Rin and Kakashi, Sasuke hastily interjects. His pride is at stake. He still values his reputation. Why is it like this, Naruto? Sakura suddenly recalls something upon seeing the penalty. Grabbing Naruto, she nearly spirals into a rage. If this penalty truly becomes public throughout the ninja world, Sasuke will be finished. This would be a stain on his life. Even if she were to end up with Sasuke, there would always be whispers about him being the one who kissed another man in front of the entire ninja world, especially among acquaintances. How embarrassing. At this moment, Haruno Sakura is already contemplating the future. However, upon viewing the subsequent images, she feels somewhat disheartened. Initially, she thought Sarada resembled her, but upon seeing Kagaya, who shares the same style of glasses, her confidence wavers. This woman must not steal Sasuke away. Once self-assured, Sakura now contemplates whether she should prevent Sasuke from encountering this woman. This is none of my business. Do not voice your opinions to me. I am merely a worker. Kyle dismisses their concerns. He is solely focused on finishing his work on time, eager to receive his reward and leave. A worker, their dissatisfaction is evident. But it is clear that Kyle is quite indifferent to their plight. You answer this question, regardless of who answers incorrectly, the penalty will fall upon all of you. Kakashi nearly states outright, this penalty is manageable compared to losing abilities or facing worse consequences. A video of a kiss is hardly significant. Perhaps, of course, Kakashi refrains from voicing his further thoughts. If Sasuke were to attain the doubling of his ocular power, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. As long as they guess correctly, we can eliminate Naruto from the options, Sakura asserts. She is unsure why Naruto is even included, but that is irrelevant. What matters is that she wishes to know who Sasuke's future partner will be. We must act quickly. Sasuke is hers, and Sarada is hers too. Excluding. Naruto appears to have something to say, but ultimately decides against it. Other options might be viable, but given the current situation, Sakura truly feels the urge to strike someone. Sasuke, have you already made up your mind? Sakura inquires with concern directed at Sasuke. In truth, she hopes he will choose her. Regrettably, it seems that Kagaya is the one he leans towards. As for Hinata Hyuga, it is simply impossible. Not to mention the children. They have never interacted, and moreover, the other party's personality does not align with that of Sasuke. The odds are heavily in favor of one. Sakura feels confident she can win, but upon gazing at the image above, she becomes filled with doubt. Her thoughts are a chaotic whirlwind. Sasuke is in a similar state of mind. He too dismisses Naruto and Hinata as possibilities, knowing full well that a union with them is out of the question. The Hyuga clan is something he is somewhat familiar with, and inter-clan marriages are exceedingly difficult, akin to the former Uchiha clan. As for the remaining options, he firmly believes he could never be with Sakura. He glances at Sakura, whose face is filled with anticipation, and with a cold demeanor, he chooses to answer. I choose option 3. He remembers that woman. Though he cannot fathom why, he assumes that if he has caught her attention, there must be something special about her. Sakura, upon hearing this, feels her spirits plummet, yet she refrains from voicing her thoughts. Looking at Sarada's photograph, it is hard to deny that option 3 fits her perfectly. The traits are too evident. If her ocular power were to double, Sasuke could enhance his strength and perhaps even change his mind in the future. There remains a chance. So Sakura encourages herself. Sakura, I told you, we are meant to be together. Let that arrogant Sasuke pursue that girl named Xiangling. Naruto approaches, unabashedly displaying his puppy-like demeanor. Get away, Naruto. Don't let Sasuke misunderstand. Sakura responds with a look of disdain. Her hopes were already minimal, and now she feels even less inclined to interact with Naruto. Sakura. Naruto displays a sorrowful expression. Sasuke merely casts a glance at this peculiar display and chooses to ignore them. Let us announce the answer, he urges Kai, who is already prepared. What a pity. This question is wrong, Kai declares, and the revelation of the answer leaves many in shock. The most exhilarated are Sakura and Naruto. Why? Naruto cannot accept it. Sakura and Sasuke are together? What about me? In a trio, there must be a single dog, and it turns out to be me. He had thought that being a devoted admirer would yield everything. He looks at Sasuke, then at Sakura, and ultimately falls silent. It's me. Sakura feels a surge of excitement within. Yet, upon seeing Sasuke's grim expression, she maintains her composure. Having lost the chance for her ocular power to double and the possibility of exposure regarding her kiss with Naruto, she feels a wave of helplessness. Sasuke, it's all right. There will be other opportunities. Please don't speak. I need to calm down. Sasuke regards Sakura, taking in her appearance from head to toe. internally questioning how he could have developed feelings for someone like her. Has his taste truly changed? Or has he become so diminished that he would settle for Sakura as a wife? This is sheer torment. Considering Sakura's attitude towards Naruto, Sasuke feels a surge of discontent. Even if he were to be with Naruto, the sudden thought of punishment arises, and he suppresses it. Chapter 117. It's Tasumi's turn. The thought alone is terrifying. Why such thoughts suddenly arise? It would be better than being with Sakura. With various thoughts racing through his mind, Sasuke decides to cease all contemplation. Yet, the looming possibility of punishment still haunts him. A worldwide broadcast of him kissing Naruto? Would he even be able to face the world? The Uchiha name would be tarnished. I just want to die. This is unbearable. Who could Sasuke's future wife possibly be? It cannot be Hinata. Naruto chuckles beside him, completely oblivious to the fact that he too is a key player in the upcoming punishment. Hinata? Hinata? That seems unlikely. Kakashi muses silently, glancing at Haruno Sakura without further comment. A devoted admirer can't possibly have it all. It is inconceivable. She is not a match for Hinata. Sakura glares fiercely at Naruto. Hinata is nowhere near her caliber, and her clan certainly would not allow it. No need for further speculation. The answer is undoubtedly Haruno Sakura. Kai observes the ramblings of the others and straightforwardly provides the answer. With the answer comes the future of Sasuke as well. Why do I only have one hand? Sasuke gazes at the image, his mood deteriorating further. In the future, he has lost a hand. Sasuke is truly pathetic, but rest assured, I will assist you. Anyone who dares to harm you, I will break their hand first, Naruto boasts. His desire for attention palpable. What else could he do? Sakura is getting married and having children. Is it really me? At this moment, Sakura has no time to spare on Naruto's antics. Her focus is solely on the image. From a moment they come together to the arrival of Sarada, the only thing that bothers her is Sasuke's constant absence, returning only to connect with Naruto, making it seem as though Naruto is his wife. Notably, Naruto does not appear in these images at all. What kind of jutsu has my forehead undergone? It seems rather impressive, Sakura inquires tentatively. That appears to be Lady Tsunade's jutsu. Inuzuka, Rin interjects. She too has noticed Haruno Sakura's situation. It seems you may be accepted as Lady Tsunade's apprentice in the future. Perhaps you will learn medical ninjutsu, just like me. Inuzuka Rin suddenly seems to recall something. Their former team was comprised of 2 combatants and her healing abilities. The images flash intermittently, primarily depicting how they come together. Beyond that, little else is discernible. However, it appears that Konoha has undergone significant changes. As the images gradually fade, Sasuke comes to terms with reality, left at a loss for words. The next question arises. The matter of punishment will have to wait until they reach the ninja world. While Kai, having already seen the next question, appears somewhat perplexed. This time, it concerns Haruno Sakura. Multiple choice. Who was Haruno Sakura's first kiss after adulthood? 1. Uzumaki Naruto, image. 2. Uchiha Sasuke, image. 3. Inuzuka Kiba, image. 4. Rock Lee, image. Reward, doubling of physical strength. Punishment, exposure of the kissing video throughout the ninja world. What kind of joke is this? What kind of question is this? Is this harassment? Hey. Sakura gazes at the question, feeling insulted. Everything about it, from the question to the reward and punishment, feels like an affront to her dignity. What does it mean to possess monstrous strength? She does not desire such a capability. Even if granted the Uchiha bloodline, she would find it acceptable. But this so-called monstrous strength? Does she wish to pummel Naruto when she is angry? Sakura, it must be me. Naruto suddenly interjected from the side. However, upon uttering these words, he was promptly struck by the displeased Sakura. What do you mean it cannot possibly be you? Absolutely impossible. Even if it were Rock Lee, it cannot be you. Although she had yet to meet that browed fellow, Sakura's disdain was unmistakably evident in her tone. Ah, I see. Let us choose Sasuke then. Weak and feeble, like a mere noodle in Sakura's grasp, Naruto capitulated. He gazed at her with earnestness. Hearing this, Sakura nodded in satisfaction, casting a bashful glance towards Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke dared not entertain any thoughts. Would I too be subjected to such treatment in the future? A woman so violent? The very notion sent an unusual sensation coursing through him. This question is yours to answer. Kakashi spoke from his side. It was evident that this question had been tailored specifically for her, both in terms of punishment and reward. Since it was not a severe punishment, she might as well answer the question. I choose Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke. Contemplating her future husband, Sakura felt like a true victor in life. That gluttonous Ino could never compare to her. With a sense of pride and shyness, she feigned demureness, speaking cautiously. When she uttered Sasuke's name, her tone was notably gentle, a stark contrast to her earlier aggression towards Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. What a pity. That answer is incorrect. Kyle declared her sentence immediately upon hearing her response. Now, another name would be revealed. What? Sakura exclaimed, her expression brimming with disbelief. Could it be that Sakura had strayed? Naruto, curious, inquired. In the next moment, he was met with a fierce glare that resulted in a series of blows. By the end, he could hardly speak coherently. If you cannot articulate, it would be best to say less. Kakashi, feeling exasperated, observed. He had always been rather straightforward, yet Naruto surpassed him in that regard. It was truly excessive. The answer is Uzumaki Naruto. Before they could pose further questions, Kyle hastily provided the answer. It had been made abundantly clear. Surely everyone understood now. Naruto Sakura's voice erupted in a roar. I never imagined you to be this kind of person. It's a misunderstanding, Sakura. I am wronged. I could never do such a thing. I silence, you fool. Sakura's fierce demeanor silenced him. No one intervened. Perhaps they would witness a scene of a Konoha genin single-handedly defeating the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Although it was widely acknowledged that Konoha genin were the strongest, it remained an undeniable truth. All right, Sakura, look over there. Kakashi interjected, observing the scene unfolding. Sasuke continued to watch the display, glancing at both of them. This feels strange. Though he was still young, in this precocious Konoha, he sensed that many falling leaves had settled upon his head. In the scene, Sakura was administering first aid to Naruto, even performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Each observer had their own thoughts regarding the display. Sakura felt no embarrassment. She was determined to keep a close watch on this fool and ensure he would not sustain severe injuries. Otherwise, in such a public setting, how could she retain her dignity? Is getting injured acceptable? Naruto pondered frivolously. Ultimately, upon witnessing Sakura's murderous gaze, he chose to remain silent. This resembled a battlefield. Were there shinobi from Sunagakure present? Each ninja village bore different forehead protectors. Was this reminiscent of the battlefield related to Obito? Kakashi analyzed from the sidelines. The scene, however, appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Lin Yiyuan remained silent in response to these remarks. Just from this display, it was evident that Obito would cause considerable turmoil in the future. Punishments would befall you upon your return, Kao remarked to the group. Upon hearing this, Sakura nearly broke down. Upon returning, they would replay scenes of Sasuke and Naruto kissing, as well as her moments with Naruto. While these were all either accidental or acts of rescue, their public exhibition would be nothing short of harassment, would it not? Sakura, do not worry, I silence. Naruto, the devoted fool, was cut off mid-sentence, receiving yet another blow. The individual Sakura sought was not him, but rather the silent Sasuke beside them. In truth, Sasuke dared not make a sound. Previously, he had not considered this aspect, but watching Sakura pummel Naruto made him realize why his future self might not return home. Moreover, he might even lose an arm. Would Sakura in the future become so powerful as to break one of his arms and forcibly claim Naruto, compelling him to submit? The mere thought sent a shiver down Sasuke's spine. He felt an overwhelming urge to act preemptively, perhaps even to flee. Women are far too dangerous. Sasuke. Noticing Sasuke's unusual demeanor, Kakashi offered a reminder. Initially, Sasuke did not comprehend. Observing the others' gazes upon him, he pretended as if nothing had transpired. After all, he had always maintained a stoic expression. Even if it appeared slightly stiff, it mattered not. Sasuke, should anything arise, do inform me. I will. Sakura began, her words tinged with shyness. Sakura. Upon hearing this, she grew even more irate, glaring at Naruto. Enough, if you wish to play, do so elsewhere. Kyle intervened directly. This group was becoming increasingly rowdy, as if they owned the place. They were merely children, unburdened by pressure. The inexperienced are fearless. Can we return now? Kakashi spoke up. Though their harvest this time was not substantial, the information gleaned was sufficient. Even though Sasuke's fire release had dissipated and 2 individuals had faced exposure and punishment, they deemed it entirely acceptable. If Yuan Lin had indeed resurrected, they would need to escort everyone back to Konoha to confirm. Certainly. Do you wish to remain here overnight? This is not an inn. You would incur a fee for staying. Kyle did not verbalize this, but implied they could leave at any time. After all, he would simply collect his reward afterward. The issues of the Hokage world had concluded. Next, there was Tazmi, who had remained largely inconspicuous. I have another question. If we wish to return here, will there be another opportunity? If it were not for Yuan Lin's resurrection, Kakashi would not have been so concerned about the situation. He was curious whether the entire shinobi world would continuously broadcast the circumstances of Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto. These 3 individuals. One could only wonder if the future would feature their images prominently throughout the shinobi world. Fate favors those who are destined. Kai-Er spoke little, instead directing his gaze towards Tazimi, indicating that their turn had concluded and it was now his moment. The rules should be familiar to him after observing for so long. Perhaps he had a rough understanding. Tazimi felt a flicker of uncertainty. Initially, he was not overly anxious while watching their performances, but as he witnessed their formidable combat prowess, the tension began to mount. Each individual appeared monstrous, their threats far more terrifying than those of the dangerous creatures they faced. Thus, the event commenced. Kai-Er announced the beginning, and the first question appeared before Tazimi, who was yet to fully comprehend the situation. Just like the others before him, the audience could see the query as well. Kakashi and the others did not immediately depart. They could leave at any moment. Yet they chose to linger a while longer to observe the existence of this other world. The question posed was, in order to rescue his village from dire straits, Tazimi sets forth to the imperial capital intending to enlist and contribute. Upon arriving at the capital, what events will unfold? The options were, 1. Everything proceeds smoothly, and he successfully enlists. 2. The process is not entirely seamless, but he manages to enlist. 3. The circumstances are exceedingly unfavorable. He not only fails to enlist, but also offends the powerful, ultimately ending up imprisoned. 4. The situation is dire. He not only fails to enlist, but is also swindled out of his money, finding himself homeless on streets. The reward for success was a doubling of combat power, while the penalty for failure was an embarrassing female attire buff lasting a month, during which he could only wear women's clothing or run about naked. This? The female attire buff? Tazimi stared at the punishment, momentarily at a loss for words. What a peculiar sense of humor. The thought of wearing women's clothing made Kakashi and the others shudder. If such a fate befell them, undertaking missions in women's attire would surely be an eyesore. Although ninja garb for women was not particularly shocking, it served as a disguise, and with transformation techniques, one could maintain their original appearance while clad in feminine attire. Scenes of Naruto utilizing his harem technique flashed through his mind, only to be replaced by the faces of Kakashi-sensei and Uchiha Sasuke. Get out of my head. This feels dirty. Naruto's thoughts became a chaotic mess, overwhelmed by the imagery. While using ninjutsu might not be troubling, the thought of Kakashi or Sasuke donning women's clothing lingered in his mind. He could not erase the image of Sasuke posing in feminine garb, nor the sight of Kakashi teaching them ninjutsu while wearing a flowing gown, his leg hair swaying with every movement reminiscent of flowing hair. Chapter 118. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceptive she is. Thankfully, such a dreadful fate was not theirs to endure. All eyes turned towards Tazimi. Despite being a rather handsome young man, now evoked a sense of pity among the onlookers. Tazimi found himself at a loss. Why were they all looking at him like that? It was not as though he was destined to wear women's clothing. Gazing at the question above, Tazimi queried, "Do you wish for me to run about naked?" Naruto interjected immediately, "Can I answer correctly?" He directed his gaze at the one who would publicly proclaim affection in their world, yet Tazimi retorted, "You haven't even answered yet." And you already assume I'm failing. Tazimi chose not to dwell on the matter further. His focus fixated on the question. Answering correctly would prepare him for his time in the imperial capital and enhance his combat prowess, a necessity for him. Scanning the options, Tazimi felt that all outcomes were plausible, which left him in a quandary. After a moment of silence, he resorted to his unique method of speculation, tossing a coin. One side represented 1 and 2, while the other represented 3 and 4. He cast it again. The first toss landed on 3 and 4. The second toss, 4. Without hesitation, he chose option 4, resigning himself to the possibility of homelessness while dismissing the idea of wearing women's clothing if he could avoid it. I select 4. Hasta ze mi spoke. Kai Er initiated the system's review phase. Fortune smiled upon him. Kai Er had witnessed Tazimi's coin toss, which had been entirely based on chance. Congratulations. You have answered correctly. Kai Er wasted no time in announcing the results, unveiling not only the outcome, but also the rewards and visual representations. Ah, Tazimi exclaimed, feeling a surge of strength, as if a newfound power coursed through him. The transformation of his body exhilarated him, akin to years of diligent training compressed into a single moment. His prowess had doubled. This gamble had paid off. If only I could have such luck, Naruto mused, watching enviously, already contemplating whether to try his luck with a coin toss next time. What if he succeeded? Would his fox spirit multiply into 2? The others from Konoha remained silent, their eyes fixated on the scene that had unfolded. The imagery depicted Tazimi entering the imperial capital, bustling with activity. So many people, so lively. Sakura exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her as she turned to Sasuke, eager for a response. Regrettably, Sasuke merely cast a cold glance, treating her as if she were invisible. Indeed, many individuals appear to be in wretched states. While Sakura expressed her disbelief, the kind-hearted Noera Rin spoke up, noting that many here bore the hopelessness characteristic of those living through war. Kakashi added, though these are merely images, they reveal much. Va? Impossible. This is the imperial capital. Tazimi thought, still grappling with the fact that he would fail to enlist and be swindled, ultimately finding himself homeless. Yet he still felt a peculiar sense of identification with his country. I only speculated based on these people's conditions. If I'm mistaken, I apologize, Kakashi said. Glancing at Tazimi, he did not wish to argue further. If Tazimi was unwilling to accept his perspective, then so be it. I simply find it hard to believe. This is the imperial capital, the most prosperous place. Tazimi recalled the small village where they paid substantial taxes each year. He mumbled to himself, uncertain whether to agree with Kakashi's assertion. His instinctive rebuttal seemed futile. In the unfolding imagery, he began searching for recruitment opportunities, only to find the reality starkly different from his expectations. Moreover, in the visuals, he was not subjected to any testing and was quickly dismissed, displaying a lackadaisical attitude. Soon, he encountered a cunning blonde woman, and the visuals showed him completely ensnared, believing she had connections to the military, only to be lured into a meal, ultimately parting with his money. It was only when the proprietor alerted him that he realized he had been deceived. The boss, clearly, had seen through it all long ago, yet chose not to offer any warnings. How could this happen? Why am I so foolish? The money given by everyone. Tazmi grumbled to himself while feeling the pouch of coins at his side. Although the sum was modest, it represented the collective hopes of the village, meant to be taken back with him. As he stepped outside, 2 companions had already vanished, only to be deceived by swindlers upon reaching the imperial capital. The scene progressed, and Tazmi found himself sleeping on the streets, initially believing this was where his journey would end. However, what followed felt like entering an alternate game line. A charming girl, reminiscent of a princess, appeared beside him. Upon seeing her, Tazmi could not suppress a gulp of his own, feeling an unworthy urge to distance himself from her, lest he tarnish her grace. The disparity between them instilled a hint of insecurity within him. You have no place to stay? How pitiful. Would you like to come to my home? My house is exceedingly spacious. Come on, it's all right. As a citizen of the imperial capital, I must extend my assistance to outsiders. The golden-haired girl, radiating kindness, issued this invitation, while some guards nearby echoed her sentiments. I simply cannot bear to see them sleeping on the streets. Come, young man, she said with a smile, leaving Tasmi momentarily spellbound, as if enchanted. At that moment, the scene froze, and a new question emerged. Kyle spoke up. Multiple choice. What is the current situation of Tasmi's two companions who left the village with him? 1. Everything is going smoothly. They successfully enlisted. 2. Things have not gone very smoothly, but they still managed to enlist. 3. Things are very difficult. They not only failed to enlist, but also offended the powerful, ultimately ending up in prison. 4. Things are extremely unfortunate. Not only did they fail to enlist, but they were also deceived and tortured to death. Reward, double combat power. Punishment, acquire a feminine attire buff lasting 1 month. Forced to wear women's clothing or run naked. Ayas? Shayu. Tasmi recalled his two companions. They had to scatter during the attack. According to their agreement, they were supposed to reunite in the imperial capital. Ayas and Shayu should have been able to enlist. The elder had previously mentioned that Ayas possessed exceptional talent and would surely pass the enlistment. Tasmi examined the options, finding them all somewhat similar. He thought of his teacher back in the village, the retired military instructor's words. Regarding their strength, they were quite confident. Although I hesitate to interrupt, I feel compelled to remind you to consider your previous enlistment experience. Yuan Lin interjected, having noticed something. Her gentle caution, influenced by the earlier incident with Kakashi, was merely a subtle nudge. Whether he believed it or not was of no concern to her. Tasmi paused. He felt confident in his abilities. Yet the circumstances in the imperial capital were daunting. Thus, could it be number 4? Tasmi's expression grew slightly unnatural. He could accept the first 3, but the 4th. Is this the 4th? Unable to contain himself, Tasmi called out to Kyle. Is this your choice? Kyle inquired directly. Yes, the 4th option. Quickly tell me the answer. Tasmi urged, his companions' lives overshadowing any concern about the feminine attire. Congratulations, you answered correctly, Kyle announced, observing Tasmi's anxious demeanor. However, Tasmi felt no joy upon receiving this news, his entire being frozen in disbelief. Impossible, this cannot be. You were deceived yourself, Naruto reminded him from the side, simply wishing to prevent Tasmi from spiraling further into despair. Moreover, your friends might still be alive. The timing should be different. If they are your friends, shouldn't you go save them? Naruto asserted. Stop speaking nonsense, Kakashi interjected. Here's a piece of advice. Do not place too much trust in those so-called citizens of the imperial capital. The way they look at you is akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Your friends may very well face the same fate, of course. Whether you believe it is entirely up to you. Shayu, i.e. is Tasmi steeled himself. Thank you, I will rescue them. He declared, come on, grant me strength. If there are more questions, let them come, and then allow me to return. Tasmi was now consumed by urgency, no longer caring about the attire. His sole focus was on gaining strength to save others. Otherwise, it would be a joke if he accomplished nothing. Since you are so eager, let us proceed, Kyle remarked, unperturbed by the absence of new visuals. This could involve spoilers for what lay ahead. He swiftly presented the reward, and the next question appeared. Multiple choice. What will be the outcome after the noble lady, Ilea, who enjoys inviting country folk to her home, invites Tasmi? 1. Killed by Tasmi. 2. After hosting Tasmi, she helps him find a way into the military camp. 3. Falls in love with Tasmi, the boy from the countryside. 4. Alea's family falls victim to a surprise attack from an assassination organization, resulting in their deaths. Reward, double combat power. Punishment, acquire a feminine attire buff lasting 1 month, forced to wear women's clothing or run naked. Lady Ilea. Tasmi felt a profound affection for this noble woman, whom he had only glimpsed on screen. Kind, generous, noble, and beautiful, she seemed to embody every positive attribute. Gazing at the 1st and 4th options, Tasmi sensed a peculiar connection between them. He examined the coin in his hand and glanced at Kakashi and the others. I can only say that this noble lady seems suspicious. Her guard's tone and expressions are off. Yuan Lin was the first to speak. Kakashi nodded in silent agreement. You must learn to observe more keenly. This world is not solely about combat. Deception and counter-deception are essential lessons for ninjas. He then thought of something and reminded Team 7's trio. They all nodded, convinced that no one could deceive them, especially Sasuke. Something feels off? Tazmi quickly regained his composure. Yet, relying solely on this discomfort, he could not ascertain which option was correct. Looking at the coin in his hand and the question before him, he declared, "I choose 4." Having made his choice, he resolved to see it through to the end. Tazmi believed it was impossible for him to kill the noble lady. He came to enlist, not to become an assassin. Even if there were issues with the other party, taking a life was out of the question. Thus, he dismissed that possibility. Since there were indeed problems, options 2 and 3 could also be eliminated. This left only option 4. Choosing 4, Kyle glanced at the opponent, realizing it was truly a gamble. Regrettably, he chose incorrectly. The answer was revealed immediately. Wrong? As a sigh of relief escaped, Tazmi gazed earnestly at the other party. He no longer cared about the matter of cross-dressing. What he needed now was the answer. The correct answer was 1. You killed her, Kyle declared. Tazmi, however, could not accept this. It was impossible. How could he have killed her? Perhaps she was trying to deceive you. Even Kakashi-sensei said she had issues. Naruto interjected. He also respected Kakashi's judgment. Do not be deceived by her beauty or amiable personality. One must be more cautious around such individuals. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive, Yuan Lin remarked, prompting a curious glance from Kakashi. Kakashi, what does that look mean? Yuan Lin shot him a fierce look before adopting an innocent demeanor. I was merely reminding him. I know. Kakashi wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. He seemed somewhat overwhelmed by Lin. Fortunately, she was merely teasing, soon reverting to her usual calm self. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive. Tazmi appeared to grasp this principle, regardless of whether he understood or accepted it. There was no turning back now. The choice had been made, and the punishment loomed. Chapter 119. The dark cross-dressing in the imperial capital? Running naked? The thought of returning home in such attire filled Tazmi with an overwhelming urge to hide for a month. Yet, when he considered his 2 companions, he quickly subdued that impulse. Cross-dressing buff can only wear specific female attire, granting a power increase of 50 and a speed increase of 100, while enduring the punishment. Tazmi noticed peculiar data. What? He'd barely had time to contemplate why he had killed that noble lady. This must be a special ability, Kyle noted, having also observed the situation. Before Tazmi could respond, he suddenly felt a chill envelop him, followed by a cacophony of screams, Sakura's and others. Tazmi was left speechless. He now understood what would happen if he donned other garments. Gazing at the tattered fabric on the ground, Tazmi's expression turned bizarre. His body was exposed here, not just to those present, but to everyone in the pirate world. If this were being broadcast elsewhere, it would likely be censored, with no women's clothing available. You'll have to find something to cover yourself, Kyle remarked, eyeing Tazmi's longsword. Tazmi was at a loss for words, resorting to using the sword to shield his modesty. I thought I would wait until we got back to. Tazmi stammered, utterly flustered. Now, only the few people here could see him. Once they returned to their world, he would have to act to save someone, and he could not remain idle. The mission was to head to the imperial capital, where the chances of being seen would multiply significantly. The thought of that scenario caused Tazmi's face to flush with embarrassment. Observing his discomfort, Kyle refrained from revealing that the people of the pirate world had likely seen him. Thankfully, he did not live in that world. Otherwise, he might have had to consider relocating entirely. Meanwhile, the scene began to shift. Tazmi accepted an invitation to the noble lady's home. He was warmly welcomed and experienced her life and family, everything proceeding smoothly with her family being exceptionally amiable. Even the Tazmi within the system space wondered if there had been some misunderstanding. He even watched as his counterpart played with the noble lady, feeling a twinge of envy and jealousy. After a day of joyous play, the Tazmi in the scene learned about the imperial capital, the emperor, the behind-the-scenes ministers, and the need to be wary of nighttime ambushes. The time spent having fun was delightful, and Tazmi was completely captivated by the blonde, noble beauty. As another night fell, he decided to write in his diary. A golden-haired noble beauty strolled merrily down the corridor, her eyes half closed. In the next instant, her upper body was severed cleanly in two, leaving her in shock until her last breath. Beside her stood a woman in a purple cheapao, wearing glasses and holding scissors. Bowing respectfully, "My apologies." As screams echoed, a group of assassins descended. Those with the ability to manipulate threads constructed a staircase in midair for others to stand on. A horde of assassins gathered above, and the ensuing carnage was witnessed by Tasmi. In that moment, the Night Raiders had already eliminated most of the people, including the noble couple and many guards, with only Ilea being escorted towards the warehouse area. What a dramatic entrance. The methods of killing were ruthlessly brutal, Naruto observed, initially intrigued by their arrival, but later horrified by their tactics. Even as a ninja, he had not witnessed such brutality in combat before. So, they're the Night Raiders? Indeed, they're quite ruthless. Tasmi recalled the assassin organization from previous options. Given the current circumstances, the assassins should have eliminated Ilea's family as well. Perhaps he was even killed. Could it be that he was threatened? Tasmi in the system's space pondered incessantly. He had concluded that this night raid was anything but benevolent. The scene soon shifted to Tasmi confronting a knife-wielding girl. Despite sensing he was outmatched, Tasmi drew his longsword. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Ilea to confront the Night Raiders, despite knowing he was no match for them. He was not the target, merely a minor obstacle. Tasmi was disregarded as the assailant stepped over him, preparing to strike at those behind him. The two sides were not of the same caliber. How infuriating! The guards brandished firearms, but they were utterly ineffective. The knife-wielding girl moved with such speed that she could evade bullets. Obliterated, with a chilling presence. The guard was dispatched in a single stroke. Meanwhile, the blonde noble beauty was now in a panic, having fallen to the ground. Obliterated. Stop. Witnessing this scene, Tasmi could no longer hold back. "You're not the target. There is no need to kill." The crimson-eyed girl stated expressionlessly. "You intend to kill this girl, don't you?" Tasmi exclaimed with fervor. "Yes. Those who oppose must be slain. Even so, it is impossible for me to depart from this place. In that case, let us consign you to ruin as well." The dialogue between the crimson-eyed maiden and Tasmi was utterly devoid of emotion. As Tasmi's body stiffened on the other side, a voluptuous woman with golden hair made her entrance. "How filthy, how filthy. Crimson-eyed, it is rare to see you like this. Why have you yet to accomplish your task?" Initially, her gaze was fixed on the crimson-eyed maiden, but soon shifted to Tasmi. "Is this not that dashing little brother? How unfortunate for this young lad. Yet how coincidental indeed." The golden-haired woman appeared somewhat speechless upon seeing Tasmi. Within the confines of the system, Tasmi had already recognized that this individual was the one who had previously deceived him out of his possessions. "You deceitful wretch. A killer, no less. You dare claim I am unfortunate?" Tasmi gritted his teeth. A killer is never a good title, particularly in such a scenario. Tasmi's teeth clenched as he observed the unfolding scene. Within the frame, it appeared that Tasmi would soon be subdued. To save the target of the mission, it would spell doom. The crimson-eyed maiden, resembling a girl devoid of emotions, brandished a long blade, which was now poised before Tasmi. "Wait." Just as Tasmi felt the specter of death closing in, someone pulled the crimson-eyed maiden back. It was the golden-haired woman from earlier. "What are you doing?" The crimson-eyed maiden directed her gaze at her. "After all, there is still ample time. This boy has done me a favor, and I thought perhaps I could return the kindness." The golden-haired woman spoke directly. This revelation allowed Tasmi within the frame to recognize the golden-haired woman. "Ah, you are that." "Yes, indeed. I'm the beautiful elder sister." Tasmi's words were interrupted before he could finish. "Young man, still so naive, do not be so easily deceived. You mentioned earlier that innocent people are implicated, yes? Let's take a look just behind that warehouse. Should you still believe she ought not to die after viewing what lies there, we shall grant you a swift end." The golden-haired woman spoke with an unusual seriousness. "Behold, this is the darkness of the imperial capital. What is this? What?" Not only was Tasmi within the frame astonished, but even the Tasmi within the system was taken aback. Everywhere, there were corpses and blood stained the ground. Recalling the previous answers, a sense of foreboding enveloped Tasmi. They lure outsiders with sweet words, then subject them to various tortures they relish, playing with them until death. This is the true face of this family. The golden-haired woman spoke rapidly. It was as if Tasmi had unearthed a dreadful truth. In the shadows hung a black-haired corpse, its death a harrowing sight beyond description. Shayo? Hey Shayo, is that you? Gazing at the corpse, Tasmi within the frame began to lose his sanity. Among them, was there a friend of yours? How unfortunate. And you, do not even think of fleeing. The golden-haired woman casually remarked, extending her hand to seize the fleeing Elia. How brazen to think of escaping, my dear lady. Is this all the work of this family? Tasmi uttered his innermost question, his words growing cold. Indeed, the guards here are complicit, feigning ignorance. They share the same guilt. Nonsense. I know nothing. I was unaware my family operated in such a manner. Tasmi, do you believe the one who saved you, or do you trust them? At this moment, the noble young lady displayed an impressive ability to maintain her composure. Tasmi, is that you? Suddenly, a voice emerged from the side. A wounded man, bare of clothing, addressed Tasmi. Yes? Tasmi's eyes widened. Both of his companions were present. It was that woman who initiated conversation with us. After dining, we lost consciousness and awoke imprisoned here. It was that woman who tormented Shayo to death. Yes spoke. This revelation left Tasmi with a clear understanding of the situation. The noble young lady, realizing her deception was exposed, understood she could no longer maintain her facade. What wrong have I committed? You're nothing but useless country folk, akin to livestock. How I choose to deal with you is my prerogative. Moreover, that girl is merely a beast, yet her hair is so smooth and lustrous, which is utterly infuriating. I, burdened by my own curly hair, have endured endless troubles. Thus I have tormented her repeatedly. She ought to be grateful for my attention. The noble young lady exhibited a frantic display of her usual theatrics, prattling incessantly. The crimson-eyed maiden and the golden-haired woman could no longer bear to listen. Playing the benevolent while ensnaring outsiders, such a family is beyond redemption. Excuse me, I must attend to my duties. Wait. Observing their exchange, Tasmi interjected. Do you still intend to kill her? The golden-haired woman regarded Tasmi with an odd expression. No, I shall personally deliver the killing blow. As Tasmi spoke, he took action with decisive swiftness, rendering the noble young lady breathless. Just as Tasmi had anticipated, he felt a surge of relief. Iaz, witnessing this scene from his cage, could not help but smile despite the circumstances. Yet soon after, his body began to deteriorate, and he coughed blood. In the end, he could not be saved. Shayo, in her final moments, did not yield, and Iaz also. He recounted how this family conducted experiments on these outsiders using drugs, unleashing various viruses upon them. However, upon Yiaz's demise, the scene came to a halt. In the system space, Tasmi was rendered speechless, filled with remorse. This was directed towards the version of himself in the frame. Had he not accompanied that young lady in the imperial capital? Had he discovered the truth of the warehouse sooner, perhaps Yiaz and even Shayo could have been saved. Elia. Tasmi's impression of the once-cherished imperial capital had plummeted to its nadir. As for the woman he had once regarded with favor, his feelings had transformed into profound loathing. Now that the target had been identified, swift action was imperative. Locate Yiaz and the others. Ascertain the situation of Elia's family. Should they truly be as the system claims, he would not hold back. Such a family is utterly deranged. Yuen Lin felt a pang of sympathy for Tasmi. Entering the imperial capital only to be repeatedly deceived was truly tragic. Thank you for your reminders. In the future, if there is anything... Tasmi glanced at Mai and the others. He intended to say something, but faltered. The individuals here are far stronger than he, and they hail from a different world. Words seemed futile. Once more, heed my warning, be cautious of the people of the imperial capital. For someone like Kakaxi, a seasoned veteran, the denizens of the imperial capital pose little danger. Yet for a young man like Tasmi, even with considerable strength, encountering such individuals could lead to his untimely demise at any moment. In the absence of the night raid, the fate of Tasmi would have been merely a matter of time. Thank you, I understand. Tarjamit is more serious than ever. He already possesses knowledge of future events, which serves as a warning. His abilities have significantly improved, And if he cannot resolve this situation, he can only be deemed a failure, destined to meet such an end. At this moment, he feels fortunate to have entered this place. Not only has his strength increased greatly, but he has also acquired crucial information. He has made up his mind to head directly to the Dido as soon as he leaves. Regardless of whether he must do so in the nude or dressed as a woman, he must go. The task is complete. Rewards have been granted, and punishments have been administered. Everyone, you may depart now. At this moment, suddenly spoke up. He is certain that no further issues remain. He urges them to set forth and confront their punishments. Chapter 120. I shall take my leave first, declared he, who was the first to exit, appearing quite anxious. Meanwhile, Kakashi glanced at Ye Yanlin. She will return with us, won't she? Will we have another chance to come back? This was a most pressing concern for Kakashi. Regardless of whether Yanlin was in trouble, this place holds immense value. A means to connect with other worlds? Certainly, as long as there is an invitation. Kerr did not elaborate further on the matter. He could not manipulate such things. He could only send them out. And it was not his concern who the system delivered them to. An invitation? Kakashi paused in contemplation. He intended to return and inform the wing, then initiate a worldwide search. They were fortunate this time, but the next opportunity might not present itself. Further searches would still be necessary, if there are no other matters. We shall proceed, Kara remarked, suggesting a sense of urgency. Kakashi and the others sensed this as well. Although Ming Run and his companions were slightly displeased, they had no opportunity to voice their grievances before being ushered away by Kakashi. This place should indeed be reported to the wing. Finally, everyone had departed. As he observed their exit, Hera felt that this space seemed to close off. The visuals had vanished, obscured from the view of others. Yet, he could still perceive the lively discussions within. The atmosphere was still buzzing with debates about other worlds. Is this truly what other worlds are like? That creature with 10 tails was terrifying. Even viewing it through a screen evoked discomfort, far more so than the Longley. And those individuals with spatial abilities, such rarity. Is that what they call Rensu? I wonder if I can master it. Rensu? It seems to originate from a new world, specifically a place called Drugua. They should be different. It is merely a similar heritage, and I have not heard of any. A multitude of individuals were engaged in lively discussions. Most were focusing on the existence of the Weiying world. The topics of spatial and ninjas and Weisho were of great interest to them. As for the world of Drugua, there was little discourse. A few were speaking disdainfully about the chaos in the Dido, while others were fixated on the image of Tajimi in his vulnerable state. Naturally, they could do nothing at present. The combat prowess displayed in the Drugua world was far too feeble to attract attention here. Regarding the chaos in the Dido, one individual remarked, "Do you believe our world is any better? Everywhere, there are pirates, mountain bandits, and human traffickers. It is nothing but extortionate taxes and legalized murder and robbery. How can we claim to be in a better situation?" Suddenly, a subtitle appeared, silencing many as though they had vanished. Yet, numerous voices continued, dismissing the subtitle. "How bold of you to speak like that. I hope all is well. Courageous warriors, tread carefully. Hurry, do not let anyone see." Some individuals flooded the screen with comments to erase the previous dialogue, followed by an array of peculiar discussions. Within the space, Kerr observed for a while before losing interest. He promptly checked his rewards. What will I receive this time? He mused, confirming his claim. Congratulations, you have obtained the Wen Hua Tong, Xie Lun Yan Xu Hua Sun Wei, the ability of Yu Zhi Bo Dai Tu. With a mask, he felt he could step out and impress others. He even considered creating a version of Virtu Bo Dai Tu to flaunt. Congratulations, you have acquired 1/10 of the Zhui's power unconscious chakra. Merely chakra, yet 1/10 of the Zhuwei is comparable to a tail beast. Congratulations, you have attained monstrous strength. Congratulations, you have received the Dizhi Wugui Chan Shun. Is it one item per individual, or merely coincidence? The subsequent abilities were rather ordinary, yet still commendable. All were usable, and if the Wugui Chan Shun was of no use to him, it could be bestowed upon someone else if a talented individual were to emerge. After claiming all rewards, Kerr swiftly returned to the IJ world. This experience had been extraordinary. Upon his return, He received a communication from Navy. I did not expect the business would have time to seek me out, or remarked casually, though he was prepared. Such matters had been exposed, connecting to other worlds. John Guo would undoubtedly not remain idle, or rather, those behind him would not allow it. Have you confirmed those individuals are from other worlds? Did they arrive due to this system? Do we have the opportunity to visit their world? John Guo wasted no time in addressing the issue, shedding his previously lazy demeanor. However, the intensity of his presence prompted a feeling of being commanded. Uncertain, unclear, her replied nonchalantly, the dismissive tone evident. John Guo noted that his earlier hasty words were somewhat impulsive. Before he could respond, the voice from the telephone worm interrupted. If you wish to know something, it is best to establish a price first. If you demand something without negotiating a price, that would be akin to robbery, wouldn't it? The esteemed Soi would not engage in such behavior. Car's voice flowed through calmly, eliciting a moment of irritation from Guo, which quickly subsided. Very well, this matter will be addressed by the new Soi, John Guo stated. Observing the nearby members of the world government, he decisively relinquished the pursuit. Who would investigate whom? He was already retired, initially intrigued by the thought of other worlds. The prospect of being caught between the world government and that young rascal diminished his interest entirely. It felt as if all could be abandoned. The telephone worm was resolute. Your temperament has become increasingly peculiar. The aide had been diligently recording information, previously hoping for valuable intelligence. Now, with a resigned expression, he regarded his counterpart. Well, I'm already on the verge of retirement. Having made contact once was already a display of benevolence. As for the ensuing negotiations, let the newly appointed naval admiral handle them. Jean Guo glanced towards the opposite side. The appointment of a naval admiral was naturally subject to their interference. This time, the situation was particularly outrageous, leaving him increasingly dissatisfied. Initially, he had intended for Huang Yuan to ascend, yet the world government was advocating for a Kainu instead, thwarting his desires. Moreover, a multitude of blame had been heaped upon him. Presently, he lacked the motivation to engage in any further endeavors. I leave the rest to you. It matters not who becomes the admiral. Just assist in managing the situation, and I shall take my leave. Jean Guo checked the time. It was still not yet the end of the workday. But who was he? Leaving early was a trivial matter. Who would dare to apprehend him? He now understood the joy that Karp experienced. That old rascal should have brought him in on such delightful matters much earlier. After years of serving as an admiral, he felt he had lost decades of his life. While lost in thought, he swiftly disappeared, leaving he alone, her expression one of exasperation. She was somewhat aware of her old friend's circumstances. Glancing outside, she noticed the world government personnel still eavesdropping on them. Anger surged within her. She even contemplated abandoning it all. However, considering the multitude of young girls under her protection who currently needed her guidance, she restrained herself, for now. Perhaps in a few years, if there were transfer of power, she too would consider fleeing. This recent system had drawn the attention of many due to the appearance of individuals from other worlds. While some remained skeptical, a growing number were increasingly focused on Magnetic Drum Island. Meanwhile, developments here were accelerating at an impressive pace. The artificial devil fruits were being studied, yet yielded little in terms of results. Although Zephyr had introduced some individuals who had made slight progress, mastering this technology remained a challenge. In these times, it was indeed embarrassing not to grasp the technology. Not everything could be learned merely by having access to it. Dungeon. I recall you're the third son of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Sanji? Kyle finally remembered the group he had kept imprisoned in his dungeon. Their unruliness had warranted their continued confinement. This time, while addressing the artificial devil fruits, he thought of this individual. Upon hearing the name Vinsmoke, Sanji's brow furrowed. I no longer go by that name. He was acutely aware that this individual sought him out due to his family lineage. Regardless of your identity, I require their contact information. Can you assist me? Provide me with their details, and as long as you do not leave this island, you are free to act as you wish. Kyle looked directly at Sanji. He had initially intended to find an opportunity to release them. With Enel stationed on Magnetic Drum Island, no one could escape his perception. All he needed to do was continually enhance his ocular power to control the situation. Now, possessing two Sharingan, his ocular prowess was considerable, and his vitality was no less than that of Hashirama Senju. His ocular power exceeded that of the average Uchiha clan member from the Hokage's domain. Hey, I haven't done anything. Please let me go. I was merely in the vicinity. I have no bounty, Usopp blurted out rapidly. Your father is Yasop, a subordinate of the Yonko Shanks, Kyle remarked, casting his gaze towards Usopp. Were it not for this affiliation, he would have released Usopp long ago. However, the value of this individual's identity, coupled with his persistent disobedience, warranted his continued captivity. Hey, curly brow, such a splendid opportunity. Why not agree and make your exit? Zoro suddenly interjected. Luffy's gaze flickered between Sanji and Kyle, ultimately remaining silent. At that moment, he was particularly quiet. Green Algae Head, what did you say? Are you seeking a fight? Do you wish to battle? Sanji exclaimed, his expression contorted into a ghastly visage, reminiscent of a ghostly wraith, which elicited disdain from Zoro. I'm doing this for your own good. There's no need to persist here. It's best to leave sooner rather than later. Initially, he had hoped to observe if there was a chance for Kyle and his group to escape. However, as more individuals gathered, he sensed the presence of several powerful figures occasionally casting glances toward the dungeon. Although he had not confronted them directly, the palpable tension heightened his vigilance. It would undoubtedly be beneficial for Sanji to escape, whether he chose to abandon them or sought to save them, as it would at least allow him to undertake some action. The Vinsmoke family has nothing to do with me. What foolishness are you spouting, Green Algae Head? Has all the nourishment been drained from your brain by your green locks? Or has a lack of sunlight left you dazed? Sanji scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Zoro. It was unclear whether his disdain stemmed more from Zoro or the Vinsmoke family. I could not care less about your ties to them. What I desire is their contact information. Surely you still remember it, Kyle stated directly. Do not worry. I have no intention of using you to threaten them. Under your current circumstances, you hold no value. After all, these words seemed to provoke Sanji, yet in the next moment, he was drenched in cold sweat. A pair of crimson eyes bore into him. My patience is limited. Even though you have no bounty, you are still aboard a pirate ship, intending to be a pirate, which inherently places you within my hunting range. Were it not for the formidable backing of this individual and the benefits he brought, as Kyle spoke, he trailed off, having noticed Luffy's wide-eyed stare. I am merely stating the truth. Whether you acknowledge it or not, the reality remains unchanged, regardless of the present or the original narrative. Had it not been for Luffy's connections, this individual would have met his demise countless times over. Otherwise, he would not be known as Pirate King Luffy. Passion is fervent, and the plot is compelling, yet the original tale is distinct. Arriving in this world is a separate matter altogether. He harbored no interest in becoming the Pirate King himself, nor did he wish to witness another become Pirate King Luffy. I will definitely defeat you. I am the man destined to become the Pirate King, Luffy declared through gritted teeth. A mere struggle left him feeling utterly drained. The Sea Prism Stone was unbearable for him. I know you are Roger's man, Kyle remarked in jest. Without waiting for Luffy to respond, he turned his attention back to Sanji. Will you divulge it willingly, or shall I compel you to reveal it? Let's not waste any more time. With Kyle's assertive words, Sanji ultimately chose to comply. After all, it was merely contact information, even if it was not sourced here. The other party could surely obtain it elsewhere. Moreover, he was confident in his lack of worth in this scenario. He was quite self-assured about this. While contemplating this, he felt a strange discomfort. Thank you for your efforts. Acquiring the telephone snail number of Vinsmoke was a peculiar feat. Although this device could not directly connect to the head of the family, it could indeed facilitate a transfer. Sanji clarified this point. Following the communication of the number, he was released. Remember, do not leave this island, or matters will not remain as simple. Chapter 121. An appointment with Shimura Danzo in the New World. A bizarre, colossal warship, adorned with a metallic helmet and possessing long, golden hair, a tall figure with an upwardly slanted, pointed black beard and a prominent jawline, gazed at a nearby man drenched in cold sweat. System Administrator Kyle? That individual wishes to contact me? Vinsmoke Judge was taken aback by the message. His aspirations had always been directed towards the North Sea. This so-called administrator held no relevance to him. The sudden outreach was shrouded in uncertainty. It was transmitted from outside, the messenger stated cautiously. If it weren't for the identification provided by the other party, this message would never have reached here. Regardless, Germa was indeed a significant power. There was no way just anyone's communication would pass through. Very well, let us proceed. Vince Smoke, judge, decided without further hesitation. This individual, under the scrutiny of the entire world, piqued his interest, although he had previously lacked the time to delve into such matters. Indeed, with Judge's nod, Kyle, located far away on Drum Island, finally managed to connect the call. Observing the transformation of the telephone snail before him, he spoke directly. "Are you Vince Smoke, Judge?" He had previously specified his desire to meet the King of Germa, despite the fact that the latter no longer possessed any territory. Upon hearing this title, Judge exhibited his discontent. "You are the system administrator? Speak plainly. What is the matter? If it weren't for your identity, I wouldn't even entertain this conversation. I shall be succinct. Are you interested in artificial devil fruits?" Kyle casually inquired. Germa was indeed a formidable force capable of recruitment, yet the potential complications were far greater than with others. He was well aware of Judge's considerable ambitions. However, if a collaboration could be initiated to exploit this, an opportunity might arise. Artificial devil fruit. Judge suddenly contemplated a multitude of possibilities, though he remained uncertain of their relevance. "What do you intend to do? Let us meet and discuss. If you're interested, come to the first half of the Grand Line. Call propose directly." There was no need to squander time on idle chatter here. The conversation could continue in person. Regardless of their willingness, time would be required. Judge fell into silence. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. In a few exchanged words, the arrangements were established. Now, they awaited the next steps. Meanwhile, as Kyle began rallying allies, the rest of the world remained oblivious. In the shinobi world, the current Hokage was the third Hokage, an elderly gentleman with a face etched with wrinkles, casually observing the report from Kakashi. The others, including Nara Shikamaru and Haruno Sakura, were still outside, with Umbu keeping watch. Initially, he paid little attention, but soon became engrossed in the unfolding events. "Is everything you said true?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired directly. It wasn't that he doubted Kakashi, but rather that the claims were so outrageous they made him question if he had fallen victim to an illusion. "It should all be true. The situation in the sky is indeed connected to this," Kakashi asserted, casting a glance outside. During their return journey, they had witnessed the scenes above, Sasuke and Naruto, aided by another male classmate, sharing a kiss. Another instance featuring Sakura and Naruto in a similar embrace while he was being treated. The images, brief as they were, had played repeatedly for several days. Hiruzen had even dispatched others to investigate. That phenomenon was indeed unmanageable. "You mean to say, Nara Rin has been resurrected? Are you certain it is truly her? And what of Uchiha Obito? Were you unable to ascertain anything at the time?" Hiruzen hesitated, uncertain if he should voice his thoughts. "Why does it always pertain to your team? Nara Rin, a deceased individual, has returned. Uchiha Obito, another who was presumed dead, is alive and has even caused the demise of your Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the fourth Hokage. This is simply too. I cannot say for certain. If it were a mundane matter, I would have nodded in agreement," Kakashi responded, understanding that he could not provide definitive answers. In any case, the truth would be confirmed again in due time. "Very well, let Nara Rin enter. Additionally, summon the Nara clan to observe. One may deceive the eye, but the spirit cannot lie. As long as we ascertain the truth." Contemplating the existence of this so-called multiverse space, Hiruzen felt a twinge of envy. Such a phenomenon would undoubtedly captivate anyone's interest. Kakashi nodded, and soon Naruto and the others arrived. "Third Hokage-sama, third Grandpa, could you assist us with the images? They're driving us insane," Naruto exclaimed towards Hiruzen. He had lost count of how many times Sakura had pummeled him. Each time she witnessed their younger selves sharing a kiss, she would unleash her fury upon him. It left him questioning his very existence. Why is Sakura behaving this way? After beating me, she looks all bashful at Sasuke. This is clearly Sasuke's fault. Nothing good ever comes when he's around. Thank you for your hard work on this mission. Someone is addressing the situation with the images. We will inform you of any updates, Hiruzen replied dismissively regarding the images, leaving Naruto in a state of exasperation. Indeed, that phenomenon could be a powerful lock on men. Nararin. Hiruzen's gaze turned to Nararin. At that moment, he could discern no flaws. She appeared as if she were truly alive. He had encountered this young girl a few times in the past, yet the time had elapsed, and he had nearly forgotten. I remember when you were a child, I observed as Minato brought you along. I've seen you several times. Do you recall? You have not aged a day. Hiruzen probed, testing her. Indeed, she had been fortunate enough to meet the Hokage on several occasions. I'm not entirely aware of my own circumstances. Upon my return, I am willing to undergo any investigation by Konoha, whether it be memory retrieval or control. I have no objections. For the sake of Konoha, I am prepared to do anything. Nararin truly embodied the spirit of the will of fire. Her demeanor reflected a commitment to Konoha, prompting Hiruzen to smile approvingly. Good child, what are you saying? Do not worry. We will simply have the Nara clan determine the truth. In pursuit of the village's safety, certain investigations may be necessary. But controlling you is out of the question. Protecting each individual. The will of fire leaves dancing in the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to deliver a lengthy discourse, causing Naruto, seated nearby, to nearly drift into slumber. Such matters perplexed him. It was not just him. Even Sasuke's demeanor seemed somewhat off. This situation persisted until Yamamoto Kaichi's arrival. Subsequently, reconnaissance and research commenced. Nararin posed no issues whatsoever. However, the condition of the system space was directly presented before Yamamoto Kaichi and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The power of resurrection. Could it grant immortality? The aged Sarutobi Hiruzen surely entertained thoughts of eternal life. Investigations continued for nearly half a day. Upon confirming Nararin's stability, accommodations were arranged for her, alongside 2 Umbu companions, with another Umbu team monitoring her. An additional reserve team was prepared for immediate action in case of unforeseen circumstances. The existence of a resurrected individual compelled Sarutobi Hiruzen to maintain vigilance. Naturally, the notion of eliminating her was out of the question. He remained intrigued by the system space itself. Until absolute certainty was achieved, Nararin retained her value. With matters here settled, various ninja squads began their operations, initiating a search within the Land of Fire for the existence of the invitation. According to Kakashi and the others, they were eager to locate it swiftly. Hiruzen, why was this news not conveyed to me at the earliest opportunity? The Hokage building remained brightly lit even during the night, and at this moment, Shimura Danzo had also received word. Such a significant commotion from the Hokage rendered ignorance impossible. He had nearly reached a semi-retired state. This compelled him to mobilize certain concealed individuals to obtain intelligence. Why should I inform you, Danzo? I am Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Danzo with a steady gaze. Moreover, you should still be under restrictions. Do you still see me as Hokage? You were explicitly ordered to refrain from wandering, and power was relinquished. Yet here you are, confronting me. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not easily swayed by Danzo's tactics. He had grown quite adept at dealing with him. You will regret this, Hiruzen. This matter is extraordinary. You must share information with me. Danzo's gaze remained fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Otherwise, I shall consult other elders, allowing them to partake in this issue and determine its significance. Danzo continued his insistence, while Sarutobi Hiruzen exhibited signs of impatience. If your presence here pertains to this issue, then depart swiftly. I will notify you once I have news. I hope it remains that way. Otherwise, you will regret it, Danzo. After a moment of hesitation, Danzo chose not to linger. Observing his vanishing figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained expressionless. I am the Hokage, Danzo. He had already begun to suspect his old comrade's intentions, yet he refrained from taking action, as it was of little concern to him. That night, despite Nararin's resurrection and their several days of interaction, Kakashi remained profoundly unsettled. What is it? Is it such a bother to come out with me? Nararin and Kakashi strolled through the streets, witnessing the considerable changes around them. After the Nine Tails incident, many structures from their era had undergone renovations, rendering much of it unfamiliar to her. It is not a bother. But Kakashi is no longer the cold-hearted individual he once was. He simply struggled to confront the reality of his long-lost companion's return. Kakashi, if you know anything, please share. I am rather anxious. This is tedious. Although you seem different, you still feel the same. Are you still pondering previous matters? Is it about Obito? Or is it concerning my situation? Noera Rin looked earnestly at Kakashi. Her invitation for him to come out was not merely for a leisurely stroll. She was acutely aware of her various restrictions, rendering her unable to act independently. Thus, she had to rely on Kakashi regarding Obito. Regardless, she wished to confront him about his actions. Manipulating the Nine Tails to attack, indirectly causing the death of her teacher and his wife, were unforgivable offenses in her eyes. Contemplating Obito's situation, she felt hesitant about how to proceed. She could only find a trusted friend to confirm her thoughts. Kakashi, upon hearing her words, found himself at a loss for response. As they fell into silence, two masked individuals suddenly appeared before them. Noera Rin, the Hokage wishes to see you. Please accompany us. The masked figures spoke calmly, while Kakashi sensed something amiss. Noera Rin, however, remained oblivious, as she was not well acquainted with the village's current circumstances. Very well, I shall go. Noera Rin nodded without hesitation, fully understanding her situation. It was not unusual for her to be summoned at any moment. Kakashi hesitated briefly, but soon the three figures vanished from sight. This is troubling. Kakashi was keenly aware that the Umbu beside the Hokage, at least the individuals from earlier, were not among those he recognized. Although no one intervened, leaving him to feel he might be overthinking, the manner of their departure compelled him to pursue them. However, the earlier figures had vanished without a trace, inciting his anger as he hurried toward the Hokage building. As for Noera Rin, the further she walked, the more peculiar the surroundings became. She began to feel a sense of unease. This is not leading to the Hokage building, is it? I initially thought we were going there. We are headed to Danzo's location, the masked individual replied. Now that they had brought her here, there was no turning back. Enter. As the barrier was breached, a passageway appeared before Noera Rin and her companions. In an instant, she was urged to enter. The atmosphere was ominous, evoking a sense of dread that compelled her to struggle against it. Yet, she had no opportunity to resist, perhaps sensing her intent to voice a protest. The two masked figures swiftly struck her unconscious and transported her inside. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo awaited the unconscious figure, indifferent to her state. Is this the one who has returned from the dead? He was eager to discover what contributions this resurrected individual could offer to his research. Additionally, he sought to uncover any secrets she might be concealing, such as the system or the multiverse. If he could obtain such information, perhaps the position of Hokage would soon be his. All of this was for the sake of becoming the next Hokage. This was all for the benefit of Konoha. Chapter 122. As he gazed upon Noera Rin, a glimmer of greed flickered in Shimura Danzo's eyes, directly transporting the individual to the research facility. The intention was to ascertain the nature of this person. An examination of both the physical structure and the psychological state for any signs of manipulation was imperative. Although members of the Yamaguchi clan had previously conducted investigations, the gravity of the situation warranted personal intervention, as trust was lacking. As time trickled by on the other side, Kakashi, accompanied by the third Hokage, arrived, only to find Noera Rin in a dire state. Kakashi, upon witnessing her condition, could hardly contain his fury. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen took swift action, apprehending Danzo and securing him for later interrogation. The Umbu, loyal to the Hokage, acted immediately, leaving Kakashi no chance to express his anger. He hurried to Rin's side, searching for medical ninjas. All of this is for Konoha. Hiruzen, you will surely regret your actions, Danzo remarked calmly. Having faced such circumstances numerous times before, he was well aware that Hiruzen would not harm him, as he was still needed. You are now stripped of all positions, Danzo. Remain silent. I will not spare anyone who harms Konoha's shinobi, Hiruzen declared, sensing Kakashi's presence. Even if you claim victory this time, I will return, Danzo retorted, offering no resistance as he was swiftly taken away by the Umbu. Kakashi gazed at Rin, who was lost and found in equal measure, rendered speechless. Do not despair. For Konoha, my life is but a trifling matter. Rin consoled Kakashi, seemingly undeterred by the medical ninjas around her. This was merely an accident. We cannot give up like this, Hiruzen commanded, displaying an unwavering determination to rescue her, which motivated the medical ninjas to exert themselves to the utmost. Ultimately, while her life was saved, her body had sustained significant damage, leaving her in a state of near incapacitation, unable to mobilize her chakra. The physical injuries were grave, rendering her existence akin to that of a half-invalid, struggling with the most basic facets of life. Although Hiruzen promised accountability, he soon faded from the scene. As time passed, in a shadowy cavern, a masked figure was deep in thought when a figure clad in white appeared. Baiju, do you have news? The masked man inquired. This is significant news, and indeed good tidings, Obito, Baiju replied with a smile, eager to witness Obito's reactions. Call me Madara, and just deliver the message. Obito's impatience was evident. Baiju, undeterred, continued, I recently received word that Konoha is searching for something akin to a glowing orb resembling an invitation. He produced the invitation, revealing his numerous clones had facilitated its acquisition. An invitation? Is this what you consider good news? Obito snatched the invitation, disdain evident in his expression. Although he sensed the underlying information, it meant little to him. Concepts of multidimensional spaces, inquiries, and rewards held no significance. Only the world of infinite Tsukuyomi could grant individuals the lives they yearned for. The good news is not merely this. I gathered intelligence from the land of fire, which suggests a ninja has been resurrected recently. Thanks to this artifact, Baiju elaborated swiftly. Resurrection? Or its side effects? Obito, familiar with resurrection techniques, focused on the potential drawbacks. It seems there are no side effects, although that may not be entirely accurate. The resurrected individual has been captured by Konoha's higher-ups for study, and it appears quite tragic. They have become a mere shell of their former self, Baiju explained, his anticipation for Obito's reaction palpable. Konoha's higher-ups? You must mean that fellow Danzo. The third Hokage is known for his protective nature. He would not condone such actions. Obito speculated. You seem well informed, huh? Shall we take a guess at the identity of the resurrected individual? Baiju proposed with a sly expression, as if about to unveil troubling news. Just say it. I hold no interest in Konoha. Could it possibly be Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama? Obito dismissed with scorn. Yet the next moment his anger surged. The name is Noera Rin. I had anticipated you would be pleased, Baiju stated, feigning disappointment. The mention of her name nearly caused Obito to erupt. Who did you say? Noera Rin? His Sharingan activated in fury. Damn it, who was responsible for this? With a look of disbelief, he recognized Baiju's sincerity. If the person who resurrected Rin stood before him, he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. Do not be so agitated. Is resurrection not a positive outcome? It is said to be genuine with a corporeal form, although Danzo is conducting the research. Baiju began, but Obito's glare silenced him. Enough. Baiju complied, sensing the danger. You have the final say, he acquiesced, though he remained unafraid. Danzo, and this invitation. They must all perish. Investigate Konoha's affairs and report back to me, Obito commanded. I have already prepared for this, Baiju replied, detailing what he had gathered. While not entirely conclusive, the information was close enough, given the significant commotion from Konoha. Some would undoubtedly be aware of the missions and their contexts. These individuals would become Baiju's targets. With a heavy heart, Obito longed to unleash chaos upon Konoha. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Kakashi, the Nine Tails. At this moment, Obito craved to incite another Nine Tails incident. As for the multidimensional space and the system, let us investigate further. Wasting no time, he resolved to find the one responsible for Rin's resurrection and eliminate them to prevent any potential repercussions. The existence of such a counterfeit Noera Rin was intolerable. Will be just the two of us? Should we not bring additional allies? Baiju suggested. The authenticity of the Wanjia space remains unconfirmed. However, its extraordinary capabilities are indisputable. Otherwise, it would not have attracted the envy of even the higher echelons of Mai. They have even gone so far as to extract individuals for research. No need for that. Let's simply inform Nagato of the invitation to Wanjia and state that we shall proceed independently. Obito is currently eager to investigate the existence of Lin's resurrection, seeking to confront and nearly extinguish him. Other matters can be temporarily postponed. The Tsukinomi plan has yet to commence. I will defer to your judgment. Observing Obito's domineering demeanor, Baiju appeared to be somewhat bullied, obediently compliant. Concerning Mai, it is not merely the inhabitants of this area who are aware. Individuals from other nations have also gleaned some information. However, certainty has yet to be attained, and the invitation has not yet been located. In this realm, the only ones left in a state of desperation are Obito and Baiju, who ultimately discover the invitation and enter. Meanwhile, in another location, Tazumi has endured numerous trials and swiftly arrived at the imperial capital. Upon reaching the capital, he did not waste time searching for military enlistment opportunities, but instead headed directly to Elia's residence. With lustrous black hair and clad in attire reminiscent of a high school girl, his fair thighs were exposed. Indeed, Tazumi was dressed in women's clothing, a state he had grown accustomed to over time. To avoid drawing attention, he even donned a wig and applied minimal makeup. Coupled with his naturally delicate features, he presented himself as a youthful, somewhat androgynous figure, wielding a long sword that conveyed a sense of challenge. As he traversed the path to Elia's home, a voice called out, "Little girl, wandering these streets at this hour? Has no one informed you that this is our territory?" Initially, Tazumi had intended to take a detour, but found himself in an alley where 3 ruffians took notice of him. Is this the refuse of the imperial capital? Tazumi assessed the trio before responding coldly, for he was not there to engage in trivial games. His purpose was to rescue his 2 comrades, or at least locate them. Such audacity to label us as refuse. You will soon discover the truth. We will ensure your comfort, and, subsequently, you will find yourself sold in the Joy Street, where you can spend your days among the truly despicable. Each of the 3 ruffians spoke one after the other, drawing closer to exert pressure on Tazumi. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Although confident in his ability to overpower them, he remained vigilant. In the confines of the system's space, he had acquired considerable knowledge and had heeded Kakashi's warning to trust no one. Just as he prepared to draw his sword against the ruffians, a resounding voice echoed from above. "When did this place become your territory? Why was I unaware of it?" A striking blonde woman with a robust physique descended before him. Recognizing her, Tazumi thought, "Let me show you the true strength of a territory's master." The ruffians, taken aback by the presence of the formidable woman, found their composure faltering, their predatory instincts vanishing. With a series of bone-crunching sounds, the bodies of the ruffians collapsed lifelessly to the ground. She showed no mercy towards them, for she had no idea how many women had been sold to the Joy Street by their hands. Had she been fully confident, she would have swept the Joy Street clean of its menace. With this thought, the blonde woman exuded an aura of danger. Realizing the black-haired girl before her, she quickly softened her demeanor. "I apologize if I frightened you. It's all right now. You may leave. Should anyone inquire, just tell them the truth, and I will take responsibility. As for those men, they are scum. Be cautious and avoid such paths in the future. Do not assume that learning a few sword techniques makes you invincible. They possess many treacherous tactics. I acted swiftly, otherwise you would have witnessed it firsthand." Having delivered her warning, the blonde woman prepared to depart but paused. "Would you like me to escort you to the main road?" Although Tazumi had not spoken a word, she felt a certain fondness for the girl who bore a resemblance to a Kaitong. If anything were to happen to her after her departure, it would weigh heavily on her conscience. Tazumi hesitated before speaking. "I seek a noble or wealthy merchant named Elia. If possible, could you guide me?" His voice, naturally androgynous, caught her attention. "Your voice carries a masculine tone," the blonde woman observed, intrigued. "Elia is one of our targets. We have yet to determine our course of action. Are you an enemy?" As she assessed Tazumi's physical traits, she confirmed he was indeed a male, albeit dressed in women's clothing. "Are you a pervert?" Even she, typically unreserved, found it difficult to suppress her sarcasm. What sort of thrill drives a man to wander these narrow alleys at night? Various scenarios flooded her mind, only to dissipate swiftly. Tazumi, momentarily taken aback by her abruptness, quickly refocused. "Excuse me for the interruption," he said, avoiding further elaboration. His priority was to locate Shayu and the others. As he attempted to pass by the blonde woman, she called out, "What do you intend to do with that family?" Noting Tazumi's intent to bypass her, Leonai felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at being disregarded. "I'm searching for someone. My friends may have been captured by them." Tazumi had initially refrained from divulging this information, but the woman's demeanor compelled him to explain. "How unfortunate for your friends." Leonai mused, "I will accompany you." "I am Leonai. What is your name?" Upon realizing the situation, Leonai hesitated for a moment before deciding to lead the way. Tazimi, what a splendid name," she remarked with a hint of amusement. "It must be quite a challenge for you to dress like this. Let us proceed." They swiftly exited the alley, moving in tandem, with Leonai, a local, guiding them. They soon arrived at an opulent estate. "This is the place, but the security is quite formidable. I advise against any rash actions," she warned. Leonai intended to say more, but she quickly sensed that the person beside her had vanished. How impatient he must be! And not even a word of thanks was offered. Tazimi could no longer contain himself upon arriving. This naturally left Leonai feeling somewhat uneasy. However, she refrained from taking further action, as she had yet to ascertain Leonai's true identity. Instead, she relayed the information back to her organization. If someone acted prematurely, it could potentially disrupt their plans. Inside the mansion, after Tazimi disappeared into its depths, he was promptly detected by the numerous guards stationed throughout. It was not that he lacked skill. Rather, there were simply too many guards present. In a place like the imperial capital, it was imperative to employ a substantial number of guards to safeguard one's interests. "Who goes there? Do not move, or we shall not be courteous," warned the approaching guards, armed and menacing. Tazimi's expression remained impassive, his focus entirely elsewhere. Observing the courtyard, he swiftly located the position of the warehouse. In his previous state, he might have been thwarted by the guards, but having undergone 2 enhancements and benefiting from feminine disguise buff, he now possessed the speed to easily outpace them. "How swift!" one guard exclaimed. "We must alert the master. They are heading for the warehouse." The guards exchanged anxious glances, fully aware of the significance of the family they served. Yet, they too had livelihoods to maintain and could only turn a blind eye. Faced with the imminent threat of exposure, they began to panic. Some pursued Tazimi to the warehouse, while others sought out their master. Tazimi, meanwhile, had already forced open the warehouse door. The gruesome scene within was overwhelming. The scent of blood was almost unbearable. "Shayu, Yayas, I have come to rescue you," he shouted. "Help me, help me." A faint voice echoed from within, weak and evidently on the brink of death. "Shayu, Yayas." But the voice did not belong to his companions. Tazimi quickly continued to call out, soon realizing that he had arrived too swiftly. Shayu and Yayas had not yet reached this place. This thought brought him some relief, as it meant they were either still in the family's residence or somewhere else in the capital. Tazimi pondered this while glancing at the pleading figure, who bore a striking resemblance to a future Yayas, bloodied and barely conscious. It seemed they were suffering from some affliction. "I lack the means to assist you." Sensing the gathering presence of guards outside, Tazimi understood that they had already surrounded the area. He stepped out slowly. If he could eliminate those present, perhaps they might be saved. Unfortunately, he had neither the resources nor the time to rescue these strangers. "Little girl, stand still. You cannot even capture such a small child? Hurry, act swiftly. Since you have already seen us, there is no need for courtesy. The master has commanded that anyone caught be brought to him." The guards encircled the warehouse, some advancing cautiously towards Tazimi, their weapons drawn, both firearms and melee weapons aimed directly at him. Witnessing this, Tazimi decided to abandon any pretense of mercy. "You are all aware of the situation here, are you not? And yet, you help deceive others? Little girl. Soon you shall become one of them," a guard sneered. Tazimi merely condemned him with a cold gaze as he watched the guards approach, feigning surrender. "Have you seen a man and a woman? The man has short hair, and the woman has long, jet-black hair with fair skin." "They," Tazimi described, only to be interrupted. "Are you referring to Shayu and Yayas?" That Yaya's fellow is exceedingly arrogant, boasting that he would repay the lady after joining the military, and even has his sights set on her. Quite laughable indeed. And that Shayu girl, while somewhat cautious, has already offended the lady. She can expect no mercy, especially with hair that incites envy. Are they your friends? It appears you are somewhat clever, having grasped the situation here. They are currently dining, enjoying their last meal. Soon, the three of you will reunite in this warehouse, thanks to us. If you wish for a swift end, confess what you know about this warehouse and your companions. Otherwise, enough. A guard interjected, annoyed with the lengthy dialogue. Just capture him and take him back. With this command, Tazimi tightened his grip on the longsword. The power surged through him, and he launched into action, leaving an imprint on the ground as he propelled himself forward. The clash of blades and the crack of gunfire erupted simultaneously. Initially, the guards were filled with confidence. But as one after another fell to Tazimi's blade, their bravado waned. The guards wielding firearms began to shoot frantically, desperate to eliminate the perceived monster before them. Where did this creature come from? As Tazimi moved with grace and speed in his feminine attire, the guards descended into chaos. He deftly dodged, closed the distance, and swung his sword, even slicing through bullets while decapitating a guard captain in the process. The remaining guards were left without leadership, and the warehouse transformed into a bloody hellscape. Meanwhile, concealed nearby, Leonai observed with intrigue. This individual possessed remarkable strength and speed, though their techniques were rather ordinary, unlike Akatsuki's. Leonai contemplated the potential of recruiting him for her organization. Encountering such events in the imperial capital could lead to confusion in subsequent endeavors. This presented an excellent opportunity. Urgently, she began to summon the others nearby to hasten their arrival. As the gunfire was quite pronounced, they needed to regroup and depart swiftly. The situation within the house is quite dire. In the midst of the opulent residence, a significant disturbance seems to have erupted outside, leading to an unsettling atmosphere. Aliya's family is entertaining Yayas and Shayu, yet the mood is far from festive as the sounds of shouting and gunfire weigh heavily on their hearts. Is such chaos common in the imperial capital? The guards had just informed them of a single intruder, presumably an assassin, advising against wandering about recklessly. Aliya's father spoke up, revealing the darker side of the capital, where certain individuals cannot bear to see others thrive. He sighed, expressing his regrets over the unfolding events, and encouraged everyone to drink something. The guards would handle the situation, he reassured them, urging them to eat well and await further news. Aliya warmly urged Yayas to indulge in the meal and share tales of their adventures on the road. She also complimented Shayu on her hair, expressing her envy for its beauty, a sentiment that momentarily eased the tension for Yayas and Shayu. However, they still felt a sense of discomfort amidst Aliya's exuberance. They were guests, after all, and as such, they should be at ease regardless of the setting. As they conversed, the gunfire ceased, granting them a brief respite. They had witnessed the guards' impressive weaponry, and the notion of a single intruder causing trouble seemed improbable. "Thank you, uncle." Aliya. Yayas politely addressed Aliya's family, casting a glance at Aliya that revealed a flicker of unusual warmth. Shayu, though exasperated, remained silent, raising a cup that had been laced with a sleeping agent. "The situation has been resolved. Let us eat. The guards will manage any further complications," Aliya's mother said courteously, her eyes fixed on the two as they prepared to drink. Once they consumed the contents, she would gain 2 new playthings. Just as Shayu and Yayas were about to sip from their cups, a resounding crash echoed from outside. A figure burst into the room, startling everyone. "Do not drink." The sudden appearance of the blood-soaked Tazumi caused panic among Aliya's family, shattering their previous composure. This scene stripped away any semblance of nobility they had previously maintained. It became evident that the guards outside had likely been dealt with. "You shall soon meet them," Tazumi stated coldly, observing Aliya's family with a mix of disdain and familiarity, having developed a peculiar fondness for Aliya despite his bitter feelings. Noticing that Yayas and Shayu were unharmed, he felt a modicum of relief. The meal had yet to commence, and the atmosphere was already fraught with tension. Aliya's family was about to voice their concerns when Yaya's and Shayu grew restless. Tazumi? Why are you here? And what is with your attire? Yaya's recognized Tazumi despite his peculiar outfit, which included a short skirt and a black wig. Shayu's expression mirrored his confusion. Yet the gravity of the situation compelled her to refrain from excessive dialogue. She was not merely wary of Tazumi. She had also begun to regard Aliya's family with suspicion. You know him. You are here to deal with us? Aliya's family questioned, sensing a direct connection. There must be some misunderstanding. Yaya's, uncertain of why Tazumi had stormed in, still placed his trust in his companions. They're not good people. They brought you here to imprison you as experimental subjects and inflict harm upon you. There are many who have perished at their hands in the warehouse. Whether you believe me or not, assist me in capturing them first, Tazumi explained tersely, selecting crucial points to convey the urgency of the situation. Upon hearing this news, Yaya's was momentarily at a loss for words. Experimental subjects? Victims of torture? He glanced at Aliya, the golden-haired noblewoman, who appeared delicate and innocent, as well as her warm-hearted mother, always smiling, and her kind father, who had shown no malice toward them as outsiders. Could they truly be villains? We're being wrongfully accused. Stop him quickly, I must contact. Aliya's family began to panic, particularly her mother, who attempted to flee toward the door. However, her speed was no match for Tazumi. As she fled, she suddenly felt lightheaded, and before she could comprehend what was happening, she collapsed, her head spinning before hitting the ground. She lay there, lifeless, staring at her own headless body. Chapter 124. Do not be afraid, Tazumi. Yaya's gazed at Tazumi as if he were a stranger, bewildered by his actions and peculiar attire. Stop! He could no longer contain himself as Tazumi moved to attack the others, desperate to prevent his friend from descending into darkness. Trust him. The dark-haired girl beside him looked at Tazumi, who bore the same straight black hair, and despite the bizarre circumstances, her long-standing bond compelled her to have faith. Yaya's hesitated at her words. Just then, Tazumi's blade flashed, and Aliya's father had no chance to utter a word before he met the same fate as his wife. Only Aliya remained, terrified and paralyzed on the ground. Why? Why are you doing this? Aliya's panic and helplessness were palpable. If it's money you want, take it all. Just spare me. I will do anything. Tazumi, what is happening? Yaya's implored, eyeing Tazumi, whose sword was stained with blood. He was not trying to pry, but the unfolding events left him completely bewildered. Tazumi's immediate violence suggested that there was likely some misunderstanding. Conflicted thoughts swirled in his mind, but he was ultimately swayed by Aliya's performance. If you wish to know, ask her about the warehouse, Tazumi suggested, glancing at his companions. And why she has been bringing outsiders home. Wasn't she hosting us? Yaya's questioned, glancing at the sumptuous feast laid out before them. Must we face slaughter? This was the most malicious notion he could conceive. However, considering they had been greeted with warmth today, it seemed rather unlikely. Human traffickers? It was Shayo who first spoke up. When it came to places like warehouses, she effortlessly associated them with trade in human lives. Families who abduct outsiders to satisfy their sadistic desires through torment. Surely, Miss Aliya, that cannot be incorrect. Tazumi gazed at Aliya, whose expression was one of disbelief, and decided not to grant her any further opportunity for pretense. Deceiving outsiders with honeyed words, then subjecting them to various tortures they enjoy, ultimately playing with their lives until death. That was the true nature of this family. He then elucidated the matter further to Shayo. Yaya's observed Aliya and glanced at his dear brother, still incredulous. Why? How could it be this way? The lifestyle in the imperial capital was surely flawed. She was a noble lady of such high status, living a life beyond their wildest imaginations. Why would she engage in such abhorrent acts? Was her mind twisted? Was she unwell? I know nothing. I do not understand what you are saying. Aliya strained to perform, but her facade was already glaringly apparent. Her panic had become evident. I have come this far. There is no point in continuing the deception. I have already visited the warehouse. I can simply take them there. As for you, perish. The thought that if it were not for him, his companions would be subjected to brutal torture until death filled Tazumi with murderous intent, especially toward Shayo, whom he would never have seen again had he not discovered the truth in time. Ilea, now aware that her ruse had been unmasked, could no longer maintain her charade. Faced with death, she ceased her fear, instead becoming frenzied, her expression contorted. What wrong have I committed? You are merely useless country folk to me, akin to livestock. It is entirely my prerogative how to deal with you. And you, despite being a mere beast, your hair is so smooth and lustrous. It is utterly outrageous. I, burdened by my unruly curls, suffer daily, while you, a foolish creature, appears so arrogant, believing I would ever take an interest in you? The noble lady's frustration manifested in a display of exaggerated expressions. Her incessant rambling and distorted rhetoric struck Yias deeply, leading him to retreat despondently, resembling a man defeated in love, while Xiao remained impassive. She had already sensed the occasional envious and jealous glances from Ilea, but never anticipated her ferocity. As for Tazimi, he was far more merciless than she had imagined. Perish! The mere utterance of those two words caused his blood-stained sword and garments to become drenched anew. Even his black wig bore traces of blood. The splatters adorned Tazimi, endowing him with an air of sinister elegance. His two companions could palpably sense that Tazimi's emotions were askew. Are you all right? Tazimi, what transpired after we parted? How did you come to know of their family? What is happening? Xiao and Yi stepped forward, eager to inquire. I am fine. I'm simply overjoyed to see you. As they questioned him, Tazimi's tears began to spill forth uncontrollably, yet he quickly regained his composure. Since arriving in that realm until now, he had remained in a state of heightened anxiety. Even cross-dressing could not deter his progress. He had hastened to this very moment. Now that he realized all of this was indeed real, and that he had nearly lost two cherished friends, a sigh of relief washed over him, allowing him to relax. After all, these were his companions. Do not cry. I thought something terrible had occurred. I am perfectly fine. Yias and Xiao were unaware of the true circumstances, but could still feel Tazimi's exhilaration. However, they felt uneasy witnessing his feminine attire. Pray tell, what is the meaning of your ensemble? Has your long-hidden passion been revealed? Did you pilfer the garments discarded by Xiao? Have you liberated yourself since leaving the village? Observing Tazimi's inability to contain his emotions, Yias jested, though one of his remarks irked Xiao, who shot him a strange look, as if suspecting something. What are you insinuating? I could never. Feeling Xiao's gaze, Tazimi became bashful. He wiped away his tears, steadied his emotions, and prepared to explain. Just then, a voice interrupted. Oh, young man, though I am reluctant to intrude, if you do not depart soon, someone shall arrive. A woman's voice echoed from outside. Lionai observed Tazimi single-handedly annihilating that family and felt a twinge of surprise. How ruthlessly cold. Truly, he would make an excellent assassin. Moreover, it seemed that company had indeed arrived. They needed to leave. Upon hearing the voice and turning to see the figure, Tazimi felt a jolt. Yias and Xiao immediately became vigilant, considering the current situation. No need to be so tense. I am friends with this young gentleman. Are we not? Lionai said with a smile, even winking. How infuriating, Tazimi, you life winner. You must tell me everything later so I can properly envy you. Yias noticed Lionai, the striking blonde woman before them. Does this young lad have any thoughts about his sister? No thoughts at all. Lionai's words prompted Yias to shake his head vehemently. It was likely that Tazimi had no thoughts whatsoever. He would never act recklessly. Merely envy. Xiao glanced at Lionai, then at herself, finally lowering her gaze to her feet. Man. She rolled her eyes, maintaining her wariness towards Lionai. At this moment, she trusted no one but Tazimi and Yias, preparing to see how Tazimi would respond. What brings you here? Tazimi furrowed his brow. That realm had confirmed its reality. The future would indeed unfold as foretold. Therefore, this exposed woman must be the so-called Night Raid Assassin Group, an entity opposed to the imperial capital. Associating with them could only spell trouble for Tazimi. I brought you here, all right? Little brother, I did not ask you for fare, and you present me with this attitude? Lionai feigned a hurt expression. Io poludisa mi spuka. What I meant to say is, are you not leaving? Of course, I intend to leave, but that must be done now. People are already arriving to investigate the situation. Shall we not depart? As Lionai spoke, She turned her head. She was not misleading them. Indeed, someone had come. Follow me. If you are caught, it will be the end for you. Of course, if you do not trust me, that is entirely up to you. Lai and I took the lead. What shall we do? Let us follow. Tajavi did not hesitate any longer and proceeded to act. His current situation was self-evident. He had committed murder, even annihilating an entire family, along with their guards. If they remained here, there would be no doubt that they would be hunted down, forced into hiding. Perhaps they had missed someone or made too much noise, attracting attention. However, none of this mattered anymore. Fleeing was the only viable option. In the impoverished district of Daidu, this was the domain of Lai Yunai. This place was vastly different from the grand manor they had encountered before. Even the roads were in disrepair, leading the three of them into a small wooden cabin. I noted that although it was modest and unremarkable in appearance, it was adequately furnished, with an even smaller area outside resembling a bathing facility. You may stay here temporarily, she stated. The impoverished district will not have many visitors, and even if someone dies here, it goes largely unnoticed. Of course, you must not act recklessly and expose yourselves. Thank you, elder sister, said Yias, initially mistaking her for an acquaintance. Assisting them in their escape and providing them with shelter was generous, especially since she had also helped to rescue Tazimi. Furthermore, her striking beauty, with golden hair and curly locks, made her resemble an elegant version of Ilea. How could such a person be malevolent? Yias was simply forgetting past pains. You should address me properly, Lai Yunai replied, clearly displeased with the title. All right, elder sister, I understand, Yias responded promptly. As Lai Yunai was about to say something to Yias, Tazimi interjected, Why are you helping us? If there is something to discuss, please do so directly. Shayo was inspecting the cabin for any dangers, finding it safe enough for the three of them. While it might be somewhat inconvenient, it was not a significant issue for them. Who in this area does not know that Lai Yunai is always willing to help? She replied, adding, of course, if you have some money, that would be even better. The mention of money caused Tazimi's expression to shift slightly. Under normal circumstances, he would have been swindled out of his funds by this individual. We come from the countryside. We are here to earn money and do not have any. Tazimi spoke before Yias could respond, effectively silencing him. Then, that is that. I do not expect you to possess much. Stay here for now, and I will return later to check on you and gather some information. If you do not trust me, you are free to leave at any time. However, should the opportunity arise, you may return here to make contact. Do remember to close the door behind you. The people here are not courteous when it comes to theft. Farewell, young ones. Lai Yunai could see Tazimi's wariness towards her, which she found entirely understandable. It would be odd not to be cautious. After exchanging pleasantries, she departed swiftly. Whether to invite him to join the night raid still required consideration, though he certainly appeared promising. It was a pity that the key figure was absent at this moment. With a sense of regret, Lai and I left without looking back, leaving Tazimi and the others behind. Well, shall we stay? Shayo asked, as she completed her inspection and approached Tazimi. They had only recently arrived in Daidu and were unfamiliar with the area. Given their past experiences with Ilea, they felt uneasy about someone offering them shelter. Let us stay for now, but do not trust anyone too readily. While resting, ensure that each of us keeps watch, Tazimi advised after a moment of silence. What kind of person is that elder sister? She seems quite decent, Yias remarked suddenly. He genuinely thought she was impressive. This is what I wanted to discuss with you. Although it may sound exaggerated, please do not be frightened by what I am about to say, Tazimi stated, looking at the two of them. This made Yias sit up a little straighter. We will not be frightened, he replied. Well, have you seen me afraid? He recounted a childhood incident where he had been chased by dangerous creatures until rescued by an instructor. That was in the past. It doesn't count. I am speaking of now, as an adult. Previously, I provoked Shayo and ended up being chased around the village 10 times, he continued. I simply chose not to engage with the troublesome girl. Shayo's gaze turned increasingly dangerous as she listened to his words. Chapter 125. The Raucous Frog Fruit After the Commotion. Tazimi explained his current circumstances to the two of them. A game of questions and answers across worlds? Is such a thing truly possible? So, you knew we would encounter trouble beforehand? Shayo asked, her tone incredulous. Did I die due to the virus? Yias stared at Tazimi, feeling a desire to twist his head off to see if something was amiss, given the recent events. Can you still access that place? Xiao inquired, prompting Yias to widen his eyes in anticipation of an answer. No, an invitation is required, Tazimi replied, stroking his long black hair, already accustomed to his appearance. He had begun to yearn for that other realm. Having resolved one matter and rescued individuals, the next step was to seek an invitation to explore that space. He shared his thoughts with Yias, who showed no sign of rejection. Regardless, let us first ascertain the situation. Given the current circumstances, Tazimi had no intention of deceiving them. The group of three shifted their focus and began planning their search for the invitation. Meanwhile, in the question-and-answer space, Kai was unaware of the changes occurring in other worlds. He habitually sent out additional invitation letters. This time, was it opening again? Quite quickly, he noted, Kai had been waiting for news from the Winsome Oak family. But before that could arrive, the system had already been activated. The newcomers were quite exceptional, hailing from various worlds, including theirs, the Pirate World, the Naruto World, and the Toru Mijitsu No Index. Upon entering the question-and-answer space, he surveyed the crowd. Among them stood a petite girl with brown hair dressed in a high school skirt. Her demeanor alert. Mika Lee was her name, if he remembered correctly. Previously, Kai had only known her as the Railgun. He had almost forgotten her real name. The system's operations had expanded again, introducing yet another world. While contemplating this, Kai maintained an impassive exterior. Administrator Kai, is it my turn now? A flamboyant man resembling a flamingo spoke as Kai appeared, his gaze fixated on Kai with ulterior motives. I find you quite intriguing. I believe we shall become friends. If you wish to utter such words, then kindly take a seat to the side. As for this flamboyant flamingo, Kai harbors no favorable sentiments. He bluntly instructs the other party to behave and sit still. Indeed, his demeanor reveals a marked disdain for pirates. Such an attitude may provoke considerable discontent among many. Don Quixote da Flamingo is acutely aware of Kyle's character and his disposition towards others. He refrains from further commentary, adopting a posture that suggests he is merely offering a cautionary note, and settles into a chair, his towering figure causing the seat to creak under his weight, while his slender legs are carelessly draped over the table, provoking a sense of revulsion in those nearby. Excuse me, what is this place? Why did that invitation lead me here? Kidnapping a student from Gakuen Toshi will surely yield dire consequences. Misaka Mikoto gazes at the peculiar giant. There seems to be no one like him in Gakuen Toshi, at least, not among the ordinary populace. Is this truly the QA space? Besides Misaka Mikoto, another individual speaking is masked, along with a pale figure resembling Uchiha Obito and White Zetsu. In addition to them, other figures from the world of Hokage are present. One of them, a white-haired man adorned with a distinctive forehead protector, surveys the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over Misaka Mikoto's form before briefly lingering on her chest, only to shift away in disdain. Hey, your gaze is rather unpleasant, old man. Misaka Mikoto, a formidable level 5 Esper from Gakuen Toshi, is not one to be easily intimidated by the common scrutiny of a high school student. However, she remains vigilant in this unfamiliar environment. My apologies, little girl. It was merely a habitual glance, devoid of any ill intent, Jiraiya responds, casting an apologetic glance at Misaka Mikoto. He acknowledges her nearing adulthood, yet notes that she appears somewhat underdeveloped for her age. It is a matter of personal variation. He recalls a friend who was once small, but has since blossomed into someone entirely different. Disgusting, lecherous old man, Misaka Mikoto retorts, her irritation palpable as her electrical energy crackles in agitation, signaling her readiness to act. Hey, don't resort to violence. Are you not aware of the rules here? Kyle interjects, his words not only directed at Misaka Mikoto, but also at Doflamingo, who remains restless even while seated, seemingly plotting an opportunity to strike. Are you a puppeteer? Jiraiya keenly senses the thread-like presence in the air, his mind racing with speculation. Is there no one here capable of answering questions? He observes the chaos around him, feeling increasingly exasperated by the disarray. Kyle, for the first time, perceives the unruliness of those around him, Doflamingo and the probing Jiraiya, as well as the ever-watchful Obito. Lastly, Misaka Mikoto herself is a tempestuous individual. The rules here prohibit violence. Kyle asserts, his latent power erupting, transforming the QA space into an icy chamber. Ice abilities? Such strength is indeed rare, Misaka Mikoto muses. Ice release. Individuals from the world of Hokage harbor their own contemplations. Doflamingo, however, promptly adopts a more compliant demeanor, having witnessed even Kaido struggle against Kyle. Finally, some obedience. I shan't elaborate further. You must have all received the invitation detailing the rules upon your arrival. Kyle addresses the newcomers directly. I wonder, are they truly from other worlds? Perhaps this system conjured them from thin air. Shall we eliminate a few to ascertain? Doflamingo poses a question, his curiosity piqued, which subtly shifts the atmosphere in the room. Combat is forbidden here. Should you continue your reckless behavior, I shall ensure you meet an untimely end to test that theory. Others may fear your affiliations, but I remain unfazed. Kyle's irritation is palpable as he regards the sullen figure before him, who dares to disrupt his tasks and waste his time. Doflamingo's expression darkens under the threat. It has been quite some time since I have heard such words. Feel free to test that if you dare. I believe you, though only in this context. Initially, Doflamingo had intended to assert dominance over Kyle, yet the current situation clearly indicates that Kyle harbors a deeper animosity towards pirates than he had anticipated. Even his own status holds no sway here. Misaka Mikoto, having absorbed the unfolding information, contemplates the QA space and the game. That deceitful contraption had lured her here under the pretense of opportunity. Initially intrigued by the prospect of discovery, she now finds herself ensnared in a predicament. As for Jiraiya and Obito, they have long since grasped the situation. In fact, Obito and White Zetsu were already aware of the news and had come specifically for this purpose. Since they possess the information, they intend to proceed without delay. Kyle refreshes the question, and a display screen materializes before the individuals in the QA space. Upon seeing this, some momentarily pause, only to quickly adopt expressions of indifference. The first question is designated for you three. Each of you may respond. Kyle's words prompt a glance of mutual understanding between Jiraiya and Obito. In truth, Jiraiya has been studying this masked man for some time, noting his resemblance to the legendary figure who attacked Konoha. However, he remains uncertain of his true identity. Obito remains unfazed by Jiraiya's scrutiny. Although he is Minato's apprentice, he is not particularly familiar with Jiraiya. Their relationship is distant, and thus, he feels no obligation to engage warmly. At this juncture, their focus ought to be on Kyle and the system he represents, particularly for Obito, who, despite his silence, is calculating the odds of eliminating everyone present, primarily targeting Kyle, the one who may manage this realm and perhaps even revive Rin. He has yet to find an opportunity to act, but having sensed Kyle's earlier threat, he recognizes the potential danger. Thus, caution is imperative. For now, they must observe the unfolding events. Multiple choice question: who conspired with Hanzo in the Land of Rain to orchestrate the death of Jiraiya's disciple, Yahiko? 1. Uchiha Madara. 2. Uchiha Obito. 3. Sarutobi Hiruzen. 4. Shimura Danzo. Reward: Zoan-type Devil Fruit, Toad Fruit. Punishment: physical condition weakened by half. Yahiko. As soon as this question was posed, Jiraiya was taken aback. He was aware of this individual, yet he had never comprehended how his disciple had met his demise. And those above? None of them could be considered as inhabitants of Konoha. There was no need to mention Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. The Uchiha surname alone signified their identities. Was it not agreed that Konoha residents would not harm one another? Jiraiya was devoid of any clues regarding this answer. Allow me, I know the answer. Obito intended to speak, but upon seeing the punishment, he turned to Kagaya. The latter was very cooperative and immediately began to relay information. The one who colluded with Hanzo to bring about Yahiko's demise was Shimura Danzo. Although Yahiko had taken his own life, he was still killed by his own comrades. And the orchestrator behind it all was Danzo. Initially, Hanzo had intended to ally with them, but it was solely the machinations of Konoha that led to this outcome. As Kagaya spoke, it was as if he were reminding Jiraiya of something. This left Jiraiya at a loss for words. The treachery of Konoha. Although war is war and may involve unavoidable incidents, given the current situation and the news received, Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. Danzo, damn it. Recalling the close companion of his mentor, Jiraiya knew exactly who he was dealing with. Not only was he not a good person, but he also corrupted his dear friend Orochimaru, who was now lost to him. Danzo, correct answer. Kyle immediately compelled that individual to choose an answer. As Kyle began the review, the mark for the correct answer appeared. This outcome caused Jiraiya to bow his head. However, he quickly regained his composure and glanced at Obito and the others. These individuals seemed to understand the underlying matters and perhaps even participated in them. Reward dispatched. As Kyle confirmed the dispatch, a peculiar fruit soon materialized before Kagaya. How does one utilize this? Kagaya inquired with a curious expression, which was rather incongruous with his demeanor. A Zoan-type devil fruit, when consumed, grants the ability to transform into an animal permanently. Development of this ability relies on the individual's efforts. Its advantages include significant enhancements in physical recovery, while its drawbacks involve a fear of certain substances, such as seawater and sea stone from our world. Kyle spoke directly. Theoretically, this item should render one unable to endure the sea. However, how it manifests in other situations depends on their attempts. The fear of seawater is truly frightening. Kagaya remarked with a peculiar expression. This indeed added a vulnerability for them. Nonetheless, Kagaya was not shy about claiming the item. Even if it were not to be used by them, it could be given to others. Furthermore, despite the current side effects, further research could potentially yield a solution. This is a valuable item. Would you care for it? He playfully glanced at Obito, presenting the green fruit before him. Consume this, and you shall transform into a toad. The sycophantic Obito was indeed well suited for this fruit. Kagaya did not elaborate further, but this immediately made Obito sense the malice behind it. You may keep this for yourself, he said, casting a glance at the fruit before dismissing it. He had no interest. Given the current circumstances, Obito had entirely lost interest in this fabricated world. What he truly wished to ascertain was whether the infinite Tsukuyami plan would succeed, as well as the nature of this system. He had grown weary of this illusory realm. Moreover, the emergence of a false Rin was quite nauseating. Rin was irreplaceable. The deceased Rin was not the genuine article, but rather a mere illusion. Chapter 126, Bond Like Father and Son. What is this scene? After Kagaya acquired the item, the system panel displayed an additional video. Within the footage, Jiraiya instantly recognized several familiar voices. Moreover, there was the Akatsuki organization. Lord Hanzo had conveyed the message that as long as they cooperated, peace would swiftly follow. The Land of Rain would achieve tranquility. The members of the Akatsuki, including Yahiko, expressed their joy. During this period, additional footage surfaced, depicting the situation where Hanzo had sent word. Observing his disciples' unwavering dedication to peace, Jiraiya felt a sense of relief, but upon reflecting on their current predicament, he was engulfed in frustration, particularly towards Danzo within the village. It was all because of them. And that masked man. He would not be so naive as to believe that this individual was merely present by coincidence. Not only were they involved in previous village matters, but Yahiko's fate likely entailed their involvement as well. Otherwise, how could they possess such clarity? Goodness, it seemed that all of his disciples were somehow connected to him. Was he destined to be the one who ultimately suffers? Jiraiya could not help but ponder. Meanwhile, the narrative within the footage began to shift dramatically. Danzo reappeared, once again seeking to escalate the conflict, impersonating shinobi from a Wagakure, and launching an attack on Yahiko and his companions, who ultimately managed to repel them. The Rinnegan was also exposed, drawing Danzo's attention to Nagato. Was it the power of the Rinnegan? A terrifying force. What to do? Since the Akatsuki had already acted, other squads impersonating foreign ninjas would undoubtedly be at risk. For the future of Konoha, it was imperative not to cease hostilities with the Wagakure. Danzo's dialogues with the Umbu members entirely unveiled their conspiracy. Whether it was the Rinnegan or this individual disrupting his plans, neither could be forgiven. In the perpetually rainy village, Hanzo's residence in the Land of Rain, Danzo had assassinated several ninja families to provide aid to the Akatsuki and then negotiated cooperation with Hanzo. This was not solely targeted at other ninja villages, but also included the Akatsuki. They employed cunning strategies to incite conflict between Hanzo and the Akatsuki, showcasing a true ninja's approach. They directly dispatched agents to poison and capture Konan as leverage. Yuhiko, I desire your demise as the leader. Hanzo, along with the ranged shinobi and Danzo's root, confronted Yuhiko and Nagato, holding Konan hostage as a threat. Yuhiko, Konan, Nagato, witnessing the experiences of his disciples. Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. Initially believing there had been a miscalculation leading to a powerful ninja's demise, he had been unable to ascertain the situation. Now, seeing that they had been betrayed by their own village, Jiraiya's emotions became exceedingly complex. He pondered whether he should seek an opportunity to confront Danzo upon his return. He had painstakingly nurtured these individuals, especially observing Yuhiko's determination for Konan and the Akatsuki. Yuhiko was left with no choice but to perish at Nagato's hands. You and Konan must survive. After leaving those words, Yuhiko's breath ceased. After Hanzo's demise at the hands of Nagato, Toanzo was poised to act without hesitation. And Nagato, along with Konan, had no intention of sparing them either. Their previous actions were solely aimed at diminishing the enemy's combat prowess. With the loss of their leader, the remaining members would soon fall into their grasp. As Hanzo aged, he was no longer the ambitious demigod of his youth, resorting to such desperate measures. Hanzo and Toanzo. Jiraiya even considered venturing to the land of rain in search of Hanzo. I recall that Hanzo's death remained a secret until it was ultimately revealed. The scene continues. When Yuhiko fell to his end, Nagato erupted with rage, consumed by grief and carelessness. The Outer Path's golem. Driven to desperation, Nagato unleashed a formidable fury and murderous intent, fixating solely on Yuhiko's last words. At that moment, he yearned only to annihilate them, to extinguish the life within that place, regardless of whether his vitality could withstand it. For Konan's sake, Nagato summoned the Outer Path's golem once more, disregarding all else, allowing it to absorb his chakra and life force. The golem manifested a terrifying combat prowess, plunging the surrounding ninjas into despair, many of whom were swiftly vanquished by the dragon form conjured from the golem. Touch meant death. This overwhelming strength might have prompted Yuhiko, had he survived, to question whether his existence hindered Nagato's output. With the golem's assistance, Nagato appeared as a divine being descending from the heavens, forcing Toanzo and Hanzo back, while eliminating many of their subordinates and rescuing Konan. He repelled Hanzo, yet Toanzo had already vanished. Besides his scheming, fleeing was another skill in which he excelled. How tragic! After witnessing all this, Misaka Makoto was left with but a singular thought. She was incapacitated, her comrades either dead or wounded. The one named Nagato was indeed unfortunate as well. Each glimpse of this power instilled fear. Obito quietly commented on the Outer Path's golem, his voice barely audible, garnering little attention from others, save for White Zetsu beside him, who remained silent. Having concluded, Kai opened his mouth, indicating it was time for the next segment. Still within their world, although some had yet to recover from the previous scene, he paid it no mind, as they had already viewed it and received their rewards. Had they finished? Was there nothing following? Prior to this moment, White Zetsu had intended to add more, but was silenced by Obito, who could be quite loquacious at times. Jiraiya fixed his gaze on the duo, but ultimately refrained from action. Feeling uncertain in this context, and preferring to wait until they had departed, avoiding any unnecessary alarm. The next question arose with Kai's pronouncement, presenting a new inquiry on their panel. Multiple choice. Who orchestrated the demise of the first batch of Akatsuki members in the Land of Rain? 1. Uchiha Madara. 2. Uchiha Obito. 3. Sarutobi Hiruzen. 4. Shimura Danzo. Reward: doubling of chakra reserves. Penalty: halving of physical vitality. The emergence of this new question caused Jiraiya to pause momentarily. The options were familiar. He scanned the faces around him, landing on Shimura Danzo. Could it possibly be him again? There was a strong likelihood, as this man was notorious for his ruthless methods. This was not the first time he had heard such tales. Before he could voice his thoughts, Obito, who had already resolved his inner conflict, made his choice. So what if he was exposed? At this juncture, there was no turning back. Not even Jiraiya's presence would change anything. "I choose Uchiha Obito," he declared, fully aware of his own involvement. The doubling of chakra reserves would indeed benefit him, which was why White Zetsu had not contested the matter. Should have been an item, he would have simply handed it over. However, this ability was something he preferred to secure for himself. White Zetsu had no objections, recognizing that Obito's enhanced strength would facilitate their future plans. Obito? Uchiha Obito? Jiraiya understood well who he was. To date, he had received no news from Konoha, or he would have known by now. He scrutinized the system, eager to discern whether this was genuine or a mere facade. Regardless, this needed to be confirmed. As Kai looked at Uchiha Obito, he promptly revealed the answer. Correct answer, Uchiha Obito. Congratulations. Jiraiya could not contain himself. This could not be Uchiha Obito. He had perished long ago. How could he possibly have ventured to the land of rain? Jiraiya muttered in disbelief, struggling to accept this outcome. Neither Obito nor Kai offered him any explanations. Their role was merely to manage the proceedings, not to address every conceivable question. Once the answer was confirmed, it was time to reveal it. The scene swiftly returned, prompting Obito and the others to recall the events surrounding the orchestrated misery inflicted upon Nagato to evoke pain and despair. Thus they devised this scheme, leading to the disappearance of the Akatsuki's other members, only to re-emerge later. As Obito employed his abilities, a massacre erupted within the Akatsuki, despite some capable of resistance. Yet, against Obito's overwhelming prowess, they stood no chance. Ultimately, when they sought mutual destruction, their opportunities were cut short, resulting in their demise. The disparity in strength was staggering. Why? Why would you do this, Uchiha Obito? You were the one who manipulated the Nine Tails to attack Konoha, causing the deaths of Kushina and Minato, your own teacher. What was your motive? Jiraiya could no longer restrain his inquiries, seizing the moment while Obito was present, hoping for answers. He gazed at Obito, awaiting a response. However, Obito paid him no mind, instead reveling in the chakra he had just unleashed. The sensation of transformed chakra was truly wondrous, significantly enhancing his abilities. Though this power might seem somewhat superfluous, having it was certainly better than lacking it. The strength he had unleashed was undeniably formidable, leaving Jiraiya with a sense that this adversary was becoming increasingly difficult to confront. Why? After sensing the fluctuations of chakra, I slowly turned to face the uncle who had spoken to me. What is there to question? If I must articulate it, everything is for the sake of peace. This world is rife with deception and requires transformation. Thus, I acted accordingly, said Dato while observing Jiraiya. The matter concerning the QB was merely a coincidence. I had no intention of seizing the QB at that moment. I possess myriad means to accomplish my goals, and I could have acted on a whim. A whim? Is it the reason Nagato met his demise? He always spoke of you, declaring that you were to become the Hokage, and yet this is how you turned out. Jiraiya appeared distressed, while secretly scrutinizing Dato's emotions. Given the current circumstances, he felt compelled to understand the other party. Hokage? That is a title only a fool would aspire to. A false village, a counterfeit world, even the higher echelons of Konoha are utterly corrupt. Konoha is doomed. Its downfall is inevitable, Dato stated emphatically. This situation had become somewhat tedious. Why not engage in a direct confrontation? Let us eliminate one here and dispense with further discussion. Doflamingo, observing the dullness of the scene, interjected, seemingly eager to witness their clash, as if he were watching monkeys. Jiraiya remained unfazed, while Dato's gaze was fixed upon him. Were it not for the inappropriate setting, he would have sought trouble immediately. When had he become a mere spectacle? What have you endured? Konoha has not wronged you, has it? Upon uttering this, Jiraiya paused, realizing that the Uchiha clan had been completely eradicated. He then contemplated that the Uchiha's demise was a matter for the future, thus irrelevant to the present. It must be that he had endured something prior to this. Dato glanced at Jiraiya, but chose not to elaborate further. Having already said so much, there was no need to continue. After all, they were not acquaintances. There was no time to waste. Should you wish to discuss further, you may do so after the question. There will be ample time for conversation afterward, he continued. Kai did not allow them to prolong the discussion and proceeded to the next question. While the revelation of their identities was intriguing, Kai had not come to witness such things. He aimed to expedite the answering of questions and swiftly depart. He too sought to obtain his reward. Here, he could not grow stronger, but had to await the final reward, which made him feel somewhat out of place, like an outsider. As he spoke, the next question appeared. Multiple choice. Who assassinated the Sannin Jiraiya in the Land of Rain? 1. Conan 2. Uchiha Dato 3. Nagato 4. Shimura Danzo. Reward. Perfect Sage Mode, Frog Fruit. Penalty, 1 arm. As the next question emerged, Jiraiya, initially eager to continue speaking, found himself halted by the prompt. Each option was familiar to him. Am I not yet dead? What does this question mean? He scrutinized the names, narrowing his focus between Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Dato, instinctively discarding the other two. After all, they were his students, having shared a life together. Their bond was akin to that of father and son. Chapter 127, Jiraiya and his disciple. What is the meaning of this? Jiraiya inquired. Though he felt a sense of strangeness about this place, he remained skeptical. He did not wish to select any of the individuals presented. Not only him, but even Dato and White Zetsu also perceived the anomaly. They began to speculate. Is this a glimpse into the future? Some form of prophecy? White Zetsu pondered. Such foresight is rare within the ninja world, yet not entirely unheard of. At the very least, that old toad from the sacred land is aware of it. However, truly confirming and locking onto a singular event should not be so simple. It requires a general understanding of certain intelligence. This is a glimpse of your future on one timeline. Of course, given the current circumstances. Knowing their identities may alter your fate, and you might simply meet your end by their hands in another manner. That is no concern of mine, Kai elucidated. He was uncertain about the workings of this system, yet it was evident that it followed the original narrative. Here in this pirate realm, as well as in the world of Hokage, time was of the essence. Jiraiya listened in silence, struggling to accept the situation. Meanwhile, Dato and White Zetsu had already formed their conjectures. In their view, the assailant in the Land of Rain would either be Conan or Nagato. They would be quite pleased to witness Nagato slay Jiraiya. Ultimately, between Nagato and Conan, White Zetsu reached a conclusion. I suspect it was Nagato. If I am not mistaken, it should be him, White Zetsu asserted. However, Jiraiya had not even been afforded the opportunity to respond. Nagato? What do you know? It seems you have been involved in many secretive dealings. Initially, upon seeing Yahiko's situation, Jiraiya had assumed that Nagato and the others were deceased. Now, before the answer to the question was revealed, Jiraiya had already begun to suspect that Nagato and the others were indeed alive and connected to these individuals. Nagato, who knows? That is of no concern to me. If you wish to know, you must seek it out for yourself. Ha ha ha. White Zetsu's voice dripped with provocation. Perhaps you may be killed beforehand. Jiraiya-sama, the teacher of Nagato. He chuckled. Jiraiya's expression darkened significantly. He thought of that boy with the sage's eyes, and he too was eager to learn the current circumstances surrounding him. However, his thoughts soon drifted to Danzo. That treacherous Danzo, though he claimed to act for Konoha. If memory serves, during Danzo's external operations, the third Hokage had already ordered a ceasefire. They had even been poised to sign a truce with the Rock Ninja. No wonder that scoundrel said nothing afterward. No wonder the conflict inexplicably reignited. That scoundrel. The thought of that man, who incessantly professed his devotion to Konoha, filled Jiraiya with revulsion. He had even led Orochimaru astray, driving him to abandon Konoha. I shall remember this grievance, regardless of Yahiko and his companions or their previous actions. Upon my return to Konoha, I must have my reckoning. Correct answer. Kai looked at White Zetsu with a hint of surprise. The answer was announced directly, causing Jiraiya's body to stiffen. Could it be that Nagato would truly kill him? Jiraiya found it hard to believe. The once shy, kind-hearted, and loyal Nagato would actually do such a thing to him. What on earth had transpired? Tell me, Jiraiya exclaimed loudly, not only glancing at Kyle, but also at Obito and others. Obito and White Zetsu ignored him completely, while Kyle provided a reward and revealed the scene from that time. As White Zetsu looked on in astonishment, the footage had already begun to play. Successfully infiltrating, was this indeed the village of Amigakure? It certainly lived up to its name. Emerging from the mouth of a summoned toad, Jiraiya cautiously entered the village after briefing the summoned frog. The tranquility within the village was somewhat unexpected. To investigate the situation, Jiraiya entered an establishment of ill repute, seeking a woman resembling Tsunade, named Shugon. He proceeded to inquire about the village's circumstances and the status of its ninjas. Ahem. Surely, this part need not be shown. Can you simply inform me of the situation? Feeling a bit embarrassed standing there, Jiraiya wished he could slap the version of himself on screen. Here he was, while that fellow was behaving in such a manner. Jealousy and resentment welled up within him. Shugon, what a ridiculous name. Beyond his embarrassment, he was now eager to see how the subsequent events unfolded, particularly his encounter with Nagato. What could possibly lead to their confrontation? If you cannot bear it, you need not watch, Kyle remarked, offering him no special consideration. After all, the footage was beyond his control. Meanwhile, Misaka Mikoto, blushing, watched intently, confirming Jiraiya's reputation as a lecherous sage had indeed left a significant psychological impact on the young girl. Jiraiya wanted to say something, but restrained himself. Shortly thereafter, the scene shifted. After a brief yet enlightening stay at the establishment, Jiraiya had acquired the intelligence he sought and began his operations. He captured several ninjas, including Shugon's husband. The unfortunate man, witnessing Jiraiya turning his comrades into toads, became so frightened he complied with Jiraiya's inquiries, revealing valuable information. Utilizing ninjutsu, the toad shadow technique, he began to probe Amigakure. Transforming into a shadow? Was this the ability of the shadow fruit? It seemed similar, yet it appeared that acquiring such a power did not require consuming a fruit. If obtained, could numerous individuals become empowered? Doflamingo pondered. Since the last encounter, he had grown increasingly intrigued by individuals from other realms. He still had not determined what he sought or from whom he would acquire it, so he continued to observe the situation. The scene shifted again, revealing two new figures, a cool, blue-haired woman clad in a black and red cloud-pattern outfit, and a man adorned with several peculiar black rods. Yahiko and Konan? Had Yahiko not perished? Upon hearing their familiar voices, Jiraiya within the system could no longer contain himself. Why had things turned out this way? They had confirmed the identity of the intruder, a familiar face, his former student. Jiraiya-sensei, Konan stated flatly, her expression devoid of emotion. They had discerned through the rain that an intruder had entered Amigakure, and she had already identified him. Jiraiya-sensei, Pain's voice was equally cold, devoid of any warmth for his former teacher. Perhaps he had suppressed his feelings. Jiraiya-sensei was a ninja with his own convictions. He could not be persuaded. Let's take action. Their decision was to confront Jiraiya without a hint of mercy. Observing their exchange, Jiraiya felt a heavy sense of unease regarding their intentions. At that moment, he found himself facing Konan, who had transformed into a being capable of flight, resembling an angel with her paper wings. Regardless of her strength, she certainly possessed an impressive appearance. Ah, Konan, it seems you have blossomed into a remarkable woman. What role are you playing now? What benefits come with this transformation? Jiraiya asked curiously, seeking information. God has decreed your death, Konan declared, devoid of any emotion, initiating her attack. The battle erupted as paper projectiles struck like blades, while Jiraiya unleashed flames in rapid succession. Eventually, he expelled oil, covering Konan entirely. The powerful adhesive properties allowed him to restrain her with his long white hair, showcasing his extensive combat experience. Now, shall we converse a bit, Konan? It is rare for a mentor and student to reunite. He initially intended to express more sentiments, to play on their emotional ties, but scarcely managed to utter a few words. Summoning technique. With a loud crash, a massive crab appeared, spraying a thick white liquid that enveloped Konan. Jiraiya dodged repeatedly, and upon contact with the white substance, the oil that had coated Konan vanished, allowing her to take flight. Have reinforcements arrived? Is that Nagato? He recognized the figure with the circle-patterned eyes. Lion's main technique. Jiraiya swiftly severed the crab, attempting to control Pain with his hair. Unfortunately, Pain's substitution technique evaded the attack. This led to a dialogue between Jiraiya and Pain, during which Jiraiya gleaned the intelligence he sought. "So this is your goal?" Jiraiya observed Pain articulating his intentions. To manipulate the tailed beasts to create a weapon capable of obliterating an entire nation, thereby instilling fear and eradicating war. Theoretically, this approach was feasible, yet the drawbacks were glaringly evident. Should such power fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, it would spell catastrophe for the world. Moreover, achieving this aim would undoubtedly result in countless sacrifices, leading many nations to ruin or live forever in the shadows of destruction. Such an occurrence was something Jiraiya would never allow. This notion felt eerily familiar to Misaka Mikoto as she reflected inwardly. In their world, nearly every nation possesses some form of military weaponry capable of threatening global stability. Therefore, at least on the surface, there appears to be peace. For economically robust nations, the most brutal confrontations manifest as economic warfare. Large-scale casualties have become increasingly rare. After all, such conflicts could result in everyone turning against each other, potentially obliterating the planet itself. Weapons capable of annihilating an entire nation. Over to the side, Doflamingo's eyes gleamed with a predatory glint, eager to claim such a weapon for himself. He had witnessed the combat prowess of the individuals depicted in this scenario. Their strength was formidable, and their abilities peculiar. Even a confrontation with him would be troublesome. In fact, if they harbored hidden strengths, he doubted he could match them. Such individuals were coveted as instruments of national destruction. How terrifying that must be. Tailed beasts? Is this what they seek to collect? Administrator, it seems you possess one, that thing called a tailed beast. Doflamingo suddenly pondered. Casting au glance от koya, he was confident in his recollection. The tailed beast had already made an appearance, albeit merely the one known as a chibi. Tailed beasts? This remark immediately captured the attention of Obito and the others. Other worlds harbor tailed beasts? This revelation warranted scrutiny. As those who had long sought to seize tailed beasts from the shadows, they were acutely aware of their various affiliations. As of now, there had been no reports of any tailed beasts going missing. This matter does not concern you. However, if you wish to make an attempt to seize it, feel free. Though it was their first encounter, Kair already harbored a strong aversion towards this former celestial dragon. He had begun contemplating how to eliminate this nuisance at the earliest opportunity. While some may not desire such an outcome, it was likely that many others would rejoice. Fufufu, how enviable, he mused. As for attempting to seize anything, I lack the capability, though many others should find it intriguing, given that the esteemed administrator possesses numerous treasures, such as artificial devil fruits, administrative privileges, and the secrets of a system. Doflamingo remarked, seemingly hinting at something. Meanwhile, those observing the situation from the pirate world were stirred into a frenzy. They couldn't help but engage in discussions, contemplating their next moves. Ultimately, those with even a modicum of intelligence abandoned their plans. Only a few bewildered individuals began to take action. Naturally, the occupants of the system were unaware of the unfolding circumstances. Within the system, tailed beasts. Do you have tailed beasts in your world? Baiju directly inquired. Such entities had never existed before, but recently they had emerged. You might inquire further with this esteemed administrator. Perhaps he possesses more insights. Doflamingo said with a smirk, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama and eagerly anticipating Kair's response. Unrelated inquiries should be disregarded. Observing Baiju's antics, Kair preemptively spoke up. He had no intention of answering anything. It was unnecessary, and he had little to express. Chapter 128. The mention of ages ranging from 8 to 80 momentarily silenced Baiju, who had intended to probe further but halted under Obito's gaze. He did nothing and remained compliant. However, the imagery before them would not pause for their discussions. Jiraiya and the long-haired Pain were engaged in a rapid clash, which pressured Jiraiya into summoning a summoning beast to buy time for entering Sage mode. Has he truly grown to this extent? Nagato. Jiraiya observed the figures within, each possessing Rinnegan. He did not regard the Rinnegan as trivial. There was certainly something amiss. These entities must be akin to puppets, and Nagato had yet to make a move, controlling them from a distance. Watching the scene unfold, Jiraiya felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. If he were to be caught off guard, it would undoubtedly be fatal. In Sage Mode, the combat prowess exhibited by Jiraiya was formidable, particularly after activating Sage Mode. His strength ascended to a higher echelon. He repelled pain several times in succession, and after numerous attempts, he found the opportunity to ensnare 3 pains together. Utilizing Jinjutsu, he directly controlled them, ultimately vanquishing them. "I'll leave it to you, esteemed sages," Jiraiya said swiftly. "We've got this, kid," the frogs chimed in unison. Executing a powerful Jinjutsu that rendered the pains, who shared abilities, incapacitated. I would love to see Nagato's expression upon learning of this. Baiju remarked ominously from his side. 3 against 1, and yet 3 were defeated. How inept could they be? Regardless, he was one of the legendary Sannin, and possessing such strength was entirely reasonable. However, this footage had inadvertently exposed the capabilities of both parties. Obito remarked, observing Jiraiya. He felt it was manageable. If the opponent did not activate Sage Mode, he believed he could secure victory. In Sage Mode, contemplating this ability, Obito glanced at Baiju. He recalled that this fellow had acquired such powers. Previously, he might not have cared much, but witnessing this strength now, he felt an urge to utilize it. Unfortunately, while it was usable, imparting the methodology made him apprehensive of potential mishaps. Baiju seemed to share a tacit understanding with Obito. He could discern Obito's thoughts without difficulty. They had always appeared as good friends. At this moment, Baiju was not unwilling to share Sage Mode. He simply understood how challenging it was to control natural energy. To ensure Obito could master it proficiently would be exceedingly difficult. Rather than investing time in that, it would be better to continue developing the Sharingan. Obito let out a cold snort and refrained from pressing further. He could somewhat perceive that mastering Sage Mode was indeed a considerable undertaking. Jiraiya's utilization of Sage Mode appeared far from perfect, resembling a mutated frog. Even someone like him struggled to control it and required assistance from 2 frogs to succeed. Learning it on his own would undoubtedly be challenging. Jiraiya, meanwhile, had overheard snippets of Obito and Baiju's conversation. Yet, observing his own image on the screen, his heart skipped a beat. He was no longer inclined to speak further. His new self was already encapsulated within this imagery. After defeating the 3 pains, Jiraiya, in a moment of carelessness, failed to evade an attack. In an instant, he lost an arm. Swiftly, he evaded and vanished from the scene, plunging into the ocean's depths. He faced the entrance where he had previously stood, where several figures emerged slowly. 6 figures loomed above him, casting a shadow, including those he had just managed to eliminate. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiraiya's expression shifted subtly. What further unnerved him was the sight of a familiar figure. The Jiraiya depicted in that moment was entirely oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Pain. "Pain, who exactly are you?" Jiraiya spoke gravely, acutely aware of the immense pressure he was under. It was not solely the depletion of chakra that weighed upon him. His Sage Mode could not be sustained for long, not to mention the loss of an arm. He found himself in a dire predicament, where death loomed at any moment. Before him stood the 6 figures of the 6 paths. Each one, possessing the Rinnegan, gazed down upon him, and one figure slowly began to respond. Pain refers to the collective identity of us 6. This figure was none other than Jiraiya's former disciple, Yahiko. "Is that you, Yahiko? What has transpired? I thought you were dead. And why do you possess the Rinnegan? What Nagato? And Conan? What has happened to them?" A torrent of questions spilled from Jiraiya's lips, each one reflecting his urgent need for answers. "Am I witnessing the shadow of Yahiko?" He pondered. "Truly, you were a worthy student, yet Yahiko is no more. What stands before me is Pain, a god." Pain spoke in an expressionless tone, reminiscent of an emotionless machine. "I have grown weary of such trivialities. Why do you possess the Rinnegan? What exactly are you? What has become of Nagato? Did you do something to him? Why is this happening?" As Jiraiya spoke, he scrutinized each of the Pain figures, desperate to ascertain whether he was confronting Yahiko or Nagato, and how they had come to be in this state. Pain, however, had no intention of continuing this discourse. There is no longer Yahiko or Nagato. We are Pain. We are gods. With those cold words, the six figures of Pain seemed to move as one, launching an assault upon Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, retreat at once. Fukasaku, the sage of the toads, urged him, yet Jiraiya remained resolute, unable to abandon a disciple who now claimed divinity. I cannot simply walk away, Jiraiya insisted defiantly. Nevertheless, his condition was dire. He had just managed to fend off 3 of them, even gaining the upper hand, but now, facing the 6 paths, he was beginning to falter, especially in his current state. After enduring several attacks, he locked eyes with the figure that resembled Yahiko, suddenly bursting forward, determined to seize this former disciple. But before his attack could land, a hand caught his fist. Tendo Pain had intercepted him. Yahiko, how do you possess Nagato's eyes? Jiraiya inquired amidst the chaos. What has happened to Nagato and the others? Weren't you all in trouble back then? What is the truth? These are the questions he desperately sought answers to, grappling with the memories of 2 once kindred spirits. Yet, Pain had no intention of providing any answers. Even if you comprehend such matters, what of it? You cannot defeat us, feel the world's suffering, and then perish. As he spoke, he twisted violently, sending Jiraiya hurtling away. Another Pain, in perfect synchrony, unleashed a missile strike. This foe had been entirely transformed into a technological weapon, forcing Jiraiya to evade relentlessly. Little Jiraiya, retreat. Child, it is futile, Fukasaku admonished, but Jiraiya remained undeterred. I must find a flaw. Even if it leads to our mutual destruction, I need to understand the situation. Fukasaku hurriedly attempted to restrain him, yet Jiraiya was resolute. This was not solely about his own survival. It was about gathering intelligence on the Akatsuki and Pain, information that must be conveyed to warn others. Confronting his former disciple, now an adversary of Konoha, was a bitter pill for him to swallow. He had many thoughts racing through his mind, yet now he was gravely injured, lacking not only an arm, but also the ability to utilize many of his jutsu. The continuous loss of blood threatened to render him unconscious, and his stamina was nearly depleted from the ceaseless evasion and combat. While hiding in the water, he sees an opportunity to grasp one of the Pain figures, pulling it into the toad's dimension. However, this Pain fought fiercely, unwilling to let Jiraiya escape unscathed. A black rod pierced Jiraiya's body, causing even more blood to flow and leaving him feeling faint. Gasping for breath, Jiraiya lamented that despite expending all his energy, he had only managed to take down 1 Pain. Is this the best I can do? I have only secured a single corpse? He thought with dismay. Just then, he noticed the fallen forehead protector of his adversary, sparking a realization. These figures were not unfamiliar to him. They were faces he had encountered before. Not only Yahiko, but also others. The Akatsuki? Various figures flickered in his mind, and he began to piece together the truth, yet confirmation was still needed. He resolved to seal away the body of Pain and send it back for study by Konoha. Regardless of the outcome, he had acquired a Pain corpse, which would provide valuable insight. After arranging everything, he carefully exited the barrier. Jiraiya remained vigilant, aware that the Pains had not yet relinquished their pursuit. Observing him from all sides, he had hoped to eliminate another and clarify the situation, but unfortunately, Pain's Rinnegan left no room for error. His ambush failed, and instead, Pain seized the opportunity. Suddenly, 1 Pain emerged from the water, striking Jiraiya and severing his throat, leaving him no chance to utter a word. As Jiraiya fell onto the rocks, all the Pain figures swiftly moved to deliver the final blow. One by one, black rods pierced Jiraiya's body, causing blood to pour forth as he collapsed. His vacant gaze reflected the absence of life, a harbinger of death. Was this how it would end? The message had yet to be conveyed. So there was no true body. This information, Jiraiya, my boy. Hearing Fukasaku's desperate calls, Jiraiya strained to signal his intent to leave behind a message. With the aid of a toad sage, he inscribed a series of special symbols upon the back of the fallen foe. Yet Pain soon realized that Jiraiya was still alive and charged forth to eliminate him. Fortunately, the toad sages had already completed the recording of the information. In his final moments, Jiraiya slowly sank beneath the waves, disappearing from sight as the scene faded away. Standing within this system space, Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. Was this my demise? I have confirmed nothing, and I remain oblivious to what transpired. I have truly failed, both as a ninja and as a teacher. Now, Jiraiya had come to understand much, including the earlier tribulations faced by Nagato and the others. He had just received the information that Uchiha Obito, along with his shadowy accomplices, was up to no good, including Danzo. Although he was aware that he would ultimately meet his demise at the hands of Nagato, Jiraiya felt no anger or other emotions. His thoughts were solely focused on how to locate Nagato and his associates upon his return and how to guide his students back onto the righteous path. That was his true responsibility. To him, Nagato was akin to Minato, both destined children of fate, capable of saving the world. Naturally, leading them toward the right path was what he needed to accomplish at this moment. Despite being a notorious lecher, he maintained a facade of tragic nobility. Mikoto Misaka observed the scene and commented on it. Although she acknowledged the opponent's formidable combat prowess and the seemingly heroic sacrifice made for the sake of intelligence, her preconceived notions led her to perceive him as merely a lecher. She found herself unable to restrain her disdain. Jiraiya, clearly having heard her remarks, responded, "Little girl, this is all a misunderstanding." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at her flat figure. She was a rather cute and delicate little thing. Why was she so irritable? Moreover, she had the audacity to label him a lecher. This was a gross misrepresentation, and Jiraiya felt compelled to clarify that he was not a lecher at all. He was far from old. It was quite rude of her. Had he been in a position to act, he would have shown her the consequences of such accusations. Mikoto, feeling his gaze, cast an even more disdainful look at Jiraiya. "Stop with that gaze, you disgusting pervert, lecher. I have never encountered such shamelessness in a lecher before. To be slandered by such a little girl, oh no, to be defamed by such a little girl." Jiraiya offered an awkward smile, indicating it was a misunderstanding, yet he refrained from looking at her again, for she was far too sensitive. He had never seen anyone who could discern that they were being watched with just a single glance. Such a capability and crisis awareness were indeed formidable. Dear Sage of Mayabo-Kuzan, if you're interested, you are welcome to visit our world, regardless of the type of woman you desire. I can arrange it for you, be an 8-year-old or an 80-year-old, whatever you wish, I can provide it. I assure your satisfaction. Doflamingo suddenly interjected, gazing at Jiraiya with evident interest. Chapter 129. Uchihadara, a figure of considerable strength, and from another world, appeared rather lecherous, suggesting that controlling him should not pose much difficulty. "Do you have a way to bring him to your side?" Kyle asked, causing Doflamingo's previously smiling expression to vanish. "Is it possible to travel to other worlds?" Jiraiya and the others were equally intrigued by this inquiry, yet no one was present to provide answers. "I wish to know as well," he mumbled, silently critiquing the irrelevant questions. There was no need for deception. The others present, all figures of some strength, chose not to press further. After all, there was no need for flattery at that moment. Next question. He glanced at the still, Ninja World-related query. Perhaps due to the influx of participants, more questions had arisen. Kyle paid no mind and promptly presented the question. Multiple choice question. Who is the fated child that Jiraiya awaits to save the world? 1. Nagato. 2. Yahiko. 3. Minato Namikaze. 4. Naruto Uzumaki. Reward, double chakra amount. Punishment, have chakra amount. The fated child. Jiraiya gazed at the question before him. Among the many inquiries, he had not previously selected any. Concerning this particular question, he was reluctant to choose at all. He only wished to know the answer. While doubling his chakra would be beneficial, the potential punishment could be far more lethal, especially since he was now aware of his imminent fate. The fated child? Yahiko and Minato were both deceased, the remaining candidate. Naruto Uzumaki was presumably the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Given the current circumstances, it was highly likely that Nagato was the answer. The thought of him saving the world was quite intriguing, though it remained uncertain whether he would achieve this with the terrifying weapons mentioned in the images or through other means. White Zetsu remarked in a strange tone, expressing skepticism toward Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, questioning how someone raised in such an environment and without proper guidance could possibly save the world. His primary concern was Nagato. Would he pose a threat to their plans? Others shared similar suspicions, including Obito. Nagato's goals and motives had always been distinct from theirs, and even he was uncertain about the full scope of Nagato's actions. You should answer the question, he urged, as Obito seemed hesitant to respond. Naturally, Obito had no intention of taking a gamble and opted to place the responsibility on White Zetsu. My chakra is precious too, you know? Very well, after all, the odds of answering correctly are in favor of those who dare. White Zetsu initially contemplated rebutting, donning a peculiar grin, but under Obito's gaze. He chose to simply select the option for Nagato without further ado. This brought a sigh of relief from Jiraiya, who had been contemplating taking a gamble himself. With no opportunity to do so, it was perhaps for the best. He simply wished to see the answer. Although he did not receive a reward, the absence of risk was also a positive outcome. The correct answer was revealed, Naruto Uzumaki. Kyle opened the system and announced the answer directly. This answer was not singular. If one were to consider the full context, Uchiha Sasuke also played a significant role, as a large part of Sasuke's redemption was due to Naruto's influence. Thus, one could argue that this was not an incorrect answer. Incorrect? How could that be? I could accept that the other two were revived. But this little brat saving the world? White Zetsu exclaimed in shock, falling silent afterward. From whom would he save the world? Did this imply that their plans would ultimately fail? Not only for Nagato, but for them as well? White Zetsu and Obito exchanged glances, and Jiraiya interjected, "Wait a moment. Naruto Uzumaki, does this mean that the great sage's words were incorrect? Or are you suggesting that Naruto Uzumaki will eventually become my disciple?" Jiraiya pondered the possibility. Once this little fellow matured, he could indeed return to take him on as a disciple. He has been diligently investigating the circumstances surrounding the Shao organization, as well as any information regarding Orochimaru. Surely, he cannot be teaching the opponent in Konohagakure. Can this truly save the world? Is this what it means to be the child of destiny? Jiraiya pondered. The matter concerning the great Toad Sage is not pertinent to this topic, nor does this subject elucidate the relationship between Schwanju Naruto and you. Kai spoke directly. But what about the visuals? Jiraiya remained silent, continuing to speak. However, upon observing the system, Kair refrained from elaborating further and began to disclose the situation. The images manifested. The first sight was of the grown Schwanju Naruto alongside Uchiha Sasuke. At this juncture, Naruto had transformed into the Nine-Tails form and even attained Sage Mode, with the Rinnegan and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan adorning his dear friend Uchiha Sasuke. Additionally, there was a woman with hair as white as snow, floating gracefully. Her white eyes bore a resemblance to Byakugan, with a forehead adorned by an eye akin to Rinnegan, albeit red, alongside multiple Sharingan-like Tomo. Who is this woman? And that child? Is he truly the child of destiny? Observing the scene, Jiraiya sensed the formidable power of these individuals. Is the Rinnegan truly so commonplace? Contemplating the legendary sage's eyes, Jiraiya cast a frustrated glance at Uchiha Sasuke. This fellow, if there are no unforeseen circumstances, must be the last surviving Uchiha. Have the eyes evolved to such a form? Such monstrous talent made Jiraiya wonder if he could remain by their side in the future. With this revelation, he felt their safety was compromised. As for Naruto, he felt a sense of reassurance. Given the circumstances, he must have become his disciple. His mastery of Sage Mode surpassed even Jiraiya's own. The child of destiny. Jiraiya's mind swirled with various thoughts. Obito and the others, how could they have transformed into this? Who was that woman? Obito was utterly perplexed. Was it not supposed to be himself or Uchiha Madara as the ultimate boss? He had prepared himself for defeat. Even Nagato's involvement he could accept. Furthermore, the repeated instances of spatial fractures within the visuals made him acutely aware of the threat posed by these three individuals. White Zetsu. Do you recognize her? I do not. White Zetsu replied, maintaining his composure while gazing at the images. Meanwhile, the moment of conclusion was approaching. The Six Paths, Planetary Devastation. Accompanied by the combined efforts of Naruto and Sasuke, the Otsutsuki Kagaya was once again sealed away. Even till the very end, her reluctance and dissatisfaction were palpable. Yet, All of this ultimately reached its conclusion. As the images slowly faded, Jiraiya and the others gradually regained their composure. That strange woman. Is she the source of troubles in the future world? Jiraiya analyzed the situation. Considering Schwanjua Naruto's age, this must occur several years hence. At present, he is merely a child who has just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Have they failed? Obito and White Zetsu, while their thoughts diverged slightly, ultimately succumbed to a sense of helplessness. They also grew cautious of the system's space. Such future events and overwhelming combat prowess being revealed made them wary of the potential exposure of their hidden matters, especially given the many unsavory dealings they shared. Are these the formidable beings from other worlds? Ninjas? Such a powerful existence indeed. Their abilities are so unique. While not devil fruits, they can still wield extraordinary powers. The Land of Waves also has ninjas. It remains unclear if they possess such capabilities. The Land of Waves? Previously, when I passed through, I encountered some individuals claiming to be ninjas, shouting about ninjutsu, yet they merely pulled out firearms and swiftly dispatched them. The stakes here are no small matter. This is Kaido's territory. Ninjutsu. The times have changed, my friend. Voices of discussion erupted in the chat. Confronted with this spectacle, they could not afford to be complacent. Initially, they believed the inhabitants of this world were only marginally stronger than themselves. However, now, especially regarding their advanced combat capabilities, they could distinctly perceive the strength of those within the visuals. Fortunately, they're the ultimate boss. There should not be many like them. Doflamingo thought cautiously. Little do they know that as Boruto's saga unfolds, countless individuals will casually overpower Naruto and Sasuke, such as Uchiha elbow strikes, Uchiha grapples, and various scenarios where Naruto is incapacitated or fights to the death. The minds of those present teemed with their own thoughts. Even Misaka Mikoto was keenly attentive to the antics of the lecherous Jiraiya and his companions. The combat prowess of those individuals clearly surpassed her own as a level 5 Esper. How extraordinarily abnormal could they be? Administrator, is there another question? After regaining his bearings, Jiraiya was the first to speak. He was indifferent to any rewards. What he desired was information regarding the future. As for other matters, he would see how they unfolded. You have already had so many questions. Isn't this never-ending? Doflamingo remarked, feeling somewhat bored by the ongoing questioning of these individuals. Yet, his comments fell on deaf ears. Next question. Kyer casually announced the next topic. A sweeping glance revealed the ninja world's endless challenges. This topic, however, piqued his interest. Upon seeing it, Kyer cast a kindly glance at White Zetsu, one of the accomplices in this performance. Multiple choice. Who was the mastermind behind the death of Uchiha Obito's teammate, Noera Rin? 1. Uchiha Madara. 2. Senju Hashirama. 3. Hitaki Kakashi. 4. Shimura Danzo. Reward. Half of the chakra of the three tails. Punishment. Loss of half of one's life force. This is disastrous. Upon seeing this question, White Zetsu could no longer muster a smile. Uchiha Obito paused upon seeing the question. White Zetsu, do you have nothing to say? Obito's voice was laden with a chilling tone. His demeanor conveyed that without a satisfactory explanation, dire consequences awaited. The mastermind, Jiraiya, observing the question, found himself greatly intrigued. Watergate's disciple darkened, and his own disciple followed suit. There must be an issue here. Scanning the options, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Hitaki Kakashi were immediately ruled out. Ultimately, only Shimura Danzo remained. That old man, it must be you again? Perhaps the Nine-Tails incident also stemmed from this old coot, aiming to eliminate Watergate and ascend to the position of Hokage. He never anticipated that he would be outmaneuvered by the 3 generations of elders. Jiraiya swiftly analyzed the situation. A clear path of choices had emerged. Uchiha Obito, are you collaborating with Danzo? That individual orchestrated the demise of your comrades and shifted the blame onto Minato, inciting your animosity towards Konoha and Minato. Jiraiya's vivid imagination seemed to grasp the truth. This revelation caused both Zetsu and Obito, who were previously in an impasse, to turn their gazes toward him. You truly are quite astute. Their looks at Jiraiya carried a hint of condescension. Indeed, Danzo has connections with me. As for the rest, you may speculate. Uchiha Obito, with his mask concealing his expression, appeared to have everything under control, even managing his emotions as he awaited the outcome. Among the various options, Obito hesitated momentarily before speaking up, without waiting for Zetsu's input. I choose Uchiha Madara. To him, the likelihood was overwhelmingly in favor of this choice. Given Zetsu's earlier demeanor, it was evident that something was amiss. Obito was acutely aware that this matter had no ties to Danzo. Unless, of course, Danzo was secretly in league with Uchiha Madara. Yet, he deemed such a scenario implausible. Given Madara's temperament, there was no way he would collaborate with Danzo. Obito, you're being too rash. Observing the reward of half the Three Tails chakra falling into Obito's hands, Zetsu felt a twinge of frustration. He had been contemplating whether to answer directly, but the question had been chosen for him. Uchiha Madara, is he still alive? Jiraiya was unconcerned with their internal deliberations. His focus rested solely on the answer. Initially, he presumed that Danzo was the likely culprit, considering that the other options were either deceased or incapable of such feats at that time. Only Danzo remained. If the answer was indeed Uchiha Madara, then their recent intelligence must be flawed. Each individual turned to Kyle, anticipating the announcement of the results. The correct answer, Uchiha Madara. Kyle did not prolong the suspense, promptly revealing the answer. This announcement caused the expressions of those present in the ninja world to shift dramatically. Chapter 130, The Three Ninjas. Rashness? Uchiha Obito chuckled at the answer. Did you not intend to say anything? Does Uchiha Madara have any plans he has not disclosed to me? He fixed his gaze on Zetsu. Although he had never fully trusted him, Zetsu had generally been regarded as a trustworthy ally. However, following this revelation, their relationship would likely require reevaluation. While Madara might indeed have issues, Obito had always perceived Zetsu as Madara's subordinate. Uchiha Madara is not dead. Have you seen him? Is everything you have done connected to him? Jiraiya had heard tales of Uchiha Madara, especially during his youth, when others spoke of the legendary figure in the ninja world. If he truly survived until now, or had lived until recently, how old would he be? In their ninja world, it was nearly impossible to live such a long life without extraordinary abilities. This does not concern you. Obito showed no intention of responding, his gaze firmly fixed on Zetsu, clearly expecting an explanation. Obito, I am not privy to that information. Zetsu was well aware of Obito's implications, but at this juncture, he could not disclose anything. Continuing down this path would likely result in their tool being eliminated. Can you conceal the truth by remaining silent? Obito regarded Zetsu with disdain, prompting Zetsu to recall the system's potential for exposure. At that moment, Kyle unveiled the situation regarding Uchiha Madara. An elderly man with white hair, though on the brink of death, still exuded an undeniable aura of distinction. This is the individual chosen? Uchiha Madara? Zetsu transmitted the information to Uchiha Madara. Upon confirming it, decided to test the strength of his profound connections. I hope this endeavor succeeds. A conversation in the shadows heralded a new beginning. Is this Uchiha Madara? Jiraiya was astonished to see the aged figure of Uchiha Madara. This man truly lived until a few years ago, or even recently. Zetsu, it seems your conspiracies are on the verge of exposure. Obito regarded Zetsu with a hint of malice, leaving Zetsu feeling quite helpless. Given the current circumstances, the next steps were now in his hands, involving numerous explorations and strategies. During one of Obito's miscalculations, he found himself surrounded by ninjas from other villages. To protect his comrades, he was pinned beneath a massive stone. Setting up such a scene had cost him considerable time and effort. So it was you. I had suspected that such coincidences were too fortuitous. Trapped beneath the stone, Obito had always harbored doubts about the circumstances of his rescue. It was all too coincidental. It seemed improbable for events to align so perfectly. At this juncture, Zetsu refrained from making further comments. There was no point in explaining anything now. The subsequent revelations only served to exacerbate Obito's agitation. After arranging trouble for Kakashi in Noera Rin, Zetsu dramatically announced, Obito, your companions Rin and Kakashi have been surrounded by mist ninjas. In the footage, Zetsu performed theatrics. Upon hearing this news, Obito leapt into action. What? I must save them. With your current state, you would be of little assistance. Allow me to take over. Let me aid you. Zetsu feigned camaraderie, which deeply moved Obito. He donned Zetsu, successfully breaking through the wall and racing towards the exit. Wait for me, Kakashi, Rin. He sprinted furiously along the way. The ensuing events unfolded as expected. By the time Obito arrived, Noara Rin had perished, prompting a furious Obito to eliminate the mist ninjas. This scene felt eerily familiar. Doflamingo observed the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, suddenly recalling the resurrected girl he had encountered upon entering this place. She must have been his comrade. How intriguing. Watching Uchiha Obito, Doflamingo found himself captivated by his eyes, sensing their immense power. It seemed that the deeper the emotions, the more formidable the loss of a loved one, the greater the enhancement. This made Doflamingo ponder whether, had he possessed such eyes in his youth, he might have directly transcended to the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had many thoughts, but regrettably, such aspirations were merely fanciful. Rin, upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Obito had little to say. By the time he reached this point, he had already confirmed the intelligence. Jiraiya remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Resurrection? Is this truly the case? His expression was one of complexity as he regarded Uchiha Obito. Upon hearing this news, he felt an urge to bring the other back. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Obito was the true instigator of the Kyuubi incident, the one responsible for the death of Minato. The mere thought of allowing him to return to Konohagakure was just a fleeting notion. Indeed, it is true that Noara Rin has been resurrected, albeit her current condition is rather dire. To my knowledge, she has become a mere shell of her former self, a consequence of the experiments conducted by the higher-ups in Konoha. After all, someone who has returned from the dead would undoubtedly pique their interest, White Zetsu interjected. His words were clearly intended to provoke Obito. Even now, he wished to prevent Obito from abandoning the Moon Eye plan. To ensure that Obito harbored malice towards Konoha, it would be prudent to let him view the village with disdain. When the time was ripe, perhaps Rin could perish once more, ideally at the hands of Konoha's elite. Konoha? That is impossible. Jiraiya immediately sought to dismiss the notion, casting a glance at both Obito and White Zetsu. This information was not difficult to uncover. You should be able to learn of it promptly upon returning to Konoha, White Zetsu remarked casually, eyeing the masked Obito, whose expression remained hidden. Beneath that mask, his face contorted with malice, his gaze radiating a dark aura. This ominous presence was directed not only towards White Zetsu, but also towards Uchiha Madara and Konoha itself. Rin, I will ensure this impostor vanishes. I will create a true version of you, and we shall return to the past, to the way things once were. In Obito's perspective, the deceased Rin was not the authentic Rin. The resurrected Rin was certainly not her either. The real Rin was the one who had always been part of their team, the one with whom they shared countless adventures. Although she may have had affections for another, the kindness she had shown him filled Obito with an obsession. Rin, there was little left to say. The situation was clear. Action would be taken upon their return. Your village is quite chaotic, Misaka Mikoto remarked from the side. The idea of using one's own people for experiments struck her as utterly outrageous. Although White Zetsu had not clarified earlier, she had already deduced the nature of the girl in question. Moreover, this so-called ninja world was truly excessive. Children barely in their teens, some even younger than her, were thrust into battle. While these individuals might possess formidable abilities, the thought of sending such young souls to war stirred unease within her. Nonetheless, she recognized that this was a different world with varying circumstances. Thus, she refrained from voicing too many objections. Fufufu, what an intriguing world. It seems your realm is far from peaceful. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, chuckled as he observed the plight of the shinobi. He had been contemplating how to exploit, or perhaps whether he could utilize the individuals here. Moving on to the next question. Each individual held their own thoughts, and Kale chose to disregard them. He swiftly arranged for the next query to appear. Multiple choice. Who is the fifth Hokage of Konohagakure? 1. Jiraiya. 2. Tsunade. 3. Hatake Kakashi. 4. Shimura Danzo. Reward, double the total amount of chakra. Penalty, 1 arm. The fifth Hokage? Here Here we go again with matters of the future. Jiraiya felt a sense of helplessness. The events of the past were beyond his comprehension, and the future was even more so. As for the fifth Hokage, anyone on that list could potentially fill the role. However, he first ruled himself out. He would never occupy that position. The fifth Hokage. Obito mused disdainfully as he regarded the title. Only a fool would aspire to become Hokage. His current objective was to usher the inhabitants of this world into a realm of authenticity, to initiate the Moon Eye Plan. Jojojo, Ichushi Muradanso. White Zetsu made his choice without hesitation. Losing an arm was of no consequence to him. Furthermore, he had some inkling regarding the nature of this question. Rather than allow others to guess, he preferred to cause chaos here, ensuring no one reaped the rewards. As for the penalties, he was least concerned about physical matters. He had already determined that rewards and penalties only affected his current body and had no bearing on his other forms. Thus, there was nothing to worry about. As for the choice of Danzo, he had considered it carefully. Having gained some understanding of this individual, White Zetsu recognized Danzo's obsession with the Hokage position. He had always been one of their pre-selected members or a potential ally. Particularly now that Obito was dissatisfied, their chances for collaboration had only increased. Shimura Danzo? Upon White Zetsu's selection, Jiraiya frowned slightly. He was familiar with this individual. A contemporary of the third Hokage, he had resurfaced. What was his intent? Opting for an old guard instead of a fresh face was perplexing. In Jiraiya's estimation, unless there were no new talents available, such a choice was unlikely. He surmised that Tsunade was the most probable candidate. If approached, she would likely refuse and shift the blame onto Tsunade. Given her current circumstances, she might decline, leaving Hitaki Kakashi as the next possibility. Even Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the old man, could be a contender. As for Danzo, unless he resorted to underhanded tactics, he would have no chance. With a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, he awaited the answer. The correct response, Tsunade. When Kale announced the answer, it aligned precisely with Jiraiya's expectations. Tsunade, huh? Even if he answered incorrectly, White Zetsu felt no regret. He merely wished to observe the situation. For him, the waste of gathering intelligence and losing some bodies was inconsequential. Soon, he felt one of his arms vanish. He did not even perceive the nature of the attack that caused his arm to disappear. This incident only heightened the unease of those present regarding their surroundings. The next moment, an image materialized. The third Hokage had passed away, and the village could not remain leaderless for long. Jiraiya, we hope you will assume this position, spoke Koharu, one of the elders of Konoha, within the Hokage building. This revelation left Jiraiya wide-eyed. The third Hokage is dead? Prior to seeing this question, he had thought it was the third selecting a successor. He never anticipated the third had died. Was there a great war that transpired? That shouldn't be the case. He continued to watch the scene unfold. In it, Jiraiya unhesitatingly chose to decline the position, instead recommending Tsunade and directly shifting the responsibility onto her. Eventually, he embarked on a journey to find Tsunade. In the midst of it all, he distinctly noticed a small figure accompanying him. Uzumaki Naruto, was it? Jiraiya gazed upon the individual diligently learning the Rasenkin under his tutelage, and his thoughts drifted back to the protagonist of his former book. Throughout their journey, he instructed Naruto while simultaneously searching for Tsunade's whereabouts. Ultimately, he located her within a quaint izakaya. However, the transition of the Hokage position proved to be exceedingly arduous. Some individuals were fervently eager to attain the title of Hokage, driven to the brink of madness, while others showed no interest whatsoever. Only fools aspire to become Hokage. I have no desire for it. Let Konoha proceed as it may, Tsunade disdainfully remarked, exhibiting a complete lack of interest in the proposition. This provoked an enraged response from Uzumaki Naruto, who slammed his fist on the table, declaring himself a man destined to become Hokage, leading to a scuffle with Tsunade. Despite employing an incomplete Rasenkin, he was effortlessly subdued by a mere finger. Their initial encounter left him evidently disheartened. Meanwhile, Jiraiya discreetly sought information and stumbled upon a revelation regarding Orochimaru. The notion that Orochimaru was in search of assistance for treatment astonished both Jiraiya and the system. Had something transpired with him? The ongoing scenes failed to address who had slain the third Hokage. Subsequently, the entanglements and battles among the legendary three unfolded. Jiraiya succumbed to Tsunade's poison, underperforming, while Tsunade was incapacitated by her hemophobia, unable to unleash her full potential, and Orochimaru encountered issues with his arm, rendering him incapable of utilizing hand seal-dependent ninjutsu. The legendary battle among the three was, in essence, a conflict of their summoned beasts. Jiraiya had just dealt a blow to Orochimaru. The resolution was evident. They vanquished Orochimaru, and subsequently, Jiraiya and Naruto successfully persuaded Tsunade to return to Konoha, where she assumed the mantle of the fifth Hokage. The unfolding scenes captivated Jiraiya's attention, as he feared missing any detail. Chapter 131. The Collapse of Konoha, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage. This outcome was somewhat anticipated, yet still surprising. Jiraiya was well aware of the events that had transpired in Tsunade's past. There was little discussion regarding her identity. Kai quickly presented the next question, likely due to the increased number of shinobi present in this realm. Multiple choice question: why is Orochimaru unable to use his arm? Well, the legendary three. 1. Poisoned and cursed by members of the Akatsuki. 2. Result of a failed self-developed forbidden technique. 3. Sealed by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. 4. Side effects from utilizing an incomplete forbidden technique. Orochimaru's forbidden technique. Punishment: loss of one arm. Is this ever going to end? Another question from their world. Doflamingo protested nearby. Isn't this system supposed to be in the external realm? Why does it continue to pose questions? Initially displeased, his demeanor shifted to a probing one. He pondered whether Kai was aware of certain matters. However, Kai paid him no mind, leaving his inquiries unanswered. Beside him, Misaka Mikoto furrowed her brow, observing the performances of those around her. She had a reasonable understanding of the connections between these individuals and this space. Some appeared to be recent arrivals, while others, like the administrator, seemed like seasoned patrons, having engaged with the system on multiple occasions. Another question from our world, this time concerning Orochimaru. Jiraiya and the others exchanged peculiar glances. They had clearly witnessed the state of Orochimaru's arm, which was undoubtedly dire. Jiraiya harbored a suspicion that Orochimaru had made an attempt on Konoha. This possibility, when combined with previous information, seemed quite plausible. Ultimately, it could be that the old man sealed Orochimaru's arm, just as Jiraiya contemplated whether to answer the question. White Zetsu interjected, "I choose Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is the one who sealed Orochimaru's arm." Unfazed, White Zetsu smiled at Jiraiya while responding to the question. He had observed the previous events, and regardless of the outcome, he was more concerned about preventing others from answering correctly. As for his own physical form, he deemed it inconsequential. After all, it was merely an arm. Old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. Obito glanced at White Zetsu, initially intending to say something, but soon fell silent, feeling it unnecessary to speak further. He resolved to deal with the matter upon their return, when all would be revealed. Congratulations on the correct answer, Kai announced without waiting for their inquiries. You have earned the cursed seal. As Kai distributed the reward, White Zetsu received the notification. Observing the ability, he felt no joy or other emotions. If he could exchange this ability for their complete anonymity, he would gladly forfeit it. What had Orochimaru truly done? Jiraiya, now a relentless prompter for updates, displayed no enthusiasm for answering questions, yet he was fervently eager for progress. Kai, on the other hand, seemed to withhold any visual content from them, instead presenting yet another question. Multiple choice question. Under what circumstances did Sarutobi Hiruzen meet his demise? 1. He perished in Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha, a scheme devised in collaboration with the Sand Village to assault the third Hokage. 2. He died as a result of Orochimaru's Edo Tensei plan, summoning numerous deceased Konoha shinobi to destroy the village for the sake of research on various talents and forbidden techniques. 3. He was slain in Orochimaru's alliance with the Sand Village, which aimed to obliterate Konoha. 4. He died in the plan devised by Orochimaru to capture the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, collaborating with the Sand Village and launching an assault on Konoha, even invoking the One Tail Jinchuriki. Reward: Orochimaru's version of Edo Tensei. Punishment: Instant death. The question appeared even before the visuals materialized, causing Jiraiya to widen his eyes. What plan? Who knows what the plan entails? He had yet to ascertain the details of previous events, and now all four plans were linked to Orochimaru. This posed a significant dilemma. Each of the four options seemed plausible, and the punishment was severe. Are either of you considering answering? White Zetsu, initially eager to seize the question, lost interest upon seeing the risk of instant death. If one possessed insufficient knowledge, the likelihood of survival was minimal. Neither Obito nor Jiraiya would stake their lives here given the exceedingly low odds. The stakes were particularly concerning for Obito. As for Jiraiya's fate, White Zetsu felt little concern. The Uchiha clan had already diminished in number, and if Obito were to perish, it would be a grave loss. The revival plan of Uchiha Madara depends heavily on Nagato, and there are scarcely any restrictions, which complicates matters considerably. Obito remained silent, consumed by a desire to uncover more intelligence. After leaving this place, he intended to ascertain various matters, eager to discover how many secrets had eluded him over the years. Meanwhile, Jiraiya scrutinized the plans before him and had nearly concluded that the old man had indeed perished in Orochimaru's scheme. Reflecting on the transformation of a once dear friend into a murderer of his own master left Jiraiya feeling utterly helpless. He glanced at Obito, then turned inward, contemplating whether this was what legacy truly meant. He couldn't resist a quiet scoff at the thought, also recalling how Sarutobi Hiruzen had once betrayed the Senju clan, as well as the unfortunate circumstances that befell the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, on the battlefield. These reflections deepened his sense of the world's darkness, leading him to ponder the unsettling trend of disciples betraying their masters within their lineage. How could it be so? A part of him wondered if Obito might eventually meet a similar fate at the hands of his own apprentice. Despite his multitude of thoughts, Jiraiya focused on the four choices presented before him. 1/4 of the options were actions he had not anticipated. Ultimately, he believed that as long as he returned with the answers, he could take the necessary actions. There was no need to risk his life over a mere question. Death would render all endeavors futile. Instinctively, Jiraiya chose the first option, convinced that Orochimaru would not recklessly attack Konoha without a deeper, ulterior motive. He felt the second and fourth options held slightly more merit, but resolved not to choose them. His desire was to confront Orochimaru directly and discern his intentions. Orochimaru, even if I must break your legs, I shall thwart you, he silently vowed, a bond he had long cherished with Konoha and the Sannin guiding his thoughts. This conviction evoked an uncanny chill in Orochimaru, who soon dismissed it as the idle musings of a fool seeking trouble. It seems none of you are inclined to answer. Allow me to take charge, White Zetsu muttered, feeling a sense of indifference regarding the situation. He considered whether he might be overstepping, but knowing he was already privy to the circumstances, he decided to proceed. Their plans had been exposed, and even if Obito feigned ignorance, trust was no longer possible. Many strategies now required reevaluation. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Obito glanced at the question again, declaring, I choose the fourth option. Orochimaru acts to acquire Jinchuriki. White Zetsu felt confident in his choice, understanding that Orochimaru would not engage in futile endeavors, and the tailed beasts were among Konoha's most coveted assets. The desire to capture one, especially related to the Akatsuki, was plausible. The answer soon arrived, incorrect. The correct response was that the third Hokage of Konoha perished due to Orochimaru's plan to dismantle Konoha, a conspiracy devised in collaboration with the Sand Village to eliminate the third Hokage. The system, under Kyle's command, made this revelation, altering the expressions of several figures in the ninja world. Am I to meet my demise now? White Zetsu feigned nonchalance, though he secretly harbored concerns about the system's implications for his other forms. Even now, he couldn't help but plot in the recesses of his mind. Today is your day. Hurry and perish, he thought, though he knew that once they departed, his own machinations would render them even worse off. Do not assume this matter concludes here, Obito remarked coldly. Obito, you are so heartless, White Zetsu replied, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Jiraiya, upon seeing the answer, was taken aback. Why? Orochimaru, have you truly become this way? Did Konoha affect you so deeply, or was it the old man? A torrent of thoughts flooded Jiraiya's mind. Among those present, he had maintained a relatively amicable relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet he was oblivious to the full extent of what transpired between Hiruzen and the others. Orochimaru, once the most favored disciple, had drastically changed, leaving Jiraiya perplexed about the events that had transpired. He had only a vague understanding of Tsunade's circumstances concerning her research on Mokuton and the subsequent loss of her loved ones, which had led her to a complete disillusionment with Konoha, a sentiment she attributed to Hiruzen. As for himself, he had largely remained a bystander, focusing most of his attention on the Child of Destiny. It could be said that he was among the least affected by the turmoil. Nonetheless, even he felt overwhelmed by the power struggles within Konoha, having never been fond of such machinations. As for the rationale behind attacking the village, Jiraiya could only speculate that something irreparable had transpired between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. While Jiraiya was lost in thought, a sudden muffled groan pierced the air, followed by an eerie voice announcing, "I shall await you in another world." With that ominous declaration, White Zetsu vanished without a trace, leaving no bloodshed in his wake, as if his body had been disintegrated. Is he truly gone? Misaka Mikoto observed the scene in shock before quickly regaining her composure. If such a punishment befell her, she would find herself utterly alone, lacking even a scapegoat. The others had formed a trio, while she was merely a solitary weakling, which rendered her predicament particularly uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the seemingly composed Don Quixote Doflamingo, seated beside her, harbored a weighty concern beneath his enigmatic glasses. While he had weathered various pressures before, loss of limbs, loss of abilities, this inexplicable demise, with its disintegration, felt particularly daunting. However, the cunning strategist concealed his trepidation, remaining unnoticed even by Kyle, who was typically indifferent. Let's take a look at the situation. This time, the system has indeed provided a visual display. Kyer has not kept anyone in suspense and has revealed everything directly. He remains utterly indifferent to the demise of Baiju, for here, countless lives have already been lost. Unlike Doflamingo, who might feel a twinge of anxiety at the prospect of his own turn, Kyer is now rewarded without the chance to answer any questions. Having authority grants one the liberty to act as they please. With the people here aware of his circumstances, they might very well drag him out and administer a beating. Such thoughts are not entirely unfounded. The scene unfolds as Kyer speaks, and the image begins to materialize. Jiraiya's gaze is fixated above. The Konoha collapse plan has commenced. Within the venue of the Chunin exams, chaos ensues as both sand and sound ninjas wreak havoc. The arena is in utter disarray. Beyond the venue, colossal summoned serpents attack the village of Konoha. These gigantic serpents are formidable foes. Even Chunin cannot guarantee their defeat alone, and even Jonin would take considerable time to subdue them. Their immense size and destructive power pose significant challenges. Even if they manage to eliminate them, many have already been delayed in their rescue efforts. Moreover, other ninjas are also in action, leaving the people of Konoha with no choice but to mount a defense. This has rendered them unable to focus on the situation at the support venue. Chapter 132. Jiraiya's desire to learn the Shiki Fujin at the Chunin exam venue. The observation platform atop the building has transformed dramatically. Numerous Umbu ninjas have been obstructed outside. Within, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, finds himself in a precarious situation. Held captive by the imposter Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's appearance, Jiraiya's eyes widen in disbelief, sensing something peculiar about the situation. In the visual display, it is unclear whether the tears streaming down are from joy or the pain of having to kill his mentor. Despite being taken hostage, the third Hokage remains remarkably calm, observing his former pupil with a slight smile. He is not anxious. Rather, he has simply been waiting for this opportunity, and it has become somewhat tiresome. As he speaks, Orochimaru yawns and drives a kunai into his own hand, blood flowing freely. "What is your true objective, Orochimaru?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquires. noting that Orochimaru has ceased to hold him captive and has instead released him. He wishes to acquire intelligence. A stationary windmill may occasionally lift one's spirits, yet it is fundamentally devoid of value. Now, I intend to harness this whirlwind of Konoha's destruction to set it spinning once more. As he discards the Kazekage's headpiece, Orochimaru continues, "No matter what you plan to do, I shall thwart you. The destruction of Konoha is utterly impossible. I am the third Hokage. Then let us engage in battle. Teacher, Najutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique." As their dialogue unfolds, a gust of wind signals the commencement of their confrontation. Sarutobi Hiruzen employs ninjutsu, while Orochimaru unleashes a snake that bites Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, it is merely a substitution jutsu. The real body has already positioned itself behind Orochimaru, ready to execute its ninjutsu. Doton Doryutaiga, Doton Doryuden, Gaton, Gano Hutsu. With three swift techniques, Sarutobi Hiruzen gains control over Orochimaru, leaving him with no opportunity to evade, igniting his body and eliciting a piercing scream. Within the system, Jiraiya observes the rapid exchange of blows, a life-and-death struggle. He's a loss for words. Orochimaru, you old fool. The thought of Orochimaru potentially eliminating their teacher brings Jiraiya a pang of discomfort. Yet he reminds himself that this outcome has yet to occur, and he must do everything in his power to prevent it. Although Orochimaru appears to be at a disadvantage, Jiraiya knows that this adversary will not fall so easily. Enough of these trivial games. Sarutobi Hiruzen is well aware of Orochimaru's strength. He understands that his former pupil will not succumb to such an attack. The earlier display was merely a ruse. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of teacher. This reminds me of our days in the Ninja Academy. Let us cease this charade and begin in earnest. Orochimaru darkly declares. The preceding skirmish was merely a warm-up. The true battle is about to commence. As they speak, their cumbersome attire unsuitable for battle is swiftly discarded, replaced by combat-ready garments, indicating prior preparation. Indeed, Najutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. With that declaration, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru act in unison. However, the ensuing spectacle of Orochimaru's ninjutsu takes them both by surprise. Summoning. Impure World Reincarnation. Orochimaru summons 3 coffins. And although the third coffin does not appear, the first 2 already signal trouble for Sarutobi Hiruzen. 1-2. The markings on the coffins indicate the first and second Hokage. I must prevent the third one. Seeing the markings and the potential for a third coffin, Sarutobi Hiruzen exerts every effort to stop it from emerging. Thankfully, he manages to suppress it, preventing the third coffin from appearing. However, even the 2 that have manifested prove to be formidable adversaries. As the coffins open, 2 figures emerge. The first Hokage, clad in red armor with black hair, and the second Hokage, dressed in blue armor with white hair, stand before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Within the system space, the abilities of the summoned individuals have captured the attention of many. That Impure World Reincarnation technique. Orochimaru is quite impressive. Baiju exclaims, mentally calculating whether he should seek to recruit Orochimaru upon returning. After all, Uchiha Bito has already turned against him, and others share similar ambitions. Previously, he had dismissed the legendary Sannin as unremarkable, especially after being easily defeated by Itachi. However, the current circumstances are entirely different. Setting aside combat prowess, Orochimaru's capability to develop forbidden techniques is undoubtedly exceptional. Uchiha Bito has resolved to approach Orochimaru at the first opportunity, perhaps even to control Uchiha Madara through Impure World Reincarnation. Summoning the first Hokage to restrain this adversary would also be a viable strategy. As a resident of Konoha, he was well aware that Uchiha Madara, this old fellow, could not contend with the first Hokage, the one referred to as the god of shinobi. Was it a corpse? It certainly did not resemble a human. And the term Edo Tensei, the ability to summon the deceased, Misaka Mikoto mused inwardly. Sharing this sentiment was Don Quixote Doflamingo. Such a power was beyond his experience. He had heard of abilities that allowed manipulation of corpses, but this situation seemed distinct, summoning the dead to engage in battle. if he could acquire such strength. Reclaiming his status as a celestial dragon, or even surpassing them, would be within reach. The technique of Edo Tensei had already captured Doflamingo's interest. Should the opportunity present itself, he would not let it slip away. The name Orochimaru lingered in his mind. Perhaps in the future, he could trade something of value when they crossed paths. In this space, each individual harbored their own thoughts, while Jiraiya was engulfed in shock and silence. He had previously heard whispers about Orochimaru's research, but now the first Hokage and the second Hokage were directly pitted against the third Hokage. Jiraiya understood that the situation was dire for the latter. It was merely a matter of how much strength the third Hokage could muster. And there loomed the ever-watchful Orochimaru. As the battle commenced, Jiraiya recalled earlier discussions regarding Orochimaru's Edo Tensei plan. With such events unfolding, was he not agitated? He turned to Kale and posed a question, but quickly returned his attention to the unfolding scene. There, the first and second Hokages had caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes to widen in disbelief. The first Hokage and the second Hokage. It appears age has caught up with you, monkey. Edo Tensei? This technique seems to have brought us trouble. I had warned you against delving into such peculiar ninjutsu. The first and second Hokages exchanged a few words before Orochimaru swiftly interrupted their conversation. Enough, you two. This is not a place for idle chatter. As he spoke, he activated the Edo Tensei ability, controlling them and transforming them into emotionless machines, ready for combat. In close quarters, they struck Sarutobi Hiruzen, aging him and distorting his mouth. Meanwhile, in the system space, what had been discussed was merely a plan, not a manifestation of Orochimaru's abilities. The conspiracy devised by Orochimaru and the Sand Shinobi was the destruction of Konoha. Everything else was incidental. Kale offered a brief explanation and remained silent, merely observing the spectacle. Jiraiya, however, was not entirely satisfied with this answer, as it did not yield further intelligence. Yet, given the circumstances, he had no alternative but to watch the scene, assessing the combat prowess of the first and second Hokages in their Edo Tensei forms. The Chunin exams, barring unforeseen events, should not be too far off. Soon, he would have the opportunity to confront Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I shall thwart you. Jiraiya had never relinquished his resolve regarding Orochimaru, having attempted countless times to persuade him to return. Water release, water barrier, water release, water severing wave. The second Hokage's water techniques were indeed formidable. Even in this arid environment, he conjured a deluge that inundated the rooftop. Wood release, advent of the trees. The first Hokage's unique wood release followed, with an abundance of trees emerging to obscure the entire battlefield. The trees enveloped everything within the barrier. Subsequently, they swiftly captured Sarutobi Hiruzen. The first and second Hokages evidently overpowered him. The confrontation had only witnessed a few exchanges of ninjutsu since their appearance. As the first Hokages would release techniques manifested, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself ensnared. He resorted to summoning technique, calling forth the Monkey King, Inma, who assisted him in breaking free from the first Hokage's would release. What ensued was a series of probing attacks and counterattacks. However, after inflicting damage upon the first and second Hokages, they did not dissipate. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that ordinary measures would not suffice. It seemed only the final resort remained. Is it my turn now? Shadow Clone Technique. Shiki Fujin. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately utilized the Shadow Clone Technique to create two bodies, subsequently employing Shiki Fujin. Now, it was a matter of life and death. Jinjutsu, Dark Illusion Technique. Sensing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had cast a powerful technique, the second Hokage employed Jinjutsu, enveloping the area in complete darkness, obscuring visibility to trouble Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, he underestimated the latter's strength and battle experience. These two puppets lacked combat experience and merely operated on instinct, which hindered them due to the very darkness they created. This allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to seize the opportunity, disregarding all attacks in his singular focus to capture and seal them. Apologies, monkey. I have caused you trouble. The first and second Hokages momentarily regained awareness, only to be swiftly claimed by the Shinigami. Watching the two Edo Tensei figures vanish, Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented, "It was my mistake to seal you within the Shinigami. It means that without exceptional abilities, rebirth is impossible. You shall remain within the Shinigami for eternity." He had indeed heard of Shiki Fujin. "Now it is your turn, Orochimaru. Even if I cannot kill you, I shall take your techniques." There remained but one objective. Sarutobi Hiruzen poured everything into executing the final Shiki Fujin. Even as Kusanagi appeared, he did not flinch, allowing it to pierce him. This thwarted Orochimaru's intent to repel him. "Let go of me, old man. You've gone mad." An old man destined for death still sought to trouble him. "Old man, you." Orochimaru's frustration escalated, tinged with a hint of panic. He sensed his body slipping from his control, as if something was being extracted. Damn you, old man." Orochimaru struggled with all his might, yet such efforts proved futile. Those destined for sealing would be sealed. A pair of hands were taken by Sarutobi Hiruzen. This scene unfolded as Sarutobi Hiruzen cast one last glance at Orochimaru before his vision faded. "Orochimaru, old man." Within the system's space, Jiraiya observed the two with a heavy heart. This is truly a case of mutual destruction. Orochimaru has lost both hands and may find himself in a state of despair in the future. After all, ninjutsu is everything to him. If he becomes incapable of utilizing any techniques, Jiraiya can only imagine how mad Orochimaru will become. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, the situation is even more tragic. He has perished outright. Moreover, it appears that the Shinigami still holds some influence over them. Jiraiya has indeed heard of Shiki Fujin before. However, he has neither witnessed nor employed it himself. He only knows that Minato. His mind is a whirlwind of thoughts, leading Jiraiya to feel increasingly gloomy. The Shiki Fujin is the very reason Minato died, and it also claimed the life of Sarutobi Hiruzen. One was his apprentice, and the other was his mentor. This thought brings a sudden realization to Jiraiya regarding his own circumstances. Perhaps he should also learn the Shiki Fujin. Such a forbidden technique might still offer him a glimmer of hope. Additionally, he already possesses some knowledge of sealing techniques, so there would be experience to draw upon. Chapter 133. Peiji, is this truly the end? Is this the conclusion of Orochimaru's plan to bring Konoha to ruin? Now that the scene has faded, those present can only speculate about what will happen next. At long last, it seems to be over. They have posed so many questions that it must surely be finished. As they conclude, Doflamingo glances at Kyle, showing signs of impatience. Though the authenticity of his emotions remains uncertain, he is not alone in this. Misaka Mikoto also directs her gaze toward Kyle. Although she is curious about the situation, her primary desire is to escape swiftly. Night is approaching for them, and failure to return to the dormitory could lead to consequences. The thought of her dormitory supervisor sends shivers down Misaka Mikoto's spine, even with her LV5 abilities. Her expression quickly shifts to one of seriousness. "Well then, the next question is not yours to answer, although you did not respond to the previous one," Kyle quips. However, Obito and Jiraiya remain remarkably calm as they observe the others, Doflamingo and Misaka Mikoto. Jiraiya feels somewhat awkward as his gaze meets Misaka Mikoto's, prompting her to adopt an immediately disdainful expression, as if she possesses a high level of perception and can discern his thoughts in an instant. "The next question is yours." Kyle scans the room and fixes his eyes on Misaka Mikoto. This high school girl stands there, her demeanor proud and defiant. What is the question? Fun multiple choice question. What is the widely known nickname of Misaka Mikoto from Academy City? 1. Billy Billy. 2. Elder Sister. 3. Railgun. 4. Peiji. Reward: increase in ability level by 1. Punishment: continuous electric discharge for 1 week. Upon reading the question, Misaka Mikoto's expression stiffens. Her gaze burns with fury as she looks at Kyle. Are you joking? She desperately desires the reward, but is horrified by the punishment. Continuous electric discharge? What is this? A toy? If not for her remaining rationality, she would have retaliated immediately. You're the one who discharges electricity. Your whole family discharges electricity, and for a month, no less. Is the question really that simple? It feels as if it belongs to a different category altogether. The administrator should not show favoritism, Doflamingo interjects. A mere nickname, a trivial matter in his eyes. He has endured various peculiar titles like Ten Yatagarasu and Flamingo, but the most representative remains. Both Abito and Jiraiya share similar thoughts. It is not just the question. The rewards and punishments seem questionable as well. This question was devised by the system, and I have no control over it. If you do not wish to answer, you may decline and accept the punishment instead. Kyle pays no mind to the flamboyant character dressed in feathers, who seems to wear the same bird-like attire year-round, as if unable to afford proper clothing. He is still a notorious figure in the underground world, a member of the 7 warlords, even having swindled the king. Doflamingo initially intended to provoke further, but upon hearing Kyle's remark, he finds himself at a loss for words. This fellow has disdain written all over his face. Furthermore, regarding the system, how it determines answers remains unknown. There is no reporting hotline, otherwise he would have reported it. With no avenue for escape, he is left to quietly observe. Earlier, he had scoffed at the sight of Doflamingo's misfortune. Many in the pirate world undoubtedly find amusement in this. Meanwhile, Misaka Mikoto contemplates the 4 options presented. I choose Railgun. She believes this title is the most widely recognized. Surely no one in Academy City is unaware of her name, LV5 Railgun. As for the others, only the shrivel man would refer to her as Billy Billy. The title elder sister is likely only used by the younger girls at school. Peiji is even less likely. She quickly dismisses that option. What does Peiji even mean? It sounds utterly ridiculous. Kyle initially assumed she would choose correctly, but is taken aback when the option that pops up is not Railgun. Incorrect. Kyle pauses, gazing at the correct answer that has been revealed, understanding why this question is categorized as a fun multiple choice. Peiji, how is that possible? The other titles? I have scarcely heard them mentioned. Misaka Mikoto clearly protests. The opportunity to elevate her powers is within reach. Perhaps she could ascend to become an absolute power wielder, dominating Academy City. Now, not only has the reward vanished, but she must also face punishment. Continuous electric discharge for a week? That is immensely displeasing. The nature of this discharge remains a mystery, and so it is. The correct answer is Peiji, Kyle announces. The system's interface materializes. This declaration leaves Misaka Mikoto with a face full of disbelief. She feels as though everyone here is mocking her. Even if elder sister is acceptable, she could tolerate the lewd title from that peculiar man. But Peiji? Who refers to her as Peiji? Your whole family is Peiji. When did I acquire such a name? Your system is malfunctioning. I have never heard of this name being widely known. Misaka Mikoto argues, striving to erase the option from existence. Peiji? It cannot possibly be Peiji. Look at this. Kyle refrains from elaborating further as the system's peculiar display emerges. An image on a screen featuring a person watching a video. In the video, the character depicted is indeed Yusong Bikong. Is that me? What is the meaning behind those words? Gazing at her own image and the familiar scenes of Shiyu and Dusher, Yusong Bikong's eyes widened in disbelief. This is illegal. Surveillance footage in Shiyu and Dusher cannot be so carelessly disseminated. What are they playing at? Peiji? The font is peculiar. Why can I comprehend it? Is this wretched system really referring to Peiji? And what is this Billy Billy? What does the electric light dancing at your fingertips is my unchanging faith in this lifetime even mean? What is all this? Yusong Bikong felt utterly bewildered. Previously, she had observed the depraved antics of that perverted old man and his world, filled with schemes and passionate battles. Yet, here, the tone seemed entirely different. Voyeurs? Perverts? Are there truly individuals who secretly film her and then share it with other deviants? How revolting. Yusong Bikong felt that they all needed a shock treatment. She was already considering capturing them all for electric therapy upon her return. As long as it pertains to matters online, she was confident she could uncover the truth after returning. She noticed various comments and bullet chats, with large fonts proclaiming the electric light dancing at your fingertips is my unchanging faith in this lifetime, causing her heart to race. However, seeing the repeated mention of Peiji infuriated her. What does Peiji mean? Who is Peiji? Such an unflattering name, and to assign such a title behind her back. What is all this? Yusong Bikong questioned, while Kai had no intention of revealing the truth. Observing the bullet chat on screen, he felt that perhaps his contributions were also included. In any case, the answer is Peiji. You should have figured that out by now, Kai replied dismissively. What do you mean should know? I refuse to acknowledge the chaotic names conjured by those on screen. Although they speak of faith and electric light, for Yusong Bikong, the name Peiji is simply too excessive. It's utterly disgusting. Oh, Kai nodded. If someone were to assign him the name Peoj, he would not accept it either. The name Peiji seems to have originated as a derogatory term, but eventually transformed into a nickname. What does Peiji, the great electromagnetic cannon sister, even mean? I refuse to accept such a title. Yusong Bikong shook her head, contemplating how to dispute it. Why don't you tell the system? Kai suggested while activating the punishment mode. Before Yusong Bikong could react, a wave of discomfort washed over her. She experienced sharp pains and sensations of numbness throughout her body. Then, she was taken aback. She was truly discharging electricity. Her energy sparked intermittently, at times beyond her control, causing her immense discomfort. In such a state, Billy, the flickering electric light, drove Yusong Bikong into a fury. She desperately tried to regain control, but found it impossible. After struggling for a while, she ultimately surrendered. This deceitful system, she recognized the futility of her resistance, knowing she lacked the strength to continue fighting against the overwhelming force. She decided to endure. After all, a week would pass quickly. However, she found it utterly unacceptable that such a predicament had arisen, facing punishment and that absurd title of Peiji. It felt like a double jeopardy. Peiji, what a brazen name for a young girl. Zilaya commented sarcastically, causing Yusong Bikong's already heavy breathing to become even more labored. Old perverted man, can you refrain from calling people sister? And stop inventing names. Yusong Bikong expressed her frustration. If only I could fight back. If only this place allowed it. She yearned to teach him how one ought to address a high school girl properly. You're also inventing names for me. And I'm not old, so do not call me old man, Zilaya replied with an air of self-satisfaction, nearly making Yusong Bikong retch with disdain. She turned to Kai, urging him not to waste time and to present the next question. Yusong Bikong was on the brink of madness, ready to abandon any hope of healing. Though she sought rewards, the challenges here proved far more formidable than she had anticipated. This was exceedingly abnormal. Glancing at Kai, her face was etched with resentment. Let us move on to the next question. Kai paid little heed, as the subsequent question was also related to her. A visual window suddenly sprang up, capturing Yusong Bikong's attention immediately. Is there a visual right from the start? The image portrayed her alongside a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, engaged in conversation. What is happening here? Yusong Bikong trembled at the sight. Is this real? Who are they? The appearance of two identical figures was a challenging concept for anyone to accept. Twins? Clones? Shadow clones? Doflamingo and Zilaya analyzed from their side. Do you also have shadow clones? Chatting with your own shadow clone? How utterly dull. This matter is insignificant in the world of ninjas. I do not possess any twins, nor do I have any shadow clones, Yusong Bikong replied, her gaze fixated on the screen. Just then, the question materialized. Multiple choice. Who is the Yusong Bikong in the video with? 1. Yusong Bikong's twin sister. 2. Yusong Bikong's mother's illegitimate child seeking to contest for her mother's affection. 3. A clone of Yusong Bikong from the laboratory. 4. A special ability, user employing their powers to alter their form. Reward, HeartNet. Punishment, 1 month of electric discharge cumulative. Observing the question before her, Yusong Bikong's mood soured with each option presented, nearly driving her to the brink of exasperation. And as for the reward and punishment, again, electric discharge. And how considerate to inform me that it would accumulate. Truly shameless. What is HeartNet? Regarding the reward, Yusong Bikong could only find a sliver of consolation. HeartNet is the power to sense the surrounding aura, capable of detecting enemies beyond the field of vision or even foreseeing opponents' movements. In the world of pirates, it is referred to as HeartNet, a form of telepathy or the power of hearing. Kai directly extracted the system's explanation, presenting it for all to see. HeartNet is essentially the same as Kenbunshika Haki, albeit with slight variations. it can be considered that the technique's application differs across various locales. The utility of this ability ultimately lies in the user. It is akin to a dialect. HeartNet, the power of hearing? Misaka Mikoto gazed upon the introduction of her newfound abilities, feeling a surge of excitement at their potential. Telepathy? Precognition? It seemed she had unlocked something remarkable. Have the treasures of our world also been bestowed upon us? Doflamingo remarked upon the rewards, clearly aware that this system had procured an array of items from unknown origins, now present in their realm. Many of these rewards were centered around this individual named Kyle, yet no one paid heed to his words. After a moment's hesitation, Misaka Mikoto made her choice. Among the 4 options, she ultimately decided upon the clone. I choose the clone. Though she was unaware of the identity of the one who had created her clone, the very notion instilled a sense of unease within her. The ideas of illegitimate offspring or transformations seemed far-fetched. As for the notion of twins, such melodrama felt unlikely to manifest in her life. She had never heard of a sister who had mysteriously vanished in her youth. Taking a day off due to feeling unwell, Chapter 134, The Impure Clones of Guatai. In Misaka Mikoto's view, there was no other plausible answer. Congratulations, you won't have to endure electric leakage for a month. As Misaka Mikoto finalized her choice, Kyle likewise provided his answer. Upon confirming her submission, she felt her body momentarily stiffen, quickly followed by an unsettling sensation in her surroundings. The sensation of controlling electricity surged through her. She intended to inquire further, but the sudden influx of power distracted her. Everyone within this space, even those she did not gaze upon, seemed to enter her line of sight completely. This state persisted for several seconds before fading away. She perceived that she could slip into that state at will. Was that the mind network? Misaka Mikoto was no fool. She immediately comprehended the nature of this phenomenon. Of course, Ka was already aware of her recent state. Even Doflamingo sensed the peculiar feeling of being observed. The mind network. Misaka Mikoto's expression turned grave. Once again, entering that state felt extraordinarily peculiar, as if the world around her had come alive. Each person appeared poised to act, and she could anticipate their movements. A sense of perception? Jiraiya naturally found this ability intriguing. Unfortunately, he had missed the opportunity to answer any questions earlier. Engaging in conversation with the young lady might prove futile. He would likely be met with resistance. What was the deal with that clone? Was it part of some research in Academy City? After contemplating her newly acquired abilities, Misaka Mikoto shifted her focus to the clone that had just appeared. Though merely a clone, it commanded her significant attention, for it had emerged utilizing her genetic information. Who knew what someone might do with such knowledge? Unforgivable. The existence of clones without her knowledge deeply unsettled her. As one of the few level 5s in Academy City, her genetic information had always been a closely guarded secret. The fact that some laboratory had acquired it left her feeling uneasy. Upon returning home, she resolved to investigate further. Based on the fleeting images she had seen, it was likely that the clone had already emerged, though they had yet to cross paths. Before that, however, she needed to gather more information. You should inquire with the system, Kao replied dismissively, not elaborating further due to Misaka Mikoto's petite stature. Inquire with the system? Misaka Mikoto sensed that this man was not particularly forthcoming, his demeanor tinged with indifference. He should have known something. She had intended to ask more questions. But at that moment, the screen began to play. It opened beneath a tree, revealing Misaka Mikoto across the street meeting her clone, adorned with peculiar lens headgear. The sight of this doppelganger, identical in appearance, attire, height, and figure, left her utterly astonished. Who are you? Who are you? Misaka Mikoto demanded. Meow clone. Huh? She had anticipated some form of danger or strange dialogue from the other party, yet the clone's unexpected meow momentarily rendered her speechless. The Misaka Mikoto within the system space was equally taken aback. This clone appeared to lack intelligence. Observing the clone's blank expression, Misaka Mikoto felt a surge of irritation and made a judgment. Meow? What does that mean? Is it her name? Could it be that the other party was not speaking Japanese? Was it the name of some strange organization? Or had she simply misheard? Misaka Mikoto was filled with various doubts and speculations. The clone then provided an explanation. That sound is emitted by quadrupeds when they are in danger, the clone stated emotionlessly. At that moment, Misaka Makoto noticed a cat perched in the tree, a small black kitten. Earlier, as she passed by, she had seen a human infant in a car. Using her electricity, she opened the window, inadvertently startling the creature, which then scampered up the tree, unable to descend. It was a precarious situation. Misaka Makoto explained with exasperation. So this is my clone? And now it is saying such things. Does it serve any purpose? Within the system space, Misaka Makoto clutched her forehead, feeling a slight headache. The version of herself within the screen also voiced her skepticism. Such statements were utterly pointless. The technology behind cloning seems remarkably advanced. The clone possesses such intellect, yet remains to be seen how much power it can wield. So, young lady, do you possess such technology? Perhaps we can negotiate a trade. This should have some connection to you, Doflamingo interjected casually. He was uncertain whether Misaka Makoto possessed such abilities, but uttering a few words was hardly a significant endeavor. The fact that someone had cloned her indicated a potential link. It wasn't just Doflamingo within the pirate world. Greater powers were undoubtedly interested as well. However, they were aware that such matters were difficult to obtain. They could only concede. Meanwhile, Germa 66, Vinsmoke Reiju, observed the lake with keen interest, also glancing at Kyle's situation. If the opportunity arose, he would seek to have Kyle engage in technological exchanges with individuals from other worlds. Rather than resembling a salted fish, merely lingering there as an outsider, Kaiji perceives that Kyle is utterly squandering this system's potential. Even if he cannot bring back items from other worlds, there remains a chance for technology, provided it is preserved and documented. Thus, their eventual conquest here is merely a matter of time. Next time, he must communicate this to Kyle. With an inflated sense of connection to Kyle, Kaiji would not let such an opportunity slip by. He eagerly awaits Kyle's return. Meanwhile, the chat area is abuzz with lively conversations and scrolling messages. Observing the scene, Kaiji merely offers a cold smile. Others can only watch and engage in the chatter. He is now capable of contacting the system administrator. As the individuals from the pirate world indulge in fanciful musings within the confines of the system space, Misaka Makoto is in a state of frenzy. Following a peculiar series of actions, she questions why she must cooperate to rescue a kitten, particularly in such a demeaning manner. And the way the other party refers to her as Misaka and sister suggests an unsettling familiarity. Gazing at her frantic self on the screen, the Misaka Makoto within the system confirms that she does not recognize this individual, yet the other seems to possess an intimate knowledge of her. So you're my clone? Indeed, you are remarkably straightforward. The rapid-fire dialogue on the screen leaves Misaka Makoto in silence, devoid of any pretense. Is she not fearful of her original, who knows nothing, seeking her out to cause trouble? Misaka Makoto remains highly vigilant towards the organization that has acquired her genetic information and even created clones of her. Indeed, you're not an experimenter. That is a prohibited question. This is off limits. One after another, her inquiries are met with refusal to answer, desiring to take decisive action, yet unable to harm her fragile clone that mirrors her own appearance. Misaka Makoto ultimately finds herself compelled to follow the clone's lead. The Misaka Makoto within the system observes the unfolding events with growing excitement, initially believing that the admission of being a clone would conclude the matter. However, the subsequent rapid montage of scenes prompts her to ponder a critical question. Sisters? Could there be numerous clones? 5? 10? The sight of this situation within the system space leaves Misaka Makoto with a headache. Who would be so bored as to create so many clones of her? Is this meant to distribute wives to the denizens of Academy City? If so, she certainly should not be used as the template. Hopefully, it is not that golden-haired LV5 individual, is it? How infuriating. Creating clones of me is one thing, but to produce so many is intolerable. When I find you, I will ensure you face the consequences. Misaka Makoto's mind is filled with frustration. Yet the screen continues to play on. An argument leads to an ice cream vendor. A kindly uncle with a story offering them ice cream. The clone of Misaka Makoto, after finishing her ice cream, proceeds to place an order ahead of time. Is this truly my clone? Why does she appear so adorably naive? Shouldn't there be a darker aspect, a desire to kill me and usurp my place? Observing her naive clone, who seems curious about everything around her, indulging in snacks, and even shamelessly placing orders, Misaka Makoto cannot help but feel a sense of absurdity. What do you mean by needing something warm after consuming something cold? Do not be deceived by her appearance. Her standards for black tea are quite high. The clone's exaggeratedly cute demeanor makes it seem as if Misaka Makoto has a sister. If this is not merely her imagination. Speaking of black tea, the clone later orders milk tea, prompting Misaka Makoto to want to retort. If she has such high standards for black tea, should she not simply drink pure black tea? The milk tea here is delightful, and the strawberry cake is also quite nice. Misaka candidly shares her thoughts. On the city streets at night, the two, resembling twins, stroll together, while the clone of Misaka Makoto appears leisurely, in stark contrast to the fatigue and impatience of her original. When do you plan to return? I forgot to mention that, due to upcoming experiments, I will not be going back to the facility. You are free to follow, but you will not meet the one who created Misaka. The Misaka Makoto clone states, making the Misaka Makoto in the system space feel as though she has acted foolishly. Observing her own blunders is an exceedingly peculiar scene, prompting her to stifle a desire to criticize. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Because you did not ask. Misaka retorts with confidence. The unfolding dialogues resemble those of true sisters, allowing the Misaka Makoto observing from within the system to suppress her irritation at being cloned. Based on her previous observations, at least this particular clone shows no intent to harm her and appears quite endearing. Initially, that is the case, but the next scene leaves her feeling somewhat embarrassed. The Gabuta badge accidentally falls to the ground. The Misaka Makoto on screen picks it up and places it on the clone, declaring it a perfect fit, which prompts the clone to wave her hands repeatedly. Misaka reflects on how the original Misaka's taste is truly perplexing. The clone's incessant hand-waving leaves the Misaka within the system momentarily flabbergasted. It is quite normal for a young girl to enjoy such toys. I have plenty of similar items. Would you like to become my family? Even if we cannot travel to other worlds, we can still maintain a connection. Doflamingo has never given up on reaching out to other worlds. It costs nothing to converse a bit more when the opportunity arises. Your taste in large flaming birds is quite questionable. At your age, why do you still dress in such a peculiar manner? Is this a special attire from your world? Misaka Makoto critiques. She is quite displeased about the remarks regarding her Gabuta, which is undeniably adorable. How is it that no one appreciates it, making it feel so out of place? If only I could meet someone who loves Gabuta, they would surely become her lifelong companion. Frogs are adorable, are they not? I had a particular fondness for frogs and toads. Jiraiya suddenly interjects. He speaks candidly. As someone frequently in contact with amphibians, he finds such matters immensely intriguing. Is it too late to retract my previous statement? Misaka Makoto privately contemplates. Just thinking about it has summoned such misfortune upon her. How terrifying! Gazing at the white-haired elder before her, she implores, please do not develop an affection for Gabuta. That would be an affront to Gabuta, compelling me to reconsider my feelings for it. Misaka Makoto resolutely asserts, yet the thought of Gabuta's image makes her reluctant to let go. Faced with the perverse white-haired elder before her, she feels as though Gabuta's sacrifice is entirely justified. What eye has become less pure? To be liked by such a lecher is truly. Misaka Makoto's mind was a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts. Beside her, Jiraiya's expression was equally stiff. Will this little sister speak? I am merely speaking on your behalf. Although he had a hint of ulterior motives, it inadvertently revealed his peculiar interests. He did not expect to face such direct rejection, especially accompanied by that look of disgust. As the handsome face of the Miao, Mushan Tongzi. Does he not care about his dignity? At this moment, Jiraiya was profoundly skeptical of this young girl's unique appreciation for handsome men, akin to her fondness for Guadai. Perhaps in the future, she would seek a man with a frog's head. Chapter 135, The Absolute Ability User. Jiraiya's current grievances and thoughts were unbeknownst to Misaka Makoto. If she were to discover his musings, she might contemplate delivering him a powerful railgun strike, obliterating this perverted and lecherous uncle. Following that would be the scene of them vying for medals. This was the first gift from her sister. If only something more appropriate were to be offered, Misaka would conceal her true feelings and let out a sigh. The Misaka clone had already spoken her mind, which incited Misaka Mikoto's fury. You've revealed everything, so just return it to me. Once again, she was drawn into the other's rhythm, likely having searched online. Forget it. Let us leave it at that for today. I'll be on my way. Misaka Mikoto evidently abandoned this line of inquiry, planning to investigate elsewhere. Fate may bring us together again, sister, the Misaka clone said expressionlessly. Although she appeared somewhat reluctant, she made no effort to stop her. The journey proceeded quite normally until, while Misaka Mikoto was lost in thought within the system space, the scene suddenly froze. Misaka Mikoto was evidently displeased with the abrupt halt of the visuals, yet she had no opportunity to voice her concerns. The question had already arrived. Interesting multiple-choice question. Which experimental plan is the Misaka Mikoto clone currently participating in? 1. Mass Production LV5 Ability User Plan. 2. Absolute Ability User Evolution Plan. 3. Doll Mass Production Plan. 4. Ability Crystallization Experiment. Reward, ability level increase by 1. Penalty, continuous electric leakage for 1 month. Gazing at the question before her, Misaka Mikoto sensed an opportunity. If she could obtain a reward to enhance her powers, that would be ideal. Though she could not determine the specifics of the plan, at worst, it would just be electric leakage. Feeling her somewhat uncomfortable body, Misaka Mikoto still persevered, forcing herself to adapt. A week had already been quite unpleasant. If she made a mistake, it would extend to a month. Her gaze shifted between the first and third options. Creating clones must certainly relate to these two plans. The thought of someone wanting to produce a multitude of LV5 ability users, and that someone being herself, irked her. As for the third option, Misaka Mikoto felt there couldn't possibly be that many perverts who would target her, a middle school girl, for a mass-produced inflatable doll. Although she was aware of her reputation in school, it did not warrant such absurdity. Wasn't the answer quite obvious? It had to be the first one. She felt that her question was rather simple. This question seems quite easy, said Doflamingo nearby. The others had little to add. However, Misaka Mikoto made her choice without hesitation. Since they had reached this point, there was no need for further deliberation. Given the circumstances, she could only rely on luck. I choose the mass production LV5 ability user experiment plan. Misaka Mikoto declared decisively, eager to learn the answer. The system wasted no time. Upon making her choice, the outcome was regrettably a wrong answer. Wrong answer? Misaka Mikoto began to speak, only to see the situation displayed on the screen. The correct answer was the Absolute Ability User Evolution Plan. The Absolute Ability User Evolution Plan? Misaka Mikoto could not fathom how this plan was related. Even if she could tolerate the doll plan, the concept of an absolute ability user was beyond her comprehension. Without the need for her inquiry, the system kindly provided an announcement. The Absolute Ability User Evolution Plan was meticulously designed through the creator's calculations. Among the 7 ability users, level 5, in the Academy City, only the top-ranked accelerator has the chance to evolve into an absolute ability user, level 6, but it requires over 250 years of standard training to achieve this evolution. Since there is no method to enable a person to live for 250 years, the creator devised an alternative approach to stimulate ability growth through practical combat, preparing specific battlefields to control the direction of ability enhancement during real combat. According to the creator's calculations, if 128 battlefields were prepared to eliminate the railgun, Misaka Mikoto, 128 times, Accelerator could evolve into an absolute ability user, level 6. However, due to the inability to prepare 128 railguns, the experiment targeted the mass-produced sisters simultaneously. Since the mass-produced sisters possess abilities not exceeding level 2, the creator concluded that by preparing 20,000 battlefields and 20,000 sisters, the same objective could be achieved. The essence of the experiment is to arrange 20,000 battles, allowing Accelerator to systematically overcome these encounters. An ability user's skills can improve through combat. And the ultimate goal of the experiment is to control the growth of these skills, enabling Accelerator to evolve from a level 5 ability user to an absolute ability user. Lines of system information flashed before her. As Misaka Makoto gazed at the so-called absolute ability user evolution plan, her complexion turned grim. In other words, this so-called plan entails incessantly slaughtering them. Although Misaka Makoto did not wish for her clones to exist, the thought of her clones being treated like livestock was infuriating. She was resolute. Upon her return, she would definitely dismantle this absurd plan. What absolute ability user? If they want to play, they should do so themselves. Killing her clones. What does that signify? And what of killing her 128 times? The first-ranked level 5 Accelerator. I will remember you. Despite never having met this individual, merely hearing of him had filled Misaka Makoto with a seething hatred. At that moment, the screen resumed, showing the previously frozen scene. Observing her clone's disappearance, the remaining clone hesitated for a moment before departing. Misaka Makoto felt an ominous sensation lingering in the air. Subsequently, the Dubankan arrived at a densely populated area and retrieved a violin case from a cabinet. Let me see what mischief you are up to, she thought, instinctively sensing something amiss as she observed the actions of her counterpart. As she had anticipated, in the dimly lit alley, awaited the arrival of a white-haired man, the primary subject of the Absolute Ability Project, Yifeng Tongxing. The time was 8:58 p.m., with just 2 minutes remaining until the commencement of the 9,982nd experiment. The Yuban Kuolongyuan spoke expressionlessly, yet her words made the original feel uneasy. Although the dialogue appeared straightforward, the significance of the number 9,982 was not lost on her. It was evidently not a mere arbitrary figure, but rather a grim tally of the clone's demise. Over 9,000. Was this the count of the clones that had perished? Did the Absolute Ability Project truly serve a purpose? Your world is far more intriguing than I had imagined, remarked Duofulong Minga. Zule, intrigued, contemplated speaking up, but refrained, recognizing the deep misunderstanding the young girl had of him, choosing instead to remain silent and observe. With disdain, Yurban cast a glance at the scheming individual, acutely aware of his intentions towards her. She had little interest in engaging with him, her attention solely fixed on the unfolding scene, eager to uncover the truth of what transpired. As the clock struck 9 o'clock p.m., the 9,982nd experiment commenced. The Vivankuan immediately drew a firearm concealed within the violin case and began firing, but to Yifeng Tongxing, it was akin to child's play. After a series of shots, the clone found herself in a perilous situation and made a hasty retreat, discarding her weapon in the process, leading Yifeng Tongxing on a chase to an open space. Ha ha, run! Run further! The farther you escape, the longer you shall live, he leisurely followed, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. It was a deadly game of pursuit. Should he catch her, the game would end. Too slow, ha! Growing impatient. 一方通行スタンピとヒズフートアンドランチェドアンアタック。Sending the Misaka Katsutaka flying. Now is not the time to rest. Rise. He taunted. Are you already done for? Is this how it ends? How dull. Can you truly become LV6 like this? The one-sided massacre bored even him. Despite Kyobane's attempts to utilize her calculative prowess to lure Yifeng Tongxing into a trap laden with explosives, the feeble explosion proved ineffective against him. What a pity. All your calculations came to naught. He sneered, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he seized the Yulungrun by her thigh. With a brutal tear, blood splattered across the scene, causing the original Linchin to unleash a surge of electricity, her control slipping. The surrounding individuals hastily retreated, aware that a stray bolt from her Chao-Dan Supal could be quite unpleasant. How dare you? I will kill you. She seethed, her hatred for the white-haired man reaching a boiling point. Though she had considered eliminating the clone, the memory of their earlier conversation and the sight of her counterpart being so brutally harmed made her uneasy. Enough, I shall grant you release, she murmured, tears welling as she witnessed her clone's demise at the hands of Yifeng Tongxing, who crushed her with a medal. The resemblance to her own visage stirred emotions within her. Despite her annoyance with the clone's existence, she felt a pang of empathy. While she resented the utilization of her genetic material, the clones themselves were innocent, brought into existence without understanding their fate, only to be discarded when their purpose was served. The experiment had concluded with considerable disruption. Their subsequent actions remained uncertain. Whatever. It is no longer my concern, she thought as the scene continued to unfold. Yifang Tongxing remained oblivious, conversing to himself. Suddenly, a figure emerged, accompanied by a surge of electricity that nearly struck him. Me? Yerba Michin's gaze fixated on the newcomer, recognizing the attack's potency. This is not a clone, but the real me. Had her counterpart gathered intelligence? Eliminate him, she resolved, an unusual determination surging within her. The figure in the scene mirrored her intent, but soon she sensed something was amiss. Every attack was effortlessly thwarted. I see now. This is not what was originally agreed upon. This power, it belongs to the original, does it not? The clones were merely substitutes for you. Thus, engaging with you would expedite the process considerably. How fortuitous, as I was growing weary. Why? Why participate in such endeavors? With your capabilities, surely no one could coerce you into this? Yerba Michin demanded, her voice laced with fury. The response was stark: to obtain absolute power, not merely LV5, nor to be the strongest in any academy. I seek the unfathomable strength that ensures no one dares challenge my supremacy. Surely, as an LV5, you can comprehend this? Such reasoning left her incredulous. You killed her for something so trivial? For such a reason? In a fit of rage, Yerba Michin unleashed her most formidable attack, the Chaldan Supao. Yet, its impact was swiftly rebuffed, ricocheting back toward her. The realization struck her with dismay. She had nearly met her own demise in that instant. The disparity in their strengths left her momentarily frozen. Is this the true essence of LV5? She pondered, recalling the countless claims of her opponent's supremacy. Though she had previously dismissed them, she now realized that her own prowess paled in comparison. However, upon witnessing this scene, she felt an overwhelming disparity, one that seemed insurmountable. At that moment, she even sensed that the version of herself within the image was at risk of being obliterated. Chapter 136, Computer Components. It was spoken so harshly. Do not label me as a murderous fiend, as I have merely destroyed a button capable of generating a replica. Huh? Why are you so stiff? Oh, my apologies. That was indeed your ultimate move. Haha. I must say, as an LV5, you have truly disappointed me. Now, it is my turn to take action. Although judging by your appearance, there is little to anticipate. Please allow me to have a modicum of enjoyment, you garbage. Misaka Makoto, still reeling for shock, found herself momentarily bewildered. One faction continued to advance step by step. This sight incited a fierce fury in the Misaka Makoto within the system space, her teeth grinding in anger. In the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. Although she had long been prepared, the sight of a multitude of identical beings standing before her was utterly infuriating. Please wait, she warned. An unforeseen occurrence may lead to discrepancies beyond our projections. Misaka's voice resonated within the footage, and all present witnessed it. Was this the so-called clone? Observing this scene, the onlookers displayed genuine intrigue towards this technology. Baiju. Obito recalled these entities and thought of Baiju, who also possessed numerous replicas, making it difficult for him to discern them. This indeed presented a dilemma. If only he could replicate a multitude of clones to assist him. Especially since his sister was an LV5, the margin for error in combat was immense. Not only could it prolong experimental duration, but it could also pose a risk of catastrophic failure. Moreover, Misaka had made adjustments to align with subsequent experiments, modifying the difficulty of the plan, which was exceedingly challenging. Misaka attempted to persuade her. I understand. I was merely teasing her. Do not engage in your little chain games. It is quite distasteful. One faction waved his hand dismissively. He displayed considerable impatience towards these newly emerged Misaka clones. Devoid of any fear, having faced them numerous times before, he held no interest whatsoever. By the way, I have yet to introduce myself. Your clones have been quite helpful, and I ought to express my gratitude. I am one faction. I look forward to working with you. As he approached Misaka Makoto, he leaned in close and spoke softly. His voice was so melodious that it almost felt intoxicating. With that final remark, he departed, leaving a multitude of Misaka Mikoto in his wake. 999510007 was clearing the tracks swiftly, while the other Misaka clones efficiently tidied the scene. Initially, Misaka Mikoto observed them with indifference. This is so strange. Why are you complying with such a plan? You are human too, are you not? You are alive, are you not? You will be exterminated. This inexplicable situation. Why? What is the purpose of all this? With her mind nearing collapse, Misaka Mikoto posed her questions, and she received her answers. Misaka was merely a means to create replicas for the plan, artificial bodies, artificial hearts, experimental subjects averaging 180,000 yen. Experimental subjects. This was the self-assessment of these numerous clones. Well, since that is the case, I shall take my leave, sister. The Misaka clone concluded with a final statement, as if there were other matters to attend to. The footage came to an end. The Misaka Mikoto in the system space gazed at the vanishing scene, enveloped in silence. What in the world was this? She had envisioned countless scenarios involving the emergence of clones, yet she had never anticipated such a state upon their arrival. Experimental subjects averaging 180,000 yen? What a farce. Academy City. Why would such experiments exist? Unforgivable. With a tumult of thoughts and helplessness swirling within her, Misaka Mikoto did not conceal her wrath. Upon returning, she would ensure that these individuals would not have an easy time. The individuals within the system space refrained from further discussion. Given the vast distance between worlds, their capacity to act was severely limited, and any attempt could incite suspicion, particularly from that old lecher, Jiraiya. At this point, it was likely that any words would be futile. Hey, Administrator, is there anything else? Please reveal it all. Misaka Mikoto's voice had turned cold, indicating that she had accepted the current situation in the system space. Whether it involved knowledge of affairs on their side or acquiring additional abilities, it was all beneficial to her. At the very least, she would not end up like the version of herself in the footage, oblivious until it was too late to intervene. She would not forget that final image of the one who called her sister, the one who perished. Next question. Observing the sullen expression on Misaka Mikoto's face, Kyle did not waste any time. Interesting multiple-choice question. Which of the following characters is referred to as an LV6 absolute ability user? 1. Satan Ruko. 2. Misaka Mikoto. 3. Waharu Kazari. 4. Shirai Kuriko. Reward. LV6 experience card for 1 day. Penalty. Continuous electrical leakage for 1 month. Absolute ability user? Misaka Mikoto scrutinized the question, her eyes widening. She had initially intended to see who possessed such abilities, only to find a list of familiar names. These were all her friends, yet she had never heard of any of them possessing LV6 powers. Was there an error in this question, or was it based on the future? Misaka Mikoto directly inquired. If it were regarding the future, perhaps there was something she was unaware of. However, if it was not the future, did one of her friends conceal something? Moreover, what connection did the absolute ability user have with the Absolute Evolution Project? Contemplating this, Misaka Mikoto's displeasure grew. She had only just learned of such troubling news. And now this. Regardless of who among these individuals posed a problem, it was not favorable for her. Why must it be like this? Hint. Interesting Q&A. This is not the future. There is no need for Kyle to manipulate further. The footage directly displayed the prompt. This. Interesting Q&A. Misaka Mikoto recalled being referred to as Canon Sister previously. Thus, was the LV6 merely a facade? With this realization, she exhaled in relief. It was not that she did not wish for them to gain power. She simply did not want them entangled with the Absolute Evolution Project. In that case, would they inevitably clash? Satan Ruko? Shirai Kuriko? Waharu Kazari? Or perhaps even herself? The names were scanned one by one. Yusaka Meichin found herself questioning her own judgment. However, it seemed that this matter lacked any substantial basis. If one were to consider strength, she would undoubtedly be the closest. Yet, an instinctive feeling told her that it could not possibly be her. Otherwise, it would not be a mere trivia question. Even Kuriko was not the answer. Subsequently, Yusaka Meichin's gaze lingered on the names of Seishin Lazy and Shochuan. I choose Seishin lazy. There was no need to deliberate. If I guessed incorrectly, so be it. It was no worse than experiencing a minor electric shock. She had already endured so much. She was indifferent to continuing to discharge electricity. In any case, it was all the same. Seishin lazy. Congratulations on the correct answer. Kyer did not elaborate further and simply announced the result. This left Yusaka Meichin in a state of disbelief as she glanced at him. Could it really be lazy? Why was she classified as an LV6 Level 5 Esper? Yusaka Meichin clearly found it hard to accept. Even if it were just one question, she had to see for herself. The screen quickly displayed an image resembling a monitor. Observing the screen, she noticed a small dark figure beside it. A sense of foreboding washed over Yusaka Meichin. Indeed, the image revealed Seishin lazy. There were even scenes of her alongside Kuriko and Shochuan. The four of them were out shopping together. As Seishin lazy greeted Shochuan with ascending airflow, the moment she activated her ability, a barrage of comments flooded the screen. LV6 Esper LV6 ascending airflow ability. What a pity, not soaring high enough. The sniper reported the color. Reporting, sir, it is white. Excellent, understood. A series of bizarre characters appeared, scrolling rapidly across the screen until it was completely filled. Yusaka Meichin was left bewildered. The others present shared her confusion. Initially, they had anticipated the emergence of a formidable LV6. Yet what was this? Was it all just a joke? They could easily defeat countless opponents. They could keep fighting, bringing on as many as possible. Was LV6 the lowest tier? However, recalling Yusaka Meichin's earlier circumstances, something felt amiss. As she watched the obscured image gradually fade away, Yusaka Meichin regained her composure. Was this truly LV6? Yes, ascending airflow. How infuriating. Yusaka Meichin sensed a malicious intent. Who could be surveilling them in the Academy City? If they could see this footage, what about other moments? What if they were being watched while bathing? Were they being monitored, even in the bathhouse? Yusaka Meichin suddenly considered that the experiment she needed to address seemed to have multiplied from 1 to 2. This was utterly unforgivable. Such an LSP. It would be better to deal with it swiftly. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in her mind, all her words coalesced into a single statement. Where is my reward? It is already upon you, Kyer reminded her. Yusaka Meichin then retrieved a peculiar card from her skirt. Once activated, it could unleash power, albeit temporarily. Its effects would last for a maximum of 1 day before vanishing. Kyer provided a brief introduction to the item. Simultaneously, the method of utilization materialized in Yusaka Meichin's mind. The power of LV6. Yusaka Meichin felt utterly astonished. The power that everyone in the Academy City was focused on resided within a single card. She could deploy it at any moment, just like that. Perhaps this could be seen as good news. At least it would bolster her confidence against that Toma. Previously, witnessing Han Min being vanquished in an instant had left Yusaka Meichin somewhat unsettled. Now, with LV6, she felt a surge of confidence. She could triumph. The might of a level 5 Esper. Next question, trivia question. In the image, what computer accessory belongs to Shiraishi Kuriko? 1. Computer accessory. 2. Medicine for treating special diseases. 3. Gene serum for enhancing abilities. 4. Aphrodisiac to captivate Yusaka Meichin. Reward. Gene serum to elevate from LV4 to LV5. Penalty. Confess to Shiraishi Kuriko on the spot upon returning to the Academy City. Kyer glanced at the question before announcing it directly. This made Yusaka Meichin, who was still preoccupied with her card, sense something was awry. She quickly observed the question. As it appeared, the footage they were to view had already started playing, repeating twice. It was a familiar setting, evoking a sense of déjà vu. This was their dormitory, and Seishin Lazy and Shochuan were also present. The intercom rang. Is this Shiraishi Kuriko's room? You have a delivery. What is it? It states it is a computer accessory. The footage continued to play several times, showcasing their discussions within the dormitory, exposing Yusaka Meichin to a wave of indignation. This was a blatant disrespect of their privacy. However, regarding the question, she felt it was quite simple. I choose 4. Yusaka Meichin answered through gritted teeth. She could not possibly be wrong on this one. It was glaringly obvious. To suggest it was a computer accessory was out of the question. Were they truly engaging in such antics? These young girls certainly know how to play. Jiraiya commented from his side. It was not just this young girl who was clever. That girl named Kuriko in the footage was particularly adept as well. Perhaps Kuriko is a euphemism for pervert. She could easily be compared to Lord Jiraiya. Of course, Shiraishi Kuriko's peculiarities were directed only at those she favored. To others, she remained rather normal. Conversely, Jiraiya's eccentricities were reserved for those he did not favor. He could be quite the predator towards others while being entirely restrained with those he cared for. Fuku, Don Quixote da Flamingo assessed the situation, inciting Yusaka Meichin's ire. Regardless of what Obito had done, the electric currents surrounding her ignited. She forced them back slightly. Stop speaking nonsense. Yusaka Meichin was displeased. Nothing had occurred. Yet they spoke as if a plethora of incidents had transpired. This was entirely Kuriko's mischief. Moreover, nothing had happened at that moment. Just that Kuriko, suddenly recalling the events that followed, Yusaka Meichin felt her cheeks flush. Yet, reminding herself of her surroundings, she quickly regained her composure. She did not wish to reveal anything. All she could do was mask her embarrassment with hostility and an unfriendly glare, especially toward Jiraiya, who had already received several intimidating looks, causing him to refrain from meeting Yusaka Meichin's gaze and stand obediently to the side, primarily due to a lack of intent to bully the young girl. After all, the individual was already in such distress and agony. Jiraiya found himself lost in thought, urging for the answer to be announced swiftly. Misaka Makoto had no desire to gaze upon the lecherous old man any longer. She turned her attention to the administrator. Chapter 137. The Self-Destruction of Doflamingo. The correct answer. 4. The aphrodisiac that ensnared Misaka Makoto. Without needing further elaboration from the railgun, Kyle had already prompted the system to reveal the answer. As the visuals flickered, the correct response materialized, which was anticipated by the railgun. This had indeed caused her considerable trouble, a memory that lingered vividly in her mind. The visuals continued to oscillate. Misaka Makoto directly inquired, "Where is it sent from?" The company behind the unparalleled love potion was none other than AI Yuhan Fong Aphrodisiac Company, Limited. Why must the company's name be disclosed? Kuriko, why must we celebrate with the purchase of such items? It seemed that in order to remedy your perverse demeanor, a more potent remedy was required. Observing the scene where she and Kuriko engaged in a confrontation, Misaka Makoto placed her hands on her head. She pondered whether it would be wise to withhold this potion from that individual. Though he was often reliable, should he truly attain LV5, it would pose a considerable complication for her. A spatial ability at LV5 would undeniably render him an exceptionally unique entity within Academy City. Given his bizarre temperament, it was likely that he would escalate his harassment of her. The mere thought of such occurrences sent shivers down her spine, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. Computer components as aphrodisiacs? Such peculiar knowledge had been acquired. Although she was uncertain about the nature of these components, it was evident that someone nearby was muttering softly. In an instant, Misaka Makoto cast a fierce glare at those around her. The playback of her embarrassing history instilled a desire to silence everyone present. Ultimately, however, she said nothing and took no action. She was not inherently confrontational. Next question. Hurry. Is there anything concerning me? Being discussed in such a manner is exceedingly displeasing. Unable to resort to violence, Misaka Makoto opted for a hasty retreat, hoping the questioning would conclude swiftly so she could leave this place. Indeed, Kyle glanced at the new question. The system seemed particularly intrigued by the railgun. Fun fill in the blank. Besides Satan Ruko, which other entity in Academy City is mockingly referred to as a LV6 Esper? Reward: one-day LV6 experience card. Punishment: return to Academy City requires enduring a miniature thunderstorm. Had this question not appeared earlier? Misaka Makoto found herself at a loss for words. Hadn't it been mentioned that Satan Ruko was what? LV6? This answer was unlikely to be a serious one. It bears some resemblance, Kyle replied. However, this time, it was another individual. Even Kyle needed to reflect briefly on this question. It was likely that individual. Considering the previous visuals that had vanished, along with potential subsequent events, he was able to deduce the answer. Misaka Makoto, however, was uncertain. Does your academy city possess so many LV6S? Are they all absolute espers? Surely such individuals cannot be ubiquitous. Living in a world where late-stage powerful beings were as common as dogs and super shadows were everywhere, Jiraiya made a quip, utterly oblivious. Silence, you lecherous old man. Jiraiya had devolved from an uncle to an old man, causing him to feel utterly deflated. Meanwhile, Misaka Makoto contemplated her answer. To be referred to as LV6, one must surely be evaluated by others. Moreover, based on prior individual questions, it was likely someone close to her. Hachikuji? Kuriko? She immediately dismissed those who had recently appeared with Ruko. As for the remaining candidates, she thought of that one individual from school. Was it Kagaya? Or perhaps Shokuho Misaki? Those she recognized, albeit not intimately familiar with many of them. Given the previous circumstances, they could potentially be speculated to be LV6. Various memories surged forth. She sought to glean something from Shokuho Misaki, but regrettably, nothing came to mind. The individual likely did not possess such uniqueness. As she continued to ponder, a sudden thought of a woman emerged, a woman who was exceedingly terrifying to them. Even Shokuho Misaki had to tread lightly around her. It was said that this woman had instantaneously dispatched 3 LV4 espers. Coupled with the earlier scenes of her and Kuriko being dealt with, it seemed plausible. Is it the dormitory supervisor? Misaka Makoto cautiously ventured. She had almost forgotten the woman's name. The dormitory supervisor was how they refer to her. That woman, known for her penchant for twisting heads. The inability to recall her name left Misaka Makoto feeling quite embarrassed. Should she fail to answer upon returning, she might have to contend with that thunderstorm. Such a phenomenon was hardly benign. While she could potentially withstand it due to her unique abilities, should it come in abundance, the resultant power would be exceedingly daunting. Observing her inability to recall the name, Kyle was equally at a loss. A question meant to be an easy win had slipped by, yet he seemed unaware of the name as well. Based on Misaka Makoto's description, the system produced a result. Astonishingly, it was correct. Not only was she rewarded, but the visuals were also presented, eliciting surprise from Misaka Makoto. The visuals revealed none other than the dormitory supervisor. Watching the dormitory supervisor efficiently twist the necks of each student in their school, including her own, brought back the haunting fear of being dominated by this woman. However, in the end, she managed to suppress her emotions. This woman, were the others not all espers? Could she truly be considered an absolute esper? Doflamingo remarked on the woman depicted. In the next moment, the visuals zoomed in on a display resembling a screen. Each time the dormitory supervisor took action, those comments began to flood in, proclaiming her as a LV6 absolute esper. Misaka Makoto became acutely aware that her title as the railgun, along with the situations of others, was assigned by these individuals. Do not let me find you, or I will ensure you experience what Billy truly means. Misaka Makoto muttered discontentedly, feeling the unpleasant sensation of electricity coursing through her body. Although she had answered the question correctly, she remained quite irked. This did grant her an additional LV6 experience card, allowing her to undertake more tasks. However, it merely meant she could be somewhat lenient when she eventually confronted these individuals. They must be taught a lesson about carelessly assigning unusual nicknames behind others' backs. This young girl has faced so many questions already. Is there more? As the round of questions concluded, Misaka Makoto remained silent. Yet Don Quixote Doflamingo had already begun to interject. It seems you cannot wait any longer, Kyer remarked, glancing at the other party. Nevertheless, patience is essential. There is no need for anyone to cut in line. If it were not for the system, he would not be able to exert full control and would prefer to expel such individuals, perhaps even to execute them for 3 days and nights before proceeding. Doflamingo's expression stiffened momentarily before returning to normal. As a formidable underground overlord with immense tolerance, he certainly would not be easily rattled by such minor matters. However, it was inevitable that he would seek revenge later, considering the clear antagonism displayed by the others. Given their circumstances, it was impossible for any genuine camaraderie or partnership to develop. One could easily discern that this deceitful character was concocting some ulterior motive. Nonetheless, Kyer paid little mind and directly announced the next question. This time, it was not a question he had deliberately posed. It genuinely was Doflamingo's turn. This brought a sigh of relief to Misaka Mikoto, though she still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. If only she could enhance her strength or acquire additional intelligence. Doflamingo surveyed the question in silence. He intended to test the waters, but upon reading the query, he found himself uncertain about whether to respond. Self-revealing 1's dark past? Multiple choice. Which character killed their father? 1. Don Quixote Doflamingo. 2. Monkey de Luffy. 3. Admiral Akainu. 4. Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon. Reward: 30 increase in a specific ability. Penalty: loss of specific ability. Upon reading the question, Doflamingo was exceedingly certain that there was no one else who had committed patricide without him knowing. After all, he had done so himself. The question you requested has arrived. Hurry and choose, urged Misaka Mikoto, eager to return. Moreover, during her own questioning, he had persistently bothered her. Women, even the more delicate ones, tend to hold grudges. Killing one's father is truly excessive. Jiraiya glanced at the question before directing his gaze towards Obito. However, reflecting on his own situation brought him a sense of frustration. Why is this world so bizarre? Obito Uchiha, unfazed, was currently a man with his own aspirations, awaiting the moment he could liberate himself from Uchiha Madara. Doflamingo's face remained cold. To others, it appeared he was merely hesitating, but he was not wrestling with the answer. Rather, he was contemplating the potential exposure of his identity. Should the system's details be revealed, it would likely lead to widespread knowledge of his situation. Although many were aware of this matter, the distinction between a few knowing and everyone knowing is significant. This insidious system is vexatious. Doflamingo had considered the possibility that Kyer was setting him up, but ultimately dismissed the notion. Even if that were the case, what could he do? Fueled by resentment towards Kyer, Doflamingo made his choice. I choose Don Quixote Doflamingo, he stated, offering his answer to Kyer. Goodness, I thought you were in a dilemma. In this diminutive system space, two individuals emerged. One a patricide, the other responsible for the demise of his master and family. Jiraiya could not help but voice his thoughts. Among those present, the only one who had consistently referred to him as an old lecher was that young girl. Justice is in the hearts of men. The truth of his misunderstandings would eventually be revealed. Old man, what can a man slain by his own disciple possibly say? Doflamingo retorted, appearing ready to argue. He was not the type to let insults pass without response. Meanwhile, Misaka Mikoto found herself increasingly disdainful of the individuals around her. An old lecher, a patricide, and a master-s murderer. Where did such oddities come from? Hurry up and announce the answer. Do not waste any more time, Misaka Mikoto urged, eager to return. The earlier sight of the dormitory supervisor reprimanding her fellow students had left her somewhat rattled. Now, she simply wished to return and thwart that so-called absolute ability user plan. There was no need for further discussion. The answer had already materialized. Unsurprisingly, the correct answer was indeed Don Quixote Doflamingo. Although the world of pirates is fraught with treachery, instances of directly killing one's father are rare, and Doflamingo was one such case. The reward for exposing his dark past allowed Doflamingo to acquire some consolation in the form of rewards. He hoped for some beneficial enhancement to his abilities. Kyer did not engage in any further chatter. The system had already rendered its verdict, and there was nothing to impede it. An influx of energy surged within Doflamingo, and he could feel the rapid increase of his haki, particularly his conqueror's haki. Within a few breaths, Doflamingo adapted to his newfound state, unleashing a powerful aura that astonished everyone present, save for Kyer. However, it swiftly subsided. It could only be said that this newfound ability exerted some pressure. The gathered individuals took note, but regrettably, no one seemed inclined to provide any introductions or explanations. Is there another question? Doflamingo, now utterly shameless, gazed at the screen, displaying the image of himself executing his father with brutal methods, even severing his head. He remained unfazed, although this exposure would tarnish his reputation. He considered it merely a minor setback. Feeling the surge of strength he had just acquired, Doflamingo felt a mix of anticipation and concern regarding future rewards, pondering whether he would need to take measures for self-preservation. If that were the case, it could indeed become troublesome. The cost of such actions is not to be underestimated. Kerr did not waste any of Doflamingo's words. He quickly presented the next question. Multiple choice. Why did Doflamingo kill his father? 1. Because the other party treated him poorly. 2. Because Doflamingo wanted to ascertain his own potential. 3. Because he despised his father for renouncing the celestial dragons. Killing his father was primarily an attempt to return to the celestial dragons. 4. Because of his mother's request. Reward: a 30 increase in a certain ability. Punishment: the loss of a certain ability. Chapter 138. The answer found by Doflamingo. Why did he kill his father? What reasoning could lead one to desire the death of their own progenitor? This was indeed something he had never contemplated. Although Jiraiya had little recollection of his own father, he could not fathom such matters. Was it an attempt to recognize his potential? It seemed reminiscent of someone. Obito observed the options, and one in particular reminded him of a certain individual. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought. That person had their own set of issues, and they were currently just utilizing one another. Only a madman would commit such an act. Or perhaps they simply were not human, but rather a beast of sorts. Mikoto Misaka, standing nearby, made her own judgment. Her disdain for Doflamingo had long surpassed that for Jiraiya. Jiraiya merely appeared to be a lecherous old man, lacking in manners. Obito was no saint either, yet he had remained relatively quiet since their arrival, which did not provoke her ire. Instead, this tall figure, who seemed far from benevolent, with such an unpleasant laugh, was truly loathsome. Doflamingo surveyed the group around him. After a moment of irritation, he spoke again. He realized he had no right to refuse here. He understood that expressing his anger would only be futile rage. It would be wiser to answer the question and gain the benefits first. I choose 3 because I despise my father for renouncing the celestial dragons. Killing him was primarily an attempt to return to the celestial dragons. Doflamingo's expression darkened as he spoke. Such a reason for patricide was indeed peculiar. It was astonishing to discover that the identity of the warlord of the sea was intertwined with such a narrative. One could only wonder if others harbored similar secrets, perhaps once being kings or former slaves. It was entirely possible, considering the existence of the celestial dragons. In the world of One Piece, many were stirred by the revelation of Doflamingo's past as a celestial dragon, along with the fact that he had murdered his father. The truth was no longer confined to a select few. This scoundrel can't even keep such a secret, they jeered. This system keeps causing us trouble. We must eliminate it swiftly. And that administrator, I want him as my slave. Useless, useless. Why aren't you taking action? You bunch of sea pigs. A celestial dragon, adorned in a chi pao, expressed his displeasure, berating his nearby guards. Even as they bore wounds from the beating, the guards remained respectful, not daring to retaliate, maintaining a courteous smile and assuring they would fulfill their duties. Uzeles, D. And that disgrace, bring him back. We shall judge him. No longer cling to the name of the celestial dragons. How could he even be considered one? Just a filthy little pirate, akin to his father, garbage. A brainless fool aspiring to become such a lowly being. He deserves to die. The world government was equally displeased with Doflamingo's situation. Soon, a plan for dealing with him was devised. Extract the last of his value within the system's space. Doflamingo remained oblivious to the fact that his exposure had prompted the celestial dragons to plot against him. Previously, due to his status, they had not intended to act against him. They aimed to show the other celestial dragons the potential consequences of reckless thoughts. Now, the entire world was aware of the existence of such a traitorous wretch among the celestial dragons. Naturally, some of the celestial dragons wished to eliminate him. They contemplated when to dispose of him. Doflamingo, unaware and indifferent, considered it a foregone conclusion, knowing the nature of the celestial dragons all too well. He was far more concerned with enhancing his power and what abilities he could acquire. Hurry up and announce the results, Doflamingo urged. Do you truly believe this is glorious? Kao remarked, observing him. However, he did not prolong the matter, as the reward was not his to bestow. After confirming the information, the system dispatched the reward. Doflamingo distinctly felt his control over the line fruit's abilities had improved significantly. Although it was not a drastic transformation, a notable difference had emerged. He even sensed he could potentially overpower the two previous versions of himself. Power. Immense power. Coupled with his mastery of hockey, Doflamingo was indeed reaping great rewards. This feeling even led him to consider that eliminating his foolish father was not such a bad deed after all. At least he was improving. He even contemplated whether he could find someone to do it for him, thereby reaping additional benefits, even if that person were Whitebeard. Perhaps I should seek out Whitebeard. Lost in various thoughts, he even entertained the notion of becoming Whitebeard's son. However, his expression soon stiffened as he beheld the images of him killing his father being publicly revealed. Not only that, but scenes of him seeking the celestial dragons for personal gain, only to be refused, were also displayed. Furthermore, he saw them dismissing him as an inferior being, expelling him from their midst. Those particularly antagonistic towards his family took the opportunity to cause him trouble. TCH, kill my father only to be rejected. I suppose I deserve that. As someone destined to be slain by his own disciple, Jiraiya harbored no fondness for Doflamingo, viewing him as a creature motivated solely by self-interest. While Doflamingo's father may have wronged him in some manner, it did not justify such extreme actions. Doflamingo, of course, heard the discussions. Though they were but a short distance away, he was disinclined to say anything further, remaining silent and sullen. Thus, he should no longer be a celestial dragon, right? Misaka Makoto interjected. Is it merely due to that identity? Now, he is simply a pirate. Kai Air chimed in. Regarding Doflamingo's identity, he merely chuckled, showing little concern. To Doflamingo, however, this was an immense mockery. They were all laughing at him, completely oblivious to his plight. With eyes reddened, Doflamingo gritted his teeth. The blood vessels that had emerged seemed to convey a message to others. Should the opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Next question. Enough with the nonsense. If there are no more questions, let me leave. Doflamingo urged as he observed the screen vanish without Kai Air announcing the next query. I thought you might need a moment to rest. I was being considerate and waiting for you. Oh, by the way, you should be aware that the people of the pirate world are all watching this. Would you like to greet them? Noticing the displeasure on his opponent's face, Kai Air continued to strike at his vulnerabilities, each word piercing Doflamingo like a dagger. Those words darkened Doflamingo's expression further. He longed to unleash a devastating attack upon Kai Air, wishing to crush him utterly. It was infuriating that he kept reopening his wounds, and even more so, doing it in front of him. It felt like salt being rubbed into his wounds. Initially, he had chosen to selectively ignore various matters. Yet Kai Air insisted on pressing the issue. At this moment, Doflamingo wished nothing more than to devour Kai Air. Meanwhile, Kai Air remained unfazed. Once it was confirmed they could proceed to the next question, he immediately began to announce it. Multiple choice. In the events surrounding Dressrosa, which pirate was offered a bounty of 500 million berries by Doflamingo? 1. Monkey de Luffy 2. Sniper King Usopp 3. Blackbeard Marshal de Teach 4. Trafalgar Day. Water Law. Reward. A 30 increase in a certain ability. Punishment. Loss of a certain ability. The appearance of the next question left Doflamingo momentarily speechless. This query could be deemed his most challenging dilemma. As one of the underworld's prominent figures, he was privy to many secrets. Yet, this so-called future seemed to hinge upon specific events. Doflamingo sensed trouble. Monkey de Luffy, the notorious troublemaker, the son of marine hero Garp and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon? He would even dare to confront Kaido in pursuit of becoming the Pirate King? Not to mention provoking the Yonko Big Mom, wearing the hat of Yonko Shanks. His brother is the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. This individual was indeed a nuisance. Upon recalling all the troublesome identities associated with this name, Doflamingo recognized that Luffy frequently appeared in this question-and-answer space. He had already discerned that many matters concerning Luffy were intertwined with his own affairs, having clashed with him all the way to the New World. Surely, the future held something significant regarding him as well. Contemplating this, Doflamingo hesitated to make a choice. As for the second option, Sniper King Usopp, he had never heard of such a person. If someone bore that title, they would surely be well known. After all, The title of Sniper King is not one to be taken lightly. Although marksmen might not seek challenges as eagerly as swordsmen, their duels were still numerous. If anyone dared to claim such a title, they would undoubtedly attract many challengers. Surely, no pirate would risk such a reputation without substantial skill. Could it be that he only gained fame later on? That seemed implausible. Doflamingo speculated, effectively ruling out this name. If he were indeed a true Sniper King, he would likely avoid needless provocations. Monkey D. Luffy could be considered as an alternative choice. Doflamingo had concluded that Luffy was undeniably a troublemaker. Any ensuing conflicts with him were, in fact, quite ordinary. As for the others, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, at present, he was uncertain if he were alive or dead. This was the man who had slain Whitebeard and claimed 2 devil fruit powers. Doflamingo found himself intrigued. Furthermore, he had been searching for the dark fruit. It had received no news. Like Luffy, he remained a viable alternative. Regarding the final option, Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, without a doubt, he was the most desired target. If the opportunity arose, Doflamingo would not hesitate to offer 500 million for his capture. However, that would require a fortuitous circumstance. After evaluating the 4 options, Doflamingo had narrowed it down. He was sure that Monkey D., Luffy, Blackbeard, and the Traitor Law were the most likely candidates. The Sniper King had been effectively ruled out. If he were not eliminated from consideration, the final answer would remain a mystery. With 3 names left, Doflamingo contemplated and subsequently dismissed Law. As for Blackbeard, he hesitated before also ruling him out. Given his previous exploits, Blackbeard had already achieved notoriety upon entering the New World, possessing 2 devil fruit powers, specifically the formidable Quake fruit and Dark fruit. He would not be easily provoked, nor would he be a target for a mere 500 million bounty. If a bounty were to be placed, it would surely be much higher, likely enlisting Kaido's aid for the task. In the end, the only name that remained was that troublesome Monkey D. Luffy. This troublemaker was indeed the most likely to have stirred chaos in the New World, even provoking Doflamingo himself. Perhaps even entering his territory, leading to the bounty being placed on him. Doflamingo, ever astute, had conducted a thorough mental analysis and deduced the matter almost entirely. If we exclude the initially ruled out correct answer, he still needed to finalize his choice. The system space fell silent for a considerable time, observing Doflamingo's continued silence. Misaka Mikoto grew impatient. Can you stop wasting my time? I still need to return to save the men and women of the world. I have no time to linger here with this annoying fellow. Are you that eager to return? With your current abilities, even if you were to return, you would likely just be dealt with. There's simply no need for that. Allow me to offer you a suggestion. Give me that gene from your previous vision, and should I discover something in our next meeting, I shall present it to you. Doflamingo, despite being pressed, paid little heed to her words. Instead, he found himself relishing the moment. Now that he had arrived at the correct answer, he was completely unconcerned. In fact, he had already contemplated where the abilities he would acquire next would be enhanced. Both his Haki and Devil Fruit powers had already grown. If one's physical prowess and skills were to experience a modicum of enhancement, it would indeed be most welcome. Naturally, further elevation of other abilities would also be a positive development. Moreover, he seems to be profiting more. It is merely a matter of balanced growth versus a specialized focus. For him, anything that could augment his combat prowess is deemed beneficial. He is acutely aware that in this world, strength reigns supreme, irrespective of circumstances. Upon hearing this, Yusa Meikong's vigilance was aroused, and her disdain for this lecherous individual intensified. From the outset, she sensed that he was not a person of good character, possessing considerable flaws. This prompted her to contemplate delivering a powerful electromagnetic cannon strike to this Doflamingo. Although he towered like a monster, she was undeterred. Did he wish to test the might of an LV-5 Electromaster? How absurd! The so-called Celestial Dragon holds no sway here, especially one who has been stripped of their citizenship. They have forsaken you, you monster who has slain your own father. Yusa Meikong did not hold back in her scathing remarks directed at Doflamingo, causing his previously smug expression to falter momentarily. Logically, this was not how things should transpire. Even if the other party wished to decline, It would be reasonable to ascertain the situation for personal advancement. Was it not worth attempting? Du Langming regarded Yusum Meikong, feeling that she was utterly incomprehensible. I hope you do not come to regret this, young lady. Should an opportunity arise to enter their world, Du Langming would certainly not hold back. His expectations for this system were exceedingly high. He now felt that he could no longer remain in this world, contemplating the moment when he might eliminate the insufferable Kai'er, to become a manager or even the master of the system, and then traverse to other worlds to pursue his ambitions. With myriad thoughts in mind, Du Langming declared, "Reveal the answer. I choose the straw hat brat, Lu Fei." Before Yusum Meikong could respond, Du Langming had already voiced his selection, exultantly addressing Kai'er. His demeanor suggested he was already assured of victory, evidently eager to witness Kai'er's displeasure while ensuring that the reward was bestowed upon him. I must be correct. Even if you have acquired a portion of this system's capabilities, you cannot act recklessly. Bestow the reward upon me. The troublemaking straw hat Lu Fei shall not have another chance to disrupt things. Du Langming paid little heed to the identity of his opponent, no matter how formidable they were. Could they rival his own prowess? He was, after all, a celestial dragon, albeit one unrecognized by others. Nevertheless, he still possessed the bloodline of a celestial dragon, making him a half-breed of sorts. He envisioned a day when he would wield immense power, rendering the four emperors, the world government, and the navy insignificant in his eyes. Once that day arrives, once that moment comes, Du Langming seemed to glimpse the future, persistently persuading others that his current predicament was trivial. This was not merely confined to this world. Should he seize the opportunity to dominate other realms, he would certainly show no mercy. You are overthinking it. You are incorrect, Kai'er remarked, observing Du Langming's self-satisfied demeanor. Does this fellow truly possess a normal thought process? How could he suddenly exude such unfounded confidence? To believe he has answered correctly is preposterous. The only one among them likely to cause a ruckus is that foolish boy with the straw hat. The others have no such inclination. Du Langming's expression darkened. He felt that neither Blackbeard nor Luo would so easily place a bounty on him. Surely, it could not be that so-called Sniper King, an unknown entity suddenly appearing to cause him trouble in the new world? Du Langming pondered. I cannot simply provide an answer. As for the judgment, Kai'er chuckled at Du Langming, his tone imbued with a hint of mockery. This provoked Du Langming to grit his teeth. Before he could articulate further, he suddenly noticed the system's display screen revealing the answer. Before he could comprehend the situation, an invisible force targeted him. His haki swiftly waned. Haki, my haki? Du Langming could sense the rapid depletion of his armament haki. Fortunately, it was merely a method of utilizing it that faded rapidly. Du Langming could not fully grasp this development. It was unbearable. While his haki did not compare to that of the four emperors, he was among the stronger individuals, coupled with previous enhancements. This represented a significant loss for him. Regardless of Du Langming's dissatisfaction, pleas for mercy, or even any thoughts of retaliation, he found himself with no opportunity to act further. His armament haki dissipated swiftly, leaving Du Langming with a grim expression. He had met his match here. Fortunately, he had previously gained considerable rewards. Yet, it was precisely because of those rewards that his heart ached all the more. Who was responsible? What had transpired? Du Langming expressed his frustration. Yet he received no response from Kai'er, only the answer provided by the system. Within his kingdom, a colossal screen displayed content that incited fervor among the gathered crowd. To Du Langming's surprise, the scene revealed a tree-like figure, clearly indicative of forthcoming events. Was there truly such a person who incited such animosity that he wished for their demise? And a bounty of 500 million? Was that individual truly worth such a sum? The correct answer is Sniper King, Wisupu. The screen revealed a figure with an elongated nose, a beard, and voluminous, explosive black hair. The bounty of 500 million berries commanded attention. A 5-star pirate. Each star signified 100 million berries, attracting the gaze of many. Du Langming regarded the individual displayed, feeling no recognition whatsoever. He was hardly a notable figure, not even a blip on the radar, even within the pirate world. At this moment, many sought to ascertain the identity of this person. Regardless, there was some semblance of value. In a cage on Magu Island, one could not help but wonder about the future. 500 million berries? Sniper King? This was indeed noteworthy. Observing the figure, Sulong and Shanji exchanged glances at Wasupu. Though they were now allies, they held no disdain for one another. However, they remained discerning regarding his capabilities. To say 500 million berries was excessive would be an understatement. After all, their captain's bounty was only 30 million. There is truly no significant value at play. He is not a significant figure, akin to Usopp. As I gaze at my reflection within, even Usopp finds himself at a loss for words. Could it be a case of sharing the same name? Usopp continues to ponder. Surely those sharing a name wouldn't have identical noses. Sanji interjects, noting the likeness in appearance and expression, declaring it must be him. This notion is difficult for Usopp to accept as Sanji delivers blow after blow to his confidence. Although he previously departed from his place, he ultimately chose to return, not out of a sense of shared hardship, but because he has come to realize that his family has also arrived here. He desires not to remain outside, especially since there are people here who care for him. The thought of leaving evokes a sense of discomfort, akin to betrayal, which is not in his nature. One either commits fully or refrains from joining altogether. If he has chosen to be part of this, he should not cavalierly speak of withdrawing. Since everyone is present, they shall seek opportunities together. Ah, that fellow will not spare me. Is he a Tenryubito? Given his circumstances, once he leaves that realm, he will surely seek retribution against me. I am doomed. The warlords of the sea? Furthermore, his identity as a Tenryubito, a notorious pirate of the New World. Usopp finds himself at a loss for words, muttering to himself for a while before lapsing into silence. Why is everything transformed into this? These are the actions of his future self, and yet he remains oblivious to how he has become this way. Usopp's future is remarkable, worth 500 million. Yet I shall grow even stronger. The Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, lacks strength, yet he manages to speak, albeit weakly. His feeble tone still captures the attention of those around him. On one hand, it affirms Ithayu's sentiments, while on the other, it demonstrates that he has not yet surrendered. What shall I say? Perhaps it is best to contemplate departure once more. And what is there to fear? This place is not so easily accessible. If that Doflamingo were to enter, let them contend with the manager. His attitude towards pirates is notoriously unfriendly. Sanji speaks rapidly from the side. Will he take action? He likely will. Usopp muses to himself. Regardless of the circumstances, this is his territory. If pirates were to cause chaos here, the opposing party would surely intervene. Thus, as long as he remains here, he shall encounter no danger. Yes, I shall never leave this place. Fortunately, there's food, drink, and a sense of belonging. Everything is satisfactory. With protection, there is no need for escape. Contemplating various thoughts, Usopp even begins to entertain the notion of abandoning the sea altogether. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, a young girl watches the now mature Usopp on screen, her excitement palpable. Beside her, a butler resembling a sheep attempts to persuade her. Yet she pays him no heed. On a pirate ship in the New World, having narrowly evaded the pursuit of several naval fleets, the crew erupts into lively chatter. Some spot the screen displaying Usopp's situation and shout, "Yasopp, that fellow is your son, right? His nose, you previously mentioned, is completely different from yours." Ha ha ha, Sniper King. What an audacious title. Will he eventually best you? How ridiculous. I cannot defeat my own son. That is too amusing. You abandoned him to venture out to sea. He may not even recognize you, and might give you a thrashing if he finds out. Ah, that makes sense. Yasopp, prepare yourself for a beating. Let's toast to Yasopp receiving a thrashing. Cheers. Laughter fills the air aboard the pirate ship as each person exchanges jokes before finding an excuse to raise their glasses. The reason has become insignificant. Toasting is the true essence. Among them, a man with curly hair and a long spear, bearing the rugged visage of an uncle, grins broadly as he observes his companions jesting. He raises his drink and consumes it heartily, feeling no concern for the possibility of being beaten by his son. Rather, he watches with great satisfaction. If that day were to come, he eagerly anticipates it. Usopp, I await you. Despite being his biological son, Yasop shows no signs of relinquishing his ambitions. Yasop, I have received word that your son has been captured and has joined Luffy's crew. They currently possess no future. Ben Beckman suddenly recalls something. He had intended to share this information previously, but had been unable due to the recent chaos in the New World. Yasop pauses, taken aback by the news of Luffy's capture. Captain, what do you intend to do? Yasop does not rush. Instead, he looks towards Shanks, displaying no worry for his son. Although they are not in immediate danger, embarking on the sea is impossible. Ben Beckman adds, having already received information that there is no threat, hence his calm demeanor. If it were otherwise, they would have turned back to the Grand Line long ago. They could have even issued threats to deter any reckless behavior. Luffy has also been captured. He chuckles, pondering what reason could possibly prevent a man from setting sail. Let us go and bring them back to the sea. Shanks glances at Yasop, then without hesitation begins to speak. The crowd responds in unison. They are naturally intrigued by the prospect of action, even if it leads them to the Grand Line or that place called Paradise. They do not mind. Moreover, this time it involves rescuing a comrade's son, along with that captain who gifted his hat to the little Luffy. This fellow cannot be left unattended for too long, otherwise issues will inevitably arise. Thank you, Captain. Yasop approaches Shanks with his drink, then begins to pour. Enough with the foolish talk. Drink up. Ha ha ha. Shanks laughs heartily, drinking deeply as others begin to maneuver the pirate ship towards the Grand Line, setting course for Magnetic Drum Island. Though they may encounter naval forces again, there is no alternative. They have not engaged in battle, not out of fear of the Navy, but rather to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Naturally, they do not wish to be followed continuously. Therefore, they evade pursuit. As for now, sailing while inebriated poses no issue. If discovered, so be it. In the end, they will inevitably shake them off. Whether it be the pirate ship or their navigators and talents, they are far more formidable than any singular naval vessel. The only advantage some ships possess in terms of accompanying offensive weaponry lies in their superiority over pirate vessels. However, in all other respects, they simply cannot compare. A uniquely crafted ship stands in stark contrast to one that is mass-produced. The differences are undeniably pronounced. Nevertheless, what is deemed weaponry, along with various potent forms of attack, are merely considered a jest by the crew of the red-hair pirates. The cannonballs never even reached the ships. They were obliterated from various angles. Chapter 140. The Childlike Fruit. System Master? How could that be? A figure with an elongated nose, resembling a fool, is here for comedic relief? Don Quixote Doflamingo had envisioned the so-called Sniper King as a formidable individual. Yet, the image that emerged displayed this long-nosed character with an air of smugness. This person, upon mere appearance, exuded no semblance of strength. While one cannot solely determine prowess by looks, the aura and demeanor were unmistakably apparent. His proud demeanor offered nothing worthy of admiration. Doflamingo was clearly struggling to accept this reality. Yet, Kao remained indifferent to his acceptance. The situation had already been set in motion. A new query arose. What is Doflamingo's objective in placing a bounty on the Sniper King Usopp amidst the events in Dressrosa? 1. To seek revenge for the death of a vital family member. 2. Out of jealousy towards the name of Sniper King, intending to create trouble for him. 3. Because Usopp disrupted his plans, causing him significant trouble. 4. Due to Usopp's betrayal, severing ties with his family. The reward, a 30 increase in a certain ability. The penalty, the loss of a specific ability. As this new question emerged, Kyle smiled subtly. This query was indeed intriguing. Once revealed, Doflamingo would likely find himself in considerable trouble. Regardless of the repercussions, the world and the Navy, along with the world government, would not permit him to continue unchecked. After all, Dressrosa was an ally of the world government. If the matter were unknown, it might be concealed and manipulated discreetly. However, if other allied nations became aware of this information, they would undoubtedly exert pressure on the world government, fearing that they could be next. Such a scenario was one they would prefer to avoid. There he was, confronted with the question. Doflamingo ground his teeth in frustration. He had yet to truly encounter this individual named Usopp, yet his animosity had escalated to an extreme, with few rivals remaining. If it were feasible, He would not hesitate to place a bounty of not just 500 million berries, but even 1 billion to eliminate him. This individual, as he surveyed the options, Doflamingo felt an ominous sensation. Each answer seemed plausible. He would surely not overlook the murder of a core family member. He could not forgive betrayal. Disrupting his plans was inexcusable. Any of the plans in Dressrosa were of utmost importance, particularly Sugar's toy soldier scheme. If he truly appeared, it would spell disaster. In his current state, Doflamingo sensed a looming crisis. He thought to himself that anything but this option would suffice. He even felt indifferent to answering incorrectly. As for jealousy, that possibility was the least likely. He would not act out of such trivial reasons. Moreover, he would never envy the title of Sniper King. What was a title, after all? Though he was referred to as one of the Shichibukai, this king was not the same as any other. Many kings across nations were, in truth, utterly ineffectual. Choose quickly, do not waste time, he urged, feeling the pressure mounting. Clearly, he was being observed, and there was an air of urgency in the atmosphere. Despite his previous invitations to her, Misaka Mikoto bore a decidedly unfriendly attitude towards Doflamingo, nearly causing him to spit blood in exasperation. Nevertheless, seeing the anticipation emanating from those beside him, Doflamingo complied and made his choice. Naturally, he chose the option he most dreaded. I select option 3. That individual disrupted my plans, he uttered, his teeth grinding audibly, clearly displeased with this answer. Those nearby could perceive his discomfort, finding amusement in his predicament. It was evident that he was on the verge of exposing something significant, perhaps even more distressing than the earlier incident with his father. The answer was deemed correct. Kyle, observing from the side, noted Doflamingo's stroke of luck and announced the reward without delay. Now, he eagerly anticipated the aftermath of Doflamingo's realization of the answer. Perhaps this would divert some attention from him, alleviating the scrutiny from the Navy and the world government. After all, the implications of Doflamingo's actions becoming public knowledge would undoubtedly tarnish the world government's reputation, necessitating a response. What plans had he concocted? Although he had been acknowledged as correct, Doflamingo felt no joy in this outcome. He longed for Kyle to amend his answer and conceal everything. True to his character, he understood that something significant had occurred to incite such anger and to place a bounty that was incongruous with his actual abilities. This was no trivial matter, and he could not afford to let it be disclosed. Reflecting on the misfortune of Blackbeard Teach in the New World, Doflamingo felt a pang of anxiety, fearing he might meet a similar fate. Currently, he was on the run, in dire straits, having failed to acquire the Yami Yami no Mi. Neither Whitebeard nor the Navy showed any signs of letting him off the hook, although Whitebeard's own troubles had diverted many from pursuing Blackbeard. The fact remained that Teach's inability to obtain the Dark Fruit's powers was a significant issue, highlighting the high stakes in the New World. Accept your reward, Kyle instructed, cutting into Doflamingo's thoughts. He swiftly delivered the reward, which caused Doflamingo to feel a noticeable shift in his physical capabilities, beginning to transform in a rather alarming manner. While not to the extreme of figures like Kaido, he found himself on par with some of the more physically trained vice admirals. Although this enhancement was advantageous for Doflamingo, it brought with it a new level of complexity. Observing the dialogue unfolding, it is evident that Doflamingo harbors little interest in the matter at hand. He would prefer to forego any rewards to keep this issue from surfacing, yet such a desire is clearly unattainable. Not only is Kyle currently unable to address this situation, but even if he could, he would not act on behalf of this individual. In fact, he eagerly anticipates the turmoil that will ensue following Doflamingo's exposure. Regardless of Doflamingo's resistance, the images have emerged, presenting themselves before an individual, the Smile Factory beneath Dressrosa. Usopp and his companions have devised a plan to rescue the toy people from the clutches of Doflamingo's cadre, Sugar. During this time, Doflamingo has witnessed these unfolding scenes. Observing this seemingly foolish individual sabotaging his plans, Doflamingo gritted his teeth in frustration. Ultimately, he could hardly accept that Sugar was left so frightened by that so-called Sniper King that she fainted. Her fainting spell led to the restoration of all those transformed into toys within Dressrosa. Upon learning of these events, Doflamingo, in a fit of rage, placed a bounty of 500 million on Usopp's head. This series of events left Doflamingo at a loss for words, torn between his thoughts on Sugar and Usopp. Is this truly the work of that fool? Doflamingo's countenance darkened as he pondered whether he should properly discipline his precious Sugar. Meanwhile, Sugar, resembling a small girl, shook her head vigorously, unable to fathom being defeated by such a person. How could Usopp possibly triumph over her? Furthermore, her powers have now been exposed. The cadre of Doflamingo is plagued with anxiety, knowing that Sugar must be concealed even more vigilantly to avoid detection, regardless of the current threats or unforeseen circumstances that may arise. This might be the only piece of good news they have at present. Goodness, is this truly what the Shichibukai are like? The former king of Dressrosa, now merely a shadow of his former self, became king in a perplexing manner. The previous king's fate is now quite evident amidst the multitude of toy people and the terrifying powers of the devil fruit known as Sugar, which can erase memories. Who knows what other occurrences might transpire, hidden from everyone's awareness. Discussions abound in the chat room, with many expressing keen interest in the situation concerning the former Dressrosa. Even individuals from the former Dressrosa contribute to the conversation, yet many remain uncertain about the circumstances. The memories lost remain absent, yet they have uncovered the truth through the system. Whether they can identify those who have become toys will depend on the unfolding situation. Numerous powerful individuals have discreetly ventured to the former Dressrosa to assess the circumstances. Meanwhile, the subordinates of Doflamingo are contemplating a hasty retreat, for they foresee impending doom in light of the current developments. They are particularly unsettled by the comments flooding the screen from various pirates and allied forces, all harboring thoughts about them. Their only hope is for Doflamingo to return and take charge soon. The capabilities of the system space are indeed remarkable. The power to transform and erase memories is extraordinary. Jiraiya finds this hard to believe. He himself can transform others into frogs, but erasing the memory of those who have been transformed is beyond his abilities. At least, executing such a technique is impossible without sealing memories one by one. However, this individual clearly employs a method that prevents people from even recalling or understanding their own transformations. This ability could be immensely beneficial for us, Obito mused. Intrigued by the fruit's potential, such powers would greatly aid those with objectives, enhancing the likelihood of success in their plans while providing ample operational flexibility. A minor misstep could lead to dire consequences. Misaka Makoto grimaced at the thought of such ambition. The exploitation of others fills her with profound disdain, making her draw parallels to the Misaka clones. Indeed, every world has its detritus, and individuals like this deserve a swift demise. The rewards bestowed by the system seem scandalous to her. Yet, she kept her thoughts to herself. This system has exposed enough, has it not? Could it be that you are behind all this? The system has always been under your control, allowing you to gather such information. Doflamingo now seeks to divert suspicion away from himself, aware that those within the pirate world can observe the current situation. He speaks to himself, raising doubts that Kyle might manipulate the system for chaos, inadvertently intensifying scrutiny upon him. Whether belief is significant is often irrelevant. Suspicion alone can provoke action. As long as he can draw attention away from certain individuals, he is satisfied. He is convinced that the allure of the system's potential far exceeds their original plans for Dressrosa, especially after personally experiencing the power he has gained. This newfound strength is evidently substantial, and he wonders if the world's strongest individuals might also seize it, potentially unifying the world or even transcending to other realms. Doflamingo's words have indeed captured the attention of those within the pirate world. Many have contemplated such a notion, though none have fully articulated it. Curiosity surrounds the enigmatic figure who has become the administrator of this system. If more exposure could be granted, they would certainly welcome it. Not only pirates, but even those present at the scene turned their gazes toward Kyle, questioning whether this system space was indeed his doing. Misaka Makoto, though not entirely aware of the situation, is eager for clarification regarding the current events. She seeks confirmation on whether the rewards she received were genuine and if the information regarding the absolute evolutionist is authentic. This is of utmost importance. Of course, The electric discharge is real, as she can ascertain. The sensation is unbearable, inciting a desire to lash out. Not only her, but Jiraiya and Obito share her keen interest. This space remains an enigma for them. Although they had prior knowledge of certain matters, it was merely a tentative belief. They still need to return to ascertain the truth, as their faith is not yet absolute. Particularly for Daito, he has already experienced both reward and punishment, especially when witnessing the disappearance of Baiju. This incited within him a curiosity about the limits of this system. In Chapter 141, as the attention of those present shifted to Kair, particularly the newcomers, a hint of skepticism lingered. However, Kair appeared unfazed by their doubts. He had anticipated such troubles long ago. The timing of their emergence was inconsequential. Even if he relinquished his position as the administrator, there would still be those who would remember him. Such is human nature, regardless of what they may say. With a casual shrug, Kair addressed them directly, suggesting they should focus on their next steps. The revelation of turning people into mere playthings would undoubtedly spell misfortune for Doflamingo upon his return. This was a matter that required no further deliberation. As he spoke, he had already made up his mind. Well, there are no more questions. You may all return whence you came. Without waiting for Doflamingo to respond, Kair continued. He had lost interest in the man. After all, in the same world, even if his adversary were to survive, he could still find an opportunity to eliminate him. In terms of strength, Doflamingo might still be somewhat formidable, but merely somewhat. In a genuine confrontation, he might not even measure up to Eneru, especially with Akiji's presence looming. Engaging this individual would not be an easy task, especially without the proper alliances. Doflamingo, sensing Kair's indifference and disdain, found himself increasingly agitated. Who was he? A dignified celestial dragon, a king, a member of the Shichibukai, a ruler of the underworld, and a man who conducted dealings with the four emperors and the Gorosei. How dare he look upon him with such derision? It appeared that Kair had grown complacent of late. Regardless of the outcome, he would not have an easy time ahead. As Doflamingo's words trailed off, he vanished from the space. Having realized he could leave, he had no intention of lingering. After all, he had already exposed himself, and his family awaited his return to address pressing matters. I have a question. Can we still enter this place? Recognizing that Kair would not entertain their previous doubts, Jiraiya refrained from making himself a nuisance. He was simply eager to know if he could return. Although he had not gained any tangible benefits this time, he was confident that familiarity would yield opportunities on future visits. Moreover, he considered the possibility of bringing others along. Jiraiya's words piqued the interest of Daito and Misaka Mikoto, who listened intently, eager not to miss anything. As long as you have an invitation, anyone can enter here. It all depends on your luck, Kair stated. The crux of the matter lay in the invitation, much like in their own world. Those who wished to enter were denied, while those who did not want to enter were drawn in. Kair speculated that some of this was due to issues within the system. The notion of an invitation struck a chord with Jiraiya and his companions, particularly Daito, who recalled their earlier efforts to obtain one. He had initially aimed to resolve Lin's resurrection, but it now seemed that opportunity had slipped away. The disparity in power, the presence of otherworldly factors, and various peculiar circumstances made Daito acutely aware of his lack of chances. Beyond this matter lay the harsh reality. Even a false Lin would not be allowed to fall into the hands of others. Konoha, Shimura Danzo, wait for me. Once assured of the possibility of re-entering this space, Daito quietly vanished, returning to the shinobi world and making his way to Konoha. Jiraiya sensed something amiss. Then there will be a chance to meet again, he mused, leaving behind a hearty laugh before disappearing. Regardless of the circumstances, he had gleaned a wealth of information from this visit. Now, he awaited the next opportunity, lest any unforeseen events hinder the flow of information. In this realm, it seemed that aside from direct confrontation, no other options remained. As for engaging in battle, Jiraiya had contemplated this and found no opportunity. Although he had yet to demonstrate his true strength, it was evident that dealing with it would not be a trivial matter. A failure could lead to numerous unexpected complications. The two shinobi vanished swiftly, leaving only Misaka Mikoto behind. Hey, if I can obtain an invitation, I can bring others in, right? She queried, casting a challenging glance at Kair. After receiving a nonchalant nod from him, she quickly departed this world. At last, they had all left. Watching each individual exit, Kair began to shut down the space. With his actions, the visibility of the interior faded for the others. Meanwhile, the chat area remained lively and bustling, but he paid no mind. At present, he was solely focused on discovering the nature of his rewards, which he hoped would not be weak, perhaps even surpassing those from his last encounter. Let the rewards be settled swiftly, he remarked casually. Despite maintaining caution towards this seemingly programmatic system, he had begun to ponder whether such vigilance held any real significance. After all, his very life had been extracted from the realm of the dead by this entity. He found little value in being overly cautious and instead sought to master the system and comprehend its essence. As he spoke, the system initiated the settlement process. Congratulations. You have obtained LV6 Electromancer. Congratulations, you have acquired Special Sage Mode. Congratulations, you have received by Jew cells. Congratulations, you have gained Wood Release. Congratulations, you have acquired Hockey. One by one, abilities manifested and swiftly integrated into his being, unleashing a surge of power within him. Various energies fused and separated, ultimately establishing a presence within his body. The most prominent were the powers of Electromancer and Hockey, while Sage Mode and Wood Release merely represented capabilities akin to the activation of special organs. As for the Baiju cells, he regarded the injured white sphere with clarity. Is this all? He understood its function perfectly. Once planted, it would yield Baiju. The Baiju, as it turns out, is a creation of man, designed to be manipulated and aligned with one's desires. Its power, however, is merely moderate, somewhat stronger than that of an ordinary pirate. Upon receiving this information, Kair had already resolved to experiment with this white substance upon his return. If it indeed possesses the capability for continual reproduction, then the act of taking lives would be of little consequence. In his view, this world is rife with those deserving of death, as pirates abound across the seas, with naval bases teeming with both pirates and marines alike. The thought of killing holds no moral weight in such a chaotic environment. After accepting the reward, he returned to Magnetic Drum Island. Upon his arrival, he was met with news that, during his absence, a considerable number of individuals had begun to stir unrest and infiltrate the island. A diverse array of characters had emerged, including spies, pirates, marines, and various allied factions, alongside peculiar underground organizations. Fortunately, these intruders had been apprehended by Enelu before they could initiate any significant actions. Aside from him, there was also Yi Xiao, whose involvement came as a surprise to Kair. This influx of prisoners had increased the population of the jail, and it was fortunate that most of the survivors had been subdued by Yi Xiao, while those defeated by Enelu had perished. The remaining individuals exhibited a level of strength that was still commendable, having been incapacitated by Enelu before being taken over by others. Given Zifa's nature, he would naturally refrain from inflicting harm upon them, simply relegating them to the confines of the prison. At this juncture, Kair was unconcerned, leaving matters in Zifa's capable hands. Of course, should a significant problem arise, there might be some individuals who prove uncooperative. You have finally returned. Were those claims genuine? Are those individuals from other worlds? As Kair made his way to the prison, Zifa, having received news, intercepted him with a barrage of questions. The assertions were indeed accurate. Those individuals were from alternate realms. Looking at Zifa, Kair withheld nothing, as the system had already been tested. Observing the somewhat robust young man before him, Kair straightforwardly articulated his thoughts. He was well aware that the previous agent had been distinctly unusual, unlike a certain elementary school student who remained in perpetual youth despite years of education. As for the concept of alternate worlds, Zifa appeared intrigued, though he refrained from elaborating, considering the trainees he was currently overseeing. It was only before his departure that he added a cautionary note, emphasizing the necessity of exercising greater caution when dealing with individuals from other realms. One could never predict the nature of their unexpected powers. Zifa remained vigilant, recognizing that even within their own world, bizarre and troublesome devil fruits could emerge at any moment. it was even more perilous to consider the potentialities from other worlds. The unknown is the most terrifying aspect, as it's conceivable that what they had previously encountered was merely a fraction of what other worlds could offer. Do you desire these individuals? Baiju, what are they? Hand them over to me. Zifa had initially assumed Kair was probing for information, but upon hearing mention of Baiju and the inmates, he became unexpectedly attentive. He was, however, reluctant to allow Kair to act recklessly with those within the prison. In his view, not every individual warranted death, especially considering the presence of world government and marine personnel among them. Despite having left the Navy, he still retained some sentimental ties after so many years. Furthermore, he was disinclined for Kair to entirely alienate the Marines, as it could complicate matters should he require their assistance in the future. After a moment of hesitation, Zifa articulated his thoughts, indicating that not all individuals were to be eliminated. Kair, however, remained unfazed. Pirates, in this world, could be captured in abundance, and dealing with human traffickers posed no issue for him. If they were engaged in the abduction of others for profit, then capturing them for retribution was equally justified. After all, they adhered to the harsh principle of survival of the fittest. Zifa, oblivious to Kair's underlying intentions, merely nodded in agreement. He then led the way. As he was familiar with the surroundings, having previously brought many of these individuals to this very place. Upon his arrival, a cacophony of disjointed voices filled the air, each uttering desperate pleas and declarations of innocence. The identities of those present were varied: pirates, traffickers, treasure seekers, representatives of the world government, allied nations, and royal military personnel. The sheer number of individuals clamoring for attention within this small nation of magnetic drum was a testament to the chaos that ensued. Many of these individuals were indeed deserving of their fate. If you wish to take action, use them first, Zifa instructed, summoning a Marine who was evidently one of his disciples. Although Kair did not recognize him, he sensed a familiarity, likely having encountered him in the past without engaging in conversation. The two exchanged nods, and without further ado, the Marine produced a ledger. The identities of most individuals behind bars had already been established, many of whom bore bounties that could be easily confirmed. Those matters that remain unverified are fundamentally linked to the world government and the Navy. They have indeed speculated upon them, yet have not conclusively determined their origins. Kyle nodded, took up his notebook, and began to peruse its contents without delay, starting with the bounties of the highest value. Although the bounty does not unequivocally reflect one's strength, a higher bounty generally indicates greater prowess. After all, those who have evaded capture must possess some degree of capability, whether it be formidable combat skills or exceptional stealth. Perhaps, such individuals would yield even more efficacious results when subjected to the Baiju cells, a notion Kyle had previously contemplated. Chapter 142. Admiral Huang Yuan and Shanks arrive within the confines of the prison. The experiment commenced. Upon confirming the individual before him was a trafficker, he wasted no time and began employing the Baiju cells in the presence of Zephyr. There was no elaborate methodology. It merely required activation and application to the subject. A powerful individual might resist or escape this substance, but the trafficker, currently confined here, lacked such strength. What is this? Let me go. My boss will not spare you. The king of the underground, The trafficker shouted various threats, yet his voice dwindled to a whisper as he was enveloped by the white substance, transforming into a peculiar white silhouette reminiscent of an entity previously encountered in the system's realm. Those present bore witness to this unsettling transformation. The captured individuals were filled with dread, while Zephyr observed the phenomenon with curiosity. Despite knowing the origin of this substance was from the system, he pondered whether it possessed any unique capabilities. It seems adept at concealment and transformation, Kyle remarked, noting that certain aspects fell short compared to the Phantom Shadow. Yet the transformation aspect proved considerably more convenient. Whether it could be effectively utilized remained uncertain. No, please don't do this. Spare me, I realize my mistakes. Next came the phase of cultivating the Baiju. Individuals writhed in vain. Their fates had been irrevocably sealed upon selection. The only path before them was to become Baiju. Their memories persisted, and control was assured. Observing the transformation of these subjects, Kyle felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He subsequently released them, intending for them to return and engage with those who awaited them. As he watched their figures vanish, Zephyr withdrew his gaze, contemplating the potential repercussions should this operation be exposed. If this matter comes to light, you shall find yourself in quite a predicament. Do not fret. My current troubles are trifling in comparison. The world is vast, and not all will conspire against me. The Navy, the world government, and the pirates are not united. Kyle replied nonchalantly, I'm not a soft target. Given the current state of affairs, unless a specific faction intends to exert relentless pressure, I harbor no fears. Zephyr chose not to prolong the discussion, nodding before resuming his training regimen, though he clearly harbored additional thoughts on the matter. It was not the moment for him to intervene. Youth must be afforded the freedom to act, while we, the elder statesmen, are tasked with tidying up. With these contemplations, Zephyr departed, while Kyle remained oblivious to his thoughts, continuing his research, incorporating prior plans involving clones and the Phantom Shadow. Meanwhile, on the surface of Magnetic Drum Island, tranquility persisted. However, chaos reigned in Dressrosa, where Don Quixote Doflamingo resided. Not only the forces of the world government and navy were present, but also numerous pirates had congregated. The individuals previously transformed into toys had reverted to their original forms, yet their circumstances were dire. Ha ha! Do these few think they can capture me? Surely they underestimate my prowess, Doflamingo scoffed. Numerous spies from the world government had indeed caused him considerable trouble. Upon discovering the existence of Sugar, he sought her out and eliminated her, thereby nullifying her abilities, which left him seething with resentment. Nonetheless, he deemed the situation manageable. With Sugar's powers now exposed, their value diminished rapidly. Anyone aware of her abilities, or those who receive warnings, will be far less susceptible to falling victim carelessly. Doflamingo, surrender. The dignitaries of the Holy Land wish to see you, a few battered CP0 agents stated solemnly. In their eyes, the mission eclipsed all else. The Navy had also dispatched numerous personnel, predominantly junior officers, leaving others to act as mere fodder. 16 shots of divine judgment. Let us conclude this farce. Those gluttonous pigs can come to me if they dare, he laughed. Doflamingo brimmed with confidence regarding his strength, especially after enhancements acquired from a system. The CP0 agents and Navy present were no match for him. Should they attempt to impede his path, casualties would be inevitable. Ultimately, Doflamingo made his escape, abandoning those deemed worthless. Although this engagement clearly marked his victory, the looming question remained, what monstrous adversaries might arise next? He now required an ally to help restore order. News of Doflamingo's exploits swiftly circulated through the New World. His situation had been somewhat anticipated. Useless, utterly useless. Why was he allowed to escape? I shall send Sengoku to handle this. And that administrator from the system, I want him as my slave. A celestial dragon bellowed, causing his bodyguards to break into a cold sweat. Ultimately, they had no choice but to relay the news to the Gorosei. The Gorosei, too, were vexed. Damn Sengoku. Is he shirking responsibility? And what of Huang Yuan? Why is he so unreliable? I had heard of his lethargy, but this is beyond comprehension. Such individuals are relatively easier to control. However, they're equally likely to cause trouble. The 5 elders exchanged remarks, having just contacted the Navy to request a significant deployment of personnel to encircle Doflamingo. Unfortunately, Sengoku outright declined, informing them that the succession ceremony had already been conducted. He is no longer the fleet admiral. That position now belongs to the indolent fellow. Kizaru, too, felt a sense of helplessness. He had no desire to assume the role of fleet admiral. To him, being a vice admiral was already fraught with complications, and the responsibilities of a fleet admiral were even more daunting. He believed it would be better to remain a vice admiral like Garp, leading a leisurely existence. In fact, he contemplated not joining the Navy at all. At this moment, Kizaru had just received a task from the 5 elders, but his languid demeanor made them want to strike him. After hanging up the den mushi, Sengoku couldn't help but chuckle, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Are we? Fleet Admiral Kizaru, the Navy will be counting on you from now on. Best of luck. The retired Sengoku remained remarkably composed, even understanding the desire to slack off that many had once shared. Now, he too could indulge in idleness. Observing the troubled expression on Kizaru's face reminded him of his past self, prompting a smile. Kizaru, feeling exasperated, retorted, "Sengoku, please refrain from being so blatant about it." It seemed excessively unfair. He had previously shown deference to others, and even when he wished to be lazy, he would disguise it. Yet now, when the tables had turned, he was afforded no such consideration. Sengoku, with a casual demeanor, replied, "I am no longer the Fleet Admiral. That title belongs to you now. Do your best." "Fleet Admiral Kizaru, if you need anything, just call me, though I may not necessarily respond." Sengoku departed, leaving those present in a state of disbelief. What was this? A second Garp? Or perhaps a fusion of Garp and Kizaru? The expressions on the faces of those at the scene were one of incredulity. Why had the once diligent and responsible Fleet Admiral morphed into such a character? Could the position of Fleet Admiral truly transform a person? In the Navy, if one were to regard rank as a point of interest and possess the strength to command respect, only Akainu fit that description. Unfortunately, he was currently absent. Still in the New World, one could only wonder how he would react to Kizaru's ascension to Fleet Admiral. Akainu, a steadfast and robust figure, was bypassed for that lazy individual. If his subordinates were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be perplexed. This was the Fleet Admiral, the true upper echelon of the Navy, the theoretical highest commander. Looking at the elderly woman beside him, Kizaru, burdened by the mantle of justice, could only maintain a polite demeanor. What should he do now? Previously, he could merely slack off while capturing a few pirates. But it was evident that this situation was not conducive to such an approach. He could only hope that the seasoned veterans had their own methods of idling. Seeing Sengoku disappear, Tsuru noted the significant changes in him. It was only upon hearing Kizaru's words that she realized they still faced challenges. This also provided a solution to their predicament. After all, Kizaru was their chosen leader. Should anything befall him, the next individual might not be as suitable, potentially leading to even greater complications. Listening to Tsuru's plans and thoughts, Kizaru quickly nodded, his eyes lighting up. He promptly conveyed the task to Akainu, who was far away in the New World, without mentioning his current predicament. He merely relayed the orders from the five elders, recognizing that he needed to take action. Thus, the slacker began contemplating how to rise to the occasion. As time flowed slowly, it seemed as though the world had not changed much. Even with a new leader in the Navy, there were no significant transformations. Essentially, operations continued according to Sengoku's previous directives. The reluctance to alter anything remained pervasive. Meanwhile, in the New World, Akainu's pursuit of Doflamingo had naturally failed, as he had no opportunity to chase him down. The man had vanished without a trace. Pursuing someone across the sea was indeed a daunting task, granting Doflamingo a chance to seek support. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates could finally catch their breath. On the Grand Line at Sabeti Archipelago, was this truly the place? Usopp was here, as well as Luffy. Regardless of the circumstances, they had to find them. The red-haired pirates had traversed from the New World to this location, their objective clear, to allow these seafaring men to set sail. What reason could there be to thwart a man's dream of venturing upon the sea? "Captain, what shall we do? Shall we board directly?" In the East Blue region, the red-haired pirates could see the bustling and vibrant port from a distance. Here, it seemed as if everyone was thriving, their smiles devoid of deceit. Even upon seeing the pirate flag, they merely displayed a cautious vigilance, showing no sign of fear. This place felt secure. This was the impression formed by the red-haired pirates upon their arrival. However, this feeling of safety did not extend to them. No matter where they went, as wanted pirates, they could not assume they were safe. Regarding this place, they sought to locate someone and pay a visit. Red-haired Shanks laughed heartily, patting his head, seemingly unconcerned with the port's situation. His attention had already honed in on the formidable individuals within. Not just one, but several. Even he recognized that if a confrontation ensued, it could lead to significant trouble, potentially resulting in casualties among his crew and even risking their safe return. The question arose, was it worth the risk of encountering such a crisis while attempting to rescue someone? Perspectives would undoubtedly vary. Luffy, I have come to see you. With these words, the crew members aboard the ship naturally refrained from further chatter. As they entered Sabeti Archipelago, elite soldiers emerged immediately. Red-haired Shanks. Many on the scene were astounded. They had previously seen the pirate ship and felt no fear. However, upon closer proximity, they recognized Shanks, and it was evident that his presence here indicated anything but friendly intentions. This realization ignited a desire among many to engage in battle. However, the matter of fighting does not concern them. It is indeed surprising that pirates still dare to come here. Are they friends of the locals? Or are they those who left long ago? Among the group, many murmured in speculation. Most of the inhabitants here are outsiders who have settled down. They currently express great satisfaction with this place. Although it is somewhat cold, there are hot springs, and here they need not worry about any unruly pirates. The pirates have no opportunity to strike against them. Just then it arrived. The defense forces. Individuals quickly retreated. Numerous soldiers, armed with various weapons, gathered here. In fact, many of them were once naval officers, but now they have transformed into the local defense forces. As for the lower-ranked soldiers, their backgrounds vary. Some are former Navy personnel, while others underwent training later on. Chapter 143. The red-haired pirate crew. It seems the masters here do not welcome us. Is that even question? Have we ever been welcomed anywhere? A crew member of the red-haired pirates self-deprecatingly remarked. Shanks, however, paid little heed. I did not come here to fight. I wish to meet your king. He spoke plainly. In his perspective, Kyr remained here, and the transformation of this drum island clearly indicated that he had become the king of this drum kingdom. Even if he were not, he undoubtedly held the reins of this nation behind the scenes. Red-haired Shanks. The commotion had long drawn the attention of Zephyr. As he observed Shanks without receiving an answer, Zephyr had already arrived at the scene. You are that former admiral, aren't you? You appear even younger. Although Shanks had only seen Zephyr a few times, he had heard much about his reputation. Moreover, his current appearance made it easy to recognize him. To be recognized by one of the four emperors, should I feel honored? Speak your purpose for being here. After you answer, you may leave. Though the four emperors are formidable, Zephyr felt quite confident. He was well aware of the combat prowess of many present. Coincidentally, Kyr was also here. His only concern was Drum Island. Should a true battle arise, this island might very well face destruction. Oh la 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 la, the four emperors. Have you come all the way from the New World to set your sights on this place? Ashiding aura descended. The figure of Akiji rapidly materialized. An icy surface had already formed around them, evidently a result of his arrival. The crowd dispersed quickly. Even those curious to watch were swiftly controlled and removed by the defense forces. This was not a battle in which they could participate. Ordinary individuals were even less relevant. Leaving early was the key to safety. Remaining would only lead to peril. Another admiral of the Navy. If one were unaware, they might think this was a naval base. It is possible that the naval base has relocated here. It is more accurate to say it is the naval headquarters, as many familiar faces from the Navy were present, including several rear admirals. Though they did not show themselves, their presence was palpable. The members of the red-haired pirates sensed the gravity of the situation but maintained smiles on their faces, displaying no signs of fear. The atmosphere between both sides was tense. With their words, a flash of blue lightning descended upon the ground. A figure, barefoot and with elongated earlobes, appeared. God Enel. Lord Enel has arrived. Someone in the crowd had already given him a title. It was evident that he had made quite a name for himself recently, having captured many individuals. However, they were unaware that he was now merely a compliant subordinate of Kyr, controlled through periodic use of his powers. Outsiders, pirates, perish. God Enel, devoid of emotion, uttered his chilling words. 30 million volts. A bolt of lightning erupted, taking on a beastly form. Yet another natural type fruit. Is this devil fruit enough to match an admiral's strength? How truly vexing for a newcomer. The emergence of the Rygene fruit elicited a number of bitter expressions from the pirates present. However, they were not afraid. The ensuing thunderclap was swiftly thwarted. A corpulent figure, munching on a massive drumstick, effortlessly absorbed the attack with his stout frame. One could feel the powerful haki radiating from him. The lightning crackled around him. Yet he remained remarkably unfazed, continuing to savor his drumstick. How absurd! And you've ruined the taste of my drumstick. You must compensate me for this. With that remark, the hefty figure sprang into action. His bulk was no hindrance. He moved with surprising agility, leaping towards Enel at an astonishing speed, colliding with him without pause. "Lucky! That fellow is your responsibility," someone in the crowd called out. "Do not allow him to approach. A natural-type fruit is far too troublesome. Do your best, Lucky." The agile, rotund man expressed mild annoyance. Lucky responded loudly, urging, "You all need to act quickly. The confrontation has already begun. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee how long I can hold him off." Though he spoke thus, his actions were relentless. He seized Enel and hurled him far away, utilizing his formidable hockey to ensure Enel had little power to resist. Even a mite of his heart net could not be summoned. Relying solely on his devil fruit abilities, Enel's strength seemed rather limited. Although Loki harbored some trepidation, he displayed none outwardly, maintaining a facade of disdain for Enel. Strategically, he remained cautious, fully aware that the Rygene fruit ranked among the highest echelons of natural-type abilities. A careless misstep could lead to dire consequences. Such occurrences as capsizing in a gutter were precisely what Loki wished to avoid. Initially, he intended to provoke Enel, hoping to uncover some flaw in his demeanor. After all, the confidence and arrogance he displayed upon arrival were telling. A proud individual would likely bristle at such disdain, particularly from one who spoke of nothing but devil fruits. Yet, Loki received no response from Enel, only a barrage of relentless attacks that left him feeling increasingly uneasy. As the confrontation continued, he found himself constantly reassessing the situation. He drew a firearm from his person and fired several times. Despite the evasions, he had fundamentally confirmed his suspicions. This individual was indeed a manipulated entity, exhibiting a ferocious and violent demeanor as if commanded by some unseen force. It was quite troublesome. Observing the likes of Ainalu being controlled, Riki remained cautious. Although he had previously declared Ainalu to be merely an abuser of the devil fruit, the fact that he could even bring that up indicated a remarkable level of skill. Simply utilizing the devil fruit to such an extent had already rendered Ainalu nearly equal to him in strength. Should any form of hellish training arise to enhance physical prowess in hockey, it wouldn't be long before the battle concluded. "Damn it," upon returning, "I shall indulge in a hearty meal," lamented the disgruntled Riki. Yet, he found himself entangled in a fierce clash with Ainalu. As soon as Ainalu exhibited intentions to attack elsewhere or disengage from their skirmish, Riki would pursue relentlessly. This continuous entanglement prevented Ainalu from finding an opportunity to escape. Although lightning was indeed swift, its manipulation by a human being was contingent upon consciousness and reflexes. Especially now, with Riki maintaining close vigilance. He was keen on preventing Ainalu from leaving this vicinity. Time and again, he was cast aside and sent flying, leaving Ainalu unable to act against anyone else. Meanwhile, the battle escalated on another front. Akiji, accompanied by several Marine vice-admirals, had directly intercepted the red-haired pirates and their subordinates. The entire port had been enshrouded in ice, including the vessels of the red-haired pirates, inciting their ire. How despicable! Not even our ships are spared. Is this customary for the Marines? At that moment, Shanks found himself obstructed by Zephyr, whose enormous mechanical arm loomed perilously close to him, nearly brushing against Shanks' sword. "There is no need for such customs. I merely wish to apprehend you all and send you to where you belong," declared Zephyr, firmly restraining his massive arm. "I have no designated place to go. The destination of my choosing is solely mine to determine," retorted Shanks. The clash between the two reverberated throughout the port, fortunately, as the populace had already been evacuated. Accompanied by Shanks' formidable presence, the air crackled with tension. Surrounding structures crumbled, and the ground fractured in numerous places. Even the sea seemed poised to surge forward, yet it remained completely frozen before reaching the shoreline. Regardless of past or present events, Akiji had been the first to encase any disturbances in ice, functioning as a veritable tool of encasement, a master of sealing the seas. Moreover, he faced numerous formidable officers from Shanks' crew, amplifying his pressure. After all, the individuals present were far from weak. Shanks' crew was known for its elite composition, and even now, those devoid of hockey were few. Each member posed a significant threat, especially the sharpshooters wielding hockey-infused firearms. The Ice Age had begun. However, the current environment was hardly conducive to Akiji's combat style, causing him to wield his abilities with considerable caution. Ben Beckman and Jesus Burgess were formidable adversaries, and he found himself ensnared by these individuals, with others joining the fray. Even Akiji felt a sense of being overwhelmed. Is this how it ends? Perhaps it is time for that individual named Kyer to emerge. We did not come here to fight, Jesus Burgess shouted from the sidelines. He yearned only to see his son and negotiate matters, not to engage in murder. He had no intention of shedding blood here. His son was present, and the situation was perilous. He did not wish for the red-haired pirates to suffer the same fate as the white-beard pirates, where his son was captured, leading to a chaotic rescue that resulted in countless casualties. The red-haired pirates could ill afford such losses, as their crew was not as numerous as Whitebeard's. Thus, they were compelled to proceed with utmost caution. The fierce battle threatened to bring the entire port crashing down, but Akiji's presence prevented utter devastation. Various ice formations safeguarded the area, yet despite this, significant destruction had still occurred. Houses, structures, and the ground lay in ruin. High atop a peak, Kyer sensed the unfolding chaos without needing a reminder. He had felt the stirrings of Ainalu's actions earlier. The red-haired pirates? What brings them here? They do not seem inclined to fight, and it appears there is no necessity for conflict at present. Although they appeared to hold the upper hand, he remained indifferent, silently orchestrating his own plans before vanishing from sight. We're the four emperors, after all. They are merely powerful pirate captains. Upon arriving here, they shall remain. Kyer had already deduced the purpose of their arrival. It was either Luffy or Usopp. Hence, he promptly directed Baiju to secure Luffy and the others, ensuring they did not roam freely. He would not squander the opportunity to hide them from others. In addition to this, a gigantic yellow creature resembling a tanuki, adorned with purple patterns, appeared, immediately drawing Kyer's attention. Following his command, the colossal entity advanced toward the port. A monster? Its strength is formidable, unlike the Sea Kings. Some noted that as the spoils of war, the very entity bestowed by the system, this scoundrel, has it been unleashed? Is there no one left to contend with? The combat potential of Magnetic Drum Island had exceeded their expectations. However, they believed they could still maintain control. Yet, as the tailed beast began to coalesce its tailed beast bomb, a dark sphere materialized, unsettling them. Be cautious, Shanks exclaimed, swiftly pushing Zephyr aside and cleaving toward the tailed beast bomb. He could sense the terrifying might it possessed, far surpassing that of mere projectiles. It must be diverted. With a resounding crash, the ice shattered completely. Not only that, but the mast of the red-haired pirate's ship had vanished. Had it not been for Shanks' decisive strike against the tailed beast bomb, which had managed to deflect its trajectory, the consequences would have been dire. The tailed beast, Jade, directly bombarded the ice surface behind, causing it to vanish and releasing a torrent of seawater. Such formidable power, what kind of assault is this? That raccoon creature, how terrifying. Is this the battle of the four emperors? I want to give up. I wish to return home. The crew of Shanks must have suffered significant losses by now. This situation has led many to contemplate retreat, particularly those who have recently joined the pirate crew and are feeling rather anxious. In the past, they took pride in the name of Shanks, the red-haired emperor. Now, they face the peril of being annihilated. Clearly, everything has changed. They could once roam freely under the flag of the red-haired Shanks, but that is no longer the case. Of course, it matters little now. Aside from a few long-standing members, most newcomers are now quite shaken, lacking the confidence they once possessed. Chapter 144, A Profound Misunderstanding of Pirates. The port was in chaos, especially with the sight of the enormous figure of Shoha approaching. The red-haired pirates incited a wave of panic. Typically, the battles were fought by the officers and Shanks as the main force. Now, faced with such a colossal opponent capable of area attacks, it was inevitable that they would be thrown into disarray. People die when they are killed. No one is entirely unafraid of death. Truly a monster. Someone must stop that creature. Shanks shouted to Zephyr, urging him to fend off the foe. Although he was aware that many of his crew had already lost their nerve, he did not show signs of worry. If the fight continues, then let it continue. Who is afraid of whom? Nothing can impede a man's dream. Enough of this. Since you have come here voluntarily, you shall remain. Zephyr sensed that Shoha had made its move and understood that Kair was already aware of the situation. There was no need for him to fret. He only needed to intercept this creature. With his body rejuvenated, his strength had returned to its peak, akin to his former self. However, despite this, he still felt somewhat powerless, for he was up against the 4 Emperor Shanks of the New World. Though this individual had reportedly lost a hand to a small sea creature in the East Blue, Zephyr held no contempt for him. I have heard your name long before, yet the battle must end here. If you wish to continue, let your allies take over. As Shanks sensed Shoha drawing near, he realized that someone had indeed gone to confront the massive beast. However, it seemed as if the creature was impervious to any form of attack. Not only was gunfire ineffective against it, but even close combat could only push it back temporarily. Moreover, this rotund raccoon seemed intent on targeting their ship, which had accompanied him for countless years. There was no way he would allow it to be destroyed. Such a thought was utterly unfathomable. Once more pushback, Zephyr refused to surrender. Although he was beginning to struggle to counter Shanks's assaults, he pressed forward with his mechanical arm, displaying a resolve akin to defiance in the face of death. A troublesome adversary. The Conqueror's haki surged forth as Shanks's long blade suddenly glimmered with a red light, unleashing a tremendous force that surged towards Zephyr. The speed and power of the attack left Zephyr momentarily stunned. Just as he prepared to concentrate, a figure appeared before the blade, intercepting it. This figure was enveloped in a dark, armed haki, emanating an intense chill that penetrated to the very marrow. The clash of formidable forces sent even Zephyr staggering back several steps, although this was partly due to his own desire to retreat. You finally made it, Shanks. Zephyr gradually withdrew, positioning himself beside Kair. Before them stood an ice sculpture that had intercepted Shanks. The moment it unleashed its attack, devoid of any additional energy, Shanks effortlessly cleaved it in two. It had been created solely to save someone, and with the energy dissipated, it could only vanish. Thank you for your trouble, Teacher Zephyr. Kair felt a touch of embarrassment. Had Zephyr not appeared to block Shanks, it was likely that the red-haired emperor would have swept through Magnet Island, resulting in far greater losses. Of course, even if the losses were substantial, they could still be deemed acceptable if necessary. Enough of this trivial chatter. What do you intend to do now? According to Zephyr, there must be an opportunity to subdue Shanks. This would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the pirates and incite chaos among the pirates of the New World, although that region was already a tumultuous mess. The presence of the 4 emperors had kept many pirates from claiming territory. However, should anything happen to one of the emperors, the struggle for power would undoubtedly reignite, providing a chance to trouble those pirates. Teacher Zephyr, is that your plan? Observing Shanks standing tall, Kair inquired of Zephyr, sensing that the rejuvenated elder had formulated his own strategy. Capture them. Do not let any pirate escape if they can be caught. Zephyr paused momentarily before speaking. Initially, he had intended to hear Kair's thoughts, but he had not fully processed the inquiry before Kair's voice reached him. Then, I shall heed your words. It was as if he had chosen to respond without contemplation. Had you already made up your mind? Perhaps for pirates, if they lack value, there is no reason to spare them. Kair spoke directly, but then, seemingly recalling something, he added a remark that rendered Zephyr silent. This disciple appears to harbor even less fondness for pirates than he does. This esteemed administrator seems to possess a profound misunderstanding of pirates and holds considerable disdain for them. Since you have arrived in person, I shall speak plainly. Grant me a favor and release Luffy and the others. Shanks, having sheathed his sword, turned to Kair and Zephyr. Upon hearing Kair's words, he smiled wryly. However, this smile was not a good omen. He sensed that conflict was entirely unavoidable. Kair's animosity toward pirates had escalated to a point where even a 4 emperor was not spared. Of course, This also correlated with the formidable strength of the opponent, which was the most formidable aspect of all. Do you harbor some misunderstanding regarding pirates? Do you truly believe that pirates are virtuous beings? They are merely a band of thieves, including that so-called pirate king, the leader of pirates. Have you all come to regard yourselves as emperors merely by being called the four emperors for so long? Must everyone bow to you? Kyer regarded Shanks with no semblance of respect. Although he had once held a favorable impression of Shanks in his memories as part of a story, this was no longer a narrative. Pirates are indeed pirates, and the leaders of pirates are unequivocally their leaders. Despite the presence of numerous corrupt elements within the Navy, and even at the pinnacle of the world government, decay has taken root. Nevertheless, among the ranks of the Navy, there still exists a multitude of individuals driven by a sense of justice. The likelihood of encountering such nobility is incomparably greater than that found among pirates. It is evident that the worldview held by these brigands is fundamentally flawed, yet they exhibit a curious demeanor as though they are the odd ones out. This world, particularly the pirate realm, exemplifies the harsh law of the jungle. Without strength, even an abundance of wealth can be stripped away by marauding pirates. Various occupations prove to be unreliable, and progress is achingly slow. Without a protective backing, danger lurks at every corner. Consequently, individuals possessing even a modicum of power often find themselves faced with two paths: to become a pirate, wreaking havoc in their territories, or to join the Navy, merely scraping by. Such individuals are exceedingly numerous, leaving the rest vulnerable to the whims of the strong. This world maintains a peculiar balance, which they mistakenly interpret as peace. In truth, it is a realm rife with piracy and peculiar characters. The so-called peace is merely a facade maintained by the higher-ups, those formidable powers. The Navy and the world government require the chaos instigated by pirates to remind their allied nations of their indispensable role in the world. Ordinary citizens feel similarly dependent. Thus, pirates are an irreplaceable element in the eyes of the world government and the Navy. They have no intention of eradicating pirates, but rather seek to perpetuate this state of opposition. Occasionally eliminating a few notorious pirates suffices to fulfill their duties, ensuring that the populace remains reliant upon them, perpetuating a vicious cycle that breeds inherent conflict. It appears that a confrontation is inevitable. Undermining a man's dream is hardly a commendable act. If that is the case, allow me to be your adversary, Shanks declared as his formidable conqueror's hockey surged forth. As it approached those near Kyer's own aura grew increasingly ferocious. You truly overestimate your own significance. Neither carp nor dragon uttered a word. Do you truly regard Luffy as your son? Should you not learn from Whitebeard and tell Luffy you wish to adopt him as your son? To put it more bluntly, you are but a trafficker of dreams, luring children into the life of piracy. Surely you harbor significant animosity towards Carp. Otherwise, why venture so far to deceive that naive lad? Or perhaps Luffy is not truly Carp's biological grandson, but rather the offspring of your captain, the infamous Joel D. Roger? Was Ace merely an accident? Kyer watched Shanks speak with such eloquence, unable to suppress his sarcastic remarks. He had long harbored doubts about whether Shanks had endured several beatings from Carp during their days aboard Roger's ship, now seeking revenge by targeting Carp's grandson. Alternatively, it could be that Luffy is not the biological son. Perhaps Ace is Carp's true son, leading to such attitudes from Shanks and his crew. Moreover, both Luffy and Ace share striking similarities, though Luffy lacks the characteristic facial hair of Roger. The legendary pirates of the Great Pirate Era, Gold, Roger, Edward Newgate, and Shiki the Golden Lion are all renowned figures. With various jests swirling in his mind, Kyer noted that Shanks clearly did not anticipate his lack of deference. Not only did he refuse, but he also spoke of peculiarities, leaving Shanks feeling perplexed and quite dissatisfied. What do you mean by black nose hair? While that beard does bear resemblance, it is hardly appropriate to say so. Shanks shook his head, now haunted by thoughts of his captain's mustache, or rather, nose hair. If the captain were to learn of his thoughts, he would likely rise from the afterlife to deliver a beating, if such a feat were even possible. Enough with the nonsense. Becoming the Pirate King is Luffy's dream alone. I never claimed otherwise, And I did refuse his request to share a bed, Shanks rationalized. He did not perceive Luffy as someone he had misled. In his view, it was undoubtedly Luffy's own ambition. The legacy of that hat signifies a new era. One day, he will rise to become the new Pirate King. You declined out of fear that Carp would chase you from the East Blue to the New World, Kaier retorted. His disbelief evident. Regardless of belief, he displayed a complete lack of faith in Shanks' words. Captain, Shanks. While the two continued their discourse, others were nearing their breaking point. The arrival of the Colossal Guard, Jozo, saw several individuals sent flying by the Rengoku cannon, while others were ensnared by the Fool's Grip, drastically reducing their crew's numbers. The red-haired pirates were already few in number, and this loss was increasingly apparent. Shanks, take action and subdue him. Jesus Burgess grew anxious. They had no opportunity to extend a helping hand, and dealing with Akiji was already troublesome enough. The immense beast posed additional pressure. Though they maintained an upper hand, they were temporarily unable to overcome Akiji. Not to mention, with Jozo seeking trouble, the outcome remained uncertain. Engage, Shanks. We will take him with us. We are pirates. If we do not seize what we desire, what kind of pirates are we? Captain, let him witness the terror of the four emperors. Shanks, they roared. The seasoned crew's shouts intended to bolster the spirits of the newer members. Indeed, they required some motivation, as the officers maintained control over their enemies. But the weaker members found themselves in a dire situation. This was still Jozo's restraint, as he did not wish to completely devastate the port. Otherwise, the casualties from earlier attacks would have been far greater. You have heard my words. I shall say this once more. Step aside and deliver the person to me. If you refuse to show me respect, then let me become your adversary. The long blade, previously sheathed, slowly emerged once more. Shanks spoke with a calm demeanor, his aura of authority unmistakable. He sought but a response. Should that response not align with his expectations, then action would ensue. After all, they were pirates. If they desired something, they would seize it. Furthermore, he regarded Luffy as a comrade, along with Jesus Burgess' son. Jesus Boo has but one son, and previously he had left the other in the village. Now that he has emerged, he has made his own choice. Naturally, he will not simply relinquish the other. Regardless of life or death, he must ascertain their whereabouts. Reputation? What reputation? Foolish one. Do you think anyone would heed you? For Emperor Shanks, Kai-Er casually remarked, clearly unperturbed by the threat posed by the other. Moreover, he was already in an exceedingly exhilarated state, the power of the tailed beast emanating from him, a reward he had previously obtained. This was the perfect moment to ascertain the limits of his combat prowess. As for Emperor Shanks, let him serve as a stepping stone. Chapter 145, Shanks captured. The utter lack of regard shown by Kai-Er caused Shanks' expression to momentarily stiffen. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone so dismissive of him, and they were not even akin to Whitebeard or the Gorosei. Truly, it seems that a confrontation is inevitable. Shanks is not one to ramble. His lengthy discourse was merely a means to avoid unnecessary conflict. After all, the other party had not done much to capture Luffy and the others. Furthermore, their current behavior did not seem to warrant any special targeting. What mattered most was strength. In Shanks' eyes, Kai-Er was exceedingly formidable. With a clang, just as the words left his lips, a long sword was swung, unleashing a brilliant flash of light. A fierce, domineering aura accompanied the blade, transcending mere armed color hockey. Ha ha ha. Why delay? You come here to see someone, yet you speak so many enticing excuses. Kai-Er, undeterred, unleashed his aura, enveloping himself as if clad in armor. Accompanied by a chilling presence, the surroundings were instantly encased. Zifa felt the brewing conflict and retreated slightly, not to mention others who were even farther away but still caught in the fallout. Boom! The clash of two powers generated a tempest. Shanks' countenance swiftly altered. It appeared that Kai-Er's abilities exceeded his expectations, momentarily suppressing his own strength. It seems you have gained considerable advantages from the system. Observing the red power emanating from Kai-Er, Shanks had already deduced its origins. Guess. The power continued to surge forth, seemingly inexhaustible. Following the battle, Kai-Er found himself increasingly confident in his ability to subdue Shanks, finally revealing his true power. The current state of the opponent indicated that they were indeed exerting their full strength, yet it was somewhat less formidable than he had anticipated. The Conqueror's Haki. Shanks was evidently displeased with this revelation. A powerful wave of Conqueror's Haki shattered the ground beneath, affecting several bystanders, many of whom fell to the ground. However, the target of his aggression remained unscathed. Instead, the Conqueror's Haki of the other party erupted forth as well. A rapid exchange of attacks ensued, each side trading blows in swift succession. In terms of physical combat and swordsmanship, Shanks clearly dominated Kai. However, in other respects, their Haki powers were relatively balanced. Although the other's Conqueror's Haki was potent, it held little sway over him, while their other abilities were evenly matched. It appeared that alternative strategies would be necessary. Observing the port, nearly in ruins with many areas submerged, Kai lost any desire to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Shanks became increasingly frenzied, especially as he sensed more powerful presences approaching, compelling him to conclude the battle swiftly. He desired a quick resolution, and so did Kai. In an instant, Kai seized the opportunity. The Mangekyo Sharingan. The battle at the port drew many spectators, but Kai's focus was on the quickest means to resolve the conflict. After a brief stalemate, he utilized the illusion of the Mangekyo to disorient Shanks, who was promptly brought to the ground by Kai. Subsequently, a violent surge of frost power transformed the Four Emperor Shanks into a massive ice block. Captain, Shanks? This left others in disarray. They had initially believed Shanks could defeat his opponent and come to their aid, yet they found him frozen before they could even react. You all go accompany him. While Shanks was not dead, his fate beyond this point remained uncertain. As for the pirates present, Kai swiftly bestowed upon them a similar fate. The Four Emperor Pirates. Shanks and his cadre were left stranded on this relatively obscure island, Magnet Drum Island. Initially intending to rescue others, they now found themselves trapped. Numerous ice statues were meticulously controlled. The inhabitants were all skilled individuals with formidable physical attributes. A brief freezing would pose no issue, provided it was not prolonged. Indeed, he had captured him. Zifa and Akiji felt a tinge of doubt as Shanks and the others were confined to the dungeon, now shackled with various specialized handcuffs and sea stone. They sensed something amiss. They were merely a step away from having their heads severed or limbs dismembered. For emperors are not gods. They are not invincible. After all, Whitebeard is no longer among us. Kai spoke directly. As for Whitebeard, his name has faded from the New World, though many still live aboard their ship. A self-proclaimed second generation of Whitebeard has emerged, claiming to be his son. Speaking of that individual, Kai suddenly recalled something. I shall take my leave for a moment to handle it myself. Zifa seemed to have anticipated something, already contemplating his own course of action. This made Kai hesitate. The other party was indeed powerful, yet regarding the one who claimed to be Whitebeard's successor, it would be prudent to bring Akiji along as well. After all, there should be little trouble for the time being. With such a figure present, it is unlikely anyone would dare to act. Kai regarded Zifa, who had become a captive of Shanks, and pondered those who had consistently sent individuals to disrupt his affairs. This prompted him to issue orders for Baiju and the Black Shadow Legion to act, investigate the source of information, and initiate the slaughter. First, create chaos among those behind the scenes. Particularly, Baiju could transform into others, facilitating a scenario of familial conflict or betrayal. The goal was to create disorder among the factions. Various plans were meticulously crafted. 3 days passed in succession. Zifa had prepared to depart, with Akiji concerned for his safety, following closely behind. Embarking on a journey to the New World, one might wonder if that fellow wishes to meet me. Is there anything else to convey? Kai has yet to eliminate that fellow Shanks. It crossed my mind that this individual might possess some value in the future, perhaps to be sold to Carp, allowing him to deliver a few blows to the man who deceived his grandson into becoming a pirate. Alternatively, he could be sold to the world government for some enticing rewards. After all, both his status as one of the Four Emperors and his personal connections hold considerable worth. Let us meet, then, I decided, unperturbed by the messenger's inability to articulate clearly. Seizing the rare moment of time, I set off. The dungeon appears to be in quite a dismal state. Within the confines, I observed individuals bearing pale visages. A brief smile escaped me as I greeted them. It has been days since they were last fed, primarily to diminish their combat prowess through hunger. After all, even Zoro can endure several days without sustenance. Given their capabilities, enduring 10 days to half a month should pose no significant challenge. If they can withstand it, I shall prolong their hunger. Are you so impoverished that you cannot provide us with food? If you do not wish to see us perish, at least grant us some nourishment, one of my subordinates, visibly emaciated, remarked upon Shanks' arrival. Shanks, undaunted by the prospect of death, understood that in the world of pirates, defeat is simply a part of the game. He bore no regrets from the previous battle. It was merely a fleeting moment of disappointment at the end. Yet, it was evident that the blunder was his own. Emaciated, are we? I remarked upon hearing his words, glancing at a rotund figure clad in green, who indeed appeared to have lost considerable weight, looking as though much of his flesh had been drawn away. When I cast my gaze upon him, he mustered a forced smile, a rather unsightly expression. Oh, I hesitated. What? Shanks seemed momentarily taken aback, having assumed I had forgotten about them. It became apparent that this was a deliberate act designed to deprive them of food. If you refuse to feed us, at least allow me to see Luffy or have Jesus Burgess meet Usopp. Do me a favor. Shanks trailed off, feeling a tad awkward. It seemed he had grown accustomed to requesting favors since ascending to the status of a four-emperor, seeking courtesy from all whom he encountered. Do you believe you still possess any dignity? I queried, observing Shanks, bound and beleaguered by numerous handcuffs, unable to exert any force. His youthful face, though not aged, became rigid at my words. Why not just eliminate me? Shanks suggested, expressing his discontent with the current situation. It was perplexing that he remained alive, yet dissatisfied, pondering whether he should be disposed of or tormented further. I could not discern what thoughts occupied the mind of this bespectacled individual. I intend to sell you for a good price, I replied, hoping to negotiate a lucrative deal with Carp, perhaps persuading him to come along. The prospect of a punching bag labeled red-haired Shanks would surely pique his interest. In recent days, the news had already spread following Shanks' assault on my territory. It was likely that the entire world was now aware of the attack on Magnet Drum Island by the four-emperor, red-haired Shanks, who had subsequently been captured by me. Even in the New World, reports indicated that others had begun to pillage Shanks' territory. Most likely, it still belonged to Kaido and Big Mom, who displayed a remarkable synergy, ensuring that one would not interfere with the other's gains. The dynamics among the four emperors have now shifted, with the Whitebeard pirates fading into obscurity. There are no longer any challengers willing to confront Kaido or his allies. The Whitebeard pirates had become entirely desolate, and due to systemic factors, Blackbeard had also diminished in prominence. The second generation of Whitebeard, however, continued to act recklessly. Sell for good price? I had previously contemplated this, considering the myriad reasons one might keep him alive, perhaps out of animosity, a desire to extract information, or a wish to compel his submission. Yet, I had never anticipated that someone would capture him with the intention of selling him at a high price. Am I to be treated as a slave? Shanks mused, recalling the image of slave traders auctioning captives. Do you believe your current situation is preferable to that of a slave? I countered. He was merely a fallen pirate, captured and awaiting judgment. A slave might still have a chance to escape, but here he had no opportunity. Even if he sought to flee, he would first need to deal with me. His response caused Shanks to pause, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. Just as I was about to speak, I received word that the esteemed Vice Admiral Carp was on his way to see me. Ah, Carp is coming? I mused, wondering if he had caught wind of the news. Do you think he will strike you for abducting his grandson to become a pirate? Do you believe he will offer a handsome price? At this, I found amusement in the situation, smiling at Shanks, eager to discern his reactions. Carp. Shanks seemed to have a realization, appearing as if he had been played. He lay still, feigning ignorance. That old man had persistently sought trouble with him, and now, with no means of resistance, Shanks was likely to suffer even more. Yet, even in such dire straits, he would not beg for mercy, concealing any signs of distress. How tedious, I declared, observing him in silence, as if he had not heard me. I began to exit, concluding that it would be best for Carp to engage with him in their own tumultuous exchange. Shanks, in another world, might have been quite endearing, but here, as a prisoner, he held little charm. "Kyre, my boy," I heard Carp's boisterous voice echoing from a distance as I stepped out of the dungeon. Even the harsh cold of the weather could not silence his loud calls. Kyre then turned to greet the other party, recognizing their formidable strength and potential for alliance. Additionally, the other party's son was a capable individual rumored to be orchestrating significant events, even seeking assistance from Kyre, with the other party creating disturbances for the world government. Kyre had no intention of inciting conflict, at least for the moment. "Vice Admiral Carp, what brings you to my humble abode? Are you contemplating leaving the Navy to seek alternative employment?" As he observed Carp's approaching figure, Kyre chuckled and offered a greeting. Chapter 146. Conditions. Carp's mood had initially been quite pleasant, but upon hearing Kyre's words, his expression darkened before shifting to one of indifference. "You little rascal. Every time we meet, you attempt to lure me away. If you possess the ability to persuade that fellow, I will follow suit." As if recalling something amusing, Carp leaned in closer to Kyre. "That fellow?" No need for Kyre to elaborate. He quickly spotted a white-bearded old man ambling towards them in the distance. Was it Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Or rather, the former Fleet Admiral? Convincing this individual to depart would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Moreover, there were no enticing offers for his departure, no chaos within the world government. Sengoku was well aware of the many dark undercurrents, having even been involved in certain matters himself, such as the incident concerning the scholars of O'Hara. The infamous Den Den Mushi Tomo Lee was indeed orchestrated by him. Occupying such a position, he had witnessed numerous affairs and was burdened with many responsibilities, unlike Carp, who enjoyed a certain degree of freedom. However, that was in the past. The present was different. Now, Sengoku moved leisurely, resembling an ordinary old man, savoring a bowl of buckwheat noodles without a hint of his former stature as Fleet Admiral. "Well then, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Do not claim that I have not offered you an opportunity. This is a buy-one-get-one-free deal." Carp scratched his nose, having previously embraced a carefree attitude. Now, Sengoku had little to occupy his time, allowing for greater ease. After all, any troublesome matters could simply be left to Sengoku. If Carp could indeed persuade Sengoku to leave, he might even consider calling for Tsuru to join him as well, potentially causing the Navy to be utterly depleted. Upon contemplating this possibility, Carp couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the world government's personnel. He even entertained the notion of testing the waters. However, it remained merely a thought. He was quite rational and would not act impulsively. Although the Navy was currently unreliable, many just and noble individuals were striving to uphold their values. Undermining their efforts was not in his character. This buy-one-get-one-free offer is akin to an insurmountable challenge. The price for such a deal is likely beyond the means of most in this world. Kyre interjected with a hint of sarcasm. To convince Sengoku to join would be far less effective than continuing to persuade Carp. Perhaps one day, Carp would be provoked or have a momentary lapse in judgment and decide to join in. That, however, was of no concern to Kyre. He had already made his stance clear. "If you cannot manage it, do not bother me further, ha ha ha. Moreover, allow me to meet that red-haired scoundrel, Shanks. Previously, I could not venture into the new world, but now he has conveniently presented himself." Carp spoke with a smile, clearly harboring intentions of ill will toward Shanks. He was quite familiar with Kyre's demeanor, showing no restraint in their exchanges. "Shanks is now considered my trophy, is he not? That fellow brazenly attacked us, and I shall not simply hand him over to another." Kyre feigned disinterest, evidently still wishing to negotiate terms. "You see, regardless of who it is, any wanted criminal of the Navy must be surrendered to the Navy. At most, you might receive a bounty reward. Otherwise, there will be no favorable outcomes for you." Sengoku, having approached their vicinity, interjected leisurely, hinting that it was best to relinquish the red-haired individual. As Sengoku arrived, he had just finished his bowl of buckwheat noodles, the lingering aroma apparent, though he seemed unconcerned. Hiv. It seems that your tone has shifted considerably since stepping down as Fleet Admiral," Kyre observed. In the past, Sengoku would not have been so direct. His retirement signified the emergence of a new generation within the Navy. Moreover, this old man is now free. I can deal with whomever I wish. Is that not a positive change? Sengoku relished the newfound freedom retirement afforded him, relishing these few days of leisurely living. He had heard that Kazuru was still busy with various tasks, but that no longer concerned him. Although Kazuru had reached out multiple times, Sengoku had brushed him off. The youth had their own ways of handling matters, and this old man could not be of assistance. Randomly dealing with individuals is not advisable. Carelessly, the former fleet admiral could soon find himself with a bounty on his head, donning the hat of a pirate, which would be quite the laughingstock. Observing Sengoku's words laden with a hint of intimidation, Kaier retorted without concern for their implications. Not only did he not believe Sengoku held that intention, but even if it came to blows, he harbored no fear. The four emperors remained. The presence of two elderly gentlemen posed little threat, and he was not without his own capable subordinates. Naturally, he would not engage in such foolishness without cause, as they were not adversaries by any means, and he had no desire to offend anyone unnecessarily. Humph, you brat. Sengoku cast a glance around. Regardless, I'm no longer an admiral. I came here to visit old colleagues and to see Carp, who wishes to confront the individual that abducted his young charge. During this visit, Sengoku had not only accompanied Carp to observe his grandson in Shanks, but also sought to assess the situation of Zephyr and other Navy personnel present. Though he claimed the Navy was poor and no longer served as fleet admiral, he remained deeply concerned about the affairs of the Navy. He had come specifically to gather intelligence, perhaps to find an opportunity to ensnare a few individuals. Shanks was captured through considerable effort on my part. Furthermore, our port has suffered significant damage. If anything were to go awry, it would indeed spell trouble. Therefore, I apologize. Kaier interjected, stating his financial demands clearly. As for subsequent matters, Zephyr has journeyed to the New World, and Akiji, along with many of his students, have been taken there as well. Your hopes of seeing them will remain unfulfilled. However, there are plenty of new recruits. Would you care to extend your condolences to them? Kaier remarked, adopting a familiar tone. What is the essence of this inquiry? Has one truly mistaken themselves for a confidant? Jean Guo regards Kaier with utter disdain. It would be prudent to observe those new recruits. One might soon hear whispers of a former admiral of the Navy aligning with Kaier's faction. The world's fifth emperor could emerge from this, and the world government would undoubtedly be left aghast. Currently, however, there are no updates regarding the two emperors of the Star World. While the red-haired may not be directly involved, it is indeed an opportune moment for the world government and the Navy to undertake significant endeavors in the New World. Should such rumors circulate, it is likely that minimal action would be required on their part, and CP0 of the world government would soon make an appearance. Even the current admirals of the Navy might come seeking him. As Jean Guo remained silent, Carp chuckled lightly beside him. Are you a loss for words? I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament. Carp, not lacking in intelligence, was acutely aware that Jean Guo's choices might lead to treacherous circumstances. Yet, because of their long-standing camaraderie, he chose to trust that Jean Guo would never ally himself with Kaier. What is there to be uncertain about? I have no time to dwell on this. The new recruits can wait for another opportunity. Hurry up, or we shall depart to seek Zephyr in the New World. Jean Guo ground his teeth, contemplating the possibility of voicing a desire to abandon Zephyr and assist this young rascal instead. Speak plainly, Kaier, what are your terms? Let us not squander time, Carp stated, fully aware of the underlying implications. It was merely a matter of price, and he, regrettably, lacked the funds. He could only compel this young man to present his demands. Do not entertain thoughts of insurmountable challenges. If need be, I shall turn a blind eye. I could even orchestrate some troubles for you, prompting the world government to send their hounds after you. Let us see how you would navigate that. Before Kaier could respond, Carp had already preemptively asserted his stance, leaving Kaier somewhat vexed. Was it not said that this old fool lacked wisdom? Why had he suddenly transformed in this context? He appeared decidedly less astute when dealing with others. Have you swapped souls with someone, Carp? This is not at all characteristic of you, Kaier remarked, inciting a smirk from Jean Guo, who was more focused on discerning Kaier's intentions. Regrettably, he gleaned nothing of substance. Are you suggesting that Zhanghua has changed? Perhaps he has become half as clever as I am, Karp dismissed, grasping only part of the comment, leaving Zhanghua speechless. You have never been clever. Do not flatter yourself. If you possessed merely half of Karp's wits, we would not find ourselves in this situation. Enough of such complexities. Should you eliminate Duofulangming, I will lend you Shanks for a time. As long as he remains alive, all is permissible. Initially, Kai Er had not contemplated such actions, but recalling that Zfa had ventured into the New World, he pondered the predicament of Duofulangming. Even if the latter posed no immediate threat, he could certainly fabricate some complications for him. Duofulangming? Zhanghua felt an unsettling premonition. Although that individual's current circumstances were precarious, he remained a former celestial dragon. This was not a matter they should involve themselves in. As long as they still identified as members of the Navy, Karp could hardly restrain himself from interjecting. Are you not also headed to the New World to find someone? Why not take the opportunity to address a few matters discreetly? Even if the word spreads, what of it? Can they truly dispatch agents to hunt you down or expel you from the Navy? Kai Er casually remarked that the endeavor of hunting Duofulangming seemed as trivial as crushing an ant, with potential troubles lurking in the background treated as mere trifles. Zhanghua, listening, found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that this reckless individual was intent on taking action. Observing the man beside him, fists clenched, Zhangguo's years of familiarity allowed him to discern what Karp intended. With a mere shift of posture, he understood the implications. Huh, Duofulangming, is it? Do you believe I fear him? Leave him to me. When the time comes, you must hand that scoundrel over to me. And Luffy, let's see how that little rascal is faring now. Karp spoke with unreserved directness. To him, dealing with the young man was hardly daunting, especially since he had long desired to take action but had lacked the opportunity. Now, with Zhanghua to share the burden, he could proceed without hesitation. Zhanghua, however, remained oblivious to Karp's internal musings. If he were aware, he would surely deliver a reprimand, reminding him that even Buddha has his limits. He might strike Karp's head, leaving him with more than a few lumps. Human nature is inscrutable. Even with formidable strength, one cannot comprehend everything. Thus, Karp evaded a consequence. Yet, Zhanghua suddenly sensed an unsettling discomfort, as if some unseen force were observing him. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. Of course, should you ever choose to join us, that would be even more splendid. Gazing upon the two elder gentlemen before him, he felt a keen desire for their allegiance. If they were to join him, his reputation and strength would undoubtedly surge, compelling the world government to take notice. They, too, were on the brink of unrest. There had been continual arrivals, yet those who ventured here had largely been transformed into white Zetsu. Some had been obliterated entirely, while others had been repurposed by white Zetsu, appearing to complete their tasks seamlessly. Now, they awaited the collection of various intelligence to relay back. This served merely as a temporary delay. Kai Er paid little mind to how long these individuals could be of use. He merely needed to bide time. Since Zfa was not present, it would be prudent to depart. This place is far too frigid, devoid of any consciousness. Zhanghua had now sufficiently assessed this island and the strength of its inhabitants. The absence of Zfa's presence convinced him of the necessity to pursue other endeavors. Regarding Karp's idle chatter, Zhanghua intended to pull Karp along, reassessing the situation. If action was warranted, he would proceed. If not, they could simply abandon the matter. In a new world, even he would find it challenging to capture that elusive figure now on the run. Doflamingo, that fellow, can now only hide away, making it nearly impossible for anyone to find him if he hopes to survive. Otherwise, given his current strength, it can only be said that his prospects in the new world are exceedingly grim. In Chapter 147, the new question and answer session, Karp and Sengoku have departed, leaving without even a glance at Luffy. One can only hope that Doflamingo is safe. Reflecting on Karp's smiling face as he left, Cal suddenly felt a tinge of sorrow for Doflamingo. Under the present circumstances, with Karp and Sengoku on his trail, escape is utterly infeasible unless they intentionally allow him to flee. If he were to succeed in escaping, it would be an utter disgrace for the two of them. The thought made Kyle inwardly scoff. Meanwhile, Doflamingo, far away in the New World, finds himself in a dire predicament. The vile system, along with that scoundrel, has left it besieged by various adversaries. With relentless pursuers closing in, Doflamingo can only retreat to Wano, where he might find some protection. Currently, the nations allied with him have their own designs, as do the world government and the Marines. These are no trivial matters. He secretly contemplates creating trouble for Kyle, at least to distract some of the firepower aimed at him. This thought aligns closely with Kyle's own intentions, thus proving to be a fortunate coincidence. As time passes, the pirate world undergoes significant transformations, with major news breaking almost daily regarding pirates, the Marines, the world government, and the Revolutionary Army. At this moment, Kyle receives an unexpected visitor. Has my father, now, been succeeded by my son? After weeks of silence from Carp, it is his son who arrives first. Without wasting time, Long delves straight into the matter at hand. Referring to the liberation of the kingdom you mentioned previously, Kyle is already aware of what Long speaks of, having discussed it multiple times before and even extended an invitation to join him in action. However, at the time, he had not been ready to agree. That plan has concluded, Long states after a moment of silence. And then, the outcome was not favorable. The world government intervened, resulting in the deaths of many of our comrades and the destruction of that nation. Long speaks gravely. The nation they had chosen to assist was an allied country, and the world government dealt them a severe blow, disregarding the plight of its people. They resorted to large-scale weaponry, obliterating the kingdom and subsequently placing the blame squarely on our shoulders. Kyle had heard this news before. Ultimately, it is the Revolutionary Army that bears the brunt of the blame. So, what is it that you require of me? Kyle inquires, observing Long's demeanor. The struggle for dominance has yet to commence. We shall see what he intends. Food and water resources are in great demand among many impoverished nations. Long states expressionlessly, nearly implying their intent to target the wealthy. Kyle, however, does not dwell on this and, without inquiring further about Long's next actions, readily agrees to send supplies. After all, the resources in question are of little consequence to him. Let this fellow stir up some trouble for the world government. A little commotion would be welcome, at least prompting the world government to pursue him. Thank you for your support. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to reach out. Long visibly relaxes, seemingly relieved by the response. However, before they could exchange more words, a notification appeared before them, revealing figures within the system space. It seems you have matters to attend to again. Long observes the scene, quickly furrowing his brow upon recognizing a familiar figure. With the appearance of this entity, Kyle too must have pressing concerns. Having grown accustomed to such occurrences, Kyle remains nonchalant, soon spotting the golden-haired figure of Sabo from the Revolutionary Army. Luffy has entered this space, as has Ace. Now it seems it is Sabo's turn. Aside from him, other familiar silhouettes also appear, including those who have previously entered. I shall not extend hospitality. I will have supplies sent to you, Kyle calls out, summoning someone to procure the materials. Although he does not specify the quantity, it is clear that it will be substantial. After sending Long on his way, Kyle gazes at the system space, noticing no further appearances before he himself steps inside. This time, the space is bustling with activity. Kakashi, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha are present, akin to a second entrance. Alongside them are two somewhat aged figures, one clad in the Hokage's ceremonial garb, adorned with a straw hat, the third Hokage. Beside him stands a man with one eye obscured, his arm encircled with bindings, Shimura Danzo, the shadow of Konoha. Having received news of this space's existence, Danzo has been keenly interested and seizes the opportunity to visit. What fortune it is! Thinking of the revival possibilities within this space, both the third Hokage and Danzo feel a surge of excitement. Not far from them, an elderly woman clad in heavy garments, Chiyo from the Sand Village, unexpectedly finds herself transported here, having been oblivious to the outside world's news. Is this yet another conspiracy from your Konoha? You are the son of White Fang? Chiyo's primary focus is on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, whom she recognizes, albeit vaguely, having encountered them only a few times. After all, neither has seen much battle. And certainly, they are not as seasoned as she. Chio, the elder from the Sand Village, never expected to encounter you here. You ought to be cautious. Danzo replies with a sinister smile, recognizing Chio's ignorance of their current location. His devious expression only heightens her unease. Is this the place that Tasmi spoke of? At another table, a brawny woman with golden hair, a black-haired girl devoid of emotions, a short pink-haired girl, and a white-haired woman clad in formal attire with a mechanical arm, observe their surroundings with a sense of wonder. Having gleaned information about this space from Tasmi, they are now keenly curious about the experience. With the opportunity to explore this realm before them, they eagerly take in their surroundings, aware that the individuals around them, if Tasmi's words hold true, are likely from other worlds. Is this what Tasmi referred to as individuals from other worlds? They appear rather unremarkable, Maine remarked casually, wielding the imperial tool with utmost caution, ever prepared to aim it at others. There is no need for such anxiety. That fellow mentioned that combat is prohibited here. We shall await the arrival of the so-called administrator. Nageshitan surveyed the surroundings, remaining remarkably composed as she took the initiative to sit down. She spoke to her comrades. Having already familiarized herself with the rules of this place, we might as well wait. As for the people from other worlds, she would not mind engaging in conversation if necessary. However, the peculiar atmosphere here made her hesitate to initiate any greetings. The members of the night raid obediently took their seats, displaying commendable discipline. Even the mischievous Riona remained still and compliant. Akame and Maine sat cautiously. As did the figure previously seen by Karsebo, he calmly observed the surroundings, and upon confirming the absence of acquaintances, he settled down himself. Though he had not experienced it firsthand, he had witnessed others enter this place. After all, merely watching the spectacle sufficed. To think that I, a woman of stature, am compelled to participate in such a tedious game. A tall, dark-haired woman expressed her displeasure, fully aware that she could not resist the system at present. She chose to comply, recognizing that even the administrator here might be beyond her capabilities. After all, even the fleet admiral and the 4 emperors had remained submissive in this realm, not to mention the infamous Don Quixote da Flamingo. The mere thought of such figures made the Empress Hancock uneasy. If she were to inadvertently expose something that should remain concealed, it would spell trouble, especially regarding past matters. Seated, Hancock's mind was anything but tranquil. The denizens of the Naruto world observed as individuals settled down, including the 3rd Hokage and the members of Konoha. Chio alone followed suit. Initially skeptical, she noted the demeanor of those around her, as if they all shared an unspoken understanding. She decided to sit as well. Can someone enlighten this old woman about the nature of this place? Chio had initially suspected a conspiracy from Konoha, but observing the compliance of others, she realized they were not here to cause trouble. Seizing the opportunity, she began to speak, eager to ascertain the situation. This is a conspiracy of Konoha. Chio, you are doomed, Shimura Danzo taunted from the side. Chio, however, paid him no mind, casting a glance at Kakashi, who resembled the legendary Konoha White Fang. Despite her desire to eliminate him, the current circumstances offered no opportunity. Furthermore, the outcome of a confrontation was uncertain. The strongest 3rd Hokage of Konoha, along with the higher-ups and Kakashi himself, posed a formidable challenge. If a conflict were to arise, it was she who would likely perish. At most, she could observe these 2 youngsters, who seemed to possess potential utility. If she could capture them, perhaps she could still maneuver something. However, the odds were slim, making compliance the wisest course. This is a question-and-answer space governed by a system, the origins of which remain unclear. Participation in the queries can yield rewards, which may include reviving the deceased, but also entails penalties. Sabo sat idly, listening as someone articulated an explanation. After all, the individual before him appeared to be a frail, helpless old woman, accompanied by a familiar figure resembling a cantankerous old man. The situation prompted him to conceive a convoluted romantic triangle. What if there was some misunderstanding between them? With various peculiar thoughts swirling in his mind, Sabo provided a straightforward explanation. Upon hearing his words, Chiyo's initial reaction was disbelief. Yet, observing the lack of rebuttal from Shimura Danzo and the others, she reconsidered. The smiling, golden-haired boy radiated strength and seemed amiable. "Thank you for your explanation. I am Chiyo from Sunagakure. May I know your name?" Chiyo inquired, eager to learn more about him. "You may call me Sabo. I'm likely not from your world." Sabo had never heard of Sunagakure, but he recognized Kakashi and the others. "If you are from the same world as them, then you cannot be from ours. This system can transport individuals from disparate worlds. Moreover, the happenings here can be observed from the outside world," Sabo explained succinctly. "Different worlds?" Chiyo questioned, but upon glancing at Kakashi and the others, she suppressed her skepticism, attempting to digest the information presented. The prospect of resurrecting the deceased ignited a flicker of hope within her as it aligned with her aspirations. The third Hokage and Shimura Danzo exchanged glances upon hearing this, turning their attention to Kakashi, who had previously withheld certain details. Kakashi merely shook his head, indicating his ignorance regarding the situation or what was being broadcasted in their world. "Little brother, will our current predicament be broadcasted in your world?" Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the last time Kakashi and the others had come. "So, everyone would know?" Thankfully, it was from another world, yet he felt a twinge of concern. News of their situation had already circulated, and recently, someone had been spreading rumors about Konoha harboring numerous secrets, prompting other great nations and ninja villages to develop interest in them. Only Chiyo, who had remained oblivious to the outside world, was still unaware. Their entrance here was indeed fortunate, but if the entire world were to learn of it, especially their secrets, it would pose significant challenges. "You people from other worlds have visited several times. We have witnessed it," Sabo stated plainly, observing the elderly man before him, who seemed somewhat familiar. "You appear to have been here before, perhaps related to something known as Hokage." His memory was hazy, yet he felt confident in his recollection. Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily stiffened at this revelation. So, the reputation of the strongest Hokage had spread to other worlds. He had essentially come to accept it. The very individual being referenced was indeed him. Unbeknownst to him, Sabo was merely connecting the dots, lacking certainty regarding the identity of the figure in question. Shimura Danzo subtly hinted at the potential ramifications of leaked information, which could spell disaster for them. Particularly, the question remained as to why Kakashi and the others had re-entered this realm, along with the two youngsters who could have remained safely in Konoha. Is that little girl not coming? Chapter 148. The three generations of Kazekage each harbor their own thoughts. Particularly upon hearing that this system might be broadcasting events to the entire world. While it may not concern their realm, one cannot help but wonder, what if? If nothing happens this time, what about the next? Every individual possesses their own secrets, and it is entirely natural for such secrets to be revealed at some point. The gathering is quite substantial. In a setting where everyone has their own opinions, a figure suddenly enters and takes a seat among them. Upon seeing the newcomer, Kai Air greets him. "Is this the administrator?" Naji Shitan observes Kai Air, having already familiarized herself with him prior to his arrival. They remained composed, merely observing. A charming young man, though not particularly imposing, Lei Onai chuckles to herself. The tumultuous atmosphere is undeniable, but one must concede that she is quite striking. However, looks alone cannot sustain one. Maine holds little interest in such a person, preferring her weapon over any handsome face. Kitong sits obliviously, feeling unconcerned as there are no tasks for her to engage in. Should a mission arise, she would be prepared to eliminate them. The denizens of the Chi-Hong Ji-Tong world remain silent, while those from the pirate world refrain from speaking much. Sabo is uncertain about the current situation, despite having heard from Long that there is already a connection formed. Yet, with the entire world watching, he shows no inclination to reveal more than necessary. Meanwhile, the Empress furrows her brow. How dare this man disregard her? Has her irresistible allure been overlooked? The elderly gentleman and the young one seated across from her are captivated by her presence. Yet this man, upon entering, scarcely casts a glance in her direction. Considering his identity, the Empress chooses to remain silent, well aware of the lesson learned from the former four emperors, Kaido. Although she possesses a degree of arrogance, She does not presume to equate herself with Kaido. Ah, so this esteemed individual is the administrator? I am Sarutobi Hizashi, the Hokage of Konoha, here to grace this esteemed place. Sarutobi Hizashi surveys his surroundings, greeting everyone with a warm smile, resembling a kindly village elder. While courteous, his demeanor remains neither subservient nor overbearing. Addressing them as esteemed individuals is merely a formality. Well, regardless of who you are, you should be aware of your surroundings. In any case, there will be questions for you to answer, with rewards for the correct responses and penalties for the incorrect ones. Fighting is strictly prohibited here, or else you shall face consequences. Such are the rules. Gazing at Sarutobi Hizashi, Kair feels a lingering impact from this old fellow despite having been in this world for quite some time. He harbors no fondness for this elderly figure, having heard a multitude of gossip regarding his character from many individuals in the past. Yet the reality remains that once one ascends to a position of power, one inevitably engages in some form of manipulation. Of course, the dark past shrouded in his history is indelible. Sarutobi Hizashi, undeterred by the lack of the desired attitude, maintains a friendly demeanor, watching as Kai Air explains the rules. After comprehending the situation, it becomes evident that there are no deceptions as previously conveyed by Kakashi. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo's eyes light up. If all of this is indeed true, then the position of Hokage shall be mine. Stealing a glance at Hizashi, he has already received word that this is a competition of quick responses. Should one answer correctly, rewards will follow, based on the intelligence gathered by his roots. He is not merely the encyclopedia of the shinobi world. He is the encyclopedia of Konoha itself. There is no information about Konoha that he does not possess. Should he desire to know, it would be trivial to ascertain even the color of Sarutobi Hizashi's undergarments, let alone those of his wife. You all seem to have no inquiries, so let us commence. He is already aware of the previous dialogues within this system and knows that the individuals present are familiar with the rules. Thus, there is no need to waste time. Let us begin selecting questions. First, a question pertaining to the shinobi world. This is your query, and everyone from your realm may respond. The first person to answer will be deemed correct, and regardless of their response, they shall not have another opportunity to answer. Kai Air gazes at the shinobi before him, witnessing a group of Konoha shinobi bullying an elderly woman from Sunagakure. This is utterly excessive. The first question is, multiple choice, who was responsible for the death of the third Kazekage? 1. Sasori of the Red Sand. 2. Fourth Kazekage. 3. Orochimaru. 4. Shimura Danzo. Reward, Puppet 1. Penalty, loss of one arm. The third Kazekage? Upon hearing the first question, Chiyo frowns. This inquiry has taken her considerable time to ponder, and even her own grandson has crossed her mind as a potential suspect. Among the individuals present, she believes any one of them could be culpable. Must it be confirmed now? Why is this a question concerning Sunagakure? Shimura Danzo is instantly displeased, particularly upon noticing his own name among the options. Danzo. Sarutobi Hizashi glances at his old comrade. With his name listed, could he possibly be implicated? While he holds no interest in the puppet reward, acquiring additional information is always beneficial. Kakashi's team remains quietly seated, their emotions slightly askew. Since arriving here, they have not expressed much, at least not now, and show no inclination to answer questions. This time is unlike the last. They cannot simply say whatever they please and answer as they wish. Coupled with Konoha's previous experiences, each individual harbors a sense of dissatisfaction. Additionally, with a significant figure present, they naturally have little say. I know nothing. You might want to inquire with that elderly woman. She is acquainted with the shinobi of her village. Shimura Danzo, observing Sarutobi Hizashi's skeptical gaze, grows increasingly irate. As a high-ranking member of Konoha, would he truly assassinate the third Kazekage? And would he do so without anyone knowing? If he were indeed the one responsible, the entirety of the shinobi world would have been informed long ago. In that case, the position of Hokage would be within his grasp. Sarutobi Hizashi, bring forth the Hokage position for me. Various thoughts swirl within Danzo's mind. Sarutobi Hizashi, naturally, perceives the discontent of his old comrade, but chooses to disregard it. If he were to be honest, he would not be Shimura Danzo. With a smile, he turns to Chiyo. Chiyo, if you wish to answer the question, do not hesitate. After all, we are allies, and this pertains to your village. You may respond. Sarutobi Hizashi grins, showing his complete disregard for the puppet reward. If it were a commendable reward, he might even block his arm just to answer the questions. What do the questions about Sharin Village and the alliance of Sharin Village even mean? They are simply non-existent. So, the old lady should thank you then, Chiyo Bakken said leisurely. She is not a fool and is well aware that this fellow is not honest. No need to be polite, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Esteemed administrator. What happens if no one answers the questions? Chiyo huffed, unwilling to converse with Sarutobi Hiruzen any further. Each time she glanced over, she saw Kakashi's masked face, the son of Konoha's White Fang. She wished to eliminate him, but found herself unable to do so. Helplessly, she turned her gaze toward the administrator. If no one answers, then one person will be chosen randomly to answer. Answering correctly yields a reward, while answering incorrectly incurs a penalty. The same applies to those from the same world. And buzzers are used as well. Ka looked at Chiyo and spoke directly. This fellow wouldn't be trying to trick them, would he? He had no intention of deceiving anyone. He merely followed the system's regulations. As for the people here who might act recklessly, that was not his concern. He treated everyone fairly and justly. It seemed that the one who should be anxious was not the old lady. The worst outcome would simply be answering questions, gaining a puppet if correct, or losing an arm if incorrect. Old age makes one timid, and hands are essential for a puppet master's livelihood. Without them, I can only imagine how I would be bullied by the younger generation upon my return, Chiyo said slowly. Naturally, she wished to know the answers and also wanted to witness the wonders of this system. However, before that, she did not wish to be taken advantage of by these Konoha folks. Since you all wish to let it go, I shall do the same. After all, a correct answer only results in a puppet. The esteemed puppet master of Sharin Village would surely not covet a mere puppet. Chiyo, what do you mean by that? Shimura Danzo immediately expressed his displeasure. Many from Konoha had entered. If things escalated, it could very well become troublesome for him. The situation here was not in his favor. If he were not absolutely certain of the answer, or if the reward were not exceedingly generous, he would have no intention of answering. As for the other participants, the Nine-Tails Brat and the Uchiha Brat were both troublesome. One was a weapon of war, and the other a dangerous bomb. The Nine-Tails were a given. Losing a hand would surely have consequences. As for Uchiha Sasuke, his insane elder brother was still alive. He recalled that the guy had warned him before leaving. If anything were to befall Uchiha Sasuke, it would undoubtedly create significant problems for Konoha. Ultimately, Danzo's gaze fell upon Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen. These two were undoubtedly the best options, and they belonged to the same faction. Ideally, it would be Sarutobi Hiruzen. Losing a hand would compel him into retirement after all these years as Hokage. How despicable was that he was not even allowed a moment's respite. Even if he were to be the 35th or the 45th Hokage, that would suffice. Danzo's mind was filled with resentment. The old lady had no ulterior motives. She merely intended to give the opportunity to them. As partners, there was no need for politeness. Chiyo Bakken directly spoke, intending to observe who would ultimately answer. She hoped that Konoha's strongest Hokage would face misfortune. Losing an arm would render any additional ninjutsu useless, even for a ninjutsu master. The influence of losing a hand on a ninja was profound. At this moment, both Chiyo and Danzo shared an unexpectedly similar thought. They both wished for Sarutobi Hiruzen to encounter trouble. The bigger the tree, the more it catches the wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unaware of the conspiracies brewing against him, sat there, oblivious to the fact that each person around him hoped for his downfall. What sins have I committed? What have I done wrong? He lamented. Unfortunately, he remained unaware of the intentions of these two individuals. Now he found himself troubled. What if no one wished to answer the questions? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked toward Kakashi and the others. His thoughts were similar to Danzo's. These two youngsters would certainly not take risks. As for Kakashi, if it were just him, he would have spoken up without hesitation. Clearing his throat, Sarutobi Hiruzen signaled Danzo to take the lead. Danzo merely glanced at him, pretending as if nothing had transpired, feigning ignorance. Now he had to play the villain. Such a thought was laughable. Meanwhile, Kakashi, burdened by Lin's affairs, felt utterly drained and was reluctant to speak. His trust in the higher-ups had plummeted to an all-time low, and he had grown immune to Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice, hardly listening to him at all. You aren't all just deferring, are you? Please, do not hold back. There are more questions to come, right? Perhaps the third Hokage might give it a try, or maybe one of Konoha's White Fang's offspring. Who knows? The rewards might even help advance the art of puppetry in Konoha. Chiyobakan naturally discerned Sarutobi Hiruzen's little scheme, observing that no one was paying him any heed. She generously encouraged Sarutobi Hiruzen to continue the conversation. However, it seemed difficult to pick up the thread. What should he say? Should he just call someone out? Sighing, Chiyobakan was being far too polite. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a smile, then turned kindly toward Kakashi and the others. He could see that Danzo was scheming and could only shift his gaze toward the others. Kakashi, who do you think it could be? He asked, prompting them to speculate. If they had their ideas, then let them guess. It was simple and direct. Ideally, it would be Kakashi who answered. If it were someone else, looking at the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the remnants of the Uchiha clan, he felt it would still be Kakashi. You are now a mature ninja, embodying the will of fire. You will naturally step up to shoulder this task. Moreover, due to recent events surrounding Lin, their relationship had shifted somewhat, compelling him to consider a change in personnel. Kakashi, especially with his current distracted demeanor, drew Sarutobi Hiruzen's serious attention. His tone grew heavy, embodying the pressure of a superior addressing a subordinate. The authoritative tone emerged, pulling Kakashi back to reality. An elite Jonin now felt utterly drained, more so than ever, as if he had been utterly worn down. Third Hokage, did you call for me? Kakashi, coming back to his senses, paused before finally looking up at Sarutobi Hiruzen. As if he had just heard the call for the first time, his expression one of bewilderment, as if he knew nothing at all. Kakashi, whom do you think should be chosen? He glanced at the two younger individuals, who, despite their low spirits, seemed somewhat intrigued. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to be intent on placing the burden of decision upon Kakashi. In Chapter 149, I Am the Hokage, Kakashi initially found himself at a loss for response. After surveying his surroundings and contemplating the posed question, he began to grasp the situation. Should there truly be any need for deliberation with him regarding whom to select? Had he still been accompanied by a few young ones, the answer would have been evident. However, with so many prominent figures gathered, it was hardly his place to make such decisions. This was beyond his purview. As he reviewed the names presented, Kakashi quietly replied, I do not know. In his view, this inquiry was not particularly relevant to him. Kakashi, this question is entrusted to you, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, observing Kakashi's expression of ignorance. He chose not to prolong the matter any further. Throughout the discussion, he had signaled several times for Danzo to speak up. Unfortunately, the old man seemed reluctant to relinquish his position as the root of Konoha and harbored his own thoughts, filled with dissatisfaction and disdain. Nevertheless, the priority remained selecting a respondent for this inquiry. Entrusted to me? Kakashi initially did not comprehend the weight of this responsibility. However, upon perceiving the expectant gazes of Danzo and Chiyo, he took into account the rewards and penalties associated with the task, and his mind began to align with the conclusion. A fleeting glance at the two younger individuals, who were still in low spirits, revealed nothing unusual. Very well, Hokage-sama. With the Hokage's decree issued, as a ninja, there remained no opportunity for refusal. Regardless of the peril inherent in this question, it had to be answered. Kakashi, I have always believed in you. The youth should engage in more endeavors to swiftly inherit the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, delivering an extensive discourse that left the surrounding audience momentarily taken aback. Observers sensed something was amiss with the old man, especially in light of their prior conversation. Kakashi silently nodded, revealing no discernible emotion. From the sidelines, Uzumaki Naruto observed this scene, urging Kakashi-sensei, you must do your best. Uchiha Sasuke cast a glance, unimpressed by the apparent evasion of responsibility among those present. It was utterly distasteful, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts as Naruto had. Entrusted to me, Kakashi acknowledged, albeit somewhat perfunctorily. As he contemplated the answers laid before him, he first eliminated Orochimaru and Danzo. The former had not been privy to such information within Konoha, which might be attributed to his lack of qualification for such knowledge. However, the two high-ranking officials of Konoha appeared equally unaware of the matter, indicating that it was unrelated to the village. While it could not be ruled out that Orochimaru had acted independently, the likelihood seemed minimal. Kakashi recalled that when the third Kazekage perished, Orochimaru had not yet departed from Konoha. Thus, after dismissing them, he considered the internal strife within Sunagakure. Regardless of the village, such turmoil was commonplace. He had heard of the Akatsuki member, Sasori, the grandson of Chiyo. Given the current context, he was uncertain whether Sasori was aware of the situation. Nonetheless, it seemed that Sasori had departed from Sunagakure during that period. As for the fourth Kazekage, he was indeed a possibility. Have you made up your mind? Kyle inquired, noting Kakashi's continued contemplation and lack of a forthcoming answer. After a moment of hesitation, Kakashi declared, "I choose Sasori." Upon hearing Kyle's words, he provided his answer. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo exhibited no particular reaction, merely awaiting the outcome. If correct, it could potentially incite further chaos within Sunagakure. The revelation would likely prompt the current fourth Kazekage to seek trouble with Chiyo. Of course, considering Chiyo's age and status, the extent of trouble would be limited, perhaps only preventing her from enjoying a peaceful retirement. They anticipated that if the fourth Kazekage was indeed the correct answer, it would lead to exciting developments. Not to mention, Chiyo would certainly not let the Kazekage off easily, given that he had ascended to power atop the remains of the third Kazekage. Such a person was hardly trustworthy. How vexatious, Chiyo remarked, her irritation evident upon hearing the answer. It was not merely a matter of doubting her grandson. She had harbored her own suspicions and even felt this to be the truth. Many within Sunagakure had once doubted Sasori, but she had suppressed those doubts, convincing them due to Sasori's youth at the time. Ultimately, she had relinquished many things, including power, and without evidence, she allowed the matter to rest. Yet, she retained some understanding of the true circumstances. Although Sasori might not have been capable of defeating the third Kazekage, what if he employed an ambush or poison? Such methods were his forte, and given his status, the third Kazekage would not have been particularly vigilant. Thus, it was entirely plausible that an unfortunate turn of events could occur. The likelihood was significant. Now, Chiyo felt that this individual's answer was correct. Indeed, the most optimal choice. If it had been someone else, Sunagakure would undoubtedly have descended into chaos. Ultimately, he was merely a puppet. Regrettably, the opportunity to deprive them of a hand was lost. Chiyo did not dwell on the reward. It was merely unfortunate that the chance to see a Konoha individual lose a limb had diminished. As Chiyo pondered various thoughts, Kyle promptly announced the answer. Correct. There's a reward. Kakashi was well acquainted with this scenario, having experienced it several times before. This time, a humanoid puppet appeared before him, grimy and unrefined, hardly resembling anything of quality. Kakashi casually retrieved a sealing scroll, intending to seal it for later. Although it appeared commonplace, Konoha possessed few such puppets, so it was worth retaining. The spectators, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and others, hardly paid any mind to the shabby object. Even Naruto displayed a look of disdain. Why is the reward merely this? He muttered, feeling deceived. Naturally, he was no fool and refrained from voicing his discontent. Observing quietly, he remained vigilant. As the puppet exuded a significant amount of iron sand, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo began to sense that something was amiss, while Chiyo's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the puppet's face. The aged visage trembled slightly. The third Kazekage regarded the familiar figure before him. Chiyo's expression shifted multiple times, her voice quivering as she spoke. Why has the third Kazekage become a mere puppet here? What have you done? You all. Chiyo glanced at Kakashi and the puppet in his possession, then turned her gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and finally fixed her eyes on the administrator, Kyle. Distrust was evident in her words. She stood up, her demeanor resolute. You must inquire with the system about that. Regardless, the reward for questions has been dispensed. So do not dwell on the details. The system will not divulge more than necessary, Kyle said languidly. The old woman's poor attitude left him unfazed. He harbored no affection for pirates and held ninjas in equally low regard, as both professions were steeped in bloodshed. Upon hearing such nonchalant remarks, Chiyo's expression stiffened, her outstretched hand faltering mid-motion. Beside her, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo observed her with keen interest, appearing to anticipate her next move, evidently aware of the circumstances at hand. Hand over the puppet, son of Konoha's White Fang. Chiyo glanced at Kyle, but ultimately backed down, suppressing her anger. She was alone here, surrounded by numerous individuals, particularly those from Konoha who harbored ulterior motives. Caution was imperative. Striking first was out of the question, at least not now. Kakashi handed over, without witnessing a conflict unfold. Shimura Danzo remained unconcerned, his face rigid as he directed Kakashi to present the reward. Initially, he had shown little interest in it, but since Chiyo desired it, especially the legendary puppet of the third Kazekage, his thoughts began to shift. This item could prove advantageous for future dealings with Sunagakure or for personal research, perhaps even leading to unforeseen developments. Kakashi regarded Danzo, but remained silent, refraining from retrieving the item. He bore no goodwill toward Danzo, the one who had previously wronged Rin, leaving her in a dire state. Now he sought to claim his reward? Dream on. However, Danzo was a high-ranking official in Konoha. Kakashi glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who seemed oblivious, as if he had heard nothing, his attention fixed on Chiyo and Danzo. Occasionally, his eyes drifted to the table where Leo and the Empress sat, casting cautious glances below their heads while maintaining an amiable facade, resembling a warm and genial elder. Meanwhile, Chiyo had already spoken up. Danzo, do you dare? Elder Chiyo was clearly displeased with his interference in their affairs. Are you not afraid of igniting another ninja world war? She would not relinquish the puppet of the third Kazekage, no matter the circumstances. Even if it were merely a facade, she could not allow it to fall into the hands of other villages. Moreover, given the iron sand that had recently fallen, this puppet might possess abilities beyond mere appearance. What does that have to do with me? Is this not a trophy of Konoha? I offered you a chance earlier, and this item is not of our making. If you have intentions, seek out the one who possesses it, Danzo said nonchalantly, while splashing water toward Kyle, hoping to provoke Chiyo into causing trouble. Although the likelihood was slim, emotions were unpredictable. You think Chiyo gritted her teeth, initially wanting to say something, but ultimately abandoned the conversation with Danzo. She turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is this your stance? The third Hokage, we are allies now. Clearly, there were matters requiring their attention, and Chiyo had considered the alliance. If there were no pressing issues, she would not care for such matters, secretly hoping to exploit them if the opportunity arose. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to finally acknowledge her words. Konoha's assets cannot be easily surrendered. Kakashi, do you not comprehend my words? Hand over the puppet. Danzo had already made his stance clear before the other could speak, reminding Kakashi once more while expressing his dissatisfaction. As a current high-ranking official of Konoha and a future Hokage, such reluctance to issue orders was uncharacteristic. It seemed previous events had left him with ulterior motives. Kakashi, are you contemplating defection? Indeed, those who possess the Sharingan are treacherous. Hand all over. All of it. He glared at Kakashi, his eyes filled with malice, casting a glance at Sasuke and Naruto, as if he wished to devour them whole, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed his companion's tension and became displeased. Earlier, when he was called to speak, he had remained silent and unresponsive. Now he was making a commotion over the puppet. Danzo, whatever the young ones acquire, is rightfully theirs. Konoha does not demand what belongs to the youth. This item is yours, Kakashi. Cherish it. It may yet wield the power of the strongest Kazekage of Sunagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a cunning edge, striking at Danzo while feigning amiability. After all, he had no need for the puppet, and even if he did later, he could simply borrow it when the time came. There was no necessity for it now, and he could agitate them further. That was sufficient. Danzo, this matter should be handled by me. Danzo was incensed, feeling disrespected in front of so many. Are you still Sarutobi Hiruzen? Are we not still good friends? Enough. I am a Hokage, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, preventing Danzo from speaking further. Since the decision had been made, whatever he had to say would not be entertained. He must not dare to refute. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo seethed with anger, but, due to Hiruzen's position as Hokage, he refrained from being overly harsh. I am Hokage. He recalled the time he had faltered and narrowly missed becoming Hokage himself. After years of toil and sacrifice for Konoha, he had endured and struggled, only to have his efforts thwarted by this man. He had swallowed his pride, yet now this man was using his position to suppress him. Danzo's desire for the Hokage title had intensified. This is all you're doing, Hiruzen. His mind swirled with various thoughts. On the surface, everything appeared normal, as if the atmosphere had settled. Sarutobi Hiruzen lacked the ability to read minds. Thus he remained oblivious to the thoughts of others. Observing the expressions and silence of those around him, he felt a sense of satisfaction. I'm a Hokage. In Chapter 150, Chiyo's response to a mere puppet affair only exacerbated the already strained relationship between this ostensibly brotherly old man and himself. Kakashi, glancing at the two beside him, quietly sighed. He was growing increasingly aware of the true nature of the third Hokage. As for Shimura Danzo, the less said, the better. It was perplexing how such a person could attain a high position within Konohagakure. Lord Hokage, I believe this puppet should be entrusted to you. You embody the hope of Konohagakure, and it does possess some strategic value. How to handle it is entirely at your discretion. Kakashi courteously sealed the puppet and presented it before the third Hokage. Regardless of the circumstances, it was best to dispose of it. With Danzo's eyes on it, Chiyo was equally interested. Retaining this object would only bring trouble, and it was of no use to him. Though it was said that he could master any ninjutsu, his prowess in taijutsu and jinjutsu was commendable. The art of puppetry eluded him entirely, beyond the occasional utility in disguise. This puppet was more of a burden than a benefit. It was a hot potato, fraught with complications that outweighed any advantages. Besides, he was genuinely fatigued. Konohagakure, Kakashi, it is rare for you to show such thoughtfulness. I shall accept it. I shall remember your contribution, and later I will see what ninjutsu may suit you. Allowing you, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a smile. Such a display of respect from a jonin in the village revealed him to be a warm and amiable leader. This was no longer merely a matter of puppetry. Furthermore, his mention of ninjutsu was not mere platitude. He genuinely intended to honor the contributions made. For learning a ninjutsu would not bring about death. Of course, with someone like Kakashi, it seemed that ordinary ninjutsu held little value for him. The shadow clone technique? Given his limited chakra, he could scarcely employ it in combat. It would be utterly ineffective. For Kakashi, it was a forbidden technique. Would release? Unlikely to be useful. Flying Thunder God technique? That held some potential, albeit slim. Would he consider the impure world reincarnation? Various ninjutsu crossed his mind. There was truly nothing suitable for Kakashi. The average ninjutsu was too commonplace, offering no value to him. The slightly superior and unique techniques felt too precious to part with. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Kakashi nodded silently, standing obediently to the side. Regardless of the flattering words, he merely listened. He had no particular need for any ninjutsu. He regarded the remarks as mere politeness, likely to yield only mediocre techniques in the end. Hiruzen, the village's forbidden techniques cannot be so casually shared, Danzo interjected, his annoyance palpable as he regarded Kakashi. After all, he had once been Kakashi's superior. The lack of respect shown to him, while he listened to Hiruzen, was disheartening. Kakashi, have you become a mere sycophant? Is this the man you have become? Just like the Konoha white fan, a worthless endeavor. Though these unspoken thoughts churned within him, he refrained from voicing them, yet his biased demeanor was evident to those around. Hiruzen, we of the Sand Shinobi shall not relinquish this puppet. You must consider your position carefully. Chiyo observed the discord within Konohagakure as an opportunity. If this puppet were merely an ordinary object, it would not capture her interest. However, to her, it symbolized the puppet of the third Kazekage. This warranted a thorough examination. It would be best to take it back for further study. The Sand Village is our ally, so this matter should be discussed further later. Danzo, I am the Hokage. I possess the authority to allow others to learn forbidden techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly retorted to both individuals. He was also contemplating how to utilize this situation to gain advantages from the Sand Village. Despite the alliance, one should not hesitate to take advantage of opportunities, especially when in a favorable position. Upon hearing the declaration, I am the Hokage, Danzo felt a surge of irritation. Wishing to strike Hiruzen, he had once suffered from his slow reactions and failure to step forward. Was this truly necessary? Constantly invoking the title of Hokage only fueled his frustration. Teeth gritted in silence while maintaining an aloof facade. Danzo, appearing unhurried, seemed to accept the outcome. Yet his thoughts revolved around how to become Hokage and oust Hiruzen. He could hardly contain himself, hoping Hiruzen genuinely believed that. Otherwise, the foundation of their alliance might prove tenuous. Chiyo harbored her own thoughts, still unaware that their alliance had already weakened. Sand Shinobi had infiltrated Konohagakure, even manipulating Jinchuriki to create chaos, poised to execute a plan of destruction at any moment. Was this truly a solid alliance? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled calmly, choosing not to elaborate further, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the dialogue among them began to shift, with the system's display transforming. An image concerning the ninja world emerged, showcasing how the Kazekage of the Sand Village was poisoned and betrayed by the Akatsuki Sasori. The corpse was subsequently taken and transformed into a puppet, now under Sasori's control. The ability to turn individuals into puppets while retaining their former abilities is indeed the essence of puppetry, is it not? People from both the Red-Eyed world and the pirate realm were evidently intrigued by this technique. Even those from Konohagakure were keenly interested. If this is indeed the case, Sasori, have you truly reached this point? Gazing at the image of the red-haired, handsome youth, Chiyo nearly shed tears but managed to hold them back. Though she felt a sense of fulfillment from seeing the image, it was not equivalent to witnessing the event firsthand. As the image slowly faded, Chiyo gradually regained her composure. The second question was announced by Kale, as the first question had been answered correctly by Kakashi, earning him a reward. Multiple choice. By whose hand did the fourth Kazekage perish? 1. Shimura Danzo. 2. Orochimaru. 3. Sarutobi Hiruzen. 4. Uchiha Bito. Reward: magnet release. Penalty: assassination by the resurrected fourth Kazekage for a month. Chiyo scrutinized the question and fixed her gaze on Kale. Why was it the Kazekage once more? The incidents involving the third Kazekage were unfortunate, but that was in the past. Now, it appears the fourth has also encountered trouble. Has she been in seclusion for too long? Will someone from Konoha soon visit her hidden abode to inform her that the times have changed and that Sunagakure has become their territory? Is this Kazekage truly so feeble? Or is there some unit of measurement at play? Why has she been consistently targeted? Leona quietly inquired of her superior, Nageshin, regarding the troubling trend of the third and fourth Kazekage, both meeting grim fates. The very notion made her want to voice her grievances. The position of Kazekage seems to be perilous indeed. Shouldn't it embody a leadership role, much like that lecherous old man nearby, who claims to be the Hokage? Be quiet. Leona, Nageshin replied with an awkward smile towards Chiyo, signaling her apology before turning her gaze back to Leona. There are no weaklings here. Such a soft utterance is easily overheard by those present. Upon hearing this, it was evident that Leona was rather carefree, seemingly indifferent to the gravity of the situation. Chiyo was not pleased with this remark. What does it mean that their Kazekage has become a unit of measurement? Yet, having received an apology, and recognizing the potential for conflict, she refrained from further comment and shifted her attention to the third Hokage. This was the inquiry that truly mattered. Third Hokage, do you not intend to offer an explanation? Chiyo pressed. The individuals mentioned here are all from your village. Each one of them can be considered a part of Konoha. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are among them. She nearly accused them of conspiring against the Kazekage. It seems that the Kazekage is currently within Konoha's borders. Chiyo had not maintained much communication with the outside world. She was not entirely informed about the recent Konoha collapse plan, only aware of the recent Chunin exams where Tsunagekyu's Kazekage, as an ally, had come to Konoha. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. It appeared to be true. The Kazekage had indeed arrived in Konoha. Yet, he hadn't done anything, had he? Could it be that Danzo had acted behind his back? Perhaps your Tsunagekyur harbors some scheme against Konoha, and that is why they were eliminated, Danzo interjected. This prompted Chiyo to temper her demeanor. The current state of the ninja world was precarious, and any incident could escalate into conflict. Such occurrences were not beyond the realm of possibility. These matters may be misinterpretations of future events, he suggested. Let us observe and perhaps discern the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen sought to diffuse tensions, urging both sides to refrain from dwelling on the matter. At present, their focus should be on the issue at hand, the nature of this system. What was the underlying truth? Once the correct answer was determined, he could respond accordingly. Ideally, as before, they would be enlightened about the unfolding events. Had the third Kazekage known of Akasuna no Sasori's intentions towards her, perhaps her demise could have been averted. As for the present, similar thoughts lingered in the minds of many. Gaining insight into certain matters could alter future outcomes. Who shall answer the questions? As they examined the queries, a new challenge emerged. The punishment entailed being hunted by the fourth Kazekage. Thus, each individual faced potential peril. Although the fourth Kazekage seemed weak, the act of assassinating someone remained a considerable challenge. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen among them could confidently assert his safety. The others could very well find themselves in jeopardy. After all, the timing of an attack was unpredictable. Regarding the reward, magnet release, though it was an admirable ability, neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Shimura Danzo regarded it with much interest. If it were freely offered, they would accept it without hesitation. However, if it carried risks, they would prefer to delegate it to others. Weren't you the one who insisted on taking this question? Danzo remarked, effectively silencing Chiyo. Regardless of their respective numbers, Konoha's versus Tsunagekyur's, she ultimately conceded. Fine, I will answer. Chiyo, despite her silence, acknowledged the challenge. Even if she were pursued by the fourth Kazekage, she would endure. After all, she had faith in her abilities, and at her age, she was prepared to confront any eventuality. Encountering the fourth Kazekage might yield vital information. I suspect it could be Orochimaru. If nothing significant were at stake, I would not expect him to act against our alliance. I trust Danzo, but I remain wary of Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen considered mentioning Uchiha Obito, but opted against it. He had heard whispers from Kakashi, but chose to keep his thoughts to himself, allowing her to speculate. Orochimaru? Chiyo glanced at the third Hokage, pausing for a moment before finding reassurance. It seemed unnecessary for Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen to act against them unless a world war were to ignite anew. It was improbable for one Kage to eliminate another without inciting conflict that could engulf the world. Only Orochimaru, or that Uchiha, could undertake such actions. Compared to Uchiha Obito, the formidable Sannin Orochimaru, a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, was more capable of executing such schemes. If the Hokage deems it so, then I shall choose Orochimaru. With no further thoughts, Chiyo made her selection. What she sought was clarity. If she erred, then the answer lay with the other three, all of whom were from Konoha. Troubling Konoha would suffice. Guess wrong, guess wrong. Danzo observed Chiyo's audacity, eager to witness the unfolding drama. He now awaited Kyle's announcement, hoping for a miscalculation that would reveal the situation to him. Are you certain? Kyle inquired directly, awaiting her affirmation. Once she nodded, he proceeded to finalize the outcome. It could either be right or wrong. Fortune favored her as she correctly answered among the four options. Upon returning, perhaps she could purchase a lottery ticket if Tsunagekyur offered one. Congratulations on your correct answer. Please accept your reward. Kai spoke directly. With the announcement of the answer, Chiyo felt a subtle enhancement in her own power. Subsequently, she sensed an unfamiliar strength within her, a magnetic allure seemingly manifesting. Is this the power of magnetism? Although she had never encountered it before, the situation was indeed astonishing and delightful. However, to Chiyo, its value was rather modest. As a puppeteer, her combat relied on her puppets. Unless this newfound power could be paired with another puppet, it would be somewhat squandered. The thought of puppets led her to contemplate the third Kazekage's puppet. If she could acquire the third Kazekage's puppet and combine it with her magnetic powers, it might elevate her abilities. As a puppeteer, she could discern the extraordinary capabilities of various items, which was the reason behind her earlier urgency. On the side, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a complex mix of emotions. Though he had appeared to offer assistance, he was not entirely certain of the situation. Upon hearing that it was indeed Orochimaru's doing, a peculiar feeling stirred within him. While Orochimaru's strength was a positive development, the current Orochimaru was no longer under his control. What could be his intentions in attacking the Kazekage? Hiruzen pondered this matter deeply. Similarly, Shimura Danzo was engaged in similar thoughts. He understood well that Orochimaru was a person who would not act without personal gain. If there were no significant advantages, Orochimaru would likely remain in his laboratory, avoiding the complexities of assaulting the fourth Kazekage. Danzo contemplated whether he should contact his old comrade, recalling that part of their separation years ago was due to him taking the blame for Orochimaru's actions. That research had indeed involved him, though Hiruzen had chosen not to pursue the matter further. After all, compared to Orochimaru, Hiruzen was a childhood friend, sharing an innocent bond. Yet now, it seemed that Orochimaru had strayed from their path. Hiruzen, I am the one suited to be Hokage, Danzo thought, feeling a surge of excitement. He also recalled the times when he had been slow to react, missing the opportunity to become Hokage, and how he had lost to Hiruzen during their earlier competition. The more he reflected on it, the more frustrated he became. The longer he brooded, the more resentment brewed within him. Chiyo had initially intended to question Hiruzen, but ultimately chose to refrain. After all, he had been the one to deduce the answer earlier. It was better to first ascertain the circumstances surrounding the fourth Kazekage's demise at Orochimaru's hands. Was it possible that Orochimaru had attacked Sunagakure? Otherwise, a Kazekage would not simply leave Sunagakure without cause. Chiyo also recalled the mysterious death of the third Kazekage, feeling the threads of suspicion intertwine. Would the fifth Kazekage meet a similar fate, perhaps being captured directly from Sunagakure? As various thoughts swirled in her mind, the system's visual feed appeared. Kai, or merely a facilitator, operated it, revealing a scene in the outskirts of Sunagakure's desert. The fourth Kazekage, accompanied by his guards, was traversing swiftly, only to be ambushed by the concealed Orochimaru and his men. The battle was fleeting, resulting in the Kazekage's swift defeat. Subsequently, Orochimaru donned the fourth Kazekage's visage, masquerading as him. Chiyo gazed at the unfolding scene, rendered momentarily speechless. What was the purpose of impersonating their Kazekage? When had this deception begun? Was it Orochimaru who had been issuing orders all along? It was no wonder that the fourth Kazekage had been embroiled in such peculiar affairs, even going so far as to betray his own son and leading heroes of Sunagakure to their doom. The level of treachery was no less than that of Konoha, presenting a formidable rivalry. In such a tainted environment, it was difficult for anyone, including Scorpion, to remain untainted. What was Orochimaru's ultimate aim? To masquerade as the Kazekage surely indicated a deeper scheme, whether to infiltrate Sunagakure or venture elsewhere. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also mulling over the implications. He was unfamiliar with the intricacies of Sunagakure's situation. However, he recalled that the fourth Kazekage was scheduled to visit for the Chunin exams. Could that be the motive? Hiruzen was uncertain about Orochimaru's intentions, relying solely on conjecture. Konoha should hold no significant allure for him, right? Was he perhaps returning for Akamichi? Or had he set his sights on Naruto? What business could he have with Hiruzen? Or was there a collusion with Danzo aimed at ousting him? Hiruzen's mind raced with possibilities, yet he did not suspect that Orochimaru's intent was to eliminate him. At most, he entertained thoughts of collusion with Danzo to undermine him. As Hiruzen contemplated, he could not help but glance at the composed Danzo beside him. Danzo appeared perplexed. What was he up to? Was he angered by his own apprentice's actions? Did he still have ties to Orochimaru? Hiruzen bore an expression that suggested he was already aware, causing Danzo to momentarily falter. Yet, he quickly reassured himself that he had shown no vulnerabilities. How could I possibly be connected to a rogue ninja? Hiruzen, you jest, he retorted. Let's refrain from discussing village matters here. We can address them upon our return. Danzo offered a dismissive response, forcing a strained smile as he attempted to deflect the conversation. He then proceeded to clarify the current situation, stalling any further inquiries Hiruzen might have intended to make. This tacit understanding between them suggested a mutual desire to avoid unnecessary discourse, opting instead to address matters privately back in Konoha. The other shinobi observed the two leaders exchange, each harboring their own thoughts. For instance, Naruto remained oblivious to who Orochimaru was, merely sensing that the act of slaying a Kage was impressive. Conversely, Uchiha Sasuke seemed intrigued by the man, realizing that one who could vanquish a Kazekage was far more formidable than Kakashi. If he could find Orochimaru and become his apprentice, perhaps he could finally defeat Itachi. At that moment, Sasuke, still an innocent youth, was completely unaware that this very person could fell him with merely a glance. Lacking any means of resistance, he would later face a swift defeat when Orochimaru sealed him with a single strike. Yet, one truth remained. Orochimaru was indeed destined to become his mentor, as a means for Master to hone his skills. The act of defeating him becomes a playful endeavor within the realm of ninjutsu. Uchiha Sasuke certainly embodies this tradition. There are indeed numerous individuals in the shinobi world who can uphold such a commendable legacy, and he is one among them. Kakashi has become rather complacent, his thoughts drifting to Orochimaru, recalling the time he had left, utterly incapable of confronting that formidable foe. Meanwhile, Kai did not wait for further contemplation and promptly announced the next question. The flow of events continued seamlessly. Multiple choice. What is Orochimaru's objective? 1. To infiltrate Konoha and initiate the destruction plan. 2. To enter Sunagakure, conceal his identity, and become Kazekage. 3. To invade Konoha and capture the Nine Tails. 4. To abduct the One Tail from Sunagakure. Reward: the technique of impure world reincarnation. Penalty: assassinated by the reanimated fourth Kazekage for a month. As the participants received the prompt, they beheld the question. The technique of impure world reincarnation? This S-rank forbidden technique, employed by Orochimaru, allows one's spirit to transfer into another's body, thereby granting eternal life. However, it comes at the cost of permanent mental degradation. Observing the detailed description above, those of slightly advanced age began to stir with excitement. The third Hokage and Shimura Danzo could certainly be classified as elderly, while Chiyo Baba appeared as if she were on the brink of death. In contrast, Naruto and his companions showed little regard for such concepts as reincarnation, preferring the vitality of their own bodies. Youth is often unaware of the value of health, while the aged may weep for their fading vitality, yearning for a youthful form. Such abilities are undeniably tempting yet cruel. Amidst the crimson-eyed world, onlookers regarded this ninjutsu with disdain, believing one lifetime to suffice. What utility lies in a technique that harms others? Yet, if employed for assassination, it seems rather advantageous. Transforming into another's guise for the purpose of eliminating targets is a strategy far removed from the ideals of longevity. If such a technique were to fall into the hands of the aristocracy, it would spell disaster. Sabo contemplated this, harboring a wary disposition towards the nobility. Fortunately, this technique had not manifested in their world. Otherwise, the nobility would not hesitate to exploit it. Humph, my body is not for just anyone to possess, thought the proud Empress Hancock. Nevertheless, she chose not to cause a commotion among the gathered individuals, opting instead to observe the unfolding drama. The myriad of Orochimaru's strategies is indeed impressive. Truly, a distinguished master begets a remarkable disciple. Would you not agree, esteemed third Hokage? Chiyo remarked, noticing two answers that pertained to their Sunagakure. A sense of displeasure stirred within her. Why must Orochimaru inflict chaos upon them rather than Konoha? Was his betrayal merely a facade to undertake clandestine tasks? Doubts about Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions began to creep into her mind. A few pointed remarks from Chiyo rendered Sarutobi momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. The insinuation of being a distinguished mentor to such a pupil was a bitter pill to swallow. If he possessed such abilities, why cling to his frail form? Clearing his throat, he attempted to distance himself from the matter, explaining that this ninjutsu was likely birthed from Orochimaru's study of other forbidden techniques. As for Danzo, he was engrossed in deciphering the question, oblivious to the surrounding discourse. His sole focus was understanding the application of this ability, hoping to perhaps exchange bodies himself. The emergence of this ninjutsu ignited a fervor within him. Was it not Orochimaru he needed to seek? After becoming Hokage, he envisioned himself reigning for another 50 years, nay, a lifetime, striving for supremacy, surpassing Hiruzen. Danzo's thoughts erupted with zeal regarding his ascension to Hokage. Upon regaining his composure, he glanced at the penalty and without further hesitation declared, as a member of Konoha's elite, allow me to test this out. I choose option 2, to infiltrate Sunagakure, concealing my identity as Kazekage. Danzo's rationale was straightforward. Even if he could not acquire the power, he would not allow Hiruzen to do so either. The thought of being pursued by the Kazekage held no fear for him. He had spent his life in Konoha, daring anyone to challenge him. When the time came, he would simply lock Hiruzen out and let him face the wrath of the Kazekage. What could be more virtuous than outsmarting others? They had safeguarded the second Hokage, and upon his demise, returned to claim the title for themselves. What was the third Hokage in comparison? The legacy of Konoha's White Fang had been unjustly vilified after a single failed mission, as though they owed the village a debt of gratitude for their existence. What do you intend to do? Hiruzen asked, still processing the implications of Danzo's choice. His tone was laced with incredulity and dissatisfaction. I thought you were unaware of the answer, he remarked, feeling somewhat betrayed. I have always considered you a confidant, yet here you are, seeking your own gain without my inclusion, he continued. I am merely guessing based on a 1 in 4 chance. Surely, we cannot place the Hokage at risk. Danzo feigned nobility, portraying himself as a self-sacrificing figure. He had not answered the previous question, but now felt the penalty was acceptable. Moreover, he believed his answer to be correct. Orochimaru's interest in the tailed beast was not particularly strong. Rather, he sought a prosperous and stable research environment. It was entirely plausible that he would disguise himself to pursue his studies, perhaps even hiding in Sunagakure. This was Danzo's conjecture, and while he spoke truthfully, it revealed his ulterior motives to Hiruzen, much to the latter's chagrin. I am the Hokage, Danzo, Hiruzen silently declared in his heart. However, he could not bring himself to voice these thoughts. This time was markedly different from before. The other party had already completed the questions, rendering any further comments meaningless. Moreover, there were no alternative options available. If he were to insist on having others answer the questions, he would find no one willing to take the risk. Risk? What kind of risk? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly recalled the penalties he had seen above, his expression darkening. It seemed that he would be the one facing trouble later on. Shimura Danzo, that reclusive old man, had not ventured outside his base for ages. When a Yondaime Kazekage came seeking trouble, it would inevitably fall upon him to intervene. Perhaps he would even be embroiled in a battle. He resolved to find a reason to send Danzo away for a month, or better yet, 2 months, once he returned. As he contemplated this, he glanced at the familiar face of Shimura Danzo, feeling somewhat reluctant, and decided to reduce the duration to 1.5 months, no less. Chapter 152, The Collapse of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silently calculating. This was certainly not a personal vendetta against Danzo. It was all for the sake of Konoha. Regardless of a Yondaime Kazekage's strength, their ability to manipulate sand was formidable and could inflict severe damage on Konoha. Thus, he could not allow Danzo to remain in the village. It was best to send him elsewhere. He believed Danzo would understand such a necessity. The 2 cunning old foxes were engaged in their own calculations, each one more astute than the other. Shimura Danzo was watching Sarutobi Hiruzen, eager to see how his rival would fare against the Yondaime Kazekage. In that moment of urgency, he thought he might seize an opportunity to elevate his own position. The position of Hokage would be his. With this thought, Shimura Danzo felt a tinge of regret. completely unaware that the third Hokage had already planned to assign him a task upon his return, such as capturing Orochimaru. Let them be entangled in their own schemes. Let us reveal the answers, Chiyo urged, glancing toward Kale, her curiosity piqued. Though the questions had been snatched away, she still yearned to understand Orochimaru's true intentions. What was the purpose behind impersonating the Kazekage? Chiyo's words drew the attention of both Danzo and Hiruzen, who had been engrossed in their calculations. Kale made no further efforts. He simply confirmed the announcement of the answers. Under the circumstances, they quickly discerned the results. Initially, Shimura Danzo had felt a sense of pride, believing he could obtain Orochimaru's forbidden jutsu. Hiruzen had already been rendered speechless, which, to Danzo, indicated his frustration. Or perhaps Hiruzen found himself unable to counter Danzo's schemes. After all, he had been loyally taking risks. He had contemplated that if any further dangerous questions arose, he could always send Kakashi and the others to handle them, merely delegating the responsibility. It was not an easy task for Sarutobi Hiruzen to shift the blame. As for Kakashi, the son of Konoha's White Fang, he had borne the brunt of blame numerous times before. One more instance would make little difference. Even the White Fang had faced blame, yet who among them dared to utter a word of dissent? This was their domain. But now, with the answers revealed, Danzo's pride evaporated, and his previously grim expression deepened. How was this possible? Had he guessed incorrectly? Was Orochimaru indeed targeting the Bijou, or was he planning to attack Konoha? Shimura Danzo sensed that Orochimaru had changed since leaving the village. Was he now researching other matters? Or perhaps he sought immortality through the Bijou. Did he possess some intelligence or leads? With these thoughts, Danzo regained a semblance of composure. After all, being pursued by the Yondaime Kazekage Edo Tensei was not an insurmountable issue. Ultimately, it would be Sarutobi Hiruzen who bore the brunt of the fallout. Perhaps they could even shift the blame onto him or capture the Kazekage. Regardless of the outcome, Danzo stood to gain significantly. Furthermore, he had acquired new information. He discreetly observed the host of the Kyuubi. If it truly was feasible, perhaps he could conduct an experiment upon returning. If that did not yield results, he could always seek out Orochimaru. Shimura Danzo, ever the schemer, began plotting the moment he assessed the situation, viewing everyone as mere pawns in his game. If he spotted something of interest, he would seize it. What was impossible? He believed that Orochimaru intended to stir up trouble for Konoha. That man was likely fixated on them, the third Hokage. Why not hand over that puppet to me? I could arrange for Sunagakure to support you later. Chiyo's face beamed with delight at the prospect. Had they answered correctly, her expression would have been far less pleasant. However, the situation was different now. With a 1 in 3 chance, it was unlikely that they were targeting the Ichibi. Even if the Ichibi was indeed the Bijou with the fewest tails, it was still a creature of monstrous caliber. With the many shinobi from Sunagakure, even if Orochimaru were to create a disturbance, escaping would not be so simple. They should first acquire the puppet. If possible, gathering more intelligence about Konoha would be ideal. Upon hearing Chiyo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to her and said, "Let us observe the situation closely. It may very well be a misunderstanding." Hiruzen had no intention of casually handing over the puppet. There was still an opportunity. They needed to ascertain Orochimaru's true intentions. With the Kyuubi Jinchuriki present, he was not concerned about Orochimaru acting recklessly. As for the supposed plan to bring Konoha to ruin, Hiruzen did not believe Orochimaru possessed the capability. Even if he were to join forces with Sunagakure, their village's strength, including the Umbu and Root, would not be easily trifled with. They would undoubtedly deliver a significant blow. Was he still unsatisfied? Did his disciple not grasp this? He had appeared on the battlefield before, cold and ruthless. Surely, he did not expect any semblance of a teacher-student bond. Without obtaining the puppet, Chiyo was thoroughly displeased. In her view, Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely going through the motions. As their conversation unfolded, the system began to respond and transform. The plan to collapse Konoha seemed to validate everything he had said. Orochimaru's aim was indeed to destroy Konoha, once a formidable member of the legendary Sannin, now seeking to bring ruin to the village. What had gone awry? Did Konoha possess the strength to thwart him? Chiyo appeared to harbor doubts, but her demeanor suggested mockery. These words were far from warm greetings. Hearing her remarks, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. If such a scenario were to unfold, Konoha's reputation would surely suffer greatly. And he would too. The disciples' assault on the shinobi village is indeed a troublesome matter. Orochimaru, what are your intentions regarding him? Sarutobi Hizashi? Beside him, Danzo could hardly contain himself. He had been preoccupied with the thought of finding this individual, and now, an opportunity had presented itself. Whether the opponent appeared in Konoha or under other circumstances, given their previous rapport, there was a chance to negotiate and exchange certain items. As for Sarutobi Hizashi, should Orochimaru truly cooperate, he was confident that he could compel Hizashi to resign in disgrace. There would be no need for excessive effort. If Orochimaru were to destroy something in Konoha, the higher-ups would seize the opportunity to create trouble. The position of Hokage that Sarutobi Hizashi held would inevitably be left vacant. There is only one Hokage, Hizashi. Only I can lead Konoha toward prosperity. Various thoughts swirled in Danzo's mind, all contemplating means to ascend to the role of Hokage. He decided to postpone such musings until he returned. Sarutobi Hizashi, however, remained reticent. This matter was not suitable for discussion here. There were still secrets and privacy to consider. Not everything could be disclosed in this setting. Danzo secretly chuckled to himself, revealing little outwardly while observing his old comrade's troubled demeanor, finding joy in his misfortune. Years ago, he had suffered the consequences of his slow reactions and lost the position of Hokage. Now he must act decisively. The role of Hokage was undeniably his. Of course, these were merely thoughts for the time being. If he ventured forth unprepared, while he might not be directly killed by Hizashi, he would certainly lose everything he possessed. Even their relationship could not alter that outcome. As they spoke, the scene had begun to unfold. Konoha, the plan for his destruction, was underway. With the initial command, ninjas adorned with the emblems of Otogeikure and Tsunageikure commenced their assault on Konoha. Outwardly, ninjas from Otogeikure summoned a multitude of serpents to attack the village, transforming the once tranquil Konoha into a scene of chaos. Ninjas clashed throughout the streets, civilians were ambushed, buildings collapsed, and defensive barriers were obliterated. Casualties among the shinobi were mounting rapidly. Sarutobi Hizashi observed the unfolding chaos with a stiffened expression. Was this truly an assault aimed at annihilating Konoha? Gazing at the multitude of serpents, he confirmed that this was indeed Orochimaru's method, one of the legendary Sannin, summoning such a horde to assault Konoha. This was a significant investment on Orochimaru's part. Hizashi, you have trained a remarkable disciple. If such a calamity were to transpire, your position as Hokage would be in jeopardy. Danzo felt an inner satisfaction. Orochimaru evidently harbored grievances against Hizashi. With this impending attack, he would not let the opportunity slip away. Regardless of whether Orochimaru succeeded or failed, he could use it as an excuse to trouble Hizashi. In due time, he would. I will not allow such events to transpire. Danzo, and should such a crisis arise, do you bear no responsibility? We're the members of the Root. If the Root remains silent amid such turmoil, then their existence is rendered unnecessary. Sarutobi Hizashi discerned Danzo's intent to provoke him. Under ordinary circumstances, he might not have reacted with such ire. But the present situation was far from normal. Observing the chaos, his mood darkened significantly. Danzo was acting recklessly. If he did not express his anger now, was he no longer the strongest Hokage of Konoha? You. Danzo gritted his teeth. Was he truly seeking to undermine his authority? I did not expect you to be this kind of Sarutobi Hizashi. I have my decisions to make. The Root undoubtedly has more pressing matters to attend to. You will regret abolishing the Root. Who can say, Danzo? Regardless of your intentions, remember that I am the Hokage. Darkness can never become light. As Hizashi approached Danzo, he spoke softly, though his words were overheard by many. He was unwilling to let this insubordinate individual go unchallenged. The time for confrontation was now. Darkness can never become light? Sarutobi Hizashi. Danzo was filled with resentment, recalling how he had faltered in the past and suffered the consequences of his slow response. He was furious, wanting to voice his grievances, yet found himself at a loss for words. The other party remained the Hokage and held the reins of power. If he acted recklessly, he would be the one to face the consequences. You will regret this, Hizashi. Ultimately, he could only muster defiance, proclaiming that darkness could indeed become light if only the light were extinguished. With an unusual disposition, Danzo fell silent, contemplating how to locate Orochimaru and facilitate cooperation. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the venue of the Chunin exams. Those familiar with Konoha could easily recognize this place, the training arena. Numerous spectators had succumbed to slumber, and on the elevated platform, two figures representing the wind and fire shadows stood. The wind shadow, a captive of Sarutobi Hizashi, had reached the rooftop. Here, everyone knew that this individual was Orochimaru, requiring no unveiling of his disguise. Sarutobi Hizashi was in the grasp of Orochimaru, who had indeed taken action, with the target being none other than himself. Both Danzo and Sarutobi Hizashi registered this development. How splendid! Orochimaru has finally made his move. Now we shall see how you meet your end. As long as you cannot protect elsewhere, this will determine your future as Hokage. Observing the situation unfolding, the sentiments of Sarutobi Hizashi and Danzo were starkly opposed. Hizashi felt a blend of anger, panic, and sorrow, while Danzo was consumed by elation and anticipation, eager for Hizashi and Orochimaru to reveal secrets unknown to him. This would greatly aid his ambitions to see the third Hokage dethroned and himself elevated. Amidst the multitude of serpents and the chaos unfolding, it was evident that this was a scene from an impending exam. At such a time and place, should Konoha face calamity, Sarutobi Hizashi would find it impossible to evade blame. Hizashi, your fate is sealed. Ha ha ha. Monkey, even the first Hokage cannot save you now. I assure you. Danzo's mind was racing with schemes as he watched Orochimaru, envisioning the moment when his kunai would pierce Sarutobi Hizashi's flesh, ending him without hesitation, revealing his deep-seated animosity. Yet, within the chaos, Orochimaru did not immediately strike Hizashi. While speaking, he inflicted a wound upon himself, piercing his own hand and causing blood to flow freely. He appeared utterly indifferent, even with the presence of Orochimaru. Yawning, he exuded an aura of fatigue, as if he had been seated for an extended period. Was this person deranged? Why would he harm himself? Leonai, seated opposite him, felt a sense of discomfort, questioning whether this individual had some sort of mental issue. If he wished to attack, then let him assault Konohagakure directly. If there were grievances, he should confront them head-on. Why resort to self-harm upon arriving here? Was he merely testing the waters, or had ulterior motives? That was someone else's affair. No need to speak, Leonai. Neji Shitan remarked bluntly from the side, her demeanor suggestive of impending violence. This rendered the usually fearless Leonai somewhat subdued, as she held considerable respect for their leader. Consequently, she fell silent. However, those words had already been uttered, and the individuals across from them had heard. What was to be done now? Ha! My apologies, old man. I was merely jesting. I hope you did not take offense. I noticed your persistent glances toward us, yet I paid them no mind, so let it be as it is. If you find that unsatisfactory, I can offer you a better view, Leonai said politely, accentuating her alluring figure. Chapter 153. Would you like it on a bubble? Care to come over? Leonai expressed a greater interest toward the elder. Although he bore the appearance of a village chief, she had clearly discerned the true capabilities of this so-called ninja. Do not speak, Leonai. Neji Shitan warned with a glance towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, prompting Leonai to quiet herself. Cough, cough. I am not that sort of person. This is merely a misunderstanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to nod in agreement, yet he sensed that the other party was not speaking in earnest. He struggled to maintain composure, ultimately refusing. I could be compared to Tsunade, though perhaps I fall a tad short of her grandeur. It is of little consequence. I am a Hokage. I must maintain my dignity. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. He glanced at Leonai and then at Empress Hancock, suppressing his restless thoughts. At your age, the third Hokage still possesses such vigor. Chiyo remarked, unable to resist the urge to comment. In my day, I was a flower of Sunagakure. They're just a few young girls. I may not comprehend your meaning, but my capabilities remain formidable. I could still serve as Hokage for another decade with this energy. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded to the inquiry regarding his vitality, though he displayed little interest in Chiyo. No matter her past glory, she was now merely a relic of the past, an old grass, unworthy of attention. As they conversed, the battle unfolded on-screen, captivating their attention. Shuriken and Taijutsu clashed, alongside the execution of Fire Release and Earth Release ninjutsu. When facing Orochimaru, it was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen held the advantage. In terms of ninjutsu, the man renowned as the Doctor of Ninja was far from weak. The combat prowess exhibited by Sarutobi Hiruzen astonished those from other realms. This seemingly frail elder possessed remarkable fighting strength. The unleashed power was undeniably formidable. Leonai was momentarily tempted to sacrifice her allure to uncover the source of their strength. The combat prowess displayed left her feeling that even with her imperial tools, she could not hold her ground. How vexing! If only she could obtain some intelligence. Amidst her thoughts, the clash of ninjutsu between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen intensified. Techniques such as Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique and Impure World Reincarnation were unleashed. To their astonishment, Orochimaru summoned 3 coffins, inscribed with the names of the first, second, and fourth Hokage. It was imperative to intercept the 3rd coffin. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively understood the urgency and swiftly blocked it. Although the 3rd coffin did not manifest, the remaining 2 could not be halted and soon swung open, revealing 2 figures. The inhabitants of the coffins emerged, causing the Konoha denizens within the system space to widen their eyes in disbelief. The first Hokage and the second Hokage. Even the young Naruto could recognize their identities. As someone who aspired to become Hokage, he was undoubtedly aware of such legendary figures. Those 2 resemble the first and second Hokage, murmured Naruto, who had remained silent until now. Fool, those are them. Clearly resurrected by that fellow Orochimaru through impure world reincarnation. Uchiha Sasuke's attention was drawn to this technique. If given the chance, could he not resurrect his parents? His gaze fixated on Orochimaru, contemplating the possibilities. If it were indeed feasible, perhaps he could seek out this individual. Though a rogue ninja from Konoha, he could still pursue his goal. Uchiha Sasuke resolved to act. Glancing at Naruto and Kakashi before shifting his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, solidifying his determination. It appeared that Orochimaru's research had borne fruit. Shimura Danzo scrutinized the unfolding events, his mind racing with calculations. Presently, Orochimaru could easily displace the 3rd Hokage. The future now hinged upon him. Konoha required a more assertive Hokage to lead them to greatness. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Teachers, you must demonstrate your true strength. He directed toward the grim-faced Sarutobi Hiruzen, while Orochimaru appeared utterly relaxed, as if playing a game of cat and mouse. As he began to manipulate the 2 puppet bodies, he taunted, "You are quite aged, monkey. The first Hokage and the second Hokage. It seems you 2 have aged, monkey. Impure world reincarnation? It appears we have caused you some trouble. I had long advised against delving into such peculiar ninjutsu." Before any further dialogue could ensue, Orochimaru cut them off. As the first and second Hokage surged forward, the strength of the Senju clan was formidable, even if the bodies of the resurrected could not exhibit their full power. Yanfirujan found himself in an increasingly precarious situation, repeatedly knocked back and unable to effectively utilize his ninjutsu. As he unleashed the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, a terrifying white light erupted from the Fire Dragon, yet it proved futile against the second Hokage. The second Hokage swiftly performed the Water Release, Water Barrier technique, summoning a torrent of water in a seemingly desolate area to create a formidable barrier. In the next moment, more water release techniques followed. With the Water Release, Water Clean Wave engulfing the once towering rooftops. This was merely the beginning. Alongside the second Hokage stood the first Hokage, who unleashed the Wood Release, Advent of the Trees. Despite Yanfirujan's attempts to counter with Earth Release techniques, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. As the first Hokages would release techniques manifested, Unfavored was already ensnared. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to the summoning technique, calling forth the Monkey King, Enma. Fortunately, before being fully restrained, he managed to summon Enma, leveraging the powerful summon to break free from the first Hokage's would release. The unfolding battle scenes captivated the audience, including Shimura Danzo, who now understood the extent of Unfavored's remaining strength. He had to concede that his opponent's combat prowess surpassed his own, with various taijutsu and ninjutsu, alongside advanced composite techniques, all proving superior. Danzo's own wind release was only moderately effective, and he was easily restrained, rendering him incomparable to Unfavored. Beyond his wind release, Danzo possessed a collection of Sharingan, which he was reluctant to reveal, as exposure would lead to dire consequences. He subtly glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, who was intently observing the scene, knowing that if the Sharingan were exposed, it would spell trouble. He contemplated the necessity of ensuring that the last Uchiha entered the roots. In the midst of Danzo's internal musings, Unfavored was left with no option but to employ his final gambit, akin to Bullfeng. He initiated the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, understanding that this was a last resort. Employing the Shadow Clone technique, Unfavored divided himself into two forms, executing the Dead Demon Consuming Seal in haste. He fought desperately to seal both the first and second Hokages, managing to restrain Orochimaru's hands, albeit temporarily preventing him from utilizing ninjutsu. This inflicted great frustration and discomfort upon Orochimaru. With Unfavored's demise, the two former Hokages met their end in Konoha, a noteworthy conclusion. Yet, Unfavored felt a strange sense of disbelief. Was this truly how he would perish at the hands of Orochimaru? As he witnessed Orochimaru eliminate several Anbu and make his escape, the scene gradually faded, signaling the end. The assassination of the fourth Kazekage was merely a prelude to the attack on Konoha, igniting the so-called Konoha Collapse Plan. Danzo mused over how Orochimaru had become such a formidable disciple. Unfavored remained silent, contemplating his next words as he watched his former student's treachery unfold. Danzo, plagued by his own thoughts, seemed unwilling to allow Unfavored any respite. The burden of watching his disciple betray him was already enough to contend with, and he was reluctant to offer any comfort. Danzo, your task is to apprehend Orochimaru, regardless of the outcome, Unfavored stated, his expression impassive as he turned to Danzo. The order had been issued. Danzo, taken aback, was met with Unfavored's unwavering resolve. Yes, capture Orochimaru. This is a long-term mission. Depart upon your return and report back in 2 months. Unfavored doubted Danzo's ability to apprehend Orochimaru. He merely sought to create an opportunity for Danzo to act first. With the fourth Kazekage's presence looming, even a reanimation would pose a significant threat. Having witnessed the first and second Hokages within the confines of the battle, Unfavored was acutely aware of the psychological toll it had taken. He had no intention of confronting the fourth Kazekage's reanimation. Meanwhile, Danzo seemed to grasp Unfavored's intentions, realizing that he was being maneuvered out of Konoha. If not for that, he should have recognized that his own strength was insufficient to contend with Orochimaru. Danzo's mind raced with various theories, pondering whether Unfavored believed he still had connections with Orochimaru, hoping to compel him to act. As Unfavored spoke again, he reassured Danzo, I trust you. Danzo, please do not disappoint me. I entrust this mission to you in the name of the Hokage. His words carried a weighty sense of urgency. The betrayal of Orochimaru against the first and second Hokages was a transgression that could not be forgiven. We must avenge our master. Unfavored proceeded to dismiss Danzo's objections, invoking their shared obligations as Hokages and the bond formed by their master-student relationship, leaving no room for further discussion. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Unfavored questioned. Danzo, though reluctant, understood that he could not express his limitations without incurring shame. Regardless, he resolved to undertake the mission. To declare a lack of ability before even embarking on the task would be too cautious. I leave this to you, Unfavored asserted, dismissing Danzo's excuses. Whether Orochimaru would flee or engage elsewhere was inconsequential. Men favored Thom had previously underestimated both Orochimaru and Danzo, but now recognized the need for vigilance. Their ambitions extended beyond mere rivalry. They sought his life. "You will regret this, Thom," Danzo thought bitterly, yet he had no choice but to comply with the orders. The specifics of execution could be determined later. For now, Ben Furjan and Danzo presented themselves as surface-level allies, their insincerity palpable to those nearby. Their facade led others to feel that a more direct confrontation would be preferable. Rayona, observing from the sidelines, was unfazed by the treachery she had witnessed countless times. In the imperial capital, such schemes were commonplace, and Furjan and Danzo's antics barely registered as significant. Meanwhile, Min expressed her disdain for their hypocrisy. While Nageshidan had grown accustomed to the darkness and duplicity that permeated their world. The sole distinction lies in the fact that some forms of hypocrisy may afford ordinary individuals a semblance of happiness, while others only serve to inflict suffering. As for the nature of the individuals present here, it is of no concern to her. She is solely interested in discovering whether there exists anything that might aid them in overthrowing the empire. Regarding the conflicts in other worlds, she is not surprised. Wherever there are humans, there will inevitably be discord. What is there to admire about two old men? Let us hasten to the next matter. I long to depart from this place. Merely being in the same space as such individuals is suffocating to me. The Empress Hancock displays her disdain, while Sabo, beside her, appears remarkably unperturbed, showing no signs of discomfort, at least none that are overt. "You might consider emulating the Tenryubido and donning a bubble," she quips. Upon hearing the pirate Empress Hancock address him, Kale retorts without hesitation. His interest in this so-called world's most beautiful woman is minimal, both in the present and in the past. Beauty may be visually appealing, yet her values, character, and profession do not resonate with him in the slightest. Her worldview is not worth mentioning. Her personality is infatuated, insecure, and arrogant. Such traits likely only attract those who are sycophantic or whose values are dictated by mere physical appearance. As for her profession as a pirate, he has little interest in that as well. Chapter 154. Directly exit the 5 great shinobi villages. "You might consider emulating the Tenryubido and donning a bubble," she reiterates. This remark within the confines of the system space is heard distinctly by Hancock, causing her countenance to pale and twist in discomfort. The mention of the Tenryubido evokes feelings of revulsion and fear. How can one aspire to resemble them? Most disconcerting is the fact that this man appears utterly indifferent to her beauty. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Hancock momentarily questions whether her powers have faltered, since unlocking the capabilities of the sweet fruit. All who gaze upon her, regardless of age or gender, are consumed by an exaggerated infatuation with her beauty. Is this the doing of the system? Hancock ponders, attributing the situation to the system's influence. "Do not presume that everyone will be enamored with you," she scoffs, wondering whether such narcissism stems from genuine ignorance or mere pretense. Kale remains unfazed by the so-called pirate empress. Despite her undeniable allure and the physiological desires she may invoke, his interest is limited to that. He possesses rationality and is not consumed by lust. Thus, he maintains a respectful distance from the world's most beautiful woman. Whoever desires her may take her away, he asserts. The audacity of this individual infuriates her. "Do you have any idea who I am?" "I am." Hancock's fair visage darkens, becoming somewhat contorted. Her sentence is abruptly interrupted. "The pirate empress, a warlord, the queen of the Amazon lily, or perhaps something else? A Yonko, a Tenryubito, or a slave?" Kale observes her, noting the tremor in her speech, revealing a hint of panic. While others may be oblivious, he comprehends fully. She is apprehensive about her past being unveiled. If he were not in search of trouble, he would have no intention of exposing her secrets. Of course, should complications arise, that would be the system's fault, not his. The mention of the Tenryubito and slaves renders Hancock silent. Although her demeanor suggests she is intimidated, it is not the true source of her fear. Each time the Tenryubito and slavery are mentioned, she experiences a wave of terror. Furthermore, This environment is not conducive to prolonged engagement. The onlookers observe Kale, forming their own assessments. The fact that even a beauty like Hancock displays no concern is rather unfortunate. She had hoped to employ her charms to entice him. Reaper'sQ&A expresses her disappointment. If you act recklessly, you may find yourself entirely consumed. Their leader will not offer any comfort or peculiar plans. In this brief moment, it becomes apparent that Kale is a man of impulse. Presently, he is calm, but should he harbor ulterior motives, Reaper'sQ's attempts to provoke him may lead to dire consequences. Amused, Reaper'sQ contemplates providing instructions but refrains upon meeting her elder sister's gaze, awkwardly silencing herself. Nearby, Main and Akatsuki divert their attention after a brief glance. Ahem, Administrator. Shall we proceed to the next question? Interjects Sarutobi Hisashi. He is now disinterested in squabbling with Danzo, eager to return and ensure the latter's departure from Konoha. Presently, the resistance is evident, but should he dare to defy them upon return, he will have just cause to deal with this disobedient ally. Let's move on, Kale interjects, disregarding the still dour pirate empress. Multiple choice question. What is the truth behind the Konoha White Fang's suicide incident? 1. Due to the heavy losses resulting from a failed mission, he took his own life out of guilt. 2. Due to a special mission, it was necessary for Konoha White Fang to feign death, leading to his sacrifice for concealment. 3. The higher-ups in Konoha wished to suppress Konoha White Fang's reputation, deliberately leaking information about a failed mission and covertly instructing villagers to diminish his standing, resulting in his despair and subsequent suicide. 4. Konoha White Fang betrayed the village, and this information must not circulate, leading to his covert disposal by the higher-ups. Reward: the Konoha Taijutsu's secret technique, 1,000 years of pain. Penalty: being pursued for a month by Konoha White Fang, resurrected through Edo Tensei. Initially eager to witness the subsequent questions, Sarutobi Hisashi laments his ignorance. This matter bears no relation to him. At most, he merely overlooked it without intervening. He is the most upright Hokage, having done nothing detrimental to Konoha White Fang, nor has he sought opportunities to undermine him or spread rumors. The Umbu's missions are known throughout the village, allowing villagers to confront Konoha's hero. Danzo. Sarutobi Hisashi, upon reading the question, directs his gaze solely at Danzo. The latter maintains a stoic expression, glancing between the third Hokage and Kakashi, feigning ignorance. The inquiry pertains to the Konoha higher-ups, of whom he shares only a tenuous connection. The true decision-makers are others. Third Hokage, is there any other reason behind my father's death? Kakashi inquires, observing the option related to hidden identity missions. If possible, he fervently wishes for that option, as past events were concealed to protect his father's secret, who had always been watching over him. Although it seems that under such circumstances, his father would undoubtedly be deeply disappointed in him. Disappointment pales in comparison to death. The third generation's grandfather was Kakashi-sensei's father, truly the Konoha White Fang? Is he still alive? Naruto glanced over and spoke. In truth, he was not well informed about the situation at hand. However, upon hearing this news, he felt compelled to respond. Although recent events in Konoha had rendered him somewhat reticent, the present moment was far from ordinary. I'm not entirely certain about this matter. Everything unfolded so rapidly that I scarcely had the chance to intervene. Yet, it is true that White Fang encountered a grave incident. Following his mission's failure, there were numerous repercussions that I needed to address, leading me to delegate village matters to the elders of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen elucidated at length. Ultimately, this affair bore no relation to him. His words could hardly be classified as deceitful. He had not participated at all. Even when Danzo suggested suppressing White Fang, he did not acquiesce. During a certain period, he merely handled some diplomatic issues and the consequences of mission failures, akin to cleaning up after Hitaki Sakomo. Eventually, the latter met with disaster. He later learned what transpired during that time and could only lament that Hitaki Sakomo had been too disheartened. No one wished for his demise. Rather, they merely sought to temper his thoughts and prevent him from harboring unwarranted ideas. After all, he was a young man. At that time, Hatake Tsukumo was merely in his 20s or 30s, while Kakashi was only 7 or 8. At such a tender age, he had already garnered a reputation surpassing that of the legendary Sannin. Rumors of his impending abdication circulated within the village. Naturally, the middle-aged Sarutobi Hiruzen was unwilling to entertain such notions and thus granted a modicum of authority. Eventually, during the peace negotiations with the Land of Earth, when Danzo instigated trouble, he bore the brunt of the war's repercussions, which forced him to resign in disgrace and hand over his position to Minato. Fortunately, Minato had already been groomed for leadership. Otherwise, he would have fallen victim to Danzo's scheming. Reflecting upon those events, Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with many memories. "Hiruzen, what are you saying?" Danzo interjected, puzzled by the discrepancies between this account and his own version. "Am I mistaken?" Sarutobi Hiruzen remained composed. As long as his true intentions remained obscured, he felt no fear, even if the truth were to be revealed, for he had indeed done nothing wrong. "Everything was orchestrated by you." Gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen's innocent expression, Danzo felt an urge to strike him. In his view, this old man had tacitly accepted the circumstances, and it was precisely because he had relinquished power and failed to placate Hatake Tsukumo that matters had unfolded so easily. Otherwise, if the Hokage had intervened to clarify the situation, shielding an individual would be no small feat, or if the Hokage had issued punishment, the matter would have concluded swiftly. It was not as if Hatake Tsukumo had inflicted wounds upon himself, dying rapidly without anyone intervening. Even the Hokage could not retain him. Instead, it was the culmination of rumors that festered for days, leading to his eventual suicide. Opportunities were abundant throughout the entire process, and now the blame was being cast upon him. "I am a shadow of Konoha. I am not angered. Am I mistaken, Danzo?" Sarutobi Hiruzen declared. Ultimately, the truth would likely emerge. Considering Danzo's previous dishonesty, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a calm desire to suppress him further, testing his compliance and uncovering any ulterior motives. "Father," Kakashi observed the two men. As an adult, he was acutely aware of the many irregularities from that time. He had long struggled to comprehend them, but now, gazing at these two individuals, he felt he had gained some clarity. If these two were not virtuous, it seemed much simpler. Thus, it follows that you are among those elders who harmed Kakashi-sensei's father and Rin. Naruto was immediately displeased. This individual was indeed no good, and he occupied a high position within Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke, standing aside, regarded the situation with disdain, harboring a lingering curiosity about whether the Uchiha clan had also been victims of their schemes. Though Itachi possessed formidable strength, he resolved that it must have been Itachi who was responsible. Initially intending to exonerate Itachi, he reconsidered the circumstances of that time and renewed his resolve. Recalling his own fury when he awakened his Sharingan and the vision Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan had shown him, he thought of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. "This is not the place for your words," Danzo scowled, visibly irritated by Naruto. "I am not a Jinchuriki. I'm the son of the fourth Hokage, and the third Hokage has acknowledged this. You, villain, I shall become Hokage and defeat you. I will protect Konoha." Upon hearing this title again, Naruto was on the verge of erupting. During their previous confrontation, his identity had already been disclosed. He was now aware of his status as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the son of the fourth Hokage, while this individual continually referred to him as a Jinchuriki, even attempting to drag him back to the organization. Their prior conflict had nearly escalated, but the third Hokage had managed to regain control of the situation otherwise. When it came to Naruto, Sasuke was particularly considerate, noting Danzo's increasingly unfriendly demeanor and contemplating whether he might one day eliminate this man. When he awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, he felt he would be able to confront him. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Danzo likely had no idea that the young Sasuke was already plotting to unleash his Mangekyo Sharingan upon him. Of course, even if he were aware, he would probably remain indifferent, feeling quite dismissive, perhaps even relishing the prospect of acquiring another set of Mangekyo Sharingan. "Enough, Danzo," Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, unable to bear the situation any longer. When did matters concerning their village require such public discourse? It was no longer just the Sand Ninja village that was aware. Now, people from other realms were also informed. Such disgrace had reached other worlds. Even if one were to live in an alternate world, they ought to consider the implications. Your village is truly chaotic, Chio remarked from the side. In truth, their own village was hardly any better. The hero of their village had also been sacrificed for a position, sent away as a pawn. They spoke of peace, yet the true motives were clear to all. Each acted like a vixen, who did not know whom. You would do well to manage your own village's affairs. The third Kazekage has perished, and now the fourth Kazekage has also met his end. It is quite possible that Orochimaru will soon arrive in our village, remarked Danzo. Currently, during the Chunin exams, their Kazekage is indeed expected to make an appearance. Given the previous circumstances, it seems that Orochimaru is the one on his way. Such a casual demise of a Kazekage is utterly dismissive. The confrontation they had was far less thrilling than that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wouldn't you agree, Sarutobi? The one who ultimately fell in battle. Danzo had initially contemplated provoking Hiruzen, but the present atmosphere compelled him to remain silent. Speaking of which, I have yet to mention that Orochimaru is responsible for the death of our Kazekage, which is precisely what an alliance ought to address. Upon hearing this, Chio felt a surge of displeasure. How dare he flaunt his strength after having slain the Kazekage? Furthermore, she sensed impending trouble. If the event had not yet transpired, she might have been able to reach out and intervene. However, if it had already occurred, the remains might not even be recoverable. Given Orochimaru's track record, it is likely that the Kazekage will become a puppet for others in the future, summoned to battle whenever required. Chio then recalled the puppets in Sarutobi Hiruzen's possession. One from the third, another from the fourth, two Kazekage reduced to mere playthings. Perhaps they would eventually be brought to a battlefield, directly pitted against one another. The imagery of magnet release clashing with magnet release was too exquisite to contemplate, prompting Chio to shy away from such thoughts. If such a scenario were to unfold, it would undoubtedly leave the Sunagakure shinobi reeling. They might as well withdraw from the 5 great shinobi villages altogether. The summons have been issued today. Chapter 155. You will regret this. Sarutobi and others rebutted one another, momentarily forgetting that many eyes were upon them. Moreover, the ongoing situation could easily be leaked. It was not until Sarutobi Hiruzen regained his composure that he spoke up. Let us discuss this matter later, Chio. Do not act as though you are entirely innocent. If memory serves, it was your Kazekage who established contact with Orochimaru, only to be betrayed and subsequently perish. As for the third Kazekage, it was your grandson's actions that led to his demise, which has nothing to do with us. In fact, you were the ones who used the disappearance of the third Kazekage as a pretext to instigate the Shinobi World War and launch an assault on Konoha. Pray tell, who is truly at fault here? Sarutobi Hiruzen's calmness lent weight to his words. Given the current circumstances, a lack of assertiveness would be ill-advised. He continued to gaze at Chio, conveying a silent challenge. This caused Chio to feel a twinge of uncertainty. She was well aware that there was merit to his claims. Her earlier remarks had merely been an attempt to provoke. However, this did not imply that she would concede easily. Who knows what ties you may still have with Orochimaru? It is entirely possible that your esteemed Danzo is orchestrating this behind the scenes, eliminating our Kazekage and placing the blame upon him, all to facilitate his ascension as the 5th Hokage. As she articulated this theory, she regarded Shimura Danzo, convinced of its validity. Whether right or wrong had become irrelevant. The mere presence of suspicion was advantageous. It might even lead to some complications for the higher-ups in Konoha. Indeed, Chio had a plethora of thoughts. Naturally, even without this incident, the higher-ups in Konoha had always been rife with schemes. To this day, Danzo has never relinquished his aspirations for the Hokage position. If the third fails, then the fourth shall take his place. If the fourth does not suffice, then the fifth will do, and if that fails, the 6th and 7th Hokages are merely a stepping stone. His ambition to become Hokage is unwavering. Having once suffered the consequences of hesitance, he is determined to claim the title. If he does not become Hokage, Shimura Danzo will never find peace. He firmly believes himself to be superior to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Presently, he exudes a semblance of cowardice. Danzo's mental state mirrors this sentiment. However, upon hearing Chiyo's words, he sensed something amiss. What nonsense is this? I have known Danzo since childhood. We were inseparable, growing up together, learning together, fighting together, even bathing together. Danzo muttered. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen found this to be quite normal. However, as the conversation progressed, it grew increasingly peculiar. What does it mean to be childhood friends? Who is the childhood friend? And who is the playmate? And was spending childhood together? Bathing together? Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. That is a matter for Konoha. It is none of your concern. You should focus on Sunagakure. I hope nothing else happens with the 5th Kazekage. Oh, could it be that you cannot even select a 5th Kazekage? With Rasha deceased, there is not even a successor. They once had a hero-wielding Scorch release, but he perished later, seemingly having been offered to Kirigakure. Had that not occurred, perhaps there would have been another candidate. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. Subsequently, Shimura Danzo began to speak as well. The two, having grown up together, were in perfect harmony, leaving Chiyo speechless. In the end, she truly felt that Sunagakure was on the brink of collapse. There were no longer any formidable shinobi to hold the fort. Must she, at her advanced age, still ascend to the position of Kazekage? Please, she is not Shimura Danzo, nor is she Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man who refuses to step down. Danzo, you tackle this question. Kakashi, regarding the truth of the matter, I shall inform you upon our return to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sequentially assigned tasks to the two individuals beside him. This issue ought to be addressed by Shimura Danzo, as he was the one who instigated matters back then. Furthermore, the rewards are rather unimpressive. The body technique's secret art, 1,000 Years of Pain, is best left to him. I only hope that he refrains from employing it against me in the future. The concept of 1,000 Years of Pain is well known to the third. It is merely a playful technique once utilized by Hitaki Tsukumo and has been reported multiple times, even reaching his ears. How could he possibly remain oblivious? Kakashi, upon hearing this, wore a blank expression. Does the truth from those years still hold significance? The villagers have already come to such conclusions. His father has passed away, and so much time has elapsed. He has remained in silence for so long. Does it still matter? Kakashi now found himself questioning the very essence of life. Later, he contemplated restoring the reputation of the third Hokage, but it seemed an impossible feat. Although his current status is commendable, an elite jonin and the apprentice of the fourth Hokage, it holds little value. The fourth Hokage is deceased. Elite jonin may not be in short supply in Konoha, but there are certainly many. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans harbor numerous jonin, especially the Sarutobi clan, which is incredibly affluent. He is acutely aware of that. Why would they concern themselves with him, a mere jonin, when the reputation of his good friend is far more significant? Moreover, behind the opposing party lies the esteemed Shirmu clan. Even if one were to eliminate him, it would be impossible to elicit an explanation from them, let alone restore his father's reputation. After all, restoring his father's name would equate to tarnishing theirs. This is the harsh reality. At this moment, Kakashi felt a sense of numbness creeping in. From Rin's tragic fate to the subsequent disdain shown by the higher-ups in Konoha towards Naruto, and his own plight, he had reached a point of despair regarding the authorities in Konoha. This world, let it be obliterated swiftly. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained oblivious to Kakashi's emotional turmoil. To him, it was only natural for Kakashi to harbor some dissatisfaction. After all, as Hokage, all he needed to do was to apologize and seek forgiveness. Observing Kakashi's silence, it was as if he tacitly agreed. His attention had shifted to Danzo. What? Do you wish to defy the Hokage? He rarely issued commands to Danzo, but once given, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not tolerate disobedience. In situations like this, he would undoubtedly have more to say and do, training a slightly more compliant subordinate. Danzo, do not let me down. You are the darkness of Konoha, and you must remain so. A darkness that aspires to be light is not true darkness. Remain as you are. Sarutobi Hiruzen had dropped the formalities, addressing him simply as Sarutobi. In times of need, he would call upon Hiruzen, but now, their relationship felt somewhat strained. Responding to the command, he observed the serious demeanor of the other, akin to a close friend suddenly turning hostile. Listening to Danzo's threatening tone, Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained an expressionless facade. The implications of their unspoken exchange, perhaps only they understood. They shared a fleeting gaze, laden with secrets known solely to them. Ultimately, it was Danzo who conceded. Very well. I will provide an answer. You will regret this, Sarutobi. Fortunately, he felt somewhat confident regarding the matter at hand. However, providing an answer also implied an acceptance of prior statements and actions. A glance at Kakashi and the fierce gaze of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki alongside the last of the Uchiha clan made him ponder. Upon returning, I must claim one of them. With this thought in mind, he began to deliberate. I choose option 3. For the higher-ups of Konoha deliberately sought to diminish the reputation of Konoha's White Fang by leaking the news of his mission failure, secretly instructing villagers to act against him, thus instigating despair in Konoha's White Fang, leading to his suicide. In reality, the higher-ups had no intention of his demise. It was merely that Hatake Tsukumo was too frail. He failed his mission and took his own life, leaving us to deal with the aftermath. Such a ninja is a failure. Danzo made his choice and subsequently commented, evidently targeting Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi, which irked Sarutobi. Yet he paid no heed. In that moment, he merely relinquished a modicum of authority, allowing others to handle the rest. Publicly, he still denied involvement. This truly was not his affair, as long as he maintained a clear conscience, even if the truth were to surface later. He was confident that Kakashi would not blame him. Yes, indeed. At worst, I could demote Danzo and reduce his salary upon my return. After all, he is indifferent to such matters, even if it provides Kakashi with an explanation. Regarding Danzo's subsequent remarks, while he felt displeasure, he refrained from voicing it. Hatake Tsukumo had undoubtedly been a valuable asset during that time, and the thought of him potentially becoming a master weapon was unsettling. Although the weapon lacked such aspirations, the mere possibility was intolerable. Thus, the ensuing events unfolded. He had planned to wait until Hatake Tsukumo felt hopeless, then appear before him as if to clean up the mess, offering comfort. This would win him favor, ensuring that Hatake Tsukumo would obediently serve as his weapon while simultaneously stripping him of any ambition to contend for the position of Hokage. After all, in a village where its denizens spread such malevolent rumors, a tainted individual could never gain their recognition to become Hokage. It is not the Hokage who earns everyone's approval, but rather the one who has garnered that approval who can ascend to the role. Danzo, you are too inexperienced. Danzo had no opportunity to achieve such aspirations. He was consumed with the desire to become Hokage, an impossible endeavor. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind swirled with various thoughts, yet his face bore a smile, masking his true feelings. Meanwhile, Kakashi's heart raced violently upon hearing the answer. He regarded the higher-ups of Konoha, quickly regaining his composure. The individuals he had vigilantly protected were of such character? Was this the Konoha leadership that drove his father to despair? Although his father's demise had its own causes, those who verbally attacked him bore some responsibility. Kakashi was not like Naruto. He could not simply disregard the scorn of the villagers. Now, with newfound revelations from the past, he found himself struggling to contain his emotions. Even contemplating the destruction of Konoha, he felt an urge to join his old comrade Obito in this endeavor. When the time came, he would ensure that Danzo received his due punishment, cleaving him into several pieces. Furthermore, he envisioned etching dog heads into Danzo's form, so that when he invoked Doton, Dorihiki in the future, it would be as if he were directing it at Konoha, proclaiming, "You wretched creatures." Kakashi's discontent was palpable. His expression revealed little, for he was merely a jonin. An elite jonin, yet still just a jonin. Seeking trouble could wait for another day. Perhaps Konoha was innocent. Perhaps many within it, like Naruto, posed no issue. However, the higher-ups, those aged individuals, were undoubtedly problematic. Rin. His thoughts drifted to the now incapacitated Rin. Why did everything fall upon him? Upon my return, I will provide you with an explanation, and to you as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to reassure Kakashi. Though it felt perfunctory, he did not even glance in Kakashi's direction, his focus firmly on the task at hand and on Kai. Compared to Kakashi's circumstances, the current system appeared significantly more compelling. Even Danzo, his long-standing adversary, was of little concern at this moment. As the answers began to be revealed, Kakashi's mood grew even more somber upon seeing the correct options. Naruto Uzumaki wore a displeased expression, while Sasuke Uchiha maintained a stoic demeanor, devoid of any visible emotion. His thoughts were preoccupied with the possibility of later finding Orochimaru and persuading him to join their cause. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with an air of officiality, declared, "I hereby relieve you of your position in Konoha. Danzo, you shall return to face judgment." Seizing the opportunity, he continued, "For now, your position is revoked. We shall discuss further matters later." The blame was conveniently placed upon Danzo, a necessity within the hierarchy of Konoha, where someone had to bear the consequences. Hiruzen believed that Danzo would easily assume this burden. "Thank you for your service, Konoha's shadow," he thought with a sense of satisfaction. However, the growing irritation in Danzo's eyes was unmistakable. He resented being the scapegoat, although he had anticipated such a scenario. Witnessing Hiruzen's actions made him want to remove his eye patch and retaliate with a powerful genjutsu. "You will come to regret this, Hiruzen. My actions are for the sake of Konoha. If everyone acted as you do, sacrificing the village's interests, it would only lead to greater turmoil." Danzo retorted defiantly. He was not foolish enough to argue with Hiruzen at that moment. Instead, he sought alternative excuses, displaying an attitude that suggested he might expose the truth if pushed too far. "Enough. The new generation of Konoha is the true hope. You have disappointed me greatly. We will discuss this further later," Hiruzen stated resolutely, effectively silencing Danzo. Chapter 156. The position of Hokage is not one that just anyone can occupy, and Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained control over this matter. Ultimately, someone had to take the blame. As for Kakashi, he had yet to find the opportunity to speak further. The scene began to unfold. "Kakashi-sensei," exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki, intrigued both by the situation of his teacher and eager to uncover the events of the past. Kakashi's gaze was now entirely absorbed by the unfolding images. Since the death of his father, he had struggled to comprehend the events that transpired, and even now, he found it difficult to grasp why his father had to die. Were comrades truly less important than missions? Perhaps each individual harbored their own, unique choices regarding this dilemma. At least in the case of these two Konoha leaders, Kakashi could not discern the answer, whether missions held more value than the bonds between Konoha shinobi. Hiruzen spoke of acting for the sake of the shinobi, while Danzo justified his sacrifices in the name of the village and its missions. Yet to Kakashi, it seemed both men were merely vying for power and the esteemed title of Hokage, with all else being secondary. Sacrifice? That was a conversation for when there were no alternatives left. Until then, anything could be sacrificed. The villagers, the Hitaki clan, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, even the entire family of the fourth Hokage. It was all the same. Missions and comrades. As he watched the image of Shikaka Nara abandon his mission for the sake of his comrades, Kakashi reflected on the aftermath upon returning to the village. Overnight, the news seemed to spread through the village, and villagers, aware of Shikaku's status as an Umbu operative, began to voice their outrage. "I would willingly sacrifice myself for the mission. Why did you save me, allowing me to live in such disgrace? Do you know how many sacrifices were made for this mission? You have ruined everything, Shikaka Nara. You must take responsibility. You have destroyed our hard work." The accusations came not only from the villagers, but also from his comrades who had been saved, each hurled with vitriol. The narrative painted Shikaku as the cause of the mission's failure and the subsequent losses suffered by the village, including the deaths of numerous shinobi. The families of those fallen warriors began to blame Shikaku as well, questioning why he had survived when others had not. The weight of their words was unbearable. Now, as an adult, Kakashi felt the immense pressure his father had faced back then. As his son, he had failed to comprehend the burden his father carried and had even harbored resentment due to his own experiences at school. He could not grasp the depth of the situation, but watching the remorseful visage of his father on screen filled him with guilt. Simultaneously, his disdain for the upper echelons of Konoha grew. Yet, this animosity remained concealed for the time being. Given the chance, he would certainly seek to clear his father's name. Why did he not choose death? If he felt such guilt for surviving, wouldn't it have drawn more attention had he chosen to end his life at the doorstep of Shikaka Nara? Leonai, seated across from the third Hokage, suddenly interjected. This was indeed a powerful notion. Danzo's interest piqued at this suggestion. However, he had never intended for Shikaku to die. His aim was merely to tarnish Shikaku's reputation, ensuring he remained a mere tool. Any subsequent deaths were merely unfortunate coincidences. Why did he not choose death? Is he still alive now? Main observed the individuals within the scene, feeling a sense of revulsion. Casting a glance at Hiruzen, she felt the disorder within the village. Nevertheless, she was curious whether those who professed a willingness to sacrifice had truly perished. Reflecting on her own experiences of exclusion due to her differences, she recognized the discomfort such feelings could evoke. Naruto Uzumaki shared her sentiments, now empathizing with the circumstances surrounding Kakashi's father. Main's inquiries went unanswered. The truth of whether Kakashi's father was alive remained uncertain, just as it was for Naruto and his companions. Only the two Konoha leaders held that knowledge. However, whether they would disclose such information was another matter. Cough, cough, cough. The past is behind us now. Moreover, White Fang took his own life. No one desired his death at that time. This is my fault for not addressing it sooner. In the aftermath of the failed mission, there were many loose ends to tie up, and I was preoccupied. So, I bear the blame, Kakashi. I am sorry, Hiruzen said, attributing the matter to himself while offering an explanation. It seemed the responsibility was being shifted onto Konoha's White Fang. Due to the failure of the opposing party's mission, he found himself cleaning up after Muyeobaya. Consequently, he lacked the time to address this matter, intending to deal with it later. As for the demise of Muyeobaya, that was merely a result of the other party's fragility. No one wished for his death, and it was ultimately a case of self-inflicted demise, detached from their concerns. In matters of suicide, how could there be a murderer? That would be implausible. This does not pertain to his pure Muyes light, as Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured Kakashi. Naturally, Kakashi grasped the implications clearly. Being adults, they were all well aware of the numerous missions they had undertaken. They had become quite cunning in their own right. I understand, Third Hokage. This has nothing to do with you. Nor do I seek an apology, Kakashi respectfully stated, directly expressing his stance. This pleased Sarutobi Hiruzen immensely. However, Shimura Danzo was less than pleased. The implication that this was unrelated to Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested it was indeed connected to him. As he fumed, contemplating how to make Kakashi pay once they returned, the scene shifted to some ninjas engaged in conversation. These images prompted Danzo to consider erasing them, even bringing in some villagers to obstruct Kakashi, ensuring he would not rise again. In a few days, the elders would come forward to explain on his behalf. Within the visual, Danzo was seen issuing commands to a masked individual, exuding confidence in his current scheme. He was essentially disqualifying a potential candidate for the Hokage position. Observing the unfolding scenario, he felt no shame. He sensed Kakashi glaring at him with a Sharingan, but displayed no concern. I do this for Muye. The position of Hokage is not for just anyone. Baya is easily manipulated, which could lead to detrimental ideas against Muye, Danzo asserted. In his view, aside from himself, anyone else aspiring to the Hokage role was akin to rebellion and manipulation. Kakashi gritted his teeth. Such reasoning was preposterous. Was the Hokage position hereditary? Surely it should belong to the Senju or Uchiha clans. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans were hardly significant. Without their continuous exploitation of Muye, could they even contend with the likes of Hatake, Sakomo? The other two old men would certainly be incapable. It was the first time he had heard someone speak so eloquently of harm. Sister, you ought to learn from this. It could serve you well in the capital. Le onai market blaifuri. They were not foolish and understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. Moreover, the individuals saved by Muyeobaya in the past were thriving now. The notion of sacrificing oneself for Muye turned out to be a failure. What a pity. Yes, even if not for the capital. There are many within the Revolutionary Army. My In chimed in, only to be interrupted by Na Jie Shitan. Do not speak carelessly. Na Jie Shitan clearly preferred to avoid further discussion. She was well aware of the Revolutionary Army's dynamics. Where there are people, there will be struggle and factions, especially within an organization like the Revolutionary Army, rife with untrustworthy individuals. Many sought to benefit from the chaos. Yet, at present, they were powerless to act, particularly in the capital. This was precisely why she had intended to head to the capital, to avoid entangling with the revolutionary leaders. Although Ma'in was displeased, she refrained from further comment. Many of the revolutionary leaders incited a desire within her to strike them down. However, Na Jie Shitan's silence prompted her to hold her tongue. All right, Kakashi, let us discuss matters later, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, observing Hitaki Tsukumo endure repeated insults. Ultimately questioning why the higher-ups of Mu yet did not take action. He began to doubt whether he should turn against the Hitaki clan. In the end, he thought of Kakashi. Muyabaya chose to end his own life. Since the higher-ups of Mu Ye were targeting him, let it conclude here. He also had his son, who could not comprehend him, and thus allow him to grow in confusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched as the man ultimately took his own life, feeling a tinge of regret. Perhaps he had indeed delayed too long or should have sent word earlier, allowing him to believe he was being targeted. Although the targeting was real, it was merely a matter of suppression. It was a pity to lose such a valuable asset. With Hitaki Tsukumo gone, they faced numerous complications, especially in battles against the Land of Wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt regret over Tsukumo's death, while Kakashi was engulfed in pain and sorrow. His father, even in death, had been preoccupied with thoughts of him, yet Kakashi remained bewildered and unable to understand. He had not even offered his father a comforting word, which only deepened his anguish and hatred. Hatred for himself for not comprehending sooner, for not providing solace during their conversation, and for the higher-ups of Muye. Bowing his head, his Sharingan spun ceaselessly, transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Its power significantly increased, pressing down on Kakashi. Eventually, it gradually faded, reverting to the original 3 Tomo. Kakashi's mindset began to stabilize. Though the hatred remained, he no longer displayed it outwardly, his expression void of emotion as if nothing had transpired. This demeanor left Lei Onai and the others feeling a sense of foreboding. This individual was remarkably stoic. Witnessing his father's demise, he still managed to endure with his adversary by his side. Kakashi was perilous. He had become expendable, as Danzo discerned. Kakashi evidently bore resentment towards him. In response, Danzo redirected his attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen, subtly communicating through high-level symbols. However, after conveying the message, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed no inclination to respond, appearing oblivious. You will regret this. Sarutobi, Danzo muttered through clenched teeth, yet ultimately refrained from further action. He had already devised a plan to create turmoil upon returning to Muye. This Sharingan Kakashi would either be his ally or dead. Muye bai iya? As Chiyo observed the demise of the individual responsible for the deaths of her son and daughter-in-law, she felt little satisfaction. Had the act of vengeance been executed by her own hands, she might have experienced a sense of relief that her vendetta had been fulfilled. However, that was not the case. Should she express gratitude towards Shimura Danzo? That old man. For now, her intention was simply to observe the chaos enveloping Konoha. This was perhaps for the best. The denizens of the pirate world remained notably silent. Kale had no concern for the matters being discussed. He was well aware of them and had no intention of interjecting. Hancock dismissed the conversations of those around her with disdain. Meanwhile, Sabo had caught wind of a topic that piqued his interest. The Revolutionary Army? Observing the group of young women, he wondered if they might share a commonality that could foster dialogue. Yet they appeared rather unapproachable. He resolved to engage in conversation when they eventually revealed the circumstances of their world. Of course, it was equally possible that they would disclose their information first, which might ignite some intrigue. As the atmosphere gradually calmed, the next question was presented. Kale swiftly introduced the subsequent query, and Danzo naturally received his punishment. Henceforth, He might enjoy a game with Sarutobi Hiruzen, or perhaps engage with that little spring or some other portal-related individual. Observing Danzo's sudden shift in focus to Hiruzen made the latter feel slightly uneasy. Simultaneously, the two senior advisors of Konoha, one male and one female, sensed an unsettling chill as if they were being watched. Take a day off. Read the title of Chapter 157, The Fifth Hokage. The multiple-choice question appeared before an individual. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, who will be the fifth Hokage? 1. Shimura Danzo. 2. Hatake Kakashi. 3. Tsunade. 4. Jiraiya. Reward: double the total chakra. Punishment: have the total chakra. The question materialized directly in front of a person, causing a momentary stiffness among the Konoha residents. None of them wished to forfeit their chakra, despite the tempting rewards. The prospect of becoming the fifth Hokage was a tantalizing one for Danzo, who had long anticipated Hiruzen's demise and his subsequent ascension. After me? Hiruzen mused as he glanced at Danzo and Kakashi. Were there truly two candidates? Kakashi himself was taken aback at the sight of his name on the list. Nevertheless, he promptly dismissed the notion. If the senior officials of Konoha had the option to choose, it would imply that the higher-ups had already perished, otherwise he would not even be in contention. Danzo, on the other hand, was visibly excited. This was an opportunity. The moment Hiruzen vanished, his chance would arise. Why am I not included? Naruto expressed his dissatisfaction, feeling somewhat overlooked. He believed he had a legitimate chance to be chosen as Hokage, yet his name failed to appear. It was as if the list entirely disregarded Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the son of the fourth Hokage. What nonsense, he thought, reflecting on his position as a lowly genin when the third Hokage passed away. Uchiha Sasuke, observing from the side, could not resist voicing his thoughts, which only served to further irritate Hiruzen. Yet, he was reminded of Itachi and chose to feign ignorance. Itachi was a talent he did not wish to abandon, despite the current lack of trust. After all, Danzo had been foolish enough to provoke him. Yet Itachi remained a true inheritor of the will of fire, igniting his own spirit to illuminate the lives of others perpetually. Genin, the third grandfather, is dying. Naruto's realization hit him with a sense of disbelief. It was inconceivable. Whether it was Orochimaru or another, the knowledge of such events precluded any possibility of calamity. Additionally, as he glanced at Danzo, he perceived him as a villain, intent on manipulating the third Hokage for his own ends. Did you really not grasp this situation? Sasuke remarked disdainfully, observing Naruto's confusion. Enough of this nonsense. You must have discussed the fifth Hokage among yourselves. Hurry and answer the question, Chiyo interjected, unwilling to wait any longer. She urged Hiruzen and the others to respond, aware that if they delayed, she would be compelled to speak next, which could lead to complications. A wrong answer would result in a halving of her chakra, a significant issue for someone of her age, although she did not currently need to engage in combat. The loss of chakra at her age could potentially threaten her very existence, as it was drawn from her life force. We have not conferred on this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly had some candidates in mind for promotion, and he could assist the fifth Hokage effectively. However, it is regrettable that none of the candidates possess sufficient strength or reputation, making it improbable for them to ascend to the position of protector of the Land of Fire. Kakashi, while competent, still falls short. Tsunade and Jiraiya are unwilling. Would they really choose Might Guy as Hokage, leading Konoha in a youthful explosion? While he might be easily managed, his selection would not be his preference. Danzo, you should answer. Hiruzen hesitated and then shifted the responsibility to Danzo. Since you had previously claimed you were willing to sacrifice, now is your moment to fulfill that promise. Hiruzen had no shortage of chakra. If he had some, it would be advantageous, but lacking it would not be a loss either. The Sarutobi clan possessed ample chakra, negating the need to take unnecessary risks. Danzo, let Kakashi take the test, he insisted, feeling discontented with the ongoing situation. Quickly, Hiruzen urged. He did not provide Danzo the opportunity to create further complications. Weren't you the one eager to step forward to answer the question? He had effectively utilized Danzo's earlier words. For the Hokage, This is a duty not to be neglected. However, this was not the time for such discussions. That is sufficient, Danzo. I implore you. Danzo intended to voice additional thoughts, but there was no opportunity to finish as Hiruzen's words interrupted him, effectively sealing the dialogue. The onlookers, whether from the shinobi world or beyond, observed the unfolding scene with keen interest, eager for the proceedings to commence. You will regret this, Sarutobi. Danzo gritted his teeth, scrutinizing the names presented before him. If they were to seek a candidate to prevent his ascent, he believed the elders of Konoha would undoubtedly consider Jiraiya first. This individual ought to maintain control, for he is unlike the others. Once he ascends, he will undoubtedly take measures against those two elder statesmen. Following that, there is Tsunade. Even Kakashi, in summary, he faces considerable challenges. Furthermore, Danzo remains uncertain whether he possesses the means to ultimately secure this position. In truth, he is deeply conflicted. Should he emerge victorious, there is no doubt he would claim the title of Hokage. If Jiraiya were to triumph, he would likely seek Tsunade's assistance. If not, then Kakashi would be the alternative. The most probable outcome lies between him and Tsunade. My choice is Tsunade. After much hesitation, Danzo contemplated the existence of the Elder Council and Jiraiya's coalition. He surmised that his defeat was inevitable. He resolved to select the option with the greatest likelihood of success. Unless he were to reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan and the arm of Hashirama, his defeat was assured. Moreover, should he expose himself, regardless of the Hokage title, he would undoubtedly encounter troublesome repercussions. Whether in the present or the future, prior to the decisive moment, he would refrain from utilizing such abilities. Tsunade? Sarutobi Hiruzen found it somewhat surprising that the opponent chose this subject. Yet, it felt as if there was no real surprise. Although she had once caused Tsunade considerable trouble, Konoha remained her home. Provided she were to perish, there remained a possibility that she might return, persuaded by Jiraiya. Of course, that is merely a possibility. Sarutobi was acutely aware of Tsunade's temperament. If he were to incessantly pester her, even Jiraiya would likely receive a thorough beating. However, as long as he were alive, there was still a glimmer of hope. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered silently, feeling a tinge of tragedy. Who is Tsunade? She has the potential to become the fifth Hokage. Kakashi-sensei. The younger generation scarcely recognizes this individual anymore. Kakashi fell silent for a moment before explaining. One of the legendary three ninjas, a disciple of the third Hokage, and the granddaughter of the first and second Hokages. Yet, she is currently absent from the village, similar to how Orochimaru once was. Has she defected as well? It appears she has not been in the village for quite some time. Uzumaki Naruto was still talking. Before he could finish his sentence, Kakashi restrained him, preventing him from continuing. The granddaughter of the first and second Hokages has defected. What is the meaning of this? She is also a disciple of the third Hokage. The third Hokage's countenance darkened slightly. This troublesome child, does he not know how to speak? Among his three disciples, one seeks to eliminate him, one entirely ignores him, and the other is perpetually absent, having no regard for him, save for his two comrades. Their camaraderie is abundant, yet they prioritize romantic interests over friendship. Reflecting on his three dutiful disciples, Sarutobi felt utterly drained. In terms of strength, they could be deemed commendable. However, in other aspects, they truly caused him great distress. They indeed bring him trouble. One is involved in debauchery, another in gambling, and the last in drugs. Each one of them is a source of great concern. Sarutobi Hiruzen, cannot coexist with gambling and drugs. Tsunade, that woman is still alive? I had thought she had already been dealt with by your Konoha. Danzo, can you tolerate this? She is vying for the position of Hokage against you. To secretly make her disappear, that is both insidious and discreet. Chiyo interjected from his side. After all, speaking costs nothing. Let them indulge in their own wild imaginings. Nonsense. I, Shimura Danzo, am wholly dedicated to Konoha. As long as it does not impact Konoha, I would never act against its people, Danzo declared earnestly. Whether or not it affect Konoha is determined solely by him. Chiyo found this amusing. Meanwhile, Kakashi and his peers stared wide-eyed at this audacious individual. Perhaps they had genuinely never encountered such shamelessness. The impact on Konoha appears to be more about your ascent to power. Wasn't that Konoha White Fang brought to his end by you? Suddenly, Main spoke up from across the room. She harbored a strong dislike for such individuals. Internal strife, infighting. If they were to conduct a night raid in such a manner, she would draw her weapon and deliver a blow to each of them. Little girl, do not speak without understanding the truth of the matter. My actions were for the sake of Konoha, and the facts prove that White Fang was not fit to become Hokage. If he could not withstand this minimal pressure, how could he assume the role of Hokage? The Hokage must, Danzo said, his old face betraying no hint of embarrassment. The position of Hokage is reserved for those who sacrifice for Konoha. Moreover, one must possess a credible identity. You are essentially asserting that no one but yourself is fit for the role. Reo and Main exchanged knowing glances as if they were performing a comedic skit. At this moment, they had become increasingly familiar with their surroundings. Speaking came easily to them. Additionally, there were quite a few individuals present. It was nearly confirmed that the manager was indeed a slacker. As long as they did not become physically involved and did not disrupt the situation, speaking was not an issue, especially when discussing others. They seemed hardly concerned. Their environment resembled that of a place governed by its own order. You. Who is Danzo? After all these years of hard work for Konoha, should he be absent, Konoha's strength would regress by at least 60 years. Such an effort met with the ridicule of these young girls. Sarutobi could endure, but Konoha could not. Enough, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the unfolding situation on the screen. He interrupted Danzo, who was about to continue speaking. This fellow, why had he never realized how verbose he could be? Danzo seized the opportunity to retreat. He said little else, merely casting a discontented glance at Sarutobi. He felt somewhat displeased. Not only had they failed to assist him, but they also chose to join others in mocking him. You will come to regret this, Sarutobi. Once I ascend to the position of Hokage, I shall ensure Tsunade faces certain difficulties. And Jiraiya, and Kakashi. At this moment, Danzo's thoughts began to take shape. Just as Sarutobi was expelled from the village, he found comfort in the notion. Looking at the scene before him, he felt considerably more at ease. The scene depicts the aftermath of the third Hokage's demise, showcasing the reconstruction efforts of Konoha, eventually leading to the Hokage building. A dialogue unfolds between two high-ranking officials of Konoha and Jiraiya, primarily revolving around the proposition of Jiraiya ascending to the position of Hokage. The notion of Jiraiya, a mere fool in their eyes, aspiring to become Hokage, is almost laughable. Observing Jiraiya's refusal, Shimura Danzo harbors a sour disposition, pondering if there exists a more suitable candidate. He contemplates bringing back someone else, coincidentally taking Naruto along for training. You mean Tsunade? Jiraiya and the elders swiftly finalize their decision regarding the matter. The Elder Council even entertains the idea of appointing Jiraiya as Hokage if he fails to retrieve her. Regrettably, the latter shows little interest and departs hastily. In a remarkable display of speed, he carries Naruto away from Konoha, which leaves the two elders feeling a sense of loss. Should Jiraiya ascend, they might find themselves in a more comfortable position than under Sarutobi Hiruzen's leadership. Given Jiraiya's temperament, he would likely show little interest in administrative matters, thus necessitating a compromise from the elders to retain power for the sake of Konoha. Is this white-haired man my future teacher? Naruto queries, gazing at the seemingly formidable figure. His comment is rather dutiful, considering he stands before a man capable of declining the Hokage title. Becoming his disciple would not tarnish his potential, Naruto narcissistically muses. What a foolish notion. Sasuke expresses his bewilderment at Naruto's audacious statement. Kakashi experiences a moment of stiffness, perhaps influenced by arrangements made by the late third Hokage. Your attributes may not align with mine, Kakashi reassures himself. Chapter 158, The 55th Generation. Naruto scrutinizes the peculiar, lecherous old man. As he is led away from Konoha, a sense of confusion envelopes him. He has never encountered someone like him in Konoha, with hair color reminiscent of Kakashi's, but distinctly different. Are you related? He suddenly inquires. catching Kakashi off guard. The absurdity of the question baffles Kakashi. If mere hair color implies kinship, what of Naruto's golden locks and his heritage as a member of the Uzumaki clan? Ahem. Jiraiya is a disciple of the third Hokage and the teacher of the fourth Hokage, Kakashi clarifies. The fourth Hokage? Who is he? Naruto's eyes light up with understanding. Does that mean I am a junior to the fourth Hokage? He exclaims. Kakashi falls silent. Should the fourth Hokage learn of Naruto's thoughts, he would likely be enraged. Before Kakashi can respond, Naruto continues, so that makes me. Kakashi senseis, appearing troubled by the implications. Kakashi recognizes the tangled web of relationships. He is a disciple of the fourth Hokage, while Naruto is now Jiraiya's disciple, who in turn was the teacher of Namake's Minato. The complexity of these connections is overwhelming. Let us refrain from overthinking this and focus, Kakashi suggests, sensing the growing impatience from those around them. Naruto, feeling somewhat slighted, wonders why this connection isn't acknowledged. Why not mention it? By this logic, I am Kakashi-sensei's elder. The others, overhearing the convoluted relationships within the shinobi world, cannot help but feel exasperated. Your village is quite chaotic, isn't it? It seems everyone is somehow related. Teachers, students, and their apprentices. Can you find anyone unrelated to you? Reinai observes curiously, though her motives are rather insidious. The will of fire in Konoha must be passed down. Only those who earn the villagers' recognition can become Hokage. This differs from what you say. Kakashi is Naruto's teacher, and he had his own mentors before, and more will come later. There's no rule stating only the Hokage's apprentice can become Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjects. Those nearby merely chuckle, recognizing that ultimately the decision lies with the elders, whether it be trivial or significant. Sarutobi remains unfazed, observing Jiraiya's progress as he instructs Naruto in the Rasengan while seeking out Tsunade. Upon finding her, disappointment looms, albeit not unexpected. Only a fool would wish to become Hokage. Tsunade holds little regard for the title and has no emotional ties to Konoha, given the tragic losses endured. Even Shizune, her constant companion, is filled with concern for potential dangers. Ninja, let them perish. Who desires the Hokage title? Tsunade's indifference is palpable. She is weary, disinterested, and resigned to the potential apocalypse. Your selection of Hokage is rather lax, isn't it? Is it possible that someone like her could earn the village's recognition? A gambler, a drunkard, and in debt? Reinai muses, seeing a reflection of herself in Tsunade, albeit she lacks the same reckless, gambling nature or misfortune. I feel I could also become Hokage, she asserts, dismissing the need for flattery from those of other worlds. Danzo, agitated by yet another contender for the Hokage position, grows increasingly displeased, especially given Tsunade's apparent disregard for his ambitions. Old man, are you worried about losing your position? He scoffs, knowing full well that she dismisses Hokage aspirations as foolish. The answer is clear. She is destined to become Hokage, albeit a foolish one. Reinai is undeterred by the shadows of Konoha. Regardless of how formidable they may appear in other worlds, they cannot reach her. If they cannot confront her, they are weak. Danzo's countenance darkens further as he contemplates the situation, recognizing that these circumstances arose from their own actions. For the sake of Konoha, you all must perish. Only then will there be hope for the village. Having suffered enough from their slow responses, he now resolves to take decisive action. Watching as the scene unfolds with Tsunade initially rejecting the notion of gambling, only to be later compelled by Naruto's insistence. Then, Naruto emerged victorious, earning the respect of his opponent and acquiring the relic of the first Hokage, a token that could spell doom at any moment. The tension thickened as a confrontation loomed on the horizon. Was he the one who had previously dispatched that third Hokage? It seemed that all three individuals were his disciples. Was this a reunion to celebrate after slaying their master? They appeared as devoted sons. Perhaps it was time to consider replacing a few disciples? Leonai watched the unfolding drama with a smile, though a hint of pressure lingered in her heart. Observing Jiraiya weakened by poison, she summoned a few small toads. Smirking briefly, subsequently, 3 colossal creatures emerged, imposing considerable pressure upon them. These beings could rival the dangerous species of their world, and they were far from ordinary threats. Yet, they all looked quite grotesque: snakes, slugs, and finally, a gigantic toad. The battle raged fiercely, culminating in Orochimaru's retreat, leaving Jiraiya and Tsunade behind. They then returned to Konoha to commence the transition of Hokage leadership, which left Danzo infuriated, nearly choking on his frustration. It's mine. All of it is mine. This position belongs to me. The detestable Sarutobi Hiruzen, the loathsome Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Why was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki so contemptible? Even after stepping down, they still presented themselves on a silver platter. Danzo was thoroughly displeased. Even those who relinquished their positions were pushed forward. While he had long desired the position, yet could not attain it. Was this the difference between individuals? Furthermore, the Jinchuriki must not be allowed to leave the village. Only by entering the roots and becoming his subordinate could the Jinchuriki truly realize their worth. He must not allow himself to find a substitute. Danzo gritted his teeth, already contemplating the search for a replacement. Naruto was blatantly unguarded. The disdain in his gaze was palpable. If there were no substitutes, if no one else became the Jinchuriki, trouble would inevitably arise. It would be prudent to eliminate this problem sooner rather than later. He had heard that the Land of Grass might have members of the Uzumaki clan. Perhaps it was worth exploring. As for the fourth Hokage, it was indeed his son who failed to recognize his own worth. Danzo harbored no fondness for the fourth Hokage. If it were not for him, the current position would belong to Orochimaru. Together, they could have eliminated the third's influence entirely. In fact, Orochimaru had little interest in the Hokage position. He would simply take over with a laboratory. He had long since chosen the fifth Hokage, and he would even accept the sixth Hokage. How infuriating! Danzo's anger surged. No one could be more oppressed than he was. Forced to answer question after question, this time the total chakra amount would double, enhancing battle prowess. But the previous one was still the matter of acquiring the ultimate technique of Konoha's taijutsu, the 1,000 Years of Pain. Upon his return, he intended to deliver a few strikes to the Elder Council and Sarutobi Hiruzen, putting them in their place. Multiple choice. When the fifth Hokage was gravely injured and near death, who was the first to assume the Hokage position and attend the 5 Kage Summit? 1. Shimura Danzo. 2. Hatake Kakashi. 3. Uzumaki Naruto. 4. Jiraiya. Reward: total chakra amount doubled. Penalty: total chakra amount halved. As Danzo seethed with fury, the question resurfaced. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even need to think. He spoke immediately, the implication already abundantly clear. It was to have his good friend take the position and shield him. Doubling chakra was an exceptionally enticing reward. Besides, hadn't he guessed correctly last time? If he were to err again, he would simply revert back. After all, there was nothing to lose. Following the fifth Hokage, who would inherit the sixth? Sarutobi Hiruzen found the question peculiar. Why not simply state the sixth Hokage? Why mention the fifth as being on the brink of death? Was there to be a second? Such thoughts were not solely held by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The question was indeed strange, particularly regarding the first person to assume the position. Was there a possibility of failure in succession, of being eliminated, or of being nullified? Could the fifth Hokage return to life? Beside him lay Onai observed Danzo, noting how deeply he seemed to care about the Hokage position. Each of her words painted a frown on his face. If he were not made Hokage soon, he might perish without ever realizing his ambition. She wondered if his Izanagi could counteract death. Likely not. Sarutobi, do not overstep your bounds. Danzo's words were left unspoken, yet their meaning was abundantly clear. He had dismissed the golden-haired woman, who, if she were in Konoha, he would have undoubtedly relegated to the tavern to entertain patrons. How could she say such things? She was relentless in her scrutiny, convinced he could never become Hokage. This notion, while he himself found it troublesome, was perhaps accurate. Danzo, you possess greater experience, and you must pave the way for the new generation of ninjas. I implore you. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. I trust you will not disappoint me. Observing the individuals present, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that nearly everyone had a chance, though the probabilities varied. Under normal circumstances, it should be Jiraiya or Kakashi. as Danzo was difficult to control, and the other two old fellows would not allow him to assume power so easily. Of course, it was also possible that Danzo would take ruthless measures to eliminate their opportunities. Thus, these three individuals had a significant chance. As for Naruto, if he remained the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it was nearly impossible. He wondered how many years it would be before Tsunade encountered trouble. Would she not encounter issues immediately upon taking office? Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts were complex. Danzo had grasped Sarutobi's intent. He was itching to unleash his Sharingan upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unfortunately, he did not wish to squander this opportunity here. If given the chance, he would much prefer to confront the administrator. A sudden strike could bring about that individual's downfall. With this thought, Danzo calmed himself. He would not relinquish the position of Hokage nor the system of the myriad worlds. By controlling the other party, he would effectively gain administrative privileges. When the time came, he could cause trouble for individuals from other worlds, including the ninja realm. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated Danzo became, envisioning perfection. Although some risks were involved, they paled in comparison to the potential rewards. Victory meant everything. Defeat merely meant death. If he could not become Hokage, then dying would be no different from living. Some individuals exist, yet have succumbed to death, while others have perished but continue to linger in life. I respond. Shimura Danzo appears to have accepted the harsh reality, gazing at those above him. I have chosen Shimura Danzo. A fleeting glance at Jiraiya and his own name reveals his firm belief in his character. Given the opportunity, he will not let it slip away. Furthermore, he possesses the confidence to deal with Jiraiya's character. With Tsunade in trouble, he can easily shift the blame onto others. In fact, orchestrating such events is precisely his forte. The position of Hokage is destined to be his. What of Itachi Kakashi and the elders of Konoha? They are of no consequence. In Konoha, aside from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he fears no one. The surviving members of Konoha are mere refuse, as stated by Danzo. Is it a selection of oneself? Such confidence? Previously, he had harbored doubts about selecting that white-haired elder. This is not merely about provoking Leona of the Akatsuki world. Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him is also concerned. It seems you have formulated a plan, Danzo. For the sake of Konoha, it is impossible to allow you to ascend to the position of Hokage. Now that the information here is known, there will be no opportunity for you to act, including Orochimaru. There will be no forthcoming chances for the other side to make a move. Wind Shadow, Edo Tensei. He will exercise caution and refrain from recklessness. When the time comes, he will summon Jiraiya for a joint effort. Orochimaru is inconsequential. Once Danzo is dealt with, his influence will diminish significantly. Unless he openly betrays and revolts, Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that Shimura Danzo, as long as he is not a fool, will refrain from such actions. Should he make such a choice, he would become the next Orochimaru. Chapter 159. Danzo, indifferent to the opinions of others. Shimura Danzo has now resumed his expressionless demeanor. The correct answer is Shimura Danzo. Next, he observes the changes on the system interface, a flicker of joy manifesting on his face. Although the question appears peculiar, what does it mean to be the first to take the position? There may be others, yet he is no longer concerned. His ascension to Hokage is assured. No matter how long it takes, he will become Hokage. Surely, it cannot simply be a Hokage experience day. A statue can be carved on Hokage Rock and displayed prominently. Danzo muses confidently. Sarutobi. He feels the chakra within him rapidly coalescing, filled with immense pride. At his age, he is beginning to feel the strain. Both chakra and physical endurance have diminished somewhat, particularly as his focus has long been on politics. He has not trained for quite some time. He has sacrificed far too much for Konoha. Now, everything is returning. Chakra, power, and the position of Hokage all belong to him. Why is it that he can become Hokage? Is it not necessary for all to recognize one before ascending to such a position? How could such a sinister individual, one who uses comrades for experimentation, possibly be acceptable? Absolutely unacceptable. Uzumaki Naruto, standing nearby, is exceedingly displeased. Had he not witnessed Danzo's true nature, he might have remained silent and sought further opportunities to compete. However, Now that he's seen the reality of Danzo, he finds it utterly intolerable. Kakashi-sensei is suffering greatly, as is Kakashi's father. This is all due to this man, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the orphan of the fourth Hokage. Next, it will be you. Danzo has recognized that this individual is an obstruction. Upon returning, he is determined to confront him. Moreover, there is Kakashi. Now that he knows about Konoha's white fang, he cannot be allowed to live. With a slap in the face. Is this what it means to be Hokage? On the other side, Leona speaks up. Anyone would be a better choice than him. Since arriving here, everything about him has been detrimental. You cannot be a genuine Hokage. Leaving such a person in your midst, are they your lover or something? Leaving him to wait for the new year? Not only Leona, but also Main offers scathing remarks. Hancock, no man is worth anything. Older men are even worse. Hancock's words provoke reactions from all. Yet this man remains haughty, head held high, chest out. I am destined to become Hokage by popular demand. Sarutobi, I advise you not to meddle unnecessarily. Originally, Danzo intended to say such. But the system interface has already appeared, silencing him as he wishes to witness his own grandeur as Hokage. Becoming Hokage, then attending the 5 Kage Summit. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he performs well at the summit, the position will be secured, even in the face of unexpected events. As long as he understands what they entail, he can completely avoid them. Danzo gazes at the image of himself with satisfaction. This time, he has not suffered from sluggish reactions. When Tsunade was injured and unconscious, he promptly gathered people to select a new Hokage. Naturally, he was the people's choice. Amid the cheers of all, he has secured the Hokage position, poised to become the 6th Hokage. The 6th Hokage? Observing Danzo's image, the expressions of others are complex. Only Danzo's previously grim visage has now split into a wide grin. Who would have thought it would end up being you? Sarutobi Hiruzen finds himself at a loss for words. Could you not conceal your current demeanor? All those years of effort seem to have crumbled. In the image, they soon receive news of the 5 Kage Summit. Since the first Hokage initiated the summit, this is only the second occurrence. This time, the 4th Reikage has called for it, with the aim of holding the other 4 Kages accountable, considering the Akatsuki members do not include any rogue ninjas from Kimobukuro. What infuriates him the most is that rogue ninja named Sasuke, who has also abducted his foolish brother, along with the damned Akatsuki. After becoming Hokage, Danzo swiftly initiates the 5 Kage Summit. This is an opportunity that even Sarutobi Hiruzen has never experienced. I'm a true Hokage. A Hokage who has never participated in the 5 Kage Summit cannot be considered Hokage. Shimura Danzo is filled with hubris as he heads to the Land of Iron for the meeting. Sasuke, defection? Kakashi and Naruto's gazes shift towards Sasuke upon hearing the news. The young man, now expressionless, appears unfazed by his own defection. He has been contemplating whether his current path amounts to squandering time. There is little growth to be had, as he has even considered becoming Orochimaru's disciple. Truly, the wicked Uchiha. Even the 8 Tails have suffered at his hands. Danzo looks at Sasuke with envy. This individual, initially perceived as inferior compared to Yao, unexpectedly possesses such formidable strength. He remains largely indifferent to the defection of his opponent, as his focus lies more on Sasuke's inherent talent. Once one enters his roots, they belong to him, and there is nothing to worry about. Moreover, such abilities are hardly something to reject. They are not akin to the peculiar creature of Might Guy. The only concern arises when glancing at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who now gazes at Sasuke with a smile, attempting to soothe him with emotional appeals and rational arguments, invoking the will of fire to pacify him. The audacity of trying to usurp me is infuriating Sarutobi. Despite his anger, he manages to restrain it. Just wait until I become Hokage. Let's see how you will fare then. It seems he may not even be selected as the 5th Hokage. At best a mere 5 Hokage. To assert control over others upon arrival, expecting them to elect you as their leader? The reasoning is indeed ample, yet has been exposed. Could it be that you Hokage are also under his manipulation, or perhaps other high-ranking officials? How terrifying. One cannot help but wonder if there are ulterior motives directed towards us, even towards the esteemed administrator. Administrator, Leona speaks within their team, casting a fearful glance at Kyle. This immediately draws the attention of others to Tuanzong's eyes, which they quickly avert. They have all witnessed the capability of those eyes to control others. How vexing. Tuanzong, facing exposure, can only take a gamble. He extends his hand, fixing his gaze upon Kyle, ready to unleash his most potent genjutsu, Kodoa Mitsukami, intending to temporarily seize control over him. Should he succeed, then this would mean, "Are you a fool?" Initially, Tuanzong felt elated watching Kyle's surprised reactions amidst the chaos surrounding them, sensing his impending success. However, he was interrupted by a voice. Sitting motionless at a distance, Kyle observes this individual, truly a remarkable talent. If not for his ability to foresee movements, he would never have anticipated that this person would attempt to manipulate him directly. Such audacity. I have underestimated you. Tuanzong, Kyle remarks. He had sensed a surge of mental energy attempting to alter something, but before it could manifest, it was abruptly consumed, as if devoured. How is this possible? Why did it have no effect? Tuanzong's eyes widen as he realizes that his Kodoa Mitsukami has begun to bleed. Moreover, he perceives that his ocular power has diminished significantly. You, Tuanzong, Sarutobi Hiruzen muses, filled with suspicion. Just moments ago, he pondered whether Tuanzong had been acting against him. Now confronted with this scene, he is equally astonished. Such audacity. Should I call it confidence or ignorance? Sabo remarks. Just an old fool, a cunning fox, Hancock adds. The denizens of the pirate world are well aware of this space. Causing disturbances here will yield no favorable outcomes. Having witnessed Kyle's prowess, even the proud Hancock dares not act recklessly. To her, this old man is merely courting death. Truly, the upper echelons of Konoha display an array of tactics. Thankfully, they were not employed against me, Chiyo comments. How terrifying. A genjutsu capable of manipulating others. If only we possessed such a tool. Why not bestow those eyes upon us? After all, they are of no use to you now and will inevitably lead to your demise. By giving them to us, you would contribute to the peace of our world. Leona proposes, attempting to seduce and entice. Yet the already uninterested Shimura, Tuanzong, shows no interest. To alter one's will, a truly formidable power, Akitu observes. This perverse old man. One cannot fathom what he has done with such abilities, Main adds. What a pity. Each individual harbors their own thoughts. Sasuke declares, Mangekyo Sharingan. Presently, he is profoundly astonished. Why do so many from Konoha possess Sharingan? With so many possessing the Mangekyo, I don't even have a single Tomo. As the sole survivor of my clan, I awakened only one Tomo. Sasuke's anger simmers as he observes Tuanzong utilizing the power. He feels an overwhelming discomfort. If he possessed such abilities, perhaps he could have dealt with Uchiha Itachi long ago. How infuriating, Tuanzong. You have acted impulsively. Sarutobi Hiruzen wears a look of regret. Before he can elaborate further, he senses a shift in the atmosphere around them. In an instant, the surroundings transform into an icy chamber, causing the lightly clad Hancock and Leona to instinctively shrink back, feeling uncomfortable. How cold! Such overwhelming ice release. What is happening? In the blink of an eye, some remain oblivious, yet the next moment reveals a peculiar sight. A magnificent ice sculpture stands in place. While seated in the administrator's chair, Kyle holds a sealed Sharingan, the very Mangekyo Sharingan that had just been in Tuanzong's possession. Now, it has vanished into Kyle's grasp, leaving Tuanzong with one less eye, which is transformed into ice. This, Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan, feels his breath grow heavy. Administrator, Tuanzong has erred and shall face punishment, but the Sharingan is a secret of our village. Please allow me to take it. The elderly Sarutobi, ever courteous, now solely desires to reclaim the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for Tuanzong's fate, it no longer holds significance. After all, he has brought this upon himself, and there is nothing more to be done. He can only persuade for now. Sharingan. Sasuke's expression contorts. What is meant by a village secret? Is it not a secret of the Uchiha clan? Moreover, why must such an item be given to Konoha? Why not to him? Having previously experienced Kakashi and Naruto's dealings, Sasuke is increasingly aware of Konoha's darkness. Now more than ever, He feels the weight of their actions, holding onto his clan's eyes while shrouded in secrecy. Was their intent? Bastards, a bunch of old scoundrels. Third Hokage, that is the eye of Sasuke's family, is it not? The Sharingan, I have heard of it. Even Kakashi-sensei possesses one. Naruto interjects, advocating for his good friend. While he may not grasp the entirety of the situation, he knows that the Sharingan is not merely something Sasuke has mentioned. Even Kakashi and Sakura have introduced him to its significance. The bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. The very thing Sasuke has long desired. This will merely be temporarily kept with me. The secret of the Sharingan must be safeguarded. In due time, when Sasuke matures, I shall seek an opportunity to entrust it to him. For now, Sarutobi Hiruzen pauses, adopting a courteous demeanor. The dialogue is filled with perfunctory official discourse, merely a means of dragging things out. Flattering words, soft tones, yet devoid of any real impact. The intent to deceive remains unchanged, and the desire to ensnare is persistent. What a fanciful thought, to claim possession of something after having already launched an attack that was successfully resisted. Now, in the face of failure, one seeks to seize what is not theirs. That eye, which was once in the possession of Shimura Danzo, is indeed a trophy of war. What do you propose to offer in exchange? Surely, that eye was not simply grown by the opponent. It must have been extracted from another. At this moment, Lei Onai interjected, expressing her keen interest in the eye and the methods employed by Kair. Sarutobi Hizashi, listening intently, felt his countenance darken. Before he could voice his thoughts, Lei Onai continued, "Esteemed administrator, I suggest we hold an auction. The highest bidder shall prevail, and we may seek imperial artifacts for exchange." Casting a glance at Nazi-Exiden and noting her lack of response, Lei Onai completed her statement. It was only then that Nazi-Exiden returned to her senses, not out of disinterest, but rather due to the shock of Kai Air's abilities, truly the essence of a demon, akin to the woman's powers. Having previously cooperated with those wielding such demonic artifacts, Nazi-Exiden confidently determined the nature of this ability. The terrifying aura was enough to be etched in her memory for a lifetime. Chapter 160. The quick response that belongs to our Konoha, Sarutobi Hizashi declared, his expression darkening as he gazed at Lei Onai and her companions. These young ladies had been seeking trouble from the very beginning. However, his broad-mindedness, considering their youth, had led him to overlook their provocations. Yet now, they demanded his Mangekyo Sharingan, which he could not tolerate. Beside him, Uchiha Sasuke felt equally unsettled. The Sharingan, particularly the Mangekyo variant, was on par with the eyes of that man. To see it fall into someone else's hands was utterly unacceptable. He wished to voice his thoughts, but seeing his surroundings, he knew his words would carry little weight. We are merely offering a suggestion, and this item now belongs to the esteemed administrator, Lei Onai said, winking as if to entice. This remark only served to further infuriate Sarutobi Hizashi, who turned his gaze toward Kair. The esteemed administrator seemed ready to speak, but he observed that Kair had already secured the Mangekyo Sharingan. Though the eye was not his by right, it was indeed a plug-and-play artifact, capable of being entrusted to someone of value. For instance, Zifa could be tasked with utilizing it when the opportunity arose to confront the Gorosei Eye or Sengoku and Carp with a decisive strike. Especially Carp, who had previously stated that he would come if Sengoku did. If Carp followed Sengoku into battle, the yellow flash at the naval headquarters would surely be unable to remain composed, potentially leading to the downfall of the naval headquarters itself, leaving the world government to their own devices. This artifact held immense value, and he would not relinquish it lightly. Under normal circumstances, he would refrain from acting hastily. But now that Danzo had taken the initiative, he would not hold back. Without granting his opponent the chance to activate the ability of his Anaji, he swiftly eliminated him. With a thought, Kair summoned Danzo's corpse, pushed by ice, to his side. Sarutobi Hizashi attempted to intervene, but ultimately halted. Without the Sharingan, what use was a mere corpse? He sought the eyes, and as for Danzo's remains, they could be discarded. Although he was tempted to act, the memory of Danzo's swift demise instilled a sense of caution within him. The strongest Hokage, reduced to this state of fear, how infuriating. What followed was even more aggravating. Beside him, Sasuke's jealousy surged. Why were there so many Sharingan? His gaze fixated on Danzo's severed arm, completely oblivious to the fallen body. Kai Air paid little heed to their protests, continuing to gather the Sharingan, sealing each one away before discarding what had lost its significance. The power Danzo possessed, aside from the Sharingan, was merely wood release, which paled in comparison to the white Zetsu. This man had proven to be of no worth during the Fourth Great Ninja War, entirely useless. How grotesque, a single arm bearing an eye. Indeed, the denizens of the ninja world were anything but ordinary. Their chaos far surpassed that of their own world. Lei Onai remarked, observing the spectacle. Those are Konoha's people. They have no bearing on us, Chiyo interjected, slightly displeased. Yet, their Sunagakure was hardly in a better state. Why are there so many Sharingan? Sasuke pondered, haunted by the memories of his fallen clan and their eyes. He had once directed his hatred solely at Itachi, but now his focus had shifted. Perhaps Danzo had orchestrated something in the shadows. Sarutobi Hisashi, feeling guilty, remarked, as Hokage, to be unaware of the actions of others or the affairs within the village. What then? Uchiha Sasuke felt a surge of defiance. Matters concerning Naruto, Kakashi, and the Uchiha clan were all beyond his grasp. He had become a mere bystander, claiming ignorance when trouble arose. The will of fire, enduring and eternal. I apologize for my efforts. I will strive again. Sasuke. Before he could finish, Kakashi interrupted, clearly agitated. While he too felt frustration, he understood the importance of discretion. He worried for Sasuke, fearing that the enraged Sarutobi Hisashi might strike him down, leading to irreversible consequences. Grandfather Third, Naruto, in a state of bewilderment, questioned whether this Konoha was truly the same place he had always known. Though Konoha had treated him poorly, and many had been unkind, he pondered over the venerable Third Hokage's intentions. Was this all part of a grand conspiracy against them? At that moment, Naruto could not help but wonder. There is no need for further discussion. Let us continue answering the questions. Should anyone dare to act against me, their fate will surely mirror his. Perceiving the atmosphere around him, Kai Air paid no mind to their bickering. Just answer the questions, he instructed, surveying his surroundings. Chiyo remained unfazed, while the Night Raid group exhibited a remarkable composure. Even Lei Onai, at this juncture, maintained a docile demeanor. Sabo displayed no reaction, while Hancock exhibited a hint of trepidation, though she quickly regained her composure. Fortunately, I had previously been aware of this individual's terrifying nature. Otherwise, had I lost my temper just now, I might have ended up like that old man. It is truly horrifying. Sharingan. Sasuke cast a glance at Kyle, who showed no intention of exchanging words. Given the current situation, it seems that the Sharingan is no longer an option. If the item were to reach Konoha, he might have the chance to gather it later. But now, that hope has vanished entirely. Administrator Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to struggle, yet Kyle showed no inclination to grant them an opportunity. As the scene unfolded, Shimura Danzo's performance concluded, and a new question had emerged. During the previous 5 Kage summit, Danzo had been exposed, and the moment a confrontation was imminent, it had already come to an end. As for what followed, multiple choice question: why did Shimura Danzo lose his position as Hokage? 1. Due to poor performance at the 5 Kage summit. He was dismissed by Jiraiya and the Elder Council. 2. After Tsunade's recovery, she directly seized power, leading to Danzo's loss of the Hokage position. 3. Due to his performance at the 5 Kage summit, he was killed by the combined forces of the other 4 Kage and the Iron Country's 3 ships. 4. Due to fleeing early, he was cornered and killed by Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Sasuke. Reward: Mangekyo Sharingan. Punishment: permanent blindness. The new question appeared before everyone. Sasuke observed the reward, then glanced at the 4th option. Uchiha Obito, that man. He was well aware of who this person was. Having harmed Naruto's parents and being Kakashi's teammate, would this individual collaborate with him in the future? The Mangekyo Sharingan. Many were intrigued by this item. Was it not the eye that had previously been displayed? The one that hypnotizes people? Is there a chance we could receive one when it's our turn to answer? Leonai inquired curiously, sniffing around. By the end, she had already been caught by Mai, especially when speaking to Kyle. Are you insane? To say such things at this moment? Do you aspire to become an ice sculpture? Yet Leo Nai remained nonchalant, not dwelling on it further. The system's rewards were the system's rewards. Kyle provided a direct response and ignored the rest. The Mangekyo Sharingan, if it could be brought back to Sunagakure. Chiyo was quite interested in the Sharingan. Even if she were to pass away, it could be preserved for others, allowing the eyes to be extracted and stored. Chiyo had long ceased to care for her own vision. To gamble her sight for the Mangekyo Sharingan, if successful, that eye could be retained. The legendary power. As someone from the older generation, she had certainly heard of the legendary abilities of the ninja Azura and the power of Uchiha Madara. However, the question and the options seemed plausible. Given Danzo's personality, whether he was killed or power was seized by others in the village, it would not be surprising. His demeanor made it quite normal for others to wish to prevent him from attaining power. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the situation. Chiyo had clearly set her sights on that eye. That detestable administrator, that Danzo, had he still been alive, he would have mercilessly forced the others to answer. But now, due to his own recklessness leading to his demise, he had lost one potential respondent. Among the remaining individuals, Kakashi, Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, which of them could answer? The ninja world fell into silence. Everyone desired that Mangekyo, including Naruto, who wished to obtain it for his dear friend. He understood how much that I meant to the other. Yet, he genuinely could not comprehend the question. What was the true reason behind the Hokage's dismissal? It was truly troublesome. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, unable to make sense of it, Naruto sought assistance from others. I shall answer this question. As they conversed, Sarutobi Hiruzen adopted a sacrificial demeanor. In truth, he felt that he had the most to gain from answering. Even if he were to become blind, he could still utilize sensory ninjutsu to observe his surroundings. Moreover, as long as the system did not impose restrictions, he could simply replace his eyes, which was hardly a concern. The power of the Mangekyo, if answered correctly, would yield. He was not at ease with the thought of granting that power to others, regardless of whether they answered correctly or incorrectly. Therefore, he resolved to rely on himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen made his judgment, studying the options. Before he could make a choice, he intended to say a few words to inspire the younger generation, to impart the meaning of the will of fire, to convey that the Mangekyo Sharingan was beyond their grasp and that it should be entrusted to him. Yet, Sasuke had already spoken first. I choose the fourth option. Even if it meant becoming blind, he did not wish for anyone else to possess the Mangekyo, especially not the higher-ups of Konoha, let alone those from other villages. It was nauseating, having witnessed the true colors of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. He harbored no good impressions of these individuals. He answered directly, unwilling to allow it to fall into the hands of others. Even if it meant his own destruction, he could not permit it to be given away. While he was indeed troubled by the prospect of blindness, he felt he had no choice. This was a gamble, a 1 in 4 chance. He staked it all on himself, believing that a Hokage would not be so easily replaced. Thus, it seemed that he had been eliminated before he could even assume the position. After hesitating for a mere fraction of a second on who had killed him, Sasuke ultimately chose himself. Only the Uchiha, you, Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen extended his finger towards Sasuke. Here he was, an old man, ready to answer the question directly. Did he not care for face? Forgive me, Hokage-sama, but you spoke too slowly. I did not react in time, Sasuke replied coldly, feigning innocence. However, his tone was hardly convincing. Sasuke. Naruto expressed concern from his side, fearing for Sasuke's fate of becoming blind. If that were to happen, I shall be your eyes, Naruto declared, filled with emotion, evoking memories of his dear friend Obito in Kakashi's mind. Had they truly reached this point? Gazing at the options, including Obito's name, Kakashi fell into complete silence. This system's exposure has caused considerable harm, although it has indeed provided them with a wealth of information, given the current circumstances. Whether they can survive remains uncertain. As the exposure continues, there is a palpable fear that Sarutobi Hiruzen might be driven to a fit of rage and eliminate them on the spot. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed furious. Yet he finds himself powerless to act, as this is not the place for confrontation. Moreover, the answer at this point remains unconfirmed. Sasuke, You are too agitated. Though it is understandable, he remarks. In the future, exercise caution in such matters. They are perilous, and the intricacies of these questions are profound and difficult to navigate. A moment's carelessness could result in blindness. If you were to lose your sight, how would I explain that to Fugaku and the others? He sighs, feigning concern for the youth while harboring resentment for the opportunity to answer being snatched away. One might even wish for Sasuke to become blind, considering that if the answer is correct, it would lead Sasuke to take action against the higher-ups of Konoha. Furthermore, even if Uchiha Itachi learns of this situation, there is little he could say, as it is a consequence of his own actions, compounded by the potential for future betrayal. Even Itachi cannot voice any objections, for he embodies the will of fire and will not tolerate anyone who seeks to harm Konoha. Chapter 161, Sasuke and Danzo. With people already trapped, how can one explain this? Perhaps one should simply emulate Senju Hashirama and resort to a kunai for self-destruction? Kai, overhearing the third Hokage's words, nearly bursts into laughter. Fortunately, he has undergone rigorous training. No matter the circumstances, he will not succumb to laughter. The correct answer is 4, as they were ambushed by Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Sasuke after fleeing prematurely, resulting in their demise. Before anyone could utter a word, the answer is announced. Upon its revelation, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly feels a warmth in his eyes, a surge of power exploding within his mind. A stinging sensation arises, accompanied by a sense of exhilaration. Sasuke, what is wrong? Did you not answer correctly? Why do you feel this way? Naruto exclaims, alarmed by his friend's sudden pain. Calm down, Naruto, Kakashi responds, sensing the power emanating from Sasuke. He understands the situation all too well. Mangekyo Sharingan. I'm fine, Naruto, Sasuke assures him after regaining his composure. I feel unprecedented strength, a transformative sensation coursing through me. With a hint of arrogance, he declares that he now feels confident even against Kakashi. Once he fully masters this eye, he believes he can confront Uchiha Itachi as well. The Sharingan gradually takes on a star-like shape, and, as Sasuke raises his head, others gaze upon it in awe. Is this the Mangekyo Sharingan? It looks so impressive. They remark in admiration. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing Sasuke's eyes, feels an urge to seize them. Though he is not as obsessed with the Sharingan as Danzo, the allure of the Mangekyo Sharingan is undeniable. Few would resist its appeal, especially when such power eludes their grasp. He contemplates persuading the young boy to relinquish the eye, yet sensing the current state of affairs. He decides against it and resolves to return to Konoha. Given the situation, there seems to be no opportunity. Upon returning, he can enlist the help of the Konoha elders to retrieve 2 Sharingan, albeit ordinary 3-Toma ones. Your eyes are so cool, Sasuke, Naruto interjects, but they don't match the power of the Nine Tails. Initially, he is pleased for Sasuke's newfound strength, but this quickly morphs into competitive banter, insisting he cannot be outdone by Sasuke. What did you say? Are you dreaming, dead last? With the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, I could take down you and that stinky fox with just a glance. So, dead last, just accept your place. Their exchange resembles a quarrel, though neither is willing to concede. You're going too far, Sasuke. I'm merely stating the truth. You are still far behind, Sasuke retorts, aware he may be overstepping, but feeling no obligation to apologize. Having said it, an apology is out of the question. Perhaps he will simply refrain from further comments. Enough of your bickering, Kakashi intervenes, observing the rising tension. He notices the third Hokage's expression has soured. You Konoha Genin are quite naive and exuberant. The future indeed holds promise, Chiyo remarks. As she speaks, a display appears before them, initially showing Danzo on a bridge, reminding everyone of the earlier question regarding Sasuke and Danzo. Is the future promising? Aiming to kill the Konoha higher-ups? For Sunagakure, this is certainly advantageous. The footage replays the 5 Kage summit. With a moment a confrontation arose, Danzo fled. Such imagery fills the Konoha villagers with humiliation. Naruto had intended to voice his disapproval of such a person being Hokage, but realizes that this individual is dead. Oh, then it is nothing, he concludes, perceiving the situation as utterly disgraceful. Sasuke, brimming with pride, believes Danzo has proven himself a fool. Regarding his intent to eliminate Danzo, Sasuke feels no regret or doubt. The blame lies entirely with Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen remains silent, observing his old comrade. Upon arriving at the bridge, Danzo was immediately confronted, with his two subordinates and Obito engaging in battle. Yet their efforts were utterly futile. Even before Danzo could properly engage, both were captured. One hails from the Yamanaka clan, and the other from the Aburame clan, both formidable and unique in their abilities. However, they were no match for Obito's prowess, leading to their swift defeat. I have a question for you. Did you, along with the Konoha higher-ups, order Uchiha Itachi to annihilate the Uchiha clan? The confrontation between Uchiha Sasuke and Danzo is just beginning. At this moment, Danzo reveals his arm, filled with Sharingan, inciting fury in Uchiha Sasuke. Without further explanation, Danzo launches an attack, aiming a punch at Sasuke, yet it proves utterly ineffective. As Uchiha Sasuke found himself in the presence of a purple skeletal giant, it began to take on a more muscular form. In an instant, Danzo was seized by the giant's arm. The grown Sasuke had become immensely powerful, and his eyes, unchanged from their current state, possessed capabilities he could now wield. What did the question within imply? The higher-ups of Konoha and the Uchiha clan were well aware of Danzo's situation, and Naruto had many inquiries. He gazed at Sasuke, fully cognizant of the circumstances surrounding Danzo. The arm that was just severed by the local administrator held no surprise. It was the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. I can naturally control it, Sasuke remarked, casting a glance at Naruto and then at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had clearly heard his own words from earlier and was well aware of Danzo's previous display of power. As for the other higher-ups of Konoha, the events of that time were convoluted. It was true that Itachi had some connections with Danzo, but their motivations for action were primarily due to the Uchiha clan's intent to rebel. I shall reveal the complete truth to you, he assured. Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned innocence, but Sasuke paid him no mind. At his current age and experience, he would easily fall prey to the cunning old fox's deceptions. He resolved to seek out information and confirm matters independently. Given his prowess now, it was entirely feasible. With the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke's self-assessment of strength had reached extraordinary heights. In simpler terms, the skies had cleared, and he felt invigorated once more. I shall inquire again. Was it you, along with the higher-ups of Konoha, who ordered Uchiha Itachi to annihilate the Uchiha clan? With Danzo firmly in his grasp, Sasuke's frustration peaked, as he was solely interested in uncovering the truth from that time. This did not pertain solely to the Sasuke seen in the vision, but also the one within it. Despite being on the verge of death, Danzo remained remarkably calm, his gaze fixed on Sasuke, seemingly lost in thought. Had he divulged any information? He had not anticipated that such a man could exist. The despicable Itachi, whom he once believed to be different, had revealed all secrets before his demise. Perhaps it is only you who is special, Uchiha Sasuke. I should never have allowed you to survive, he uttered, each word fueling Sasuke's rage further, leading him to strangle Danzo to death, disregarding the latter's musings on the shadows and sacrifices of ninjas. As long as I ascertain the truth, that suffices. If I am not mistaken, did one from your family emerge who slaughtered your kin? How brutal. Observing the dialogue on screen, Leo Nai appeared frightened and patted her chest, causing her body to tremble. Perhaps there was some long-standing grudge, though they could not comprehend it. In their world, finding even a few with parents within their group was a rarity. Such power was indeed formidable. Was that gaze a manifestation of their clan's bloodline ability? It felt overwhelmingly potent, explaining why so many coveted it. The ensuing envy was palpable. For them, such power was undoubtedly a treasure in their realm, or perhaps universally so, as such combat prowess would never be in short supply. The conversation did not alter the unfolding scene, nor did it clarify matters for them. Initially, they believed Danzo was finished, yet he unexpectedly revived. What was this? Why had he returned? Observing Danzo's body, reduced to a pulp yet seemingly unscathed, the denizens of the Akatsuki and the pirate world were taken aback. Though they had witnessed many extraordinary abilities, this was particularly perplexing. Each time he perished, it seemed his eyes closed one by one. It must be linked to that power, the Sharingan, how formidable. Although the cost appeared considerable, the onlooker's interest waned significantly. However, the ability to resurrect oneself still sparked intrigue. Naturally, if it did not involve forcibly taking another's eyes or had no adverse effects, it would be even better. Izanagi, the power to rewrite fate. As they watched Danzo's repeated revivals, some in attendance recognized this technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, at the very least, was aware. Yet, he could not fathom the extent of Danzo's research into the Uchiha. He continuously denounced the evil Uchiha, yet here he was, employing their Sharingan and ninjutsu, blatantly exploiting their abilities. How despicable! Witnessing this scene, Sasuke's expression darkened further. Having previously seen Danzo wielding numerous Sharingan from their clan, he had been curious about Danzo's intentions. Were these to be used as revival tokens? He seemed utterly indifferent, even as a single shuriken could claim a life. How contemptuous! With the impending threat of Kunai and Susanoo, Sasuke was driven to the brink of wanting to desecrate Danzo's corpse. With punches and kunai strikes, Danzo's attacks appeared utterly haphazard. Did he look down on that handsome young man? Despite his terrifying prowess, the peculiar object tied at his waist resembled a snake. What peculiar fascination could that be? The denizens of the Akatsuki world noted Leo Nai's incessant chatter. "Handsome young man, this is you." Leo Nai intended to say something, yet her words were abruptly halted, as those nearby prevented her from continuing. Was it truly appropriate to speak freely without pause? Whether it was good or bad remained uncertain. Nonetheless, the Uchiha Sasuke within was unwavering in his pursuit of Danzo's demise, having summoned a spirit beast. Following a volley of fire techniques and arrows, he swiftly retreated, leaving Danzo to fight alone. Although he spoke of his eyes, it was evident that he was at a disadvantage, especially with Sasuke's backup. Injured? Bite the Shangling. Out of chakra? Bite the Shangling. Sasuke, you do not intend to be with Sakura, do you? You've already been with her, and yet you bite her? Are you a pervert? Once we return, I must inform Sakura. One should not behave in such a manner, at least not like this. Sasuke, perhaps you should reconsider. If you truly have some peculiar hobby, come at me instead, Naruto offered, attempting to console him. Patting Sasuke on the shoulder, a wave of joy surged within, as he contemplated revealing to Sakura that Sasuke had already found a partner and that she need not wait for him any longer. Furthermore, there was this peculiar penchant for biting. Once divulged, Sakura would undoubtedly despise him. Yet, perhaps it would only serve to excite her further, much like Naruto's current exuberance. Sasuke glanced at the laggard by his side, rendered speechless. What time was it? A great battle was underway, and he scarcely had the time to pay attention to trivial matters, let alone engage in such conversations. Did they not notice he was recuperating? Were they oblivious to the fact he was regaining chakra? Did they lack common sense? Rather than pondering the larger picture, they fixated solely on Sakura. Naruto, heed my counsel. If you cannot secure Sakura, allow me to take the reins. I shall ensure her well-being. In that moment, a phrase crossed Sasuke's mind. But as he thought of that insufferable woman, he relinquished the notion. He would sooner wed Naruto than be burdened by Sakura. Although he had expressed this sentiment before, he was sincere now. However, the future, perhaps, was malleable, much like his newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 162, The Sixth Hokage, the foolish laggard. Who would ever be fond of that silly woman? Spare me such discussions. My affections lie with you, while yours are with her, and Sasuke was decidedly displeased. He ceased communication with Naruto, fixated instead on the unfolding scene. Oblivious, Naruto chuckled foolishly, believing Sasuke genuinely supported his pursuit of Sakura. Although he had previously mentioned that Sakura's future partner would be Sasuke, the situation felt awry. Such relationships were fraught with complications. Friends' wives are not to be trifled with. No, one must never take advantage of friend spouse. If they harbored mutual feelings, perhaps he would have no qualms. Yet at this moment, aside from Naruto's whimsical musings, the others had their gaze firmly fixed on the spectacle before them. Sasuke displayed a ruthless demeanor, while Danzo began to lose face. Even with an abundance of revival coins, Danzo could not best Sasuke, who was now rejuvenated and formidable. Left with no recourse, he resolved to capture a hostage, planning to use her as leverage. You speak of self-sacrifice, yet you tremble at the prospect of death, clutching a hostage. I am not afraid of death. It simply is not my time yet. For the sake of Konoha and the ninja world, I cannot perish in such a manner. No matter the means, I shall survive. For I am the sole reformer of this ninja world. This woman must pay the price. Danzo proclaimed with grandiosity. His words drew scorn from many within the system's confines. Truly shameless. Fearful of death, and yet so many justifications. Would the world not turn without him? Shimura Danzo? Does he possess some extraordinary ability to safeguard the world? Of course not. He is merely a troublemaker stirring the muck of the ninja world. Although, perhaps that is an unfair characterization. It is merely unfortunate. According to Danzo's ideology, he is not at fault. The world is. He believes that by orchestrating sacrifices, the world will function as he envisions, and he shall rise as the so-called reformer, looking down upon those he deems expendable. This is Danzo's philosophy, the philosophy of a reformer. In response to Danzo's rhetoric, Sasuke felt no sense of agreement. His singular desire was to eliminate the man before him. Meanwhile, the situation was dire for the hostage, as she remained in Danzo's grasp. Sasuke, save me, came the plea from the struggling figure. Do not move, Sasuke commanded coldly. With a cruel smile, Sasuke's strike pierced through both individuals. Brother, I have successfully taken one down. His attack struck true, leaving both the hostage and Danzo mortally wounded. Sasuke was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome, yet for the hostage, acceptance proved difficult. Sasuke, what do I mean to you? To you, Sakura became a burden the moment you were captured, Sasuke replied with haughty disdain, causing her to collapse slowly. What followed was a scene of Danzo fleeing. Even with a mortal wound, he still clung to the hope of survival. His terror of death had reached an apex. The disheveled sight he presented was unimaginable for a high-ranking official of Konoha, the very Shimura Danzo who preached sacrifice. In stark contrast, Danzo's comical escape highlighted Sasuke's arrogant pursuit, one presenting a pitiful appearance, while the other remained unperturbed. Though this facade of ease was merely superficial, another figure loomed in the shadows. Uchiha Obito, masked and poised before Danzo. I shall claim your eyes, he thought, fixated solely on that precious possession. I must not allow them to fall into your hands. So, am I truly sacrificing myself? Regardless of the circumstances, I must safeguard these eyes. With a flurry of emotions, Danzo unleashed a cascade of black runes. Move swiftly, he uttered, initiating a sealing technique. Sasuke and Obito promptly evaded it. This sealing technique posed little challenge for them, ultimately only sealing a portion of the bridge. Sasuke, how could you? You actually killed the woman who has always aided you. Although unfamiliar with the woman named Sakura, Naruto was decidedly displeased with Sasuke's actions. Observing Danzo's demise, he could no longer restrain himself. Such a pity. To the very end, he failed to grasp that sacrifices were voluntary. In the end, he could not muster a single kind word, utterly heartless. As a young man of charm, this shall count against him, remarked Leo casually. The cold-hearted man. My pumpkin seems to have shot something. Mane was considerably more animated. Sacrifice? Akatsuki cast a glance at Sasuke before turning to their leader, Nageshin. This matter is not our concern, Nageshin replied coolly. Given the displayed combat prowess, confronting such individuals would be exceedingly challenging, if not impossible. Even if one were to succeed, the casualties would be severe. Moreover, the opposition possesses the Sharingan. Who knows if they could be revived upon death? Killing them once would be sheer luck. If resurrection were a possibility, then the situation would be dire. Most importantly, he is fundamentally unrelated to them. He is merely an outsider wreaking havoc in their world. The notion of Akatsuki's sacrifice is utterly meaningless. No man is to be trusted. While Nageshin soothed the members of Night Raid, the pirate Empress Hancock also spoke up, eliciting some discontent from Sabo. However, he had no desire to engage in conflict with the pirate Empress at this juncture. Pretend as though nothing has been heard. What do you understand? Suk naturally overheard their conversation, observing this group of women alongside Mingrun with an air of haughty disdain. Coupled with the excitement reflected in his Sharingan, he now bore a semblance of arrogance reminiscent of his future self. It was clearly etched on his face. Such actions should not be repeated in the future. No, it seems you need not engage in such matters any longer. As Mingren spoke, he remarked that Tuanzang was already deceased. Could it be that his next target is Sarutobi Hiruzen? In Mingren's view, this seemed highly improbable. However, to Sarutobi Hiruzen, it appeared quite feasible. He was already filled with trepidation. Zwisuk had previously indicated that he had already eliminated one adversary. Was he referring to them? The higher-ups of Mai? Might he target them next? Given the current circumstances, with Tuanzang deceased, it was unlikely he would be deterred by Orochimaru's demise. Would he set his sights on Hiruzen first? Moreover, Zwisuk had already awakened his Sharingan. How disgraceful for Tuanzang, leaving such a significant risk behind. To claim he was akin to me, how contemptible. Taking half a bridge was of no utility whatsoever. Sarutobi Hiruzen steadied himself, preparing to speak. Zwisuk. The next question. As he began to articulate, Kair had already announced the subsequent query. He did not intend to witness Sarutobi Hiruzen continue to propagate his will of fire at this moment. Perhaps answering questions while promoting would yield better results. Moreover, amidst the ongoing promotion, he might even eliminate him. This was indeed a considerable opportunity. Multiple choice question. Who became the sixth Hokage after the death of Shimura Danzo? 1. Hatake Kakashi 2. Uchiha Sasuke 3. Jiraiya 4. Uzumaki Naruto. Reward, Sisiang Ciel. Penalty, loss of an arm. Observing the question materializing on the system, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted. The sixth Hokage had already emerged. If the transition had occurred sooner, it might have been Jiraiya. If later, it could be one of the other three, potentially even Uchiha Sasuke. If the individual were from Mai, and considering the strength previously demonstrated, it was evidently a possibility. Of course, that would be contingent on the complete demise of the Elder Council of Mai and any adversaries targeting the Uchiha clan. There remains some probability, albeit a rather slim one. Among these individuals, the likelihood was the least. As for Naruto, the possibility of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki becoming Hokage was also quite minimal. Kakashi? Jiraiya? Sarutobi Hiruzen had focused on these two. It must be my turn this time. Fool! Cease your reckless utterances. The timing is uncertain. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke had begun discussing among themselves, while Kakashi remained silent, merely observing the question above. He harbored some discontent towards Mai. However, should the Hokage be someone from the above, he would have no objections. Whether it be Naruto, Sasuke, or even himself, he could accept it. After all, the great deity Sasuke, capable of authoring works like the Paradise of Affection, would never be a villain. Yes, that is correct. Without a doubt. What? Is it yet another question from you, Mai, and you are still hesitating to choose? Is there no answer? Everyone is present. One could simply take a guess. Chiyo observed the two youngsters. Sasuke's previous demeanor of indifference, now coupled with the Sharingan, made even her feel somewhat uneasy. The eye's power was indeed formidable. As for the others, the Jinchuriki, the son of Konoha's White Fang. Cough, cough, cough. Does anyone wish to answer the question? With Danzo gone, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only focus on others. This directly resulted in the loss of an arm. It remained uncertain whether it could be reattached. His strength would undoubtedly be affected. He intended to preserve some semblance of dignity. Then, allow me, Hokage. I shall choose Hatake Kakashi as my answer. Kakashi, having spoken, immediately selected himself. Regardless of the outcome, he was prepared to accept it. However, considering Jiraiya's character and the circumstances of these two youths, it seemed the most likely scenario was that he would be pushed forward as a temporary solution. A gamble indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen had not expected Kakashi to make a choice so promptly. He had intended to discuss the answer. Was this truly the conclusion? And he had selected himself. Kakashi-sensei, you should have chosen me. Naruto remarked disgruntledly, though he did not interact with the system. Kakashi glanced at Naruto. Choosing Sasuke was never an option for you. Little one. He then turned his gaze back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Sisiang seal held no significance for him. Nevertheless, it was a mutually destructive ability, and it seemed to activate without any special measures. Should I have any thoughts or movements in the future, He remained uncertain about the correctness of his answer. As they pondered their next words, the system had already revealed the answer. It was indeed Hatake Kakashi. Shimura Danzo ultimately fell among the 5th and 6th Hokages. The 6th Hokage had no ties to him. He, along with the half-bridge he had sealed, could now rest in peace. In the ensuing Shinobi World War, no one was willing to summon him, as he was deemed utterly useless. Perhaps they feared he would proclaim himself the sole reformer, claiming all credit for the war's success while attributing failure to others. In truth, the original narrative likely unfolded in this manner. Had they summoned Lord Danzo, the likes of Yakushi Kabuto and others might have lost. Had they been summoned and returned to Mai, everything would have proceeded much more smoothly. The 5 Kage summit would have been impossible to realize. They would have launched into battle directly, one ninja village after another. And what of Shimura Danzo, this reformer? Was this the Xixiang seal? At this moment, Kakashi had received his reward. The Xixiang seal was now in his possession. Following this, the scene revealed Kakashi being supported as the 6th Hokage, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily stunned in contemplation. He had not anticipated that his son would ultimately become Hokage, White Fang. Over the years, Sarutobi Hiruzen had often felt regret for Konoha's White Fang. Yet, during that time, he had been powerless to act. It can only be said that he had faced a crisis. And now, let it be, it can only be regarded as compensation. In truth, this compensation has no relation whatsoever to the 3rd Hokage. By the time Kakashi ascended to his position, the 3rd had been deceased for quite some time. The only contribution he made might have been his death. How magnificent! Teacher Kakashi, you have truly become Hokage. This is simply too impressive. Naruto felt an exhilarating rush. Although the Hokage is not him, but rather this man, his mentor, he was still overwhelmed with excitement. While some may begrudge other successes, Naruto is not one of them. He gazed at Kakashi with uncontainable enthusiasm. What is it like to be Hokage? What does it feel like to be chosen as Hokage? Teacher Kakashi, please tell me. Enlighten me, Naruto implored eagerly. This left Kakashi somewhat exasperated, a few dark lines forming on his face. The selection has not yet occurred. This is a matter for the future. Naruto, calm down. Sensing the gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen nearby, Kakashi felt compelled to clarify. At first, Naruto merely failed to respond, blinded by the 2 words Hokage. Chapter 163, Boruto. Kakashi was clearly reluctant to delve further into this matter. The title of Hokage could be said to be Naruto's lifelong aspiration. Now, the 6th Hokage has been taken by another. Naruto could only weep. But what about the 7th? Kakashi remained remarkably composed. What is it with the title of Hokage? What is so great about it? If it needs to be relinquished, then so be it. Is it perhaps a paradise of intimacy? Moreover, with the 4-symbol seal in place, it is unlikely to ever be utilized. Perhaps during the investigation into his father's matters, he might have to fight Sarutobi Hiruzen. At other times, it hardly seems necessary. After all, he is evenly matched with anyone he fights. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Leaf Ninja do not fight among themselves. Even without Kakashi, you, the perennial underachiever, will never become Hokage. Even if you were to become Hokage, I would be the one to do it, Uchiha Sasuke declared with great assertiveness. He was on the verge of challenging Naruto to a duel, where the victor would claim the title of Hokage and the loser would marry Sakura. Now, he needed to understand what the current leaders of Konoha had been up to. These individuals certainly had something amiss. Their behinds were not clean. His penetrating gaze fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving the latter with no opportunity to respond. After a brief pause, he changed the subject. It seems Kakashi will also. A new question has arisen. Why is it yet again a question from Konoha? Is this related to the number of participants? Sarutobi Hiruzen had not finished speaking when Chiyo interjected with evident dissatisfaction. Just as the previous scene concluded, a new question emerged. This time, the visual was notably brief. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused to regard the question, momentarily taken aback. So soon? Is it already time for the 7th? Multiple choice. Who is the 7th Hokage of Konohagakure? 1. Sarutobi Kinomaru. 2. Uchiha Sasuke. 3. Jiraiya. 4. Uzumaki Naruto. Reward: Revive one shadow from this village. Punishment: lose an arm. The appearance of the question caused everyone present to widen their eyes, especially given the enticing reward. A shadow? Though Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented that it did not concern him, he still found it intriguing. If the first or second Hokage were to be revived, then, considering the current situation, it would likely only be the first, second, or fourth. Each of these revivals would surely involve some unsavory matters. Sigh. Revive? While Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, Naruto was already anxiously observing the situation on the screen. The shadow of the village. Could it also be the fourth Hokage? Naruto expressed his thoughts with great eagerness. He remained deeply interested in the existence of this father he had never met. Naturally, if revival were possible, he would fervently hope for it to occur. After revival, they could address other matters. The shadow. Sasuke felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Their clan had no shadows. If it were a matter of combat prowess, then the awakened Mangekyo Sharingan clan head would undoubtedly possess strength akin to that of a shadow. However, strength alone does not equate to being a shadow. Just like the previous Konoha White Fang, this reward had no relevance to him. How vexing. Chiyo's gaze shifted. She was already itching to answer. Konoha was already a formidable force. If they were to revive any shadow, they would be in trouble. Their so-called alliance would undoubtedly crumble like paper. Such matters are quite normal, Chiyo mused. The next Hokage will undoubtedly be me. It cannot possibly be the foolish Sasuke. I will choose to become the next Hokage. A serious voice rang out, reverberating in the space. Observing the earnestness of this young lad, Chiyo stifled a laugh and fell silent. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were somewhat taken aback. Is this seeking death? The punishment is not to be trifled with. If he errs, he will lose an arm. A Jinchuriki missing an arm will undoubtedly see a decline in combat ability. Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to directly admonish him for being reckless. However, he realized that, regardless, Naruto was still a Jinchuriki of Konoha, and he could only refrain from saying much more. Soon, an answer was heard from the side. Correct answer. The seventh Hokage is Uzumaki Naruto. Originally, Sasuke intended to mock Naruto and observe his reaction. Upon hearing this answer, he was momentarily stunned. Naruto, the perennial underachiever, truly succeeded? Sasuke gazed at the answer with disbelief. Is this truly happening? Ha ha ha, I knew it would be me. I will not give up. The goal of Hokage. The title of Hokage will certainly be mine. I stand by my word, never yielding. This is my ninja way. Naruto proclaimed with pride. The situation left those nearby with peculiar expressions. There was a noticeable shift. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he may have underestimated this little fellow. In such an environment, he could still aspire to be Hokage. It seems he truly is the son of Minato and Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. Yet regarding the individual's identity, he held no objections. As long as he can control the Nine Tails, it is not impossible. At least in his view, he is far more reliable than the Uchiha clan. Those malevolent Uchiha. Such an adorable little rascal. He even speaks of his unwavering ninja way. The title of Hokage they have always competed for is merely a position within a village. It feels rather mundane, a mere village. Lacking even the revolutionary forces of our own territory, remarked Leo Nai and Mayan succession. They held little regard for this so-called Hokage and the excitement surrounding Naruto's ascension as the seventh Hokage. In their eyes, it was akin to a jest, superfluous and inconsequential. It would be wise to refrain from making unfounded remarks and instead assess the situation with due diligence. Naijie Shitan, however, remained remarkably unperturbed, believing that sheer combat prowess was paramount. Much like the current state of the imperial capital, which stood firmly on the shoulders of two formidable generals. The rest were negligible. Were it not for that demonic woman and the generals safeguarding the capital, they would have quelled the insurrection long ago. The Hokage is far more than just a village chief. The Hokage embodies the greatest existence, the will of fire that burns brightly in Konoha. Naruto intended to articulate further, cautioning the others against their reckless chatter, but he was interrupted mid-sentence. Engaging in discourse with someone from an alternate realm proved to be utterly futile. Naruto ought to embrace a modicum of humility. Silence is indeed golden, is it not? Kakashi, embodying the hope of the future Hokage, regarded the unfolding events with a calm demeanor, opting for silence while his mind brimmed with contemplations. As a mentor, a predecessor, and the sixth Hokage, it was only natural for him to hold such expectations. The scene materialized before them. The underachiever could scarcely muster a word, enveloped in silence as he gazed upon the unfolding scenario. Initially, the setting was a modestly furnished dwelling, not particularly luxurious, yet decent. Within, a man with short, thinning yellow hair appeared distressed, accompanied by two unruly children, a boy and a girl, Boruto and Himawari. Is this truly you in the future? Why do you appear so worn and haggard? Sasuke remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Is it your son? He observed the scenario unfolding within. Realizing the implications of the future, Naruto's offspring, a boy and a girl. His gaze lingered on Boruto, sensing a potential bond with him. Naruto, observing the scene, felt at a loss for words. After all, he was still but a child. How could he already have children? They seemed nearly his age. I am truly remarkable, he thought, while Kakashi, intrigued, pondered who his future wife might be and whether she would make an appearance. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously received word of the Hyuga clan's lineage, witnessing it manifest was nonetheless captivating. It seemed that the future held a plethora of untold stories. Naruto, now the seventh Hokage, appeared poised to undertake something of great significance as he ventured into the hallway, preparing to depart. Meanwhile, chaos was only just commencing within the house. Give that back. Help! Dad, Himawari has become so strange. Boruto cried out, having quarreled with Himawari over a toy, which he inadvertently broke, inciting her wrath. Her Byakugan activated, intent on exacting vengeance upon her foolish brother, harboring dreams of retribution. Aside from the necessity of eliminating Momoshiki and Kinshiki, Boruto's reputation was also quite notorious, as he was frequently on the receiving end of punishment. At the entrance, the imposing figure of Naruto had yet to realize the turmoil within. However, upon witnessing Boruto's frightened expression and his daughter emerging, he sensed something was amiss. He dashed forward to shield Boruto and Himawari, only to be struck by Himawari's pinpoint attack. The illustrious savior of the world, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the Prince of Konoha, the seventh Hokage, and the son-in-law of the Uchiha clan, was thus felled in an instant, left unconscious. How utterly pathetic. Is this all you are capable of? Where's your beast? Sasuke scoffed, noting that while Naruto's earlier display was commendable, it paled in comparison to his past prowess. He could not fathom how such a character could ascend to the position of Hokage. This elicited a resigned response from Naruto, who gazed at the two unruly children with great interest. Yet, their inaugural encounter was decidedly unpleasant. Why strike him at such a moment? This is all Boruto's fault. He always bullies others. He must be taught a lesson, Naruto mused, ultimately placing the blame on his son as he regarded his adorable daughter. At such a tender age, Boruto, who had yet to meet his father, was already plotting to take him to task during their next encounter, determined to instill some discipline before he grew too old. Naruto contemplated starting a diary to ensure he would remember to reprimand Boruto in the future. Though few would consider keeping a diary as a serious endeavor, it just so happened that Naruto was one of those earnest individuals, primarily concerned about forgetting and allowing Boruto to run amok. Your children are rather charming, Kakashi offered in consolation as the scene shifted to the Hokage building. Clearly, there were no further matters concerning him. The Hokage inauguration ceremony was underway, yet the principal figure, Naruto, was nowhere to be found. Instead, the seemingly frail Kakashi took the stage. Kakashi-sensei, you have made an appearance, yet you appear rather weak, Naruto remarked. To which Sasuke interjected with a teasing comment. Indeed, Kakashi had aged considerably and likely remained single, having yet to find a partner. Before Sasuke could finish his thought, he was swiftly interrupted by Kakashi. Is there truly nothing appealing about having a romantic partner? What is there to worry about? I'm the sixth Hokage and renowned as the copy ninja. I have no doubt that women would be eager to seek me out. The ensuing events sent Naruto into a frenzy. Why? Why is it not me? The situation within was peculiar. Hinata stood poised, but after waiting an eternity for Naruto, the time had come to proceed without him. Ultimately, they selected Sarutobi Kinoru, the grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen, to assume Naruto's role as he began the inauguration ceremony. What kind of spectacle was this? Observing his grandson, who had aged at least a decade since their last encounter, was a sight to behold. Yet, observing within, Sarutobi Kanehagakure has matured, and his prowess appears quite commendable. Sarutobi Hizashi feels a sense of satisfaction. While he does not anticipate the boy to possess the strength of a Kage, a certain level of competence is expected. This little rascal, given his brief existence thus far, remains a source of concern. After all, he has never been particularly diligent in his training. Under the watchful eyes of the Kanehagakure villagers, the ceremony for the succession of the 7th Hokage commences and concludes. During this period, numerous transformations and architectural developments within Kanehagakure have become evident to those observing from the system's realm. The future indeed holds considerable change. Many aspects appear rather peculiar. Sarutobi Hizashi has made his assessment. It seems that after his demise, Kanehagakure has entered a phase of rapid advancement. Truly, it is a testament to his leadership. Kanehagakure cannot thrive without him. He narcissistically muses. Chapter 164. The Resurrected Hokage. The 7th Hokage. I'm a 7th Hokage. Naruto gazes at the image of himself, assuming the role of Hokage with great excitement, followed by a wave of discomfort. It is undeniably his day of ascendancy, yet he is absent from a scene. The one reveling in this moment is none other than Konohamaru. How infuriating! Such a situation must never occur again. Now that he is aware, he cannot permit his absence to persist. The foolish straggler. Observing his own absence from the image, Sasuke expresses a hint of dissatisfaction, but, in his usual proud manner, remarks, perhaps circumstances prevented him from being present, whether due to a mission or a need for concealment. Surely, he was not defeated. Rewards. The resurrection of the Hokage. Kakashi reminds them. The 6th and 7th Hokage are already aware. Now, what about the option of resurrection? Perhaps it could allow his mentor, Naruto's father, to return. Resurrection. Yes. Naruto turns his gaze to Kale. As he speaks, a sudden rift appears on the table, slowly revealing an object resembling a coffin. It struggles to emerge, as if something is pulling it from behind. Nevertheless, it eventually appears. What is this? A coffin? Is resurrection truly imminent? Why not simply bring the individual back without this coffin? The sudden appearance of the coffin elicits some disdain from those present. Nonetheless, despite their remarks, no one dares to provoke the authority here concerning the potential individual to be resurrected. With a resounding bang, the coffin lid cannot contain its contents any longer. A figure materializes within, clad in blue armor, with long white hair and unique markings upon his face. His skin is remarkably pale. Many familiar with him immediately recognize him. The 2nd Hokage. Even those unfamiliar would surely know of him if they had ever paid attention to Hokage Rock. Teacher. Gazing at Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hizashi finds himself at a loss for words. The revival of his counterpart stirs a sense of exhilaration within him. However, considerations regarding his position as Hokage and the current state of Kanehagakure weigh heavily on his mind. Presently, the Senju clan has diminished in number. Utilizing the information left behind by Tobirama, he had previously facilitated the integration of the Senju clan into the village. Tobirama's intent was to have some members assimilate, transforming them into villagers who would discreetly safeguard the community. Sarutobi Hizashi, wary of their existence, had clandestinely conspired with Shimura Danzo to assign perilous missions to the Senju clan, resulting in significant casualties, and Danzo had even resorted to underhanded tactics. Many of those with strength became heroes, sacrificing themselves to illuminate the village. His actions are not without justification, as he did not assume the Hokage position without incident upon his return. In those times, the Senju clan had produced 2 consecutive Hokage. Their ambition was to turn Kanehagakure into a familial enterprise akin to a Wagakure. Had he not allied with the Shimura clan and the Council of Elders, along with Tsunade's support, the identity of the third Hokage may have remained uncertain. After all, the second Hokage had passed, and their return was not without challenges. Furthermore, considering their circumstances, the loss of their protector would typically invite scrutiny and possible repercussions, if not a tarnished legacy. To become Hokage, that would indeed be their skill. Monkey? Senju Tobirama gradually awakens. Now, he gazes with wide eyes at Sarutobi Hizashi, who stands atop the table, surveying the room. He only recognizes the monkey. The others leave little impression, not even Chiyo. However, upon noticing Sasuke and Naruto, he contemplates the Uchiha's malevolent youth and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Where am I? Are you all deceased? No, it is I who has been resurrected. Edo Tensei, what has transpired in the village? Senju Tobirama rapidly assesses the situation. He glances around, realizing his elder brother has not returned. He had previously contemplated the possibility of resurrecting himself through Edo Tensei. Yet that technique evidently could not achieve the current state of his body. Senju Tobirama perceives that this body has been fully revived, not merely summoned from the afterlife. This compels him to question whether the inhabitants of Konohagakure have significantly increased, perhaps enhancing Edo Tensei several iterations. Teacher, allow me to explain. Observing his mentor while he speaks and glances at the others from different worlds, Sarutobi Hizashi hastily begins to articulate. This is a place known as the Q&A system space, which connects to various other realms. They are individuals from different worlds, and here, answering questions correctly yields rewards, while incorrect answers incur penalties. You were revived following Naruto's correct response. You are newly resurrected, Sarutobi Hizashi explains rapidly. Senju Tobirama, seated at the table, remains remarkably composed, having instantly appeared behind Sarutobi Hizashi. He contemplates the implications of Hizashi's words. Q&A system space? It seems significant events have transpired in the shinobi world. If true, this place is indeed extraordinary. Although he has returned, Senju Tobirama remains partially skeptical. Perhaps he is caught in someone else's illusion, unable to discern the truth. The notion of a multi-realm Q&A system is rather absurd. What is the current state of Konohagakure? What of Tsunade and the Senju clan? Senju Tobirama directs his gaze towards Sarutobi Hizashi. Regardless of the truth, it is essential to ascertain the situation in Konohagakure. Whether right or wrong, he has nothing to lose. Should the information be accurate, he will gain insight. If erroneous, he may still glean details from Hizashi's responses. Observing these individuals, could it be, Uncle, are you the second Hokage? Naruto suddenly interjects, gazing at the white-haired elder. This elder bears a striking resemblance to Kakashi. I am the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He nodded, seeking to discern a semblance of respect from the other party. However, he swiftly realized that no trace of respect emanated from his counterpart. Not only was he devoid of it, but the malevolent gaze of the Uchiha also lacked any warmth. While this was somewhat expected, the presence of the white-haired individual raised questions. The white-haired one, was he yet another malevolent Uchiha? Senju Tobirama evidently sensed the power of the Sharingan through Kakashi. Yet he chose not to dwell on it. The present circumstances were murky, and there was little time for contemplation. He glanced at the trio, confirming they were indeed from Konoha. As for the remaining matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, wearing an expression of concern. Was Konoha in dire straits? He mused that the remaining strength of Konoha, even in his absence, should be sufficient to overpower the other major villages. Surely, the administration could not lead to further decline. Senju Tobirama inquired pointedly about Konoha's condition. He was acutely aware of the situation. Back in their day, even after the deaths of his brothers, the remaining Senju clan served as a pillar of strength, alongside the slowly assimilating members of the Senju clan, who were intended to remain hidden as a trump card. In the public eye, there were also various prominent clans and the Uchiha clan, as well as several of his esteemed disciples, Sarutobi, Danzo, Karu, Minma, Uchiha Kagami, and Akimichi Torafu. These 6 disciples could all be considered elites. Logically, they should not have fallen into disarray. The strength of the monkey, Sarutobi, was now deemed considerable, and the others could not be too far behind. Konoha is still quite well, Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered hesitantly. Except for some unfortunate incidents within the Senju clan. Many perished unexpectedly after the previous war. He dared not mention any other underlying issues. Unexpected deaths? How many? Total annihilation? Senju Tobarama regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if recalling something. No, no. Many have integrated into Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied vaguely. It was indeed true that many had blended in, mostly those lacking in strength, unaware of their Senju lineage. Many of them were orphans, all for the sake of facilitating future operations for Konoha. As for those rebellious elements posing a threat to their positions, they had long been dealt with. Thanks to Tsunade's unwavering support, he was still alive. The likes of Rope Tree, who aspired to become Hokage, would no longer pose a concern. As for that Kato Dan, he was merely a pawn. He thought he could rise by aligning with Tsunade, seeking the position of Hokage. Even the likes of Danzo could hardly compete for such a role. It was entirely improbable for Danzo to extend such an opportunity. His demise at Danzo's hands would not be surprising. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not entirely aware of these matters, having only received fragments of information later. What of Tsunade? What of Rope Tree? And myself? Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow in inquiry. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's mentor, he could clearly perceive his pupil's unease. Yet, he had not anticipated the depths of his malice, directly targeting their clan. He presumed some misfortune had befallen them, rendering them unable to face others. Tsunade lives, and she is well. As for Rope Tree and the others, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke cautiously. The one who had contended for the position of Hokage against him was indeed a descendant of the second Hokage. Under Tsunade's persuasion, her faction had remained relatively quiet. Thus, with the assistance of other clans and Tsunade's backing, he was able to ascend. This situation had ultimately led to a near rift between the Senju clan and their brothers. It had also allowed others to seize opportunities. As for Rope Tree, Senju Tobarama regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen. He assessed his own state, deciding against further inquiries. He intended to return and investigate the situation firsthand. Konoha should still be intact. It was merely their Senju clan that faced troubles. He was eager to discover how many of their kin remained. Moreover, another Hokage was in office. He appeared relatively youthful, certainly younger than the third Hokage. Why did it seem that the other Hokages had all perished early, while the third Hokage continued to wield power at such an advanced age? Furthermore, how could someone like Shimura Danzo, who had betrayed his own village, still vie for the position of Hokage? Listening to the conversation between Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Ryonai interjected with curiosity. His words reached Senju Tobarama's ears, prompting a startled reaction from Sarutobi Hiruzen. How dare he utter such nonsense? Was it still he who wielded authority? Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobarama was astonished. Danzo was still competing for Hokage? Surely, he was not of such an age to still be in office? Regarding these two revelations, he was deeply dissatisfied. And what of the Uchiha? What was the current state of the Uchiha clan? Who were the heroes they spoke of? Why was this information common knowledge? Upon hearing about the clan that had betrayed their village, Senju Tobarama's first thought was of the Uchiha. The only clan that could be implicated was the Senju Uchiha. It cannot be the Senju clan, could it? Surely not. Without addressing the fierce woman who had spoken, he directly queried Sarutobi Hiruzen. The old man now appeared somewhat like a compliant child before Tobarama. He could not possibly confront Danzo in the same manner. I am a Hokage, Senju Tobarama. The most troublesome situation had arisen. If the first and second Hokage appeared, he would undoubtedly be blamed. If the fourth Hokage were present, perhaps he could conjure an excuse. After all, the fourth was a man of integrity, a good soul, and it was entirely reasonable for a good man to be thrust into a perilous situation. As long as he feigned distress and offered an apology, the matter would likely dissipate. The first Hokage would be manageable as well. His character was amiable and largely unconcerned with power. It was said that he only stood firm against Uchiha Madara. Their relationship surpassed that of himself and Danzo, thus it was not overly troublesome. The most problematic individual, however, was undoubtedly the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. He represented the greatest challenge. As their mentor, he naturally understood them well. Moreover, he was an exceptionally astute individual. His petty schemes would hold no weight before such a figure. I have already relayed the location to the fourth Hokage, but the fourth Hokage, aside from his unforeseen demise at the hands of the Nine Tails, left me with no choice but to reclaim my position. As for the fifth Hokage, I have been searching for a suitable candidate for years, yet none have proven adequate. I have reached out to Tsunade numerous times, but she is entirely disinterested in assuming the role, and my other two disciples are also unfit. Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented with a woeful demeanor. Regarding the villagers, their strength and influence are somewhat lacking. I initially intended to nurture them for a few more years, yet opportunities have been scarce. By the way, this has already been addressed earlier. The fifth Hokage is Tsunade, and the sixth Hokage is Kakashi, who is a disciple of the fourth Hokage. The seventh Hokage is Naruto, who correctly answered a question earlier to revive you. His father was the fourth Hokage, who sealed the tailed beast within himself before passing away, thus becoming a hero of Konohagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly shifted the topic. In Chapter 165, Naruto's Doubts, he expressed his disappointment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Observing Sarutobi, Senju Tobirama left a final remark. The other party had their own secrets, and he was fully aware. However, this was not the appropriate moment to discuss such matters. It would be best to wait until they returned to Konohagakure to ascertain the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen complied and fell silent. To be honest, he felt quite uncomfortable. At his age, especially as Hokage, no one in Konohagakure dared to challenge him. Even that old rascal Danzo would obediently follow his commands. But with the appearance of his mentor, Senju Tobirama, everything seemed to have changed. Gazing at the white-haired man before him, Sarutobi chose to behave modestly. Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young was paramount. Regardless, he was currently the most formidable Hokage, and he had the decorum to match. As for the multiple-choice question regarding the situation with the Yun Hidden Village ninja attempting to steal the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit, after failing, they used the excuse of their own ninja being killed in Konohagakure to demand Sarutobi Hiruzen hand over the head of the Hyuga clan leader. Ultimately, Konohagakure's options were 1. Prioritize harmony and hand over the Hyuga clan, considering them insignificant. 2. Refuse to hand them over and declare war, demonstrating the might of the strongest Hokage. 3. Avoid disgrace and engage in negotiations without resorting to conflict. Or 4. Prepare to send a branch family member, ensuring the bloodline limit remains undisclosed. The reward for this dilemma was the Byakugan, while the penalty was the loss of an eye. Are you the administrator here? Is this the question and answer? Senju Tobirama, upon seeing the question for the first time, was intrigued yet quickly darkened in expression. What was this situation? Was the Hidden Village stirring up trouble again? Did they really expect to hand someone over? Reflecting on Sarutobi Hiruzen's earlier evasiveness, Tobirama surmised that the current state of Konohagakure was not as stable as it should be. However, seeing the question ignited his anger, and he sought the truth. Coughing, Sarutobi Hiruzen recounted that it was indeed Naruto's sacrifice for his brother that had occurred in the past, during the conflict with the 4 great shinobi villages. Konohagakure had already suffered significant losses, hence they refrained from continuing the war. As he spoke, he made his choice without granting others a chance, lest it be seized by Chiyo. The idea of the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit being exposed was indeed awkward. The notion of voluntary sacrifice was something Senju Tobirama could hardly believe. It was a deep-seated poison, and with many pursuers, there was no opportunity left, leading to the inevitable sacrifice. The scenario presented in the question did not seem necessary. Was the Yun Hidden Village simply creating trouble by demanding someone be handed over? Were they already at the doorstep? It would be more reasonable to send the 3rd Hokage instead, allowing them to behead Sarutobi Hiruzen for entertainment. If all else failed, sending the higher-ups of Konohagakure to the Yun Hidden Village to have their heads removed would surely amuse Reikage. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tobirama found himself contemplating this very notion. When negotiating peace with Reikage, had he not also considered executing a few of those brats for the sake of truce? Perhaps this would have prevented the emergence of the likes of Kinemon and Jinemon. He could have utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to escape without concern for them. Unbeknownst to him, Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed that his mentor seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Yet, he dismissed it as mere illusion. He could only hope that it remained just that. Otherwise, misfortune would surely befall him. In the Yun hidden village, Chiyo observed the question with a hint of surprise. She had heard some stories from the past, albeit vaguely, and was aware that Konohagakure had suffered losses. She had not anticipated Sarutobi Hiruzen to be so ruthless, seemingly exploiting the Hyuga clan as if akin to Raza. Perhaps they should check if Raza was still alive and add him as a friend. It felt as though no matter how confident Konohagakure appeared, they could not match the prowess of these two. Of course, the same could be said for their Sunagakure. How impressive, indeed, is Konohagakure? Chiyo mused. Initially, she thought dealing with the so-called Konoha White Fan was the pinnacle of their endeavors, only to discover they had much more up their sleeve. If that were the case, then Orochimaru's act of desecrating the graves of the first and second Hokage and eliminating their teacher no longer seemed so outlandish. In Konohagakure, perhaps such occurrences had become commonplace. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Reikage had shown no courtesy towards him, especially after Senju Tobarama's emergence. She increasingly felt that the situation was escalating, continuing to remark. That old white-haired man, was he also killed by his own disciple? Is this the hallmark of your Konohagakure lineage? Only by eliminating your teacher can one graduate? A teacher sacrificed for the sake of power. The younger girls around her began to voice their criticisms. Senju Tobarama felt a vain throb on his forehead. I just emerged, and we are not even acquainted. Is it necessary to be so harsh? However, observing their youthful countenances, he chose not to engage further. He would address them later. After all, if anything arose, they would surely trouble Sarutobi Hiruzen. Matters from other worlds were of no concern to him. Indeed, as Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head in a humble manner, the people of Konohagakure were somewhat taken aback. He had answered correctly, and the system promptly rewarded him with a pair of Byakugan. For him, acquiring such a treasure was hardly a challenge. He simply wished to make a mark within Konohagakure. However, the eyes were not particularly suited for him. In the midst of contemplating whether to evolve the eyes or extract the Byakugan, Sarutobi Hiruzen opted for extraction. He had no intention of keeping it for himself. He preferred his accustomed vision. Teacher, he politely presented the item before the second Hokage. Indeed, it is the Byakugan. It should be returned to the Hyuga clan. When it came to the bloodlines of great clans within the village, Senju Tobarama had no inclination to create any emotional rifts with them. If it were him, he would not behave as Sarutobi Hiruzen did. The incident involving the Hyuga clan was chosen. If Yunin village intended to seek reconciliation, the Hyuga clan would not be necessary for it to occur, perhaps resulting in merely a bit more friction. Even if losses were to be sustained on the battlefield, surrendering in such a manner was unacceptable. In his view, Sarutobi Hiruzen had either lost his wits or Yunin village had grown formidable enough to rival his elder brother. Of course, such a notion was implausible. Otherwise, reconciliation would be unnecessary and they could simply engage in battle. After all, not everyone shares the same worldview as his elder brother, such as those from Yunin village, who were muscular and robust. If an opportunity arose, they would undoubtedly seize it. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently nodded. He longed to express his feelings of being wronged, but ultimately refrained. Given his current predicament, if trouble were to arise, he feared he would be left with nothing. Conversely, if trouble were not to arise, then it was likely that nothing significant would happen afterward. Naturally, his position afterward would either go to the second or the fifth Hokage. For the second Hokage was no one to be underestimated. The scene quickly unfolded. Under the scrutiny of all present, night descended upon Konohagakure. In a spacious courtyard, a diminutive figure was brought forth. While the details were unclear, the small girl with Byakugan was undeniably eye-catching. Was that Hinata? Observing her, Naruto felt a twinge of surprise. It seemed he would grow increasingly close to this Hinata in the future, perhaps even leading Sakura to abandon her pursuits. Alternatively, it was conceivable that Sakura had fled with Naruto, absconding with the Uchiha clan's funds. This too was a possibility. Most importantly, regardless of the circumstances, he had not involved her, which was rather awkward. She was so small and undeniably adorable. Naruto couldn't help but marvel at Hinata's petite stature, acknowledging that she was indeed quite young. It would take many years for her to grow into a form suitable for marriage to him. The Hyuga clan was not without its precautions. When someone attempted to abduct their young lady, it naturally drew the attention of the clan head, Hyuga Hayashi. With his daughter taken, his fury was palpable. He swiftly intervened, employing a gentle fist technique to eliminate the captor with lethal efficiency. Good riddance, Naruto muttered under his breath. Primarily because the man had dared to eye his woman, which was rather embarrassing. Initially, Hyuga Hayashi did not seem overly concerned after dispatching the enemy. In his view, any confrontation within Konoha required accountability. He reached out to the Hokage and others. However, he never anticipated that the assailant would preemptively accuse them. As Hyuga Hayashi and his clan deliberated on their next steps, a messenger from Yunin village arrived, declaring that they were missing personnel and requested permission to search the village. This was, of course, out of the question. Additionally, they presented the corpse of their comrade from the previous day. "You scoundrels, what have you done? We struggled to return for the sake of reconciliation and peace, yet you provoke war," one individual shouted, writhing in anguish amidst the crowd, moving rapidly in a frenzy. To an outsider, it would appear as though he had lost his parents. Before he could elaborate, another voice chimed in, clearly seeking conflict. They demanded to know the whereabouts of their slain companion. The two factions exchanged heated words. Their ultimatum was for the body, and they sought to investigate how it had come to such a fate. Had the first Hokage or Uchiha been present, they would not have dared to behave in such a manner, for a mere flick could have eradicated them. Yet now, the so-called strongest Hokage observed the quarrel between the monkeys and Yunin village, only to find that even the Council of Elders had suggested a compromise, urging Sarutobi Hiruzen to discreetly contact them to facilitate the release of an individual. Such measures were deemed necessary to put an end to the conflict. After all, while embroiled in war, they too had endured immense suffering and loss, and now every village harbored hope for peace. Naturally, there were many who still yearned for continued conflict, but the Hyuga clan evidently belonged to those who wished to cease hostilities, with Sarutobi Hiruzen beginning to yield for the sake of so-called peace. The matter seemed to be drawing to a close. Ultimately, the resolution involved Hyuga Hizashi expressing his willingness to sacrifice himself for his brother, thereby relinquishing his life to Yunin village. Even with the caged bird technique, his Byakugan would remain concealed. However, the death of a Jonin could not be taken lightly. Despite Hizashi's slightly inferior strength compared to Hayashi, he was still a Jonin, and cultivating an individual was no simple task. Upon witnessing this, Senju Tobarama felt a deep disdain. What had transpired over the years? Had Konoha weakened to such an extent? When he passed, there had still been numerous promising individuals. His expression soured as he questioned. At the time of my death, Konoha was still the foremost shinobi village. How could a mere Yunin village instill such fear? He pondered whether it would be better to dissolve the village altogether. Furthermore, discussions among the Jonin predominantly revolved around the ongoing war and its final resolutions. Ultimately, Yunin village acquired Hyuga Hizashi, yet predictably, his eyes proved of little use. They were compelled to temporarily relinquish their interest in the Byakugan, as their fascination with the Sharingan had been previously thwarted. Now, their curiosity extended to the Byakugan, a group of Yunin shinobi, initially intent on fighting, ultimately had no choice but to concede, bringing an end to hostilities with Konoha. Both sides could be said to have suffered minimal losses, with the only casualties being a member of the Hyuga clan and a minor figure from Yunin, swiftly replaced by another Jonin. This situation could hardly be deemed a loss. Hyuga Hizashi, a branch member of the Hyuga clan, observed the final scenes unfold until they faded from view. Naruto felt a profound shock to his worldview. Why was this happening? Were they not allies? Moreover, where was the third Hokage? From Kakashi's father's incident to the matters involving Sasuke's family and his own affairs, along with the previous events surrounding Rin, and now this. Time and again, it seems as though every opportunity has slipped through my fingers. I find myself perpetually arriving at the last moment, rendered powerless to effect any change or resolve any issues, witnessing the sacrifice of those from my This leaves Naruto at a loss for words. What is the purpose of a Hokage who cannot accomplish anything? What significance does a Hokage hold if they're incapable of managing any situation? Is this truly what it means to be a Hokage? In a brief introduction, Kair, having traversed into the world of pirates, finds himself devoid of any extraordinary abilities or systems. As if that were not enough of a setback, after diligently striving to become a Navy officer, he meets his untimely demise during a mission, leaving him lifeless. Just when it seemed that his life had come to an end, several years later, a system that spans the entire world descends upon the realm of pirates, offering a quiz with rewards.